A figure is shown with the title Reincarnator. A cosmic expanse unfolds, nebulous and vast. One day, God created a new world. An eccentric world, created solely to kill God's boredom. An abyss opens, a swirling vortex of unknown depths. And he began to slowly flood his creations into that world. The creations fall into the new world. God named this eccentric world an inevitable means of survival. Survival and struggle. A brutal war unfolds. Struggle and war were desperate. A bloodied hand lies still, a single gold coin resting nearby, a grim testament to a battle fought and won. Words materialize in the air, a divine decree. Fight, kill, and survive, and God shall reward you. A treasure chest overflows with gold and gems, a gleaming sword resting atop the hoard, a victor's spoils. God enjoyed this. Or rather, there was nothing more entertaining to him than this. A broken chess piece lies on the board, a testament to a game played with deadly consequences. A swirl of light and shadow, a glimpse into the divine amusement. A dragon looms, a symbol of the trials and tribulations that await. A bloodied sword, a grim reminder of the price of survival. The dragon's silhouette dominates the scene, a looming threat in the darkness. A figure emerges from the shadows, their purpose yet unknown. The figure stands poised, ready for the challenges ahead. He stands, bloodied but unbroken, a testament to his will to survive. He coughs, blood splattering from his lips. The taste of iron fills his mouth as he struggles to sit up. A ragged, almost manic laugh escapes him. The sound echoes in the desolate space. The laughter continues, a hollow sound that betrays the pain he's enduring. Lying on the ground, Kong spits out more blood. Dumb fucks. You're all screwed anyway, he mutters. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure prepares to unleash a powerful attack, a glowing orb crackling with energy in its maw. King's thoughts drift back to the battle. If it were those guys, they would have succeeded. He wonders if it was him who failed. Meanwhile, Eerie speaks, her voice echoing in a grand hall. The last death squad just passed away. She continues, now, at last, the four of us. Eerie's declares, are what remains of humanity. Eerie's, monarch of the Valkyrie Final Death Squad, stands tall, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. A blonde-haired figure, identified as a member of the Chaldean Final Death Squad, stands with a staff. A figure with short brown hair is seen holding another person. The blonde-haired figure from the Final Death Squad stands over a fallen figure. A voice declares, we're the only ones who can save humanity. The word humanity is displayed prominently. Kang Hansu is identified as a member of the Final Death Squad. A close-up of Kang's face reveals a determined expression. The text refers to Erkeniel's time-space crystal. A glowing orb is shown, described as the Great. The orb is described as possessing the mysterious power to return to the past, representing the last hope of humanity. The scene depicts hands reaching upwards, with the text, years after entering the abyss. A voice states, only one person can return to the past. The group stands in a dimly lit room, the weight of their situation heavy in the air. One of them questions what there is to think about, stating that it's already clear who's going. Another man emphasizes that it should be the strongest among them. The man with the large blade asks if they know who he's referring to. One of the figures expresses disappointment, saying he thought the other was finally going to say something reasonable for once, calling him a rascal and regretting having. Someone expected something from him for even a second. A figure tells the others to keep things in moderation. Since most of the Valkyries sent to battle the Golden Dragon are down, it's only a matter of time before it gets. A close-up shows a silver-haired figure holding a spear. As unfair as it may seem, they don't have a way out now. Eerie states that the only one among them who can return to the past is. A close-up on a character's face shows a determined expression. Kong stares intensely, blood smeared across his face. He gazes down at his hand, lost in thought. The reincarnator continues to stare at his hand, a somber expression on his face. A voice echoes, I've fought for way too long. Kong stands amidst a battlefield, his sword dripping with blood. Every day for those long, long years. He continues to fight, his sword a blur of motion against the skeletal remains of his enemies. The voice continues, I fought over and over again. The voice questions, isn't dying this way kind of fine too? A close-up reveals a hand, scarred and bandaged, a testament to countless battles. A hand gently grasps the scarred one, offering support. Don't sound so weak. She kneels before him, her expression earnest. The hope of humanity is now in your hands, Hansu. A voice booms, give up on hope. Iris looks down, her expression unreadable. The back of Hansu's head is visible, his dark hair contrasting with the light. A close-up reveals Hansu's intense blue eyes, a scar marring his cheek. Hansu and Iris stand on a platform, surrounded by other figures. Iris is right. The fact that you started 20 years later than us, yet are still here in this position, is proof itself. Hansu, had your abilities started a bit earlier, or even just 5 years earlier, the present time would be different. You're right. I acknowledge your skills too. But if you really don't want to go, feel free to speak up anytime. If I go back, I can get all the items I couldn't get before. I meant you. You can take them all, since you're the only one who can go back. Hansu's expression hardens. Hansu stands firm, his resolve unwavering. He steps forward, the air shimmering around him as he enters a new space. The scent of ozone fills his nostrils. The ground beneath him feels like solid stone, though the air is thick with an unnatural energy. A figure in golden robes stands to the side, watching him pass. Before him looms a massive, glowing orb, etched with arcane symbols. The air crackles with power, a low hum vibrating through his bones. He continues forward, the orb receding behind him as he approaches a gathering of figures in the distance. A voice echoes in his mind. It's already. The world around him begins to fracture, the very architecture crumbling and shifting. The scent of dust and decay fills the air. The sensation of falling overwhelms him as the ground gives way beneath his feet. The wind howls in his ears, carrying the whispers of forgotten ages. A monstrous visage of stone and bone emerges from the chaos, its hollow eyes burning with an ancient light. The air grows cold, biting at his exposed skin. He presses on, the collapsing world a maelstrom of destruction around him. The taste of ash coats his tongue, a grim reminder of the path he treads. A dragon's maw of fire and fury erupts before him, its roar shaking the very foundations of reality. The heat scorches his face, a searing inferno of destruction. The beast's scales shimmer with an otherworldly light, its eyes burning with ancient malice. The air vibrates with raw power, a symphony of destruction. A voice booms, cutting through the chaos. Don't get distracted. Iris raises her hands, beginning the incantation for a complex ritual. The woman shouts, "Stop it," as magical energy crackles around her. Golden light emanates from the book and the surrounding runes, filling the air with arcane power. The ritual unfolds, a complex array of symbols and figures bathed in a radiant glow. A surge of energy erupts, the air shimmering with heat and power. Iris declares, "Iris, Kangtae, we'll switch." Iris, sweat beading on her brow, says, "Make sure you hold it off while I get ready." Meanwhile, Kangtae stands ready, a fierce determination etched on his face. His grip tightens on his weapon, preparing for the coming battle. Kangtae declares, "I'll be going first. Follow my lead." He prepares to unleash his skills, energy swirling around him. The dragon's maw opens, a guttural roar tearing through the air as it prepares to unleash its fury. The beast's roar intensifies, shaking the very ground beneath its feet as it prepares to strike. Meanwhile, Kangtae begins to summon a massive, golden shield, arcane symbols shimmering into existence around him. The shield grows in size and intensity, bathing the battlefield in a radiant, golden light. Kangtae completes the summoning, the golden shield towering before him as he prepares to unleash its power. The dragon recoils, sensing the immense power emanating from the shield. "Now's your chance." The dragon snarls, its eyes burning with defiance. "You don't have to tell me." Kangtae roars, his voice filled with determination. "I know already." Surrounded by a swirling vortex of golden energy, Kangtae launches his attack, the shield blurring as it hurtles towards the dragon. The golden shield slams into the dragon with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The dragon is hurled backward, crashing through stone and debris as it struggles to regain its footing. The beast slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around it as the force of the impact reverberates through the battlefield. A resounding crash echoes. The sound of shattering reverberates. A pained groan escapes him. His teeth grit against the pain. He grits out a single word, "Ugh." A voice urges him to focus. His main weapon is broken, and he must stop thinking about this place. Keldian's right. The woman implores him not to just leave this place to them and go. She asks him to do his best to take care of them, pleading with him to listen to her this one time. Tears well in her eyes as she speaks. He responds, "I'll try." The woman notes that even under these circumstances, he's still the same. Keldian declares that he will leave the rest to someone. Kang Hansu is shown. Someone apologizes, but says that they need to listen carefully. A character stands with a ring on their finger. As Iris said, there's no reason to kill needlessly. But don't show mercy to the cockroaches who will bring harm during the Great War. Save only those who deserve to live. Bloody hands reach out. Also, the Berserk monarch, Clementine. Make sure you at least kill that bastard. Understood, Kang Hansu? A close-up of an eye. A close-up of a face. The light catches his face as Hansu steals himself. He declares, "Then get ready." A map lies open, ancient rings resting upon its surface. A complex, circular device hums with contained energy, its surface etched with arcane runes. The device pulses with a soft, ethereal light. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a swirling, cloudy sky. The figure stands on a reflective surface, their reflection mirroring their form in the strange light. Hansu's gaze hardens, resolve etched into his features. The air crackles with unseen energy around him. Elsewhere, figures stand before a towering structure, a swirling portal of blue energy dominating the scene. The new location is a ruin, hinting at a forgotten civilization. A close-up reveals intricate details on a suit of ancient armor. Hands clasped together, a surge of golden energy begins to emanate from Hansu. The energy ripples outward, forming concentric circles of light. Within the golden light, fleeting images of dragons and ancient structures materialize. The golden energy shifts, replaced by streams of vibrant blue and white. The blue and white energy intensifies, swirling into complex patterns. The light begins to fade, the energy slowly diminishing. More streams of energy crackle to life, like lightning in the void. The energy intensifies once more, the air crackling with unseen power. The streams of energy begin to dissipate, fading into the background. A final burst of energy erupts, then fades to nothing. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice echoes, filled with confusion. Where are we? The man with short, neatly styled black hair exclaims, his voice laced with panic. Where the hell is this place? He focuses, a faint green glow emanating from his outstretched hand. Reality warps around Hansu as he plummets through a vortex of fractured light and distorted shapes. Emerging from the chaos, he finds himself high above a sprawling cityscape, silhouetted figures moving below. Below, the ground is littered with debris. A voice echoes, so it worked? Hansu's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The group found themselves in a ruined city, the buildings crumbling around them. A voice cried out, filled with confusion. Where is this place? Panic rising, a woman screamed. I need to go back. Accusations flew as one man shouted, You bastard. It was you, while another pleaded, What are you doing? Let go of me. A child's voice called out for their mother, as a detached narration explained, Of course they're flustered. They have just appeared in another world. Hansu's expression was unreadable as he took in the scene. The poster hinted at a growing crisis. At first, it was 100 people, but the number increased exponentially. Missing person posters plaster a wall, their faces blurred and desperate. The text overlay reads, So many people went missing that it went out of control. Hansu stands on a city street, the neon signs reflecting in his eyes. Papers flutter around him, adding to the sense of chaos. A close-up reveals a troubled expression on Hansu's face, his blue eyes filled with concern. A figure stands silhouetted against a dark background. The text reads, In the year I turned 20. A massive, glowing blue eye peers out from a shattered opening, radiating an otherworldly energy. Hansu gazes upward, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as he looks at the light. A phone lies on a cracked surface, the screen displaying the words, I went missing due to an unknown power. The phone screen displays a news article about the missing people, a safety announcement from the Ministry of Public Safety urging caution. The phone screen is now shattered, the cracks spreading across its surface like a spiderweb. The words the other world appear, followed by the ominous statement. It devours other dimensions, and is the midpoint of the abyss's impact. Figures stand in a dark, otherworldly landscape, the text revealing. Those who arrived first learned skills first, and were overly active. A grotesque monster stands amidst a strange structure, the text ominously stating. But the strange-looking monsters made it a horrific palace. Monstrous figures, with grotesque features and armored hides, lurk in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. It was a world of violence and lawlessness. Those who were devoured by the abyss were transported to the other world. And when everyone from this world arrives here, the Great War will start. Hansu stands with a determined look on his face, a sword held loosely in his hand. In the background, a figure stands guard before a towering cityscape. A swirling vortex of blue energy cracks the sky, a gateway forming. The door to the abyss will open. A crowd of people, their faces etched with worry, gather in a dimly lit area, their eyes fixed on an unseen spectacle. A horrific scene unfolds, with grotesque monsters looming over fallen figures, blood splattered across the ground. And the Great War will start. Feet clad in dark shoes move forward with purpose, the sound of their steps echoing in the silence. Hansu looks down at his hand, a sense of loss washing over him. So the skills I learned and my strength are all gone. Hansu stands amidst a ruined cityscape, the silhouettes of people moving in the background. Anyway, right now. Cracks spiderweb across the sky, energy crackling as the world begins to break apart. The sky is falling. A small, winged creature appears, seemingly out of thin air. The creature makes a popping sound as it fully materializes. The creature lets out a small, questioning sound. The people around look up, startled by the sudden appearance. Murmurs spread through the crowd as they take in the sight of the creature. The creature looks down, a bead of sweat forming on its brow. The assistant fairy introduces itself to the group. One of the men asks who is here to help with the quick proceedings. The assistant fairy asks everyone to listen to what it has to say. Hansu scoffs, calling them fake bastards. The quick proceedings involve telling everyone to fight and beat each other up. As the words sink in, a fight breaks out among the people. A voice booms, echoing with unnatural resonance. First, I welcome you all to the other world. The monstrous figure looms over a crowd, its form a grotesque tapestry of purple and gold. The voice continues, promising a surprising opportunity. Now on, a surprising opportunity will be given to everyone. A man in the crowd, his face etched with skepticism, shouts back. Otherworld? What's that? Stop the bullshit and send me home. The monstrous figure's face is a terrifying mask of sharp teeth and glowing eyes. The figure urges them to listen. Please listen to the explanation. Another man in the crowd wonders if the figure's tone has changed. The monstrous figure declares, its voice now laced with a strange promise. Infinite freedom is given to everyone in place. The figure continues, its words painting a picture of a world without restraint. Law, order, morals, and ethics. Have you dreamt of a world that is free from all rules? The monstrous figure's form seems to shift, its presence growing more ominous. It's not just that. The figure's voice drops to a sinister whisper. All the physical limitations. A towering figure, wreathed in crackling energy, declares that what weighs you down will disappear. Depending on what you do, the figure continues, you can infinitely grow stronger. The scene shifts to a blonde woman surrounded by golden light, the monstrous figure's voice echoing, like a hero in a movie. Arcane symbols glow with power. A small, winged creature exclaims, the chance to make everything you imagined come true. Isn't that awesome? The monstrous figure states that it will show a simple demonstration on what to do, asking if this is what is meant. Hansu, looking shocked, asks, "Wh?" Hansu's eyes widen as he witnesses something horrific. The sound of a brutal impact echoes. Two figures stand in shock, witnessing the aftermath of the violence. A scream pierces the air as blood splatters on the ground. The winged creature apologizes, stating that it doesn't like people who are loud and talk a lot. A voice booms out, commanding everyone to flee. A wave of terror washes over the crowd as they erupt in screams. A looming, shadowy figure watches the chaos unfold. A woman's desperate cry for salvation pierces the air. A voice echoes, laced with a chilling sense of inevitability. I told you. A monstrous figure with burning eyes grins menacingly. The monstrous figure booms, that I hate loud things. Those of you who are still alive will work hard, right? A group of people weep in despair. A cartoonish demon presents a rune, its expression disturbingly cheerful. A voice explains, this is called a rune. You can obtain it by killing anything that's alive. The voice continues, there are 8 other ones that look similar to this, and they appear randomly. This rune is colorless. The runes float in the air, each glowing with a different color. A voice whispers, but if you work hard and grow, you. The assistant fairy explains that one can obtain better runes. She adds that there is also a rune that increases strength. The assistant fairy holds up a rune. A group of people stand in the background, while Hansu considers the rune. He wonders if he should take it. Hansu reaches out his hand. Hansu raises his hand, considering the rune. Hansu reflects that it has been a while since he has used a rune. The assistant fairy holds up the rune. The assistant fairy praises Hansu's enthusiastic attitude. The assistant fairy tells Hansu to give her his hand. Hansu holds a rune in his hand. The assistant fairy says that runes twist the law and are really cool. The assistant fairy explains that, scientifically, Hansu's muscles had a limit weight of 117.1 kilograms. The assistant fairy continues, saying that it has increased to 122.3 kilograms. The assistant fairy exclaims that it's not just that, but the rune as well. He observes the assistant fairy, who seems to be searching for a specific reaction. The assistant fairy sighs, stating that it's boring to hear the same thing again when she already knows it, before adding that runes have different effects depending on their type. Hansu listens intently as the assistant fairy continues to explain the properties of runes. The assistant fairy explains that runes are full of abilities that cannot be explained by science, and she wants to show him one more time, asking if there is someone who wants to try. The assistant fairy, relieved, suggests they stop there. The assistant fairy says that no matter what happens, please take note. The assistant fairy says that no matter what rune or ability it increases. The assistant fairy says that it will not be a bad thing, and in order to become stronger, please gather a lot of runes. The assistant fairy says that, well, if you want to survive, that is. 3 figures look on with anticipation. One of the figures shouts to move, stating that it's mine. One of the figures shouts, "Ugh, this bastard." Someone shouts that the rune is theirs, demanding others move and get lost as they reach for it. Hansu exclaims that he got it. The assistant fairy speaks, judging from the guy who got the rune. It seems like he doesn't need her explanation. Someone declares they will take back this rune. Hansu and the others look shocked. Hansu realizes something, exclaiming that's right. The assistant fairy tells Hansu that if he touches his right ear, he can see what runes he has. A woman states that humans like to quantify things, right? Humans are normally 10. The assistant fairy tells Hansu that's all he needs to know. Kong Hansu sees a screen showing that his strength increased by 1. If he gathers more runes after hunting, his strength will increase. The disembodied voice explains that the numbers for mana and magic power can also increase. Kong Hansu, standing over a pile of corpses, hears the voice continue, stating that it doesn't matter what he hunts. A blonde man in a white hoodie is told that the start will be a little unfair. A woman with long brown hair is told that it will be like the place where she lived before. The assistant fairy floats in front of Hansu, telling him that it will give him something that will make him happy. The woman from before is told to forget about the past. A man holding a large knife is told to enjoy his new life. The voice declares that when it leaves, the tutorial will begin. The assistant fairy urges everyone to do their best, as Hansu wonders what the tutorial is. A woman screams that something is behind them. A shadowy figure descends with a sword amidst a dark aura. Multiple figures are engaged in combat, their forms blurred by speed and impact. A monstrous hand reaches out, claws extended, as a piercing scream echoes through the air. A grotesque monster, teeth bared and tongue lolling, looms into view. Hansu, standing beside Iris, wonders if this is the tutorial. The city looms, silent and ominous. A crowd of people huddles together, fear etched on their faces. A monstrous figure lurks in the shadows. Another grotesque creature prepares to strike. The monster's eyes gleam with predatory hunger. A woman grips a knife, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. The monster towers over the terrified crowd. A large, pale hand grips a dark staff, the knuckles white with tension. A voice pleads, urging everyone to calm down. A hand reaches out, fingers spread wide as if sensing an invisible barrier. A woman's voice cuts through the rising tension, advising everyone to slowly move backwards and avoid provoking whatever lies ahead. The group shuffles backward, their faces etched with fear. A man's face is visible among the crowd, his expression a mix of apprehension and determination. Another man's face is contorted with worry, sweat beading on his brow. Someone questions what is happening, sensing that something is amiss. A voice declares that something is blocking their path. A man reaches out, his hands glowing with a faint blue energy as he tries to break through the barrier. Voices cry out in desperation, demanding to be let out. A man expresses his shock and confusion, his face a mask of disbelief. The walls continue to close in, the geometric patterns glowing with an ominous blue light. He looks up in alarm as the walls press closer. Iris cries out, "Huh!" The walls are closing in. A guttural roar echoes through the chamber. Hansu and Iris exchange a look of fear. Monstrous figures emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monster's eyes glow with a menacing light. A monstrous roar tears through the air. Iris, brandishing a knife, shouts, "Damn it, I can't die like this." Hansu, his face etched with worry, wonders, "What's going on?" Hansu sprints forward, desperate to find a way out. Iris shouts, "You get over there." Hansu runs towards the barrier. Hansu thinks, "I don't know, I could just pass through here." Hansu, his expression a mix of hope and trepidation, reaches out towards the barrier. He stares in disbelief. Only 49 slots remain. A desperate voice cries out, "And me too." A figure sprints towards the barrier, encased in a blue, hexagonal glow. A voice wonders if the decreasing number could mean something. Panic rises as someone exclaims that only 50 people can leave. A desperate cry rings out, "Fucking move. I'm gonna go out." A multitude of hands reach towards the barrier, a desperate scramble for freedom. A scream pierces the air as someone is pushed back from the barrier. Hansu observes the chaos with a look of disdain. How pathetic, he thinks. Hansu resolves to take action. All 100 of us just need to get it together and fight. A voice reasons that sustaining injuries in the process is worth it to reduce casualties. A grim reminder, when he first arrived, roughly 40 people died to the goblins. He knelt amidst the fallen, the weight of their sacrifice pressing down on him. Of all the people who couldn't pass through the wall, only 10 survived. But it's a different story this time. First, he needed to clear this area and move on to the next stage. The thought solidified his resolve. A guttural roar tore through the air as the monsters surged forward, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. One of the creatures lunged, claws extended, aiming to tear him apart. A desperate cry echoed, "Someone save Dash." Reacting instantly, Hansu slashed out with his blade, a silver arc cutting through the air. The monster howled as the blade found its mark, impaling it with brutal force. He pressed his advantage, striking another creature with swift precision. A monster is slain. Another monster falls. Hansu clasps his hands together, a thoughtful expression on his face. He stands with other people. A tear rolls down his cheek. Hansu stands in the dungeon. "It's a bit uncomfortable, as this is my body from tens of years ago." Hansu grips a knife. He kneels down. Hansu thinks, "But I'm pretty lucky." Hansu looks at a screen. Dexterity doesn't just increase speed. A status window appears, showing Kong Hansu's stats, Strength 11, Dexterity 10.1, HP 9. The user's time warps, increasing reaction speed by 0.1 times. That means the user can do the same action that much faster. Kong Hansu moves with blinding speed. Just like this. Hansu's eyes glow with power. He grips a knife, ready to strike. The blade finds its mark. A monstrous face contorts in pain. Kong Hansu stands amidst the fallen. He continues his relentless assault. The monsters fall before him. He thought to himself that, as expected, they get riled up as soon as they see blood. Kong Hansu gripped his weapon, ready to strike. The weapon flashed with blue energy as he swung it towards a monster. He continued his assault, the blue energy cutting through the air. The attack landed with a resounding impact. Kong Hansu's eyes narrowed, his focus unwavering as he pressed the attack. Another monster was struck, the force of the blow evident. The monster fell, defeated by the onslaught. Kong Hansu stood amidst the chaos, a bruise forming on his face, but his resolve remained unbroken. One of the onlookers commented that the young man was fighting all alone. Another onlooker exclaimed in frustration, saying he didn't even know anymore. The remaining monsters loomed, a silent threat in the dimly lit dungeon. A goblin lunges, its grotesque features contorted in a snarl, teeth bared and ready to strike. A surge of energy crackles in the air. He cuts through the horde with a blade of pure blue light, the goblins falling before him like wheat to a scythe. More goblins swarm, their eyes gleaming with savage hunger. The blade sings through the air, a deadly dance of light and steel. Usually, there's no need to rush like this in the beginning, Kong Hansu thinks. The hunter's blade continues its work, leaving trails of light in its wake. But there's no time to dawdle around right now, he reminds himself. Including this place, there were many travelers. If you count the whole world, there would be an immeasurable amount. The first years that come here, for the following 3 months, you will be protected in the tutorial area. Once the 3-month period where you are protected by the tutorial area passes, the world changes. The second and third year students emerge from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. He steels himself, knowing that whatever he may think, this is a chance to prove his strength. A guttural growl echoes through the air, a prelude to the coming storm. He will be thrown into a fight with the Kang's face is set with grim determination. A chance to get stronger, even if just a little, is all he needs. Blood streaks down his face, but his gaze remains unwavering. A voice echoes, stating that he made the right choice in sending him to this period, Keldian. The aftermath of the battle is a scene of carnage, goblins lying dead amidst the debris. A goblin lies lifeless, its grotesque features frozen in a final grimace. He lies among the fallen, his body battered but unbroken, a testament to his will to survive. The crowd stared, their faces etched with disbelief. One of the onlookers gasped, he fought that many of them on his own? A goblin lay dead, a pool of blood spreading around its lifeless form. The back of Kong Hansu's jacket was stained with blood. He stood amidst the carnage, the only figure left standing. Kong Hansu stared down at his bloodied hand, his expression hardening. Monster. The purple creature speaks, its voice echoing through the dungeon. You must have worked hard. The amount of participants left is decent too, Hansu thinks, as he glares at the creature. Fucking devil. The purple creature asks, now you know how to survive here, right? A woman stands behind Hansu. She says, then I'll remove the wall now. The purple creature says, I have other things to do in other areas, so? Good luck. The group yells, fuck off. You motherfucker. Hansu thinks, it's not bad compared to before. A status screen appears for Kong Hyunsu. If it's this much, it's good enough for a tutorial. He examines a blade, something that looks pretty useful. The blade is described as a symbol of courtship. From here on, he thinks, I need to find a way to get stronger quickly first. Iris, Kongtae, Keldian. He wonders, if it were them, what would they have done? Now that I think about it, there was a guy that said something. Have you ever heard of hidden dungeons? Hidden dungeons? A towering dungeon looms, its architecture hinting at the immense challenge within. Iris admits that she wasn't able to clear it. No one was able to clear it. Iris wonders how Kong Hyunsu was able to get so strong, even though he only cleared up to the middle part. Kong Hyunsu agrees with Iris. Kong Hyunsu thinks that it wouldn't be right for him to be here in this place. As a member of Valkyrie, he should be proof of that. Kong Hyunsu reflects that if he could go back to the past, he would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. Kong Hyunsu thinks that if he had, he could probably beat you, Hansu. One thing's for certain, the harder the difficulty, the bigger the reward. When you succeed. Also, aren't you curious? About what's at the end? My goal has been decided. If I want to do that, there are things I have to take care of first. Kong Hyunsu stands tall, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepares for what's to come. Of the tutorial, and nobody has ever reached the end. Reach the end of the hidden dungeon, I have to obtain it. That's the only way to get stronger quickly. But first of all, I need to obtain the closest first hidden piece. He thinks to himself, let's see, it should be around here. What are you trying to do? A woman asks, what do you mean? I'm just asking you to come with us. Another man barks, ugh, I said we're going on our own. The conflicts are starting to happen everywhere. A woman asks, where do you think you're going? A man grips Hansu's wrist, his expression intense. He urges, we have to work together to survive. Another voice joins in, a woman's tone equally urgent. Don't you want all of us to live, huh? Hansu retorts, his voice clipped, I don't have time to pay attention to these things. I need to find the hidden piece since it'll disappear. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. A man's voice cuts through the silence, questioning, Hansu? Aren't you Hansu? Right. A thought bubble reveals Hansu's inner turmoil. Right, when I'm in a hurry. The first man presses, do you know me? Kong Hyunsu's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Another man shouts, hey, Kong Hansu, are you crazy? The man from before continues, his tone accusatory. We were all together just before arriving here. What are you saying? Kong Hyunsu's thoughts swirl, confusion clouding his features. How does he know my name? A sudden realization dawns on Kong Hyunsu. Oh, I remember now. The blonde man gestures emphatically, demanding, hey, are you listening? Why is this bastard acting like this? He recalled, we came on a trip here together. They all died, so I had forgotten. A woman is pulled away, someone shouting, let go. We're going to go with him. The woman is identified as Yumihi. Someone remarks, yeah, if it's her looks, she'll definitely invite trouble. Kong Hyunsu wonders, are those punks looking down on me? Someone observes, that bastard is. A man comments, the one that took care of the pack of goblins earlier. Someone considers, but if we attack him now, when he's tired? Someone shouts, hey. A man advises, you should hear people out until they're done talking. Another asks, who is that guy? Someone observes, he looks pretty hurt. Will he be able to do something when he looks like that? Another responds, you should come here while I'm talking nicely. A man says, the more, the merrier. You should come to us before we go to you. He reflects on the predictable nature of certain individuals, those who become overly excited during their first fight. The man considers the arrogance of those who don't know their opponent, yet believe they can win. A grim expression settles on the man's face, a silent promise of what's to come. A voice cuts through the air, demanding, do you understand what I'm trying to get at? Kang Hyunsu's face is marred by a bloody lip, a testament to the fight he's in, but his eyes gleam with a strange light. He spits out the words, a venomous promise, this bastard down. The man's face contorts in a snarl, his teeth bared in a silent threat. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. Do you have anything to say? A figure stands silhouetted against the light, a storm gathering around him. The man's gaze is intense, focused, a predator locking onto its prey. A voice booms, trying to reason, we're not bad people, boss. A proposition is made, laced with veiled threat. How about you go with us? Looking at the situation, there seems to be a lot to do. A voice suggests it would be better to act together. Kang Hyunsu's eyes narrow, a hint of defiance flickering within them. A disembodied voice muses on those eyes, noting that he's adjusted to this place perfectly already and will become an outlaw. A figure stands silhouetted against a red backdrop, flanked by two others. A voice declares that there's no reason to hide his true nature anymore, and that he's running wild like a hyena in the wild. A sinister grin spreads across a face, the voice declaring that in the end, he'll become. A hand clenches into a fist. A voice wonders if they should take care of him now. As Iris said, there's no reason to kill needlessly. But don't show mercy to the cockroaches who will bring harm during the Great War. Don't push people away so much. And do your best to take care of them. Kang Hyunsu is seen with blood on his face. A voice echoes, stating that Iris is saving many lives. Hansu stands over several men, declaring he doesn't have time to take care of them. He states that these types of guys will self-destruct when left alone, adding, whatever. Fuck off. Meanwhile, one man curses another, calling him that motherfucker. A man exclaims B-boss. A voice says that the little punk isn't important. A man states that he is setting order in this place. Elsewhere, a woman cries out, stating that they are in a weird place with weird monsters. A person is in distress, with a fairy nearby. The fairy is present. A man says that in here, the strong rule, and asks if they shouldn't take hold of this chance. A man says, let's go, Sungo. Several men bow their heads in unison. Yes, boss, one of them exclaims. A man with blonde hair looks off into the distance, a troubled expression on his face. Ugh, how is it that humans are scarier than goblins, he wonders. The blonde man continues, thinking to himself, anyways, I knew Hansu was a strange guy, but... Hansu is shown in a close-up, a slight frown on his face. Has he always been like this? He wonders. A memory surfaces, describing Hansu's past. He was a parentless bastard who always sat dazed in the corner. The man recalls, so I didn't think much of him. The blonde man stands next to Hansu, looking concerned. A close-up of Hansu's face reveals a blank expression. The words memory loss flash across the panel, accompanied by a close-up of Hansu's eye. The blonde man is surprised. What? Are you being serious? Why is he talking like that? Is he acting like an old man? Is it that obvious? Two women are shown talking, one of them covering her mouth as if stifling a laugh. One of them asks, what's up with that? A woman smiles knowingly. It's a pity. She would have lived a comfortable life. But here, beauty is a double-edged blade. If utilized well, it could become a powerful weapon. Well, I'm sure we'll do just fine. We've been walking without saying a single word since earlier. Do we have a destination? Yeah, Hansu. Where are we going right now? You'll know once you see it. This place is... destination. Hansu's expression remains unreadable. The subway station where the hidden piece is located. Gangnam Station. The group made their way through the tunnel. Their shadows stretched long before them. Iris glanced at Hansu, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Hansu thought to himself, I can't be bothered to explain every little thing. If it wasn't for what Iris said to me, I'd just be going around alone. Iris stated that she had a hunch. A voice exclaimed, superpower. A superpower? One of the group members stated, I mean, we've got fairies here. Superpowers honestly wouldn't even be that far-fetched. Iris asked, are you sure it's okay for us to follow him? Hansu replied, you don't have to. The group continues onward, descending deeper into the unknown. Yumihi and Sungo exchange worried glances. Iris says, it's up to you if you want to stand back and watch. He clicks his tongue, adding, whatever the hell it is, I hate seeing this guy acting up. Sungo voices his unease. Do I have a feeling this guy knows something? The group continues down the stairs, the air growing colder with each step. Yumihi looks around nervously, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Iris asks, hey, are you sure we're heading somewhere safe? This looks kinda spooky. Hansu replies, no, we're going to meet some friends who already reside here. Iris, taken aback, asks, what? Iris wonders, who the hell would live in a place like this? Is it someone you know? The sound of footsteps echoes through the stairwell. Hansu stops the group, saying, wait. Hansu's eyes narrow, a spark of intensity igniting within them. A figure raises a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light of the dungeon. Taesung screams, a sound of pure terror ripping through the air. A rush of air precedes the attack, the sound like a viper's strike. The attacker's eyes narrow, focused on their target. The scream continues, echoing through the dungeon's corridors. A voice shouts, warning Taesung to dodge the incoming strike. Taesung braces himself, attempting to evade the attack. The ground trembles as green worms erupt from beneath the surface, their bodies writhing. This dungeon is modeled after Gangnam Station. These are green worms that wriggle out after sensing vibrations coming from the ground. They hate sunlight, so they don't normally come out of the ground. If you get bit by its sloppy-looking mouth, a disembodied voice warns that flesh might be easily torn off, so one should be careful. Hansu holds a glowing object in his hand. Another voice warns that if you get bit, you'll faint and die before you get to do anything about it. The group looks on with concern. A man with spiky blonde hair looks determined. The man states that he'll show a simple way to deal with them. A knife is shown stabbing something. The knife continues to stab whatever is below. The stabbing continues. A voice muses that these four are useful. The group is shown in the background. The group is shown again, but the focus shifts to Hansu, who is holding a knife. A voice explains that if you're not confident about it, walk on top of unbroken marble slabs, and if you see a crack exposing bare ground, just stab it with the blade, watching your hands though. Hansu is shown listening intently. A woman with blonde hair states that she guesses you gotta poke the spot where dirt rises. Another voice agrees, stating that it's totally like a game of whack-a-mole. Hansu is shown holding a knife, ready to strike. He grips the knife tightly, preparing to strike the worm. The worm's gaping maw reveals rows of razor-sharp teeth. Hansu plunges the knife into the worm's flesh. He stands firm, ready for the next attack. Another worm emerges, its form grotesque and menacing. Blades of blue energy slice through the air, striking the worms with deadly precision. Hansu crushes another worm beneath his foot. A voice calls out, Hansu. Thank Dash, as another adds. There's no need to say anything further about him not joining the battle. Hansu walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the cavern. He thinks to himself, in the end, he'll only end up being a burden. A voice questions, but you already seem to know what's going to happen ahead of time. How do you know? If you can tell me, Dash. Hansu replies, didn't I tell you already? He states with a confident smirk that it's his superpower. The group looks on with varying expressions of shock and concern. A voice echoes, suggesting they focus on hunting. The murky water reveals grotesque worms lurking beneath the surface. Hansu holds a glowing rune in his palm, examining it closely. He questions why the others aren't picking the runes up. The group explains that they thought it would be better if he took the runes, protecting them in return, similar to someone who carries them in a game. Iris states that she's just from picking up the runes. Taesung suggests that it would be better if they gave all the runes to Hansu. Hansu asks if they'll protect him in return. A voice declares that they take what they hunt. Hansu states that if they want to come with him, he expects them to at least follow the most basic rules. Those who wandered the abyss for decades establish the most basic rules for the sake of coexistence. What hunt? In the case of group hunts, things will be distributed on the basis of contribution and priority. In the life-threatening crisis, relationships based on goodwill are more likely to fall apart. They'll all realize it soon enough how cruel and nasty this place truly is. The thing you must trust most are your own abilities. If you're useless, you're bound to be dumped. That's a rule. In that case, soon enough, they'll get so used to it, they won't even have to be told. A disembodied voice speaks of conflict, stating that they'll start fighting like dogs over possession of the runes. Two hands reach for a glowing, crystalline rune, its surface shimmering with trapped energy. Kong stands among his companions, a thoughtful expression on his face as he surveys the scene. Another member of the group calls out, pointing out a strange rune nearby. Kang's expression hardens, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he gazes at the rune. A digital display appears, identifying the rune as the essence of the Akrul troll tribe. A hand clutches the rune, its surface glowing with an inner light. A voice declares that taking the rune will grant them a superpower. The man with blonde hair declares that if he takes this, he'll gain a superpower. Hansu holds a glowing purple rune, a sinister smile spreading across his face as onlookers watch with concern. One of the men wonders if Hansu is going to put him in a pinch if he starts fussing now. The blonde man asks if he found this one, so he can keep it, right? Hansu nods, thinking that was unexpectedly easy. Hansu thinks that it's an Akrul troll tribe's essence. The narration states that the skill brings defense and regeneration power, both of which are necessary for survival, so it's quite popular. The rune glows with power. The narration states that it's more of a passive rune, and it does increase appetite, but as for the food, The narration states that someone can just steal it after becoming stronger, and the strength and proficiency of a skill. Runes of various colors float in the air. Runes are determined by their rank. Those with the power of magic usually have around a few hundred of them. Keldian himself acquired as many as over 1,000 skills. However, I was different. Kong Hyunsu's eyes narrow. Several runes lay on the ground. A hand reaches out to touch a rune. Kong Hyunsu holds the rune, which glows with a bright light. He thought, as for newly allowed. For your allowed count of skills, 7 is the limit. Had we known this before? You could have learned a stronger skill. Being restricted to only 7. As he thought, as for newly allowed. Was a fatal flaw, but I had a great strength. Unparalleled to this weakness. That was the endless evolution of skills he possessed. Essence of the Dororo lizard, which only adds to the fast regeneration, later on became strong enough to rival Kong Tae's immortal arts. And Ganglion's rapid rush came up to the level of Keldion's signature move, Space Tier. 7 stars. Ares gave him that nickname after his unique trait. This was the trait that allowed him to stand side by side with them as he caught up to them despite falling behind by a whole 20 years. The defining trait. He stood before them, the weight of their expectations settling on his shoulders. This was the reason he had returned. Kong Hyunsu knew he couldn't afford to make a mistake. Not this time. Ares' words echoed in his mind, a reminder to be cautious. While selecting the 7 skills to learn, he knew that if everything went according to plan, it would be a smooth ride before leaving the tutorial zone. Ares held a purple crystal in her hand, her expression determined. I'm going to learn it, she declared. The crystal pulsed with a soft, internal light. The physical resistance stat had been created, granting the essence of the Akrul troll tribe with a proficiency of 1%. Keldion held a similar crystal, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He had gained a physical resistance stat. The other stats increased a lot too. That moron. Keldion spoke, his gaze fixed on Hansu. I would have never given it up. Keldion's smile widened. Just you wait. I'll catch up to you in no time. Hansu says it's time to go. Another man agrees, suggesting they go together. One of the men states that it's better for the strong people to protect in the front. The other asks if he needs him too after all. Hansu wonders if he thinks of him as a rival. Hansu thinks that this shit just looks cute to him, but that doesn't mean he'll let it slide though. Footsteps echo through the area. The group descends the stairs. Hansu and a woman prepare to ride the subway. The woman asks if there are still any trains operating. Hansu says that she'll see. Footsteps approach. One man says that with all the dungeons he's been in, he bets the dungeons the other has been to don't even come close. One of the men wonders who's butting in. He remarks that someone was showing off their basically non-existent knowledge. Another member of the group says he'll tell them the fastest way to become strong. The man gestures, explaining that they need to get their hands on one important thing in the tutorial zone, adding that it's down in the subway. A narration box explains that the stations are located and structured differently, but it's the same everywhere until the 3rd floor. If you go through the portal in the middle of the stairs and go all the way down. The narration continues, stating that there's a subway that hasn't left yet, and if you can get on it, you're basically done. The only problem, the group realizes, is that it's hard to get there, as that subway will leave after a day. Hansu states that the hidden piece that he's got to solve today at all costs. Someone says, let's see what it is. The group walks towards a glowing blue portal. Yumihi thinks to herself that of all the times she's been to Gangnam Station, a voice exclaims that they've never heard of an entrance like this. Yumihi asks if they are really going in, questioning if they even know what's in there. She had expressed her concerns, but Kong Hyunsu states he's just going with his instincts. He adds that anyone who wants to go back is free to do so. A blonde-haired man declares that he's going in. Ares chimes in, stating that she's going in too. A dark-haired man observes that Yumihi has probably gotten a good feel for the situation. The dark-haired man continues, suggesting that someone like her is at even greater risk. He adds that she's going to have to get stronger somehow, even if it means getting cut in the face. Ares stands tall, a determined glint in her eyes. The blonde-haired man suggests that they can keep hunting here after all. Another voice agrees, adding, me too. A man wearing glasses states that he wants to go inside too. The dark-haired man questions the man with glasses, asking why he's going in there, given that he was too scared to even do anything earlier. Kong Hyunsu retorts that it's none of his concern. The blonde-haired man says that whatever he does doesn't matter to the other, does it? The blonde man's voice drips with venom. The fuck did you just say? You sure blabber a lot for someone getting a free ride. The blonde man's expression is one of pure rage, his eyes narrowed, and his finger pointed accusingly. The blonde man continues, his voice rising in anger. Cleaning up after you is. Hansu cuts him off, his voice firm. Stop with the pointless arguments. Hansu's expression hardens as he states, there's no time, so do whatever you want. The group stands together, the tension palpable in the air. Hansu turns away, his expression unreadable. A flicker of anger crosses Hansu's face. How dare those bastards insult me in front of me? A thought bubble appears, detailing the tutorial zone. There are over 1,000 types of mobs in the tutorial zone, and the terrain varies too. The environment shifts, showcasing the diverse terrain of the tutorial zone. Hansu continues his internal monologue. So there's bound to be common factors. Hansu's eyes widen in realization. Oh, no way. He wondered aloud if that was a convenience store. The interior of the convenience store came into view. Gangnam Station. He had said that there is always a convenience store on the 2nd floor of the subway. Hansu wondered if this was some kind of reward. A woman watched him, a puzzled expression on her face. He wondered if he should take different types of weapons. He had said it's more like a supermarket than a convenience store. Hansu thought that it really has everything he needs. Hansu, what are you doing? The woman looked at him with a mixture of surprise and concern. Cooking. She wondered what that was. A pot of bubbling green liquid sits on the stove, emitting an unsettling aura. The question hangs in the air. Green worm's blood? Below, Hansu kneels, seemingly oblivious to the implications of his actions. Iris watches him, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. She wonders what he was doing back then. A close-up reveals Hansu's focused expression. Goblin skin becomes highly poisonous when in contact with green blood. He adds the green worm's blood to the concoction. Next, he drops in the goblin skin. Sungo leans in, drawn by the aroma. That smells great. Give me just one bite, yeah? Hansu replies flatly. It's poison. Sungo explodes. What? If it's poison, you should tell that to people first. Hansu retorts. You're the one who came after smelling it. Iris and Taesung watch the exchange. Iris wonders how he knows how to make it, remarking that they never thought of cooking that. Sungo, exasperated, accuses him of evading the question. Hansu thinks to himself, superpower. My brain is welling up with knowledge. Hansu continues his internal monologue. In reality, I thought my head would explode memorizing all of this. Even if you return to the past, without knowledge, everything is useless. A close-up of a table covered in alchemical diagrams. It's the amount of information that matters. Reinforcing the items isn't the only important thing, but understanding why they're important is as well, if you have any brains at all. But you must not share this information with anyone. Bear this in mind. Future knowledge only hastens the decay of the abyss. You're not turning into Prometheus. You should only unravel this knowledge as planned when you really need it, without knowing the exact ratio and boiling time. This would be useless. This should be fine though. A viscous, dark purple liquid pours from a spout into a waiting container. A staff is dipped into the purple liquid. Iris watches the process intently. Can we use that too? Sure. The blonde man explains that each application requires half a strength or stamina rune. Iris looks on with concern. Hansu notes that they tend to fall apart easily. Hansu stands at a table, holding something in his hand. He offers to give it away for free, but adds that it's better in the long run. Hansu thinks that giving it away for free is probably not a great idea. The group stands together, the words one-sided relationships floating in the air. Hansu tells the blonde man that he'll give it to him later, letting him apply it first. Hansu smirks. A hand holds a bottle, a voice warning to be careful, as it will be very painful if it gets on your hand. The blonde man thinks that if Hansu plays it like that, he can't even snatch it from him. Someone says, me too. Hansu thinks he should begin the other preparations too. The blonde man thinks that of course he's going first, and that Hansu is really acting up now. A close-up of a backpack. He thinks this should be enough preparation. Someone says they're ready. Someone wonders why they are being looked at like that. Someone asks if they're trying to become others' bait with backpacks that big. Outside a convenience store, someone says unless they want to live their life fighting, they should bury it like this. Someone says that besides, if they swept up everything like that, other people will chase them with their lives on the line, and they should leave some stuff behind. Hansu thinks that at first, he thought he was just quiet. Iris thinks that he's more than a great fighter. Hansu and Iris stand outside the convenience store. Someone wonders if they can't get a superpower like that too. A poster is shown, looking for a missing person. The poster says that hundreds of millions of people were missing up until yesterday, but not a single one of them came back. A voice echoes with the determination to survive, no matter the cost. A figure kneels, shrouded in shadow, a silent vow etched in their posture. The hand clenches, a desperate plea against the inevitable. I don't want to die, at any cost. Another voice, resolute and unwavering, declares, to survive, I have to do my part. He walks alongside Iris, a sense of purpose radiating from him. And if there's Hansu. Hansu stands beside a woman, their expressions unreadable. Walking away, Hansu and Iris leave the scene behind. A voice filled with resentment spits out, that bastard, acting like he's all that. A man with blonde hair stares intently, his gaze unwavering. The man with blonde hair speaks to Hansu, saying, hey, take care of mine too. Kong Hansu's name is called out, drawing attention to him and his companions. A question hangs in the air. That superpower you mentioned. The blonde man stares intently, his expression unreadable. Kong Hansu looks up, lost in thought. Probably. The blonde man stands beside Kong Hansu, while Iris watches with a concerned expression. He said among the people who came to this world. Keldian's words echo in his mind. Several people developed special powers that they didn't have in reality. The memory continues, a harsh directive. So if someone's not of any use to you, get rid of them. Fucking get rid of them. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What's wrong with him? The blonde man smiles knowingly, a hint of malice in his eyes. Kong Hansu's expression hardens. Are you still pissed off about me getting angry at you at the start? He reflects, it's not something I'm used to, because I didn't have much to talk about. A distant memory of people walking away. For the last 5 years before I came back here, fighting against species of the abyss that kept surging in, hope slowly turned into despair. And be under him. And despair dulled everything. A man with gold hair wonders if Hansu hit his head fighting, or why he's acting like that all alone. Hansu clicks his tongue, thinking if only it wasn't for that damn superpower, he wouldn't have to embarrass himself. He thinks he just gotta wait till he becomes strong, then Minhee and he can start dating. He'll get rid of this fucker, Sangjin, and boss Hansu around. The man with gold hair is standing behind Hansu. The man with gold hair says to wait. Hansu kneels down, wondering what it is. Is this slime? Judging from the type of slime, it doesn't belong to a sword snail. It doesn't have that distinctive of a sour odor. So it's not a slashed-up zombie either. That leaves just one possibility. It's a land mermaid. The group stands in the dimly lit area, the air thick with anticipation and the scent of damp earth. Hansu crouches, his fingers tracing faint patterns on the ground. These are definitely traces of a land mermaid. The faint, rhythmic pulsing of some unseen force vibrates through the cavern. A monstrous visage fills the frame, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. It wouldn't be hard for it to sever our limbs. The grotesque form of the land mermaid is revealed, its body a twisted mockery of life. Rising to his feet, Hansu's expression hardens with resolve. But I have a plan. Sungo watches Hansu, concern etched on his face. Stop acting like a know-it-all alone again. Hansu turns to the group, his gaze intense. Follow me. You'll be surprised to see this. Come and help me. The group exchange uncertain glances, a silent question hanging in the air. Several bottles sit clustered together, their contents yet unknown. The bottles gleam, reflecting the dim light of their surroundings. Someone takes a swig from one of the bottles. We didn't have gasoline, but this should be enough. Hansu and Yumehee stand over the bottles. Firebomb. Don't tell me these are from the convenience store earlier. A man with blonde hair holds a bottle. Is this a superpower too? How convenient for you. The blonde man continues. You must prefer this place to our original world, right? I mean, you can do whatever you want. The blonde man smirks. If I had the power to do that. Hansu asks, something wrong. A small fairy says, just kill him. Another says, no, you can't. A man laughs, his expression dark. A drawing is shown. Plan now. Listen carefully. When one person throws the firebomb, the drawing continues. The other three will come forward and attack. Hansu and Yumehee look at the drawing. Someone says, Kek, you're really bad at drawing. He declares that he will take the lead. Iris looks at him, while the blonde man seems to agree that someone competent should be protecting the front lines. Kong asks who will throw the firebomb, his hands outstretched. Iris suggests they come to an agreement on who's going to throw it. Kong thinks that arguing with Yumehee is kinda. Yumehee is surprised. A small figure suggests that the two of them can take turns. Footsteps echo in the distance. The group continues walking. Keldian thinks about how far they are going, and that he can't even say that he wants to back out at this point. Keldian thinks that he came because he didn't want to be left behind, but wonders if the rest of them are really okay with this. Kong looks nervous. Iris looks nervous. Kong touches Iris' shoulder. The group continues walking. The group stands ready, the tension palpable in the air. Yumehee is instructed to throw a bottle towards the source of the noise. She steels herself, muttering, let's not be weak, yeah. Yumehee focuses, the firelight reflecting in her eyes. I can do this. The bottle flies through the air, a streak of glass against the gloom. It shatters in a burst of flame, bathing the corridor in a hellish glow. A monstrous figure is caught in the blast, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The flames engulf the creature, its silhouette writhing against the inferno. The fire rages, consuming everything in its path. Hansu hears Yumehee exclaim, I got it. Hansu watches the flames burn. A warning echoes, the rest of us will attack now. Be careful, don't let the paralyzing venom that they spit touch you. He continues his fight against the monsters, the air thick with the smell of burning flesh and ozone. Hansu thinks to himself, that rascal's taking all the runes for himself again. He strides forward, the heat of the flames licking at his back as he presses onward. A skeletal monster lunges from the shadows, its claws aimed at his throat. He parries the attack, the force of the blow sending sparks flying. Hansu grits his teeth. Damn it, I almost missed dash. The monster recoils, its skull-like face contorted in a silent scream. A smirk plays on Hansu's lips. This thing works really well. He holds a glowing artifact in his hand, its power humming with barely contained energy. Hansu thinks, is worth the runes, isn't it? With this, I can catch up with that bastard in no time. He activates the artifact, unleashing a surge of power that shatters the ground beneath him. The skeletal monster is engulfed in the blast, its red eyes glowing with pain and fury. He narrowly avoids the monster's fiery attack. Kong Hyunsu retaliates, slicing through the air with his blade. The blade finds its mark, tearing through the monster's flesh. Hansu thinks to himself, it's just as I expected, in a fight against a flammable paralyzing venom. He dodges another attack, the firebombs proving to be an excellent choice. The blade, though dull, is still effective. Hansu recalls, since this is what I prepared the venom for anyway. The monster roars in agony, its form engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, another figure moves swiftly through the shadows. A blond man smiles, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He reaches for the runes, thinking, all these runes, they all belong to me. The man lets out a guttural sound as he absorbs the rune's power. A blade slices through the air, cutting into flesh. A figure collapses to the ground, clutching their leg in agony. Cook! A voice echoes with rage and humiliation. Fuck! Everyone's looking. This is humiliating. A grotesque creature looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monster's claws drip with a viscous fluid, ready to strike. The creature lunges forward, its horrifying visage contorted in a silent scream. Its body twists unnaturally, a grotesque parody of human form. The injured figure lies prone, a knife clattering uselessly beside them. The figure's face contorts in rage and desperation. Damn it, these fucking pieces of shit. The injured figure cries out in terror. Gee, get the fuck away from me. Fucking help me. A woman clutches a bag, her expression panicked. I'm all out of firebombs. A man, his eyes wide with fear, pleads, switch with me. Urgent pleas fill the air, a desperate chorus begging for light. He fumbles with a lighter, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tries to ignite the flame. Done. A grotesque figure, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, holds a lit lighter aloft. Kong Hyunsu recoils, his eyes widening in shock as he witnesses the scene. An explosion erupts, bathing the area in a blinding flash. A man's face contorts in fury, his voice a thunderous roar. I told you to throw the damn firebomb, not. Blue energy surges around Hansu, a protective aura forming around him. The blue energy intensifies, radiating outwards in a powerful wave. Hansu sits on the ground, seemingly unharmed but shaken by the events. The man kneels before Hansu, his expression a mix of concern and frustration. Calm down. Hansu states with newfound resolve. If you do that, there won't be any problems. He takes a step forward, his destination unknown. The sound of footsteps echoes through the area. Kong Tae crouches, gathering his strength. Take a break and pick up your runes. A voice booms out, was dead. He examines his leg, noting, maybe it's thanks to the skill, but I've already healed. Kong Tae rises to his feet, ready to move on. A figure stands in his path, a massive blade held at the ready. This calculative rascal. He was so strict in dividing them. The blond man glares at Kong Tae. A close-up reveals the man's intense gaze. Choi Sangjin declares, come and take your. Kong Tae's eyes widen in shock. What are you? Hyuk. A hand lunges forward, fingers outstretched. The sound of something being seized echoes in the air. Choi Sangjin's name is shouted. Choi Sangjin's face contorts into a sinister grin as he grips Hansu's neck, his fingers digging into the flesh. The grip tightens, cutting off Hansu's air supply. Choi Sangjin's eyes gleam with malicious intent. Choi Sangjin grabs Taesung by the neck, his grip tightening. Taesung manages a strangled, ugh, as he struggles to breathe. Choi Sangjin sneers. Hey, you dumb fuck. You couldn't even throw a goddamn firebomb. Did you forget I almost died because of you just now? Gasping for air, Taesung croaks. That's because you. Yumihi shouts. Jin Taesung. What the hell are you doing? Quickly let go of him. Choi Sangjin retorts. He's going to die at this rate. You lucky bastard. Taesung coughs, his face contorted in pain. Choi Sangjin tightens his grip, his voice a low growl. Not long ago, you were crawling with your head down. Seems like you've forgotten your place. Just follow others for the rest of your life like your dad, and don't act up. Choi Sangjin's eyes narrow. I'll be taking these for myself. A close-up reveals Choi Sangjin's hand, his grip unwavering. Taesung exclaims, what the fuck? He declares that it's not their share, pointing a finger to emphasize his point. Choi Sangjin scoffs, questioning if they know it's the same as throwing it in the bin. Another figure laughs, as he suggests that he and the other person can share these. A voice wonders if they would do fine without him. Choi Sangjin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed and a sneer twisting his lips. Hansu states that the distribution must be fair, adding that they're not to mess with someone's livelihood in the first place. Choi Sangjin dismisses his concerns, calling it livelihood bullshit and telling him not to regret it. Choi Sangjin warns that he'd better watch over his share himself. A tense silence hangs in the air. Yumihi steps forward, trying to defuse the situation. Yumihi calls out to Hansu, asking if he's not annoyed because of them. Yumihi expresses her concern with the situation as it is. Hansu states that he just figured that seeing fights must be frustrating for her, and that this is good enough for him. Hansu states that he's not going to complain about something the other person is bad at. The woman asks if that means he's going to move around with them till the end. It's just that Hansu acts like he'd leave any moment. It's up to him to follow. Hansu walks forward with a blue backpack. Yumihi stands in a hallway with Hansu and another person in the background. Mostly stamina and strength runes were dropped. Hansu walks forward, thinking that the organism's characteristics can't be ignored after all. Hansu thinks it's not a bad thing since both stamina and strength are important right now. Kong Hansu realizes these just happen to be the stats he needs. His strength is 25.3, stamina is 24.5, dexterity is 14.1, and sense is 15.2. More stats are displayed. Strength 25.3, stamina 24.5, and dexterity 14.1. He sits, a contemplative stillness settling over him. A system notification appears. The sum of his stamina and strength stats have surpassed 50. The assistant fairy appears. Another system notification displayed. First achievement accomplished. A new notification congratulates him on being the first traveler. Kong Tae wonders why that thing popped up here and where it came from, realizing he got him. The assistant fairy asks if he is the traveler who raised his hand the other time. wondering who was going this fast, and admitting her judgment wasn't wrong after all. The assistant fairy states that they always love people who make an effort. The assistant fairy adds that he is the most active traveler. The assistant fairy asks if he is curious as to what it is, and if she should tell him or not, as Yumihi tells him to come out. Yumihi appears surprised, thinking that it is unfair. The assistant fairy says that they had different physical stats to begin with, and that he doesn't need to be that afraid. The assistant fairy explains that once they start, they wouldn't touch each other. She seems startled by something. We don't kill you just because we don't like you. But there's bound to be exceptions, isn't that right? The unseen figure looms, its eyes gleaming with malice. And you could be one too. The assistant fairy laughs, floating near Yumihi. Of course, I'm only kidding. I never get bored of doing this. Yumihi asks, what was it again? Unfair, was it? Come on, you should know better. The assistant fairy states, you have an unmatched superior aspect compared to others, right? Yumihi looks on, a thoughtful expression on her face. The assistant fairy continues, you don't get rid of it just to be on par with everyone else though. Life has always been unfair. A dark mood settles over the scene. The assistant fairy declares, now, it's time to get your reward. The unseen figure states, I already know what the reward is. The prize for surpassing a certain number for a combination of stats is... The figure's eyes gleam. 3 runes of your choice. The assistant fairy asks which runes he desires, suggesting dexterity or sense. She then proposes a healing rune. The fairy explains that even though it's expendable, the healing rune can heal a hole in one's stomach and most poisons. Kongtae listens intently as the assistant fairy describes the healing rune. One of the onlookers expresses surprise at the mention of a healing rune, recalling that it was useless when a limb was torn off. A voice emphasizes the rune's ability to help one survive danger at least once. One of the onlookers wonders if, by any chance, Kongtae might use at least one of the runes for them if things go wrong. Kongtae wonders if there is a rune that is immune to magic. The assistant fairy expresses surprise at the question. The assistant fairy confirms that of course there is such a rune. One of the onlookers comments that Kongtae doesn't care much after all, wondering if that means a trick of this level is okay. Kongtae thinks to himself that healing runes are nice, but magic and physical immunity. One of the onlookers remarks that the runes are hard to get in the tutorial, unless you're a special case like Kongtae, who just picked them up. Increasing your stamina only affects the speed of your activity and recovery. While physical and magic resistance are more fundamental, defense or immunity is key. He thinks he can make up for physical attacks to some extent with experience. But magic attacks are different. Kongtae's stats are displayed. Strength 25.3, stamina 24.5, dexterity 14.1, sense 15.2, magical immunity 13. This should be enough to prevent immediate death, right? Now that he's done his part, the assistant fairy will get going. She adds that she is counting on him. Someone says to do well in the future, handsome appa. Another person realizes that the guy is a girl. Moving. Someone asks what's with their expressions. Someone replies that it's nothing. A sign indicates the 3rd floor. The woman wonders if he's making poison again. But Kong is thinking about the collection of the runes. The woman notes that his movements seem to be the same as earlier, questioning why his speed is still the same despite having so many runes. She thinks he has sharp eyes. Kongtae holds up his hand, revealing a rune. He states it's because of this. The woman expresses surprise, asking about that. A close-up shows Kongtae's hand holding a glowing rune. The woman exclaims, wondering how he knows that. Kongtae responds that it's with his superpower. The group stands around, listening intently. Kongtae explains that first, it slows down the hunt, so basically, you can't keep as many runes. He continues, stating that second, the runes are meaningless if he dies. Kongtae concludes that runes that he collects this way will all drop if he dies. A voice declares that whether they follow or collect runes, they don't care what the others do. Elsewhere, a group walks away, their destination unknown. A voice insists that someone needs to listen to them right now. A figure demands that someone hand over all their weapons. Hansu's expression hardens, his gaze intense. A voice questions if they are being robbed. The figure insists, asking why they should hand over their weapons when they have their own. A broken blade lies on the ground, deemed too rough to use. The speaker also needs extra blades. The figure yells, questioning if they think he'd get it. A voice declares that if they take it all, they'll have to fight too. Choi Sang-jin asks what they expect him to do, stand with their thumbs in their mouths behind his back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Iris looks on with concern, while Hansu remains stoic. Someone shouts for another to shut up. The figure stands in a brightly lit area, their intentions unclear. The man asks if they want to fight the guy down there. Choi Sang-jin responds with confidence, asking what there is to be scared about. Choi Sang-jin declares that he has always hated that condescending look in their eyes, his expression filled with rage. Hansu wonders if he was just ignored again, realizing that Choi Sang-jin doesn't know what's down there. But this is where he draws the line. Choi Sang-jin states that he will give them 2 options, holding up 1 finger. He continues, holding up 2 fingers, and says to pursue it on their own. Choi Sang-jin orders the others to stay out of it and watch him apprehensive alone. Hansu, his expression troubled, wonders aloud, what do you want to do? He decides, I'll stay out of it. Iris, her expression determined, declares, I'll do the same as well. The blonde-haired man insists. That's why we should fight together. Let's help each other when we're. The blonde-haired man fumes. That rascal wants to leave his friends behind. A voice declares, and take all the prizes for himself. You're just going to let him do it? I don't care if that loser Sangjin stays out. A voice frets. But if Yumihi is out too, that'll put me in a pinch. The voice continues. Friend, huh? That's a good word. Hansu, his expression unreadable, thinks, though I have memories of being your friend. You should be glad Keldian didn't come back here. A figure muses. By now, he'd probably be wandering around in the indigo or purple zone right now. A voice declares, I can't stop here. Hansu grits his teeth, thinking, I need to get there as soon as possible. Hansu states, enough. Think about it downstairs. A shimmering barrier hangs in the air. The blonde-haired man, burdened by a backpack, voices his apprehension. He can't believe Hansu is going to fight it all alone. Hansu's gaze hardens, a steely resolve etched upon his face. He's not in his right mind either. A serpentine creature, armored and menacing, looms in the darkness, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The armored serpent is surrounded by glowing blue energy. Hansu plummets down a shaft. The armored serpent hisses. Hansu's eyes narrow with determination. Hansu stands ready. A red glow emanates from the serpent. The serpent's attack intensifies, the red glow becoming blinding. The serpent unleashes a devastating attack. A blast of crimson energy slams into the serpentine creature. The impact erupts in a shower of sparks and shattered rock. Kong Hansu expected this. The magic resistance of the creature made the attack bearable. Powerful shockwaves emanate from the serpentine creature, requiring magic to generate. A close-up reveals the creature's thick, overlapping scales. The scales are so tough that no ordinary sword can slice through them. Another blast of crimson energy strikes the serpentine creature. Kong Hansu prepares for another attack, blue energy crackling around him. He knows its weakness. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, focusing his power. A blue energy blast slams into the creature. It's not an easy opponent. Its scales may be strong. The creature's scales crack and bleed under the force of the attack. The serpentine creature roars, its voice echoing through the cavernous space. But the area between them is bound to be weak. The creature's massive scales gleam under the dim light, a testament to its formidable defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Hansu hurls a dagger with pinpoint accuracy towards the creature's vulnerable spot. The creature bellows in pain as the dagger finds its mark. Its jaws snap shut, teeth gnashing in fury. Channeling a surge of red energy, Kong Tae unleashes a devastating attack. The creature recoils, struck by the force of the blow, blue energy crackling around it. The impact sends debris flying as the creature struggles to maintain its footing. The ground trembles beneath the creature's immense weight. Kong Tae, relentless, follows up with another blast of crimson power. The creature is battered, its scales cracking under the relentless assault. His eyes burning with determination, Hansu prepares to deliver the final blow. He prepares to strike again, the dagger held ready in his hand. The poison begins to take effect, purple energy radiating from the wound. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with its toxic presence. The purple glow pulses, a visible sign of the poison's spread. The effect continues to intensify, the poison eating away at the serpentine creature's defenses. The serpentine creature reels, finally reacting to the poison's insidious touch. Kong Hansu coughs, the air thick with the creature's venomous aura. The serpentine creature convulses, its scales shimmering with an unnatural light as the poison courses through its veins. The dagger drips with the creature's blood, a testament to the poison's potency. This is a tutorial zone, so even with high physical resistance. The serpentine creature hisses, admitting, I'm vulnerable to poison. Kong Hansu grips the dagger, his eyes narrowed with determination. He states, I've got 5 blades left. He grips the dagger tightly, knuckles white against the worn handle. 1 or 2 aren't going to do the job. He prepares to throw the dagger, his eyes narrowed in concentration. With a grunt, he throws the dagger at the serpentine creature. The dagger pierces the snake's scales, drawing a hiss of pain. Meanwhile, dust motes dance in the air, illuminated by the dim subway lights. Yumihi's expression is one of concern. They're quite far away. And yet the sounds are echoing all the way up here. Yumihi wonders if Hansu will be okay. Elsewhere, Sungo calls out, Mihi, why aren't you coming? The group stands in the subway station. They don't have any daggers on them, so they gotta run back to the convenience store. Yumihi's brow furrows with worry. She declares that she has to go see him, while another member of her group questions her decision and asks her to wait. The blonde man grits his teeth, thinking that the others have been ignoring him since they arrived. Another member of the group says, screw it. The group continues to walk down a hallway. Yumihi shouts, Hansu, are you Okadash? Meanwhile, Kong Hansu's eyes widen in shock. The reincarnator faces the serpentine creature, holding a weapon. He holds a knife, ready to strike. The serpentine creature steps on Kong Hansu, blood splattering. Kong Hansu is stepped on by the serpentine creature, as Yumihi shouts his name. A monstrous snake looms over Hansu, its red eye glowing menacingly. Hansu, it roars. Hansu, blood trickling from his temple, curses his delay. He thinks, I stalled for too long. A hand grips a knife, knuckles white with tension. Hansu faces the massive serpent, determination etched on his face. The snake's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. Recovering midair, Hansu plunges the knife into the serpent's flesh. The serpent recoils, hissing in pain. A voice echoes, "Good. I managed to stab it with 3 of them." Hansu examines his torn sleeve, a grimace twisting his features. "It chewed my arm pretty badly one time. I guess that's it for these clothes." He thinks to himself that he raised his stamina, so he will heal. The narration explains that in later stages, races exhibit enhanced resistance and healing abilities due to their evolved characteristics. The narration explains that these poisons are ineffective, and using powers and authorities makes it even more challenging. However, early poison proves to be an effective offensive method, and he wouldn't have come this far without the paralyzing poison. Blood streaks down Hansu's face, but his expression is calm as he grips the knife. He thinks to himself that it's much easier now. The giant snake lies defeated. The snake's massive head rests on the ground. Hansu walks away from the defeated beast. Iris calls out to Hansu, asking if he is okay. Hansu asks why she is still here. Iris explains that she came because she was worried, but it seems she shouldn't have. Iris asks if his arm is okay. Hansu replies that it's basically just a scratch, and it's already healing, so she shouldn't worry about it. He thinks to himself that he can't believe he fought against a monster like this all alone. Someone thinks that they knew that guy was strong, but there's such a huge difference between them. Hansu wonders how he can catch up to him. Hansu wonders as he looks at the snake. Iris asks Hansu what's wrong. Perhaps because it was quite a strong monster, the reward is the scaled snake's shockwave. Hansu thinks this will be greatly useful if he has the magic rune, but he can't use this right now since he needs magic to activate it. Someone asks if he is planning to use it, considering the size of that monster. It must be amazing, and they are kinda jealous. Hansu says no, he won't use it. Someone thinks that they can only use 7, so there's no way they'd keep something like this. Then, they ask if they can use it. Another person is reaching out to Hansu. Someone says that he won't even be able to use it properly, and to know where he damn belongs. If he's thinking of giving it to him, don't and just give it to me. He flashes a smug grin, his fingers forming a playful gun gesture. A blonde man leans in, his expression challenging. "You think there's a point in you using it?" he asks, a sneer twisting his lips. "The guy who was cowering behind me not long ago?" The blonde man continues, his voice rising in threat. "If I have a super strong one, I can do as much as you. No, I can do way better." "Way better? I guess the beating earlier wasn't enough, huh? Want me to break that neck of yours?" A girl in a school uniform interjects. "Guys, stop fighting." The blonde man grabs Kong Hyun-soo by the collar, his face inches away. "What are you two doing?" he demands, his grip tightening. Kong Hyun-soo retorts, his expression unreadable. "I never said I'd give it to you. I'm going to sell it." Kong Hyun-soo holds up his hand, a small cut visible on his cheek. "I'll give you a 5% discount if you buy it now," he offers, a hint of desperation in his voice. The scene shifts to a chibi-style depiction of the characters, the tension still palpable. The chibi Kong Hyun-soo asks, "Can I pay in installments?" The schoolgirl stands in a hallway, her expression thoughtful. A voice asks, "Did you decide?" The schoolgirl's eyes narrow, a plan forming in her mind. Asterisk, just as I expected. They don't trust each other, so that leaves only one of them. Asterisk. He noticed, above all, Iris consuming the magic rune earlier. Hansu thought she didn't really have to hide it since she killed and obtained it herself. But no surprise there. The more hidden cards you have, the better, Hansu mused. Was it her survival instinct? Hansu wondered if Iris might have great senses in that aspect. She is here. Since he agreed to a 5% discount, Hansu will only take 6 of the strength runes. Iris smiled. "You're really thorough." Iris continued, "Don't think of it as me being mean. If you get into the habit of getting free stuff in a place like this, you'll die in no time." Iris stated, "There's no deal without a price in this world." Iris held a rune in her hand, her expression unreadable. Iris thought to herself, "Now let's try making it, shall we?" The narration box stated, "The presence of a scaled snake means there's a Zeterium nearby." Hansu walked down a hallway. He recalls seeing it up close earlier, a stroke of luck. A collection of shimmering crystals stands before him, their surfaces catching the light. He carefully picks up one of the crystals, its form angular and sharp. Iris observes, noting that Hansu is using his superpower again. Iris wonders if it's an awl or a needle, noting that it appears metallic but feels soft. The group continues down the corridor, the air thick with anticipation. Hansu holds a large knife to the crystal, preparing to cut it with precision as Iris watches. Iris wonders what incredible thing he's planning to craft this time. The assistant fairy looks on, curious about what Hansu is doing. A strange, fleshy object lies on the ground, its texture unsettling. Iris finds it nasty, questioning what he's going to use it for and if he's making poison again. Hansu stirs a pot containing the scales, stating that this time, it's different, as the scales on a scaled snake's skin are quite strong, but not strong enough to be used as a weapon. Therefore, new ones need to be created. The book displays the 11th of 134 weapon combinations that can be made with the monsters and materials in the tutorial. The needle has a limited area of effect, making it challenging to inflict secondary damage like bleeding. However, If you can pinpoint your opponent's weaknesses accurately, and you're confident in your ability to hit that weakness, the needle's the best choice. The tip is a bit blunt. Well, I crafted it by hand, so I guess I have no other option. The needle pierces through the target. That's right, I need at least this level of strength. Considering the time the alchemist took to refine the combination for creating the best weapon from the basic materials at the beginning, this effort is worthwhile. And I have to do this to break through his defense. The monster I need to defeat to obtain the second hidden piece. The monster growls. He tests the flexibility of the newly crafted weapon, bending it with his hands. Hansu observes the weapon, thinking, finally, this weapon seems useful now. The reincarnator examines the handle of the weapon, his fingers tracing its contours. Hansu considers the weapon's potential, musing, could have made a better weapon. Scaled snake isn't bad either, it's the best option. A blonde-haired man looks on with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. The blonde man asks, can I buy that? I'm willing to give you all my runes to buy that. Hansu holds the weapon aloft, thinking, with all the work this guy has put into it. He continues his internal monologue. I'm sure it's nothing compared to my current weapon. Hansu considers the offer, thinking, well, it's a tricky weapon to use. I'd sell it to you if you're interested, but I can't make more. I've used up all of the materials. The blonde man grits his teeth, thinking, so basically he used it all for himself. Selfish bastard. Hansu dismisses the frustration, thinking, no, I'm sure there's more good stuff up ahead. I should just endure it. A voice declares, this appears to be our final destination. The subway is clean and has electricity. It doesn't seem like there's any more fighting, so it's time to reap the rewards. Iris asks why he is boarding the subway. Hansu tells them to get out, as this is for one person. Hansu repeats that only one person can ride, telling them to get off. Hansu stands inside the subway as the others look on. Sungo says that he could be wrong. Iris asks what rule says they have to go. Taesung asks why Hansu gets to pick and choose as he sees fit after all the fighting they did together. Sungo says that they came this far with their help. Hansu tells them to say they need help. Hansu calls them fools. The group stands together, the tension palpable. The air crackles with unspoken words, as one of them observes, it's wise to grab your chances, but there's one thing you haven't realized enough. Hansu grips a weapon, his expression unreadable as he stands in the subway car. The weapon slams into the floor of the subway, the impact echoing through the car. A voice declares, because there are no rules in this world. Blood streaks Hansu's face, a grim testament to the violence that has unfolded. Hansu's voice cuts through the tension, offering a stark choice. You can either get off now, or you can settle this with me here. Standing over the others, Hansu issues a cold warning. Later, discuss this with your lawyer and file a complaint if you choose to do so. A close-up reveals the chilling resolve in Hansu's eyes, the blood on his face a stark reminder of his ruthlessness. The offer hangs in the air, a veiled threat. Choose any one of the two. One of the men stares back, his face a mask of shock and fear. Three figures stood in the doorway, the air thick with anticipation. A woman gazed out the window, lost in thought. Damn bastard. The blonde man wondered if he was serious about that. He thought to himself that the man talks like he's in his 40s, but all he does is crazy shit. One of the men suggested that if the three of them attacked him together, they might stand a chance. One of them thought that if they won, he'd get all of his weapons and runes. Another man considered that if they lost, they could just apologize then. He wouldn't kill them, would he? He thought it was worth the risk. The man looked down, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrowed, a glint of determination in them. Fucking bastard. If he had made even the slightest move, Hansu thinks, he would have been killed on the spot. He's capable of much more than just that, a voice says. I'll see you later then. How could I freeze up just from his glare? Fuck. We shouldn't have pushed him so far, a woman thinks. We owe him for getting this far, she continues. We shouldn't have provoked him like that. A bead of sweat trickles down her face. Let's move on. We need to keep going, a woman says. What's wrong with striving for strength? Aren't we here to get stronger, no matter what it takes? I will get stronger. If I summarize the information I have on this place. This is what I've gathered. The journey will make stops at 20 stations. The artifact found in each station is random. Once a station is passed, there's no going back. He thinks to himself that it's a structure that causes mental conflict. There's no guarantee of a positive outcome, so he knows he needs to be careful. He notes that he's already at the 12th station. Larune's circlet, Keetel's nails, Agrang's steel glove. Hansu has collected 8 weapons. Perhaps because they're weapons you can get with a hidden piece, they're pretty good quality. Even if he gets the Larune circlet, combined with the sense stat, it helps reveal monsters' weaknesses in the first half. However, Hansu already knows the weaknesses of all the monsters, so it's not useful for him. He already has weapons, so he hopes for something different. Maybe something like a mobility boost. With that, he could move more freely in battle, or at least. Hansu's expression is thoughtful. He spots something new, a pack labeled Maniac's Cloud Snack, resting on a raised platform. Hansu approaches the platform, his gaze fixed on the item. The man thinks to himself, I didn't know this was available. The description on the pack of Maniac's Cloud Snack cigarettes reads, when you put one in your mouth, rune stats start rising. As you smoke, the stats keep increasing. The text continues. If you finish it and inhale the smoke, all rune stats rise by about 20%, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Hansu's eyes narrow. This is it. He picks up the pack, examining it closely. The description adds, despite being unusable outside the tutorial zone, there's nothing better available here. Hansu holds the pack of cigarettes, a thoughtful expression on his face. Cigarettes, huh? It's been a while. A voice echoes in his mind. Smoking again like before? Keep telling yourself every time you smoke. The voice continues. You look much older, you know. He is embraced by Iris, her golden hair cascading around them. Iris stands, her form ethereal and radiant. Iris warns, cigarettes don't suit you. She offers him a purple box. Iris continues, you'll ruin your handsome face if you keep it up. Hansu holds the purple box, a determined look on his face. Don't worry, it'll be different this time. He walks through a corridor. Hansu wonders, did they all leave? For days until the next hidden piece appears. For 2 days, he has 2 options, focus on hunting and collecting runes, or attempt the remaining missions. He considers his options, thinking there's no need to overthink things. He reflects on completing a few missions along the way. Kong doesn't know what he'll get, but he's determined to try getting his hands on missions with good prizes first. A stone of a sage with a clumsy mage as a follower floats in the air. The stone boosts all stat figures by 10, including its own stats, and heals potentially fatal wounds. The reward is impressive, and such artifacts are rare not only in the tutorial, but also in the red zone after this. Who on earth cleared this nutcase mission? Ah, it was Anvi Aaron. Anvi was a member of a death squad, dragged into the abyss while volunteering in prison. It was said that her most trusted people were there, but as soon as the tutorial started, they all betrayed her, and the rage awakened her powers. Over a span of 7 days, she tore apart and killed everyone there, and hollowed their heart out. After which she attempted suicide, and this mission appeared. The rage awakened her powers. He considers skipping this one, as it doesn't sit well with him and conflicts with his goal of saving as many people as possible. It should be night by now, so a mission that has less time restriction. He pauses, considering. Night. Coming to think of it, there is one. Anyway, he needs to ensure he has enough stamina. He'll be busy securing it under the moonlight. He wonders if he should eat first. Hansu mutters, "Ho, these rascals. The moon will rise soon, yet they dare to pull a stunt like this?" A smirk plays on Hansu's lips. He thinks, let's see how brave they really are, shall we? The sounds of the city echo. The buildings stand tall, but damaged. A man orders others to move the boxes. Someone wonders how they could just steal all of it. One of the group asks if they should stop them now. Another says they were in such a hurry to run away when they heard they were coming, so they couldn't even keep any. They took their share too. Someone tells them to calm down. A woman says they may be strong, but there are too many of them. Someone says that even with higher stats, they'll be in danger if they team up on them. One of the men says he's never heard him talk so much. The other agrees. Someone says they can't believe they even figured out where the convenience store was. Another says they thought they had time, but this was too quick. Someone tells them to come on and hurry up. A man smirks. The group looks shocked. The group huddles together, their faces etched with concern. Iris kneels on the ground, seemingly injured. Hansu stands nearby, his expression thoughtful. A man with slicked-back blonde hair speaks with conviction. There's no need to respond to that. Let's go now, he urges. To provoke us by showing off they're taking it all. The group remains gathered, listening intently to the blonde man. The atmosphere is tense, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. The blonde man continues, his voice firm. We should find as many supplies as they took away in some other place. Hansu clicks his tongue, annoyed. Fool, why did he wave at me, he wonders. The blonde man thinks to himself. Anyway, I've been doing a good job. A group of figures stand in the distance, their identities obscured by the shadows. One of them asks, who are you? A voice echoes, filled with menace. You? A voice speaks, its tone taunting. You guys need food, don't you? Try the subway. You'd better take it before someone else takes it all, yeah? The blonde man stands confidently, extending his hand. Let me show you the way. One of the men remarks that they'll have to fight these guys over food. Another man states that it won't be easy taking on so many of them, so he'll ask for help. He is then asked why they should trust him. Choi Sang-jin, pointing a finger, says it looks like they're trying to set them up with that Hansu guy. The blonde-haired man, stepping forward, demands if they don't get the damn situation they're in, and tells them to just follow him. The man asks what he said, calling him a rascal, and questions if he realizes how much their brother helped them. The man clenches his fist, his expression dark. A character is struck down. Choi Sang-jin states that the three of them aren't even on the same level as him, calling them dumbfucks. He then asks why he would set up a trap for weaklings like them. The man groans, telling himself to think carefully. One of the men tells them that he's giving them a chance right now. Iris gazed out the window, her expression unreadable as she watched the world outside. Iris called out, "It's Hansu. Hey Hansu, over here." Iris felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw Hansu return. Hansu smirked, thinking to himself, there's no need to be nervous. Besides, nobody knows I set that up anyway. He thought, even if I get caught, I'll just come up with an excuse. Hansu entered the room, the others turning to greet him. He remarked, I know. I saw it on my way here. One of the men asked, how much food do we have left? The camera focused on the meager supplies. Not much, came the reply. We tried to gather as much as we could. Another man said, well, things happen. Now that you're here, we can just steal it back from those guys, right? Hansu replied, though, of course, it'll be tough for you to take on all those people alone. I could help you if you want. The man with black hair said, let's eat first. Had he just sneered? Something didn't seem right. The blonde-haired man slammed his hand on the table. The blonde-haired man declared, oh, you're pretty shameless, aren't you? Hansu watched the exchange. Someone argued, we risked our lives to get this food. Shouldn't you be offering something fair in return? The blonde-haired man demanded, go on, hand over something. If you give me something good, I'll think about it. A woman asked, what's the deal? We brought this for everyone, so we just handed over to him without a price. The blonde-haired man stated, we put ourselves on the line for this, so you should too. Even among friends, there should be fairness. Hansu didn't lift a finger while we were struggling to gather this. The blonde-haired man continued to speak. The blonde-haired man and the woman nodded in agreement. Someone said, shouldn't expect free things? The blonde-haired man thought, geez, this is my chance. If I can get everyone on my side, this guy won't be a problem anymore. Hansu is being watched by Choi Sang-jin. The blonde-haired man remarks that he wants to see how long he keeps up that annoying act. Choi Sang-jin moves closer to Hansu. Hansu looks away, a shadow falling across his face. He thinks to himself that it is a shame. He thinks that he doesn't have anything to give for the. Hansu wonders what he should do now. Choi Sang-jin tells Hansu to share what he has in there, saying that he has plenty. Choi Sang-jin's words cause the others to wonder what he is talking about and what he found in there. Hansu went into some. Choi Sang-jin says that it was a secret place just now, and that Hansu must. Choi Sang-jin says that Hansu must have found something good and should share it with them, right? He continues, saying that Hansu should share it with them because he is going to come with them anyway. Choi Sang-jin asks why Hansu has to be like that and says that they shouldn't do this stuff. Hansu remains silent. He has learned well. Choi Sang-jin sits across from Hansu, his arms crossed. Choi Sang-jin remarks that Hansu isn't very subtle, considering they see each other as equals. Choi Sang-jin leans forward, a glint in his eye. Choi Sang-jin states that's not the problem. He wonders what's up with Hansu and asks if this is it. Choi Sang-jin continues, saying it's not like he's taking them around with him because he needs them, and that he doesn't need the runes from them anyway. He asks where Hansu is going. Eri says she came here all because of what Hansu said, and that she did what she could. A figure with glowing red eyes declares that someone is really getting on their nerves, so they will destroy them. Hansu wonders what he is, a kid? He can't even think of doing this. He questions how Kang Tae used to spit out lines like that, calling it cringy. Hansu turns and walks away, leaving Choi Sang-jin and the others behind. Choi Sang-jin and Yumehee watch as Hansu leaves. Someone says, come on guys. Let's not fight. Another person adds that they made it here without any trouble, so why stir things up? Yumehee tells someone to get him back and says, let's go, Mihee. Choi Sang-jin raises a hand, attempting to dismiss the situation. He says to let Kang Hyunsu go if he wants to. There's no need to try and stop him. Turning his back on the group, Hansu walks away. He mutters that they can get lost. The sound of footsteps echoes as he continues to walk away, acting all arrogant to the very end, the narrator thinks. Choi Sang-jin watches him leave, scoffing that Hansu acts like that, but if they give him stuff for free, he'll come crawling back. He adds that they don't want that bastard either. Choi Sang-jin turns to Yumehee, stating that they can manage just fine on their own. He asks what she is doing. Iris asks if Yumehee is ditching them to follow that punk. Iris declares that she is going too, asking Hansu if she can come with him. Iris's eyes widen slightly. Iris says that Iris thinks to herself that it's right, of course, but didn't. Hansu tells her that it's up to her if she wants to tag along. Iris smiles. Iris is physically stopped from leaving. A voice booms, no? You can't go. The blonde man's expression hardens. You didn't get your runes. I might have given mine to you, but Sang-jin hasn't, right? He continues, his voice laced with anger. You think I'll just let you leave? I might let everyone else go, but not you. A figure in the background states, it's okay. The blonde woman declares, because I'm going with them. The blonde man's eyes narrow. Do you know what you're talking about right now? He scoffs. Oi, you can't be acting like this. Do you really think my dad will just let yours off the hook? The blonde man continues, his voice rising in anger. I took in a stray dog, and now you have the nerve to come crawling back? He spits out. You fucking son of a bitch, don't you know who your master is? I oughta. Hansu responds, his expression unreadable. What? The blonde man declares, we can't even go outside right now. Others don't know we're alive. The blonde woman asks, so, how exactly will you tell your dad? The blonde man responds, at this point, all of that doesn't mean anything anymore. He states that he no longer has any reason to keep listening to the other person. Hansu looks down, a somber expression on his face. Keldian asks if they understand, adding that he did all he could to crush him. An unseen character shouts that they can get lost, and that they have all the food anyway. Yumehee asks if he thinks things will be different at other places. The unseen character says that they're going to end up coming back here anyway, so let's see then. The group begins to walk away. The sound of footsteps echoes in the night. Hansu, Yumehee, and another person walk down a city street at night. Yumehee asks about the food, wondering if they shouldn't bring some of it. The other person replies that they don't have much in their bags. Hansu says that they're right about that, but Hansu thinks that there's no point, it'd be pointless anyway. He adjusts his jacket, a determined look on his face. A chibi-style drawing shows Hansu and Yu Mihi looking surprised. Someone says they have something to do, so let's go. Hansu looks up, thinking, oh, what on earth is he thinking? A thought bubble appears. You have the power to do anything. Despite that, why? If Hansu gets in trouble at this rate, it'll all be meaningless. Hansu and Yu Mihi walk down a street. Someone thinks. It's clear what he's thinking. A thought bubble appears. No surprises there, since he doesn't know about the moon. Hansu walks with a backpack. Hansu says, because it's almost midnight. Hansu and Yu Mihi are together. Someone thinks. Midnight. Yu Mihi looks surprised. He remarks that something's strange about the moon. The moon hangs full in the night sky. Buildings stand tall against the night. Yu Mihi's eyes widened. The M-moon opened its eye. Holding a piece of food, Yu Mihi asked, what's happening? Hansu stared at the food in his hand. The food, it's turning into sand. The food crumbled into sand, slipping through his fingers. Yu Mihi exclaimed, no way, all of the food we bought. She frantically stuffed the remaining food into her bag. Hansu noticed something strange. What's that? It's glowing. A woman looks up, noticing something strange. Are those people? They're all glowing. From above, the city is visible, with glowing figures scattered throughout. A voice booms. Their locations are being exposed. Yu Mihi looks at Hansu, concern etched on her face. I think we can't see people nearby, but everyone at a distance is. The woman's eyes widen, even through walls. Yu Mihi's expression turns grave. So everyone can see where others are, but this is basically setting us to fight each other. Yu Mihi turns to Hansu, questioning him. Hansu, did you know about this? Hansu looks away, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Come on. I may have superpowers, but I didn't know that. Hansu's expression darkens, his eyes narrowing. But he's way too calm for that to be true. Who the fuck is screwing with us? Yu Mihi stares at Hansu, a mix of fear and frustration on her face. Who took away all our supplies? Damn it. A view of the city, with a voice echoing. You ate it all, didn't you? I'm going to kill you. Hansu looks down, his expression grim. Hand over all the food you have left. We don't have any either. Hansu stands alone, his gaze fixed on the distance. Truly a shitty world. Hansu looks off to the side, a faint TCH sound echoing in the air. A moon hangs in the sky, a silent observer. The text states that as long as this moon, that only exists in this world, is out. The city lies below, unaware of the events unfolding. A narration box states that all the food that an individual has just disappears. Two figures walk away, their destination unknown. One asks, where are you going? Hansu stands firm, a determined look on his face. He thinks to do what needs to be done. Panic erupts as the group realizes their food has vanished. One of them exclaims, fuck, what's going on? All the food we had just disappeared. Yu Mihi, her face etched with worry, asks, WH, what do we do now? Another suggests, should we search for food somewhere else? The group discusses the missing food, suspecting someone knew about this from the start. They probably took all the food at the convenience store. That fucker. He knew about this from the start, one of them says. Someone clenches their fist in anger, muttering about, that damn superpower. The blonde-haired woman yells for Taesung, seemingly in a panic. In the distance, a group of figures stands silhouetted against the night. A man with a bandage on his face demands to know where the kid who scammed them is. The man barks, furious at being deceived, and orders his men to find him quickly. The blonde-haired woman suggests they flee now and target them when they're scattered. The man with short black hair says they should just go to Hansu. The blonde-haired woman asks what he's suggesting, as the man with short black hair says they should go back to that rascal who just left them here and beg him. The man with the bandage asks if they have no self-respect. The blonde-haired woman yells that staying here won't solve anything. The man with short black hair tells her to think carefully, because if they can't find them, they'll go after Hansu. The man with short black hair says they can then offer their assistance when they're in trouble. The man with short black hair says trouble, can't they? He continues, saying they can't just fight if there's too many people, so it's possible they could talk it out with them. Taesung agrees, saying yep, he's right. Kang Hyunsu reflects that a temporary alliance might not be such a bad idea after all. Elsewhere, a figure considers that seizing this chance to gain a favor could be beneficial. A voice declares that they should help those guys and leave. Someone agrees, stating that if they pass by quietly, they won't be noticed, and heads in that direction. Suddenly, Taesung cries out as he is attacked by something unseen. Kang Hyunsu looks on in shock. Taesung struggles, exclaiming that whatever is attacking him won't come off. A woman cries out for someone to hold her hand and run. Someone shouts at the others to hurry up and stop staring, while another asks if Taesung is okay and offers to drag him along. The group is gathered around the fallen Taesung, unsure of what to do. From above, a bald man chuckles, doubting they'll be able to run away. A man with a scar on his face asks if they want to come here, stating he just wants to talk. One of the captors explodes. Oi, you piece of shits. The captor looms over Taesung, sneering, you're too young for that. The captor kneels, his gaze fixed on Taesung's shoes. What do you think? It's called orange flypaper. The captor continues. It's become less entertaining with so many of us around, you know. Well, that's enough chit-chat. The captor asks, but why are there only 3 of you here? The captor presses, where did the others go? The captor stands, his expression unreadable. Taesung's face contorts in pain as he's struck. Taesung's shoes are shown, a symbol of his helplessness. Despite the pain, Taesung offers, I'll tell you everything I know. Ask me anything. I can tell you where the others went. A man with slicked back hair remarks that Taesung is quick to read the room and that he'll take it. Before that, there's someone who wants to talk to him. A man states that they should leave after they sort this out. A man with a sinister smile watches the scene unfold. The man with slicked back hair asks Taesung if it's not their first time meeting and if he's been doing well. The man with the sinister smile thinks to himself, calling Taesung a fucking insect and lamenting that those pieces of shits abandoned him. Another man states that it seems they'll be working together, so they should do it in moderation. A man asks if they heard that, stating that they should beat the shit out of him in moderation, followed by a fuck. Taesung is being beaten. Someone thinks about how dare they abandon him. Taesung continues to be beaten, thinking he'll. The man with the sinister smile is shown up close. A disembodied voice echoes with murderous intent, vowing to kill them all. 2 figures stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. A pot bubbles with a mysterious stew. 3 figures sit around the pot, one asking what they are doing. The 2 figures from before stand behind the seated group, watching. The 2 figures are framed against a backdrop of city lights. One of the figures wonders if the others knew something, and if all the food would be gone by now. One of the seated figures declares that it worked out great and suggests they eat together. The group continues to eat, the atmosphere seemingly relaxed. One of the figures from behind steps forward, the mood shifting abruptly. The figure demands to know what is happening. Iris' face contorts in fear. Sheathing his hand in a metallic grip, Hansu declares, you come in here. Taesung questions the childishness of the situation, adding that it's not like they fought with him. An unseen character exclaims that someone is at fault, questioning what Hansu will do if they come in. Hansu smirks, stating that his superpower tells him it won't end well for them. The other character expresses frustration with Hansu's superpower, questioning if it tells him all sorts of things. Hansu replies that it tells him other things too, for example. The other character warns that it will be dangerous with the 2 of them there. A voice from the shadows remarks that they are sharp. The tension hangs heavy in the air. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with suppressed anger. A middle-aged man with a scar on his cheek observes the scene with a knowing smirk. The confrontation continues, the stakes rising with each passing moment. He stood with a woman, the dim light casting long shadows around them. Kong Hansu's expression was unreadable in the low light. The woman's face was partially obscured. Her eyes reflected a mixture of concern and apprehension. The text reads, selfish rich man's food bag. A bag is shown. The conditions to acquire it are simple. Cook and eat as much food as possible while the moon is out. This one condition might seem simple, but there's another condition. And that is to be selfish. The person who doesn't share with anyone and cooks and eats the most food alone is the only one who'll get this reward. In a situation where everyone's running amok to get their hands on food supplies, they must overcome every hurdle and voraciously consume the food. The people who designed this mission have a twisted sense of humor. A piece of meat is impaled on a sword. Hansu, holding the meat-laden sword, advises everyone to stay calm. The group stands in the aftermath of the battle. Taesung clutches his arm, looking disheveled. Taesung explodes, furious that he was left behind. Shut up, you bitch. How dare you leave me behind? A woman explains that they just went to get help. Taesung screams, that's bullshit. Damn it. If only you hadn't run away, I would have. Someone tries to calm Taesung down. A man suggests that the newbie should calm down a bit. The man smiles, saying, you've got some skills, young man. Where did you find that meat? Be a nice boy, and tell us. Hansu, holding the meat, replies, there's meat everywhere. Why are you asking me? Surely, I don't need to explain what meat looks like, right? The man from before looks on in disbelief. He actually ate that? He had others test it, and they're still suffering from dehydration due to its toxicity. And yet, Hansu is eating it as if it's nothing. It looks like you figured out how to eat that safely. Well, if you boil it in goblin blood, it's edible. Try it out. I'll tell you that much. This young man said he has superpowers. He also said it helped him secure a valuable item from the station. Today seems like the perfect day to fight him. There's a gap in skill, but we have the advantage in numbers. Plus, our opponent is just a regular 20-year-old civilian. He might have gotten used to fighting monsters, but that doesn't mean he's skilled at fighting humans. Huh? Go and have a bite. Chat a bit with your friend. That's not too much to ask for a friend now, is it? Is he giving me orders? But it would be wise for him not to cause a scene in front of so many people. Anvi Aaron crouches low, ready to strike. Choi Sang-jin agrees, suggesting they have a little chat. Eri shouts at them not to come any closer, warning them not to cross the line. Choi Sang-jin yells back, telling her to shut it, and threatening her. Choi Sang-jin prepares to attack, his hands clenched. Anvi Aaron states that it looks like this is the end. Choi Sang-jin tells Iris not to blame him for this. Choi Sang-jin moves forward, preparing to strike. Choi Sang-jin is caught off guard, exclaiming, "Oh!" Choi Sang-jin is struck, his body contorting in pain. Choi Sang-jin grits his teeth, enduring the pain. A foot comes down hard, stepping on Choi Sang-jin. Choi Sang-jin is sent sprawling, a guttural scream ripped from his throat as he flies through the air. His feet aching, one of the onlookers curses under his breath, calling the situation crazy. Iris stands over Choi Sang-jin, her expression unreadable. Choi Sang-jin, enraged, curses, questioning how she could even call herself human. Anvi Aaron looks on, her face a mask of disbelief. How can you do this to me, she wonders. Choi Sang-jin continues to rage, calling her a fucking piece of shit, and questioning if all of this was over a piece of meat. The two lock eyes, the tension palpable. Choi Sang-jin, his face contorted in fury, warns her to think carefully. Iris stands over the defeated Choi Sang-jin, the other men watching from a distance. One of them remarks that he did this over just sharing. One of the men urges the others to kill him now, questioning if they think they'll be able to match up to him later. Another man stammers, addressing someone as boss. One of the men remarks that he's not wrong, and that Choi Sang-jin doesn't intend to fight them right now. The men discuss the possibility of Choi Sang-jin becoming too strong later, but reassure themselves that they have weapons and that his body is glowing in the moonlight, preventing him from running away. The figure stands on the staircase, surrounded by others. A voice declares the need to eliminate him immediately. Hansu's expression hardens. He wonders what kind of college student has that look in their eyes. He wonders what Choi Sang-jin has gone through. His gaze remains fixed, a storm brewing behind his eyes. A voice recalls that Iris and Keldian would often argue, even after deciding to work together. The defeated Choi Sang-jin lies prone on the ground. Iris had warned him not to make enemies so easily. Keldian's voice echoes, reminding him that if you don't crush the enemy in front of you, they're going to take you down someday. Hansu recalls that both Iris and he agreed on that fact. Hansu's hand glows faintly. He wonders what trick he is trying to pull now, as he holds a glowing orb. A subordinate shouts that now that it's come to this, he better crush him into dust. The command rings out, finish him off. He stands ready, facing down the assembled group. The air crackles with anticipation. A voice cuts through the tension. Since we've started this anyway, before the night ends. A hand flashes, a glint of steel appearing as a knife is drawn. Footwork becomes a blur as the group surges forward. The ground erupts as the first attack lands, sending tremors through the chamber. The same voice rings out, laced with malice. Let me test out the mission on you. One of the men, his face marred by a bandage, stares in disbelief. How is he moving like that? A hand lunges forward, a blue energy crackling around it. Hansu moves with impossible speed, a blue aura enveloping him. The force of his strike sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The bandaged man's eyes widen in horror as the blow connects. The impact launches one of the attackers into the air, a helpless projectile against the night sky. Hansu stands amidst the chaos, ready for the next wave. A pained grunt escapes him. The group stands their ground, a silent threat. Choi Sang-jin's face contorts in anger. Choi Sang-jin wonders if he absorbed all the hidden runes, realizing the danger. Choi Sang-jin shouts, demanding he not run away. The group asserts their numerical advantage, intending to press it. Choi Sang-jin curses. The focus shifts to his feet, planted firmly on the ground. Choi Sang-jin explodes, refusing to back down, calling him a brat. He is urged to think things through. Choi Sang-jin questions if he'll be okay after taking a life, emphasizing the difference between killing monsters and people. Hansu's face is shadowed, his expression unreadable. Choi Sang-jin accuses him of murder, his voice filled with rage. Choi Sang-jin's face contorted with rage as he spat. It's not something a kid like you can take lightly. The man leveled a knife, the metal glinting ominously in the dim light. A body plummeted from above, a silent testament to the deadly intent. Blades clashed in a flurry of motion, the air thick with the scent of ozone and desperation. A blade plunged deep, the impact echoing with a sickening thud. The hunter's legs moved with deadly precision, each step measured and deliberate. Kang Hyun-soo stood amidst the downpour, his expression unreadable. The older man lay sprawled on the ground, a pool of crimson blooming beneath him. Darkness descended, shrouding the scene in an oppressive silence. A flicker of blue light danced in Kang's eyes, betraying the turmoil within. A man lies on the ground, clutching his arm in agony. A man cries out in shock and pain. The scene shows the aftermath of a brutal fight. Hansu stands over the fallen, his expression unreadable. Seeing how you're still here. A smirk plays on Hansu's lips. Should I take it as your wish to fight? A man and Iris exchange a worried glance. Hansu gazes up at a towering building. Hansu stands amidst the carnage, his gaze cold and calculating. Iris stands with another man, their expression serious. The tension hangs heavy in the air as Hansu and Iris stand together. Hansu speaks, his expression intense. What's wrong? You can stare all you want, but that doesn't mean I'll hand it over. He stands next to Iris, who is laughing. Iris says it's nothing. Hansu sits on a rock, while Iris sits on the ground next to him. Meanwhile, a distorted view of a cityscape is shown. The cityscape is seen through a window, a view of the ruined city. A giant eye floats in the sky above the ruined city. A close-up of the giant eye. Another view of the giant eye. Back in the room, Hansu and Iris walk together. Hansu thinks to himself that he ate nearly 3 days' worth of food and feels like throwing up. Hansu reflects that he failed all the missions focusing on people. But getting this makes it a success. The item protects the food from something. A small, floating item labeled Moonlight promises to preserve food in a subspace, carrying almost 2 weeks' worth. He walked alongside Iris through the ruined city. Iris asked, "Are you sure it's okay?" The pair continued their trek through the desolate landscape. Iris continued, "You didn't kill them." Hansu's expression remained unreadable. A slight smile played on his lips. He responded, "What a scary woman." "And no, I'm not." Iris admitted, "I was just worried about you." Hansu thought to himself, but no wonder he wouldn't. They can't beat him even if they get up, He continued to think, because he's just going to get stronger. Hansu concluded internally, that's right. I shouldn't be worrying about others right now. Still, He walked, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the ruined city. I mean, if he uses their runes by killing them, he can get stronger. Considering her thought process, he guessed Iris had adjusted to this place perfectly. That's the normal way of looking at it. He paused, lost in thought. I could do that if my goal is only for me to get stronger. But my reason for returning to the past was to save as many humans as possible. To minimize conflicts and join forces. For that, the most important task is to lay down rules. The first requirement to do that, a bloodied hand clenched, is to not kill any humans for the sake of runes. I could kill people and use the few runes they have. It may be hard to enforce those rules straight away, but it's more effective when established by a powerful figure. That's why I can't be seen murdering people thoughtlessly. Well, someone will eventually stumble upon those runes. He declared, I'm going to stop here. Iris asked, what are you talking about? He crosses his arms, stating that he doesn't think he can go with her any longer. Iris, taken aback, asks why now. Hansu replies that she should do whatever she wants, respecting individual preferences. The two stand in the ruined city, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The camera focuses on their feet, the distance between them growing. Iris asks why he doesn't do what he really wants to do. They stand apart, the silence thick with unspoken words. Hansu asks if she isn't scared of him. Iris's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She is, but Hansu stands alone, his back to the viewer, a sense of foreboding emanating from him. Iris thinks to herself that she just needs to not cross the line. The curve of her back is visible as she stands, listening. Iris looks up at Hansu, her expression unreadable. You won't let me rejoin later if I leave now. Hansu's gaze is firm, his jaw set. So I'll stick with you as far as I can. Iris's expression softens slightly, a hint of relief in her eyes. She's got great intuition after all. Side by side, Hansu and Iris walk forward, their steps echoing in the desolate space. In that case, let's go. The pair descends a long staircase, their figures growing smaller as they venture deeper into the unknown. Elsewhere, the sounds of a brutal struggle linger in the air. Bodies litter the ground, a testament to a recent, violent clash. A wounded man spits, his voice laced with venom. Ugh, useless bastards. All you can do is yap. He fucking beat you up. He should have just killed all of you. Lying prone, Choi Sangjin seethes. Kang Hansu, he thinks, has made a mistake. Already, his minor wounds are beginning to heal. Once fully healed, he vows to kill all of these rascals. And then, he'll come after Kang. How dare they abandon him? Especially Yumihi. He won't let it slide. Just you wait. Oh. Sangjin. This bastard, he thinks. He's been observing him the whole time. Why is he approaching now? No. This could be an opportunity. Sangjin, lift me up. Who else is here besides you? Come on. You won't leave me here after what just happened. We gotta join hands right now. This is a chance for you to get stronger too. He spat. That son of a bitch. Crawling forward, Choi Sangjin reached for a knife lying on the ground. His fingers wrapped tightly around the handle. He thought to himself, nice work, idiot. As for the runes from killing that guy. Clutching the knife behind his back, Choi Sangjin considered his options. I'll share half with you, so don't worry and... Huh. He wondered, why are you coming to me? He gripped the knife tighter. Choi Sangjin's face contorted in rage. What the hell are you doing? Kang Hansu's face remained shadowed, but a realization dawned. I get it now. Choi Sangjin thought. When did he get this strong? Choi Sangjin confronted Kang Hansu, his voice laced with desperation. You gotta grab the opportunity. I should have done this way before. Isn't that? He seethes, his eye narrowed with rage as he demands to be released. Choi Sangjin grabs Kang Hansu by the collar, his expression contorted with fury. A hand tightens its grip. Choi Sangjin's grip tightens around Kang Hansu's neck. The man gasps, cursing him. Sangjin's grip remains firm as he hears Hansu's question. Choi Sangjin snarls, reminding Kang Hansu that he should know his place. Sangjin's grip tightens as he declares that it's now Kang Hansu's turn to know his place. Kang Hansu asks if all this time was fun. Kang Hansu questions if his father is bullshitting him all this time. Choi Sangjin stands over Kang Hansu, his expression unreadable. Kang Hansu laughs, a chilling sound that echoes in the air. A hand clenches. A bloodied knife lies abandoned on the ground, a silent testament to the recent struggle. He kneels, his body trembling, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. His head hangs low, shrouded in shadow, as if trying to escape the memories that haunt him. A voice echoes in his mind, a harsh command. Don't you get weak. Not over something this little. He remains kneeling beside a fallen figure, the blood staining the ground, a grim reminder of what he's done. The knife lies next to a glowing gem, a stark contrast between violence and power. I'm sure this isn't even a big deal for him. For him, it's just another step. A desperate plea hangs in the air. Wait, my friend. Can't we talk this out? Choi Sang-jin stands over him, an offer hanging in the balance. If you let me live? No, let's join hands. Now I get it. Choi Sang-jin sits back, his expression unreadable. If we join hands, we can get stronger. So, he reaches out a hand, a silent plea for salvation. Let me live, please. Choi Sang-jin's voice drips with disdain. How pathetic was I in your eyes? I didn't want your protection. He sits alone in the darkness, consumed by regret. If only I had the courage to fight by your side in danger. If he had committed to growing stronger instead of cowering at someone's strength. Kang Han-soo's expression is filled with regret. Could he have stayed by her side? If only he wasn't weak, she wouldn't have abandoned him. This is why nothing's changed since the past. Back when he would shrink every time he walked on eggshells because of someone. Kang Han-soo's eyes narrow with determination. He vows to grow stronger, just like her. If he uses these fools and catches up to her, then even she will see him differently. He's going to prove himself. Black birds soar through the air against a backdrop of towering buildings. The birds call loudly as they fly. Anvi Aaron stands on a desolate landscape, surrounded by the ominous black birds. The woman's expression is obscured by shadow, but her mouth is open in what appears to be a gasp. The black birds swirl around her, their presence growing more intense. Anvi Aaron's face is contorted in a scream, her eyes wide with terror. The black birds continue to surround her, their shadows looming large. Anvi Aaron's expression is one of shock and fear as she looks to the side. One of the black birds stares directly forward, its beak slightly open. The blackbird's beak is open wider, revealing a sharp tongue. The blackbirds continue to surround Anvi Aaron, their presence ominous and threatening. Han-soo stands with his back to the viewer, his dark coat billowing slightly in the wind. He walks forward, his footsteps echoing in the desolate landscape. Anvi Aaron stands nearby, her expression thoughtful. She admits, I ended up needing your help again. Han-soo continues to walk away, replying, not depending on someone or doing everything alone are not the same thing. He explains, if a skill has a loophole, it's reasonable to seek help from a teammate. Han-soo holds out his hand, revealing a glowing orb of energy. He adds, precisely assess the pros and cons of your skills. Anvi watches him, a small smile playing on her lips. He's so strict when it comes to sharing as always. Anvi thinks to herself, has it already been 2 days? And today marks our 3rd since arriving here. She reflects on the past, thinking, it was a good idea to buy skills from Han-soo that increase the speed of boost in magic and stamina. Without them, keeping up would have been challenging. Anvi sighs, her internal monologue revealing her struggle. Ugh. Still, I'm trying not to depend on him. She exhales, her expression a mix of frustration and resignation as Han-soo stands in the background. A screen displays Kang Han-soo's stats, strength 54.3, dexterity 55.8, stamina 42.1, sense 42.2, physical resistance 22, and magical resistance 13. A voice declares that 42 have been taken down, stating that maintaining all the stats is the best method of all. Kang Han-soo is seen from the side, looking thoughtful. The voice continues, saying that the stats are at a similar value. The voice notes that they didn't have to go through as much trouble exchanging stats, since Mihi had low stamina and strength stats. Anvi Aaron and Kang Han-soo are shown in a large area. A screen displays mic test. Anvi asks if everyone can hear her. Anvi states that they should gather immediately at the starting point, and that those arriving late will face punishment. Anvi, looking concerned, says, a fairy. Let's go. A shot of Anvi and Kang Han-soo's feet as they stand together. Anvi stands with her hands clasped, looking slightly nervous. Anvi, blushing slightly, says, if you've something to say, just say it. A close-up of Anvi's face shows her looking expectantly, a slight blush on her cheeks. She asks Han-soo if he has a girlfriend. Anvi wonders if the question is too personal. She thinks to herself that seeing him, he seems unusually generous. Han-soo thinks to himself that he can't help but. Anvi fidgets with her hands. Han-soo observes that she seems so self-conscious yet speaks so freely. Anvi thinks that Kang Tae would have loved this question, even if it was only a question out of courtesy. Han-soo thinks to himself, my goodness, how popular am I? Anvi says she has a question. Han-soo thinks about the question, girlfriend, huh? Han-soo thinks to himself that here, she's just a person he hasn't met yet, and that he can't lose her again. Han-soo says he doesn't remember. He walks through the ruined city alongside Anvi Aaron, the devastation stretching as far as the eye can see. A strange energy permeates the air. The survivors gather, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Anvi Aaron observes the crowd. I see a lot of familiar faces. The atmosphere feels strange, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A grotesque, winged creature grins, its teeth sharp and menacing. The unknown flying creature descends before the group. Sadly, you all gathered here way too quickly. A survivor's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Then let's get straight to the point. Kong looks on, his expression unreadable. I have two pieces of good news for you. The unknown flying creature raises a clawed hand, its eyes gleaming with malice. The creature announces, if you last for the next 72 hours, you can leave this place. The unknown flying creature claps its hands together, its grin widening. What a great news. It calls for cheers and applause. Silence descends upon the crowd. The flying creature awaits a response. It observes that they are not responding. The crowd begins to clap, expressing their happiness. The flying creature asks, shall we? Meanwhile, a group of people stand within a grand palace. One of the crowd declares that this palace is the most important venue for the event. Another wonders what is inside. The sound of shifting stone echoes. It's the magical altar. A woman questions, altar? Inside, a very cute creature lurks. The speaker asks if the others see it. The carnivorous beast lurks above the altar. The speaker declares that this little guy is the carnivorous beast. The speaker reveals that they starved the beast, especially for all of them. Someone observes that the others are dying to get out of there right this instant. The speaker admits that the altar may look awesome, but it's weaker than it looks. The speaker notes that the rock will break down in no time if this little guy gets out. The speaker wonders how many of them will make it out alive. Someone worries about having to fight that monster if the altar collapses. The speaker announces that they will give the second piece of news. The speaker thankfully reveals that there's a way to put him to sleep, and if he falls asleep, he won't scratch the altar. The speaker wonders if the beast will try to escape, and what that method is, asking for any guesses. The group of people are deemed undesirable, as a disembodied voice declares they are not needed. The small, horned creature floats in the air, dismissing the group as a boring collection of actors. The method, it is stated, is simple. 5 in a day, the voice demands. 5. The voice questions. Since it's 72 hours, it means they gotta feed it thrice, right? And if this happens, a quarter of the people here will end up being used as his sleeping pills. The consequence is clear. They will end up being used as his sleeping pills. The choice is up to you. Take it or leave it, the voice echoes. For those struggling with this decision, let me show you something. Run. The creature attacks, its red eyes glowing with predatory hunger. The creature roars, its voice echoing through the tutorial zone. The creature watches footage of people from another tutorial zone. One of the men asks who decided to fight together, thinking it's ridiculous. The man is told that they only have one way. A man in a beanie asks how they should pick the people. Another man asks why he's asking that. The creature responds, WL. It continues, saying whether they pick them forcefully or draw lots. The creature tells them to handle it themselves. The creature states that anything works as long as they're alive. He declared that they needed to decide within an hour, adding that he would start the timer for them. The flying creature explained that this way, they would be safe for 24 hours, and then they would get another hour to pick the sacrifice. The timer began counting down from 0:56. The creature hoped they would choose wisely. A man exclaimed that they were all dead now, calling the creature a fucking little devil. The woman looked on with a worried expression. The woman asked Hansu what he thought was the right thing to do. A man stated that the result was already decided anyway. Another man yelled that they had to be fair. The man suggested they draw lots. A man stated that they could choose 5 people on the first day, then 5 on the second, questioning why they should do that. The group of people stood together, looking worried. The woman looked on with concern as Hansu stared ahead. He asks, his expression unreadable, why they have to be fair. A member of the group demands, what did you just say? Another responds, well, it's just as. Kong Hyunsu asks with a smirk, do we have any reason to be fair? Another man asks, then what do you suggest we do? He continues, you can't step up with that without even having a suitable solution. Why would there not be a way? A figure states, we've got the simplest method there is. The man continues to speak. The man continues to speak. Kong Hyunsu suggests, and throw in 5 people, yeah? He stood among the crowd, the city's muted sounds washing over him. A voice cut through the noise, declaring that everyone was focusing on what was being said. A sinister smile played on the speaker's lips. I love this. The speaker continued, urgency lacing their tone. Now's not the time to be taking your time. 100 people went missing before us, to fight those. The voice pressed on, reminding everyone that those ahead were already struggling. You all know it's tough to do it alone, right? A glowing tower pulsed with energy, its inscription a stark warning. You might even have to immediately fight with him. We gotta join hands. A man's voice declared, and among those hands, we don't need someone weak like you. The speaker's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. A close-up revealed a sharp, calculating gaze. A voice called out, what do you think, Hansu? Hansu stood among the crowd, his expression unreadable. A voice declared, I'm not who I used to be. You've noticed, haven't you, Hansu? That I'm no longer the same as Jin Taesung. He states that he will help them because he has no intentions of being their enemy. Even here, he can make a fresh start. Taesung says he needs their help as well, confident that they'll make the right decision and that his suggestion is perfect. It's not a bad method, he thinks. Taesung suggests that they let him make a suggestion, and if they follow it, they all might make it out alive. Taesung says that they don't necessarily need to sacrifice anyone, adding that there's a method like that too. He thinks to himself not to tell him. Don't tell me you're. A man with a red beanie exclaims that saying they all fight it together is unrealistic, and after seeing that clip, they should realize it. How are they going to win against a monster whose HP improves the more it eats people? Taesung looks on. The man with the red beanie asks how. Then, is Taesung saying he'll fight it alone, dumbfounded? He confirms that he is saying exactly that. Taesung's expression hardens. The group around him voices their disbelief. It's ridiculous, they say. How could he possibly take on a monster like that alone? One of them wonders if Taesung could actually do it, remembering his past feats. The crowd continues to murmur. Someone points out that if they can't defeat it within 1 hour. The timer shows that they have less than an hour left, 49 minutes and 2 seconds. Taesung reflects, thinking he had almost caught up to him, but a man questions if Taesung got so strong that he can fight that monster all alone. Taesung states that he is going to fight him, but it's difficult right now. Someone suggests that even someone like Taesung would need help right now. Taesung then proposes that the top elites should fight together. The man with the electric blue eyes demands, so what the hell do you want? Iris asks, so what are you suggesting we do? The air crackles with unspoken tension as Hansu listens intently. Hansu thinks to himself, Hansu will probably take me along. Well, no way he'll do that. A man declares, if I raise my strength and stamina by 30 each from now, I can fight that monster one-on-one. A voice suggests, so, let me make another suggestion. Iris listens intently to the new proposal. A man demands, if you all give your rune stats to me. A voice declares with conviction, I'll take responsibility and kill that monster. Hansu wonders, will only those who will be sacrificed give the rune? 60 runes. He considers his stats, strength and stamina at 100, agility and senses at 50. He muses that using Cloud Snack would make it entirely possible. He thinks that with this, he can acquire it, the second hidden piece. He reflects that even Keldian, Iris, and Kong Tae couldn't win this. The one who figured this out was Berserk Monarch Clementine. A figure, shrouded in shadow, holds a glowing orb in their hands, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The figure thinks that even for him, despite having great traits for it, he barely got it after nearly becoming good as dead. He thinks that though this is about the hidden piece, he has got to get strong quickly this time. He doesn't care who gives it to him. He thinks that if he reaches that number, he'll enter the altar immediately. He knows that delaying this won't be good for any of them. A man with thinning hair thinks that weaklings couldn't possibly possess that many runes. If they had that much, they'd be much stronger. Someone demands that someone give him the runes, or they'll draw lots if they can't decide. The man from before thinks what a selfish bastard. Anvi Aaron stands before the man in the suit. She states, that's right, you. The man is told that he would obviously be the first to be thrown in if they started with the weakest. Why should they give away runes for someone like him? The gap between first and last place is extreme. Anvi Aaron asks if it's because he only has a few of them. The man is told that it's so obvious that weaklings like him would just run away because he couldn't even give them back. Anvi Aaron smiles. The man in the suit retorts, ugh, how dare you talk to me like that, fucking. Anvi Aaron warns him not to act up, old man, or he'll have his limbs broken and be thrown in there. The man in the suit is told that he doesn't even know how to respect his elders, and that it's all about being strong. Anvi Aaron asks if he didn't live in a democracy. The man in the suit says that since they say democracy is great, then let's vote. Anvi Aaron stands with a confident smirk. The man is told to either give away his runes to save someone like him. The man's eyes narrowed, a sinister offer hanging in the air, or be sacrificed by offering yourself. A chorus of voices, shrouded in shadow, echoed the sentiment. And of course, we'll vote anonymously, just like in your precious democracy. What do you say? A man, cornered, could only manage a choked, you. Another voice, cold and calculating, suggested a solution. Someone like you could easily take away his runes, can't you? The man's face contorted in pain as a fist connected with his jaw. If you just kill a few of the strong guys, you can easily. Standing over the fallen man, another voice sneered. Do you want to die? At least I have to make. Desperate, the man on the ground cried out. I have a family. A group watched the timer tick down, their faces grim. Throw him in there first. If the monster isn't satisfied, we'll all be dead. A low chuckle rumbled from the man's throat. As he was restrained, the man spat. They never know when to back down, as usual. A voice declared, I knew it. We're going to need some conflict resolution here. The man watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. A voice commands them to quiet down. Hansu looks down, his expression unreadable. Someone suggests option 3, stating that it makes 5. A voice declares that this is the order for the weaker individuals. A man in a red cap exclaims in disbelief. A man, holding a woman, questions if they are to become sacrifices for the monster. Hansu is called a piece of shit, with the speaker asking if they're going to be abandoned just because they are weak. Yumihi's expression is unreadable. Choi Songjin's hand rests on the gate, as Yumihi stands nearby. If you were going to behave like this anyway, you might as well have gone with him, he says. Sangjin continues, he might have let you tag along. The logo is visible. Songjin's name is spoken. Yumihi's eyes glint as she asks, you still don't know the kind of guy Hansu is, do you? Choi Songjin's expression darkens. His face is partially obscured by shadow. Yumihi stands next to Choi Sangjin. I'd like to go with him too. she says. She questions if she can continue following him. Yumi stands with Choi Sang-jin, her expression unreadable. Hansu wonders if he was always destined to be left behind, no different from the others. The question hangs in the air. Keep waiting for him while others move on? Yumi firmly decides against it, knowing she'll be scolded by Hansu if she does. A close-up emphasizes Yumi's resolve. A group of people are shown, their purpose unclear. Hansu declares he doesn't care if they were just catching their breath. The men warn that they'll have to bear the consequences of that choice on their own. Hansu states that they weren't left behind because they were weak. The reason they couldn't catch up was their weakness. The men question if they were hoping to get welfare support over here. A voice offers runes, stating that each survivor can take 2, totaling 15. The voice continues, explaining that the rest is up to them to pay back by hunting in the next 72 hours, and warning about running away without paying. Hansu's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. A voice challenges someone to give it a shot if they have the guts to do it. A voice declares that Hansu always keeps his promises. Someone states that Hansu will definitely solve it all himself. A woman's eyes narrow, a plan forming in her mind. She thinks that she needs to start moving quickly too. A voice expresses the desire to catch up to him. Hansu stands amidst a ruined city, his expression thoughtful. A voice suggests tagging along, stating that others would be happy. Someone expresses that they would like to have her along as well. A voice says thank you, but she smiles softly, asking if it's all right for her to give her answer later. Hansu replies that he doesn't need to see her fighting to know. A bead of sweat trickles down Hansu's face as he stares into the distance. Yumi stands with her back turned, her expression unreadable. He thinks to himself that he has to. Clenching his fist, Hansu realizes he has to show something too, that this is still not good enough. Hansu's eyes narrow, realizing he needs something more decisive to prove his worth. Meanwhile, Aaron, surrounded by others, states that they need to talk to him. Hansu's eye is visible as he looks to the side. Hansu asks what it is. The words, these people, hang in the air. Aaron asks why he is so tense. She is asking why he is so tense. Hansu stands between 2 men in a city. One of the men says that Hansu is just shy and to be a bit understanding. Park Suyul introduces himself with a laugh. One of the men says that it's nothing big, just that Park Suyul is their leader, and that they should have a chat as leaders. A close-up shows Park Suyul's arm and shirt. Hansu wonders if he's the leader. One of the men says that they're all just friends, but they do follow Park Suyul quite well. One of the men says that's what a leader is, and that Park Suyul is awesome considering how strong they are, which Park Suyul finds embarrassing. One of the men says that from what he saw earlier, Hansu seemed to know that guy as well. Park Suyul smiles. Hansu looks concerned. A ritualistic altar, etched with glowing symbols, dominates the chamber. The altar stands as a silent testament to forgotten rites, its purpose now a prelude to battle. A voice echoes, considering the options. Goblin poison won't work on this foe. Kong examines a bottle, its contents swirling with a faint luminescence. After that, he considers the flying cat beads. They recover a small amount of stamina during the boost. It's quite useful for something obtained while hunting. He's going to need to use this in advance. The overall balance is off, but he has no choice. Because to fight this guy, this won't even cut close. A monstrous figure, wreathed in shadow and adorned with crimson horns, looms into view. Its clawed hand, a grotesque tapestry of bone and sinew, promises a brutal encounter. Kong grips his phone, a grim determination hardening his features. He's going to use a lot of the cloud snack. He holds a cigarette between his lips, a small purple cube clutched in his fingers. A thought crosses his mind. He hasn't felt this way in a long time. Kang's blue eyes narrow, his gaze intense. A hand holds a phone displaying a skull-like image, a speech bubble emerging from it. I think you will understand this too. Finally, the moment arrives. A surge of pink light erupts. Bathed in a red glow, Kong stands ready. The red light intensifies around him. A rune fitting for this world has been created. Kang's eyes reflect the power he now wields, making it a different rune than before, starting from colorless to red, red to orange. And from orange to yellow, the numbers begin changing starting from the colorless rune. Kong Hansu's strength and stamina are at 0.01%. Dexterity is at 50.5, sense is at 50.6, magical power is at 26.4, and magic resistance is at 15.6. Even with the stat difference between 99.9% normal runes and 0.01% colorless runes. The difference is very small, but the higher the level gets, the gap between the two becomes pretty significant. As for this monster, it's not even a monster that had come out in the first tutorial round, so a colorless rune should do. It would have been enough to cook the troll essence to mash it. That berserk monarch is really out of his mind. But one thing's for sure. Only person succeeded at this hidden piece until now. After coming into this damned world, this was my first realization. The more difficult and impossible it looks, the more amazing the reward. Let's go. A monstrous figure looms, its scaled hide and jagged teeth a testament to its predatory nature. A swirling vortex of purple energy begins to materialize, crackling with raw power. The portal expands, its otherworldly glow illuminating the surrounding area. A voice echoes, urging everyone to enter the portal quietly. The group begins to move, their footsteps echoing on the stone floor as they approach the shimmering gateway. Another voice calls out, questioning the hesitation and urging them to enter. The group continues to file through the portal, disappearing into the unknown. A close-up reveals a determined expression, the eyes reflecting the swirling energy of the portal. A man smiles confidently, flanked by his companions. The man stands before the portal, his gaze unwavering. The man, Hansu, suggests they move quickly and help him. Monstrous races, like the carnivorous beast, are known for their unique abilities. They are born with these skills. The carnivorous beast utilizes two specific race skills. The beast unleashes its power. Hansu says, "Here it comes." Number 1, fear. The beast's eyes glow with an ominous light. Hansu's eyes glow with a similar intensity. The air crackles with energy. He grips the sword tightly in his hand, preparing for the fight ahead. The carnivorous beast looms large, facing Kang Hyunsu in the arena. The beast's menacing face is revealed, its eyes glowing with predatory intent. The beast towers over Kang Hyunsu, its massive claws poised to strike. Its claw drips with a viscous fluid, ready to tear through flesh and bone. Kang Hyunsu leaps into the air, preparing to strike the beast from above. He clashes with the beast, their battle echoing through the arena. The text explains that the beast paralyzes its prey with fear and replenishes its stamina through carnivory by consuming the prey. Kang Hyunsu exhales, realizing the pattern remains the same, relieved that the beast hasn't grown much. The beast roars, its form radiating a crimson aura as it recovers its stamina through carnivory. The text reveals that if the beast uses the blood-sucking swamp, it will suck out the blood of the organism. A close-up of the beast's eye reveals its predatory nature and the danger it poses. A surge of crimson energy explodes from the ground, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. He steals his gaze, preparing for the onslaught. The needle's just going to make a small hole for a wound, but I know the most effective method. The creature's massive feet stomp against the stone floor, each step a tremor. The creature booms, restrict his movement. Kang Hyunsu faces the monstrous being, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A claw, wreathed in crimson energy, slashes through the air. The monstrous claw, a grotesque fusion of bone and malice, seeks its prey. With a burst of speed, Kang Hyunsu leaps away, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Poking its skin won't even cut close. The creature lunges again, its massive form a blur of motion. If I aim for a meridian nerve and poke inside with poison. He focuses his energy, a surge of power coursing through his veins as he prepares to strike the monster's vital points. With a burst of speed, he unleashes his attack, blue energy crackling as it slams into the creature's flesh. Kang Hyunsu continues his assault, targeting the second meridian nerve between the joint faces with precision. The monster roars in agony, its body contorting as the poison takes hold, red energy flaring around it. A voice echoes from the darkness, "This should be enough." Another voice adds, "Let's wait until it can't move anymore, shall we?" Kang Hyunsu watches the monster, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he readies himself for the final blow. The darkness of the abyss looms. Time ticks onward. The digital clock reads 12:01, each second echoing in the silence. A line divides the darkness. The building's interior glows with a faint, ominous light. The structure looms, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, he prepares to strike, a halo of blue energy crackling around his form. Unleashing the built-up power, Kang Hyunsu fires a concentrated beam of pure blue energy. The energy slams into the unknown flying creature, a blinding explosion of light and force. The beam pierces through, a relentless torrent of power. The creature is pushed downward, struggling against the overwhelming force. Crashing to the ground, the unknown flying creature is engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. The air crackles with unseen energy as the monstrous form looms, its presence a suffocating blanket of dread. A primal scream echoes in the creature's mind, a cacophony of terror made manifest in swirling crimson energy. Chains rattle against bone, a symphony of fear resonating from the depths of the creature's being. The creature's eyes blaze with raw, unadulterated fear, twin infernos reflecting its inner turmoil. Each jagged tooth, each grotesque scale, screams of the terror gripping the beast from the inside out. Kang Hyunsu watches, his expression unreadable in the dim light, a silent observer of the creature's torment. The unique skill, fear, emanates from the creature, a palpable wave of psychic energy. The creature's form contorts, a physical manifestation of the fear that consumes it. The maw of the beast gapes open, a silent scream trapped within its confines. The text reveals that the fear is affected by each individual's mental power. Kang Hyunsu stands firm, the text highlighting his magic resistance as he reflects on the monsters he faced after advancing further. The text reveals Kang Hyunsu's dismissive assessment. This is a joke. He spits, a clear sign of his readiness for the fight ahead. Above all, Kang Hyunsu is confident he can do this. His senses sharpen, drawing on combat experience and knowledge accumulated over several years. Kang Hyunsu prepares himself, ready to face whatever comes next. When Kang Tae said combat is all about prediction, he laughed it over. But finally, Kang Hyunsu realizes it. His senses heighten further, a red aura beginning to emanate from him. Kang Hyunsu can see it. He focuses, discerning where it's moving and what it's targeting. Kang Hyunsu prepares to move, his expression determined. But it's still not a piece of cake, he thinks. Had he not boosted his strength and stamina, things would be much worse. He acknowledged that he wouldn't have been able to attack or dodge as he is right now. Even so, fighting inside the altar was the right answer. From a distance, the others observed the scene. If he thought of the number of cloud snacks and time left, the group watched from a higher vantage point. Seeing him up close, he's really no joke. One of the observers remarked, "Believe he's fighting that alone. That guy's a lunatic. He's even got time to smoke cigarettes." He must have come because he was confident he could handle it. He still looks pretty relaxed. To be honest, he didn't need to take runes from us, did he? I think he purposefully extorted them from us. We just gotta do what we're supposed to, right? The group prepared to descend. Come on, let's quietly get down there. Hansu, we're here to help you. He stares intently, his expression unreadable. A hand reaches out, grabbing at him. Kang Hyunsu turns his head, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. A voice calls out, "Wait a little, Venus wide." The man with brown hair grabs Kang Hyunsu's shoulder, his face etched with concern. "What the hell are you?" he demands. The man continues, "I told you to go down quietly. What if we get caught?" Kang Hyunsu wonders, "Huh? Of course, Hansu should know where." The man sighs. "If you shout like that, the monster will know where we are as well." "Geez." The man with brown hair relents. "Ah, you're right. I didn't think about that." Meanwhile, a man with slicked back hair smirks, his eyes glinting with amusement. He chuckles. "You didn't think? Why yeah, that happens." "Huh." The man mutters, "Damn it, that idiot." He offers an apology, a nervous haha escaping him. The man's jacket shifts as he moves. Kang Hyunsu smiles, a hint of mischief in his eyes. An unknown voice chuckles, observing, "Ho ho, look at this guy." A woman stands behind a man, who says that they may be paying any attention to them. The man continues, stating that facing a setback because of that idiot is nothing to worry about. A figure in the distance is being attacked by a large creature. The man says that once they lower their guard after dealing with the carnivorous beast, they can get rid of them both. Another man says that those two don't have the time. The first man repeats that they may be paying any attention to them. The man adds that above all, he's sure now that he's seen him fight. Someone thinks that that guy's dangerous. Kang Hyunsu is described as not a human like the rest of them, but a tiger who's full. It's repeated that Kang Hyunsu is a monster who's only still because he's full. The man says that it's not simply about him being strong, and that he just can't forget the scene from that day. The scene shifts to events from the first night. He fought all those people alone, a one-man army against a horde of enemies, and didn't even hesitate the slightest bit. The blade flashed, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it. A sinister smile played on his lips as he surveyed the carnage. Yumi, he thought, I can't have a dangerous guy like him running amok. Meanwhile, Park Soo-yeol listened intently, his expression unreadable. He ordered, go down and check out what's happening there. Park Soo-yeol continued, his voice low. At this rate, we won't have anything to. Yumi, he replied, worry about the carnivorous beast's movements are already getting dull. Kang Hyunsu stared ahead, his face betraying nothing. A sinister smile crept across his face. He feels like that idiot has gotten quiet for some reason. The silence is broken by a sudden, violent tremor. The ground shakes violently beneath their feet. The group struggles to maintain their balance as the structure groans ominously. Yumi shouts a warning as the stairs begin to collapse. Park Soo-yeol curses as the floor gives way beneath them. The sudden collapse sends one of the figures tumbling downwards. A voice cries out in disbelief, what on earth? The stairs crumble further, the sound of destruction echoing through the chamber. Park Soo-yeol struggles to his feet, surveying the damage with a look of grim determination. Coughing, one of the figures wonders how the stairs collapsed so suddenly. A voice, strained with exhaustion, declares that it should be over soon. A monstrous figure looms, its form radiating a sinister, red aura. Damn it. The monster's multiple eyes glow with malevolent intent. The pressure down here is completely different from above. The monster growls, a guttural sound that echoes through the cavern. The group stands ready, facing the monstrous threat. It's fine. We might not be able to do a surprise attack, but we have Hansu here, so it'll be fine. Yumi looks on with a determined expression, placing her faith in Hansu. Yumi and Park Soo-yeol look up at the figures standing on the spiral staircase. What are you doing there? Park Soo-yeol asks. Park Soo-yeol's expression hardens. Shouldn't you be helping us take down this monster? He demands. Yumi looks down, her expression unreadable. You can take it down in no time with our help, she insists. Hansu sucks on a lollipop, his expression dark. Hansu's eyes narrow. I was going to, but now it's all ruined. Hansu's gaze hardens. Because of you. Now that monster will recover all its stamina. Park Soo-yeol and Yumi stand in the doorway, listening intently. Park Soo-yeol thinks to himself, I barely dodged those attacks thanks to Cloud Snack. Park Soo-yeol's expression is grim as he glances at Yumi. Hansu looks off into the distance, a lollipop in his mouth. Once it finishes off all of them, how much paralyzing venom do I have left? He held the bottle, his expression grim. It would be difficult to face the carnivorous beast again. Hansu knew he'd have to gear up once more and try again. Choi Sang-jin asked if they were going to run away. Anvi Aaron remarked that it looked like someone forgot their friend was here. Park Soo-yeol stated that it was okay with him if they threw that rascal as bait, demanding they get him right now. Choi Sang-jin questioned where he was and who they were looking for. Hansu wondered if everyone fell after the explosion, questioning if they didn't. A sinister smile crept across Hansu's face. Choi Sang-jin realized that the bastard was quiet, wondering if he destroyed the stairs because he caught on to them. Hansu's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination in their depths. His jaw clenched, a silent promise etched on his face. Anvi Aaron stated that she bet he wouldn't have time to do that, noting that the guy over there was already salivating. The woman with red hair is waiting for them to freeze in fear. The monster looms, its form radiating a menacing aura. The monster's presence casts a shadow over the group. The monster seems to be enjoying this. If the beast recovers its stamina, it's going to be a disadvantage. If you abandon us like this, it's going to be worse for. We gotta cooperate with this guy as best we can. Only then can we Sir Dash. He says, you don't have to worry about the monster breaking the stairs now. Didn't you guys voluntarily come in here to be sacrificed? The man looks on with a grim expression. The group stands together, the tension palpable in the air. A monstrous entity with a wide, toothy grin declares, the method is simple. The monstrous entity continues, stating the demand. Give us 5 of you every day. A group of people stand together, seemingly awaiting their fate. The monstrous entity looms, its presence casting a dark shadow. A person is offered as a sacrifice, their expression a mix of fear and resignation. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by a stifled ugh. A sense of dread permeates the atmosphere. A voice echoes, declaring, I pay. A declaration rings out. My tribute to your sacrificial spirit. The scene shifts to a city bathed in an eerie, reddish light. A lone figure walks through the city, their purpose unknown. A question hangs in the air. Why did you do it? 2 figures stand in a room illuminated by glowing, geometric lines. Hansu holds a lollipop in his mouth, his expression unreadable. The other figure warns, you'd better be careful with your words. A voice declares, I finally get it now. Hansu's lips curl into a subtle, knowing smile. A voice offers, I get how I can be of help. The camera focuses on Hansu's torso, highlighting the pendant around his neck. A voice demands, use me, Hansu. Hansu's gaze intensifies, his eyes narrowed. A close-up reveals the determination etched on Hansu's face. Hansu removes the lollipop from his mouth, his expression hardening. A voice echoes, pleading, use me, Hansu. Hansu's expression is unreadable, shadowed, and intense. His gaze sharp, Hansu holds a thin, unlit cigarette between his lips. The disembodied voice echoes again, questioning, you want me to use you? In a ruined cityscape, a figure responds, why should I do that? Hansu's expression remains unreadable, his eyes narrowed. The voice continues, explaining, because you're always far-sighted and taking action nonstop. Though I became certain of it when he fought Jin Taesung and those thugs. Despite attacking them with overwhelming strength, they still stand. He didn't kill a single one of them. Even though that would hurt him later on. Even when the altar showed up, no matter what others said, he could have easily gotten rid of them by force, but he didn't. Kang Hyunsu's expression is unreadable. Anyone can clearly tell that's not how your personality is. I'm right, aren't I? Kang's gaze is intense. A hand holds a pen, poised to write. I don't get why you're not killing people. Kang Tae stands before a backdrop of crosses, his expression resolute. He stared at his own hands, the knuckles pale against the dim light. I'll get my hands dirty in your place. From below, a voice pleaded. In return, take me with you. Hansu looked down, his expression unreadable. Or rather, just let me follow you. He gazed down, his face partially obscured by shadow. A voice, tinged with uncertainty, echoed in the dimly lit space. I don't know, after you handle things like that. Hansu stood back to back with the unseen figure, a silent understanding passing between them. His fist clenched, a surge of regret washing over him. This time, there was no other way to deal with them, so you got caught up too. Hansu's gaze hardened, a promise etched on his face. But I won't let anything happen to you next time. The worn fabric of his jacket spoke of countless battles and unwavering resolve. A vow echoed in the air, thick with determination. It'll be different next time, I guarantee it. He looked down at the unseen figure, his expression a mixture of concern and resolve. Hansu's voice softened, a plea hidden beneath the surface. Just think about it one more time. A voice echoes, declaring that there will constantly be people getting in the way. The voice continues, explaining that this is because of how much one stands out. The disembodied voice speaks of a situation where people cannot come forward themselves. The voice promises to be meticulous and get rid of every single obstacle. The voice encourages someone to focus on their goal. The speaker offers to follow and become stronger in return. The voice states that as Hansu rapidly grows stronger, they can do the same while following him. The voice warns that if the goal is revealed, something will happen. The voice pleads to be allowed to follow. The speaker's tone intensifies, the background shifting with their emotion. The voice asks what will happen if circumstances prevent them from joining, even if the offer is accepted. The scene fades, leaving the question unanswered. The unseen character considers what would happen if Hansu were forced to fall back. Hansu stands in the distance, his back turned. A voice declares that this is a signal. Hansu realizes there's something in the second tutorial. The unseen character vows to get stronger and find him. A smirk plays on Hansu's lips. The unseen character asks to be taken as Hansu's ally when that happens. Someone expresses frustration that Hansu is still refusing. The unseen character begs for just one chance. The unseen character wants to make up for all the mistakes they've made. The unseen character pleads to be used and not to have their words misunderstood. A chibi version of Hansu appears, seemingly reacting to the unseen character's words. He walks forward, a message echoing in the air, "Meet me here tomorrow at 1." The sound of his footsteps reverberates through the area. Because at that time, that monster down there won't be here. Hansu looks down, a slight smile playing on his lips. He holds a purple object in his hand. A chibi version of Hansu stares blankly. Also, take all the runes down there. You killed those 10, so you should take. Hansu stands with another figure, the air thick with tension. I'm heading out now. Goodbye. Well, let's see each other again later with a smile. A lone figure stands in a desolate landscape. Hansu thinks to himself, still unsure about him, but acknowledging that he indeed needs him later on. A figure declares that they are ultimately returning to the past to save humanity. The figure states that they need a punisher for such instances. The figure mentions people who will act in their stead. The word punisher is displayed prominently. The narration explains that being a punisher is an essential factor possessed not only by Alice, but by every monarch. The narration states that they get their hands dirty instead of the monarch. The narration states that they help their monarch get closer to his goal. A character thinks about originally thinking of choosing Anvi as a punisher in the past life as well. Kang Hyunsu stands with his arms crossed, a contemplative expression on his face. He holds a small, glowing object, his thoughts drifting to a matter of trust. I'm not sure how much I can trust Sangjin. A figure is shown in a blue-tinted scene. A voice declares, when the second tutorial starts. A crowd of figures is depicted, a voice stating, everyone here is going to be scattered forcefully anyway. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. And when that happens, Kang Hyunsu's expression darkens as he considers the potential consequences. He might not think the same anymore. A narration box states, but with a few runes and 8 cloud snacks. Kang Hyunsu's eyes narrow, a thought forming in his mind. If I can get a useful punisher. A smirk plays on Kang's lips, a hint of calculation in his eyes. A voice states, that's quite a worthwhile investment. A sense of risk is conveyed, though nothing can be done if it fails. Kang Hyunsu stands tall, his gaze fixed on the distance, a determination in his stance. His focus now centered on obtaining the hidden piece. He resolved to overhaul the situation and eliminate his opponent at once. Kang Hyunsu wondered what he would gain from this endeavor. A surge of energy crackled through the air. A monstrous figure, a grotesque tapestry of red and black, loomed into view. The air shimmered with raw power. The conditions for obtaining the second hidden piece were straightforward. Hansu sighed, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle. Before the carnivorous beast could obliterate the altar and fully emerge, Kang Hyunsu commanded, take it down. The monstrous figure lay defeated amidst the shattered remains of the altar. The landscape was a desolate expanse of red rock. He sighs, the weight of the recent battle settling upon him. It's just that it wasn't a condition meant for being beaten. His hands, still bearing the marks of combat, are clasped together. Kang Hyunsu gazes at a shimmering, rectangular portal, its edges glowing with an ethereal light. A holographic notification materializes before him. Hidden mission achieved. He reaches out, his fingers outstretched towards the light emanating from the portal. A thought crosses his mind. This is. His face is marred with blood, a testament to the battles he's endured. The ring is revealed. Vampire King, Nirmaha's ring. Kang Hyunsu slides the ring onto his finger, the metal cool against his skin. He mutters to himself, that rascal berserk monarch. I was wondering where she got this from. A faint smile plays on his lips as he examines the ring. He realizes, so this is why no one could get it. The Vampire King, Nirmaha's ring pulses with a soft, inner light, its metallic surface reflecting the ethereal glow of the surroundings. There are various standards to categorize the level of an artifact. However, the most important thing is color. A regular artifact cannot typically be more valuable than an artifact with a superior color. But there are always exceptions. Just as the traveler gradually develops the rune, the growth-type artifact absorbs the rune and changes color. Among them, the best item to flaunt is Numbering Series. Solo Numbering 9, Nirmaha's Ring. The artifact symbolic of Clementine. With the name Numbering Series, it's not like there was only one of them, but in the past, Clementine was the only owner of Nirmaha. It's not symbolic of him for no reason. It is in the face of the 8 authorities. That originated from his hand. People were literally torn into pieces. He thinks, I can't believe I got my hands on such an artifact. This is great, considering how hard it was to get this. The ring is placed on his finger. He thinks, I figured it wasn't some random object that could be easily thrown away. But solo numbering, huh? Kang Hyunsu smiles, holding up Nirmaha's ring, colorless. Currently, you can unlock one authority. Nirmaha's ring is said to have a total of 8 authorities, right? The narration explains that at the colorless level, Nirmaha's ring can unlock only one authority. Authority destruction deactivates an individual's traits and abilities, including those that are passive. The narration states that one must directly get in contact with the opponent to use the ring's authority. When the time limit ends, the effect is automatically lifted. Even so, the fact that he can nullify his opponent's powers whenever he wants is a huge merit. To make full use of this, at least one of the stats should match with the colorless rune. Hansu thinks that he is going to need a lot of magic runes now. Balancing them will come after that. The ring on his finger gleams faintly. The colorless ring pulses with a faint energy. Magic crackles around his feet as he prepares to move. Hansu walks towards a glowing portal. Someone calls out, "Hansu." Iris asks if Hansu really killed the carnivorous beast. Iris gasps. Hansu and Iris stand together. The group disappeared. Iris and Hansu are talking. Hansu looks determined. Hansu says that he'd take responsibility and take it down. Iris's expression is unreadable. The next tutorial starts, Hansu thinks. So he succeeded after all. Hansu smirks, thinking he wasn't wrong to trust her choice. Hansu and Iris stand together. So hunt now. Iris says Hansu's name. Iris states she wants to go separate ways now. Hansu looks on. Iris says she's not really qualified to be next to him. Iris continues, saying when she's by his side, she ends up relying on him. So thankfully, Sangjin offered to come with her. She knows a lot of people there too. She stands beside Hansu, a strained smile on her face. Iris says, "Yeah, you're welcome to come along." Hansu looks down, a shadow crossing his face. Everyone will like it. He thinks it's kind of a shame, but the pair stand together, the city looming behind them. Hansu thinks, parting ways right now is for the best. He looks up, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. So she's thinking of her own position in her own way. He thinks, a good decision. Iris and Hansu stand side by side, a silent tension between them. Hansu stops in his tracks. Iris calls out, "Wait. The next time we meet, I won't simply give up." Hansu remains silent, his expression unreadable. The ruined cityscape stands silent as Iris speaks. "Let's see each other again." Iris's expression is unreadable. Kang Hyunsu remains silent, his gaze lowered. The two stand together amidst the ruins, the air thick with unspoken words. Hansu looks up, his expression serious. The man named Hansu agrees. "Sure. Also, Sangjin." Kang Hyunsu continues, his voice low. "You asked me to use you, right?" He leans in, his eyes intense. "Let me tell you if you're really serious about that. The choice is up to you." He smiles, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. A week passes. A voice echoes, dripping with amusement. "You waited a long time, right?" Kang Hyunsu stands among a group of people, the air thick with anticipation. The second tutorial has begun. The assistant fairy clears its throat. The voice continues, a hint of surprise lacing its tone. "There's a lot more of you left than I expected." The voice dismisses the situation. "But well, who cares?" The voice concludes, a sense of anticipation in its tone. "I anticipated this much after all." His gaze sharp, Kang Hyunsu stares ahead as the grotesque monster grins, its jagged teeth promising a shift in the status quo. The monster's intent is palpable, a silent promise of transformation hanging in the air. The monster's voice booms, shattering the silence. "Let's change the stage first." Elsewhere, a small, winged creature flits through a ruined cityscape, its presence hinting at the altered reality. The world warps around Kang Hyunsu and the others, the familiar cityscape dissolving into a scene of devastation. A group of figures stand together, bathed in an eerie, ethereal glow emanating from beneath their feet. Kang Hyunsu's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and confusion etched on his face. What is this?" The light intensifies, a palpable energy surging from the ground. "There's light beneath our feet." The group stands amidst the ruins, the glowing light casting long, distorted shadows across their faces. The source of the light pulses with an unknown power, its energy resonating through the very ground beneath them. Kang Hyunsu surveys the changed landscape, his expression hardening with resolve as he prepares for whatever challenges lie ahead. A voice declares that it has finally started. A surge of energy crackles through the air. A hand rests on the cold, tiled floor. A figure, glowing with a faint blue light, wonders where they are. The assistant fairy stands near Hansu, who is surrounded by other people. A woman with a large bow tie asks if everyone is present. Before entering the second tutorial, a voice announces that they will adjust the head count. A man with glasses questions the head count. A voice declares that from this point onwards, they should make it so. Two men stand side by side, listening intently. A voice warns that there should be no more than 7 people in one room. A disembodied voice echoed with a directive. Ensure no more than 7 individuals occupy a single room. The group stood in silence, awaiting further instructions. Park Soo-yeol, observing the assembled group, muttered in frustration, "Damn it. There's 8 of us." A voice proposed, "Every room may have a different situation, but their start should be the same, don't you think? Discuss it with each other." A low voice rumbled, "No wonder. I thought things were progressing way too easily." The man, his brow furrowed with concern, asked, "What do we do?" The camera focused on a strange, needle-like weapon. A voice questioned, "Is that guy Hansu?" The group stood together, their expressions unreadable. A man's voice, laced with a hint of admiration, stated, "I haven't seen how skilled he is personally, but he's definitely worth it." The disembodied voice echoes, stating that the people left behind will work together. Anvi Aaron stands with her back to the group, a silent observer of the unfolding situation. Anvi Aaron suggests that everyone introduce themselves and try to make an appeal. A hand points, emphasizing the need to appeal to their value as a person. The group stands together, the tension palpable as they consider the implications of the situation. The camera focuses on the feet of the group, highlighting their grounded stance amidst the uncertainty. A man introduces himself. "You're seeing this for the first time, right? I'm Dichiel." Dichiel holds up a weapon, radiating a red glow. "I don't think any of the skills here could defeat me." Park Suyol states, "I'm definitely no Dreg." Hansu's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in his gaze. "That's chi art." A description appears, a rune skill that uses magic to boost all stats. The text explains, "You could also strengthen a weapon by enveloping it in magic like that." Chi art is definitely a unique and good skill to have. Dichiel stands confidently, radiating an overflowing sense of self-assurance. But it's better than having nothing. If they take the importance of the skill into consideration, he has the upper hand. Kongmin introduces himself, stating that he has a healing skill. Hanchiol clears his throat before introducing himself, stating that he has a combat skill. Are they saying someone must be killed? We're like a family, so please, make us an exception. The group stands together, discussing the situation. "Young lady, I don't think you've introduced yourself." Anvi Aaron smiles, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "You brought it up first. Set an example, yeah? And as for my ability, I'll show you right now." She grinds her heel into the man's skull. The man asks, his voice strained, why she is getting so close. Anvi Aaron holds a glowing object, a sinister smile playing on her lips. A blade drips with fresh blood. The man's face contorts in agony. Blood splatters across the floor. A group of men stand by, watching the scene unfold. One of the men grabs a woman. A lifeless body lies on the ground, surrounded by blood. Anvi Aaron muses to herself that there was no guarantee it would drop. A voice declares that they will take the skill and share the rest among themselves. She stands over the body, a faint smile playing on her lips. Kong Hyunsu thinks to himself, just like that at once. That's a total lunatic. I should be careful. Kong Hyunsu crosses his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses, thanks to a skillless person having something out of his league, things are easier now. Kong Hyunsu looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, since people who died in the past are now inside, the flow has already changed. Kong Hyunsu's eyes narrow, a hint of determination in his gaze. He thinks, this is progressing very interestingly. A small, imp-like creature appears, saying, "You reached 7 people before anyone else. Let's see. Great. Now let's start the explanation, shall we?" A path to the sky is revealed, a voice saying, "Show you first." The path leads to a lush, green landscape in the sky, a voice declaring, "This here is the ascension path." A voice echoes, stating that the task ahead is simple. The voice continues, instructing them to continuously climb for 3 months and reach the dormant volcano in the center of the 2nd floor. That's. A winged imp-like creature declares that once they pass this tutorial, the voice booms, promising that the world of adventure will fully open up to them. The imp-like creature exclaims, "To you all." He walks forward, the sound of footsteps echoing on the bridge. A man states that they're going to be together for quite a while, so they should get along. What's his deal? Why is he in such a hurry? A man shouts, his face contorted in alarm. The bridge is collapsing. Someone steps onto the precarious bridge, seemingly unaware of the danger. Panic sets in as the group scrambles to escape the crumbling structure. Hansu pauses, his breath catching in his throat as he surveys the perilous situation. The assistant fairy exclaims, "I mentioned that as time passes." The disembodied voice warns, the part on the lower island starts collapsing. Bridges are even quicker to collapse. Be careful. Someone groans, "You should have told us that first." A man asks, "Where are you going?" Another man clicks his tongue, muttering, "That antisocial bastard." Choi Sang-jin suggests that they follow Hansu for now. Hansu simply responds with a curt, "What?" An unseen member of the group wonders if Hansu knows where he is going, given his confidence. The group continues to follow Hansu through the dense forest. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the trees. Sunlight filters through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. The group trudges onward, their expressions a mix of determination and weariness. Anvi Aaron complains that they have been walking for hours, and no bridge is appearing. Choi Sang-jin wonders if Hansu even knows where he is going. Hansu retorts that he doesn't know and doesn't want to be bothered, complaining about insects. Anvi Aaron remarks on how fussy Hansu is, noting that they have been seeing similar scenes and finding nothing. He wondered how much longer they would have to keep going. Hansu chewed thoughtfully, his cheeks bulging. "What have you been eating since earlier?" He explained that it had somewhat of the effect of a poison antidote if you eat it. Oak tree bark. Park Suyol asked why he would poison the antidote. Hansu reacted with surprise. A voice boomed, demanding to know what they were. Before them loomed a massive, scaled serpent, its yellow eye glinting. Hansu stood his ground, Park Suyol behind him. Hansu declared that he had found it. Hansu stands over Park Suyol, who is sitting on the ground. Hey, how did you know the attack was coming? Park Suyol grunts. Superpowers. Hansu looks off into the distance. Park Suyol wonders about superpowers. The runic snake hisses, clearly frustrated. Damn it. A man with black, spiky hair faces the runic snake, gripping a knife in each hand. Another figure leaps towards the antagonist runic snake, ready to strike. A voice booms, stubborn rascals. The antagonist runic snake bares its fangs, ready to strike. A system message appears, describing the antagonist runic snake. Its temperament shifts according to the arrangement of the runes on its head. The pattern changes randomly, making its behavior unpredictable. The man with spiky black hair pants, clutching his arm. They're attacking without giving us a chance to heal. A voice says, that guy named Hansu told us the trick to catch them, but at this rate, my body won't hold up. Another man yells, why aren't you people fighting? A voice shouts, stop hiding at the back and come fight in the front. A man pleads, but please understand. The figure refuses to help, stating that he has people he must protect and cannot risk helping. Frustration boils over. What does it matter if he has a family? The man is reminded that they are at the front, trying not to get killed. The figure questions what the other's deal is, since he doesn't even have a family to protect. Anger radiates from the figure. The figure retorts that he can't have the healer getting hurt while fighting. The healer smiles slyly. The healer asks how they plan on healing without him, questioning if their sword is just for show. The figure relents, since the other is a healer. The healer raises a finger, about to make a demand. The healer states that if they want him to heal them, it will cost 3 strength runes. The figure curses the healer, thinking he's a bastard, and considers offering dexterity or mana instead. A voice booms, questioning if they are just going to let them be. A woman with long, straight black hair stands beside a car, looking off into the distance. A man in a white robe greets another man and a woman, who asks him to heal her wife, offering a rune in exchange. The woman with black hair leaps into action, her expression grim. One man asks why the others are standing around, urging them to move quickly. A disembodied hand gestures, as a voice laments drawing a shitty hand, and notes that the bastard is acting up because he has a healing skill. A close-up of a man's face reveals a stern expression. A voice asks young Hanchiol how the new place is. Hanchiol replies, telling them not to even ask, and inquiring about the situation on their side. A voice responds that their side is not bad. A voice states that there's a rescuer upstairs, instructing them to push their way through and climb up. A voice instructs them to try to find useful new recruits on their way. He thinks to himself that he would like to do that too, but then says that they need to increase their size, and cheers up. A voice wonders who they can take with them, as they don't know among these people. A voice describes a man with self-proclaimed superpowers. A voice refers to a crazy woman carrying a sword. A voice describes a cunning rascal of a doctor. A voice refers to a useless family of 3. A voice questions if survival doesn't come before anything else. Hanchiol says he'll just put it off for now, and that he'll see the other person later, Captain. Hanchiol walks away. It's too quick for there to be people whose monarch traits have bloomed. A part of a person's traits. All monarchs, like Ares and the Berserk monarch, possess the ability to lead. The ability to lead a group is the literal ability to become a monarch. The literal ability to lead a group is what makes one a monarch. The monarch gives their clan members their own symbol. Those with that symbol feel a tremendous sense of bonding with each other, making it possible for only the clan members to communicate with each other. There's a limit to the number of people the monarch can beckon. But for the time being, they'll be busy trying to scout people. And if I have to compete with them, I'll get busy too. The hand clenches. After all, if you want people to listen to you, you must have the strength to back it up. Kang Hyun-soo holds a glowing orb in his hand. The snake watches. The snakes watch. A dead runic snake lies on the ground, its scales dull and lifeless. The air hangs heavy with the stench of decay. It seems the number of monsters is dwindling, Kang Hyun-soo observes, wondering if they've stumbled outside the monster's usual territory. The ground is littered with the shed scales of the runic snake, a testament to its size and power. That means they're getting closer to their goal. They're almost at the nest of the mutant runic snake. Kang Hyun-soo pushes through the dense undergrowth, the air growing thick with anticipation. The goal he came here for is within reach. The runic snake looms large, its scales shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Magic crackles around the runic snake, a visible manifestation of its power. The rune-eater snake, now in its adult form, bares its fangs, ready to defend its territory. Suddenly, one of the team members calls out, telling them to wait. One of the group members asks if they really need to fight that snake. Another member suggests that they leave, stating that the snake won't attack if they don't get too close. Hansu declares that he will fight it alone, not caring if the others climb higher first. The group stands together, considering their options. Someone questions why he would do something stupid. Hansu's expression hardens. He states firmly that he is not moving together with them. The group stands together, the tension palpable. Hansu looks forward, resolute. One of the group members sighs, stating that there's nothing that can be done then. Someone asks who will fight at this rate. Anvi Aaron considers the situation. She thinks to herself that they can't force him to come along, and wonders if she should stay back as well. A man in a suit looks surprised. Park Soo-yeol sighs, seemingly frustrated. It is said that he's bull-headed, but they can't just leave him like this. Park Soo-yeol walks through the forest, followed by another man. Someone asks why they aren't coming, and states that if they are thinking of bringing him with them now, they should give up. Keldian looks on. Because all this time, while everyone received healing from him, he didn't, not even once. Keldian chuckles. It's giving him goosebumps. He acts like being on the battlefield is a daily thing for him. People like him are not the type to listen to others. From what he saw, the man isn't the type who'll live long either. Kang Tae stands with Park Soo-yeol. It's a shame for someone so talented, but there is nothing he can do about it. He also seems hard to manage. The runic snake hisses. The snake's fangs drip with venom. Kang Tae prepares to fight. It avoids him when the magic rune is active. The runic snake opens its jaws wide. But with the exception of the dexterity rune, it attacks him. The magic rune glows on the snake's head. Kang Tae faces the runic snake. It's quicker and stronger than the scaled snake. But it's nowhere close to the carnivorous beast. He stands before the massive runic snake, its scales shimmering in the dim light. The moment it is attacked, it switches to the resistance rune, leaving its damage weak. Kang Tae considers his options. A long-term battle wouldn't necessarily put him at a disadvantage, but it's a hassle. His gaze sharpens, a plan forming in his mind. The way to defeat it is simple. Focus on the bunch of trees in the center of the open area, resembling a nest. The runic snake's eyes gleam menacingly. Kang Tae's eyes narrow as he continues to observe the snake. He thinks to himself, ignore the snake and target that spot first. Kang Tae prepares to strike, his gaze fixed on the distant nest. It'll instinctively ignore its own defense to protect its nest. The runic snake's eyes widen, sensing the impending threat. Gotcha. Kang Tae moves with purpose, energy crackling around him. He strikes at the nest, a surge of power erupting from his hand. The runic snake's maw gaped open, its fangs bared in a final, silent roar. The light faded from the serpent's scales, its immense body now still. A surge of energy dissipated into the air. Kang Tae stood over the fallen beast, his expression grim. He thought to himself, that was way quicker to get my hands on than I thought it would be. Kang Tae turned away from the corpse, heading deeper into the forest. Nestled amongst the trees was the runic snake's egg. The egg pulsed with a faint, inner light. A strange energy emanated from the runic snake's egg. A pair of hands carefully holds the snake's egg. The egg cracks open. A creature emerges from the shattered shell. It's incredibly small compared to its adult form. A juvenile rune-eater snake. But this little one has a very unique trait. It eats runes and spits them out immediately. The runic snake is urged to eat. It can consume any 3 runes. The snake spits out 2 runes that the owner desires. Giving 3 to get 2 back might seem like a loss to others. The runic snake consumes another rune. You can get all the runes you want, but getting the right runes for myself is more important to me. Well done. Kang Hyun-soo holds the runic snake in his hands, a faint smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that he needs to focus on increasing magical and physical resistance. Kang Hyun-soo says that the snake can rest now. Kang Hyun-soo reflects that with this, he's achieved his goal and wonders if he should start moving now. A child asks where they go now, calling Kang Hyun-soo dad, and is told to keep it down. Deep in the forest, a man studies a map, consulting with a woman and a child. The island map they acquired when leaving the room doesn't show such detailed structures. The man mutters that they can't just move thoughtlessly when they don't know what's out there. A desperate thought echoes. Where can they go to be safe, if only they hadn't abandoned them? The woman gasps, telling the man she hears something over there. The sound of rustling leaves grows louder. The man, bracing himself, tells the woman and child to stay behind him, wondering if it's a monster or another traveler. The rustling intensifies. Kang Hyun-soo emerges from the foliage. Kang Hyun-soo confronts the group, asking what they are doing here. The man smirks, asking if Kang Hyun-soo ran away from a monster midway. The chibi version of Hyun-soo declares that he caught it. Hyun-soo stands in the forest with another man, thinking about the small wound he received. It hasn't even been that long. Choi Sang-jin wonders where the others are, standing with 2 other people. Those guys. Choi Sang-jin is talking about getting out of here. Choi Sang-jin says that it's dangerous for them to split up like this. Surely there's no need for them to fight among themselves, so they're just planning to have a comfy ride following them around at the back. Ugh, that's... Choi Sang-jin thinks that he's not wrong. Now that a huge player is out, it's a hassle to have irritating people in the way. He doesn't care who gives him the runes, but he thinks he should stick with the strong ones. Someone stated that he went the other way. Choi Sang-jin and his companions were blocked, preventing them from following. Someone grumbled about how dare they look down on people like that. One of the companions asked Choi Sang-jin where they were going, asserting their seniority. Kang Hyun-soo's expression is unreadable. A voice declared they needed to move, having already wasted too much time. One of the companions suggested they should also. A foot stepped forward with determination. The group began to walk away. Someone questioned Kang Hyun-soo about what he was trying to do. Choi Sang-jin declared that they were never with them in the first place and would take their own path. So blunt. I guess it doesn't matter. Do as you please, since I'll be fighting alone anyway. Kang Hyun-soo stands amidst the forest, a faint blue light emanating from his blade. It's quite tough, but thanks to that, my stats are in good shape. It was a wise choice to boost my resistances first. A runic snake coils nearby, its expression almost cheerful. Thanks to this, fighting itself has become easier. He prepares food with a knife, thinking he should make food from the rest. Someone exclaims in awe, noting that he's gradually growing stronger and is incredible. Yumihi expresses relief. Someone notes that he's not interested in them, suggesting they should fight as well. Park Suyol states that they just need to stay safe. Yumihi responds with an okay. Kong Hansu and the group run through the forest. Park Suyol wonders where he is going now. Yumihi looks on with concern. Someone questions if it's a tunnel. Kong Hansu walks towards the tunnel. He stared ahead, his expression unreadable as he approached the cavernous opening. Behind him, the others looked on with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. A voice questioned if this was their destination. The group moved forward, the dark maw of the tunnel beckoning them into the unknown. Murmurs rippled through the group, a mix of excitement and trepidation. A collective sigh of relief echoed as they realized they had made it this far. Cheers erupted as the group celebrated their progress. One of the men watched Kong Hansu, a hint of admiration in his eyes. The man noted that he came back alive and in pretty good shape. Kong Hansu's expression hardened, the rumor of his battle with the carnivorous beast weighing heavily on his mind. Another man looked at Kong Hansu, annoyed at his noisy entrance after being late. With the last players accounted for, the massive door grinds shut, sealing off the previous area. The remaining players stand ready, anticipating the next challenge. A monstrous figure gives a thumbs up, signaling the start of the event in full scale. A booming voice welcomes everyone to the first floor dock. A winged monster observes the crowd, noting that about 75 people remain, which it deems good. The players gather, the voice announcing that thankfully, there weren't too many casualties. The announcement declares that this special event is a battle for tickets. A figure stands before a holographic display, the event unfolding before them. The announcement continues, explaining that the players will use these tickets to move from the current collapsing first floor island to another one. Some islands are crawling with monsters and surrounded by lava, but if luck is on their side, they might end up on a central or southern island brimming with treasures. The monstrous figure explains that just going there wouldn't be fun, so here are a few rules it has prepared. The rules state that only 3 people can board each boat. At least 3 tickets are needed to travel to the islands. However, if 3 people use 3 tickets, they'll be randomly scattered across different islands. The diagram shows that each person needs a ticket to board a boat to an island. Whether on the outskirts or at the center, if 2 people use 3 tickets, they can go together. But they cannot choose their destination. However, if one person uses all 3 tickets, they can go wherever they want. Kong Hansu stares intently at the ticket in his hand. The islands are collapsing from the outskirts, and the difficulty of each island varies greatly, so the more advantageous your position, the better, right? For details, please refer to the island map. There are about 30 minutes left until the entire first floor island collapses. There are a total of 25 boats placed around the crater. Boats are positioned around the crater, ready for the scramble. A small, horned creature grins, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shall we get started? It asks. A voice declares, you already know the drill, right? Survive by any means necessary. A desperate demand echoes through the air. Hand over the tickets. How dare you betray me? Hansu stands among a group, tickets clutched in his hand, the tension palpable. A desperate plea pierces the chaos. Don't leave me behind. Hansu's expression hardens. It's the start of inevitable chaos, in that case. The name Kong Hansu is shouted. A voice cracks with desperation. I'm begging you. A figure on the ground cries out. Just this once, help me. No, help our family. Hansu stands resolute, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. A lone figure kneels, their fate hanging in the balance. Hansu, desperate, pleads, just this once, help me. No, help our family. He kneels, his expression a mix of desperation and resolve. A voice echoes, we need more tickets to safely. 2 figures stand in a dimly lit area, their conversation unheard. Hansu grits his teeth, a surge of determination coursing through him. Strong, so you can easily get tickets. A voice suggests, why you can just snatch a few tickets from some other guys and bring them to us. A sinister grin spreads across a man's face, hinting at cruel intentions. The voice concludes, if he does that, we can get there easily this time. The man on the ground begs, pleading for innocent lives to be spared. A voice declares that in the end, one must take responsibility for themselves. The speaker's expression is unreadable. The voice advises to take care of one's own affairs. Another voice questions what is so hard about showing compassion for them. Hansu stands over the kneeling figures, his expression grim. Without warning, Hansu kicks one of the kneeling men in the face, sending him sprawling. Someone thinks he's talking too much. One of the men finds it annoying and asks if they are just going to keep listening to this. A man addresses Kong Hansu, offering to make a proposal. The man urges Hansu to come with him, offering tickets if he needs them. One of the men expresses annoyance, even though they are teammates. A voice echoes, filled with certainty. I know very well, how could I not? A memory surfaces, the bond back then. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, their expression unreadable. A voice declares, but this time I'm going under a monarch. The man's gaze is distant, his thoughts elsewhere, because that'd distract from my goal. The man exhales, his expression hardening. So you're not even going to listen, huh? A voice booms, "Boy, take this." A foot stomps down on a glowing object. A voice boasts, "I stole it from that pathetic guy." In the distance, a group of people gather around a kneeling figure. A voice laments, "It's a shame you refused." He acknowledges that he can't just be carefree either. Hansu plans to meet with the others on the central island, considering it a present for the future. Hansu smirks, a hint of calculation in his expression. Someone remarks that he's pulling a useless stunt. Hansu dismisses something as not important right now. Another character points out that there's a ticket right under their feet, questioning if they aren't going to take it. A character yells to grab it. Someone declares that the ticket is theirs now. Another character shouts, demanding the ticket back. The character holding the ticket refuses to give it back, asking if the other has a death wish. A young girl plunges a knife into a man lying on the ground, her face contorted in anguish as she cries out, "Dad." A disembodied voice echoes, dripping with sarcasm, "What? Your family, huh? Is that it?" A man in a suit stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror as he witnesses the scene unfolding before him. A booming voice declares with chilling glee, "Well, then let me give you a wholesome death altogether." A desperate cry pierces the air, "No, Chayun, honey." A shadowy figure observes, stating, "They paired the family with us from the start to make us witness this spectacle." The man in the suit, tears streaming down his face, hears the words, "After all, it's obvious what they want." A monstrous entity grins, its teeth sharp and menacing, as it proclaims, "No matter how much everyone struggles on the stage that is set." Wooden puppets are manipulated by strings, their movements stiff and unnatural. A voice declares, "Here, even your death is orchestrated." A figure with slick-back black hair smirks, asking, "Why did you reject Hanchiol's offer earlier?" He glances back at Anvi Aaron, who approaches with a measured gait. A voice declares an intention to make a proposal. Anvi Aaron smiles, her gloved hands clasped. Her red eyes gleam with amusement as she raises a hand, a faint purple sigil glowing on her palm. Kang Hyunsu acknowledges that he expected the proposal. Before leaving, a voice states that there is one question. Anvi Aaron wonders if he is still there out of some clumsy sense of sympathy. Anvi Aaron smiles, her expression unreadable. Her eyes narrow slightly, a hint of challenge in her gaze. Kang Hyunsu's blue eyes reflect the intensity of the moment. He repeats the word, sympathy. Kang Hyunsu's expression remains unreadable. She was the last one. Everyone else who could go up has already left. A lone boat drifts through the sky, a final vessel amidst the clouds. Now, there's only one boat left. Whatever happens here, no one above will know. Below, a scene of desperation unfolds, the survivors huddled together in fear. Those who are left can't even protect themselves. A chorus of desperate pleas rises from the shadows. "Please take me with you. Hansu, you know me, right? Please, just this once for me." Their voices echo with a desperate hope. "Hey, you can save us." He stares into the distance, a heavy weight settling on his shoulders. These are all people I should have saved. But in the tutorial area, where the fairy's power is strong, the weight of his failure crushes him. I couldn't save everyone. Kang Hyunsu's gaze hardens, resolve etching itself onto his face. That's why I must do what I have to. A hand rests on his shoulder as Kang Hyunsu stares down, the weight of the moment heavy on him. Because if I fail here, everything becomes pointless, he thinks. He stands before a group, the scene bathed in a dim, uncertain light. A voice whispers, "I'm sorry." The narration echoes, but the fate of those who couldn't move to the next island. A skeletal hand reaches out, desperation etched into its very form. A voice cries out from the green depths, "Please stop." As the narration continues, I know it well. The words "killing us" are screamed from the depths of the poison sea. Down there, in the sea of poison. A figure melts into the green, the narration stating, "It hurts too much," when the fairies seem to enjoy watching them melt. A face contorted in agony, tears streaming down. Just let them die. The green sea churns, a vortex of suffering. All I could do was watch. Kang Hyunsu's face is etched with resolve, the memory of burning brand. You can resent me all you want. The narration concludes, so rather than suffering while being exploited by them until death. His eyes burn with a cold, unwavering light, the past fueling his present determination. He stares forward, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, declaring, "I'm being merciful in my own way." A vast landscape stretches out, a testament to the world he must protect. Kang Hyunsu gazes at the horizon, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. The texture of his jacket hints at the battles he has faced and the journey ahead. Holding a small, glowing object, Kang Hyunsu hears a voice, "You're truly amazing. I didn't expect you to come out like that, though it's a pity it ended way too easily." The assistant fairy flits nearby as Kang Hyunsu is told, as expected of a rising star, "Don't worry about this matter. We don't ever go around babbling, you see." The assistant fairy's expression is mischievous, hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. A voice declares, "Well, then, I'll be waiting for you ahead. I'm not going to regret it." Kong Hyunsu's eyes burn with determination, a fire ignited within him. His fist clenches, a silent vow made. Save everyone, but to win. I can't waver here. He resolves to keep moving forward. Kong Hyunsu's gaze hardens with determination. The next target is the central island. Kong Hyunsu travels towards his destination. The journey continues. A message appears, congratulating the 1,921 travelers who have made it this far. Welcome to the land of opportunity, the Central Island. Central Island. Unique to this region. Exactly 3 things are important on Central Island. And the last one. The monsters growl. The undead horde advances. The monster wave is coming. Stop them now. I said stop them. Skeletons swarm the fortress walls, their bony hands reaching for any purchase. The air crackles with dark energy as the undead assault intensifies. The defenders are spread thin. A desperate cry rings out. We're short on people here. Steel clashes against bone as the defenders struggle to hold the line. The metallic tang of blood fills the air. A voice shouts encouragement amidst the chaos. If we can just hold out here, we'll get through the day. Hang in there. Hansu reaches out, his expression a mask of desperation. I can't. How can you expect me to do this for a month? Save me. The order rings out, a desperate plea to maintain order. Maintain the defense line. The sounds of battle intensify, a cacophony of clashing steel and guttural roars. The defenders are pushed back, the line faltering under the relentless assault. A voice of authority speaks, recognizing the need for structure. We need to establish some rules. A gloved hand rests on a table, the weight of responsibility heavy on its owner. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, a figure stands beneath a massive chandelier, the weight of recent events pressing down. Our defense was nearly breached in just one day. Around a large, ornate table, figures sit in tense discussion. We've already suffered serious damage. How long are you just going to watch? Park Jung-wook expresses his fear that if they continue as they are, they will not only fail to protect the crystal, but will also be massacred by the monsters. And Jo-hyun listens intently, a worried expression etched on her face. A voice suggests they wait to discuss this until the other monarchs arrive. Another voice counters, stating that the powerful ones are already here, so it shouldn't matter. Someone asks what they should do. Park Jung-wook declares that the biggest problem is the lack of defensive forces. Hong Xie suggests bringing in people who are not affiliated with a clan, even if it means using force. A concerned voice questions how they would control these unaffiliated travelers. Lee Guk-tae states that they will deal with them by force. Someone believes that words will not work with such a lawless lot anyway. A dire warning echoes through the halls. An attack is coming in 3 hours. The speaker questions if they can even hold out until then, and if they should simply allow the attack to proceed. One of the leaders proposes a solution. What if their clan alliance were to recruit and combine forces with them? Another leader, seated at the table, asks if they can guarantee that they'll be able to do that. The discussion shifts to a different concern. The rising number of people leaving for the underground dungeon is a serious matter. The reason for this exodus is revealed. Their numbers have grown so much. It's stated that their numbers are now comparable to the clan alliance members. These people formed a ridiculous group called the Basement Alliance. From the point they started actively taking action, they were already beyond their control. The question is posed, can the clan alliance, which is focused solely on defense, handle them? Clearing his throat, one of the leaders asks how they should defend the castle then. If that's the plan anyway, the minor clans should go first to reduce losses. One of the leaders observes that they're just discussing their desires, calling it a mess. One of the leaders laments that if only the original 1,900 had just focused on defense. Survival depended on it, as a group stands together. However, as some returned from the dungeon with powerful artifacts and grew stronger, they started leaving one by one. Hong Xie wonders how they are going to defend the crystal over the next month. And Jo-hyun states that she is not there to prank Hong Xie this time, emphasizing that it's important. A report came in that someone is going crazy fighting the Basement Alliance. Hong Xie looks surprised and calls for help. And Jo-hyun tells Hong Xie to calm down, saying she never said she wasn't going. And Jo-hyun stands with an unknown man. One man says he was planning to hunt for 2 more days, then switch back. Another man replies that he'll join once he's stronger. A man is kneeling on the ground. One of the men suggests they talk this out. A surge of unseen energy crackles through the air. The force slams into an unseen target. The man cries out, staggering from the blow. A voice echoes, "You're dismissed. From tomorrow, everyone will fight above." The voice continues, "You loafed around today, so you'll earn your keep tomorrow. Don't come near me." Clutching at his chest, the man struggles to remain standing. Hansu thinks, I can definitely feel that his rune stats are lower than mine, so why? Hansu's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. Hansu clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. I need my... Another man shouts, that guy. A voice booms, "You bastard, who are you to order us around?" The voice concludes, die. He grips the knife, its blade crackling with enhanced cutting power. Anvi Aaron observes, a flicker of calculation in her crimson eyes. That's a pretty good artifact for a colorless one. The attack lands, the impact reverberating through the air. Hansu and Anvi Aaron clash, a whirlwind of motion and steel. A voice shouts encouragement. Yeah, kill him. But a nagging thought surfaces. The knife's skill disappeared? Anvi Aaron grits her teeth, realizing the knife won't penetrate. How much resistance does he have? Hansu raises the knife, preparing for another strike. Is it his turn now? Anvi Aaron's face contorts in frustration and pain. She cries out in agony. Anvi Aaron's voice drips with exhaustion. It's exhausting trying to fight you without killing you. Anvi Aaron collapses, defeated. Two figures observe the fallen Anvi Aaron, their expressions unreadable. One of the men states that words won't make the other listen. Kang Hyunsu stares intently. Someone says they only have one left, but it should be enough. Two figures stand together. Someone wonders who on earth that guy is. A group of people sit around a table. One of the men says, so he's the... One of the men states that he's the guy Hanchio mentioned. Another wonders why there is a magical beast on his shoulder. Kang Hyunsu states that starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance will join forces. A man says that they will rotate between hunting and defense. Someone says that they can't be commanded without your trade anyway, so take as many useful people as you can and have them join your clans. The man looks out at the group. The man with green hair assures that the people outside will follow orders, so there won't be a problem. Guy Hanchiol thinks that this would benefit them, not Hansu. He wonders what on earth Hansu really wants. The man with red hair asks, what do you want? The man with red hair asks, what do you want? The man with red hair says that Hansu is someone unaffiliated with a plan, and as strong as he is, he just created this ruckus. The man with red hair asks if Hansu is trying to claim he has no ulterior motive. Hansu says that as long as the basic rules and system are set, he has no intention of interfering. Someone says that Hansu never knows, and he might suddenly change his mind and want to get rid of the Clan Alliance. Hansu says that he has no interest in petty debates, but if they're worried about this. Someone exclaims that he disappeared, and that he's going to attack, so they should prepare for battle. The man with green hair and the man with red hair are present. Guy Hanchiol scoffs, dismissing the situation. It's just a simple invisibility skill. He can't have moved from that spot. The man with red hair questions if he thinks he couldn't attack if he wanted to. Kang Hyunsu stares intently, his expression unreadable. A voice muses if it was not just a simple trick, but a dragon that disrupts your senses. Guy Hanchiol's eyes widen in disbelief. He can't believe he got him this easily. Guy Hanchiol states he got a new item before coming here, and they've got to keep up. With the trend, a figure stands in the rain. The assembled group stands ready. Kang Hyunsu says to calm down. He has no intention of being hostile to them. A voice suggests they each do their best in their respective positions. Someone states that's all they're after. A voice echoes, stating that while they've been fighting each other until now, it will be hard to join forces, but there's still time to go easy on them. Hansu walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing. A voice declares that this is just the beginning for what's going to come next. A voice calls out, warning that he's going to upset them if he just leaves. Hansu continues to walk away, his back to the speaker. One of the figures states that after their conversation, this time they want to hear a different answer. Another figure asks what the other thinks. Footsteps echo through the halls. Hansu states that he needs to head towards the city walls. Iris questions if he is even pretending to listen to her. Iris continues to question Hansu's attention. Iris calls him an annoying rascal. Elsewhere, a soldier orders the gathering of bodies. The soldiers request more relief supplies. A soldier directs people with support skills to head a certain way. A sergeant reports that the South City Wall has also been somewhat secured. Someone asks how their clan is holding up. The response is that they managed to maintain a more consistent defense compared to last time. It's reported that people have been assigned to all positions without any shortages. One man reflects on those who joined from the Basement Alliance, a hint of weariness in his voice. Another man considers the new recruits, recalling how they were initially uncooperative, but ultimately performed quite well. A third man expresses his gratitude, noting that thanks to them, they didn't suffer as much damage. Given the precarious situation, a man thinks that they couldn't afford to slack off, with that monster guarding the defense line. Surveying the scene, a man wonders if they really had any other option. It's shocking to see him handle so many of them alone, a man thinks. A close-up reveals a man's thoughtful expression. If only that guy had some manners, a man uses, he could have recruited him to the clan. Ignoring the speaker, Kang Hansu is called out. So, is God finally being fair? Is that it? A man wonders. Even so, at this rate, they'll be able to consistently fend them off, a man states. Hold on, a man shouts, Sergeant, there's a rift in the sky? A cartoonish demon announces, all right everyone, you've been waiting for me, right? One of the men asks if they all rested well over the past 2 days. Another exclaims that the damn devil coming out is always a bad sign. A voice declares, shall we start the real action for the people getting bored now? The demon announces that starting today, demons will appear in the defense battles. A voice states that the undead they've faced so far gave them nothing. The narration states that killing a demon will drop many crystals. The narration states that you can exchange these crystals. Hansu is shown in front of a screen that says, for amazing artifacts at an exclusive store of this place. The screen displays the crystal store, showing the crystals owned and various items available for purchase. The screen displays, to buy escape tickets to escape this place, and shows that it costs 600 crystals. A voice asks, don't you all want to leave this place quickly? He listens as the others discuss the escape. Just having crystals means you can escape this place. It says up to 5 people can go together. Then, a voice booms, urging everyone to do their best to gather those crystals. A swirling vortex of red energy begins to materialize. The energy coalesces into a dark, ominous structure. A clawed hand bursts forth from the crimson mass. The head of a monstrous demon emerges, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A cacophony of laughter echoes through the air. The demon fully materializes, its immense power radiating outwards. Damn it, it's coming this way. The demon looms, its presence a palpable threat. Someone, go and face it first. We don't even know how strong the demon could be. I want those items too, but... The group watches as Kang Hyunsu shouts for everyone to step back. Kang Hyunsu slashes at the demon with his sword. The group watches the fight from a distance. The demon retaliates, its form radiating a menacing red aura. Kang Hyunsu continues his assault, his sword glowing with power. The demon prepares to counter. Kang Hyunsu presses his attack. The sword clashes against the demon. Kang Hyunsu observes, as expected of a demon, even if it is a degraded version. He realizes that he can't inflict critical damage on it with ordinary attacks. Kang Hyunsu thinks that he doesn't have any cloud snack, but he has enhanced his defense and resistance with Rune Eater's snake. The demon acknowledges that its attack power is not enough. So for now, Kang Hyunsu recalls the artifacts he got from the dungeon, specifically Rogue's light stepping boots, which will increase his movement speed for 1 minute. Kang Hyunsu declares that he'll fight him with speed. He prepares to move, a blue aura flaring around him. Kang Hyunsu leaps forward, the Rogue's light stepping boots activating with a surge of power. The boots glow with a vibrant energy, a testament to their power. Kang Hyunsu moves at an incredible speed, blurring the line between man and phantom. Streaks of red and blue energy paint the air, marking his passage. Kang Hyunsu attacks the demon with a speed that defies the eye. The demon lunges forward, its form a blur of dark energy. Its red eyes burn with malevolent intent. A blinding flash erupts as the demon unleashes its power. The demon presses its attack, a dark aura swirling around it. Waves of purple energy ripple outwards. The demon focuses its power, preparing a devastating blow. The attack intensifies, streaks of red energy tearing through the air. The demon's hand crackles with dark energy, ready to strike. A massive blast of energy explodes outwards. The demon's attack culminates in a fiery explosion, scattering debris across the battlefield. Kang Hyunsu grips Nirmaha's ring, preparing to unleash its power. The ring's first authority, destruction. Nirmaha's ring instantly neutralizes any skill or authority upon contact. They watch from the ramparts, a silent vigil over the battlefield. A surge of power emanates from Kang Hyunsu. One of the observers wonders, how much stronger has he gotten? Guy Hancheol declares, get ready, Hancheol, we should grab our chance too. Another man questions, Captain, are you suggesting we join the fight? From the wall, a soldier shouts, even if we don't, others will try to seize the opportunity. There's only one demon. A figure charges forward, yelling, everyone, charge. I'm taking that one. One of the women says, I don't like this either, but shall we join in too, Shia? Her companion replies, no, let's wait for now. Kang Hyunsu, I need to see just how much he's capable of. The woman watches intently. A grand structure looms in the background. A group of soldiers prepares to move out. He stood among the crowd, a silent observer in the dimly lit space. The faces around him were a mix of anticipation and apprehension, their eyes fixed on something beyond the frame. A voice echoed, laced with disdain, how brazen. Kang Hyunsu's expression hardened, a flicker of amusement dancing in his blue eyes. A voice whispered, barely audible, travelers. A towering demon stood silhouetted against a fiery sky, its form radiating raw power. A voice mused, a hint of curiosity in its tone. Seeing how he hasn't used it so far, could it be? Demons possess race skills that vary widely among individuals, making them unpredictable. Seeing that the demon hasn't used it so far, what could it be? The group stood ready, weapons drawn, facing the demonic presence. Is it a creature that uses area of effect attacks? Someone shouted, stand back. That demon is not someone you can handle. One of the group muttered, I have a bad feeling about this. Should we retreat and watch the fight for now? Another character retorted, what are you talking about? We need to stay close so we can at least land the finishing blow. The demon's hand crackled with energy, a prelude to the coming inferno. The demon unleashed its power, the word inferno blazing across the scene. Hell, a character holding a shield declared, what a joke. I can handle those little flames with this new artifact I got. Hansu grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in determination. If he could just land the final blow, the reward would be his. A wave of intense heat washes over the battlefield as the fiery attack intensifies. Panic erupts as someone shouts a desperate warning, run. The flames engulf a figure, the impact sending them reeling. A cataclysmic explosion of fire consumes everything in its path. A desperate cry for help echoes through the chaos. It's coming this way. A group of warriors brace themselves, their faces grim as they prepare to face the inferno. Hansu's hand clenches around the ring, a surge of power coursing through his veins. Blue energy crackles around Hansu as he focuses his will. Let's try putting the ring's powers to full use, shall we? The blade of his sword glows with an ethereal blue light, ready to strike. With a mighty swing, the sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. He unleashes the power of authority destruction, a surge of energy erupting around him. The destructive force obliterates everything in its path. A voice cries out, questioning what just happened. Another voice notes that he destroyed the flames with his sword. Kong Hyunsu's expression is grim, his eyes reflecting the intensity of the battle. The flames dissipate, revealing the aftermath of the attack. The landscape is scarred, the ground scorched by the intense heat. A voice acknowledges that he's no easy opponent. The voice declares that right here and now, it is him and no one else. The runic snake, wreathed in dark energy, emits a guttural growl. A voice declares that he is the one person who can fight the demon with the power of Inferno Hell's triple chains. The runic snake stands defiant, surrounded by flames. The aftermath of the clash leaves a trail of destruction. The runic snake's crimson eyes glow with malevolent intent, a silent promise of further destruction. Hansu's gaze hardens, his blue eyes reflecting the inferno around him. He prepares for the next attack. Bathed in fire, the runic snake stands defiant, its massive form radiating heat and power. A figure stands amidst the flames, sword raised, ready to strike. The air crackles with energy. The battlefield is engulfed in a sea of fire, the heat intense and suffocating. The red-haired man watches with a grim expression, his fist clenched in frustration. He wonders, is that guy really just a traveler like the rest of us? A collective thought echoes, we definitely started together. The thought continues, but how is there such a huge gap between us and him? The disparity is staggering. A sword gleams, reflecting the fiery light, a symbol of the desperate struggle. The red-haired man declares, we need to come up with a plan. Two figures stand together, their expressions determined. They know they must act quickly. At this rate, we'll lose all the advantages we have. Prepare for the next wave. Clan members, gather here. Switch out the members. If you're waiting for him, you're not getting anything today either. What do you mean? She states that waiting here is pointless. Kong Hansu replies that he has been waiting in vain every time too, before asking who they are waiting for. Anvi Aaron crosses her arms, looking displeased. She asks if there is anyone else to wait for besides Kong Hansu. Anvi Aaron clears her throat. Kong Hansu suggests that since it's just them, they should talk openly, mentioning that the clan alliance has been shaky recently. Anvi Aaron retorts, asking if he thinks she doesn't know the reason and why he is telling her this. The response is a simple, isn't it obvious? The word obvious is exclaimed. Kong Hansu states that the proposal is from their side. Anvi Aaron says that just now, it felt like someone was watching them. From a distance, Anvi Aaron wonders if it was her imagination. She watched from the window as the people below moved about. It had been a while since Kong Hansu started monopolizing the demons. But he hasn't taken any unusual actions, right? Judging by how we haven't gotten any reports. I've had clan members keeping a constant watch on him. But, besides defending, demon hunting, and briefly visiting the underground dungeon, he hardly rests. Thanks to that, defending has become easier, but there's another problem. Those who haven't joined the clan yet keep picking fights with the clan members. As expected, given that someone like him is holding out as a non-clan member, it's only natural for such troublemakers to appear. That's why I've prepared something. If the authority wavers, we can't control them properly, can we? It's something that must not happen for the sake of future plans. The air crackles with an unseen energy as people gather. A voice declares, just in time, everyone's here. Another voice suggests, let's discuss the future of the clan alliance, shall we? Figures stand silhouetted in the doorway, observing the scene. Rain falls in torrents, obscuring the world in a veil of water. A massive creature lies dead, impaled by a sword. Purple ichor pools around it. Elsewhere, Kong Hansu stands alone under a cloudy sky, his sword at his side. Purple liquid drips from the cavern ceiling, collecting in pools on the stone floor. A voice laments, this is useless now as well. A broken spear lies discarded on the ground. Kong Hansu clutches a small, white snake to his chest, relief washing over his face. Thank God, this makes it 60. A voice declares, I can finally get it. The top-tier artifacts are sold in the crystal shop. The crystal shop interface displays various item categories. If the crystals fall into the clan's hands, there's sure to be competition, so he had to nip this in the bud. But there's also the biggest goal that's right here. Exchange successful. 60 crystals deducted. He thinks he can wield most weapons. But it's best to stick with what he's familiar with. Decrato's judgment. This will make battles easier for a while now. A guttural sound echoes. Kong Hansu clenches his fist, blue energy swirling around him as he prepares for what's to come. An explosion erupts in the distance. Let's test it right away, shall we? The city stands tall, a silent witness to the impending conflict. A grotesque hand reaches out, its intentions unknown. There are about 10 days left until the end of the defense battle. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, determination etched on his face. I'm curious to see who will make the first move. A figure holds a glowing orb, its power radiating outwards. A group of people gathers, their faces grim as they discuss the situation. 10 days pass. The travelers are certainly keeping things interesting this time. A monstrous figure grins, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. For those who have survived the longest, an event has been prepared. A scream echoes through the fortress. What's going on? It's not even time for the monster wave to start yet. A sword lies amidst the bones of the fallen. The demon's eye glows with an eerie purple light. What's that? The demon corpses. They're accumulating inside the fortress. The demon's presence looms, a harbinger of chaos. A swirling mass of purple energy coalesces, hinting at the dark forces gathering. The air crackles with anticipation. It's starting. A grotesque structure, adorned with horns and pulsating with violet light, rises from the depths. A shadowy figure, wreathed in darkness, looms over the landscape. The hidden quest of Central Island is about to begin. Tendrils of dark energy writhe and twist, a prelude to the coming storm. The Demon King's subjugation battle is at hand. Crimson eyes gleam with malevolent intent, promising destruction. The fortress looms, a gothic nightmare of spires and shadowed archways. The air vibrates with raw power, a palpable sense of impending doom. A disembodied voice warns that approaching the fortress walls would be unwise. Another voice declares that escape is impossible through conventional means. Below, two figures gaze up at a winged creature perched atop the fortress walls. A choice is presented. Either remain and withstand the incoming attack of the undead, or attempt to escape using the crystal. The voice warns that these undead will be different from any encountered before. The choice is reiterated. If they don't want to face the undead, they can choose to face the Demon King summoned inside the fortress. A man stammers, shocked by the revelation. The Demon King? Another man exclaims that the Demon King was never mentioned before. A voice explains that the Demon King was deliberately withheld due to the high chance of death. A creature with horns and a sinister grin states that they'd all die anyway, and it can't be helped, as so many travelers have never survived this long. The crystal will activate 30 minutes after the undead attack begins, and can only transport 500 people. Park Soo-yeol looks on with concern. The announcement echoes, stating that half of them will be left behind. But if they defeat the Demon King, everyone can leave. The timer displays 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The voice promises to be patient while awaiting their answer. Park Soo-yeol curses, realizing they only have to survive for 30 minutes. A hand clenches in anticipation. A man with short red hair urges everyone to hold out for 30 minutes and escape using the crystal. The order is given. Everyone, get ready. Clan alliance near the crystal, everyone else at the front. Another man questions Park Soo-yeol's motives, suspecting he's just trying to get his clan to escape. Close-ups show the faces of Park Soo-yeol and the red-haired man, their expressions tense. A blonde-haired man suggests it's better to defend rather than move recklessly. A voice emphasizes the need to devise a strategy to rescue the majority. Another voice remarks that it's truly a clan monarch's idea. A figure declares that it doesn't matter what happens to others. A voice insists on focusing solely on keeping alive those they can control. The figure asks if there is another plan. A voice recounts how demons wiped out dozens of them with a single attack, questioning how they are supposed to defeat the Demon King. A voice asks what about other people, inquiring if they would prefer surviving and going to the next island together. A figure wears a sinister expression. A voice questions whether they will rush to their death like a moth to a flame. A voice declares that it's over and the atmosphere has already shifted. A figure states that they are allied with the Smog clan, so they will escape safely. A figure kneels. A voice declares that the only way for everyone to escape is by hunting the Demon King. Two figures react to the statement with surprise. Another voice chimes in, stating that if they hunt the Demon King, everyone who survives can escape. Someone complains that a certain guy is interfering again. A group of people stand together, listening to the discussion. A voice asks if someone is confident that they'll survive. A chibi figure responds, who knows? A voice warns that if they head to the crystal, more than 500 will die. Another group of people are gathered, listening intently. A voice suggests that maybe even more will die. A group of people are shown, seemingly in agreement. A voice declares that in that case, they'll follow. One of the figures states that they can't trust those clan people anyway. Another figure wonders if they ended up with this guy. A third figure asks if there's no reason to side with those guys. A voice declares that they should hunt down the Demon King and escape together. A close-up reveals a determined expression. A voice states that they'll join too. A group of figures stands together, ready for action. A voice declares that they'll also fight alongside Kong Hansu. A figure states that with how things have turned out, they have to stop him even if it's by force. A voice states that it's important to break their morale, and if the battle starts, everyone will fight to survive. A figure thinks that if only they could ambush him. He then thinks not to think about fighting just yet. The background shows a scene with magical effects. A scene with chains and debris is shown. A voice states that it'll be hard for someone to handle the aftermath. Kong Hansu stands with two others, ready for what's to come. Someone gulps nervously, standing behind another figure cloaked in shadow. A voice suggests that they cooperate and wait for the right timing, since they have time. Another voice responds that they kind of expected this. A voice agrees to go along with the plan for now. Someone thinks that they still have a chance. Three figures stand together, discussing their next move. It looks as if a group is standing together, ready to act. Before that, just a moment. Someone suggests that they wrap things up. A muscular arm is shown, ready for action. A swift action is about to occur. Chains crackle with energy. The chains bind a large crystal, purple energy radiating outwards. The chains tighten around the crystal, the air thick with magical power. More chains wrap around the crystal, the energy intensifying. The chains and crystals pulse with raw power. Hansu manipulates the chains, controlling the flow of energy. Two figures look on, their expressions a mix of concern and apprehension. A voice booms, demanding, "What the hell have you done?" Hansu's expression is unreadable. His hands, clad in dark gloves, grip the chains tightly. A voice declares, "Since we're heading into the fortress anyway, we don't need that." Hansu stands before a crowd, his purpose unknown. A voice declares that leaving an escape route will only weaken everyone. Another voice agrees, urging everyone to only look forward. The group resolves to follow Hansu and defeat the Demon King. A lone voice commands others not to follow. A voice urges others to fight to survive for their own sake. A voice echoes through the fortress, expressing disbelief. It's not the same fortress they saw before. Hansu observes the interior, noting that it is completely different. A sinister voice chuckles, remarking that it has been a while. A voice echoes, dripping with sinister amusement. "You came all this way to have fun. I can't just let you leave now." The heavy door slams shut with a resounding boom. The group finds themselves trapped as the fortress seals itself. The fortress has been sealed. Panic begins to set in as the group realizes the gravity of their situation. The air crackles with ominous energy. A terrified scream pierces the air. The floor begins to crumble beneath their feet. A voice cries out, "Something's climbing up." A surge of dark energy emanates from below. A grotesque creature emerges from the depths. Someone gasps in horror. The grotesque creature lunges, its claws aimed at Hansu. A voice booms, commanding, "Stop panicking." A hand clad in black leather grips a heavy chain, ready to restrain the beast. The voice continues, urging them to get a grip and fight, reminding them that these foes are no different from those they've faced before. Hansu sits, recovering, as Keldian and the assistant fairy stand nearby, ready to act. A voice declares that the real problem lies elsewhere. Hansu's expression hardens, his gaze focused on the true threat. The words echo in the air, "To fight the Demon King." Energy crackles, a path forward forming amidst the chaos. The group must pass through that gate, but fire pillars block their way. A warning cry rings out, "Everyone, step back." A colossal figure looms, wreathed in dark energy, a guardian of the path ahead. The air crackles with dark energy as the demon gatekeeper reveals itself. Demons pour forth from the fiery abyss. The demonic horde surges forward, blades glinting in the hellish light. A monstrous claw slashes through the air, hungry for flesh. Armored in hellfire, another demon lunges into the fray. The demons unleash a barrage of dark energy, tearing through the landscape. The ground cracks and splinters under the weight of the demonic advance. A scream pierces the air as the demon's onslaught intensifies. He grits his teeth, steeling himself for the coming battle. A voice booms out, issuing orders. "We've got two enemies, split them up and take them on." Kong Hyunsu narrows his eyes, his gaze hardening with resolve. Those in charge of giving buffs, move to the back. Those who are good at ranged attacks, come to the front. The team rallies, drawing their weapons and preparing to meet the demonic onslaught head-on. "Wait, rushing in recklessly could put us in danger." He declares that he will attack first, moving to the left side. The assistant fairy shouts a small "hey." It's modeled after the gatekeeper in the abyss. Hansu launches his attack against the demon gatekeeper. It's much weaker, but its movements are similar. Hansu realizes he can predict them. The chain crackles with blue energy. The chain slams into the demon gatekeeper. The demon gatekeeper recoils from the attack. Hansu continues his assault. More importantly, he can fully utilize Decrato's power. Chains that stretch for dozens of meters, and Decrato's power surge to life. The chains lash out, empowered by Decrato's. Suppression takes hold. The chains tighten their grip. The chains continue to bind the demon gatekeeper. The demon gatekeeper is completely ensnared. The chains glow with power. He thinks it uses up his magic when he's using it. Hansu thinks, but this is manageable. Hansu grits his teeth, determined. Another character asks, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Other characters watch the scene unfold. He declares that they can't just sit back and watch, preparing to attack. A voice booms, commanding them to honor their clan's name. A soldier responds with a resounding, "Yes, sir." The man with the scar on his cheek orders those with low resistance to support from the back, urging everyone to go. Anvi Aaron announces that she will go first. Another soldier shouts, "Attack." The assault begins, unleashing a barrage of purple energy. The purple energy intensifies, tearing through the environment. The concentrated energy continues to bombard the target. A voice wonders about the nature of that flame. The attack continues, with someone questioning if they're trying to summon hellfire. The purple energy continues to surge. The demon gatekeeper unleashes a devastating assault, chains of purple energy erupting from his form and tearing through the environment. A piercing scream echoes as the force of the attack connects. the sound a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The chains writhe and crackle with arcane energy, each link a conduit for immense power. The glowing chains bind and constrict, their ethereal light casting an ominous glow. The chains converge, ensnaring their target in a cage of crackling energy, the air thick with the scent of ozone. A voice cries out, "Don't stop." The figure strains against the chains, muscles bulging as they fight to resist the crushing force. A voice echoes, "It's hard to withstand after being hit by it." The figure, now bound tightly, grits their teeth, a desperate plan forming in their mind. But if I just know its location? Gathering their resolve, the figure declares, "I can handle it." With a surge of defiance, the figure draws their weapons, twin blades glinting in the purple light, ready to break free. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the chains shatter, the figure's counterattack tearing through the demon gatekeeper's bindings. He is assaulted by energy drawn from a ring above. The power descends upon him. The beams strike, bathing him in a blinding light. Kong Hansu shouts a warning. The flames will render attacks useless. The demon gatekeeper continues his assault, heedless of the warning. Chains erupt, binding Guy Hanchiol. He thinks he needs to get rid of this. Pink energy flares around him. He grunts in pain, feeling the drain of hellfire. The spot of the ignition stone glows in his hand. He clenches his fist around the stone, red energy radiating outward. His eyes glow with an electric blue light. Someone wonders what just happened. Guy Hanchiol notes that the flames around the demon have disappeared. Kong Hansu attacks with chains, a blue energy emanating from them. He asks if he didn't tell them this would happen. Kong Hansu continues his assault, the chains blurring as he commands to not stop attacking. Kong Hansu urges them not to worry about this, and to just keep fighting. Kong Hansu realizes that he can't use the flames anymore. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow as he prepares for the next attack. Kong Hansu continues his chain attack with intense speed. The demon that the non-clan members were supposed to fight is engaged in battle. Guy Hanchiol looks on, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Someone shouts to look over there, as a figure lies injured on the ground. A heavily armored figure stands tall, calling for help. Someone demands to know why they aren't attacking. The crowd murmured, some questioning if it was too dangerous to help. Others wondered if Kong Hansu should handle it. One man asked what they were supposed to do on their own. Since they've already started to waver, it's going to get easier now. The demon gatekeeper declares, "Witness the power of the Special Forces unit." A surge of dark energy erupts from the demon gatekeeper, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. Amidst the swirling chaos, the demon gatekeeper brandishes a weapon, its form shifting with the volatile energy. The demon gatekeeper's armor pulses with dark energy, intricate patterns glowing with malevolent intent. Extending a hand, the demon gatekeeper seems to command the chaotic energy, bending it to his will. A blinding burst of energy explodes outward, illuminating the cavern with an unholy light. The demon gatekeeper continues to wield the weapon, the air crackling with raw power. An unseen observer gasps, that's incredible." Meanwhile, the demon gatekeeper addresses a group, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He commands, "You all go join that side as well." The demon gatekeeper's hand rests on the hilt of his weapon, a subtle threat hanging in the air. The demon gatekeeper stands silhouetted against the fading light, his power a palpable presence. Kong Hansu crouches low, the chain blades in his hands humming with contained power. He swings the weapons, the chains blurring as they cut through the air. The chained blades whip around him, a deadly dance of steel and magic. A man watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. He's taking on monsters that would need dozens of us to fight all by himself. The auburn-haired man, caught off guard, demands, what are you doing?" A commanding voice booms, ordering, "Finish them off quickly." A figure lunges with a spear, the weapon blurring as it closes the distance. Even though he wouldn't have created the special forces just to show off his strength. For now, Kong Hansu will focus on the fight at hand. A figure clad in dark armor unleashes a powerful strike, the air crackling with energy. Chains bind a figure, the metal groaning under immense pressure. Another warrior strikes with precision, the blades singing through the air. A figure leaps into the fray, weapon raised and ready to strike. Kong Hansu prepares for battle, his eyes narrowed with determination. A warrior lunges forward, their face contorted in a battle cry. Chains restrain the armored figure, their glowing red eyes burning with rage. He prepares to strike, chains crackling with energy. The chains lash out, leaving trails of light in their wake. He stands over his fallen foe, chains still glowing. Hansu's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed. A man with short red hair looks on intently. The floor lies shattered beneath someone's feet. A group of figures stand in a large, ornate room. A man hands over a crystal. "Monarch, here's the crystal. Let's exchange the crystal shards for decent artifacts at the store right away." So nurturing the special forces takes priority. Unless they take action directly, they'll just keep watching. Kong Hansu states that he has already made preparations. But now those guys will also have to fight on the front lines, so won't things get a bit easier? Now that they've come forward, they can't just stay in the back. Will they though? What if they huddle together again and don't do anything? Even if we help them, they just ignore us. If they want to live, they'll have to fight. But the way things are right now? Ugh, I can't move my arm. I can't fight like this. I thought we'd just have to face the Demon King. Maybe I could survive by joining a clan. Can we really put up a proper? Stop. The blonde man states that defeating the Demon King and finding their way out is the only option for survival. The woman with blonde hair asks if that's right, standing above a group of people. A man with black hair introduces himself as Song Yan. Kong Hansu's name is spoken. The woman with blonde hair is introduced to Song Yan. Song Yan asks what the woman is trying to do. The blonde woman is asked if she isn't heartless, but she says it's nothing. Someone mentions wanting to introduce Kong Hansu to someone and suggests letting them know if he's interested later. It's revealed that there's someone who's interested in Kong Hansu. Someone asks what her deal is, calling her nasty, and tells her to get away from him now. It's mentioned that she ignored them when they talked to her before, and someone asks if she's okay. It's stated that they tried to do business with her once, but she ignored them. One of the men tells the group that if they are done getting ready, they should go. The group walks forward, their footsteps echoing. A voice echoes, stating that once they get past here. The group continues to walk into a purple glowing area. The group looks shocked, their faces showing concern. A purple creature laughs, saying that the travelers this time are really fun. A voice declares that they have good news for everyone. The group looks on with expressions of shock and concern. A voice states that they just need to hold out for 30 minutes. The group continues to walk into the purple glowing area. The group looks determined, ready to face the challenge ahead. A voice says to hang in there against the Demon King's attacks for 30 minutes, and the crystal on the throne will activate. A voice explains that for a portal that allows all of them to go to any island they want without any restrictions, it's quite easy. The creature explains that escape passes can be bought with crystal shards, but that it's not the official route. Hansu clicks his tongue, finding it obvious that he's being told this just now. Hansu tells them to do their best holding out, and that they'll meet on the next island. The command echoes, arise. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, as the power surges. Skulls and spectral forms begin to materialize. The skulls float in the air, glowing with an eerie purple light. A skeletal figure rises, wreathed in purple energy. More skeletal figures emerge, ready to fight. A pale woman with long white hair stands amidst floating skulls. The woman is surrounded by more skulls. Kong Hansu states that he knows its patterns, referring to the original in the abyss. Kong Hansu is surrounded by a skull-like figure. A chain is shown. A hand is shown with blue energy. Kong Hansu is shown with the chain sickle. A close-up of the chain sickle. Another close-up of the chain sickle. A hulking, monstrous figure stands amidst a crimson-tinged landscape. He prepares his attack, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hand. I'll attack using the two unique skills of Decrato's Judgment, Split and Retrieve. The energy is released, forming a glowing blue circle. Multiple blades of pure blue energy erupt forth, aimed at the monstrous foe. The energy blades converge, leaving trails of shimmering light as they hurtle toward their target. The blades strike, a blinding flash of blue energy momentarily obscuring the battlefield, skulls floating in the aftermath. The demon gatekeeper is engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy. A sinister grin spreads across the demon gatekeeper's face, his eyes glowing with malevolent power. The demon gatekeeper stands tall, his form radiating dark energy. The demon gatekeeper scoffs, a bubble appearing with the word, pathetic. Kong Hansu unleashes Decrato's Judgment, the chain sickle whipping through the air with deadly precision. The chain sickle continues its assault, leaving trails of purple energy in its wake. The demon gatekeeper stands amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, skeletal monsters materializing around him. The summoned creatures, with their razor-sharp claws and glowing eyes, are ready to tear through anything in their path. A voice booms out, commanding the monsters to rip their enemies into pieces. The demon gatekeeper and his legion of summoned monsters advance, their menacing presence filling the air. A close-up reveals the terrifying detail of a summoned monster's claw, promising pain and destruction. The ground trembles as the demon gatekeeper and his summoned monsters draw closer, their intent clear. Another voice declares that they will handle the Demon King, ordering the others to deal with the summoned monsters. Guy Hanchiol, his face etched with concern, notes the overwhelming number of enemies rushing toward them. Hanchiol shouts, urging his comrades to get out there and fight. Song Yan advises her team to stay back and avoid getting involved, suggesting a more cautious approach. Yan mutters, a sense of foreboding creeping into her voice, that she knew those bastards would. Song Yan, her expression hardening with resolve, commands her team to act. The demon gatekeeper anticipates interference. He orders someone to hold off the Demon King for a bit. Someone questions how they are supposed to stop the Demon King without him. The demon gatekeeper begins a summoning ritual, the air crackling with dark energy. A monstrous form begins to materialize, its flesh a grotesque tapestry of muscle and sinew. The summoning intensifies, the air vibrating with power. The demon gatekeeper stands amidst the chaos, a figure of immense power and dark purpose. The summoned creature takes shape, its form radiating malevolent energy. The air crackles with the force of the summoning. The summoning is complete. Sweat beads on Kong Hansu's brow as he looks on, a grim determination etched on his face. He prepares for battle, a green energy shield forming around him. He continues to fight, his movements swift and precise. Guy Hanchiol grits his teeth, declaring that they can't hold out for long. The demon gatekeeper commands someone to finish quickly and come back. Kang Hansu continues his assault, a determined look on his face. The air crackles with energy as Kang Hansu prepares another attack. A voice notes that there are so many people and monsters tangled up. Guy Hancheol states that he can't see what's ahead, questioning if it's okay for them to just wait here. Another voice wonders if they shouldn't at least help a little to buy some time. Guy Hancheol looks concerned. A voice exclaims, "What just?" Someone reaches out, seemingly in shock. A voice booms, demanding, "Earth, what are you doing?" A group of figures stands in the background, cloaked in red. A shadowed figure declares, "We have to strike while they're distracted." A voice orders, "Time to clear them out." More figures stand in the background, their expressions unreadable. Someone shouts, "Do you think we're just going to take this? What are you all doing? Fight back." A figure responds, "I'm already prepared for that." A figure collapses, exclaiming, "I can't move." Someone coughs up blood, gasping, "Monarch! Cough! What is going on?" A figure attacks, shouting, "You traitors!" Someone insists, "The battle isn't even over yet. At this rate, we'll all die. You and your clan won't make it out alive either." Another figure retorts, "Doesn't matter." A sinister grin stretches across the man's face as he holds a glowing, intricate design in his palm. A voice declares, "They'll all choose to die for the..." Confusion creases the woman's brow. "Monarch? Who on earth is he talking about?" she wonders. The woman's eyes narrow as she prepares to strike. "Time for you to disappear too." A surge of energy crackles around the woman. The woman is sent crashing to the ground. A voice taunts, "Finally showing your true colors, huh?" A figure clenches their fist, preparing for a counterattack. From the shadows, a voice sneers, "Your filthy tactics haven't changed a bit." The man's expression hardens. "It's too late for you to interfere now." Energy crackles as the man prepares to strike. A voice booms, "He's finally revealed himself, the Monarch of Disguise." The Monarch of Disguise stands with another figure, contemplating his next move. He thinks to himself, "The traces of Black Monarch, the discarded pawn I must eliminate in the tutorial at all costs." A voice calls out, addressing Kang Hansu, "Even if we can't defeat you, if we just hold you off." Another voice declares, "The Demon King will kill the others soon enough." A determined voice proclaims, "I'm prepared to be the sacrifice. Even if I die, I'll take you with me." A voice states, "You seem mistaken about something." The Monarch of Disguise says, "I'm not here to get in your way." The Monarch of Disguise continues, "I only came to make a proposal." The Monarch of Disguise asks, "What do you think? Will you hear me out? It's not a bad offer this time either." A figure with red hair stands in a cathedral-like setting. A close-up reveals the red-haired figure's intense expression. A voice echoes, laced with desperation, "Cook, Kang Hansu, when the hell are you coming back?" A frustrated roar erupts. "Damn it, I lost them." A massive, chained beast lunges forward, its red fur bristling with rage. The beast's attack tears through the air, leaving trails of displaced energy. Chains rattle and strain as the creature unleashes its fury. The chained beast continues its assault, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The beast's face contorts in a savage snarl, its eyes burning with primal rage. The chains whip through the air, a deadly dance of restraint and destruction. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu stands amidst the Gothic architecture, chains wrapped around his arms, his expression grim. Guy Hancheol asks, his voice laced with concern, "Where were you this whole time?" Hansu replies, his gaze unwavering, "I was making preparations for what's next." Song Yan's eyes widen in shock. "What?" Co Jimin. The Monarch of Disguise is sent flying backward by an unseen force. The Monarch of Disguise muses, "This is getting..." The Monarch of Disguise continues, "Boring." A fist clenches, ready to strike. Again, the Monarch of Disguise is flung away. Kang Hansu summons chains of blue energy. The chains strike, sending the Monarch of Disguise hurtling through the air once more. The chains writhe and twist, crackling with power. The Monarch of Disguise is silhouetted against the red-lit dungeon. The chains tighten, binding their target. The Monarch of Disguise screams in pain and frustration. The Monarch of Disguise is shown in close-up, their expression obscured by shadow. Bound by chains, he roars, "How dare you!" The chains glow with purple energy, constricting the Monarch of Disguise. A surge of magical power emanates from the Monarch of Disguise. Kang Hansu stands alongside Song Yan, both wary of their opponent. Kang Hansu asks, "Why are you blocking us?" Purple energy crackles in the air. A sphere of concentrated magical energy hurtles toward Kang Hansu. The magical sphere slams into Kang Hansu. Song Yan watches with concern as Kang Hansu is struck. A cloud of smoke and magical energy obscures the battlefield. Engulfed in flames, Kang Hansu's name is shouted. A surge of energy crackles through the air. A voice cries out, "Kang Hansu." A voice wonders what on earth is going on. Someone asks if they can't see him, wondering if he is dead. A woman with brown hair states that there's no way he went down so easily. Someone exclaims that he's up there. A woman looks up, her expression a mix of shock and concern. Someone asks when he got up there. Kang Hansu stands above, chains dangling around him. The force of the attack rips through the air, a visible wave of destructive energy. He focuses his power, blue energy crackling around his hands as Kong Hansu prepares to strike. Blades of pure energy materialize, arcing towards their target with lethal precision. The attack slams into its target, a cataclysm of red energy erupting on impact. Energy chains lash out, binding the demon gatekeeper as the attack intensifies. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards, threatening to shatter everything around it. The final impact resonates, a deafening roar echoing through the chamber as the attack reaches its climax. Kong Hansu strikes, purple energy exploding from his fist as he connects with the demon gatekeeper. A guttural scream tears from the demon gatekeeper's throat as the attack lands. The attack worked, a voice exclaims as blood splatters from the demon gatekeeper's wounds. A choked gasp escapes the demon gatekeeper's lips. A maniacal laughter echoes through the chamber, a chilling testament to the demon gatekeeper's resilience. He throws his head back, a chilling laugh echoing through the chamber. The chains binding him glow with a malevolent purple energy. The demon gatekeeper's voice drips with dark amusement. I like this very much. His hand clenches into a fist, the power thrumming beneath his skin. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around his torso like a shroud. The demon gatekeeper muses, a flicker of calculation in his red eyes. Is Kong Hansu planning to draw out his magic and use that as strength to fight him? The chains around him now pulse with a vibrant blue light, crackling with arcane energy. The demon gatekeeper's voice booms with confidence. I don't plan on dragging this out. Kong Hansu shifts his stance, preparing to unleash his power. Kong Hansu focuses, a glowing orb materializing in his hand. He thinks, this has enough firepower to settle this fight too. His fist clenches tightly around the orb, knuckles white with strain. Kong Hansu prepares to strike, the orb crackling with raw energy. He gathers the glowing orbs in his hand, preparing to unleash their power. A blade flashes through the air, its trajectory unseen. Kong Hansu focuses, the energy coalescing around him. A burst of raw energy erupts, filling the chamber with blinding light. The reincarnator tenses, ready to strike. Another wave of energy surges forth, seeking its target. A figure sprints forward, desperate to escape the onslaught. The attack finds its mark, impacting with brutal force. A fist clenches, knuckles white with strain. The figure stands tall, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around them. Hanchiol's voice echoes through the chamber. Kong Hansu prepares for the final blow, his eyes burning with determination. The great sword quickly. He shouts, "Oh, okay, catch this." Kong Hansu's eyes narrow. The thrown object impacts with a burst of energy. The demon gatekeeper is struck. Iris and another person watch the battle. The demon gatekeeper is struck. Kong Hansu leaps forward, sword in hand. The demon gatekeeper, covered in blood, asks, how did you? Kong Hansu prepares to strike. Kong Hansu's fist clenches. Kong Hansu attacks the demon gatekeeper. The force of the blow sends a shockwave of purple energy rippling outwards, engulfing the demon gatekeeper. The energy dissipates, leaving a lingering scent of ozone in the air. The demon gatekeeper is hurled backward, crashing through the crumbling architecture. A guttural scream tears from the demon gatekeeper's throat, a sound of pure agony. The very foundations of the chamber crack and splinter under the force of the impact. Deep fissures spiderweb across the floor, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The demon gatekeeper rises, his red eyes burning with furious defiance. How dare you? The demon gatekeeper's voice trembles with disbelief. Is it over? The camera focuses on the massive crystal, its intricate patterns glowing faintly. The demon gatekeeper's voice is filled with confusion. But why? The crystal pulses with light, its energy intensifying. The demon gatekeeper's voice booms with renewed power, as Kong Hansu and the others look on. It's not over yet. He clutched his injured arm, the pain searing through his demonic flesh. The air crackled with residual energy from the blow. It's been a while. His red eyes narrowed, a flicker of rage igniting within their depths. The demon gatekeeper mused, a while since I felt pain like this. The air vibrated with building power. Gathering his strength, the demon gatekeeper prepared to retaliate. A surge of energy erupted around him. Focusing his will, the demon gatekeeper channeled his power into a swirling orb of dark energy. The orb pulsed with malevolent intent, ready to unleash its destructive force. The demon gatekeeper launched the attack, a beam of pure energy streaking towards his foe. The beam intensified, a searing torrent of power aimed with deadly precision. Huffing, the demon gatekeeper strides forward, his gaze fixed on some unseen target. He muses, a cruel smile twisting his lips. There are still some insects left, huh? A spectral skull materializes, its hollow eyes burning with violet energy. A hand extends, crackling with dark power. Song Yan cries out, launching an attack. Guy Hanchiol says, "Good job, Jimin. We only bought some time, but let's retreat for now." The demon gatekeeper's voice booms, laced with malice. "If you can escape, give it a shot. I'll make you all disappear." Arcane symbols flare with violet light, the air thick with magical energy. The demon gatekeeper stands amidst a swirling vortex of power, his form radiating dark intent. A close-up reveals the demon gatekeeper's eyes, burning with crimson fury. The demon gatekeeper's hand extends, a promise of pain etched on his face. Now, Here comes your reward for entertaining me. Guy Hanchiol kneels, defeated, before the looming power of the demon gatekeeper. His face bruised and cut, Kong Hansu grits his teeth against the pain. A surge of violet energy rips through the air. The destructive force intensifies, obliterating everything in its path. Crystals and debris are flung outward in a chaotic spray. A scream echoes through the collapsing dungeon. Someone is swept away by the blast, struggling against the overwhelming power. A thick cloud of smoke and dust billows outward, obscuring the devastation. The shockwave continues to expand, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The air crackles with residual energy as the dust begins to settle. A voice cries out, "Ugh, I can't believe we're being blown away by the shockwaves of the blast." Another voice calls out, fear lacing their tone, "Did Kong Hansu survive?" The smoke continues to dissipate, revealing the extent of the devastation. Blades of pure energy materialize, slicing through the air with lethal precision. More energy blades follow, intensifying the assault. The energy converges, forming a vortex of destruction. The razor-sharp edge of an energy blade glints ominously. A spray of crimson erupts as he coughs up blood, the force of the attack taking its toll. The dark figure stands silhouetted against the light, the aftermath of the attack visible in the air around him. To think you had enough strength left to do that, even after taking that hit. He coughs, the sound wet and ragged. Kong Hansu, blood trickling from his lips, speaks with a chilling calm. "Finally, I can get some peace and quiet now." His hand rests on the ground, fingers curled around a broken chain. A sinister grin spreads across the face of the Monarch of Disguise, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. The Monarch of Disguise scoffs, dismissing the previous attack as weak and the constraint as useless. The demon gatekeeper, with its menacing horns and sharp teeth, stands ready. The Monarch of Disguise laments the lack of time, looking down on the humans. He wishes he were able to use his real power. Kong Hansu stands tall, Erie's behind him. A crystal begins to glow, pulsating with energy. A system notification appears, condition met. The crystal is shining brightly. The crystal portal opens, shimmering with otherworldly light. The group cheers, exclaiming that Kong Hansu defeated the Demon King, and they all made it. Kong Hansu's face is shown. The group expresses their desire to go to the next island. A surge of raw power emanates from an unseen source, the air crackling with displaced energy. The Monarch of Disguise is engulfed in violet flames. He spits out, "Ugh, flames." In the distance, a group of figures wonders, what's happening? His eyes narrowed. The Monarch of Disguise thinks, they should have been eliminated by now. A close-up reveals the Monarch of Disguise's intense gaze, his face marred by a fresh wound. The Monarch of Disguise grits his teeth, thinking, I was finally having some fun. We can't just let it end. His form flickers, the violet energy intensifying around him. The monstrous visage of the Monarch of Disguise is revealed, his eyes burning with crimson light. The Monarch of Disguise vows, even if I have to pay a price for it, I'll bury all of you right here. The Monarch of Disguise's silhouette looms, the purple energy swirling around him like a shroud. Before this fake body burns away, I'll finish all of you. The Monarch of Disguise declares, that's enough. The Monarch of Disguise extends a hand, his intent clear. A voice booms, laced with condescension. It seems incredulous that someone would use their full power in the tutorial area. The towering figure's form is adorned with intricate metal bands and chains. More of the figure is revealed, showing the detail of the chains and metal adornments. The figure's pale skin contrasts with the dark metal and flowing lavender hair. The voice continues, now threatening punishment for violating regulations. A small, purple imp-like creature stands beside the towering figure, its yellow eyes gleaming with malice. The figure declares that now it will be the other party who disappears from here. The horned figure demands to know who gave permission. The small purple figure declares that any independent action is unacceptable. A metallic leg stands imposingly. The figure with long white hair stands tall. A figure falls through the air. The figure with long white hair shouts, enraged that they are being stopped from using their power. The figure with long white hair vows to kill them all. The horned figure expresses their dislike for dealing with half-breeds. The word "shut up" is displayed. A group of figures stands in a grand hall. A figure is shown. A group stands together, having defeated the Demon King. Someone groans in discomfort. The Demon Gatekeeper says, don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. Now gotta give you your reward, right? The Demon Gatekeeper congratulates them, saying, congratulations on defeating the Demon King. Not many people enjoy events like this. The Demon Gatekeeper continues, oh, by the way, you can only receive one reward from the Demon King, so I'll give it to you, who contributed the most. The Demon Gatekeeper presents the reward to the group. The reward is a glowing, purple crystal. The stats of the crystal are displayed. When used, all rune stats will temporarily be fixed at 99.99% for 1 day. Penalty: after this effect ends, all increased stats will drop to 0.01%. One of the group members says, I'll take care of the rest. The Demon Gatekeeper says, to use the crystal, just think about the island you want to move to. He thinks to himself that with this, he's achieved his purpose of coming to the central island. Kong Hansu holds a glowing orb in his hand, a question mark floating above a small snake coiled around his arm. Hansu reflects on the power he felt just now. It was definitely power from the abyss. The abyss power swirls around him. Hansu thinks he still has a long way to go. A soldier remarks that all that effort to take them down resulted in only one reward. Another soldier tells him not to worry about it, as everyone knows he took them all down. Hansu overhears someone saying that it's not like someone's strong enough to take it from him just because they want to. One of the soldiers says he doesn't know about that, and that the Smog clan won't stay quiet about this, but they seem oddly silent. He adds that he has to get in touch with the clan members at the rear. Another person says that since they didn't come out when. Someone asks why they don't handle it now, mentioning that they were fighting the Demon King head-on. A figure states grimly, "It's probably already over." A voice questions, "What do you mean by over?" Concern etched on his face, a man listens intently. Another voice chimes in, asking, "What are you talking about?" The words hang in the air. The monarchs disappeared? Panic rising, a man asks, "Where did the monarchs go?" A grim realization dawns. The fact that their tattoos are gone means they're already dead. The news hits hard. They got them. What? The Smog clan betrayed them. Her eyes widen in disbelief at the revelation. A voice filled with disbelief states, "I can't believe they used the Special Forces unit to kidnap the monarchs." A grim expression settles on his face as the implications sink in. The forest stands silent, a witness to the unfolding events. A lone figure stands amidst the aftermath, the fallen silent beneath a canopy of trees. The cleanup appears to be complete. A hooded figure stands in the shadows, their face obscured. A few minutes prior, a surge of energy pulsed through the forest. A group advances through the ethereal forest, their purpose unknown. The monarch of disguise gazes up at a towering structure in the distance, a sense of anticipation in the air. The monarch of disguise thinks, "This is good." Even though my original mission as a monarch of disguise was to disrupt all the monarchs of the central island and kill all of them. A subtle smirk plays on the monarch of disguise's lips. The monarch of disguise thinks, "But if my life and the heads of these monarchs should be enough to cover up for disobeying orders." It was easy to set up traps while the monarchs were wary of Kong Hansu. The monarch of disguise expresses frustration, a plan seemingly underway. Figures are being bound, their fate sealed. "Tie them up over there," an unknown voice commands. "Now I can give our clan an enormous amount of power." Meanwhile, two figures stand in a forest clearing. One, clad in dark armor with a golden visor, speaks. "Theirs." A figure cries out in pain, clutching their arm. The figure asks, "Who is it?" Two figures stand over a fallen form in the forest. It was worth the preparations. The man with red hair declares that their enemies are not showing themselves, implying that they must not be many and that he has the advantage. Kong Hansu realizes something is wrong, questioning why his legs aren't moving and what's under his feet. He cries out as he begins sinking into the ground. A cloaked figure states that it's only temporary. Hansu explains that he laid down a trap artifact. He clarifies that it's a consumable that activates after a certain time. The trap artifact is revealed, a complex geometric structure glowing with energy. Hansu thinks that knowing where someone will be makes it quite useful. Hansu's expression is intense as he looks up. He wonders how they knew where he'd be. The cloaked figures watch as Hansu sinks further into the trap. A woman with brown hair and wide, frightened eyes begs for her life. She offers to do anything. He looks up, his expression unreadable. Kong Hansu unleashes a surge of power, the air crackling with energy. A voice declares that he doesn't have what is needed. The monarch of disguise reaches down, his intentions unclear. The demon gatekeeper commands his forces to wait for those coming from the central island. He continues, ordering them to eliminate everyone. Kong Hansu recalls when he first heard about the central island and the tower, not understanding what it meant. The monarch of disguise holds a mask, his expression hidden. A voice muses that he's amazing, as always. A voice asks if he was asked to be used. A voice states that if he's really going to do it right, he'll tell him. He states that if the other party can carry out what he's about to say. The unseen figure responds that he can become stronger than those who started on the same starting line, and that he should go to the place he was told. It's up to him if he's going. The figure instructs him to follow. A hooded figure says that trusting and following Kong Hansu was the best choice ever. Now, the hooded figure just has to wait. A voice expresses frustration, declaring that someone is dead. One of the figures asks who the speaker is talking about, specifically mentioning Lee Gukti. A voice wonders if the central island failed. The silver-haired figure stands silently. The other figure states that Lee Gukti last contacted them from the Demon King's fortress, implying he died there. The figure dismisses the possibility of Lee Gukti's death, but notes that they have an annoying disruptor. The figure gestures with their hand. A voice says that they are coming to the Tower Island anyway because it has more rewards than the others left, as pink energy surrounds a hand. A voice states that there is only one route after using the crystal too. The scene shows a landscape with figures. A crystal is shown with figures in the background. A hand is shown. A voice booms, declaring that none shall pass unscathed. A man with long brown hair stands tall, clad in a red and black jacket. The map of the islands handed out at Ascension Path is shown. The map shows hundreds of islands to climb. Starting from the first stage at Ascension Path, the journey begins. Passing through the second stage islands, including the central island, the path continues. And ultimately reaching the third stage islands to complete the tutorial. The island among the third stage islands is said to give the highest rewards. The Tower Island looms. Chasing after high rewards to become stronger is understandable. But the interior of the tower is shown. What do? Hansu, seated and holding a scroll, states that if one is going to Tower Island just for the rewards, they should think twice. A woman, flanked by two men, thinks about how many of those he has in his pocket. The woman states that it is sincere advice from her side to think about the island just for the rewards carefully. Hansu looks up, listening intently. A man states that there's no point in dying before you can even get stronger. The woman asks what they should do then. The woman asks Hansu if he is not planning to go to Tower Island either. Another woman looks on, listening to the conversation. Hansu pauses, considering his response. Hansu thinks to himself, A voice states that there's always a way to get rewards from any island, but it's just a warning to take responsibility for yourself. Iris considers the situation, thinking that Hansu is the type to take risks and gamble. Hansu asks if she is wrong, and someone responds that he has a point. The group reflects on how their clan has grown after convincing the remaining travelers. They acknowledge that everyone is tired and needs rest, suggesting it might be good to go to a safer place. Also, since they're preparing to leave soon, a hand reaches out, perhaps in preparation for departure. Someone expresses gratitude, thanking the others for everything and acknowledging that they made it alive thanks to them. The man suggests that it might be good to go to a safer place. The man says that he will see them again if they're alive. Someone agrees, saying, Yeah, let's do that. Hanchio, let's go. A group of people respond, All right. The woman seems to be thinking. He said not to go to Tower Island, thinking there's no harm in taking his advice. A swirling portal of golden light crackles with energy. The portal shimmers, promising passage to another realm. Someone asks if they should go somewhere else as well, expressing weariness of their current locations. The group stands together, contemplating their next move. Someone suggests it would be risky to go somewhere that even Hansu can't handle. Lee Gukti states he has things to do, and Guy Hanchiol responds that they'll leave first. Guy Hanchiol tells everyone to make it out alive and to see each other again. Song Yayan says goodbye if anyone wants to, but Lee Gukti scoffs and says he'll go ahead. Song Yayan tells Lee Gukti to do as he wishes. Hansu admits he doesn't know about goodbye, but the portal continues to shimmer, awaiting their departure. He stands before a massive, glowing crystal, its light bathing the chamber in an ethereal glow. A voice echoes, demanding, Why aren't you leaving? Hansu glances back, the light reflecting in his eyes. Another voice replies, How about you go first? I need to check something. Song Yayan smirks, a glint in her eye. A close-up reveals the tension in her posture. Guy Hanchiol watches Song Yayan, his expression unreadable. Iris, surrounded by blue flames, says, I'll see you on the... Song Yayan's eyes widen, a silent, What? Escaping her lips. Song Yayan recalls, They were whispering, so I don't know where they went, but... A voice declares, Some of them are bound to head that way. She stares at the glowing message, thinking it has been quite some time since it arrived. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Hansu wonders if they are just arriving now. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, preparing for what's to come. Standing in a forest, Hansu prepares for battle, silhouettes of enemies visible in the background. The demon gatekeeper's voice booms, declaring, The first one. The sword is fully drawn, emitting a bright light as Hansu prepares to strike. He holds the sword firmly, ready to unleash its power. A sinister smile spreads across the demon gatekeeper's face, anticipating the upcoming battle. The sword is pointed downwards, ready to strike at any moment. Hansu stands ready in front of a glowing platform, prepared for the arrival of the first one. A burst of golden energy erupts from the platform, aimed directly at Hansu. He reacts in surprise, his eyes widening at the sudden attack. Get down, Hansu shouts, bracing himself. Golden energy crackles around him as the blast intensifies. The energy slams into him, the force visible in the pink shockwaves. The impact throws Hansu backward, a blur of motion against the bright light. He is left bloodied and bruised, the aftermath of the intense attack. Hansu thinks to himself, That's quite an intense welcome. From the shadows, a voice demands, Why did you come alone? Where are the others? The figure continues, I deliberately waited for everyone else to leave first, and then came. No one came, you say? Did nobody cross over to this side? The voice presses. The figure, his face partially obscured, states, Not a single ant crossed over. Are you sure you stayed until the end to confirm? Iris states with certainty that she saw them leaving. Iris expresses disbelief that they all fell for the chain user's trick. The same goes for you guys. Surviving on Tower Island will be much harder than on the Central Island, Iris warns. After all, he spoke loudly as if trying to persuade everyone. A close-up reveals Hansu's narrowed gaze, his expression unreadable. It's that guy again, someone remarks. Their tails are between their legs at the words of that brat. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. And that brat is really getting on my nerves. Hansu smirks, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. A hand rests on a dark surface, fingers slightly spread. The speaker laments, We couldn't kill a single one of them. It was pointless to try and locate the portal using my man. A man with swept-back brown hair asks, do you know why he's doing these things? The blonde woman replies, who knows? Seeing how he fought at the front, she adds with a bored tone, boring. A voice muses, he seems to want to protect people. He's never killed anyone either. The man with the pulled-back hair states, then, he'll be a hurdle to my plans. The man orders, tell the clan members on the other islands, if they spot Kong Hansu, get rid of him. A voice observes, but Kong Hansu seems to be as strong as a monarch, so instead of attacking recklessly. A voice questions, no? Didn't you say he doesn't kill people? The blonde woman stands next to the man with long brown hair. A voice reminds, don't forget the goal. You haven't forgotten. The man with long brown hair is asked, what those monarchs did, have you? A figure commands to remove any obstacles beforehand, by any means necessary. Song Yan is instructed to inform others about Kong Hansu's appearance and the weapons he uses. The figure then orders to head up to the tower. A woman asks if they aren't going to wait. A voice declares that waiting isn't their thing. The woman orders a retreat. The group moves forward. A figure leaps towards a glowing structure. Kong Hansu observes that it looks like everyone's gone. He figures that if he's anything like before, he'll give up right away. The forest stands silent. Kong Hansu stands cloaked in the darkness of the forest. A figure drops from above. The figure, shrouded in shadow, asks how long Hansu intends to stay there. Hansu replies that it has been a long time, just as he said it would be. Kong Hansu stands before the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure asks if he brought everything requested. Hansu holds a small, glowing orb in his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He wonders how the figure plans to use them. The cloaked figure praises Hansu for finding it. Kong Hansu states that he will head to the next island, thanking God. The cloaked figure is shocked, asking if Hansu used the artifact, stating that it won't be easy to figure out with it. A smirk plays on his lips, a glint in his blue eyes. Kong Hansu suggests, well then, let's head to the tower, shall we? A sudden realization dawns on the man in the beanie, his eyes widening in surprise. A voice echoes, announcing that she is approaching. The woman's voice cuts through the air, you kept looking. She continues, her gaze intense. Do you have something to say? The woman stands tall, her posture radiating confidence. Kong Hansu stares at the woman, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Even your way of speaking is strangely familiar. Are you two together? The woman responds, if you don't have any other people in your party yet, would you like to join us? She states firmly, well, we're not together. Let's go. The woman grabs Kong Hansu's shoulder, urging him forward. A voice declares, we have enough people, so should we get going? Meanwhile, the group stands before a shimmering portal, ready to embark on their next adventure. A voice explains that everyone has been teaming up with their clans, making it difficult. A man with glasses expresses relief that they found people to go with. A disembodied laugh echoes. A voice notes that there seems to be a limit on the number of people per room. A digital display shows the number 10. A voice explains that the higher one goes in the tower, the better the rewards. Someone asks why they are mumbling and insists they just have to go in. The blue-haired man looks on. A voice explains that they just enter the room, defeat the others who come out, and the survivor gets the reward. The blue-haired man smirks. Someone states the obvious, saying they are not there to make friends, so why all the chit-chat? A woman with blue hair looks concerned. Someone remarks that you can already tell who's going to die soon. Normally, he could take them down barehanded, but now he needs to hit at least twice. The man with spiky black hair stands with a serious expression. A strange green substance drips onto the cracked stone floor. The man with spiky black hair is thanked for saving someone. Ares remarks that he took down that huge ant with just a small weapon. Ares asks if he has fought a lot on other islands too. Ares looks hopeful. Ares asks if he has seen people stronger than him, revealing she is looking for someone who's really strong. Ares mentions that she heard he helps people and uses a cool chain-like weapon. Ares asks if they know him, stating she really needs to meet him. Hansu looks down, lost in thought. Ares stands with another man, looking at Hansu. He tells Ares to stop asking useless questions and keep moving, wondering why she's making such a fuss. Ares recalls hearing that he did a lot on the central island. His name was Kong Hansu. Kong Hansu. The pair stop walking. Ares explains that he knows Kong Hansu somewhat, as they started out together. He asks if Hansu is his comrade, expressing amazement. Hansu listens intently. Hansu asks how Ares knows about Kong Hansu. Ares says that he's heard rumors among the travelers about how strong he is. Hansu asks if Ares is Kong Hansu's comrade, and if he knows where he is right now. Ares replies that he's not sure. Hansu realizes that it must be that guy he knows. A woman's voice muses that someone resembles him. Hansu reflects that at first, he thought someone was all talk. A man with a red beanie asks if someone told Hansu to fight, adding that if Kong Hansu hadn't been where he was, many people would have died. Hansu smirks, thinking that someone is probably way ahead of him by now. A voice explains that there are no artifacts, and after killing these ants, the best they drop are runes. With low difficulty and a lot of people, the artifact quality will drop as well. The group stands among the corpses of giant ants. A close-up shows the body of a dead ant. A man with glasses expresses confusion, noting that there's a door over there, similar to the one they entered. A blue light shines. Someone states that they can now go to the next floor. Someone asks if they will get an artifact right away once they leave. One of the figures suggests that they all go out together. Another figure retorts that they don't think they can allow that. A scream echoes. A voice explains that the fewer people, the better the artifact grade, but if they all go out now, the artifact quality will drop. A close-up reveals a menacing weapon. Someone huffs, stating that picking a room with fewer people will be meaningless then. A sinister grin spreads across a face. The figure declares that they will kill everyone and take the artifact themselves. A character screams in terror. Someone pleads to talk things out. Another close-up of a bloodied weapon. A voice taunts that they are dying because they only think of running away instead of fighting, and that all of them are weak, which is why this is so easy. Hansu, leveling her pistol, warned, "If you move, I'll miss." The man with the beanie aimed his crossbow, his expression unreadable. The shot rang out. A voice praised, "You're amazing. You did great," taking advantage of the opening when he had his guard down. The man with the beanie muttered, "Maybe since it's my first time using it, I'm not that good at it." Hansu thought to herself, "I should have taken both of you out at once." The pistol remained trained on the man with the beanie. The man with the beanie muttered, "Well, now that I got rid of them, should I be satisfied with what I got?" Hansu reported, "Monarch, there was no chain user in room 10 on the first floor." The woman states that if she had caught him, it would have been a great gift. She adds that she will let the other person know if she finds him on the next floor, signing off. A voice responds, simply stating, "All right." A figure asks if he's here. The woman's expression shifts to one of shock. Chains suddenly bind a figure. The bound figure exclaims in pain, then asks if they weren't looking for him. The figure from before stands over the woman, a sinister smile on his face. The cavern floor glows with an eerie, internal light. A figure stands chained, their fate uncertain. Her eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face. "Saw you faint." Hansu smirks, a hint of self-satisfaction in his voice. "Looks like my acting skills aren't too bad." A stern warning echoes through the cavern. "Don't even think about contacting your monarch." She raises a finger to her lips, urging silence. A hushed voice commands, "You gotta stay quiet for now." Hansu holds a finger to his lips, his expression unreadable. A threatening message is delivered. "I'll send your regards to your monarch." A muffled cough breaks the silence. The chains bind tighter, a symbol of captivity. Chains bind a pair of armored legs, resting on a scorched landscape. A voice observes, "Looks like they only planted one person here." A figure stands silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, remarking, "I didn't expect them to give up so easily." A disembodied voice declares, "But we'll meet eventually. No need to be impatient." Hansu's expression is thoughtful as he recalls, "Things I heard about in the tutorial area in my previous life." A smiling man states, "Hidden dungeons aren't separate entities. The Tower Island has a structure." A grand hall is shown, the text stating, "Where you must pass through dungeon rooms to ascend a floor." A view of a polished floor is shown, the text stating, "That means there are dungeons beyond the third floor." Hansu's expression hardens as he thinks, that's the ultimate goal of the tutorial zone. He knew there were things he needed to do before moving on. Hansu considered his current arsenal. The artifacts he possessed weren't of the right rank. He needed to acquire new artifacts to compensate for the colorless ones. "Kongtae," he thought, "I'll make good use of the directions you gave me." Hansu and others stepped through a portal. A countdown timer displayed the number 50. A voice echoed, "Welcome for rooms on the second floor. I'll have to explain things to you now." The voice continued, "You've waited long, right? Then let's get started." Hansu found himself in a jungle-like area with another person. A sign declared, "Welcome to the Treasure Island." The voice added, "I'd like to say you have great insight for choosing this room. Among all the rooms in the tower, this one boasts the largest scale. You need to defeat the guardian protecting the treasure. Treasure to the center of the island to exchange it for artifacts. There is only one treasure, so you can choose to obtain 50 artifacts and save everyone. The time limit is 2 weeks, and of course, it wouldn't be fun as it is, right? Only those who convert the treasure into artifacts and possess them can leave. In other words, those who don't possess artifacts will die. Or choose 20 or 1 and let only. The fewer the artifacts, the higher the quality. You know that, right? I hope you make a wise choice. There are a total of 128 guardians. I'll mark them on the map. There is only 128 guardians in 2 weeks. It's quite a challenging condition. I wonder how you'll solve it." He declares that they will proceed in this manner. Iris explains that each team will hunt and eliminate 2 guardians a day. She asks if everyone should be able to handle that. Li Gukti questions whether they are suggesting that the clans work together with just 10 people per team. Song Yan states that people without clans will only be disadvantaged. Hansu suggests that strategically, it's not a bad idea. Guy Hanchiol agrees, stating that 2 guardians per group per day seems reasonable, but if they fail, they'll be held accountable. Hansu states that they've already prepared with enough numbers in their clan. Hansu observes that the 2 strong-looking ones are setting the tone. For now, they have no choice but to follow. If they want to survive. When they find the treasure, they'll let everyone know and gather at the center immediately. Then, 5 more people come here. Their clan has more than 10 people though. The 128 guardians are scattered since this dungeon is large. He'll have to move diligently. The key is alone for now. Where's that woman going? I'm after the hidden piece in this place. The Philosopher's Stone. The condition was, I bet no one but me has ever succeeded. Kong Hansu says that he's telling someone this specially, so they should listen carefully. He explains that among the orbs obtained by defeating the Guardians, all are ordinary except for one that shines. People were only greedy for the treasure and often threw away the orbs without interest. Someone says that they found out that they aren't just ordinary orbs. Someone says that they discovered this with their brilliant mind. If you collect 32 orbs, you can exchange them for an artifact that mimics the Philosopher's Stone quite well. Discovering hidden events is nothing for someone like him. He sure is chatty for someone who is just too greedy to leave them alone. Though it's different from the sloppy Philosopher's Stone that Anvi Aaron ate, its effect is certain, so he has to get it. To get through them quickly, he'll go alone. If he wanders just enough to avoid getting caught. Iris' expression is one of slight annoyance. Guy Hanchiol wonders if Monarch Yinchi's words are true. Li Gukti seems unsure. Iris expresses her annoyance at being called by that name, finding the ability irritating. Li Gukti notes that the one in front is gone, suggesting they turn right. Iris senses something approaching. A powerful aura is felt at the starting point. The group continues through the forest. Song Yayan insists that they shouldn't be aiming for the Guardians. Hansu states that even if they find the treasure, they won't be able to safely take it to the altar. The group continues through the forest, aware of strong-looking players. Song Yayan agrees, stating that while others are searching for the Guardians, Hansu suggests they should take this chance to get stronger. Even hunting the monsters roaming around will give us enough strength to fight. Honestly, no one would notice if a few people went missing. If we can't find it within the 2-week time limit, we'll all die together anyway. It's going to be a headache if more people start acting like that. But that weird feeling I didn't come from those types of guys. The man's gaze is intense. In situations like this, you need order more than anything. Who are you? She's all bruised. Why is she moving alone then? More importantly, I have a weird feeling about her. The blonde woman's expression is unreadable. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow. In a disembodied voice, a statement echoes. In situations like this, order is necessary. Hansu stands with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Iris stands alongside Hansu, her expression unreadable as she looks off to the side. Guy Hanchiol, bow drawn, stands beside Iris, his eyes narrowed in focus. Hanchiol speaks, his tone cautious. You seem to be alone, so you'd better answer honestly. A voice responds, questioning their authority. What? Have you lost your mind? Why should we listen to you? The voice continues, warning of danger. Guard isn't bad, but you're wary of the wrong person. Hansu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he listens intently. A voice declares, I'm not here to talk to you. The Monarch of Disguise speaks, his tone demanding. Clan Monarch, I want to speak with that lady over there. The Monarch of Disguise speaks, his expression unreadable. With your intuition stats, you should know. Hansu's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Iris's expression is strained. It's hard to immediately identify me as the clan monarch, but she's certain. The Monarch of Disguise's eyes glow with a faint red light. The Monarch of Disguise continues, his voice low. It's not just about her appearance. That's just a shell of a body. Iris stands beside Guy Hanchiol, her gaze fixed on the Monarch of Disguise. Iris's expression hardens. If this person wanted to, she could. Iris's eyes narrow, her suspicion growing. The Monarch of Disguise speaks calmly. No need to be so tense. Didn't I say it already? Hansu's expression remains wary, his eyes fixed on the Monarch of Disguise. Guy Hanchiol speaks, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. What trick are you trying to pull? If you keep spouting nonsense about the monarch, or whatever. An unseen figure shouts. Stay back. I'll talk to her. Hansu notes that the Monarch of Disguise seems flustered, and he says, all right. The Monarch of Disguise states that Iris seems strong enough to handle things alone. Iris stands with her arms crossed, listening intently. Iris questions why the Monarch of Disguise is making a proposal and demands to know the reason, stating that even if they are strong, they won't back down. Hansu states that it will be easy. The Monarch of Disguise says that everyone has their own reasons. The Monarch of Disguise states that he needs someone to fight at the front instead of him. Iris asks if the Monarch of Disguise wants them to handle the people who just pass by, and laughs. Iris questions what the Monarch of Disguise is talking about, stating that they only need to deal with 10 at a time. The Monarch of Disguise says that there are guys who are weaker than them, and that they should use their Monarch's trait to convert the weakest group into clan members and increase their numbers. The Monarch of Disguise thinks that even managing this many people is a hassle, and questions why he should bring more in, asking if this is a damn elementary school. Iris thinks that her intuition tells her saying this out loud can be really dangerous, and that the Monarch of Disguise is already complaining about having too many people. Seriously, he just wanted to go through this quietly without doing anything. Iris sighs, but it looks like she has no choice, so she'll try it. Iris states that she'll be watching. Someone says that they're telling him it might not work out. Someone with intuition, which is hard to get in the tutorial area, should be able to handle this easily. Now that he's easily killed the Guardian and obtained the treasure, it's the perfect time to prepare for the next step with the Exploration King. Monarch, these guys are rejecting the tattoo. They're already part of the clan. There's just 4 of them, so binding them should do. There's no need to bind us. She wonders if she even wants to do this. A voice declares that everyone present, except for a select few, has been made a clan member. Iris finds this exhausting, and it doesn't sit well with her, but she attributes it to a certain trait. A disembodied voice congratulates someone on finding the treasure. Iris stands with two other figures, wondering what's going on and who took the treasure. A voice demands that the treasure be brought to a specific location for an exchange. Iris looks surprised and calls out to Monarch. Iris holds a glowing orb in her hand, stating that she found it under a tree over there. A voice recalls that someone said they'd let them get out easily. Iris seems to be thinking. A hand reaches towards a glowing orb. The glowing orb emits a bright light. The demon gatekeeper confirms that it's a perfect treasure. Someone comments that it's a shame no one died, and that they did a pretty good job. Another person says that it seems she wasn't the one who directly retrieved it. Iris asks if there will be no rewards. The demon gatekeeper tells her that there's no need to rush, and that he'll give her plenty of time to choose. Iris is asked which number she will pick. The text below says that since she's the clan leader, the one and only golden cloak is out of reach for her. Someone thinks that for everyone to get an artifact, it has to be number 50. Iris wonders what she should pick. Someone wonders if they should pick number 1 and kill everyone, while another person begs to be saved. Someone exclaims that number 50 saved all 50 of them. Someone says that they will serve her as their true monarch. Someone thinks that this is getting a bit boring. The new clan members stand assembled. A voice echoes, declaring, "All the new clan members." The command rings out, "Either kill yourselves or kill." The monarch of disguise's face is partially obscured by shadow, a sinister smile playing on their lips. That's the monarch's command. One of the clan members, his brow furrowed, demands, "What did you say?" Another member stares at their hand, a flicker of blue energy dancing around it. The blue energy intensifies, crackling around the clan member's hand. Another clan member challenges the monarch's authority. "Do you really think we'd follow that order just because you're the monarch?" More blue energy gathers around another clan member's hand, forming intricate patterns. One of the members clutches his head in disbelief. "The clan tattoo on my hand is gone." The other members look on, concern etched on their faces. "Does that mean that we're no longer clan members?" Another member questions the logic of the command. "Do you think such an order to die would work without any loyalty?" The monarch of disguise dismisses their concerns. "You're all so pathetic. Just leave, this place will be sealed soon." Because the path to the third. A voice declares a shift in priorities. The speaker is heading to where the monarch is, stating that location is now the most urgent. A sharp command rings out, ordering everyone to the third floor. The monarch is in danger, and dawdling is forbidden. Kong Hansu's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. A serpentine creature's voice echoes, smug with success. "Caught you." A demanding voice insists on being shown the way to their leader. Feet pound the ground, a flurry of motion as someone rushes forward. The path to the third floor, and the floor itself, is described as being quite large, like a dungeon. The thought surfaces that finding a specific person in this place is almost impossible. A grim realization dawns. There's only one solution. A strategic discussion unfolds, emphasizing the need to capture the Dark Monarch in the tutorial area and then move to the red zone. A wave of despair washes over someone as they realize everything they've done so far might become meaningless. The plan solidifies. They need to block all paths and guide him in one direction. Tower Island, a voice declares, is the perfect place to execute everything. In the background, a man with black hair stands near a desk. The woman with silver hair responds, agreeing that while the first and second floors of Tower Island are impossible, the third floor is possible. The woman continues, stating that there are hundreds of starting points on the third floor, but once someone enters, they'll need the help of their clan members in that environment. The silver-haired woman pauses, her gloved hand resting near her face as she contemplates the situation. The man with black hair states that he will call them back from all over. The silver-haired woman raises a finger, emphasizing that this will be their one and only chance. A narration box explains that the third floor of the tower is the place one passes through before reaching the true otherworld. The third floor is a place that mimics the environment of the next red zone, a narration box reveals. The environment is different from the real one, but has a similar feel, the narration continues. The monsters that exist here are on a different level than before, a narration box warns. The silver-haired woman declares that they will lure him, stating that this is the plan. The man with black hair explains that if he senses they're after him, he'll hide immediately, so they need to strike when he feels safe. Hansu gestures, explaining that the other man is very cautious. He believes the man will try to bring his real clan members safely to the red zone. He thinks to himself that the man is strong, but not as strong as he is, though still significantly strong. The other man touches Hansu's shoulder, asking if he knows what needs to be done to get rid of him. A narration box states, a decent imitation of. Hansu holds up a red gem, the philosopher's stone that he obtained from treasure hunting. He thinks that his preparation for the final stage is complete. He thinks that before that, he needs to handle something. A narration box states, the crazy dark monarch here on the third floor. Someone runs, thinking that they will finally get a good look at his face. Two figures discuss following her now. A space filled with intense heat and poison. A place where monsters appear endlessly. A voice booms, ordering to contact all their clan. Kong Hansu shouts, commanding them to get to the third floor immediately. The air crackles with heat and the stench of poison. Monsters lurk in the shadows, their forms grotesque and menacing. A monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Another beast, its form even more alien and terrifying. A place where monsters appear endlessly, a nightmarish landscape stretching into the distance. A disembodied voice declares, and this is merely a taste of the other world. Kong Hansu mutters, they said they wouldn't interfere. I guess they didn't need to. A fierce determination hardens the man's features, his jaw clenched tight. Leaping into the fray, Hansu faces a monstrous beast, his movements a blur of speed. Lord, more monsters are coming at this rate. A voice cries out, followed by a rallying cry. Don't falter. Follow me if you want to survive. He lands with a thud, ready to engage the next wave of enemies. Hansu raises a fist, his voice ringing out with unwavering resolve. We will not be defeated. Don't let yourselves be pushed back by monsters. The team fights as one, a united front against the encroaching horde. Understood. Believe in our leader, comes the resounding reply. Yeah, I can't die here, he mutters, steeling himself for the fight. The man's eyes burn with a fierce light, his resolve unyielding. I cannot back down. His grip tightens, muscles straining with the effort. My clan is the strongest among those who have entered the tower, a voice declares with pride. Hansu continues his assault, his blade a silver streak against the monstrous foe. Two figures rush away, one shouting to leave the others behind. A wounded figure, lying on the ground, pleads, please don't leave us. A woman, injured and desperate, cries out, D-Dad, save me. Hold on. A man orders someone not to move and to guard him, stating it's an order. The man continues, be but my daughter. Your job is to protect me, not those worthless things. I am your monarch. A voice echoes with cold calculation. If he had known those monsters would be here, he would have sent them in first as fodder. A man cradles a woman in his arms, desperately urging her to wake up, lamenting, not you too. The internal monologue continues, revealing a growing resentment. Think of it as an honor to die for the monarch. If he had known his daughter would be treated as fodder for the monarch, he wouldn't have joined the guild. The man from before barks, shut up, move while they're eating the bait. A figure, defying orders, cries out in anguish, Sojong, no. You can't refuse my order, Ak. A voice booms with fury, how dare you disobey me? A hand clenches tightly, energy crackling around it. If trash like them can become a monarch, then he'll become one too. A surge of power emanates. The city looms, a silent witness to his resolve. He stands over the fallen, a promise etched into his face. His hand glows with crimson energy, a sigil of power burning bright. A destiny to kill vermin like this. And because of this ability, his fist clenches, knuckles white with determination. His jaw tightens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. For his daughter, he will rule above all monarchs. He will not stop until he finds his son. He thought he'd never see you again. Gratitude echoes, a voice expressing thanks, believing the Lord continues to send messages. A figure reaches out towards a red, ethereal form, pleading to know how to free her, desperate to revive her. A voice attempts to soothe, explaining that it's merely a replica from when they brought everyone over. The man is told that a copy of their information was made and stored inside that cross, as a small, winged demon-like creature hovers nearby. The demon-like creature explains that the copy shares the same powers and memories. A disembodied voice suggests that it might mean something to him. The rules are laid out. They need ingredients to create something new. A voice commands to shove one in alive, hinting at a dark ritual. Then, the voice wonders if his son can also be. Two figures stand together, one stating that the dead are inside that cross. A voice questions how they will find people to sacrifice. A figure with a glint of red in their eye declares that they see, just one. The figure states that Sojong will come back if they sacrifice the weakest. A hand lies limp amidst the carnage. A red slash marks the air. A snarling face is illuminated by a red glow. A voice commands, capture them alive now. A body lies still, surrounded by a pool of blood. A sword lies next to a fallen figure. Another body is shown, lying in a pool of blood. Kong Hansu says, said I can't have a smoke. Sojong takes a drink from a bottle. Scars mark Sojong's face. A voice declares, they're finally here. A group of figures stands silhouetted against a red sky. One of the targets to remove, along with the Berserk Monarch. The crazy Dark Monarch, Lee Wonkyung. It would be an ordeal to even list out his crimes. Of course, these crimes are from the past, but they're also soon to happen. The crazy Dark Monarch, unable to resurrect his daughter. A lone figure stands between two towering presences. He becomes fixated on finding his son, dragged away by the abyss. Lee Wonkyung is surrounded by his followers. He commits a massacre, becoming a murderer far above his current level. A figure stands with their back to the viewer. Lee Wonkyung vows, I'll save your son, even if I have to kill you here. That will even things out for you. Hands grip chains, energy crackling around them. Why it's him, the chain user. A woman's eyes widen in shock. A monstrous sound echoes. A grotesque maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth appears. A massive, scaled foot crashes down, sending tremors through the earth. A shout rings out, calling for the monarch. Before them, a towering beast stands ready to strike. The order is given: retreat, and do not let the chain user escape. Guy Hancheol watches the scene unfold, a grim expression on his face. Guy Hancheol orders Song Yan to head to the back and keep watch. A voice declares that there is no need for that. Chains bind the beast. Hancheol's face contorts in rage as he's labeled a monster. A voice booms, commanding all clan members to attack him. A figure lunges forward, weapon blurring. Hansu leaps into action, chains crackling with purple energy. Another attacker closes in, weapon raised. Hansu's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. Chains lash out, seeking their target. A swift kick connects, sending a figure flying. Hansu prepares another attack, chains swirling around him. A blade flashes, aimed at Hansu. Hancheol's expression shifts to shock. He mutters, "I thought rumors said he didn't kill. I guess that was a lie." Yayan's information was useless. Chains erupt from the ground, crackling with purple energy. Iris acknowledges the strength of the chain user, her expression a mix of concern and determination. "I knew the chain user was strong, but..." The group assesses their opponent. Iris observes, doesn't have any useful skills. A voice echoes, laying out the plan. "All right, I'll trust you one more time. Let's overwhelm him with numbers. If he doesn't have any proper defensive skills, we just need to overpower him." The monarch of disguise listens intently, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. A booming voice commands, "Prepare your skills." More chains materialize, shimmering with the same ominous purple glow. Iris prepares for battle, her expression hardening with resolve. A shout rings out, "Yes, monarch!" Hansu moves with blinding speed, chains blurring around him as he attacks. A voice acknowledges, "Good moves, chain user." He prepares his next attack, chains rattling as he moves. "Try dodging this." Kong Hansu unleashes a flurry of chains, each link a blur of motion as they lash out towards Iris. Blue energy crackles around Hansu's hand as he prepares a counter. "If I can't dodge, I'll counter it." Iris braces herself, her expression determined as she prepares to meet the chains head-on. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The blade continues its deadly dance, a crimson streak against the dark background. The attack intensifies, the air thick with the scent of ozone and blood. Hansu grits his teeth, analyzing the situation. "She's quite strong. I can't trade blows without taking damage. The attacks are working. Keep pushing forward." Iris continues her assault, blades flashing as she presses her advantage. Hansu grips the chains tightly, preparing for the next exchange. The clash of steel echoes as the battle continues. The figure tightens their grip, preparing for the next strike. A sharp ACK pierces the air as someone is struck. The force of the blow sends debris flying. A serpentine creature slithers into view. The creature devours a glowing rune. The absorption sends ripples of energy outward. A figure watches intently as the creature consumes the rune. A voice wonders, "What is that? Is he bringing a monster around?" Concern etches across their face as they witness the scene. Another voice cries out, "That thing is absorbing runes. Stop it. Don't let that thing gain more power." The figure exclaims, "He intends to use us to become stronger." Lee Wonkyung raises his hand, runes glowing intensely on his palm as he prepares for the upcoming battle. The text reveals his ruthless strategy. If needed, he makes his clan members fight, regardless of their condition. Elsewhere, two figures stand ready with their swords drawn, poised to strike. The grip tightens on a sword hilt, a silent promise of violence. The text reveals a contradiction, even though this contradicts his claim of not seeing his clan members as expendable. The text suggests a calculated approach. He's trying to weaken me before he goes all out. The longer I drag this out, the more damage I'll take, he thinks. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within. A close-up reveals the tension in his neck, muscles taut with anticipation. Hansu is enveloped in a pink aura, his power surging as he prepares to unleash his full potential. "I need to end this soon," he thinks, steeling himself for the final confrontation. "I'll keep him tied up," a voice declares as the battle reaches its climax. He leaps forward, chains trailing behind him like vengeful spirits. Kong Hansu grips a dagger crackling with blue energy. "That won't do," he thinks. He slashes with the blade, a streak of azure light cutting through the air. The chains writhe and twist, imbued with a malevolent energy. Lee Wonkyung cries out, realizing her skill has deactivated. A sharp, pained sound echoes through the arena. The chains lash out, a storm of dark metal and crackling energy. Hansu grips the chains, his expression grim. The reincarnator and Lee Wonkyung face each other, the tension palpable. Lee Wonkyung smirks. "You've fallen right into it." A surge of purple energy emanates from Lee Wonkyung. A surge of power emanates from the ground. Kong Hansu is surrounded by a magical barrier. The magical energy intensifies. The barrier pulses with violet light, trapping the reincarnator. Lee Wonkyung's voice echoes, laced with smug satisfaction. "Did you think I wouldn't expect you to come towards me?" She continues, her tone dripping with disdain. "No matter how hard you struggle, you're just one man." The woman's fist clenches, her eyes narrowing. I'll barely leave you breathing. Lee Wonkyung's face twists into a cruel sneer. You need to pay the price for barging recklessly. The magical trap tightens its grip. Hansu is ensnared within the violet web. Lee Wonkyung prepares to deliver the final blow. A crimson aura flares, signaling impending doom. She stares ahead, a flicker of something akin to triumph in her eyes. A sinister grin spreads across Lee Wonkyung's face, revealing a hint of madness. He thinks to himself, I won. Lee Wonkyung's thoughts turn to his daughter. I won. Now, my daughter will be able to live again. The first step towards his goal is finally within reach, he believes. Hansu's voice cuts through the reverie. Are you done talking? Lee Wonkyung grips the hilt of his sword, the metal gleaming in the dim light. Hansu stands beside Iris, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses on the intricate details of Lee Wonkyung's jacket. Lee Wonkyung's eyes gleam with dark intent. He thinks, you don't seem to realize that you're the one that walked into a trap. Lee Wonkyung's grin widens, a chilling promise of what's to come. Lee Wonkyung towers over Hansu, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Nobody else is here to defend you, he declares, his voice dripping with malice. A close-up reveals Lee Wonkyung's gloved hand, fingers twitching slightly, as if eager to strike. The air crackles with anticipation. The sound of building pressure fills the air as Lee Wonkyung's voice echoes, laced with dark amusement. Let's see if you can escape from this distance. Lee Wonkyung's eyes gleam with predatory intent, his teeth bared in a menacing grin. Sweat beads on his brow, betraying his barely contained excitement. The camera focuses on Lee Wonkyung's neck, the muscles tense and coiled like a viper ready to strike. The scent of ozone hangs heavy in the air. The air vibrates with anticipation as the challenge hangs in the air. The tension is palpable, a storm about to break. Bloodied and battered, the injured figure wipes the crimson from their eyes, a grimace twisting their features. A desperate question echoes in the cavernous space. Just why? They stumble, losing their footing as they fall into the depths. The cavern walls loom, stained with an eerie, pulsating red glow. A sharp crack reverberates through the air. Rage contorts the man's face, his red eyes blazing with fury. Why are you going so far to get in my way? He roars. The injured figure, blood trickling down their face, cries out. Just what have I ever done to you for you to do this to me? The man above them breathes heavily, his gaze unwavering. Is it because of the rule that you set? Towering over the fallen figure, the man's shadow stretches long and menacing. From the ground, the injured figure spits out. That ridiculous rule, where travelers are not to be killed. The injured figure's face is a mask of pain and defiance, blood staining their cheek. The man above them states, that again. Is it because we broke the rules set by your organization? He stands over the fallen figures, declaring that they are the true murderers, lunatics even. The man continues, accusing them of hypocrisy, questioning if their self-made rules don't apply to themselves. The man, Hansu, states that he is not killing them because they broke the rule. Hansu asks if he looks like he has that much time. A close-up reveals Hansu's intense gaze. Becoming stronger just from hunting, Hansu stands over the kneeling Gai Hanchiol. A voice declares that the others are just stepping stones, and that their objective is. The voice continues, stating that it's not just the unification of humanity. A close-up shows the speaker's face, their expression unreadable. A hand rests on a stack of books as a voice declares that beyond the 3 trials, they must resort to any means necessary for what will happen in the future. The voice continues, stating, even if that means. The speaker declares that they must kill everyone in the tutorial zone. Iris is asked if she has any objections to that. A man screams in pain as another stands over him. The tower's hidden dungeon must be cleared for the sake of the future. But it's not at the level where we can clear it just with normal hunting. There are people we need to take care of before the tutorial ends. A blonde man with glasses looks on. We'll need to get rid of them anyway, so let's make use of them. That's right. If we kill all the bad guys and absorb their runes, then we'll definitely get strong enough to clear the hidden dungeon. We get to stretch our bodies and become heroes. That's awesome. If all of you agree, I'm fine. Kong Hansu. No need to overthink things. Whoever gets in the way of our objective. You just need to. Hansu's expression hardens. Someone declares that he tried to kill them and trampled on everyone else. A figure holds a knife, blood dripping down their face. A voice wonders if it isn't better to think that this is the reason they clashed with each other. The voice continues, musing if Hansu was trying to act as a hero, and if this is who he truly is. A voice declares that they messed with the wrong guy. Someone says that the time they foresaw has arrived much earlier than expected, and asks that if their son is found, to please look after him. Gai Hanchiol states that he doesn't have time for that, adding that he has red eyes like someone else. A voice says that if their plan goes well, everyone else, including their son, will live. Hansu's expression is unreadable. A voice says that they still don't understand what is being said. A figure states that they also captured those that followed them here, laughing. A woman walks away from the group. She thinks that the other person didn't see it, and she was going to kill her if she did. Someone states that they've wrapped things up and the other person wouldn't get anything even if she went there now. The woman tells someone good work, and this is all, they can go. Someone questions what is happening. 3 figures stand in the distance. Someone asks if they can just leave. Another tells the monarch to go now and find another direction. 3 figures stand together. Someone wonders what that person did up ahead. A sound effect is heard. Someone exclaims that something is great. A voice echoes, declaring the arrival of a new traveler. The same voice muses that things are getting really interesting. A purple, horned creature grins, asking if they should get started. Meanwhile, Iris walks with a group through a corridor. Iris looks concerned. A disembodied voice speaks of how the cross can be used. Elsewhere, a voice declares that this appearance is pointless now. A blue-haired man stands ready, a weapon at his side. Meanwhile, Hansu walks with others, a voice stating that the place where the travelers that were split up would gather. After they passed all the rooms from the 1st to the 3rd floor. 4th floor preparation zone. A large group of people gathers in a vast room. Hansu walks forward, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself, I wasn't expecting a response, but... Hansu stands with Iris, both looking towards an unseen point. Iris exclaims, see, we're already late. A voice booms, we wasted too much time at the cross. Iris and another man stand together, the man questioning, we shouldn't have brought Wonkyung. Hansu's expression hardens. He says, come on out, we need to go. Someone apologizes, sorry. The man says, I was worried about my daughter. Hansu stands, looking determined. Iris and the man are talking, the man saying, our guys are guarding the back, what is there to worry about? Someone asks if the other remembers anything. The response is negative, stating they don't know what this place is. A man holds a small, dark object between his fingers, his expression unreadable. A voice declares, I understand. A woman states she intended to have someone strong lead the way, but didn't expect reviving would mean losing their memory. She concludes that it makes things a pain. Someone instructs the twins to follow in the back. A voice declares the need to talk to that fairy that guided them. Iris and Hansu walk together, the path ahead shrouded in the forest's embrace. Hansu's gaze is intense, his expression a mix of determination and concern. The figure moves through the dense forest, sunlight filtering through the canopy. The forest is dense and overgrown, the air thick with humidity and the scent of damp earth. Deeper into the forest, the air grows colder, and the trees loom like silent sentinels. He considers the challenge ahead. It would be hard to attempt it without Nirmaha's ring. The thought crosses his mind that it's too inefficient. Kong Hansu's stats are displayed. Strength at 60.8%, dexterity at 61.1%, stamina at 66.7%, sense at 67.7%, magic at 58.7%, physical resistance at 58.7%, and magic resistance at 58.7%. Hansu reflects on his progress. He only raised all his stats by 40 using the ruins gained from attacking the Black Monarch. But he's met the minimum requirements. Hansu looks up, his expression determined. Now it's up to how he handles things. Hansu clenches his fist, ready to face the challenge. Beneath the light of the moon, Hansu prepares himself. This is it, he thinks. Hansu takes a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Now entering the 5th floor dungeon. He stood at the entrance of the 5th floor dungeon, the air thick with anticipation. Golden energy swirled within, hinting at the challenges to come. According to Ralph Lauren, what's inside the dungeon is unknown. The weight of his swords pressed against his back, a familiar comfort in the face of uncertainty. A sword plunged into the ground, a silent declaration of intent. Kong Hansu charged forward, his resolve hardening with each step. He thought, but I need to win, no matter what. His gaze hardened, a steely glint in his eyes reflecting the unwavering determination within. The dungeon entrance pulsed with golden energy, a gateway to the unknown. A system message appeared, creating a monster based on the intruder's memories. A monstrous golden dragon materialized, born from the depths of his own mind. Iris breathes a sigh of relief. Her hands tremble slightly. She assures him that he is safe. Iris urges him to continue. Kong Hansu, his expression resolute, makes a promise. His eyes reflect a deep determination. He grits his teeth, steeling himself. Hansu holds Iris close, a silent vow passing between them. His gaze hardens, focused on the path ahead. Scars mark his face, a testament to battles fought. His blue eyes gleam with renewed purpose. Meanwhile, Hansu speaks, hinting at a long-awaited reunion. The narration speaks of a hidden dungeon, one that recreates the strongest enemy in one's memory. A golden dragon materializes, its scales shimmering with power. Hansu stands with his back turned, his gaze fixed on the unseen threat. He thinks, thanks. Now I have an opportunity to defeat this. Even if it's a weakened version suited for a red rune, he knows he needs to give it his all. Hansu holds a red rune in his hand, thinking that these items he brought are solely to help him clear the hidden dungeon. The red rune pulses with a faint, internal light. The rune floats above his open palm, its crimson energy swirling. The narration describes the item as a decent imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, a consumable item earned through the treasure hunt. He thinks, it's not perfect, but if I use this... He realizes that all of his runes' numbers have barely entered red. He focuses, a crimson energy coalescing in his palm, swirling around the Philosopher's Stone imitation. The man considers the demonic jade essence, its power thrumming in his hand. This artifact alone makes it worthwhile to kill the Demon King. For a single day, when this is consumed. Hansu is engulfed in a surge of power, red lightning crackling around him as his muscles bulge. His eyes burning with newfound strength, Hansu prepares to unleash the power he has gained. The monster declares, "I'll take you on." The massive beast looms, its jaws wide and ready to strike. Its armored hide glistens, a formidable challenge. A surge of crimson energy crackles around a hand, the air shimmering with destructive potential. The crimson energy intensifies, coalescing into a swirling vortex around the hand. The power surges, focusing into Nirmaha's ring, first authority, as the weapon pulses with raw energy. Authority radiates from the ring, bathing the hand in a blinding red light. The inscription Authority Destruction Red 99% blazes as the power reaches its peak. The crimson aura intensifies, engulfing the hand in a vortex of destructive energy. The energy flows through the body, transforming it into a vessel of immense power. The transformation culminates, the hand now radiating with the full force of Nirmaha's authority. The dragon descends, a blur of blue energy and ancient scales. The air crackles with unseen power. Hansu leaps forward, a crimson aura blazing around him as he closes the distance. The air vibrates with the force of his power. He reaches out, his hand glowing with energy. The dragon's teeth, each one a jagged blade, glint menacingly. The dragon's scales shift, preparing for an attack. The dragon's eyes glow with an infernal light, a promise of fiery destruction. The dragon's jaws open wide, revealing the inferno within. Hansu's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realizes the danger. The dragon prepares to unleash its fiery breath. His breath. The air shimmers with heat as the dragon's attack begins. Golden energy erupts from the dragon's maw, a torrent of heat and light aimed directly at Kong Hansu. The fiery breath intensifies, the air shimmering with heat as the dragon unleashes its full power. The golden inferno expands, consuming everything in its path with relentless fury. The world is engulfed in blinding light as the dragon's breath reaches its target. The fiery torrent continues to spread, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Meanwhile, a man watches with a sinister smirk playing on his lips. The air crackles with unseen energy. The forest floor is littered with debris. A blue, dragon-like creature lies defeated, its body riddled with wounds. A figure stands triumphantly atop the fallen beast, their silhouette outlined against the dim light. Sangjin declares, "That's the last kelk around." The figure clenches their fist, a determined glint in their eye. Eri states that they collected the kelk slime pocket, so they should go make a boat. Kong Hansu thinks it would be nice if Hansu would come with them. Even if Hansu didn't go elsewhere, it'd be hard for him to come with them. Kong Hansu wonders if it would be hard for him to come. Iris asks what he means, stating that they're still just walking in his shadow. A dragon unleashes a torrent of fire. The flames engulf everything in a blinding inferno. Kong Hansu reflects that it's a different situation from back then, but he's ended up in a similar spot. However, he declares that this time, he can dodge it. The attack connects, a devastating blow. He looked up, his expression a mask of grim resolve. A weapon pulsed with crimson energy, ready for the coming fight. Shadows danced around the feet of a colossal beast. Scales shimmered like polished metal on the dragon's hide. The dragon's golden head loomed, its eyes burning with ancient power. A voice echoed, laced with urgency, "A normal weapon won't cut it." Decratos' judgment and justice, twin blades, were originally one pair. Another voice resonated, revealing a secret. They reveal their true power when used together. Hansu gripped the chain, its links glowing with a malevolent red light. The enhanced version of Decratos crackled with raw power. Nirmaha's second authority, hemorrhage, pulsed with dark energy. The dragon roared, its jaws wide, ready to unleash its fury. The crimson chains of Decratos' judgment and justice lash out, binding their unseen target. The chains bite deep into the dragon's armored scales, drawing sparks and a low growl of pain. Standing atop the dragon's massive head, Hansu grips the chains, the enhanced version of Decratos granting immense power at the cost of durability. The narration box states that the enhanced version grants power at the cost of durability. The dragon roars, a sound that shakes the very air, as the chains of Decratos tighten around its neck. A dragon's aura is tough, and he can't maintain it for long. Will it hold? The question echoes in Kong Hansu's mind as he pours more power into the chains. No, it has to. The red energy crackles around his fist, a desperate surge of power. Even if he loses his weapon here, he can't let his attack power decrease. Kong Hansu stands defiant against the dragon, the chains of Decratos glowing with unstable energy. He'll strike, even if it costs him all his weapons. He swings Decratos, the blade glowing with a blue aura as it connects with the dragon. The weapon pulses with red energy, straining against the force of the blow. Decratos slams into the dragon's hide once more, the impact echoing through the ruined city. The dragon recoils, a burst of yellow energy erupting from the point of impact. Golden light explodes outwards, illuminating the surrounding devastation. The dragon's face contorts in pain, its scales shimmering under the assault. The ancient beast struggles against the relentless barrage, its eyes narrowed in fury. Meanwhile, Kong Hansu steels himself, preparing for another strike. His face is grim, etched with determination as red energy crackles around him. He grips Decratos tightly, the chains glowing with an ominous light. Muscles coiled, he prepares to unleash another devastating blow. Decratos is poised, ready to deliver another strike against the dragon. He unleashes Decratos, the blade singing as it slices through the first of the dragon's restraints. The enchanted blade continues its work, severing another length of chain with ease. The last of the chains fall away, freeing the dragon from its bonds. Kong Hansu unleashes the full force of Decratos' judgment and justice, a beam of pure energy lancing toward the dragon. The energy washes over the dragon, searing its scales. Decratos slams into the dragon's flank, the impact echoing through the chamber. The dragon reels from the blow, its golden scales momentarily flashing white from the heat. Another strike lands, the force of it visible in the dragon's strained posture. The dragon roars in pain as Decratos continues its relentless assault. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he maintains the barrage. The sound of Decratos impacting the dragon echoes through the chamber. The dragon's eyes roll back in its head, its body convulsing from the repeated blows. A woman with her hair in a bun stands with two others, one with pink hair and the other with black hair. The woman with the bun states, "I think they'll be useful." Meanwhile, a dark forest looms, the air thick with an unseen threat. Sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy, casting long, eerie shadows. The forest floor is stained with a disturbing crimson hue, the source of which remains unseen. A boot steps heavily onto the blood-soaked ground, the sound echoing ominously through the trees. A figure races through the forest, their face etched with concern. Damn it, the poison has spread all the way here. The crimson stain spreads further, consuming the once vibrant foliage. Elsewhere, a figure looks down a stairwell, calling out, "Hold on. I'm not on yet. Wait." The figure stands poised, spears at the ready, their expression a mix of determination and apprehension. A strained groan echoes through the stairwell. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the betrayal stings. A mocking voice echoes, commenting on his dodging skills. Hey, it missed. Isn't the tiny runt pretty good at dodging?" He remembers the broken promise. "You lied to me. You said I could get on if I helped you gather the materials." The unseen figure continues, their words dripping with disdain. "There's no reason for us to bring along a non-clan member. Thanks for the materials, retard." Kong Hansu grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. "Those damn bastards." A disembodied voice suggests. "Maybe try making a boat in the time you have left." Elsewhere, Kong Hansu sprints through a landscape tainted with crimson poison, the air thick with a metallic tang. He wonders if he'll die from the poison before he can act. Panting, Kong Hansu's gaze sweeps across the blighted forest, the silence broken only by his ragged breaths. He curses his own naivete. "I shouldn't have trusted those damn clanners. No, if that damned creature had warned me that there was a time limit." Eyes glowing with resolve, Kong Hansu stands amidst the twisted trees, ready to unleash his fury. A desperate thought claws at his mind. He needs to slay something, and fast. He muttered, "There had to be a kelp slime pocket somewhere." Kong Hansu paused, hearing a strange noise. He looked around, his eyes scanning the poisoned forest. His expression shifted to one of shock. He glanced downward, his gaze fixed on something below. His surprise deepened, etched across his face. His eyes widened as he took in the sight before him. Kong Hansu exclaimed, "What are you?" He stood, his posture tense with anticipation. His gaze remained fixed on the mysterious entity in the poisoned forest. The wall shatters as Hansu emerges, his body bearing the marks of a fierce battle. Looking at how the ground hasn't filled with poison yet, he realizes he still has time. His bare torso reveals a network of scars, a testament to his relentless fights. Guy Hanchiol confronts him, demanding, "Who are you?" Hanchiol presses, "How did you come through the wall? I didn't even know you could break through it. It didn't even scratch under my attacks." Ignoring Hanchiol's questions, Hansu continues forward. Hanchiol calls out, "Hey," as Hansu sprints into the jungle. Hanchiol observes, "I see you're in a rush, judging by the look on your face. Or is it your thing to go around naked? You suddenly tore off your clothes." Hansu thinks, "I need to build a ship. There's no time to waste." A voice echoes, "You're starting now? There's no way you can do it alone." He is suddenly struck by a beam of intense blue light. The beam explodes outward, sending shards of light and debris flying in all directions. The light continues to burn, searing the air around him. The light intensifies, the heat becoming unbearable. Kong Hansu, disoriented, can only manage a confused, "Huh?" The force of the beam throws him backwards. The air crackles with energy. He cries out in pain as the energy courses through him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a clearing in the jungle. A voice booms, urging someone to regain their composure. "Get a hold of yourself. We can't afford for you to faint now." A Galapagos crocodile lurks in the undergrowth. The Galapagos crocodile opens its jaws, a plume of vapor escaping its mouth. He explodes into motion, a blur of muscle and determination. A voice echoes, declaring, "If you're not going to, then I will." The world streaks by as Kong Hansu accelerates, a blue aura briefly flaring around him. His form is a whirlwind of motion, leaving only afterimages in his wake. The ground blurs beneath his feet as he pushes himself to an impossible speed. A disbelieving voice wonders, to catch that without any equipment? Kong Hansu's face is a mask of intense focus, sweat flying from his brow as he continues his sprint. The air crackles with the force of his passage, a testament to his incredible velocity. Meanwhile, Guy Hancheol watches Kong Hansu's receding form, muttering, just what kind of person is he? Hancheol struggles to catch his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. He's too fast. Choi Sang-jin, equally astonished, asks, is that guy with you? The monster's voice echoes, a guttural growl that promises pain. Someone like that. He stands atop the Galapagos crocodile, its massive form a testament to the dangers of this world. Kong Hansu continues onward, the Galapagos crocodile's corpse left behind as Guy Hancheol trails behind him. Kong states, I caught it because it was in the way, but... The parasite of a Galapagos crocodile. That's not the material I need. Guy Hancheol calls out, hey, don't you want to combine our materials and build a ship together? A desperate voice pleads, wait, I'll give you my materials too. Let me on. The voice continues, a Galapagos crocodile's parasite can only be used. The voice continues, for 20-seater ship. There's no room. Then, I need that. Trade it with me. He states that he met that person first, while Guy Hancheol tells him to let go. A large, grotesque creature descends upon them. A scream echoes through the area. Kong Hansu says that they can do whatever they want with it. The text explains that the core item needed for a 500-seater ship is the Nakrok rock lizard's heart. A close-up of the Nakrok rock lizard's head reveals its menacing features. A text box states that he is making a 500-seater ship, and the materials needed to build a larger ship scale exponentially in difficulty. It also mentions that the fourth floor is filling up with poison faster and faster, and it's unclear how much time is left. Guy Hancheol wonders if they should take this now. The text explains that he's going to make a 500-seater ship with a monster that can't be caught alone. Kong Hansu tells them to tell the others still here. Kong Hansu says that if they bring him other materials as a boarding fee, he'll let them come with him. Guy Hancheol wonders if they'll be able to come. Whispers filled the air as the group questioned whether he would accept them with the materials they had gathered. The sign read, 4th floor preparation zone. A large group stood before a shimmering, blue portal, ready to step into the unknown. A voice declared, I brought everything I was told to. This really. The man stood with his arms crossed, a grim expression etched on his face. This was the final gamble. A voice echoed with apprehension. I just hope this time it really isn't a lie. The group advanced down a long, metallic corridor, the air thick with anticipation. A man with glasses, his face etched with concern, asked, what's that noise? A monstrous face, teeth bared, emerged from the shadows. A massive, segmented object plummets from above, casting a long shadow. Panic erupts as the group looks up, their faces etched with terror. One of them cries out, is that falling towards us? The monstrous head of a serpent-like creature descends, its fangs bared. The massive object crashes down amidst the group, sending debris flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Hansu stands amidst the rubble, his expression grim. You're all here. He braces himself, his muscles tense as he prepares for what's to come. Standing on the shattered ground, Hansu surveys the scene, his gaze hardening. He had truly hunted it on his own. The Galapagos crocodile states that he has brought the heart of the Nakrok rock lizard and is ready to trade. The Galapagos crocodile remarks that there is still time left, brought in return for being allowed to board. Hansu is told that he needs other materials for a ship. Of course, the Celt's slime bag, tree of Arun, and other materials are presented. Hansu holds the materials in his hands. Hansu asks about the silk rope of Iraq and wonders where the heart of the Nakrok rock lizard is. The Galapagos crocodile stands with other figures. Someone says to take it from behind them. The Galapagos crocodile congratulates Hansu on collecting all the materials. The Galapagos crocodile acknowledges that Hansu is the only one to bring so much material on his own, and almost wants to give him a reward for it. The poison is already here. The Galapagos crocodile asks if they would like some applause as celebration. Just build us the ship. The Galapagos crocodile says how rash, okay. He preferred it when they cowered in fear. Alright, this is the ship you all will ride. A massive ship is revealed. The group of people stand before the ship. A character exclaims that this is the 500-seater ship. Everyone can fit. Bring those who have materials here. We'll thankfully follow you. The lower halves of several figures stand ready to embark. The figures stand on the ship as one says, about the sailing. We'll take care of the first trip as a tip. The Galapagos crocodile smiles widely. Kong Hansu stands on the ship, looking out at the horizon. A voice announces, sit down and relax. The expected arrival time is in 3 days. Another voice chuckles, hee. I won't interfere from now on. The ship sails through a sea of red. The Galapagos crocodile says, I'm happy that I successfully sent you all to the red zone. A voice says, try to survive for a long time. The ship sails through the red zone. A voice says, in the first red zone you'll encounter. The ship sails through the red zone. The ship sails through the red zone after leaving the tutorial. The ship sails towards a massive, red-tinged planet, its surface streaked with pink and purple. A golden barrier shimmers in the distance, a gateway to the unknown. 3 figures stand on the deck, gazing out at the horizon. One wonders if this is the entryway to the red zone, noting the numerous ships still visible. The sight is impressive, but it's more than just a red-colored ocean. The ocean is made of poison. One of the men remarks that they should be thankful for the ride, as they might not have been able to see this otherwise. He let them on without too many conditions. He's a good person. What did he say his name was? Kong Hansu's stats are displayed. Strength, dexterity, stamina, sense, magic, physical resistance, and magic resistance. Hansu sits on the stairs, lost in thought. It's good he took into account the stat penalty from taking the demonic jade essence ahead of time. He didn't expect to get this here, but he thinks to himself that this is the first skill he gets in this life, the dragon energy arts. Thinking of the past, Hansu believes he should despise this skill, but for him, who can only learn 7 skills, the dragon energy arts is more than enough to be his first skill. A man on the stairs declares that he will use this. The man wonders what that is, seeing the ships ahead of them. People are stranded. A man cries out that he doesn't want to die here. Someone thinks that those are the bastards who left without them. A man looks on. Someone shouts that they're still around here and asks for help. Someone thinks that they need to run away from something. The person struggles to breathe, blood staining their face as they gasp. A figure stands over another, a sword held high, ready to strike. The sword pierces the wooden floor, a testament to the force behind the blow. A voice cries out, "Monsters! There are monsters in the sea." The wooden floor creaks under unseen weight. 3 figures stand on the deck, cannons nearby. One of them exclaims, "What?" Someone demands, "Who changed the course of the ship?" Before accusing, "It's him." A man wonders, just what is he planning to do this time? A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready for action. The ship cuts through the crimson-tinged waves, the air thick with an unspoken tension. The ship abruptly changes course. A voice wonders at the sudden shift in direction. Kong Hansu stands at the helm, his voice booming across the deck, demanding to know what's happening. Iris points out the wreckage littering the sea, her tone laced with concern. Kong Hansu warns that if they are attacked in this poisonous sea, none of them will be safe. Kong Hansu is asked if he thinks he can save everyone by himself. Another voice declares that it's impossible, that they'd all just die together. A close-up reveals the tension in Kong Hansu's neck, the muscles taut with determination. Iris questions why he is so desperate to save others, the words hanging heavy in the air. A voice whispers, "Our purpose. Remember." Kong Hansu's expression is grim, his eyes shadowed with a deep resolve. Kong Hansu states that if they get any closer, it'll be dangerous, and they need to stay on the original course. This should be good, a voice thinks. They all got on already. Hansu's eyes widen in surprise. Yeah, good choice, you need to ignore those. Wait, what? A strange, ghostly figure looms in the distance. I am alive. A man lies on the deck, injured, as others stand over him. He coughs. When did they get on? I heard you, bitch. You were planning to leave without us. We only survived because we swam as soon as we spotted your ship nearby. You handle this when you fall down. A man grabs Hansu by the neck and punches him. Ichin energy. Blue energy crackles as the man attacks. Who did that? What just hit me? Ah. Another man is kicked with a blue energy enhanced strike. He warns the others to stop chatting, that it's coming. Kong Hansu raises his hand, signaling the imminent danger. A monstrous presence makes itself known. A cacophony of screams erupts as the attack begins. The monsters have arrived. The guards are at the entrance to the red zone. An accursed survivor is detected amidst the chaos. A grotesque monster brandishes a trident, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. These creatures, who can only exist in the poisonous sea, have a simple attack pattern. They break a hole at the bottom of the ship. The ship is under attack from below. They'll sink at this rate. Someone shouts to stop them. How are they getting to them? Ranged attackers need to hit them from above the sea. They're blocking our attacks. They need more firepower. If they're not coming, he declares, he'll go. Go where? Hey, Hansu leaps from the ship. His feet plunge into the water below. Is he crazy? The poisonous sea awaits. Jumping into the poisonous sea with no equipment. He's as good as dead. Hansu descends into the depths. Monsters lurk in the depths. He is surrounded by a pink aura as he prepares to use the dragon energy arts. The poisonous water in the sea is easily pushed aside with the dragon energy arts. With his magic stats in the red, Hansu thinks he can handle it. Clenching his fist, Kong Hansu prepares to use the dragon energy arts. Kong Hansu's body begins to transform. Surrounded by dark energy, his body continues its metamorphosis. The dragon energy arts allows one to harness the energy of dragons. Additionally, it's a skill that gradually transforms the user's body to become more dragon-like. His face contorts, features shifting into something more draconic. The dragon energy arts is certainly worthy of that title. Kong Hansu thinks to himself that he can't use all of its power just yet. The transformation complete, Kong Hansu's face is now fully dragon-like. He gathers the energy, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. His hand transforms, the claws extending, ready to tear through anything in their path. Even now, the penetrative force isn't bad, he thinks, recalling the effort it took to obtain this power. It better be worth it. The Galapagos crocodile reels from the blow. They're trying to retreat. If he lets them go, they'll just wait for another chance to strike, Kong Hansu thinks. The energy intensifies around Kong Hansu, crackling with lethal intent. He unleashes the power, striking with overwhelming force. The Galapagos crocodile is caught in the blast, overwhelmed by the sheer power. Kong Hansu focuses his energy, preparing to deliver the final blow. His claws glow with intense energy, ready to strike. The final strike lands, obliterating the Galapagos crocodile. He plummets through the water, a gauntlet of tridents aimed at him from all sides. Spinning through the water, Kong Hansu grips his staff, preparing for a counterattack. His eyes narrow, focused on the approaching threat. The Galapagos crocodile lunges forward, its jaws agape. Kong Hansu faces the monstrous crocodile, ready to strike. The beast falls, defeated. Bloodied and bruised, Kong Hansu grits his teeth. A voice echoes, stating that things probably aren't finished on the surface. Kong Hansu looks up, anticipating the next challenge. A voice echoes in someone's mind, suggesting they should head back up soon. Panic rises as someone shouts that water is pouring in through the holes, demanding it be stopped. A figure raises a sword, ready to strike at an unseen threat amidst the chaos. Someone shouts a warning, ordering everyone to attack immediately if they see the monsters emerge. A figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of red energy, poised for battle. The cry goes out, "It's here! Attack!" A blade crackles with blue energy, ready to strike. Kong Hansu stands bloodied, gripping a massive, ornate weapon. Someone warns another to watch before they swing. A voice demands to know how someone returned unscathed. Kong Hansu wipes blood from his brow, his expression grim. Hansu asks if they thought he wouldn't make it, while another voice questions why he's acting so calm after blowing an even bigger hole in the ship. The logs sit stacked, ready to be used. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, his hands glowing with power as he prepares to split the logs. Guy Hanchiol barks, "Why are you guys grouped up here? We need to stop the monsters." Someone shouts, "Look!" With a resounding crack, Kong Hansu splits the logs with his bare hands. A crew member exclaims, "He's making planks from logs to block the hole." Another adds, "Let's do what he's doing. Get more planks of the Arun wood." Another crew member says, "We'll need the slime from the kelps to seal the hole." Someone wonders aloud, "Did he just split logs with his bare hands?" Another crew member urges, "Just do it. We need to do something about the poisonous water that's pooled here." Kong Hansu continues to work, sweat dripping from his brow. Someone suggests, "The water will evaporate. Just let it be." Another crew member counters, "If we stay here, we'll inhale the fumes. Let's head out." He stands on the deck, the weight of exhaustion etched into every line of his face. Kong Hansu exhales, the breath rattling in his chest. "I used up some strength, but this is pretty good." He also acquired something useful in place of his broken weapon, the trident of the accursed. The trident has the durability to withstand the poisonous waters, so he should be fine. A voice calls out, "If you look forward, you might see a good sight." The crew gathers, their eyes fixed on the horizon. One of them asks, "What else is there to see besides water?" Kong Hansu stands with Eries, both gazing intently into the distance. Guy Hanchiol's face breaks into a surprised expression. "What is that?" A voice shouts, "It's land." The ship sails towards the distant shore, a beacon of hope in the poisonous waters. The crew has finally arrived at the red zone. The water surrounding the massive root shimmers with an unnatural, deep crimson hue. Why isn't the ship stopping? Shouldn't it be automatic? The ship continues to sail towards the massive, root-like structure. Kong Hansu says that the journey would take 3 days, and it's not time yet. That isn't land. That's the root of the world tree. What kind of tree has roots this big? Is this the good sight you meant? Guy Hanchiol says to keep watching. The real show's just about to start. The ship approaches the root of the world tree. The roots of the world tree are massive and imposing. He watched as the fight unfolded before him, the sounds of battle echoing through the air. His eyes widened in shock as something unexpected began to occur. A surge of purple energy erupted, accompanied by the emergence of sharp, monstrous claws. The transformation intensified, revealing a grotesque face with razor-sharp teeth and a menacing aura of yellow energy. A voice cried out, filled with disbelief and horror. What is that?" A wave of crimson energy erupts, signaling the arrival of something immense. The crimson energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of power. Within the crimson torrent, a massive form begins to materialize. Panic grips the faces of onlookers as they witness the unfolding horror. One of them exclaims, "What the hell is that?" The monstrous entity reveals itself, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and teeth. Its immense size dwarfs everything around it, a harbinger of destruction. A single, malevolent eye glows with an eerie, yellow light. The creature's maw opens wide, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. A desperate cry pierces the air. "You're going to be eaten." The monstrous maw, a jagged landscape of teeth and shadow, gaped wide. A voice cried out, "Swallowing us." The creature devoured the root with savage intensity. The ship shuddered as the root was consumed. The destruction continued, the ship caught in the wake. The monster continued its feast, the root vanishing piece by piece. Hansu's eyes widened in dawning horror. Eri stared, sweat beading on her brow as the implications sank in. A voice declared, "It wasn't trying to eat us." The monster devoured the last of the root. The root was gone. Hansu, bloodied and shaken, realized, even if it was just a root, it was the size of a small island. The ships depart from the tutorial zone. They will arrive at one of thousands of routes, depending on the route the ferry set. The fish that devours the world tree. Calamity fish. One of the 5 calamities to dry up the world tree. The beings that lived in the red zone, Elfenheim. Hands surround a glowing orb. In order to preserve their species from the dangerous environment, they created the world tree, using arcane genetic engineering. A calamity. But it was unable to stop the 5 calamities. And so, Elfenheim began its descent into ruin. A shadowy figure stood amidst the destruction, its form wreathed in dark energy. These mutants seemed born with the sole purpose of destroying the world tree. A hand gripped a golden staff, knuckles white with determination. He had been unable to protect the world tree in the past, but now, he needed to do his job. A ship sailed towards a distant, colossal monster, its silhouette stark against the fiery sky. Having filled its stomach, it would slowly start moving to its next target. He needed to start with a route on the verge of a region separate from where they were originally routed. Wait, hey, what the fuck are you doing? You're following that giant monster? Are you crazy? Even if you're strong, that thing's on a whole different level. His eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't right. You need to ask the others if they're okay with this. There might be some who don't agree. Hansu hums to himself. A voice asks if he just realized something, then states that they can let them disembark now. Another character exclaims in surprise. Hansu states that he really needs to go after that thing, and asks those who want to get off to raise their hand. A voice says that they'll let them off right now. The ship sails through a dark, cavernous space. The ship continues its journey. The ship sails closer to the destination. The ship approaches the roots of the world tree. The ship arrives at the tip where the world tree's roots begin. Someone wonders what that is. The title card reads, "The Dying World Tree." A colossal root of the world tree stretches into the sky, its surface glowing with an ethereal light. The gnarled and twisted roots of the world tree are a deep, ominous red. A voice wonders if this is where the roots start, instead of land. The group stands at the base of the world tree, dwarfed by its immense size. Someone comments on how massive the tree is, unable to tell how far it goes. Another voice suggests that it's better than getting off in the water. Kong Hansu tells someone to smile, reminding them that they still have 2 weeks, and will be safe if they keep going up. Guy Hanchiol asks what 2 weeks means, reminding the group that the fairy said they need to head to the world tree. He then asks if someone is coming. Guy Hanchiol urges the group not to sit around, stating that they need to follow if everyone wants to go. Someone says they are coming too, telling them to wait. Kong Hansu murmurs that it will be smart to move quickly. Someone states that the calamity fish will come to eat these roots in 2 weeks. The shirtless man, muscles taut, declares that he needs to find that person. Before that, he prepares to strike. He vows that he can't let others use this ship, so he'll destroy it now. The weapon slams into the ship with brutal force. He continues his assault, the ship groaning under the relentless barrage. He mutters that they're likely by the cross right now. Meanwhile, Hansu walks with his group, the silhouette of a massive, cross-shaped structure looming in the distance. Guy Hanchiol thinks to himself, wondering if Hansu is not coming this way. He finds the reincarnator rather unpredictable, but it's comforting to have him on their side. Hanchiol pauses, noticing something to the left. A beam of light shines down upon the cross-shaped structure. Someone wonders if that is a cross. Kong Hansu observes the landscape. It definitely seems artificial, he thinks, suggesting they head that way. The group stands together, considering their options. Choi Sang-jin warns that it's dangerous for all of them to go, suggesting they send a small group instead, since they don't have any clan members among them anyway. A few people in pairs will go survey the place, the group decides. Guy Hanchiol sighs, remarking that this is why cautious people are such a pain. It might be better for survival, a voice thinks, but it's a pain for them. A close-up of a character's face reveals a sinister smile. Iris exclaims, "There," as she spots something in the distance. Kong Hansu and Guy Hanchiol walk away, presumably to investigate. Choi Sang-jin remarks that Kong Hansu is the only one who finds it to be a pain. A character says to take care of it before they get the wrong idea. Iris says that Kong Hansu always leaves this kind of stuff to her. Iris uses magic. A grunt escapes someone's lips. Someone tallies the survivors. 148 people. A voice expresses surprise that so many made it without a clan. A figure states they are from the Valkyrie clan, part of the Helper Group. Aaron Pat, a Valkyrie clan member, is introduced. The Helper Group declares that they are essentially the new saviors. Someone asks what he means, wondering if he's referring to them as foreigners. Aaron Pat states that, as they know, after the tutorial, the fairies are described as weirdly shaped. It's stated that those weirdly shaped fairies don't interfere or offer any guidance, but they might look weird. Someone notes that they're watching them from somewhere, but they won't help, so the group can just follow them. Someone wonders if it's okay, suggesting that since there aren't many of them, maybe they could take him down. A figure stands in a desolate landscape, declaring that nobody will follow if they say it like that. Beck Minchell introduces himself and Pam Ferris, stating they are from the Helper Group. Beck Minchell states that he will explain things more clearly. A figure says that they are there to assist travelers coming from the tutorial, reiterating what was previously stated. A figure asks who gave these orders. Erie's Valentine is mentioned. A woman with gray hair tied in a bun is shown. The monarch of the Valkyrie clan is mentioned. Someone recalls that she left them helpers here 20 years ago when she went to the orange zone. A figure states that they know it's hard to believe them, but they are here to help adapt to the red zone. Beck Minchell and Pam Ferris stand together. A figure explains that this is the route's end, quite far from where the world tree is, so they will need their help. The group continued their trek through the rocky terrain, their figures silhouetted against the harsh landscape. Beck Minchell spoke, his voice carrying over the wind. They aren't hostile, and in the worst case, we have more people. Pam Ferris, standing beside him, added, I think it's fine. A man with dark hair chuckled, his expression mocking. Newbies are so bad at listening. You just need to follow us. The gray-haired woman narrowed her eyes. You're the one who doesn't listen. Did you not hear when I told you to do things properly? She continued. All right, we'll follow you. The dark-haired man scoffed. A stray dog would be better at listening than you. Didn't hear that either, huh? The gray-haired woman's expression darkened. The dark-haired man continued. If you're so smart, why don't you do everything yourself? He added. You talk too much for someone weaker than me. The woman responded. The two glared at each other, tension hanging heavy in the air. A palpable tension crackled between them. The gray-haired woman spoke, her voice firm. Don't waste time here. We have responsibilities bestowed upon us. The dark-haired man looked ahead, his expression resolute. Now let's lead them. The gray-haired woman closed her eyes. A sense of determination etched on her face as she prepared to lead the group. Hansu, catching his breath, warns that just because they have more people doesn't mean they should think about jumping them. The information about the 30,000 helpers who have been here for several years elicits a surprised reaction. Kong Hansu continues, advising them to straighten up if they don't want to die. Someone laughs, finding it amusing how easily the newbies get scared at numbers. Kong Hansu's expression hardens as he speaks. He elaborates, stating that the more they know, the more they'll realize there are beings they should fear just from their name. A voice notes that the red zone has its own rules, and nobody touches fresh newbies. Someone wonders what the noise is, speculating that someone might be fighting nearby. In the distance, a group of people can be seen. An explosion erupts in the distance. A voice confirms that someone is fighting over there. Kong Hansu and another figure react with curiosity to the news of the fight. He is told that he won't be able to handle anyone here yet. The man named Hansu realizes that the skill looks familiar. Elsewhere, an explosion erupts in the distance. Hansu's companion wonders why that woman is fighting over there, and Hansu asks what woman. Another explosion rocks the distant landscape. An energy blast tears through the air. A figure unleashes a powerful attack. Switching back to Hansu, a voice demands why he is attacking. The speaker's expression is one of rage. The blonde-haired man is visible. The voice states that he just finished the tutorial. Hansu begins to power up, a golden aura surrounding him. The voice booms, declaring, and without knowing what kind of place this is, you. A surge of power emanates from the woman, her expression hardening with resolve. She snarls, dare talk crap? A desolate landscape stretches under a sky painted with the hues of sunset. Ares walks through the barren land, a lone figure against the harsh backdrop. Calamity Fish. She pauses, her expression clouded with doubt. Do I no longer have the right to seek my parents' revenge? Her hand clenches into a fist, a surge of determination battling the lingering uncertainty. I thought this was for both me and my sibling, who'll eventually be dragged here too. Saying-eyed. Iris's gaze hardens, a resolve solidifying within her. Everyone calls you mad for claiming you'll kill the Calamity Fish. A spectral figure looms, its ethereal form radiating an otherworldly glow. No one's willing to risk their lives to kill a monster bigger than a mountain. Kong Hansu stood firm, his bare feet planted on the blood-red earth. Sophia Verage asked, Are you Sophia Verage? The woman's pink hair was tied back in braids. Maybe the boat has sailed. Any further attempts? Sophia Verage stood before Kong Hansu, her voice echoing across the desolate landscape. How do you know my name? I can't see his exact stats, but he looks like he just arrived in the red zone. Kong Hansu stood shirtless, his muscular physique a stark contrast to the barren surroundings. He doesn't seem to have any proper weapons or items, nor clothes. Kong Hansu's blue eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. Sophia Verage's gaze was intense, her monocle glinting in the harsh light. Sophia Verage stated, Let's talk. I need your help. A close-up reveals Sophia Verage's watchful eye. A voice cuts through the silence. I've never seen you around. The speaker, Kong Hansu, stands with a woman in the distance. He asks, Are you Quadratus? A voice analyzes the situation. She seems wary. Let's try Kong Tae's advice. Kong Hansu stands, his expression unreadable. The voice continues. It'll be beneficial for you as well. Are you going to keep worrying about whether your sibling gets sent here or not? Sophia Verage's expression hardens. If we kill the Calamity Fish, it'll increase your sibling's chance of survival. Kong Hansu looks off into the distance. About the Calamity Fish. Sophia Verage extends her hand. A voice exclaims, What the hell do? Sophia Verage's leg moves. Sophia Verage's leg moves. Her face contorted in a furious snarl, Sophia Verage prepared to strike. Kong Han-soo, eyes wide, muttered a single word, shoot. The air crackled as an explosion erupted, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Fueled by the blast, Sophia lunged forward, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Reacting in a flash, Kong Han-soo countered with a swift, brutal strike. The force of the impact sent Sophia reeling as Kong seized her, his grip like iron. He pressed his advantage, delivering another blow with ruthless efficiency. A crimson aura flares around Sophia Verage as she prepares her next attack, her hand crackling with raw magical power. You dare! She hisses, her voice laced with venom. Below her, a complex circle of arcane symbols blazes to life, bathing the chamber in an ethereal blue light. Mess with me, she roars, her voice echoing with fury. Raising her hand, Sophia Verage channels the gathered energy, the magical circle beneath her feet intensifying its glow. The air crackles with anticipation as she prepares to unleash her spell. The unleashed magic surges forward, a wave of pure energy hurtling towards its target. He recognizes the technique, his eyes widening in realization. She used that move as well. He mutters, a hint of surprise in his voice. Kong Han-soo's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features as he prepares to face the incoming attack. His thoughts race, a flicker of annoyance crossing his mind. I must have really pissed her off. The skill is identified as Trijade Frostlight Orbs. The Trijade Frostlight Orbs hurtle forward, trails of icy blue energy streaking behind them as they close in on Kong Han-soo. The orbs intensify their glow, the air around them shimmering with frost as they bear down on their target. Muscles tense, Kong Han-soo prepares to unleash his own power, the lines of his back rippling with contained strength. Focusing his energy, Kong Han-soo's eyes narrow, a golden light beginning to emanate from his hands. I'm still not skilled enough in the dragon energy arts yet. A voice declares that the endeavor will be a heavy burden, but worth the risk. Kong Han-soo, engulfed in golden energy, prepares a dragon energy arts special move. The air crackles with unseen power. A transformation begins. Level 1. An explosion of ice crystals erupts, filling the space. The Trijade Frostlight Orbs are described as a move that instantly freezes anything it touches. Sophia Verage declares that her attack freezes even the air itself. Kong Han-soo stands amidst the ice crystals, a determined look on his face. Sophia Verage looks on, her expression intense. Sophia Verage seems surprised. The ice crystals continue to spread. He isn't the only one with decent abilities. Kong Han-soo activates his own power, a fierce aura erupting around him. His hand glows with power, ready to unleash a devastating counter. The ice shards shatter, unable to withstand the force. Kong Han-soo stands firm, his expression determined. The power surges, labeled Authority Destruction. He is surrounded by the remnants of the shattered ice, the air crackling with energy. The ice continues to break apart, the magical energy dissipating. A figure cries out, struck by the force of the counterattack. Sophia Verage, her eyes wide, asks how he dissipated her Trijade Frostlight Orbs. She wonders if a transforming energy art is something obtainable in the tutorial area, marveling at the density of his protective mana. Sophia Verage refuses to accept defeat, muttering that she can't lose. A voice calls out, warning that anyone who doesn't follow now will be left behind. She refuses to believe it, questioning if he's wasting time on something unkillable. Sophia's face contorts in disbelief, screaming, impossible. A golden book opens, revealing a complex array of magical circles and glowing runes. A monumental air path materializes, shimmering with pink and purple energy. Kong Han-soo stands amidst a shower of glowing, fragmented energy, his form radiating power. Sophia plummets through a fiery, chaotic landscape, the heat rising around her. He finds himself in a serene forest, surrounded by countless floating pages, each whispering secrets. Kong Han-soo activates a card, unleashing a surge of energy that crackles through the air. The Book of Alice floats open, its pages filled with arcane symbols and forgotten lore. Hands reach out, performing a solidification ritual, shaping raw energy into tangible form. A spectral figure materializes, its form composed of pure, radiant light. Kong Han-soo stands bathed in golden light, his power reaching its zenith. He declares that he didn't stay here to be looked down upon by anyone. Sophia's eyes widen in disbelief. Energy crackles around him. The ground trembles as the transformation intensifies. Kong Han-soo's eyes glow with an eerie light, his arms now encased in armored scales. The armored hand clenches into a fist, energy surging around it. The energy intensifies, shattering the air around him. His gaze burns with newfound power, the energy radiating from his very being. The energy continues to build, forming a protective barrier. The armored hand is now fully formed, a testament to his growing power. Towering over Sophia, Kong Han-soo has completed his transformation. Scale-like markings now adorn his neck and shoulder, a permanent sign of his newfound abilities. He lets out a breath, the setting sun casting long shadows across his bare back. Sophia Verage's expression is one of strained contemplation. She declares that it's pointless. A diagram shows a figure standing before a large structure. Kang Hansu asks why she is backing off, wondering if she is already done. Sophia retorts, asking if he takes her for an idiot, adding that his special move isn't even perfect yet. The text explains that there are 3 components that determine the rank of an energy art. The first component is the rune's scaling and amplification values, and the second is the efficiency and strength of the mana barrier. The third component is its special abilities. Depending on the special ability the energy arts has, it can change in power and use dramatically. She intended to push him to the brink of death, but seeing how he withstands her attacks without a scratch. Sophia thinks that his energy arts are already top tier by Red Zone standards, so there's no need to probe further. Sophia states that she understands he's strong, but asks how he intends to kill the Calamity Fish. The Calamity Fish had devoured over 1,000 people, leading many to give up hope. The creature was considered more of a natural disaster than a monster. Now, some were even foolish enough to worship it. A voice spoke, weary of fighting alone, suggesting that others should leave before they ended up like her. Hansu walked forward, his expression unreadable. Hansu stated that if he thought it would be easy, he wouldn't have come to her. The woman asked for help, revealing that she had a plan, but seemed to have no intention of continuing. She was reminded that this would be her 14th attempt to kill the Calamity Fish, and was asked if she was giving up. The woman insisted that no matter what anyone said, she wasn't fighting. Sophia Verage, the one who stands against the Calamity Fish. Her parents were devoured before her very eyes. She kept challenging it, first, second, third, fourth, 13th. Numbers, meaningless without success. Sophia reflects on her past failures, the weight of each attempt pressing down on her. Hansu watches her, a silent observer of her inner turmoil. Sophia declares, "I'll make it possible for you to kill the Calamity Fish." Her expression is resolute, her eyes burning with determination. Hansu's gaze is steady, his expression unreadable. Sophia's voice is soft but firm. "Trust me." A close-up reveals the intricate details of her attire, a testament to her unique style. Hansu stands beside Sophia, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the landscape in hues of orange and purple. A voice asks a question, inquiring why someone is so determined to catch it. Kang Hansu, shirtless and muscular, simply states, "Just." The voice responds, revealing the reason. "Want to save 1,000,000,000 lives." A child's voice questions, "What?" Another voice corrects, "No, maybe more like 1.5 billion." Sophia Verage stares with wide eyes, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. The voice, presumably belonging to Sophia, says, "You're really crazier than most madmen." Meanwhile, 2 figures stand on a rocky landscape, observing something in the distance. One of them wonders what the fuss was about. The other figure looks on with a worried expression. One of the observers notes that things seem to be going weird, and it'll be a pain if they get roped in, wondering what they are doing. The figure decides to leave, stating they should go before that woman catches them. A weapon is readied, glowing with power. Kang Hansu's eyes widen in disbelief. "Impossible." Kang Hansu, shirtless, turns to Sophia. "Hey, are you leaving without even a greeting?" Sophia turns her head. Aaron Pat wonders to himself, "How did he notice my presence?" Kang Hansu smiles. "Nice to meet you too, Sophia." Aaron Pat's name appears in a speech bubble. Kang Hansu holds a mug. He was around here at that time. Aaron Pat thinks, Aaron, what are you doing here? Mind helping us with directions?" A colossal structure pierces the sky, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The architecture is alien, yet strangely familiar, like a dream half remembered. A bustling settlement sprawls beneath the structure's shadow, teeming with life. The refugees murmur, observing the sheer number of people. The refugees from the end of the route need to move frequently. A man with dark hair and a welcoming smile greets the newcomers. He explains that they'll receive a brief introduction at the center building and help getting settled in the upper town. The man gestures towards a table laden with food, asking if they are hungry. The refugees exclaim with relief, finally getting proper food. A woman with a warm smile welcomes them, saying she picked out fresh ones. The refugees stare at the food with a mixture of confusion and disgust, wondering what it is. A voice questions the offering, wondering why they've been given this food. Another voice asks if they want them to eat this weird slime. The refugees recoil in disgust at the sight of the green, gelatinous substance. Hansu, seeing their reaction, suggests that if they want something else, they can try asking those people over there. The refugees express their disgust. One of the refugees warns that he warned them about how poisonous red zone monsters are. A group of refugees stand together, looking wary and apprehensive. Hansu eats the slime, remarking on its weird texture. He adds that after they finish eating, he'll hand out extractors they can use to harvest it. A man named Minchel is told that he'll leave the rest to him. Minchel replies that there are no worries. Hansu is seen talking to another person. Someone asks when Hansu came back, noting that he brought the guy he was fighting. Hansu stands with the other man. He is asked what he is doing. Kang Hansu replies, stating that he is fixing something. A flashback reveals that a crazy bastard was fighting Sophia. Minchel reacts with surprise. Hansu is asked how the others are, now that he's caught. The enemies are much stronger than last year. The harsher the red zone gets, the stronger the people who enter get. This group has quite a few strong individuals. If it weren't for the calamity fish, every group would bring in just as many people. The adventurers who need time to adjust to the routes need to live near the center because the calamity fish devours the outskirts. The fairies are aware and adjust the tutorial difficulty accordingly to bring in stronger people, but if it weren't for the calamity fish, every group would. No one as crazy as that guy, Minchell murmurs. A guy from the tutorial who could fight her. Rumors are probably already spreading, so that guy might show up soon. A heavy boot descends, crushing the earth beneath it. Meanwhile, standing atop a rocky precipice, a figure surveys the horizon. Let's see. A sinister smile spreads across a face, a single red eye gleaming in the shadows. Did you get the extractor? You can't survive without it. A figure stands in the distance, silhouetted against the fading light. Where have you been? Answering a question with a question. I had somewhere to stop by. A woman with pink hair and a monocle looks on. Take this. I got it in a rush, but it's better than walking around like that. Hansu still felt bad for attacking Sophia. Sophia, flustered, insisted that it was not a big deal, claiming she was just checking the size. Hansu acknowledged that they were. Hansu clarified that he didn't want to see Sophia half-naked and that they had somewhere to stop by before they go. The adventurers who don't progress to the next zone are sent to the center. Elsewhere, a woman with black hair told Sophia to wait there, explaining that the place was created to help people whose families are supposed to arrive, one of the regions left by Erie's Valentine. The woman exclaimed that Sophia hadn't come in a while. Sophia asked if she could check the list of new adventurers and about her artifact she left there. The woman responded that, of course, Sophia was a VIP, and it would just be a moment. Sophia thanked her. Kong Hansu interacts with a holographic display, his fingers dancing across the glowing interface. The text box explains that extra services are provided to those who donate more, under the heading, Finding People. Sophia Verage states that the list was recently rescued from the nearby routes. Sophia sits at a desk, reviewing documents. She says that if they want her to check other routes, it will take 2 more days, so they should come back later. A voice wonders if they are just not in this world yet, or... Sophia leans against a wall, thinking that she needs to focus on the calamity fish. Kong Hansu says that if she is done, they should discuss the plan. Kong Hansu replies, yeah. A text box indicates that they have 13 days and 18 hours left, and that they don't have much time, so they should get moving. Kong Hansu stands, clad in dark clothing. A close-up shows Kong Hansu's leg and boot. Sophia asks about the plan, thinking that it suits him. She then says that it is simple. Kong Hansu tells her to guide him inside. He narrows his eyes, a plan forming. He thinks to himself, and I'll use my special weapon on its weak spot. Sophia's eyes widen behind her monocle, a gasp escaping her lips. She exhales, saying, well, you can't kill it from the outside, but it's not that simple. Hansu stands amidst the crates, declaring, don't worry, we can ride a ship. Sophia, standing beside him, retorts, you prepared a ship? I've got a 30-seater. Sophia's eyes widen further, the sound effect emphasizing her shock. A 500-seater ship. Her mouth agape, Sophia exclaims, what? You just left that docked outside. In chibi form, Hansu responds, well, you are kind of a newbie. I mean, you're a newbie, right? Let's just say I've got a special power. Hansu looks off into the distance, stating, we have the ship, now we need to gather materials. Let's split up, okay? He looks up at Sophia, who states that if he trusts her, things will go smoothly. That confident voice, and that assured look. Sophia stands tall, her gaze unwavering as Hansu looks up at her. She reminds him of his master. Sophia declares that she will gather the materials over there. She warns him not to back out on her now. Sophia's voice echoes as Hansu grips a weapon. She warns that his weapon is going to break soon in the red zone. The weapon gleams, reflecting the harsh light of the red zone. Hansu looks down, his expression unreadable. Sophia's words resonate in his mind. It's better than your trident, so don't turn it down. This is from when you taught me how to survive. Sophia offers him a weapon, stating that this is the first weapon she's giving him as his master, and tells him to take it. Some things never change. He stood with his back to the viewer, adjusting the straps of his gear. Sophia stated that she had already figured out the materials they needed to hunt the calamity fish, thanks to her trait. Kong Hansu turned to face Sophia, listening intently. Hansu asked how she knew, wondering if she actually had psychic powers. Sophia confirmed that she could visualize all kinds of information. She knew, thanks to her library trait. Sophia admitted she didn't know everything, but no one knew as much as she did about the red zone. Even with that information, she couldn't figure him out. Hansu stated he would head to the outskirts, asking if she was ready. Sophia confirmed she could visualize it. Sophia declared she would resolve this once and for all. To create a poison that works on the calamity fish, they needed to gather all the necessary materials. To get the fluids of the apon, she'll have to lure it out of its nest. Sophia descends into the forest. The apon's nest looms above. Sophia prepares herself. A magical circle forms around her as she casts a spell, firing green projectiles into the air. A voice calls out, asking what she's doing. A figure approaches. Zhang Geisa shouts. Zhang Geisa compliments Sophia, asking if she wants to hang out. Sophia retorts, asking if he came to her because he's suicidal. Zhang Geisa says he's too busy to deal with trash like her and tells her to get lost, then remarks on how feisty she is, asking if they aren't rather intimate for that. Zhang Geisa smiles. He smirks, a glint in his red eyes. Well, that's part of your charm. Jang Gaesu continues, his expression unreadable. An ally who returned with me from the belly of the calamity fish. His hand tightens around the hilt of a short blade, the metal gleaming in the dim light. Sophia Verage retorts, her voice sharp. Can't be talking about your ally like that. A surge of energy crackles around her, the air thick with anticipation. The energy intensifies, forming visible arcs of power. Sophia stands firm, her gaze unwavering as she prepares her spell. A book materializes before her, the word manifestation emblazoned across its cover. A radiant aura envelopes her, the air shimmering with magical energy. His grip tightens further, knuckles white against the worn leather of the hilt. A complex magical circle forms, pulsing with arcane power. The circle resonates, the air vibrating with raw magical force. She unleashes a torrent of magical energy, beams of light and explosions erupting from her position. Emerald beams of pure energy slice through the air. A violent explosion sends waves of pink energy rippling outwards. The magical assault slams into the earth, pulverizing the ground. Jang Gaesu's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Sophia Verage, her expression obscured by her glasses, declares, I hate people who fight without knowing their place. Jang Gaesu's smile becomes strained, his red eyes gleaming with suppressed rage. I guess. A surge of power emanates from Jang Gaesu. His fist clenches, knuckles white with fury. A crimson eye opens, radiating raw power. The air crackles with energy as Jang Gaesu's power intensifies. Sophia Verage extends her hand, her expression unreadable. A blade of pink energy materializes, aimed directly at Jang Gaesu. The energy crackles, a silent promise of destruction. A sinister grin spreads across Jang Gaesu's face, a thin line of blood trickling down his cheek. Jang Gaesu chuckles, his voice laced with amusement. Haha, you think fast. A hand adjusts a talisman. Haha, you know about this eye, right? That the beacon is watching. A man with a third eye grins, his teeth bared. Two figures stand in the distance, silhouetted against a fiery sky. I have not just the beacon, but something related to you. Things will definitely. Sophia, her expression thoughtful, speaks. Get annoying for you if you get involved. Thousandly eye of the man caught within jealousy. He has an annoying skill. The man with the third eye smiles. As expected, you're smart, Sophia. You know I hold no ill intent, right? The man continues, his expression intense. I just wanted to test your skills, thinking maybe you'd gotten rusty after hearing about your losses to the new recruit. Sophia replies, her gaze unwavering. Your sharp abilities are the same as ever. I guess the rumors were just an exaggeration. It's none of your. The man interrupts, his smile fading slightly. I'm getting tired of going easy on you, so buzz off. Don't worry, I'll buzz off as soon as I find out one thing. I need to know where Kong Hansu, the newbie. A woman with pink hair, her expression furious, shouts, I have no plan on telling you. A hand gestures, as the man says he is sure that's the case. The man named Guy Hanchiol explains that he'll use an investigation skill, thanking her in advance for her cooperation. An exclamation point hangs in the air as Guy Hanchiol is asked when he learned that kind of skill. The man's hand moves. Guy Hanchiol smirks, telling her that she is still soft. Iris retorts that someone like her should have just died in the calamity fish's stomach that day. Guy Hanchiol states that it's cold, but it's not him who's wrong, it's her. The man says that she should have joined Quadratus when he gave her the chance. Guy Hanchiol says that it was Sophia who acted foolishly. The word Quadratus is displayed over a monstrous image. The calamities that threaten the ecosystems of the Red Zone are shown. The organization Quadratus turned fear into reverence, serving the four of the calamities. A monstrous visage fills the frame, its jagged teeth bared. The text accompanying it declares that these calamities don't care if they lead humanity toward destruction. A close-up reveals the maw of another monstrous entity, its teeth sharp and menacing. Iris, her brow furrowed, retorts, enough with the bullshit. Join a shitty organization like that. The camera pans down to show Guy Hanchiol standing before Iris, the sky a swirling mix of colors behind them. Iris, her expression a mix of anger and disbelief, demands, and removing the relics left behind by the dead people to sell? How are you human? Guy Hanchiol stands before a crowd of indistinct figures, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A monstrous entity looms, its form radiating a sinister energy. The text accompanying it speaks of promises and a calamity fish's stomach. A voice booms, so what? A close-up of Guy Hanchiol's face reveals a cruel smile, his eyes gleaming with a dark intensity. Hanchiol shrugs, stating that he is just earning money using his ability and partaking in religious ceremonies while he's at it. A voice declares that the ones who foolishly fell for it are the idiots. The man with the sinister grin muses that those guys can't live long anyway and should be grateful. Iris stares intently, her expression unreadable. A disembodied voice reflects on the fact that they could live in the beautiful space of the calamity fish's stomach, even for just a short while. A shadowed figure hopes someone wakes up soon. The man with the sinister grin continues, suggesting that someone might realize something if they go a few more times. A figure bids farewell, saying, then see you later. A lone figure walks away. Iris remarks that someone is fast at escaping. Someone reflects, lamenting that if they had known Jang Gesu would change like this back then. A voice states that he's completely changed after barely surviving from the calamity fish's stomach back then. A blood-soaked figure stands menacingly. Iris wonders what would happen if she were to chase after him now. A voice assures that there is no need to worry about them. Iris stands beside Kang Hansu. Iris apologizes, but says she'll request this of him. A figure is seen in a landscape. Kang Hansu says not to focus on anything else, and just focus on gathering materials. A landscape is shown. A figure is seen in a landscape. Kang Hansu thinks that the most necessary item in killing the calamity fish is the sclerosing solution. A voice thinks that knowledge is the perfect poison to face the calamity fish, and that the first ingredient will be its base. A figure is seen in a landscape. He steals his resolve. Kang Hansu needs to obtain a Kukulza's heart. To find a Kukulza, he needs to locate a deep valley between the middle root and the end root, supposedly. A cave where the Kukulzas hide, avoiding the calamity fish near the root's end. They burrow into the root and make a nest within. Kang Hansu has found it. The other ingredients of the sclerosing solution are comparatively easy to obtain. But a Kukulza's heart is hard to get for an end root, so it's best that he finds it. It's coming. Flock of Kukulzas. One of the Kukulzas roars, its jagged teeth bared in anticipation of the coming fight. The beast's maw opens wide, revealing a cavernous throat and rows of razor-sharp teeth. Arcane energy crackles in the air, a prelude to the coming storm. He leaps into the fray, his weapon glinting in the dim light of the nest. Bringing his blade down in a sweeping arc, Kang Hansu aims to cleave through the monstrous foe. The Kukulza roars in pain as the blade finds its mark, drawing a spray of dark blood. Engulfed in a surge of raw power, the Kukulza thrashes wildly, its body racked with agony. His foot connects with a sickening crunch, sending tremors through the creature's frame. Kang Hansu presses his advantage, striking another Kukulza with brutal efficiency. The hunter finds himself surrounded, a pack of Kukulzas closing in for the kill. One of the beasts lunges forward, its jaws agape, ready to tear him apart. Kang Hansu prepares to meet the onslaught, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He slams his weapon into the ground, the impact creating a burst of crimson energy. Kang Hansu observes, I guess weapons with strong chi arts on them don't last long. The weapon slams into the Galapagos crocodile. The Galapagos crocodile thinks, I need to attack while adjusting until I can get a proper weapon. Kang Hansu grips his weapon tightly. He prepares to strike again. The weapon connects once more. The Galapagos crocodile reels from the blow. Kang Hansu's weapon slams into the Galapagos crocodile again. The Galapagos crocodile is sent flying backwards. The Galapagos crocodile struggles to regain its footing. Kang Hansu's weapon strikes the Galapagos crocodile once more, the impact echoing through the nest. The Galapagos crocodile's head snaps back from an unseen blow. The force of the impact distorts the Galapagos crocodile's face. A blood-soaked sword gleams, evidence of a successful strike. The landscape stretches out, a crimson sea under a violet sky. Kang Hansu descends, a hunter diving towards his prey. The Galapagos crocodile is submerged in a pool of its own blood. The Galapagos crocodile scales are stained crimson. Another blow strikes the Galapagos crocodile, its head snapping back once more. The Galapagos crocodile's face contorts in pain as the attack lands. Kang Hansu's hand moves with blinding speed, delivering another strike. The Galapagos crocodile's head is forced back again, the force of the blow evident. The Galapagos crocodile's open maw reveals its pain and desperation. He continues his relentless assault, an unseen force striking the Galapagos crocodile and sending a spray of blood into the air. The impact is brutal, the force concentrated on the creature's thick hide. Again, the Galapagos crocodile is struck, the crimson spray painting the air. The force of the blow reverberates through the Galapagos crocodile's skull. The assault continues, each strike weakening the Galapagos crocodile. The Galapagos crocodile's body absorbs the relentless punishment. The Galapagos crocodile is struck again, the air thick with the smell of blood. The Galapagos crocodile's body is battered and bruised, but it still stands. The sky glows with the light of the setting sun, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked landscape. The red, rocky terrain is slick with blood, the air heavy with the stench of death. The Galapagos crocodile's blood stains the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Kang Hansu stands amidst the carnage, his figure silhouetted against the dying light. The aftermath of the battle is a gruesome tableau of blood and viscera. He stands amidst the carnage, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. The ones he just defeated were all young Kukulzas. The adult must be somewhere else. Should he kill more? Kang Hansu examines a crimson rune, its surface gleaming with an unnatural light. There aren't many because they are red runes, but for now, let's collect the runes. The rune pulses faintly in his palm, a silent promise of power. He wades through the crimson swamp, his gaze fixed on the scattered runes. The ground is littered with fragments of bone and shattered stone, remnants of the fierce battle. The air crackles with residual energy, a palpable reminder of the magic unleashed. His boots sink into the viscous fluid, each step a testament to the brutal efficiency of his actions. The crimson liquid swirls around his ankles, reflecting the ominous glow of the runes. A flicker of determination hardens his gaze, a silent vow to claim the power that awaits. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air. The figure stands poised, ready to strike. The axe gleams, its wielder reflecting on its hasty use against weakened foes. A voice echoes, impressed that the attack was blocked. The hooded figure admits he was considering stopping if Hansu had died, but admits he is better than expected. The figure insists he isn't trying to fight, just testing Kong Hansu, and tells him not to get mad. The figure declares he came to give an offer. Kong Hansu stands ready, his weapon drawn. Kong Hansu hears that someone has an eye on him. The figure states it's a good offer, and tells Kong Hansu to just follow, and the figure smiles, confident in his offer. The figure finishes his sentence with everything. His eyes bloodshot, Kong Hansu's expression twisted into a mask of manic intensity. A voice, belonging to a figure with a ponytail, spat out a single word, bastard. The blue in his eyes seemed to glow as Kong Hansu's voice dripped with menace. Do you want to die? The tension in his neck was palpable, every muscle coiled and ready to strike. A screen displays the word reincarnator. Hansu looks up, muttering that it's crazy. Zhang Geisu curses. A figure declares the target to be a newbie. Zhang Geisu demands to know if he dares to attack back when he's talking. Someone scoffs, saying that he must be so full of himself for beating the tutorial. Another figure states that's why. The figure continues, saying that he thought he could attack without fearing for his life, and that the bitch might like him for some reason, but he. Zhang Geisu refuses. Hansu refuses. The text describes the group that worships the calamity. The word quadratus is displayed. A cloaked figure, shrouded in shadow, muses on the evils of tourism. Travelers from the red zone have started to decrease as quadratus begins their activities. Their tourism involves watching people get eaten by calamity fish. Meaning the more brutal, the more money they make, an industry built on profiting from the suffering of others. That's the organization I should aim to remove as soon as possible. I'll uproot them one by one. Meanwhile, Guy Hanshiol scoffs. I don't know why I'd listen to someone weaker than me. An unseen voice provokes a reaction. Hanshiol asks, the hell did you say? Hanshiol steals his resolve. Myself, no. If I don't bring you back, those bastards will lose their minds. He continues, so I'll take you, whether you want to or not. But they won't mind if you're missing a limb or two, right? Zhang Geisu grins, his eyes gleaming with malice as he holds a golden chain-like weapon, a purple aura emanating from him. The muscles of Zhang Geisu's torso tense, preparing for the coming clash. Zhang Geisu declares, the feeling's mutual. I'll get the info I need from you. Hanshiol looks back, a smirk playing on his lips. Hanshiol retorts, a limb or two won't stop you from talking, right? Hanshiol swings a blade of green energy, the air crackling with power. If you can still say that after I'm done. The green energy blade cuts through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The green energy arcs through the air, a testament to Hanshiol's power. The green energy blade continues its destructive path. The green energy blade continues its destructive path. Hanshiol grips the green energy blade, his expression intense. Zhang Geisu's eyes widen, a flicker of fear in their crimson depths. Zhang Geisu's face contorts into a wide, unsettling grin, his teeth bared in a display of predatory anticipation. The air crackles with tension as he prepares for the next exchange. The word idiot hangs in the air, a venomous barb thrown with calculated malice. Crimson droplets splatter against the stark white background, painting a gruesome tableau of violence and pain. Hanshiol grits his teeth, blood trickling down his hand. The fight has taken a toll, leaving him wounded but unyielding. The crimson stain spreads across his knuckles, a stark reminder of the brutal exchange. The darkness seems to press in, a suffocating blanket that amplifies the sounds of labored breathing and dripping blood. Zhang Geisu's voice drips with cruel amusement. Now, do you feel like talking? Hanshiol stands tall despite his injuries, his gaze unwavering. He will not yield, even in the face of overwhelming pain. Zhang Geisu's expression is a mix of arrogance and frustration. For his arm, but my attack was too shallow. Did I attack too lightly? The threat hangs heavy in the air, laced with a promise of escalating violence. You won't be worth much if I break you too badly. With a surge of defiance, Hanshiol unleashes a green energy blade, a desperate gambit to turn the tide. Don't worry, I'll wrap this up soon. He admits, a flicker of self-awareness in his eyes, that he might have gotten too cocky. Hanshiol declares that he never fought Zhang Geisu the last time. Closing the distance, Hanshiol moves forward, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Zhang Geisu is struck by an unseen force, a surge of green energy erupting around him. The force of the blow sends Zhang Geisu hurtling backward, a desperate shout escaping his lips. Need to shut up and stay down. Another strike lands, the impact reverberating through Zhang Geisu's body. Hanshiol presses his advantage, relentlessly advancing. A brutal blow connects, sending Zhang Geisu's glasses flying as his head snaps back. Hanshiol continues his relentless assault, his movements a blur of speed and power. The force of Hanshiol's attack is palpable, a wave of energy radiating outward. Zhang Geisu is sent spiraling through the air, a trail of purple energy marking his violent trajectory. Coughing up blood, Zhang Geisu's face contorts in pain and fury, the taste of defeat bitter on his tongue. Jang Gae-soo grits his teeth, his hand clenching into a fist as he prepares for what's to come. From a distance, Han-soo observes the scene, his expression unreadable as he takes in the aftermath of the battle. A surge of power emanates from Han-seol, the air around him crackling with energy. Blue energy coalesces in Han-seol's hand, a sign of the power he wields. Han-seol grips his weapon tightly, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. He thinks to himself, I need to update my intel. Han-soo's gaze sharpens, his mind racing as he analyzes the situation. The weapon gleams in Han-seol's hand, ready to be unleashed. A voice echoes, urging, cooperate. Jang Gae-soo coughs, blood dripping from his lips as he struggles to regain his composure. Han-seol thinks to himself, asterisk that attack, just now. I lost sight of it, asterisk. Han-seol's thoughts continue, asterisk against a bastard who probably has colorless rune stats. Asterisk. He clutches at his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kang Han-soo's face contorts in pain. Guy Han-seol's voice drips with malice. Good. I'm just getting started. Han-seol's eyes gleam with cruel amusement. You're not going down already, are you? In his hands, several glowing orbs pulse with an ominous light. Kang Han-soo's face is a mask of pain and fury, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. Guy Han-seol raises a massive axe, its blade glinting with wicked intent. Of course, stats aren't everything when it comes to. The axe descends in a blinding arc. The blade whistles through the air, a harbinger of pain. The axe continues its deadly descent. Kang Han-soo's face is a bloody mess, his eyes wide with shock as the axe finds its mark. He collapses, landing in a pool of his own blood. Guy Han-seol's voice drips with mockery. What's wrong? Scared. Han-soo stares intently, his blue eyes narrowed. His expression is grim. Guy Han-seol's face contorts in disbelief. And no, this can't be. He stammers. He grits his teeth, declaring, I'm not scared. Preparing to strike, Han-seol summons a blade of green energy. The green energy blade slashes through the air. The blade continues its deadly arc. The green energy intensifies as the blade hurtles forward. The lateral slash connects. The green energy blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of water in its wake. Han-soo's hair is ruffled by the force of the attack. Kang Han-soo clenches his fist, a red aura emanating from his hand. Guy Han-seol scoffs, questioning why Kang Han-soo would dare use his bare hands against the blade. The sword, Nirmaha's ring, glows with power as Han-seol declares he will shred Kang Han-soo's hands apart. A manic grin stretches across Guy Han-seol's face as he proclaims his victory. But then, Kang Han-soo is seen holding Nirmaha's ring, the blade radiating an ominous light. The sword begins to crack, the sound echoing through the air. The blade shatters, fragments of Nirmaha's ring scattering like dust. Guy Han-seol's eyes widen in disbelief as his weapon crumbles. The sound of the shattering blade rings out. Stunned, Guy Han-seol mutters that this outcome is impossible. He struggles to his knees, green shards of broken mana swirling around him. Guy Han-seol gasps, am I? Unseen, someone concentrates their mana, forming a deadly attack. A narration box states, even Dispel specialists can't easily break high mana concentration moves. The attack slams into Guy Han-seol, eliciting a pained cry. Irk! The force of the blow sends him reeling. The impact reverberates through the air. He is thrown backward, the unseen force battering him. The attack continues to pummel him. The relentless assault leaves him vulnerable. Summoning his strength, Guy Han-seol manages to stand, a pink aura flaring around him. He coughs, blood splattering from his lips. Ugh! Cart! Blood trickles down his chin, a testament to the force of the attack. Wiping the blood away, Guy Han-seol declares, don't play dead, I held back. He is sent sprawling as Guy Han-seol's attack connects. Han-soo grits his teeth. Guy Han-seol's hand is covered in a golden aura. Guy Han-seol notes Han-soo's reaction speed. Oh ho, good reaction speed. Guy Han-seol realizes that Han-soo used a skill to block his attack. You used a skill to block it. Guy Han-seol's face is bruised and bloody. Guy Han-seol thinks to himself that the defensive skill worked, but it severely restricts his movement. It worked. Defensive skill, Bronze Jade. It severely restricts my movement, so I didn't want to use it. Han-soo stares intently at Guy Han-seol, who thinks that he can't be picky right now. But I can't be picky right now. Guy Han-seol is still being held by Han-soo. Guy Han-seol thinks to himself that if he can just get out of Han-soo's grasp, if I can just get out of this guy's grasp. Guy Han-seol wonders if that is all Han-soo has. But is that all? Guy Han-seol wonders how Han-soo could break his skill too. How could he break this skill too? The man on the ground spits out a curse, his voice laced with fear and desperation. Ack, you crazy fuck. He cries out, pleading for a reprieve. Wait. Stammering, Guy Han-seol tries to form a coherent sentence. I'll. He offers information, his voice cracking with each gasp. I'll tell you everything. His face contorted with terror, Han-seol continues to beg. His eyes dart around, searching for any sign of mercy. He attempts to justify his actions, his voice trembling. I had no choice, you know. The tourism fees weren't enough. Han-seol tries to portray himself as a victim of circumstance. A guy like me just follows orders. I'm a nice guy. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. Desperate, he offers a valuable reward. If you let me go, I'll give you runes. He escalates his offer, promising to reveal his employer. I'll even tell you who ordered me to bring you. Hanchiol points a trembling finger. You. Hansu's expression remains unreadable, his blue eyes gleaming in the dim light. You're saying too many unnecessary things. His fist clenches, the knuckles white with suppressed fury. A silent question hangs in the air. Guy Hanchiol's face contorts in desperation, sweat beading on his brow as a strange, crimson mark bisects his throat. Arcane energy crackles in the air. The third eye on Guy Hanchiol's forehead twitches. The arcane energy intensifies. Hansu states flatly, "You're annoying." His fist clenches, knuckles white. Guy Hanchiol's face is a mask of desperation as he cries out, "You told me to talk." The figure's head is wrapped in cloth. The figure's face contorts in anger. The figure shouts, demanding to know what more they want, calling them a son of a bitch. Kong Hansu stares intently. The figure continues, saying they've already been beaten like a dog, questioning what more is wanted from them. The figure's expression softens slightly, but their eyes still hold a hint of desperation. The figure states that they've told everything they know. A voice explains that Quadratus is the group that worshipped the previous calamity, and they hired different clans for their work. The voice continues, revealing that this time, the request was to scout out Kong Hansu, who completed the tutorial. The voice adds that the requester is Karl's Morin, part of Beacon. A close-up of the figure's face, partially obscured by shadows. The word beacon echoes in a stylized bubble. The text describes how certain clans manage the top 6 roots of the world tree, just as they manage the topmost roots. The text continues, stating that Beacon is supposed to be under Miyamoto's command, and that these clans are also the strongest. Kong Hansu wonders if this means more than 1 or 2 clans are involved in this. The woman states that those guys should be preparing for their tour right about now. She then asks if the guy who gave the information is among the helpers. The woman confirms that some of the helpers are in on it, but this time, she got it straight from someone. Karl's Morin's name is spoken. The woman states that she's gotten everything she needs out of the person. The person pleads, wanting to tell more. The woman calls the person a fool, stating that everything up until now was just an act. She asks if they even know what the mark on her forehead is, declaring they're done for now. The woman asks if it's the thousandly eye of the man caught within jealousy. A close-up shows the woman's face. The woman confirms that with this thousandly eye, she can share her vision with someone else. The ground beneath Hansu glows with an unnatural light. A voice echoes, declaring his location is already exposed. Hansu retorts with sarcasm, stating he'll have to run away now. Iris' expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. Karl's Morin is the assault commander of Beacon, she thinks, her eyes narrowing. Does he really think he can get away? She recalls using the thousandly eye before, and the connection is already made. Iris' voice cuts through the air, declaring Hansu is just a sitting duck now. Responding to the threat, Hansu moves with sudden speed, a blur of motion against the strange landscape. Iris curses under her breath, frustration evident in her tone. Playing along with him was harder than she expected, she thinks, as magical energy crackles around her. Hansu examines his weapons, noting they are in rough shape. He resolves to pick up some new ones. A spectral bird soars through the alien sky. Iris' voice rings out, stating they have been spotted already. Karl's Morin. She thinks, she doesn't even remember him, so he's probably not much. But this is an annoying distraction when she's already busy. He stood amidst the crimson-soaked earth, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. A woman lay prone nearby, her form still. The woman's voice, though weak, cut through the heavy silence. Looks like there's a pack of Gerdas nearby. Hansu's lips curved into a predatory smile. Gerdas, this is pretty good. He declared his intentions, his voice a low growl. I'll take them down before his reinforcements arrive. Elsewhere, a Gerdas monster, its scales shimmering with an oily sheen, clicked its mandibles in anticipation. More of the creatures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger. One of the Gerdas opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a glistening, serpentine tongue. The text explained the Gerdas' hunting strategy, herding monsters into groups for coordinated attacks. Close up, the Gerdas' scales appeared thick and armored, a testament to their resilience. Hansu and his companions charged forward, their figures silhouetted against the crimson sky, ready to meet the Gerdas head-on. Red energy crackles as all forces activate the skill, Conceal. The skill allows one to hide their presence. The figure smiles, the red energy intensifying around them. The group perches on a tree branch, hidden from view. The Gerdas, reptilian monsters with glowing yellow eyes, search the area. One of the figures exhales in relief, the tension easing from their face. One of the figures thinks, I thought we were goners. This is why I didn't want to play bait. Cheng asks, how many more Gerdas do we need to gather? Another figure thinks, for the tour, plenty more. The group remains hidden in the trees, the Gerdas still searching below. Another figure thinks, however, as we need to hold our breath in order to use Conceal, using it continuously would be difficult. For now, as we've gathered them into the valley, we can rest for a bit before continuing. Anyway, what's taking that brat so long to bring over one newcomer? Another figure responds, you mean Sergesu, who received the request. He remarks that someone is probably messing around somewhere again, even with everything going on. The sound of flapping wings echoes through the air. 3 hooded figures are gathered in the forest. A blue carrier pigeon appears in a flash of light. Shin wonders about the pigeon's quality. One of the hooded figures declares that they are pulling out. They've received an urgent message to head to Kukulza Lake. A dark area is shown. Chung and another hooded figure look up at the sky. One of the hooded figures says it's a good thing he passed out in a place where the poison is weak, adding that his legs almost ended up completely burned. He then asks about him. Another hooded figure says that he was gone by the time he got there, explaining that he knocked the other one out and took off. The hooded figure asks if he's telling him that someone who survived in the belly of the calamity fish couldn't handle bringing over one rookie, leaving them to clean up after him. He curses, realizing his weapon is gone and wondering what's with the wound. A voice echoes, suggesting someone to stay asleep for a little longer. A figure offers a special present in exchange for taking a weapon. One asks what the other is spacing out for, urging them to get up and make their report. Another voice tells them to shut up, believing the person they are carrying might say something. They speculate if the other has gotten addicted to the poison, and instruct them to carry the person back to the ship. Someone states they are going back to the ship. Just in case, someone will reach out to the nearby operators and the requester, too. The blue carrier pigeon skill, a support skill allowing not only clan members but travelers to communicate, is being used. A message, though using it requires extreme control of mana, but the intent should be clear. The blue energy crackles. The blue energy intensifies. The blue carrier pigeon skill is held in a hand. Someone thinks, these pathetic fools. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air. He holds his hands out, the blue energy coalescing between his palms. He commands, let's move. Follow me. The figure strides forward, his long coat billowing behind him. A voice, strained and surprised, says, why you came so quickly? It hasn't been long since I sent the carrier pigeon. The figure gestures dismissively, ordering, move aside. Another figure, standing nearby, remarks, quite the job you've done, Jang Gesu. The camera focuses on a pair of legs, clad in white shorts and bloodied bandages, lying prone on the floor. A voice groans, beaten to a pulp by a newcomer, Carls Morin. A man with a red mask and long black hair stares intently. Carls Morin, assault commander, his face bruised and bloody, snarls. Who do you think you are, calling me by name? Standing over the injured Carls Morin, the figure in the long coat says, you came back after being? I didn't realize Quadratus had become so incompetent. How do you plan to clean up this mess? Jang Gesu, standing behind the figure in the long coat, says, we'll take responsibility for it. The figure in the black coat stands over another figure lying on the ground, exclaiming about a big problem, the Gurdas they gathered in the valley. Another figure, cloaked in blue, runs away in a panic. They've all escaped and are heading this way. The escaped Gurdas, massive and scaled, lumber forward. The Gurdas' advance continues. The Gurdas' jaws open wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The Gurdas continue their advance. The Gurdas approach a ship, their forms silhouetted against the night sky. Once a Gurdas starts running, it can't change direction. They use that trait to corral them into the valley. The cloaked figure and the figure in the black coat stand on a ship, discussing the situation. Why would they leave the valley just because we captured one of their young and head this way? The figure wonders. Another figure stands over a fallen figure, a knife in hand. The Galapagos crocodile, lying prone, is surrounded by a purple aura. He grits his teeth as a voice booms, you fool. A pained cry echoes, HHHH. My leg. The voice continues, accusingly, you've brought. The Galapagos crocodile, wounded and bleeding, glares down at his leg. A voice says, something useless with you. The back of a figure with a head wrap is shown. A disembodied voice explains, this is the blood of a Gurdas. It led them here, and an amplifier was used to strengthen the effect. A hand pours a vial of liquid onto the Galapagos crocodile's wound. A masked figure muses. Some newcomer that just recently crossed the red zone is already using the Gurdas' traits to lure them? The masked figure laughs maniacally. The masked figure, arms outstretched, declares, things. The figure with the head wrap orders, you there, bring Kong Hansu to me. One figure says to another, I'll have to see his face after everything he's done. A voice stammers, be but, with so many Gurdas swarming. The Gurdas swarm the ship, their forms illuminated by a sickly purple glow as they tear at the hull. A voice cries out, strained with desperation. The ship might not hold much longer. Carls Morin's hand clenches, purple energy crackling around his fingers. It seems he needs to make himself clear. He'll handle things here. However, Carls Morin strides forward, his footsteps echoing on the deck as he emanates an aura of dark power. Carls Morin's voice drips with menace. He doesn't like repeating himself. A scream pierces the air, a sound of pure terror. A desperate plea echoes, a voice choked with fear. Gah! F-fire. So hurry up and bring him. Please, save me. Carls Morin holds a ball of crackling purple energy in his palm, his red eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. Carls Morin's voice booms with authority. Or I'll feed you to the Gurdas. I'll handle things here, so hurry up and make a decision. Another scream rips through the air, raw and terrified. A figure collapses to the deck, the sound of their fall muffled by the chaos. Carls Morin's voice echoes with dark amusement. his gaze fixed on some unseen target. Kong Hansu, if you thought this would be enough to stop me, you've made a grave mistake. A tool pierces into the ground. Hansu observes, the nutrition here is bone dry. He holds a container. Hansu thinks, not eating for 2 days has weakened my strength too much. The nutrient fluid flows through the world tree's roots. Some roots absorb the poisonous water, while others purify and expel it. Hansu thinks, I need to find the roots that contain the nutrients. But ever since the world tree died, the number of viable roots has decreased. He thinks, I've got most of the necessary materials. Hansu holds a bag labeled, Selfish Rich Man's Food Bag. He thinks, it'll be more efficient to get out of here soon. He thinks, the only thing left is the deep tunnel lake, where the grown kukulzes live. He notes that the structure isn't shallow like the ones he's seen before, so he'll need to make a bridge. The crimson water stretches out before him. He observes that the seed of Keiche absorbs poisonous water to grow into a giant lotus leaf. Bubbles rise from the depths. More bubbles percolate in the crimson liquid. The giant lotus leaves float on the surface of the water. He steps onto one of the giant leaves. He surveys the landscape from atop the massive leaf. Hansu decides, it'd be easier to guide it upward, but I'll go myself. The kukulzes stir in the depths. Hansu declares, let's start the hunt. A figure with a mask and head covering asks if the carrier pigeon has arrived. The masked figure awaits an answer. The woman replies that it is still in transit. The masked figure clicks his tongue, lamenting that even the best scouting skill can only be used once a month, and it was wasted. The masked figure stands over a prone figure. The masked figure reminds the prone figure that if he weren't responsible for guiding them, they'd have left him in the poisonous sea, both him and Quadratus. The masked figure is named Rachel. Rachel states that the prone figure should lead them to the last identified location. Rachel asks if he is going himself. A crimson aura flares around Hansu, energy crackling as he prepares to face his unseen assailant. The air shimmers with displaced energy as the unseen archer releases their first volley. An arrow, wreathed in a malevolent purple aura, hurtles towards its mark. The archer, frustrated by their missed shot, curses under their breath. TSK, we lost it. Hansu activates an accuracy-type skill, his eyes narrowing in concentration. The air crackles with energy, a silent testament to the difficulty of dodging the incoming barrage. It's not easy to dodge. Another arrow streaks downwards, a deadly projectile aimed with lethal precision. The arrow glows with a blinding blue and white light, its speed almost imperceptible. With impossible speed, Hansu weaves through the deadly hail, green energy trails marking his evasive maneuvers. A surge of green energy pulses outwards, a testament to his agility and skill. Despite his efforts, one arrow finds its mark, piercing his arm. Shit, an injury. Blood drips from his wounded hand, a stark reminder of the danger he faces. A pool of crimson liquid bubbles ominously as two monstrous figures emerge from its depths, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth snaps open, ready to devour anything that comes near. A figure plummets helplessly towards the waiting jaws, the green energy swirling around the monstrous mouth, promising a gruesome end. The crushing force of the jaws closes in, promising to obliterate the unfortunate soul caught within. Hansu grips his sword, a grimace twisting his features. The scent of blood is getting to the kukulzes, making things troublesome. The hunter curses under his breath. The kukulzes getting riled up is making things harder. A hooded figure, bow drawn, urges Iris to go down there and get him, offering backup. Iris questions the order, incredulous at the suggestion of entering the swarm of kukulzes. Miller Quadratus laments that the water splashes will ruin his hair. The hooded figure insists that he's going to escape if she doesn't, adding that they're only after the one who's bleeding. So what is she so worried about? The hooded figure warns not to scream, as it gives him wrinkles, and that he's sending the pigeon to keep him cornered. Iris looks down, concerned, as the hooded figure prepares some kind of spell. A gruff voice orders someone to catch him alive. Iris declares that they'll need to be entertained until they're both exhausted. Iris takes a fighting stance, ready for action. A voice shouts to cover Miller and make sure he can't run. Iris remarks that it's been a while since they've had a proper stage like this. Iris exclaims, let's play. Iris launches an attack, sword blurring through the air. Hansu looks up, anticipating the incoming threat. Hansu prepares to meet the attack head-on. Swords clash, energy crackling between Hansu and Iris. A monstrous figure looms, its jaws wide open. Hansu prepares for another attack, his expression determined. He prepares to strike, a green glow emanating from his blade. Kong Hansu slashes downwards, the blade leaving a trail of green energy. Iris dodges the attack with ease. Where are you looking, handsome? She taunts. The reincarnator prepares another attack, a purple aura surrounding him. Iris slashes with her own blade, leaving a trail of red energy. Hansu blocks the attack, the sound of clashing blades ringing through the air. Iris's blade strikes, the force of the blow evident. She prepares another strike, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Meanwhile, Hansu finds himself in a new, desolate location. He stands ready, his sword held high. Iris smirks, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Not bad for someone about to collapse. The blonde-haired woman's gaze hardens, her voice laced with a cold promise. I don't feel like going easy on you, even if you surrender. A narration box explains Iris' fighting style. She moves in close whenever the Kukulzas are drawn by blood. Sweat beads on Hansu's brow as he grits his teeth, muttering to himself. If I mess up, it'll be dangerous. From a distance, the narrator observes that the situation favors Iris. The camera zooms in on the battlefield, showing the strange, organic structure surrounding the combatants. A narration box appears, posing a question. So why not change the stakes? Hansu focuses, a red aura flaring around his fist as he prepares a new attack. The energy intensifies, crackling with power as he clenches his fist tighter. Iris' eyes widen as she notices the shift in Hansu's stance, a flicker of concern crossing her face. With a surge of power, Hansu unleashes the accumulated energy. The green energy hurtles towards Iris, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attack lands, and Iris cries out in surprise. Someone observes that the formless blade looks like Jangase's weapon. A voice warns that one shouldn't go around taking other people's weapons. Blood trickles from the wound on Iris' arm. Iris realizes with alarm that the wound isn't healing, and it's getting bigger. A monstrous entity with a long tongue appears, seemingly connected to the wound. Staggering back, Iris is clearly affected by the attack. Someone urges Iris to get a grip, dismissing it as just a little blood. The ring of Nirmaha glows ominously. The text explains that the second authority is unlocked by advancing the red stats, and it's not just simple bleeding. Continuous blood loss in battle clouds the mind and drains the body. Sweat glistened on Hansu's brow as he clenched his fist, gathering a considerable amount of mana. He had hoped to avoid this. Now the situation is even. Kong Hansu thought, I can get out in this situation. One of the figures shouted, that idiot. Go help her. A figure rushes forward, a blur of motion. Another figure grimaced, thinking, if we lose him here, Karl's Morin won't let us off easy. A hand clenches tightly. Arrows streak through the air. One of the figures declared, I'll fend off the Kukulzas, so just aim for Kong Hansu. The arrows find their mark. Another figure rushes forward. A figure watches Kong Hansu. He finds their persistence irritating. How clingy. A voice promises a dark gift. I'll give you a gift. The Galapagos crocodile looms, its massive form a terrifying presence. The voice continues, confident in its advantage. Running won't work against me. A disgusted voice reacts to the blood. Ugh, blood. What is this? Gerda's head. Iris stands with her back to the viewer, the Galapagos crocodile looming behind her. A voice explains the nature of the bait. Did you know? Gerda's blood is the perfect bait to drive Kukulzas wild. The voice continues, reveling in the gruesome imagery. Just imagine what they'll do, with Gerda's blood all over you. The Galapagos crocodile is covered in blood, a terrifying sight. Figures in dark robes stand ominously. A voice declares someone crazy. You crazy? A voice encourages further violence. Go ahead and have fun with them. He stands atop a rocky precipice, the wind whipping at his coat as Kong Hansu surveys the scene below. Below, the Galapagos crocodile looms large, its massive jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Two figures stand before the beast, their faces obscured by shadow. Elsewhere, three figures cloaked in dark robes stand in formation, their hands glowing with arcane energy. A complex magical circle shimmers before them, pulsing with crimson light. The Galapagos crocodile's eyes gleam with predatory hunger, its thick hide scarred and weathered from countless battles. A hand, adorned with a ring, touches a gnarled root. The voice notes that this root has dried up as well. Hansu stands amidst the massive roots, the dim light casting long shadows around him. Every place the helpers go will have dried up. A voice notes that things are progressing fast, so they'll need to check above as well. Hansu exhales, thinking that things were supposed to get easier after the red zone. Keldian declares that he's kicking someone's ass when he sees them. A voice notes that they've got fresh blood walking in here clueless, but the lower roots don't have any nutrition left. A group of people stand in the distance, their faces obscured by shadows. A man tells the others to head to the lower roots. The man declares that this is their territory, referring to the others as idiots. A group of people plead for generosity, noting that they're at their limit and the fluid they got from the helpers is gone. Hansu listens as Keldian states that it sounds like they should have managed their resources better, adding that the root belongs to their clan. Keldian stands with a smug look on his face. Keldian asks if they are sure that newbies can fight them for it. A voice says that it's normal for newbies to starve a little, isn't it? The group looks on with concern. Someone exclaims, frustrated that they did all they could to get here. Keldian looks on. It's a decaying world tree, so the lower roots won't provide proper nutrition. The upper roots have plenty of nutrients, but they're swarming with monsters. Every time they try to climb, other clans block their way. The group wonders if they are going to starve to death. Someone asks who the hell they are. Someone asks when they got here. A guttural roar tears through the air as the enemy lunges forward, intent on violence. Get lost, he snarls. Kong Hansu's eyes widen in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden aggression. Why he stammers. Kong Hansu's name echoes in the air. The man named Kong Hansu stands tall, the light glinting off his dark hair, as he looks down at his defeated foe. His boots are planted firmly on the ground, a testament to his victory. Panic sets in among the remaining enemies. He took down our captain in one hit. Retreat for now, one of them shouts. The enemy's face contorts in a mix of fear and frustration as they realize the battle is lost. The enemies scramble to escape. They're running away. We can finally get the fluid, one of them exclaims. Kong Hansu stands with another figure, watching the retreating enemies. I can't believe a day, the other figure mutters. A voice rings out, urging others to action. Would come where I'd be thankful for this stuff. Everyone, use your juicers. Hurry up and eat. A group of people gathers, their silhouettes stark against the strange, glowing landscape. A character laughs, a sense of relief washing over him. He solved the problem in one move. He chuckles. A voice calls out, confirming, Kong Hansu. You're Kong Hansu, right? A man stands on a rocky outcropping, looking down at Kong Hansu. The man says, long time no see. Kong Hansu asks, you know me? The man responds, you don't remember? We even rode the same ship together. The man smiles, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He continues, what have you been up to since then? It's the first time I've seen you since that day. Well, that's not important right now. It's good to see you again. Another man, Johan, approaches with a grateful expression. Johan says, I'm Johan. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have starved. Kong Hansu, holding a drink, replies, I just wanted to eat as well. He adds, go ahead, eat if you'd like. Then, could I make one more request? He takes a sip from his cup. You must know, right? Iris states that they need the ship they came on. Iris explains that all the paths up are blocked, so they need to use the ship. Kong Hansu says no to using the ship. Iris pleads, explaining that the nutrients here could dry up at any moment, and that the calamity fish is destroying the outer routes. Iris suggests that they take the ship together and go up. Kong Hansu states that it's not an issue, and that it'll be taken care of soon. Kong Hansu looks down at the routes. Kong Hansu tells Iris that she'll be safe waiting here, so she shouldn't even think about heading up. Iris looks surprised at Kong Hansu. Kong Hansu declares that he's using the ship to kill the calamities attacking the world tree, and that he's going to kill the calamity fish with his own hands. Kong Hansu looks determined. The man with the side-swept hair says, so, you don't need to worry about dying. Kong Hansu, holding a heart-shaped object, explains, if the calamities are gone, the red zone will thrive, and everyone here will be safe, so I'm not wrong. The man with the side-swept hair, looking confused, says, I'm not sure what you mean. The man continues, but since it's you, someone who's done so many unbelievable things, it might just be true. Let me ask you one more thing before you go. A question hangs in the air. Why do you work so hard? To save everyone. Kong Hansu stands tall, a determined glint in his eyes. He wonders, why? I need to save as much of humanity as possible. Kong Hansu declares, that is why I returned. What is that? The image of Kong Hansu is shown with the text, what I truly wanted. The man with the side-swept hair asks, Kong Hansu, why did you stop? Kong Hansu looks down, his expression unreadable. The man with the side-swept hair holds a glowing object in his hands. Iris runs, a stone clutched in her hand. Someone calls out, hey, wait. She wonders why he made that expression. Kong Hansu holds a glowing stone, thinking to himself that he really is unbelievable. It's like that time when he got us the boat. They thought he was speaking of impossible things. But he's the kind of man who can make those things happen. It's possible this time. Iris looks up at the sky, a crowd of people behind her. A foot steps forward. It's natural to move for humanity's survival. So why do I feel so strange? A woman with pink hair looks off into the distance, a troubled expression on her face. Iris holds a large, ornate book, her expression thoughtful as she considers the situation. Kong Hansu stands opposite her, his gaze intense as he listens. The desolate landscape stretches behind him. Hansu thinks to himself, everything except two, but I came here just in case. He then states, that's not too bad. You seem rather anxious. Is something? Kong Hansu's expression hardens slightly as he continues. It's nothing. We have a few people trailing us. Did you notice? A vision of cloaked figures, their faces obscured, flickers in Iris's mind. Iris, her expression grave, thinks, that's why they came after me too. Kong Hansu replies, yeah, I met them. Karlsmoren was looking for me. Iris gasps, her eyes widening in alarm. Karlsmoren? Why would the assault command officer of the beacon? Iris continues internally, I managed to delay him, but he's quite skilled and will be after us soon. Iris stands before Kong Hansu, her expression determined. She says, even if you're powerful, you can't take him on alone. So let's work together. A hand reaches out to touch a shimmering projection of Iris, as if solidifying their alliance. The man with black hair raises a finger, stating that one of them will continue gathering the materials. Iris stands silhouetted against the reddish sky. A text box explains that the beacon is one of the ruling clans in the Red Zone. Not only are they massive, but they're full of veterans who've spent years in the Red Zone. The panel shows a group of people, with a text box stating that it's full of people strong enough to have already left the Red Zone. Another group of people is shown, with a text box stating that they are strong enough to have already left the Red Zone. A close-up of a person with a head wrap is shown, with a text box stating that among them, the assault squad is the most aggressive. Karlsmoren holds the position of commanding officer. A speech bubble states that they need to take him on together. Iris and Kang Hansu are walking on a red, rocky landscape. The woman says that they should hurry. A speech bubble states that it's going to be difficult. The speaker left an artifact there, but judging by the current situation, a speech bubble states that they've already caught on. A voice, laced with menace, echoes through the chamber. The unseen figure declares that they will give the fools a choice. Bodies litter the ground, a testament to the interrogator's power. The voice continues, a chilling question hanging in the air. Do you want to burn painfully? The unseen figure demands to know where Kang Hansu is, a purple flame flickering in their hand. A hand, clad in darkness, seizes a victim by the neck, cutting off their air. The interrogator scoffs, remarking that they didn't even notice him coming. A glowing blue orb pulses with energy in the interrogator's grasp. Gasping for air, the victim weakly claims they don't know who that is. The grip tightens, the victim's face contorted in pain as they struggle to breathe. A single red eye pierces the darkness, radiating an unsettling intensity. The interrogator's hand remains firmly clasped around the victim's throat, a silent promise of suffering. The interrogator leans in, their voice a low growl. Your name was Johan, wasn't it? Coughing, Johan lies prone on the ground, blood pooling around him. A hand presses down on his head, forcing him further into the dirt. A strangled groan escapes him. His face contorts in agony as the pressure intensifies. The unseen figure sneers. You don't have much sense for someone so new. The pressure increases, and the figure thinks, how insolent. Johan cries out in pain. The figure continues. Did you know you reek when you lie? I already know he came through here. The figure muses. He erased most of his traces, but I can still catch the scent he left behind. The figure continues. His mistake was leaving a trail at all while trying to set a trap for me. The unseen figure says, let's get to the point. The figure demands, where is Kang Hansu? He insists that he truly doesn't know. The torturer states that he still stinks of lies, leaving him no choice. The torturer, eyes glowing red, declares that he is going to die. The torturer holds his hand out, a purple glow emanating from his palm. The purple glow intensifies, swirling around the torturer's hand. Johan screams in agony. The torturer continues to hold the glowing object, his expression unreadable. A sinister smile spreads across the torturer's face. The torturer chuckles, declaring that he can smell him. The torturer's smile widens, revealing his teeth. A close-up reveals the torturer's clothing, stained with an unknown substance. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks across a desolate landscape. A voice booms out, declaring, there you are. Kang Hansu stands atop a craggy precipice, the wind whipping at his long coat. A smirk plays across Kang Hansu's lips, his eyes glinting with an unknown emotion. Standing atop a cliff, Kang Hansu surveys the landscape below. The terrain stretches out before him, a desolate expanse of red rock and dust. He asks, his voice echoing slightly, if someone was looking for him. The question hangs in the air. Kang Hansu? He beckons, a hint of challenge in his tone, inviting them to come find him, declaring that he is. A close-up reveals a confident smirk playing on Kang Hansu's lips. Another figure, masked and holding a glowing artifact, considers the consumable artifact, an imitation stone that creates. The masked figure muses that it's a crude clone that should have been in the hands of that Geisha guy. He observes that the fool got robbed clean, but the scent still lingers. The masked figure declares that even if this is bait, he'll be happy to chase after him. Lying prone on the desolate ground, a figure is seen from above. Kang Hansu's face is marred with blood and dirt, his expression a mask of pain. The scene shifts to Kekluza's spawning lake, a place Kekluza created specifically for spawning. It was formed by tearing up the world tree's outer roots and filling it with the resulting nutrient fluid. A figure sits, seemingly at peace, near water that neutralizes the poisonous upstream water almost entirely. The nutrient fluid consumed earlier is working well, the figure thinks, his wound has healed too. The figure's arms are adorned with intricate bracelets. The figure muses, it looks like the illusion is gone now too. Have you finally come? The figure's legs are planted firmly on the ground. Looks like you've given up on running, the figure observes. Considering how a scurrying little rat like you finally revealed its tail, the figure finishes. The camera focuses on Kang Hansu's lower body. The figure sneers, should be grateful. For a hunting dog, your nose is worse than I thought, unable to find me without my help. The camera focuses on Kang Hansu's face. The figure responds, what? Kang Hansu chuckles, huh? The figure laughs maniacally. The camera focuses on Kang Hansu. The figure says, you really are fun, so much fun. The figure clenches his fist, a purple aura emanating from his hand. The figure threatens, if you don't, then you'll burn to ashes at my hands. The figure's hand glows with purple energy. Kang Hansu responds, by me. However, let's see if your skills live up to the rumors as well. He prepares to strike, energy crackling around him. Kang Hansu declares that today is not the day, suggesting they play hide-and-seek next time. Keldian, enraged, curses Kang Hansu, daring him to speak. Keldian asks if Kang Hansu thinks he would lose sight of him. Kang Hansu plummets downward. Gathering power, Kang Hansu prepares to unleash an attack. Keldian repeats his curse, his anger palpable. Kang Hansu unleashes the Fire Jade Chi art. The energy intensifies, swirling around him. The swirling energy takes form. The energy continues to build. Kong Hansu prepares to unleash the full force of his attack. A hand, adorned with a simple bracelet, reaches out into the unknown. Held delicately in the palm is the seed of Keiche. A figure dashes through the murky depths. The spawning lake pulses with sickly green energy. The toxic energy swirls around the submerged flora. Standing amidst the poisonous waters, the figure notes, the ratio of poison in the spawning lake is low, so it won't last long. The figure continues, as long as I move in, it's fine. The figure navigates the treacherous terrain. A voice booms, challenging, come out and fight. A figure prepares, gathering a swirling vortex of purple energy. The figure continues to move through the water. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed in anticipation of the coming battle. He notes with satisfaction that the bait is working. Kong Hansu wields the sword, its blade slick with Gerda's bodily fluids. He mixes his own blood into the concoction, strengthening the scent. The scent, now potent, will draw out the high-strung Kukulza during their spawning season. The scent spreads through the water, a beacon in the murky depths. Kong Hansu wades deeper into the poisonous lake. In order to catch, the hunter advances, ready for the coming onslaught. A monstrous face emerges from the depths, drawn by the scent. Its maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The Kukulza's eyes glow with predatory hunger. The intruder has entered their nest. The Kukulza's grotesque forms fill the cavern, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Keldian sneers, purple energy swirling around him. This is all you amount to. Looks like you don't know how to do anything else. He continues his taunt, his voice echoing through the cavern. Did you think I'd be too scared of mere Kukulza to chase after you? The Kukulza snarl, their fangs bared in anticipation of a bloody feast. Keldian focuses, gathering power in his hand as he prepares to unleash his next attack. He channels the energy, his fingers twitching as he prepares to strike. A text box appears, describing the technique, Fire Jade Chi Art. All he has to do is burn them and tear them apart. Keldian unleashes the Fire Jade Chi Art, the purple energy erupting in a blinding flash as it hurtles towards the monsters. The magical attack slams into the Kukulza, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the cavern. Keldian watches with a predatory grin as his attack finds its mark. Kong Hansu's expression is grim as he mutters, "Didn't I tell you? I just have to get rid of them." He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. Kong Hansu's name echoes. A voice booms, promising, "You're next." He stands waist deep in the water, the surface rippling around him. A disembodied voice questions why he won't put up a fight, stating that nothing will change by running away. Kong Hansu smirks, a glint in his eye. That makes sense. Another voice, laced with suspicion, demands, "What are you acting so calm for?" A voice narrates, "There's no better artifact than Breath of Ahol when you're in the water." A figure with long, dark hair and a sinister gaze observes the scene. A voice declares that Karlsmoren will definitely chase him into the water. Kong Hansu, a predatory smile playing on his lips, says, "Take care bringing me what's mine." The perspective shifts underwater, bubbles rising towards the surface. Deeper into the murky depths, the light fades. He extends a hand, the rope tied to his wrist swaying gently in the current. Bubbles rise as a hand reaches deeper into the murky water. Keldian's face contorts in a sneer. That fool. Did he think I'd be unable to follow him into the water? Purple energy crackles around a hand, ready to be unleashed. A voice echoes, laced with malice. "But I prefer hunting over fishing. Let's see how long you can hold out." A monstrous form takes shape, wreathed in violet light. A figure prepares to unleash a torrent of purple energy. The purple energy intensifies, a swirling vortex of power. Kong Hansu exhales, bubbles escaping his lips as he navigates the depths. The purple energy pulses, a silent threat in the dark water. A figure is silhouetted against the swirling purple energy, ready to strike. Keldian's voice drips with anticipation. Looks like he plans to fire at random until I come up. He knew he'd get roasted alive the moment he went up to the surface. Kong Hansu couldn't use dragon energy arts because he didn't have any magic power, but he prepared for that. Alum's pocket stored air within their buds, causing them to burst as they bled. He'd be able to hold out for a little while with this. The rest. Kong Hansu swam deeper into the murky depths. Silhouetted shapes of monstrous creatures lurked nearby. The water vibrated with unseen threats. A grotesque, horned beast opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He propelled himself forward, trying to put distance between himself and the lurking horrors. A wave of nausea washed over him. Ugh. Calamity fish weren't the only natural enemy that Kukulza had. It was easy to find monsters with such a vile odor that it was hard to even approach them. Arwan's gallbladder was a monster organ with such a noxious scent that even Kukulza would avoid it. He extends his hand, a stream of green liquid seeping from his palm, dissolving into the murky water. The Galapagos crocodiles, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger, recoil from the spreading noxious cloud. Kong Hansu swims deeper, the monstrous reptiles left behind in the wake of his repellent. And they dilute it to form their nesting lake. All of their nests lead to the sea of poison. I have to get there. A swirling vortex of purple energy emanates from Kong Hansu, A protective barrier against the toxic depths. The swirling energy intensifies, a beacon in the gloom. Propelled by the arcane force, he shoots through the water, a purple comet streaking towards his destination. His eyes widen, a sudden awareness prickling his senses. He's here. Even though this is a bloodfire chi art, it's easier to track the attacks in the water. A blow lands. Kang Hansu is struck, blood welling from the wound. It barely scraped him, but the impact was significant. His chance to counterattack is now. Kang Hansu launches his counterattack. The attacker realizes, this weapon is the relic that Gesu used. The figure wields the forgotten blade. The figure thinks, it was too much for that brat to handle, but I'll be taking it. The figure gags. The figure gasps, I can't breathe. This can't be, the artifact should be in effect. The figure is struck, exclaiming, no way. A surge of power emanates from the hand, the energy crackling around the fingers. Kang Hansu is accused of stealing an artifact. The accuser's voice drips with fury. Kang Hansu, you dare steal my artifact? A voice whispers, filled with relief, didn't I tell you? Finally, I thought I was going to die. A deep voice booms, claiming, it's mine. The camera focuses on the back of a figure, a delicate chain draped across their shoulder. A hand clenches around a glowing, geometric shape, energy radiating outwards. The figure offers a deal, saying, I'll give you something back in exchange. A blade is held aloft, crackling with green energy. The energy intensifies, forming complex patterns around the object. A voice booms, calling someone a vermin. Kang Hansu is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. A voice laments that all the ones in the nest are scrambling around, calling it a pain. A man with long black hair tied back looks up through the water. Kang Hansu thinks to himself that he is at a disadvantage and will retreat for now. He is warned not to think this is the end. Kang Hansu is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. A figure swims away. A voice notes that it's a good thing he gives up easily. The voice continues, stating that now they can grab what they need and leave. Red crystals float in the water. A voice says that it looks like they've kept her waiting. A figure swims towards a dark opening. The landscape stretches out before her, a tapestry of violet and shadow. Iris muses, this seems to be the end of the roots. Now that she thinks about it, this is where she first met Kang Hansu. Just when is he going to get here? Iris's expression is one of concern. She thinks, she knew she should have gone up against Beacon. She hopes he's alright. More importantly, where is that ship he mentioned? I'm not seeing anything around here. I'm sure plenty of people would go after a 500-seated ship. If he can't make it here because he didn't manage to save the ship, then it couldn't be helped. A surge of power emanates. Iris thinks he might be disappointed, but if she offers him the 30-seated ship she managed to get. Iris gasps. The ship appears. The ship cuts through the water, leaving a trail of purple energy. The ship's arrival causes a ripple effect. Iris exclaims, ugh. Iris wonders, this ship, where did it come from? A figure on the ship says, looks like you came here on time. The figure stands on the ship. Kang Hansu orders, get on. We're leaving immediately. A surge of pink energy crackles in the air. The pink energy flows into the sea. A ship sails across the pink sea. Iris stands on the deck of the ship. She voices her disbelief. She can't believe Hansu would think of burying the ship inside the sea of poison. Kang Hansu stands beside her, holding pink runes in his hand. Iris asks when he had the time to get all those runes. Hansu says he got them from a friend, though they weren't willing to help. Thanks to them, his magic power is topped out. Hansu holds the runes in his hand. Iris asks what he's talking about. Iris explains that she's talking about the method of using the seed of Keiche. Iris continues, explaining that the seed of Keiche can only be found near Kukulza Lake, so they're difficult to even acquire. It would be hard to realize they sprout if tossed into poison water just by looking at them. Iris stands near the ship's wheel. She says it hasn't been long since he came up to the red zone. Iris asks how Kang Hansu is so well informed about the monsters and ecology here. A close-up of Iris's face. More importantly, the stats he can see with his librarian's eye show his average stats are red, at 13%. His strength is at 14%, high for a first-year traveler, but that doesn't explain everything. He considers the combinations of items that most red zone travelers wouldn't even think of using. He's not strong in terms of stats, but he acts like he knows everything. Crafting allows for one to strengthen an item or create new things. Kang Hansu's electric blue eyes narrow as he contemplates his next move. Maximizing the strength of said item. The recipe is for Red Zone 1 to 614, sclerosing solution. The result of alchemists thinking and inventing for the sake of humanity. He muses that he doesn't have much, but there are plenty of ways to use it. It's an important key for facing the Calamity Fish, a poison to use against the Calamity Fish he never would have. Despite his library skill, even he wasn't able to grasp the recipe at first glance. Kang Hansu, just what are you hiding? A slight smile plays on Kang Hansu's lips. Iris retorts, I could say the same to you. The reason you, who needs to protect her seed, are here is because of the Calamity Fish. Kang Hansu wonders aloud, how did you? Iris states, it's here. The crimson water stretches out before them. The water churns violently. Something massive stirs beneath the surface. The water is disturbed by the creature below. The fish of destruction, the Calamity Fish, rises from the depths. The water continues to churn. The massive form of the calamity fish dwarfs a distant ship. The ship sails on, unaware of the colossal creature nearby. The ship cuts through the waves, leaving a frothy wake. Iris asks, "Do you know the way in?" Kong Hansu thinks to himself, "They should be here soon too." Kong Hansu tells Iris, "From now on, you absolutely need to listen to everything I say." He continues, "If not, I won't take you with me." Iris turns her head slightly. Iris replies, "Don't worry, I won't be a burden, as long as we can get rid of the calamity fish." Kong Hansu states, "It doesn't matter who you are." Iris says, "My goal is to get rid of the calamity fish." She continues, "It is for that purpose that I am cooperating with you." Kong Hansu crosses his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Kong Hansu concludes, "You made the right choice." He vows to keep his word. From the depths, a voice echoes with determination. He will start changing things from the red zone to lay the foundation for his future survival. The ship sails on, a lone vessel against the Crimson Sea. He knows he won't get a second chance. He has to succeed on his first attempt. A sudden flash illuminates the sky. The ship continues its journey, unaware of the impending danger. A barrage of projectiles tears through the air, striking the ship with brutal force. The assault intensifies, each impact shaking the vessel to its core. Despite the onslaught, the ship bravely sails on, fighting against the relentless assault. Another strike, and the ship groans under the strain. Iris braces herself against the railing, her expression a mixture of shock and fear. Water floods the deck as the ship begins its descent into the depths. At this rate, they'll end up sinking. Iris realizes those rats look like they were hiding a pretty sweet ship. A masked figure stands ready, a strange weapon held firmly in their grasp. The air crackles with anticipation. The figure's grip tightens, knuckles white against the weapon's dark metal. The ship creaks ominously around them. A sinister smile stretches across the mask, the red eyes gleaming with cruel intent. The scent of ozone fills the air. The weapon hums with power, a red targeting reticle glowing ominously. "I've prepared these special weapons just for you." Energy crackles around the weapon, a visible manifestation of its destructive potential. The ship groans under the strain. The masked figure's voice drips with malice. "Let's see how much stress that ship of yours can handle." The weapon glows with an intense purple light, the air shimmering with heat. The scent of burning metal fills the air. The energy intensifies, forming visible waves that distort the space around the weapon. The ship lists further to one side. The weapon is fully charged, a swirling vortex of energy contained within its frame. The ship is on the verge of capsizing. Meanwhile, Iris and another figure race down the tilting deck, determined to stop the attack. The sound of rushing water grows louder. Iris extends a hand, her expression fierce. "We have to attack them now." The other figure grabs her arm, a note of desperation in their voice. "No, wait." He urges action, his voice tight with concern. "Didn't you hear me? If we wait any longer, we won't make it." Even a fairy-made ship is already damaged, and they are only afloat thanks to the leaves that grew out of the sprouting seed. Even the smallest movement would be deadly while they're near the calamity fish. Iris looks at Kong Hansu, her expression thoughtful. "If we take any more attacks," Kong Hansu acknowledges, "it's true that we're currently at a disadvantage. The calamity fish is sensitive to magic. An attack strong enough to sink their ship won't matter to the calamity fish." Kong Hansu's expression hardens as he considers their options. He knows as well as anyone that it only reacts to magic power or skills. Though it's likely that it's only because of the magic power held within the world tree itself that it's so good at detecting magic power. Even the smallest movement would be deadly while they're near the calamity fish. Kong Hansu sighs, rubbing his temples. "It's true that we're currently at a disadvantage. Then what do?" Iris's expression is grim as she contemplates their situation. Iris clenches her fist, frustration evident. "I didn't come all this way to be useless. Isn't there anything I can do?" A character's hands are shown, fingers interlaced, as they consider their options. "Don't worry, what I mean by disadvantage dash." The character continues, their hands gesturing slightly, "is that we don't have any suitable methods to face faraway foes without the use of skills." The character's hands are now shown holding a wrapped object, perhaps a solution to their problem. Her brow furrowed. Iris wondered if they should call for help if they couldn't manage on their own. Someone noted that he was using another crafted item. The speaker wondered if they should make some bait, but with just that much? Hansu asked about going fishing. A wrapped object was held in his hands, glowing faintly. Iris leaned forward, her expression thoughtful. Iris declared that she had already decided to trust him. Meanwhile, a ship sailed across the water under a sky painted with hues of orange and purple. Someone mused that soon enough, that boat would sink to the bottom of the seafloor, guessing he wasn't much after all. Another person shouted to bring all the remaining harpoons, declaring they would drive him into the water themselves. Another wondered what those guys had been up to this whole time. A crate splashed into the water. The crate sank beneath the surface, disappearing into the depths. A large sailing ship cuts through the crimson waves. Several crates are tossed overboard. A sailor wonders if it's a trap. A figure orders to get rid of everything in their way. The ship continues its journey through the Red Sea. A figure urges others to hold out a little bit longer. The ship sails on. Crates sink into the red water. Someone remarks that the bait has already been taken. Figures stand on the ship's deck, observing the events. A voice cries out in disbelief. A kraken. The monstrous kraken reveals itself, its head adorned with multiple glowing yellow eyes and sharp, menacing features. Its massive tentacles writhe, each lined with rows of powerful suckers. A cacophony of voices rises as massive tentacles breach the surface. We're being besieged. It's after us. The tentacles writhe, dwarfing the ship as they encircle it. The colossal form of a kraken emerges from the depths, its bioluminescent eyes piercing the gloom. The ship is caught in the kraken's grasp, its massive tentacles looming over the vessel. The ship is dwarfed by the sheer scale of the kraken, a tiny speck against the monstrous creature. Kong Hansu observes the kraken with a grim expression. Iris stands beside him, her gaze fixed on the monstrous foe. A kraken? It doesn't normally come up to the surface. The interior of the kraken's gills is revealed, a cavernous space filled with strange, pulsating organs. We need to get inside its gills before that happens. Kong Hansu draws his sword, the blade gleaming in the dim light. Hansu declares, I'll take care of things here. A tentacle slams down, energy crackling around it. Kong Hansu leaps into action, his sword wreathed in crimson energy as he prepares to strike the kraken. The kraken's massive tentacles writhe, churning the water around them. The monstrous kraken reveals its face, a grotesque visage of eyes and tentacles. Rachel, her back to the viewer, says, If you're ready, let's move. We've wasted enough time. Keldian stands with another figure, their forms silhouetted against the light. Keldian grabs the other figure by the head, his expression stern. Stop getting distracted and focus on guiding us, he commands. A close-up reveals Keldian's face, his eyes narrowed and his mouth set in a grim line. A voice booms, seemingly directed at Kong Hansu. You really intend to rely on underhanded tactics until the bitter end. Inside the Calamity Fish, a voice shouts, The Calamity Fish is diving. Hold on tight. The ship sails through the Calamity Fish's interior, surrounded by strange, glowing structures. A close-up of the Calamity Fish's interior reveals a network of veins and glowing particles. The ship continues its journey through the Calamity Fish, its sails billowing in the strange currents. One of the figures remarks, It's amazing how, even underwater, being inside its gills keeps us completely dry. The other responds, It's because the Calamity Fish's insides are imbued with a mysterious power. A voice calls out, directing attention to something within the Calamity Fish's gills. The passage inside the Calamity Fish's gills is a long, cavernous tunnel filled with a viscous, pink fluid. Keldian is asked if they just need to go straight down this path. He replies, questioning why he is constantly asked that, assuring that they will arrive once they get through this passageway. The ship continues its journey through the Calamity Fish, the giant mass of flesh acting as a door that will noticeably shift before it. A voice warns that they need to stay alert and avoid something as the passage closes. Keldian states that rather than chasing Kong Hansu, they should treat the tour as their priority. Someone expresses confidence that they need to recruit promising travelers into Quadratus. Keldian says he knows, and there's no need to be so impatient. Hands grip a wooden beam, the tension evident. A voice declares that they can't leave as they please while they're inside the Calamity Fish anyway, as Keldian's eyes glow red. A voice says it'd be a miracle if they don't happen upon his corpse. The scene shifts to inside the Calamity Fish's stomach. The Calamity Fish's stomach is a pocket dimension. Everything the Calamity Fish consumes ends up forming a massive island. It's no different from a dungeon. The group stands on the shore of a pink sea, the wreckage of ships littering the landscape. The flow of magic power is distorted, making it difficult to pick up on any sense. Kong Hansu and the others continue forward, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Having come back, someone says they really don't like it here. Keldian gestures towards the destroyed ships and half-digested corpses. He asks if they aren't going to say this is what they paid the tour fee for. It seems like you don't quite understand, someone says. This wonderful place is a blessing from the Calamity Fish itself. Kong Hansu stands on a high platform, looking out at the landscape. This is the highlight, he thinks. The only thing properly absorbed within the Calamity Fish's stomach is the World Tree's sap. This is where the remnants of Elfenheim, the creators of the World Tree, are. A vital treasure trove within the Calamity Fish. A sword pierces a skull, a silent testament to the battles fought within this strange dimension. If so many people are buried here, what became of the artifacts they carried? It's simple. The only reason I escaped this hell alive is because of what I found here. Do you desire strength? If you are prepared to serve the calamities as a part of Quadratus, then everything you desire will come to pass. We thank the Calamity Fish for its blessings. Quadratus will always. Please don't use any attack skills or make any loud noises. We might get rushed if they hear. As long as you follow Quadratus's guidance, you can safely enjoy. By loud noises, just how loud are we talking? It's nothing to worry about. It would take something as loud as an explosion to stir them. An explosion, you say? The skeletal remains of a ship loom in the distance. The air crackles with unseen energy. Crystalline structures of ice jut out, their sharp edges glinting in the light. The air crackles with the sound of ice forming, a chilling resonance that vibrates through the very ground. Kong Hansu looks up, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding phenomenon. Iris asks, her voice laced with a hint of curiosity. You mean something like this? The ice crystals grow larger, their intricate patterns reflecting the ambient light. A faint whisper of sound accompanies the ice's expansion, a subtle yet ominous sign of the power at play. Figures move in the background, their forms blurred by speed and distance, reacting to the escalating situation. Kong Hansu states, your timing was perfect, Sophia. The camera focuses on Iris's torso, clad in a dark, form-fitting outfit. A voice, filled with dread, whispers, no, this is bad. Iris's concern is cut short as Keldian points a menacing finger. Kong Hansu you, he shouts, his voice laced with venom. Hansu stands his ground, unfazed by the threat. Keldian's face contorts in rage. So, you've come to die at my hands, he bellows, his eyes burning with malice. The air crackles with dark energy as Keldian prepares to unleash his power. Rachel, standing beside Hansu, voices her impatience. What's with you? Scram already, she exclaims, followed by a muttered, damn it. They've started moving. The ground beneath them begins to crack, a sinister tremor running through the earth. A skeletal warrior emerges from the depths, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Keldian watches with satisfaction as the undead army rises. Those corpses are moving now, he declares. The spectral knights surge forth, their ethereal forms radiating an icy blue aura. One of the phantom knights draws its sword, ready to strike. Hansu grits his teeth, bracing himself for the coming onslaught. A narration box appears, describing the undead army as the cursed army of Galadriel, forces of Elfenheim sent to defeat the Calamity Fish in the past. The undead knight stands tall, a chilling embodiment of death and destruction. The words, Phantom Knights, appear beneath it. The cursed army of Galadriel manifests, their spectral forms glowing with an eerie blue light. They're attacking. One of the men grunts. He definitely said we just had to retrieve the artifacts inside the Calamity Fish. Ugh. A skeletal spirit lunges forward, its ethereal blade poised to strike. Another man shouts. Nobody said anything about this. A blinding explosion erupts, bathing the battlefield in fire. A pained cry echoes through the chaos. Keldian observes the battle, remarking, even such cheap tricks require sufficient skill to use. Keldian commands, attack, destroy those spirits of the dead. A masked figure responds, yes, Commander. Hansu leaps into action, his blade crackling with blue energy as he engages the undead spirits. Rachel prepares a swirling orb of purple energy, ready to unleash its power. Purple energy crackles around an unseen figure, ready to strike. The purple energy intensifies, swirling with lethal intent. A voice declares, my fire jade chi art can't burn, as flames erupt. The flames engulf the battlefield, incinerating the undead. Someone exclaims that the figure is Beacon's assault commander, who took them all down so easily. A gauntlet crushes a skull, the sound echoing through the battlefield. A voice declares, no, they won't go down that easily. Keldian stands surrounded by his forces, his expression grim. A fallen armored figure lies defeated. Keldian states, they are the watchmen of this place, the Calamity Fish. A close-up shows a gauntlet, hinting at the power it holds. The narration explains that they possess cursed bodies that allow them to fight endlessly. As long as the Calamity Fish live, the cursed army will keep reviving. The Calamity Fish's power emanates from its very core. The soldiers stand their ground, ready to defend their positions. The army braces for the next wave of attacks. A soldier cries out, begging for someone to save them. Panic sets in as the battle intensifies. Keldian barks, don't fall back, you fools. Hold your positions. Keldian thinks to himself that it's a shame, but he can't risk his life here and has to take his chance to escape. Another soldier wonders where Kong Hansu went. He made a mess of things, and then just disappeared. If he came here with the same goal as that woman, Sophia, then? It's all happening, just as Keldian said. He sprints forward, a determined look etched on his face. The Phantom Knights, the Calamity Fish's first line of defense, remain occupied. Keldian has roughly prepared his strategy and given Sophia separate orders. The cavern walls pulse with an unnatural energy. He resolves to go after the next key point. The Calamity Fish's eye glares with malevolent intent. The Calamity Fish's core lies deep within. Keldian surveys the path ahead, his expression unreadable. The Calamity Fish's skin cannot be damaged by any attacks, but the core inside its body is different. Keldian declares that there's only one way to defeat the Calamity Fish, and this is it. A blade of pure green energy materializes. The blade strikes true, impacting with a resounding crack. He is sent hurtling backwards, the force of the blow staggering him. The impact sends Keldian soaring through the air, a helpless projectile against the violet sky. His face contorted in a grimace, Keldian braces for the inevitable. Kong Hansu materializes a blade of pure green energy, lunging forward with lethal intent. Die! The reincarnator's eyes burn with a cold fury. The green blade flashes, arcing towards its target with blinding speed. The energy blade slams into Keldian, the impact exploding in a burst of light and force. Sprawled on the ground, Keldian glares up at his attacker. You again. Hansu holds the glowing green blade, its light reflecting in his determined eyes. Keldian's expression is a mixture of pain and simmering rage. He lies defeated amidst the shattered rocks. Kong Hansu looks down at Keldian, the green energy blade humming softly. Didn't you have enough fun last time? A hand grips the green energy blade. Hansu says he knows everything, and that he can't believe Keldian was aiming for the Calamity Fish's core. It seems like that woman, Sophia, told you to do this, but you messed up. Karl's Morin wanted to kill you himself, but Keldian shouts that all who dare to offend the Calamities will die. An unseen archer draws back a bow, a glowing pink arrow knocked and ready. Keldian lies prone on the ground. The archer aims, the pink arrow a beacon of impending doom. Called shot activate. The arrow flies, a streak of pink energy against the desolate landscape. The archer runs, a blur of motion as they prepare for the next shot. The arrow finds its mark, a burst of light signaling a direct hit. Keldian, wounded, spits out that his opponent is nothing much after all. He stood, blood trickling down his face from an unseen wound. Behind him, a figure in a gray cloak watched. The intricate metalwork of his collar glinted in the dim light. Hansu observed the scene, a metallic plate now visible on his face. He took no damage. The metal plate extended down his chest, a stark contrast to his otherwise normal attire. Hansu channels a familiar power, the dragon energy arts surging to life around him. The air crackles with golden energy as he prepares for what's to come. From a distance, Keldian eyes the display with disbelief. The called shot, he thinks, should be enough to fell even a Kukulza. The same energy art he first saw, Keldian uses, but it's become so much stronger, so quickly. If one shot isn't enough, he resolves, he'll just fire as many as it takes. The golden energy intensifies around Hansu, his eyes burning with draconic power. If they have no intention to let him go, Hansu thinks, then they leave him no choice. The first dragon energy art he used had magic power exhaustion, but he's already solved that issue. Hansu's gaze hardens. He won't go easy on them. A monstrous arm, adorned with jagged edges and dark scales, dominates the view. The regenerating enemy lashes out, its claws tearing through the air with terrifying speed. The assault continues, the creature's relentless attacks pushing the team to their limits. Crimson energy crackles around the monster, fueling its unnerving regeneration. Meanwhile, a figure wearing a distinctive red and white mask watches the battle unfold. The enemy's regeneration shows no sign of slowing, its attacks growing fiercer with each passing moment. Their regeneration speed keeps increasing, weak intact. A ghastly blue aura emanates from a skull, the monster's regeneration fueled by an unholy power. Damn it, if this keeps up, we'll just exhaust our stamina and magic power. The situation grows dire. They're fighting an enemy that constantly revives, leaving them at a perpetual disadvantage. The masked figure's expression is hidden, but their teeth are bared in a grimace. A voice cries out, Kong Hansu, how did you figure out how to use the Calamity Fish like this? Another voice adds, if we die here, we'll end up like the others. A third voice urges, everyone who's struggling, use the we brought. The team fights desperately, using the feathers they brought to try and turn the tide against the regenerating foe. The text describes the feather of the world tree as a consumable artifact, a broken-off fragment of the world tree's leaves that is now nearly impossible to acquire. A hand holds the glowing feather. The text states that upon use, it will be possible to perform an emergency escape with those around you. Kong Hansu holds the feather, looking at it with wide eyes. He thinks it won't stomach that easily. A figure stands before a crowd of people, thinking it is pointless. A woman in armor says that you can't escape from the Calamity Fishes. The text states that the same applies to Elfenheim's Phantom Knights, as they are immortal within the Calamity Fish's stomach. A woman with glasses looks on. A masked man shouts, you bitch, did you think I'd let you go after getting in my way? If that member of the Seven Phantoms finds out about this, then... A woman asks if those people think, who sat by idly while she alone desperately searched for a way to kill the Calamity Fish. The woman continues to speak. A voice questions whether someone would lift even a single finger for another. Another voice suggests finding a way to escape instead of complaining. Three figures stand ready, weapons drawn. The figure in the front wears a distinctive mask. A voice declares that clan communications are useless here, and that nobody would know whether they live or die. A close-up reveals a masked figure with glowing red eyes, a sinister grin plastered across their face. A figure with long, braided purple hair promises to give one last gift. A golden object glows with intricate patterns. A woman with white hair and a monocle lets out a soft laugh. A voice remarks that hanging around a young rookie has ruined someone's judgment. The assault commander of Beacon declares that they are entrusted with managing the red zone. A voice boasts that they can take the lowest of the Seven Phantoms on all day long. The assault commander holds a purple orb, energy crackling around it. Purple energy surges. A hand crackles with purple energy, conjuring a swirling vortex of azure power. The blue energy surges forward, a concentrated blast of raw force. The blue energy slams into its target, engulfing the figure in a blinding flash. The assault commander watches the unfolding battle, his expression unreadable. You can't even hit a target right in front of you. You disgrace the name of the Seven Phantoms, a voice booms. Another figure gathers power, a swirling mass of violet energy coalescing in their hands. The violet energy takes shape, forming a pulsating orb of destructive potential. The purple energy hurtles forward, a dark streak against the backdrop of the battlefield. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched as if grasping for something just out of reach. A new wave of blue energy is summoned, crackling with raw power. A voice declares, "I wasn't aiming for you." The assault commander remains impassive, observing the chaotic exchange of energy. The ground trembles, the air thick with the scent of ozone and fear. Chaos erupts as the earthquake throws the assembled figures into disarray. A voice cries out, questioning if this is an earthquake inside the Calamity Fish's stomach. Another voice shouts a warning. The entrance to the Calamity Fish is closing off. A woman with light pink hair and a monocle smiles knowingly. She declares that she was stalling to shut the gills using her library skill, and with this, her part is done. A figure wearing a mask stands amidst swirling energy. Someone yells, "You Sanuvabich." The sound echoes through the cavernous space. A voice expresses a preference for this to be the last time they ever see each other, before demanding to know what everyone is doing and ordering the launch of the ship. A blonde woman reacts with shock, stating that the ship they came on is already. A voice urgently asks where the Quadratus is, questioning what Jang Gaesu is doing instead of guiding them. A masked figure with glowing red eyes shouts in anger or frustration. The Phantom Knights swarm once more, their ethereal forms filling the cramped space. The assault commander barks orders. They need to reach the gills, they'll start opening again soon. Rachel is instructed to provide support, creating some distance between them and the spectral onslaught. A subordinate confirms the order. From the shadows, Keldian vows that Sophia will regret this moment once he escapes. The assault commander of Beacon declares that he has no intention of falling here. A surge of purple energy emanates from an unseen source, crackling with raw power. The purple energy intensifies, bathing the surroundings in an eerie glow. The energy continues to build, the air thick with anticipation. The assault commander commands the others to follow after him, his voice ringing with authority. The group surges forward, driven by the commander's will. The assault commander stands at the forefront, his subordinates arrayed behind him, their faces grim with determination. A close-up reveals the intensity in his eyes, a burning resolve etched on his face. The group continues their advance, their path illuminated by the strange energy, as someone calls out, "Kong Hansu." The assault commander, holding a bound figure, demands, "How dare you?" Kong Hansu replies, "I guess I do." The assault commander feels a little like a villain, showing up at this timing. The assault commander states, "Well, it is what it is. You wouldn't listen even if I tried to talk anyway." The assault commander declares, "You arrogant bastard. You're a fearless fool." Kong Hansu states, "I was going to take you in without any harm, but things have changed. I've made up my mind." With a burst of speed, the assault commander leaps toward Kong Hansu. The assault commander attacks, his movements a blur. The assault commander continues his relentless assault. Kong Hansu counters with a surge of green energy. Leaping forward, Kong Hansu presses his attack. Kong Hansu's attack connects with the assault commander. The force of the impact sends tremors through the ground. The assault commander reels back, a grunt escaping his lips as he absorbs the force of the blow. He wonders how he could be pushed back, especially when the reincarnator has been running this whole time. The assault commander questions if Kong Hansu grew stronger by consuming those Quadratus guy's runes. Someone declares that even with the added power, Kong Hansu doesn't stand a chance. The assault commander asks if Kong Hansu really thinks he's a match for him just because he consumed their runes. He vows to crush Kong Hansu and take back the breath of Ahal that he stole from him. Someone calls out, stating that they will assist Commander Karlsmoren. Karlsmoren shouts back, asking if they think he's so weak that he'd need help to take him down alone. Iris prepares to attack, drawing her sword with a flash of purple energy. The blade gleams as Iris prepares to strike. The assault commander orders someone to hold off the Phantom Knights instead. Someone replies that they understood and were planning to clean everything up anyway. Kong Hansu holds his sword, a determined glint in his eyes. "You're nothing more than a newborn pup," he declares, his voice laced with disdain. The assault commander's face contorts in fury, his red eyes burning with rage. With a furious roar, the assault commander brings his blade down in a sweeping arc, the air whistling with the force of his blow. Kong Hansu meets the attack head-on, his own sword flashing in a brilliant green arc as he parries the blow. The clash of steel rings out, a deafening shriek that echoes through the air as the two blades meet. The assault commander's sword gleams, its edge humming with power. The force of the impact sends tremors through the air, the sound waves rippling outwards like a shockwave. Sparks fly as the two swords grind against each other, a shower of incandescent light illuminating the darkness. Kong Hansu's feet dig into the ground, the force of the blow threatening to push him back. The assault commander sneers, his voice dripping with arrogance. "After all that big talk, is this all you're capable of?" The two swords lock together, a stalemate of brute strength and unwavering resolve. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. The assault commander's face contorts into a sinister grin, his red eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He thinks to himself, convinced of his inevitable triumph. There's no way his opponent could be stronger than him. The assault commander's sword crackles with vibrant green energy as he reaffirms his superiority. He believes there's no way he could ever lose to a greenhorn like him. The clash of their blades sends a shockwave rippling through the air, the force of the impact echoing like thunder. Debris explodes outward from the point of impact, a chaotic dance of stone and dust swirling around the combatants. The assault commander's grin widens, his voice booming with certainty. This is the end. The swords continue their deadly dance, each strike a blinding flash of steel and emerald energy. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with unwavering resolve as he prepares to deliver the final blow. A blade pierces through flesh, the sound a sickening wet crunch that cuts through the din of battle. The assault commander reels from the force of the blow, his body contorting in a silent scream of agony. Kong Hansu's voice is cold and devoid of emotion as he delivers the final verdict. You could have saved your life. A close-up reveals the gruesome reality. The sword has pierced through the assault commander's chest, the blade stained crimson with his lifeblood. The assault commander's face is a mask of disbelief and rage, his teeth bared in a final, desperate snarl. The assault commander presses his blade against Kong Hansu's chest, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. It's because you're weaker than me. Blood trickles down Kong Hansu's chin, but his expression remains calm, almost amused. That's so. The assault commander's red eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Kong Hansu's grip tightens on his own sword, his gaze hardening. I'll say that right back at you. Hansu grips the hilt of his sword, his expression grim. The enemy declares, this is your price for acting so bold. Blood trickles down Hansu's chin as he retorts, I'll say that right back at you. The enemy holds his sword, a sinister glint in his red eyes. Hansu's gaze is intense as he listens to his opponent. The reincarnator grips his sword tightly, the pendant around his neck glinting in the dim light. A voice echoes, boasting that the blade is sharp enough to break the scales of dragon energy arts. Hansu's blue eyes narrow, focused and determined. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Hansu says, thanks for the delivery. The enemy, enraged, stammers, How? I definitely destroyed your heart. Karls Morin, his face contorted in a grimace, wonders if it could be body modification. His hand begins to transform, the flesh hardening into a dark, metallic claw. It's too late to realize now, the transformation accelerating, energy crackling around the forming claws. The claw fully materializes, a weapon of sharp edges and raw power. The transformed hand plunges forward, piercing through an unseen target with brutal force, splattering blood. Blood pools on the ground, a crimson testament to the attack. Even if your species changed, your heart was already fucking broken skills. A gaping hole is visible through Karls Morin's chest, the attack having pierced clean through. Hansu stands over the fallen body, his silhouette framed by the cavern's dim light. Karls Morin coughs, blood trickling from his lips. URG. He stands, sword in hand, initiating a powerful transformation. His hand contorts, bones shifting and reforming into a grotesque claw. Kong thinks to himself, it was doable since he pushed himself to the limit to create 3 dragon hearts. The special ability of Energy Art Specification is an imitation of the art's original owner. Dragon Energy Arts literally borrows the powers of a dragon. Hansu wonders what changes his body is undergoing. Compared to dragons, the human body is too inefficient. The rebound from the transformation is severe, and he still takes damage. His runes are about at 35%. Hansu thinks to himself that his proficiency is still lacking, so maintaining this form is difficult. A close-up reveals the strain on his body, blood trickling down his chest. It's only a matter of time now. His transformed hand crackles with golden energy, lightning dancing across its surface. Blood drips from his mouth. Kong Hansu knows that if he doesn't move instantly, he won't make it in time. A bright, ethereal landscape stretches out, the ground crisscrossed with glowing veins. A figure stands silhouetted against the horizon, looming over a fallen body. The fallen figure lies prone, their red eyes staring blankly ahead. A close-up reveals the intricate red markings swirling within the fallen figure's eye. A lone figure stands within a massive, eye-shaped barrier, glowing with crimson energy. A voice echoes, filled with resolve. Kong Hansu, I will remember you. The fallen figure's hand lies outstretched on the cracked earth, fingers twitching weakly. A dark landscape unfolds, the ground riddled with glowing, root-like structures. The landscape brightens, revealing more of the glowing roots and the shadowy figures lurking in the distance. A figure stands amidst the rubble, their form obscured by shadow. A close-up reveals a hand gripping a sword hilt, the metal gleaming in the dim light. They haven't arrived yet. This is his chance. Thanks to Sophia, Kong Hansu gained information about the Calamity Fish core quickly. The core is located high up, making it hard to reach on his own. But a platform will soon be prepared, because it will react shortly. The Calamity Fish lacks a defense system to handle external threats. However, it has an exceptional internal defense mechanism for critical situations, not just phantom knights. A proper defense system. Kong Hansu continues his ascent. Any approach to the core of the Calamity Fish is taken out by physical attacks. It's simple. He considers his options. But nothing is more effective, he thinks, than cutting them down. He could cut them down. A blade of pure green energy materializes, poised to strike. But considering the Calamity Fish's regenerative speed, simply cutting them down won't solve anything. Kang Hansu prepares himself, knowing a different approach is needed. To prevent the regeneration, he focuses his energy, a purple aura beginning to emanate from his hands. There's only one way to land a decisive hit on the Calamity Fish. Kang Hansu's eyes narrow, determination etched on his face as he prepares to strike. A surge of blue energy crackles around his hand, ready to be unleashed. He unleashes the attack, a blinding flash of blue light engulfing the core. The core begins to crack and shatter under the force of the blow, and prevents regeneration from taking place. He stood, the weight of the coming battle settling on his shoulders, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Now that he'd checked the results, all that was left was to reduce their numbers. Plunging downwards, Kang Hansu descended into the fray. The structure erupted in a blinding flash, the enemy forces within reduced to ash. The Calamity Fish roars, its massive jaws agape, causing a powerful tremor through the crimson waters. The monstrous fish thrashes, its tentacles flailing wildly, further disturbing the surrounding waters. The water churns violently, the force of the Calamity Fish's movements creating a vortex of pinkish hues. The Calamity Fish continues its rampage, its massive form causing waves of destruction to ripple outwards. Hansu and Iris stand on a distant shore, observing the chaos unfolding before them. Hansu asks, "What did Ferris say?" Iris responds, "Nearby helpers are to stay on standby and keep watch." A voice muses, "I've never seen the Calamity Fish cause such a fuss. What could have it so riled up?" The Calamity Fish continues its violent thrashing, its massive form churning the crimson waters into a frenzy. The monstrous fish continues its rampage, its shadow looming large over the turbulent waters. Iris exclaims, "Wait, something's getting closer." A voice declares, "This isn't the time, let's scout the area. We don't have a way of dash before being cut off with an axe." Hansu's eyes widen in alarm, his expression a mixture of shock and apprehension as he braces for an unknown threat. A guttural sound echoes. Iris reflects that a little later, she would have been done for. The body lies still. Iris is addressed as Sophia Verich, and she wonders where she was. Hansu urges Iris that this isn't the time and tells her to get moving. She asks where they should move. The Calamity Fish thrashes harder than before. Hansu and Iris move away from the thrashing Calamity Fish. Iris states that she has never seen this before, that the Calamity Fish is actually in pain. It was just a nonsensical claim, she thinks. Iris stands, a faint glow surrounding her. A thought surfaces that everyone would treat it as a fantasy. A hand rests on a book. She clutches a small, round object, tears welling in her eyes. Iris thinks to herself, "I can finally be free from this damned guilt." From below, Hansu is seen as someone acknowledges he really kept his word. The man clenches his fist, his expression unreadable. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern. The Calamity Fish thrashes, its massive maw agape in agony. Tendrils of purple energy lash out, writhing with the beast's pain. The Calamity Fish continues to writhe in agony. The scene blurs with the creature's violent movements. Elsewhere, a woman's eyes widen in shock. Her hand instinctively reaches for her throat. The Calamity Fish's agony intensifies, its flesh contorting. The woman's expression is a mixture of fear and determination as she looks on. The Calamity Fish vomits up the contents of its stomach, a grotesque display of its defeat. Debris rains down as the cavern shakes. Bathed in golden light, Iris stands triumphant. The Calamity Fish, still spewing debris, wonders what is happening. The Calamity Fish wonders if it is throwing up what it's eaten, and why. A woman with dark hair and a determined expression stares in shock, exclaiming, "What have you done?" Iris smiles, whispering, "We did it." A voice booms, declaring, "Kang Hansu succeeded." Iris smiles, the golden light reflecting in her eyes. A woman with dark hair shouts, "We don't have time now. We'll be swept up. We need to get away from the root tips." Iris reaches out, pleading, "Wait, let go." Kang Hansu looks up, his expression unreadable. The man with olive hair and a sharp jawline looks up. Michael asks Sophia. Michael warns Sophia, if the Calamity Fish's rampage gets worse, the damage will spread to this area as well. Sophia replies, "I just sent a carrier pigeon saying we'd keep track of the Calamity Fish's state. That won't be enough, send another one." Michael thinks it could be the start. The air crackles with energy. The Calamity Fish rides, its form shifting. Of the loss of balance in the red zone, maintained until now. A monstrous roar echoes. The Calamity Fish looms, its transformation nearing completion. Orange energy surges around Hansu, bathing him in its intense light. His face contorts with the strain, sweat beading on his brow as the power intensifies. Hansu exhales, a wave of relief washing over him. Phew, as expected. He reflects on the limitations of his human form. Holding out with just pure human strength is exhausting. Blood stains his clothes as Hansu grips his sword, the blade reflecting the harsh light. The sword gleams, its surface marred by the battles it has endured. The sword now pulses with a vibrant green energy, a testament to the ongoing draconification. More importantly, the Calamity Fish's tentacles are cursed with a recovery reduction skill. However, His fist clenches, ready to strike. Kong Hansu swings his sword, a blur of motion against the monstrous foe. A gaping hole appears in the ground. Golden tentacles lash out. Leaping forward, Hansu brings his blade down with deadly intent. The sword slices through the air, aimed at the Galapagos crocodile's tentacles. The blade continues its descent, a flash of light accompanying each swing. A determined look hardens Kong Hansu's face. A golden light erupts. The sword continues its assault, cleaving through the air with relentless force. The calamity fish lies defeated before him. Hansu remarks, "So, you can feel pain after all." The calamity fish is engulfed in flames. The calamity fish is breaking apart. A voice declares, "Now, on to the next step." The light from the calamity fish's destruction illuminates Hansu. Hansu states, "I'll expel the poison using dragon energy arts, and I can keep breathing thanks to the breath of a hob." Things couldn't be better for him. Hansu attacks with his sword, a green blur cutting through the air. He stands amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrow, focused on the unseen enemy. Debris flies through the air, a testament to the intensity of the battle. The air crackles with energy as the fight continues. Hansu leaps forward, his sword a streak of green light. The blade finds its mark, cleaving through the unseen foe. A burst of energy erupts, shaking the very ground. Hansu cries out, pain etched on his face. Gah! He clutches his chest, a grimace twisting his features. Damn it, my heart. His heart pounds erratically, a visible strain on his body. He braces himself, his sword glowing with a faint green light as he prepares to deflect the incoming assault. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, the strain evident on his face as he focuses his energy. Deflecting the initial barrage, sparks fly as his blade meets the incoming projectiles. He realizes that he doesn't have time to recover, muttering that he has to hurry. Sweat beads on Kong Hansu's brow as he steels himself for the next wave. He thinks that the attack is way more than he thought. The spikes close in, surrounding Kong Hansu from all sides. An orange glow envelopes him as he decides to retreat. The barrage intensifies, a forest of deadly spikes filling the space. The force of the attack throws Kong Hansu backward, his body ragdolling through the air. The spikes continue their relentless assault, tearing through the landscape. Gasping in pain, Kong Hansu is visibly wounded, blood trickling from his injuries. He grits his teeth, the strain evident in his clenched jaw. A blast of energy narrowly misses him, the air crackling with displaced power. Kong Hansu's thoughts hardened into resolve. Bullshit. If I turn back even once, I'll just keep going back. His eyes flare with an inner light, the draconification pushing him beyond his limits. Golden energy surges from his chest, a visible manifestation of his will. Another attack whizzes past, close enough to feel the heat singe his skin. He pushes onward, a blur of motion against the ravaged landscape. The ground erupts beside him, showering him with debris as another attack finds its mark just inches away. More earth shatters, the air thick with the smell of ozone and pulverized stone. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him onward. Just a little faster. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, his resolve unyielding. Another explosion rocks the area, the force of the blast sending tremors through his body. He continues to push forward, surrounded by a chaotic storm of debris and crackling blue energy. The energy intensifies around his arm and shoulder, a testament to the strain he's enduring. He presses onward, navigating a torrent of golden light and floating fragments. Suspended in the air, Kong Hansu is bathed in the golden glow, the debris swirling around him. Reaching a relatively safe haven, Kong Hansu exclaims, I made it. Before him lies the source that fuels the calamity fish's very existence, radiating intense heat. At the heart of it all, a divine stone fragment pulses with power. Once a part of the world tree's foundation, it is now shattered into fragments, each lodged within the calamities. Sweat glistens on Kong Hansu's face as he mutters, You're really making this harder than it needs to be. His hand reaches out, drawn to the fragment's energy. The divine stone fragment glows, a beacon of ancient power. A low, guttural hum vibrates through the air. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern, the sound vibrating through the very stone. The creature's maw opens wide, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. More of the grotesque Galapagos crocodiles emerge from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Hansu stares down the monsters, his back to the viewer, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. The metallic sheen of his armor reflects the faint light, a silent promise of the battle to come. A voice, dripping with disdain, cuts through the tension. So, you're going to fight to the bitter end, huh? His gauntlet tightens around the hilt of his weapon, the knuckles white with strain. Hansu's voice, resolute and unwavering, answers the taunt. If so, then I'm not going to just give in. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He explodes into motion, a blur of steel and determination, ready to meet the monsters head-on. The grip on his weapon tightens further, a silent promise of the power he's about to unleash. The Galapagos crocodile lunges forward, its jaws agape, ready to tear its prey apart. The Galapagos crocodiles launch their assault, streaks of blue energy tearing through the air. He narrowly avoids the blast, the force of the attack whipping his hair back. The blue energy crackles with dangerous power. The air vibrates with the force of the attack. Kong Hansu finds himself surrounded, the Galapagos crocodiles closing in from all sides. A golden blade flashes, aimed directly at him. He barely manages to parry the strike, a green blade meeting the golden one. His eyes widen in disbelief. Ugh, when did that get there? Purple energy surges, a sign of the increasing strain on his body. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, bracing for another attack. Another golden blade descends, wreathed in purple energy. The air crackles as the energy intensifies. A surge of raw energy erupts, radiating outward in a blinding display. The energy intensifies, forming a vortex of golden light. The radiant power continues to build, crackling with unseen force. The energy coalesces, the air shimmering with heat and pressure. The energy reaches a critical point, threatening to explode outward. Drawing his sword, he prepares to meet the oncoming threat. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. This won't be enough to stop me, he mutters. Kong Hansu's voice drips with venom as he shouts, "You bastards, let's see how well you fight when I drain your battery." Raising his sword high, Kong Hansu prepares to strike. The energy gathers into a concentrated sphere, pulsing with raw power. The sword descends, cleaving through the energy with a resounding crash. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, feeling the resistance. It's tougher than anything else I've faced so far, he thinks. He focuses his energy, channeling it into his hand as he prepares to strike. The air crackles with raw power, a tangible manifestation of his intent. Kong Hansu considers his approach. If hitting it directly is too difficult, he'll need a different strategy. Arcs of blue and green energy dance around him as he calculates the angles. He unleashes a concentrated burst of energy, a focused strike meant to weaken the connection. The force of the blow sends ripples through the air, distorting the light around him. Then, a realization dawns on him. Kong Hansu needs to sever the blood vessels connecting the fragment to the calamity fish. A new plan forms in his mind, sharp and precise. Channeling his energy once more, he shapes it into a blade-like form. The energy blade hums with power, ready to cut through anything in its path. He prepares to strike with the energy blade, his focus absolute. The air vibrates with anticipation, the silence broken only by the crackling energy. Kong Hansu focuses intently, his eyes narrowed with determination. He is ready to execute his plan, every muscle coiled and ready to unleash. He strikes with the energy blade, a swift and decisive motion. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Again, he prepares to strike, his movements fluid and precise. The energy blade glows brighter, fueled by his unwavering resolve. He strikes with the energy blade, each blow aimed with deadly accuracy. The blade sings as it slices through the air, a symphony of destruction. He strikes again, the energy blade a blur of motion. The air crackles and pops as he continues his assault, each strike bringing him closer to his goal. The energy blade severs the blood vessels, the connection broken. A wave of relief washes over him as the fragment is isolated, the threat contained. The fragment pulses with a soft, ethereal light, its crystalline structure catching the surrounding energy. Kong Hansu holds the fragment, the energy crackling around his gauntlet hand. He examines the fragment closely, his brow furrowed in thought. It's smaller than I expected, considering it holds such immense power to sustain the calamity fish. A smirk plays on Kong Hansu's lips, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The fragment glows intensely, its facets reflecting the chaotic energy around it. The ground trembles, cracks spiderwebbing across the cavern floor. A low rumble echoes through the chamber. Reacting instantly, Kong Hansu leaps into the air, propelled by the force of the impending collapse. The calamity fish's internal structure begins to collapse, the very foundations of this space crumbling. Because I removed the fragment, the calamity fish's internal structure is starting to collapse. Kong Hansu glances back, his expression a mix of concern and determination. At this rate, I'll get caught in the destruction. The cavern buckles and groans, the walls contorting under immense pressure. Kong Hansu steels himself, preparing to escape the collapsing space. The world around him dissolves into chaos, a maelstrom of rock and energy. He is caught in the chaos as the structure begins to fracture, the very foundations of this place giving way. Rings of energy ripple outwards, a death knell for this artificial world. Debris rains down as the structure continues to disintegrate, the weight of the collapse threatening to crush everything beneath. A strangled cry echoes through the destruction. Kong Hansu plummets downwards, the orange glow of the collapsing structure illuminating his descent. His face contorts in a grimace, the pressure of the fall and the surrounding destruction taking its toll. He continues to fall, a lone figure amidst the chaos, the sword falling with him. It was that person's order. Find Kong Hansu, the man who has slain the calamity fish. A voice calls out, Vice Commander Liu. It's here. The Vice Assault Commander stands tall. The Vice Assault Commander gazes upwards. Vice Commander Liu stands with the Vice Assault Commander. So it was true after all, the Vice Assault Commander muses. A hand holds a piece of red armor. The text bubble reads, This belongs to Karlsmoren, the Assault Commander. The red armor is shown in close-up. The Vice Assault Commander strokes his chin, tasked with managing Quadratus. So what exactly happened to him? The Vice Assault Commander stands with Vice Commander Liu. We've also discovered the bodies of other Quadratus members nearby, the Vice Assault Commander states. It's been confirmed that they were part of Karl's Morin's unit. Just as he said, there are traces indicating that they've all fallen victim to that person. The sound of that. The Vice Assault Commander asks how they shall proceed. Vice Commander Liu responds that the commander is gone now. We ought to get our titles straight. Vice Commander Liu thinks to himself. I'm different from Karl's Morin, who easily acquired the position of commander just because he had been here a few more years than me. What about the other items you found? Were there any survivors? We are still actively investigating, but given the wreckage, it seems unlikely that anyone survived. Aside from that, we couldn't find any runes, but we are collecting artifacts that were inside the Calamity Fish. Something that massive died without leaving a rune behind. Considering the situation here, who knows how many items are even left intact? The figure with the red markings on his face stands amidst the desolate landscape. He orders, but find any traces of that man, Kong Hansu. Keldian thinks to himself, his gaze intense. I'll have to check the thousandly I planted in Quadratus by that person. The man with the red markings stands in profile, a sinister grin playing on the face looming behind him. The figure walks away, his back to the viewer, the desolate landscape stretching before him. The narrator states, this was likely where the Calamity Fish's heart was. A close-up reveals the decaying flesh of a monstrous creature, its texture grotesque and unsettling. The camera pans down the decaying creature, revealing the desolate landscape in the background. Keldian observes the scene from a distance. A part of its body is dying off. He notes. The man with the red markings wonders, just what happened here? Is that Kong Hansu really strong enough to dash? Keldian's expression is grim as he surveys the devastation. Vice Commander Liu, breathing heavily, asks, Commander Liu, what is it? A large number of travelers are making their way over. Keldian asks, we should have already enforced secrecy. What are you doing, not securing the perimeter? A voice states, there's no point causing a fuss here. As long as they don't come closer, let them be. It's fine. I'm sure they just came to watch because the Calamity Fish is dead. The hooded figure speaks. It's true. That huge monster is dead. The hooded figure's expression is unreadable beneath the shadows of their cowl. A voice says, I heard there were tons of incredible artifacts hidden inside the Calamity Fish. Do you plan to monopolize them all? The hooded figure stands with Keldian and another person as the sun sets. The hooded figure asks, will you keep them all to yourselves? What? Artifacts? A shadowy figure says, it's already hard enough to get any runes because of how difficult hunting is here. Hansu is asked what they are doing, just watching. He is told to go get themselves some artifacts too. The advantage is in numbers. Karl's Morin states that out of respect for that person's honor, he was letting them all be. Hansu is told to scram. This place is under the management of them, Beacon. He is also asked what they are all doing and told to take care of them. Someone replies to Karl's Morin, yes, Commander. Someone replies, yes, Commander. A pair of hands manipulate a small, winged object. The voice continues, I did ask for people to crowd around the Calamity Fish to draw Beacon's attention. Iris asks, but they've made a real mess of it, haven't they? The winged object glows with a soft light. A figure with black hair stands beside another with blonde hair. The voice continues, I just asked them to spread some rumors. Iris says, even if they help, even if I can't trust them, they're quite skilled. Iris pauses, thinking, but a hooded figure speaks from the shadows. Those people incited the rest on purpose. The hooded figures are shown in greater detail. One asks, who are they? The hooded figures stand together. Iris, now in a different location, says, well, regardless, it's good for me. It's good that they're distracted, a voice thinks, but since they're up against the beacon, those people won't last long. Iris knows that she has to search. Days pass as Iris focuses her magic. A voice states that they don't have much time, so if one won't do, they'll just have to use multiple God Skara. The God Skara, white orbs that share their vision with the user, consume more magic power the more of them there are. Iris thinks that it's hard to control them all at once, but to search quietly, she doesn't have any other choice. More days pass as Iris continues her search. A voice declares that they have to find Hansu this time. The God Skara continue their search. A voice thinks that he wouldn't die that easily, so they have to find him. The voice is sure that they'll be able to find him. Hansu is shown. The Galapagos crocodile's eyes narrow, a sinister anticipation gleaming within their depths. So this day has finally come. Hansu's vision swims back into focus, the throbbing pain in his head a brutal reminder of the recent blow. The Galapagos crocodile's voice echoes, a playful yet menacing tone cutting through the haze. Hey, hey! The Galapagos crocodile floats closer, its yellow eyes gleaming with amusement as it watches Hansu struggle to regain his bearings. The Galapagos crocodile continues, a saccharine threat laced in its words. If you don't wake up, I'll give you a kiss. The Galapagos crocodile sighs dramatically. Ah, you woke up. What a shame. It seems like Kong managed to make a rough recovery before his draconification transformation was released. Hansu clenches his fist, the lingering pain a stark reminder of the power he faces. He held the gem aloft, thinking, thankfully, he got everything he needed. but the one who woke him up. A voice echoed, "Long time no see. Did you miss me?" Hansu asked, "What are you doing here in the red zone?" The creature responded, "How scary. So you're well aware that we don't come down unless something extraordinary happens." Hansu replied, "That's true, but I couldn't just sit still and watch." The creature stated, "As this situation is far out of the ordinary." The creature continued, "You're the first traveler to have ever killed that." The creature finished, "You know, it's a rule of ours to give big rewards for big deeds." The Galapagos crocodile's words echo in the air. It wasn't meant to be hunted, so there isn't an existing reward, but that would be such a shame. Hansu thinks to himself, finding it strange that if he gets stronger, it should seem dull to the Galapagos crocodile. The Galapagos crocodile continues, "Since you're all sadistic and enjoy cruel situations." The Galapagos crocodile states that there's no way Hansu came here with good intentions. The Galapagos crocodile exclaims that is why they did a whole lot of thinking. The Galapagos crocodile floats in the air. The Galapagos crocodile wonders what they could do to make Mr. Hansu here desperately leap headfirst into hell and struggle. The Galapagos crocodile floats next to Hansu. The Galapagos crocodile says that they gave it a lot of thought. Hansu looks at the Galapagos crocodile. The Galapagos crocodile declares that it will make Hansu an offer. Hansu listens to the Galapagos crocodile. The Galapagos crocodile extends an offer. It's not a bad one for him, either, the creature implies. The Galapagos crocodile elaborates, stating that if he takes the reward for taking down the calamity fish right now, the Galapagos crocodile presents the numbering skill rank 8, Lord of the Dead. The Galapagos crocodile explains that the skill allows one to turn the dead into phantoms and call on them. Hansu responds, "No, that's not all." The Galapagos crocodile continues, explaining that the reward even has a special effect of magic strength and chi, and that it can't even grasp how powerful this is. The Galapagos crocodile warns him not to get too surprised just yet. The Galapagos crocodile reveals that this reward has a condition tied to the other remaining calamities. The Galapagos crocodile stands, its form radiating power. Hansu listens intently, his expression unreadable. A slight smile plays on Hansu's lips. The Galapagos crocodile responds, "No, it's fine. That's enough for me." The Galapagos crocodile seems surprised. "Huh? I haven't even explained what it is yet." Kong Hansu stares intently. He declares, "I'll take the second offer." The Galapagos crocodile explains, "Unlike the first offer, the second one requires you to take down all of the calamities to receive the reward." The Galapagos crocodile continues, "If even one is left, you won't get anything." The Galapagos crocodile asks, "Will you still take it?" Kong Hansu remains resolute. He stands tall, his back to the Galapagos crocodile. The Galapagos crocodile's cloak billows. The Galapagos crocodile is pleased. The Galapagos crocodile thinks to himself. He took it without even a proper explanation. He says, "You really don't disappoint." Kong Hansu looks determined. The Galapagos crocodile's voice booms, declaring that if Hansu had chosen the easy reward, it would have been let down. Kong Hansu plummets through a red-tinted environment, the Galapagos crocodile's words echoing in his mind. Identifying all the calamities in the red zone is already difficult enough. The Galapagos crocodile's voice resonates, expressing its hope that Hansu struggles for a long, long time. Tendrils of dark energy writhe into existence, carving themselves from the ether. The roots thicken, pulsing with an unnatural life as they delve deeper into the unseen. Spreading like a creeping plague, the roots consume the darkness, their advance relentless. From the heart of the root system, a grotesque form begins to coalesce, a mockery of nature's design. The disgorging root takes shape, a monstrous tree born of shadow and malice. Towering above, the disgorging root stands complete, a silent sentinel of impending doom. A disembodied voice echoes through the cavern, laced with desperation. I cannot hear it. Arcane symbols flare into existence around the monstrous tree, crackling with raw power. The inscription reveals the entity's true nature, the calamity fish's voice. A sickly green light emanates from the tree's gaping maw, promising untold horrors. The calamity fish's voice unleashes a blinding surge of energy, its power threatening to shatter the very foundations of reality. The disgorging root, a monstrous tree of twisted branches and glowing green eyes, dominates the landscape. A blinding surge of energy erupts from the root, radiating outwards in jagged, yellow lines. Amidst the chaos, the word reincarnation materializes in the air, formed from shards of floating debris and glowing with an eerie blue light. The energy dissipates, leaving behind a lingering purple haze and a sense of profound change. Muscles tense, the skin flushed with heat, as the surge of energy courses through an unseen figure. A massive structure lies in ruins, cracked and broken, its interior glowing with a malevolent red light. The rough texture of the damaged structure is visible. Boots crunch on a desolate landscape of cracked red earth, the air thick with the scent of ozone. Kong Hansu looks up, his hand instinctively moving to his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Kong Hansu speaks to a small, fairy-like creature, its expression mischievous. I may have readily accepted the fairy's offer, but the situation is actually quite complicated. A close-up reveals the intensity in Kang Han-soo's eyes, a hint of determination mixed with uncertainty. It's an undeniable truth that his existence has accelerated the abyss's deterioration. The man stands in a desolate landscape, the weight of the past pressing down on him. A voice explains that unless they travel using Erkeniel's time-space crystal, the more future knowledge they use, the faster the abyss's deterioration accelerates. The bandaged man warns someone to run as fast as they can. The larger figure states that this is way more annoying than it seems. The smaller figure agrees, adding, "Yeah, you can go to the past." A voice expresses reluctance. "I don't wanna." Another voice adds that it's kind of annoying that they got this dumped on them. Kang Han-soo lets out a frustrated ha. Han-soo reflects, "Now that I think about it, I really did just get this dumped on me." A voice declares, "The truth is that I." A hand clutches a golden, glowing object. Golden energy swirls and flows. A woman with long white hair stands in a desolate landscape, bathed in golden light. He clasps the hand of a woman adorned in golden attire. The woman's hand releases a surge of golden light. Kang Han-soo stands amidst a landscape, bathed in the same radiant glow. A lone figure stands on a desolate landscape, overlooking a crimson horizon. Kang Han-soo clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. A red glint flashes in Kang Han-soo's eyes, his resolve hardening. Regardless, in this situation, each and every one of those skills is a big asset. Kang Han-soo stands tall, a sword resting against his shoulder, the setting sun casting long shadows. A vast, desolate landscape stretches out, dwarfing a lone figure in the distance. A hand reaches out to touch a golden, humanoid figure. A voice echoes, "Had to do it anyway to maintain balance in the red zone and find the next calamity." Kang Han-soo holds a golden object in his palm, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Since I can lure them in with just a fragment of the calamity fish." Kang Han-soo stands ready, a sword held loosely in his hand, the golden object casting a warm glow on his face. A golden light illuminates a figure standing in a cavernous space. Kang Han-soo reflects on his recent victory. Unlike before, he took down the calamity fish, got what he wanted, and repaid his debt to Sophia. Han-soo considers his next move. He should meet up with Sophia, but he'll have to go somewhere else first. Someone speaks to Han-soo, their tone accusatory. So there was still a small fry lurking around. "What do you think you're doing here?" A figure with a sinister grin remarks, "Good timing." Han-soo thinks to himself, "There was something I wanted to confirm." A voice expresses relief. "I'm glad there are so many people I can ask here." A character exclaims in shock, "Why you?" He assures someone not to worry. A hand crackles with red energy, promising to ensure they can at least talk. Kang Han-soo stands on a rocky precipice, another figure beside him as they gaze out at a fiery, alien landscape. The aftermath of a brutal battle stretches before him, bodies strewn across the crimson ground. 3 days have already passed. A colossal tree, its trunk entwined with thick vines, reaches towards the sky, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Kang Han-soo stands with his back to the viewer, his muscular physique outlined against the light. That means the other calamities must have begun moving. This is bad. He can't believe he was unconscious for so long. A figure plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet them. Kang Han-soo's expression is grim. He won't be able to seize the opportunity at this rate. He moves with incredible speed. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. Kang Han-soo extends his hand, a green cube materializing before him. The cube settles on the ground. Kang Han-soo pauses, his expression unreadable. A voice calls out, questioning if it's him. Heavy footsteps approach. Lebanon Michael, a Valkyrie clan helper affiliate, is revealed. Lebanon Michael asks what the other wants, stating he is busy. Lebanon Michael stands amidst a group of people. Iris wonders if Sophia was looking for Kang Han-soo, and if she did not find him. Michael thinks to himself that he just had to find him first. Aaron is told that he will be held accountable for aiding the Seven Phantoms, as he wished. Despite being a helper of the Valkyrie clan, he is warned not to try anything. A blonde-haired man stands on a cliff, with several figures visible in the background. Kang Han-soo falls through the air. A voice declares that taking care of Kang Han-soo comes first. Kang Han-soo lies on the ground as a figure stands over him, a green magic circle glowing beneath his feet. A bright light shines. Energy swirls around a figure. A woman with pink hair says, "I've finally found you." The pink-haired woman is told that she really does get tangled up with all kinds of useless people. A close-up of a character's legs. The pink-haired woman thinks, "Still, it's a relief you're all right." The pink-haired woman is asked why she, someone who should be guarding her seat as one of the Seven Phantoms, is helping him. Iris overhears that someone already knows what happened there. Iris turns away, lost in thought. She had already resolved herself for that. If she plans to stop Kang Han-soo. Iris thinks to herself, "Kang Han-soo, go." Iris declares that she will buy him time. A voice from the book tells her that she has other things to do. Meanwhile, Kang Han-soo is confronted by someone who says they seem to have a misunderstanding and simply wants to know. The green-haired man asks if it is really him, the one. Kang Han-soo asks what does it matter to the man who took care of that monster, the calamity fish. Iris thinks to herself that she knew it, and in that case, this is her only choice. Iris reaches out her hand, ready to cast a spell. Iris stands with Kang Han-soo, ready to face whatever comes next. She stands beside Kang Han-soo, a worried expression etched on her face. A voice echoes, offering a deal. A gloved hand extends, the gesture both an invitation and a challenge. Kang Han-soo is asked what he stands to gain by accepting the offer and why the other party wants to cooperate. Kang Han-soo considers the offer, his expression unreadable. The voice assures Kang Han-soo that, unlike Sophia, he can ensure direct support from helpers. The voice continues, stating that the offer shouldn't be a bad one for him either. The speaker wishes for this place to change, noting that the red zone has never changed since the day he came. A voice notes that since the day he came here, Kang Han-soo has managed to do it. Kang Han-soo thinks to himself that he needs a gale to shift the stilled tides. The voice declares that he needs someone like Kang Han-soo. Sophia remarks that it sounds suspicious, but asks if he will accept. He listens as someone says, so there are still people who wish for change, even now. Kang Han-soo replies, all right, fine. The man continues, good, you've made a wonderful decision. Then, from now on, he says, this movement is. Suddenly, a monstrous figure lunges forward, its form a blur of claws and teeth. Someone shouts, everyone dodge, as the attack intensifies. The air crackles with red energy as the monster's attack closes in. A massive, clawed appendage tears through the air, leaving trails of displaced energy in its wake. Debris explodes outward as the attack continues, the force of it palpable. The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The scene is filled with splintered wood and bursts of raw power as the attack reaches its apex. A grotesque maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, dominates the scene. Han-soo exclaims, that's Dash. Just where did that even come from? Fear grips Han-soo as he stares at the monstrous entity. The text describes the monster as a demon's mouth, capable of sucking in everything around it and impervious to haphazard attacks. A voice cries out. On top of that, there are so many of them at once. Oh, run. A figure clad in dungeon crawler gear prepares to flee. Han-soo watches the demon's mouth with a wary expression. The demon's mouth pulsates ominously. The text reads, normally, it's not a monster that reaches up to the roots on the surface. So why is it here? A hand reaches out, seemingly in desperation. One of the men calls out, pleading for the commander to save them. Another man shouts, insisting that if they stay, they will all die and they have to run. The Galapagos crocodile uses a glowing blade to cut something. Han-soo stares intently, his expression unreadable. The Galapagos crocodile's hands are shown in a close-up. The man questions where they plan on going in this situation, stating that this isn't the time for games. A voice assures them not to worry, they won't be going far. The Galapagos crocodile holds the glowing blade, ready to strike. The glowing blade is shown in a close-up. The Galapagos crocodile's face is shown, his expression determined. Han-soo states that they should go in. The Galapagos crocodile expresses surprise that it shouldn't be that easy to cut it. A hand, wreathed in green energy, reaches out as a voice echoes, questioning what it means to go in. Galapagos crocodile plummets downwards, a scream escaping his lips. Han-soo Kong descends, Galapagos crocodile falling below him. The descent continues. Han-soo Kong, now closer to the bottom, observes, demon's mouth. The inside looks about as I expected. He grips a glowing green sword. Han-soo Kong realizes something, exclaiming, all right. Galapagos crocodile retorts, you're pretty bad at landing. Galapagos crocodile continues, and whose fault do you think that is? Who in their right mind would just drag someone along like this? Galapagos crocodile thinks to himself, just why did I have to get dragged in here? Han-soo Kong replies, didn't you say you'd help me earlier? He remarks that this isn't the kind of help he was offering. More importantly, what does he plan on doing by coming in here? The ground beneath their feet is covered in a strange, glowing green liquid. The liquid on the ground looks like nutrition fluid. All the calamities share one thing in common. Does he know what that is? Kang Han-soo stares intently. The air shimmers with an unseen energy. The Galapagos crocodile exclaims in shock that the inside of the mouth is moving. Kang Han-soo's expression hardens with determination. The Galapagos crocodile states that it's not wrong to say it's moving, and tells Kang Han-soo to get ready. The air crackles with anticipation. The walls of the demon's mouth pulse with a strange, organic energy. A monstrous form emerges from the depths, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Multiple monstrous forms are revealed, their jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. He reels back, eyes wide with shock as an unseen threat makes itself known. A voice booms, declaring that all the monsters in the red zone are converging on their location. Another voice, laced with panic, insists it's too dangerous to fight such a horde and that they must flee. Kang Han-soo's hand clenches, a resolve hardening within him. A voice echoes, reminding him that the common thing to keep in mind about all calamities is. He begins to channel energy, a vibrant green aura crackling around his hands. The energy intensifies, lightning dancing between his fingers as he prepares to unleash the dragon energy arts. His gaze hardens, a storm brewing within his electric blue eyes. The green energy surges, illuminating his determined face. The power gathers, a tangible force ready to be unleashed. Han-soo stands ready, facing the monstrous horde that awaits him, the green energy blazing around him like a beacon. The monsters snarl and claw, but he remains unyielding, a single warrior against a tide of teeth and claws. A guttural question echoes through the cavern, the word how, hanging in the air amidst the monstrous denizens. The man wonders how he is doing this. The voice muses that however strong he is, how can he move forward like that all on his own? Hansu asks if he isn't scared. The voice declares that he doesn't get it. The voice states that he has only just met Kong Hansu. The voice expresses disbelief that he just disappeared without a word, and asks if he thought it was a given that he would follow after him. Sophia, he states, he is very familiar with her personality. He smirks, stating that they haven't even known him for long. Iris questions why they are speaking so calmly. She declares that they have to get out of here. Iris states that she came here to help Kong Hansu and fight alongside him. A voice booms, telling them to run if they're scared. The voice continues, warning that this place will endlessly generate monsters from the red zone. The voice warns that this isn't something that can be resolved with just 2 people, and that more are coming, urging them to get ready. Monsters begin to appear. A grotesque monster with sharp claws and a long tongue emerges. A voice exclaims, "This wind." Iris activates an artifact, the wind path. A swirling vortex of wind energy manifests. Hansu, holding his sword aloft, vowed to stand by them, despite the foolishness of the situation. Iris watched him, a thoughtful expression on her face. Lebanon Michael, a sinister smile playing on his lips, mused that he would get to see the true strength of the 7 phantoms. Hansu, his back to the viewer, thought that above all, he would get to see that man's true strength for himself. He internalized that he managed to bring change to the red zone, so he expected even more change in the future. Iris thought that it was right, that you could tell even after a short conversation. It was said that Hansu had that kind of strength. The strength to change everyone, to lead people. Hansu prepared himself, energy crackling around his hands. The scene shifts to a wider view, showing the scale of the impending battle. A monstrous creature loomed, ready to strike. Another monstrous creature stood ready, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A strange, ethereal energy crackles in the air. Monsters swarm the area, their forms grotesque and menacing. A faint blue glow permeates the air, a sign of the battle's intensity. A warrior stands amidst the chaos, their blade wreathed in swirling energy. He grimaces, sweat beading on his brow. "We're still holding out for now, but we're slowly being pushed back. Do you plan to just keep on defending?" Hansu pauses, his expression troubled as he considers their dwindling options. Hansu looks up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The number of monsters has definitely decreased. That means the first wave is almost over. Sophia, peering through her monocle, confirms the change. "Sophia, you can see it, right?" Maria Celine, bathed in a golden light, activates her ability. "I know its approximate location, I just have to find it." The light intensifies, revealing a path through the monstrous horde. God Skara, a weapon of immense power, guides Maria Celine towards her goal. Attacking the disgorging root from the outside is pointless. The demon's mouth is a mouth-like organ of the disgorging root. The only place it can be damaged is inside it. The disgorging root's true body is under the world tree. It's deeply hidden and just as hard to damage. However, if one enters inside from the demon's mouth, there will be a hole from which monsters pour out. A close-up reveals the golden scara of Maria Celine's eye. The place where the monsters come from is the disgorging root's only weakness, the area connected to its insides. A bird flies through a beam of light. A flower blooms in a cavern. The disgorging root pulses with dark energy. The disgorging root emits a powerful aura. Maria Celine stands, her expression troubled. She exclaims that she found the location, but monsters keep pouring out of it, so her connection was severed. She notes that getting past all the monsters would be difficult due to the distance. Kong Hansu clenches his fist, declaring it's not a problem. A surge of power emanates from Kong Hansu, his body crackling with golden energy. He states that it'll only take a moment. He states that it is not a problem. Kong Hansu is enveloped in crackling energy, his form shifting. He declares that it will only take. His eyes burn with an intense, electric blue light. 2 figures stand on a platform, observing the transformation. The energy surges around his chest, focusing on the pendant he wears. It is noted that Kong Hansu's body transformation energy arts have gotten stronger, as a woman looks on in surprise. He notes that he even has an energy art skill, and it's an energy art capable of body transformation too. Iris wonders just who he is. Iris states that the body transformation energy art won't last long, so they'll have to get there in one shot. Hansu says that he'll open up a path for her. Hansu reveals that he's requested help from the clan on the surface. Hansu doesn't know how long it'll take them, but they will be able to help. Iris says that she can't just stand there and watch them 2 fight any longer. Hansu thinks that he doesn't know if they'll be able to hold out until then. A multi-headed, dragon-like creature looms, its purple scales shimmering in the dim light. He finds this feels nostalgic. So nostalgic. Kong Hansu clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. He thinks, "I'll have to use up what I've earned." Energy crackles around his hand as he crushes something within his grasp. A woman with pink hair asks, what are you doing? What do you intend to do by crushing that?" Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning within them. "I'm not just crushing it." A clawed hand, adorned with crystalline shards, pulses with an unseen energy. The monstrous visage contorts, its eyes burning with a malevolent crimson light. The creature's features twist further, a silent roar trapped within its throat. Elsewhere, a figure raises a blade that crackles with emerald energy, illuminating the darkness. A blinding flash of green erupts, bathing the surroundings in an otherworldly glow. Beams of verdant energy converge, focusing their power upon the sword-wielding figure. The clawed hand grips the hilt tighter, channeling the raw powers surging through the blade. The Forgotten Blade, a Galadrian relic, hums with latent potential, its edge shimmering with arcane force. That Gaesagai sure had a good eye for items. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, a flicker of grim determination in his eyes. The Forgotten Blade radiates an intense light, ready to be unleashed. Silhouetted figures stand before a blinding light, the air crackling with unseen energy. A vortex of raw power begins to coalesce, the energy twisting and churning with immense force. A voice booms, declaring that just one strike from this power is far different from the weapon Jang Geisa wielded. A woman with pink hair and a man, possibly Lebanon Michael, stand side by side, holding a glowing, ethereal object between them. The man orders them to hold out their weapons. The device hums with energy, a crystalline structure at its center resonating with magical power. An artifact inherent skill allows one to lend their magic power to a specified target, focusing it through the blade. This is the original use of this relic, Galadrian's relic, one of the most sought-after relics. The Forgotten Relics are among the most powerful in the Red Zone, their power legendary. Of course, it's meaningless if it isn't awakened by a divine stone fragment. A voice booms, "Now then, don't you die on me." A figure is surrounded by swirling energy, unleashing the power of the relic. Lebanon Michael grips the sword tightly, his expression grim as he prepares to unleash its power. The air shimmers with heat and energy, a sign of the immense power being unleashed. A monstrous form looms, its jagged teeth bared in a silent snarl. The monstrous horde presses forward. A voice cries out, "Don't get pushed back. More monsters will swarm us." The monsters swarm, their grotesque forms a nightmarish tapestry of teeth and claws. The voice continues, "I've never had so many damn monsters swarming around me before." Iris's expression is one of desperation. "Have reinforcements not arrived yet?" she shouts. A character observes a magical construct. That shape, Michael's carrier pigeon. The glowing blue bird soars through the air, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The sound of wind rushing past fills the air as the message is sent. Is he requesting aid? The character's hair is pulled back, revealing the tension in their neck as they await a response. Iris looks on, her expression a mix of concern and determination. "What are you doing?" she asks. A hand clenches, the tension palpable as the character prepares for what's to come. The character stands firm, a determined glint in their eyes. "I was wondering what you rats were doing, scuttling around in our territory, but it was you guys," he says. Lu Hong of Beacon speaks, his voice laced with authority. "I'm certain we've already notified you that we were looking for Kong Hansu." The cavern air hangs thick with unspoken tension as two figures stand in opposition, the first with long, light brown hair. A voice declares that the matter pertains to a beacon, and that things related to the calamities are specifically under that person's jurisdiction. The voice continues, warning that the helpers ought to back off. It seems they have been misunderstood. The speaker clarifies that they ought to deal with the small fry on the surface. A sinister smile plays across the speaker's face as they muse that they have bigger things to take care of, after all. A cavernous opening looms, its red, textured surface hinting at unknown depths. The voice identifies itself as Lebanon Michael, affiliated with the First Helpers. Figures clash in the depths, their movements obscured by shadow and speed. A concerned expression flickers across the face of a figure with green hair. Lebanon Michael warns that if they dare to do as they wish in his territory, they ought to take responsibility for that. Lebanon Michael declares that this place is under their jurisdiction, ordering them to cut the crap and get back to the surface, adding that they will regret this. The dungeon itself seems to be turning against them, the walls beginning to close in. The walls continue their inexorable advance, the oppressive green stone pressing closer. The entrance they came through is now completely blocked off. He watches the unfolding events, his expression unreadable. Panic rises as someone shouts that the walls are moving. Another voice cries out in frustration, exclaiming that the demon's mouth was never said to move like this. One of the figures glances back at the now sealed entrance, a sense of dread creeping in. A voice observes that using skills inside is more problematic than outside, after all. He never thought his carrier pigeon would call in such an important man. If they wish to get out of here alive, they'll have to fight with them. Lebanon Michael's face contorts with rage as he vows to make sure someone pays. Lebanon Michael roars, his anger palpable. A single word hangs in the air, there. Kong Hansu stands triumphant, his foot planted firmly on the corpse of a defeated monster. He commands someone to shut up and start moving if they want to live. Lebanon Michael's expression is unreadable. He thinks that Kong Hansu is strong, yet he has never seen his face. Lebanon Michael thinks that as long as the entrance is blocked, wasting his strength here would be pointless. Kong Hansu declares that he doesn't have a choice then, surrounded by monsters. Someone orders the monsters to be taken down. Lebanon Michael thinks that he will have to inform that person about the situation here, and that he won't be late even if he deals with Kong Hansu later. Lebanon Michael thinks that despite being a newcomer that recently got here, Kong Hansu is familiar with battle and his growth rate is fast, but that's it. Lebanon Michael thinks that it's obvious Kong Hansu has become stronger thanks to Sophia, a phantom. Lebanon Michael stands before Kong Hansu. Lebanon Michael thinks that if he takes care of Kong Hansu, that person will definitely appoint him as the assault commander. Lebanon Michael asks what someone means, stating that they won't be able to last in their current state. He stands tall, observing the scene before him. It seems the beacon is weaker than he remembers. Lebanon Michael clenches his fist, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Focusing his energy, Lebanon Michael gathers a swirling mass of purple power in his hand. A warrior, bathed in the ethereal glow of magic, wonders what this power is. Magic power flows through him all of a sudden. A fighter swings their sword, the blade singing through the air. Another warrior thrusts forward with a spear, determination etched on their face. The magic power is. Distributing magic power among this many people is difficult. The recipient of the magic grits his teeth, struggling to contain the energy surging through him. A voice booms across the battlefield. Focus on controlling your magic power while you fight. A warrior, bathed in the ethereal glow of magic, knew it. A surge of energy coalesces, forming an intricate, glowing pattern. The energy intensifies, pulsing with a crimson light that bleeds into the surrounding darkness. From the chaotic energy, a structure begins to emerge, its form still indistinct but undeniably present. The structure solidifies, its geometric shapes now clearly defined, radiating a cool, ethereal blue light. The structure is identified as a plant, its purpose still shrouded in mystery. Intricate details become visible on the structure's surface, hinting at a complex internal mechanism. Tendrils extend from the structure, reaching out like grasping claws, their tips crackling with energy. A voice echoes in the mind, a strategic assessment. Not yet, it can't take on the entire plant yet. The structure's head-like feature looms, its green eye glowing with an unsettling intensity. A figure with long, flowing white hair stands before the plant, their face obscured by a blindfold. The figure's arm is adorned with intricate bracelets, their gaze fixed on the towering plant. A declaration of intent rings out, cold and resolute. I will dispose of you. A figure cries out, urging others to push forward. The battle rages on, a chaotic clash of bodies and blades. A monstrous figure looms, its grotesque features a testament to the horrors of this world. A voice booms with incredulity, marveling at the unfolding events. The man's red eyes gleam with a sinister light as he prepares for what's to come. A voice reflects on their current state, admitting a newfound sense of helplessness. Kong Hansu's hidden strength is revealed, shocking those who witness it. The display of power is met with awe and disbelief. Energy crackles around a pair of hands, a sign of immense power. The figure stands ready, a sword wreathed in flames held firmly in their grasp. A report must be made immediately, as the full extent of Kong Hansu's strength remains unknown to some. With that kind of strength, he should be able to easily break through the wall of roots surrounding us on all sides. If I manage to get Kong Hansu, who's gone further inside, and escape, then that person will begin looking at me differently. I'm different from Karl's Morin, who died a foolish death. I'll take care of. God damn it. Why did the flow of magic power suddenly vanish? Lebanon Michael grits his teeth, his plans potentially unraveling. The magic power dissipates. A hand glows with power. I won't be able to help you anymore, so figure out the rest on your own. I can't believe I have to receive help from that woman, the most heretical of the phantoms. A member of the assault team is being reprimanded. The man barks at them to hold their positions and take care of the enemies. Iris sighs in relief. Iris realizes that she can't help Hansu anymore, as the magic power he has been sharing has been shaking with instability for a while now. Someone wonders what's going on inside. The crystal formations glow with an eerie light. Hansu declares that he'll head inside. Iris watches as Hansu walks towards the dungeon entrance. Iris warns him that it's too dangerous to go in when they haven't even taken care of all the monsters that came out of that passageway. Hansu thinks that it's fine. They can't continue this way for long anyway. The only path through this is the path leading further in, but he can't leave enemies behind him. Hansu is determined to go in. Hansu states that he'll head in first and leave his back to Iris. Iris looks concerned. A close-up shows Iris, her expression determined. Iris calls out, "Don't worry, I'll follow after you soon." The words "inside the root central area" appear over a view of the interior, a network of glowing, organic structures. Meanwhile, a figure with long, white hair and a blindfold stands amidst floating orbs of light. The figure acknowledges something, stating, "That's right." Hansu stands before a massive, gnarled root, its surface like ancient, weathered stone. He thinks, "I knew you would come out immediately if I headed inside." Hansu draws his sword, the blade gleaming with a faint, ethereal light. He muses, the security system guarding the inside of the root. A voice declares, the last of an extinct race, the only surviving member of the army of Elvenheim. A close-up shows intense, focused eyes. The sword pulses with energy as Hansu prepares to face whatever awaits him within the root. He is immediately set upon by the white-haired figure, who swings a blade of green energy down towards him. The green energy blade slashes downwards, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. The white-haired figure continues the downward slash, pressing the attack. The green energy blade continues its descent, a deadly arc of light. The blade impacts the ground near Kang Han-soo, the force of the blow cracking the earth. The white-haired figure reels, reacting to an unseen attack. He is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending tremors through his body. The white-haired figure's fist clenches in pain, his knuckles white with strain. His feet shift, struggling to maintain his balance. His hand trembles, the force of the unseen blow taking its toll. The white-haired figure looms, a towering figure of pain and rage. He grits his teeth, fighting through the pain. He grunts in pain, staggering back from an unseen force. Kang Han-soo grits his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. Lebanon Michael summons a blade of crackling green energy. He thinks to himself that his movements are different because his body is still living, and if that's the case, then... The white-haired figure raises his hand, red energy crackling around his fingers. Lebanon Michael vows to use Nirmaha's power on top of the relic awakened using the fragments of the divine stone. The ring on his finger glows with immense power. Nirmaha's ring, authority destruction. The white-haired figure cries out in pain. Red energy surges from the ring, engulfing his hand and arm. Lebanon Michael declares that he'll get rid of that defensive ability created with mere magic power. A smirk plays across his lips as he realizes the attack worked. Kang Han-soo thinks to himself that his wounds are shallower than he expected and that he needs to concentrate his strength further. A sword plunges into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the battlefield. A monstrous, clawed hand reaches out, crackling with blue energy. The air vibrates with a guttural sound. Another echoing sound reverberates through the area. He is struck by an unseen force, the blow sending him staggering. The sound intensifies, a deafening roar. A sword is plunged into the ground, the blade carving a deep fissure in the earth. The text identifies the wielder as a Kidron. Meanwhile, a figure stands amidst swirling orbs of energy, identified as one of the army of Elfenheim's 5 generals. The figure's face is partially obscured by a blindfold, revealing only a menacing grin and glowing red eyes. The text identifies the figure as Fabian, another of the army of Elfenheim's 5 generals. Fabian remarks that the situation is as expected of 2 of the dead generals of Elfenheim. A voice thinks to themselves that they should have done damage with the authority they just used, but they've used a relic to block it. The protective devices of Elfenheim were originally used for guarding the plant. Even though Elfenheim has long since fallen, the devices still seem to be active. Kang Han-soo coughs, his expression grim. The intricate details of his armor are visible. Kang Han-soo reflects that his right arm was shattered with that last attack. A status screen displays Kang Han-soo's stats, showing a decrease in strength, stamina, dexterity, sense, magic power, physical resistance, and magic resistance. His dragon energy art skill proficiency is at 3.5%. It wasn't able to completely block the damage. He distributed his strength and left the rest behind him to clean things up. This was according to his plans. A man with dark green hair looks on. It's the fact that the generals of Elfenheim are making excellent use of relics. He awakened his relics with the fragment of the divine stone, but utilizing it perfectly is a different matter altogether. Kang Han-soo prepares to draw out more strength. He needs to draw out as much strength as he can from the divine stone and the relic. A disembodied voice declares that their target is not the generals of Elfenheim. The voice continues, stating that what's important is what's behind them, the one behind their strength. An undead warrior lies in wait. A figure exclaims in surprise, realizing that the second security device has already been activated. A group of undead warriors stand ready. A skeletal warrior with glowing red eyes stands menacingly. Another undead warrior prepares for battle. A man in a suit looks up, his expression unreadable as undead warriors fall around him. A voice declares, "I have something prepared too." Footsteps echo as someone approaches. A figure falls through the air, surrounded by debris. 2 figures stand ready, weapons drawn, as they prepare to face an unseen threat. A figure clad in dark attire lunges forward, initiating a powerful assault. The figure continues their descent, possibly falling or being knocked down amidst the chaos. Multiple figures clash in a fierce melee, one warrior brandishing a gleaming sword. A warrior locks blades with a monstrous foe, sparks flying as steel meets resistance. Now it's an army of zombies? Ugh, someone is struck, recoiling in pain from a blow. The Galadrian's army is being controlled inside the stomach of the Calamity Fish. They were originally an army meant to protect this place. What's with these things? We got rid of those bug-like monsters and came here, but I thought the flow of magic power was odd. But who would have thought a battle of this scale was unfolding here? The warrior grits his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. Things won't go according to plan at this rate. Kang Han-soo, just how much further are you going to take this fight? The warrior unleashes a torrent of energy, a blinding beam erupting from their hands. The energy slams into the enemy, a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. He brandishes a sword of pure green energy, ready to strike. A dark, shadowy figure retaliates with a blast of purple energy. The 2 energies collide in a burst of light and force. I'm doing damage, but it's recovering too quickly, Kang Hansu thinks, observing the glowing orb. Sweat drips from his brow as Hansu grits his teeth, preparing for another onslaught. Another attack hurtles towards him, this time a beam of yellow energy. The voice echoes. The two of them launching these annoying attacks simultaneously is also a problem. Hansu's breathing grows heavy. Each exhale a plume of vapor in the cold air. A muscular figure with long white hair watches from afar, surrounded by floating orbs. Kang Hansu thinks, my body won't last if this battle gets drawn out, and I keep using dragon energy arts. Blood trickles from the corner of Hansu's mouth, a grim testament to the battle's toll. He grits his teeth, thinking, because I'm using draconic strength to forcefully heal my body while also utilizing magic power, my internal blood vessels feel like they're about to burst. He resolved to focus his efforts. Everything else was a distraction. The central heart pulsed with an eerie light. Elvenheims. Beings that, in the past, once ruled over the red zone. To control the ecosystem, they created magical genetic biology, the world tree. And they created that which is both the foundation of the world tree and that which created all life in the red zone. They created the plant and hid it deep beneath the world tree's roots. Over time, the plant ceased to function due to the beings of calamity. The disgorging root. Initially created to support the plant, it became a being of calamity, explaining why the plant is now berserk. However, lacking sufficient authority, the most it can do is buy time. That's likely why it activated the security systems to buy time. The army of Elvenheim. More precisely, the beings that exist solely to protect the plant, the 5 generals. By casting preservation magic on the living remnants of Elvenheim, they became an undying army. They retained the destructive and regenerative powers they had in their prime. Elvenheim bodies are more durable than human bodies, making them tougher opponents. However, if dragon energy arts are used to activate draconification, a momentary opportunity can be forced. The one thing to look out for the most is their regenerative ability, continuously powered by the central heart through the plant's magic power. It's like fighting against zombies that regenerate infinitely. Things won't end at this rate. The 5 generals are just a distraction. I have one goal. Hansu clenches his hands, red energy swirling around his metallic gloves as he prepares to unleash his power. Green energy crackles around his sword, the words authority destruction emblazoned above it. He focuses his power, the green energy intensifying around his gauntlet. I'll use draconification to maximize my magic power output and focus it on a single point. On top of the relic's original power combined with the fragment of the divine stone, Hansu will layer the magic power from Nirmaha's ring. A massive construct of swirling energy begins to take shape. Hansu's eye glows with power, and rush forth with my full power. The red energy intensifies around the blade, ready to be unleashed. The energy coalesces into a dark, menacing silhouette. The red energy crackles and surges, a storm of raw power. He prepares to strike, the energy trailing behind him like a comet's tail. Lebanon Michael braces himself, the red energy washing over him as Hansu's attack hurtles towards him. He channels a surge of crimson energy into his hand, the power crackling around his gauntlet as he prepares to strike. A voice echoes, acknowledging the strength of the defense. Even Fabian's armor, crafted with Galadriel's relics, might not completely withstand the authority destruction from Solo numbering Nirmaha's ring. Hansu draws his sword, the blade gleaming in the dim light as he prepares to cleave through the defenses. A voice commands, just sit still for a moment while you regenerate. Leaping forward, Hansu closes the distance, his sword a blur of motion aimed at his unseen foe. The clash of steel on metal rings out, a blinding flash of energy erupting as the two forces collide. A figure with flowing white hair raises a shimmering barrier, attempting to deflect the onslaught. Pressing the attack, Hansu continues his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. His blue eye narrows, focusing intently on his target. Unleashing a torrent of purple and white energy, Hansu blasts forward, seeking to overwhelm his opponent's defenses. The figure cries out, the force of the blast sending tremors through their body. The voice declares that Akidron's beads each have durability comparable to Fabian's armor, and in other words, he can destroy them. He considers adding more force, a surge of power building within him. Blue energy erupts around Hansu as he unleashes more power. Hansu remarks that he didn't even use much strength. The energy splits, creating a dazzling display of blue and purple hues. A question hangs in the air, did it split on its own? Fabian muses, shrewd bastard. Did he deliberately release the magic-strengthened chi around the relic to bait an attack? Fabian continues, his red eyes gleaming. I suppose it means that as long as the main body isn't harmed, the relic will remain intact. A hand crackles with blue energy, a visual testament to the power at play. Hansu stands amidst the chaotic split, the air thick with energy. The splitting energy intensifies, now tinged with vibrant green. Hansu is enveloped in a swirling vortex of green energy, the force palpable. The green energy continues to split and arc, a mesmerizing display of raw power. A surge of purple energy crackles through the air, the sound like tearing fabric. A figure, wreathed in blue energy, raises a glowing green sword. A pained grunt echoes as someone is struck. A voice echoes, So even if I cut the relic's form, the strength it holds remains unaffected? A figure with long white hair floats amidst glowing orbs. A voice groans, damn it, what a pain. A man with brown hair grits his teeth, his expression a mask of pain and frustration. The figure in dark armor stands firm, despite the onslaught. The armored figure looms over another, their sword raised. A voice filled with exasperation asks, how many times are we going to have to do this? A voice explains, for a while now, the magic power keeps shaking, so I haven't been able to move properly. A voice laments, and without even that, I'd have already keeled over. The battle rages on, the air thick with the stench of decay and the clash of steel. A soldier cries out, questioning how much longer they can endure this endless fight. Another soldier retorts, blaming their current predicament on others, as the relentless undead continue their assault. A figure, wielding a blade, warns not to let their guard down, as the undead will rise again. The soldier grits his teeth, determined to continue fighting. A surge of power emanates from a figure's hand. A voice cuts through the chaos, stating that there's no point in complaining. Undead warriors, animated by icy magic, continue their advance. Sophia Varej's name echoes in the air. A soldier's face contorts in a scream. Another figure urges everyone to forget everything else and focus solely on fighting Galadriel's army. A dire warning is issued. If they don't fight, they will all die here. She thought Sophia Varej was the one who felled that calamity. But now Lebanon Michael understands. After watching her, he realizes who truly knows everything and takes action. And on top of that, Kang Hansu is stronger than he imagined. He'll need to report accurate information to that person. Everything else can wait until they get out of here. A figure walks forward, their body glowing with an ethereal light. The figure plummets downwards, a trail of energy following them. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with incredible speed. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright light. Damn it, if he blocks one, two more come his way, and so he can't block them all. If dodging is impossible, no matter what he does. A figure leaps forward, swinging a glowing sword. The sword connects, unleashing a burst of energy. He cries out in pain as an unseen force slams into him. Lebanon Michael glares, his eyes burning with an eerie light as he prepares his next attack. Kang Hansu grits his teeth, feeling as if his leg is being torn apart. He steels himself, hoping that this is the extent of the damage. Another unseen force slams into Kang Hansu, sending him hurtling backward. He resolves to use the rebound to push through the attack. Lebanon Michael is now surrounded by a sphere of crackling energy. The energy intensifies, ready to be unleashed in a devastating attack. Kang Hansu prepares to land a single, decisive strike. He focuses all his energy, determined to make this one strike count. Kang Hansu steels himself, willing to be hit if it means landing his attack. Lebanon Michael prepares to unleash his own attack, a complex magical circle forming before him. He declares that it's too late to block. Energy surges around Lebanon Michael as the attack closes in. A blade of green energy pierces through the air, striking Lebanon Michael. The impact echoes with a resounding crash. Lebanon Michael's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he prepares a counterattack. Power gathers around the antagonist, swirling like a vortex of crimson energy. With a furious roar, Lebanon Michael unleashes his counterattack, a blinding explosion of force. The explosion rips through the air, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. Kang Hansu's voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that he wasn't aiming for Lebanon Michael. The energy strikes the ground, sending shards of earth and rock flying in all directions. The ground erupts with a deafening boom. Kang Hansu stands amidst the inferno, unscathed by the blast. He declares that he has spent too much time here. So he prepares to attack. A green energy blade materializes as he strikes. The attack continues with relentless speed. His eyes narrow, focused on the target. He declares that he will put an end to this. Elsewhere, Iris gasps, her breath catching in her throat. Iris wonders aloud if it is finally over. The knights suddenly stopped. They are not reviving anymore, either. Kang Hansu's name is called out. Kang Hansu states that this is just the beginning. He and his group pause, the path ahead uncertain. One of the members asks, "Wait, you're going further in?" Another adds, "If so, then we of Beacon will be pulling out." The group declares, "We're not foolish enough to willingly tread such a dangerous path." One of the members explains, "We followed your lead because it was an emergency, but we don't take orders from you." The group continues, "We have no obligation to join you further. Don't you agree?" The group affirms, "Yeah, that's true." One of the members suggests, "Let's each go our own pod dash." The group's change of heart is palpable. One of the members exclaims, "I can't believe I didn't notice his swing. How dare you try and attack me?" Kang Hansu replies, "Don't misunderstand me. I wasn't attacking you." Kang Hansu continues, "I was simply forging the path I will take." Right? Are you guys good at holding your breath?" A strange energy crackles in the air. The group looks on, wary of Kang Hansu's intentions. The pink liquid surges with ominous force, bubbles rising to the surface as if boiling from within. He shouts, his face contorted in a mix of urgency and frustration. "Wait, you dash." The pink liquid continues to bubble and churn, the surface tension distorting the light. Figures flail within the viscous pink depths, their struggles futile against the strange substance. A voice cries out from within the pink depths, filled with anger and desperation. "You crazy bastard! People are falling through the pink liquid." A voice shouts, "Bastard." Kong Hansu's eyes narrow as he exclaims, "That crazy bastard. Was he trying to drown everyone here?" Another voice, filled with disbelief, says, "I can't believe he'd do that after we tried to leave." Kong Hansu grits his teeth, thinking, "I didn't want to use this, but I don't have a choice now. If I can just get out of here." Kong Hansu holds a glowing object in his hand. A feather is shown with the words, "Cannot be used." A figure states, "It seems you still don't understand the red zone. You can't use that feather inside the calamity fish or the world tree." The voice explains that the power won't activate because they are not inside a dungeon. Kong Hansu notes that a fragment of the divine stone is restricting its usage. This is where the disgorging root is parasitizing the world tree. The insides of the world tree's roots. The center of the red zone. Since he has also brought the relic of the five, Kong Hansu thinks he should awaken the relic using the fragment of the divine stone. Just by increasing the number of relics he has, it's become much easier to stabilize the mana rushing out of the divine stone fragment. Although he's not using much of it, the fragment of the divine stone was originally a power that only a complete relic user or a candidate would be able to use. Kong Hansu states that things will get easier from now on. Someone exclaims, questioning how Kong Hansu dares to do something like this and act like nothing's happened. He declares his intention to formally acquire the seat of the first unit's commander once he escapes this place. As the commander of the first unit of the famous beacon, another man asserts that he cannot allow this to pass. Kong Hansu listens intently, his expression unreadable. A voice suggests that if they want to leave, it would be faster to just take down the main body. Another voice murmurs, "Poison, just fine." A figure states that it is true that it's better than being burned. Someone barks, "Don't talk back to me. Nobody here is allowed to give me orders." A voice advises to do as one wishes, but it wouldn't change anything. It'll be less dangerous here, so whether they follow him or not is their choice. Another figure states that if they do follow him, they'll be able to leave safely. A voice declares, "I'll tell you that for certain." A figure warns that the red zone will change in an unprecedented manner. Kong Hansu's gaze hardens, his jaw set with determination. A voice echoes, commanding not to miss the opportunity to follow. A man stands tall, surrounded by others. A character wishes for this place to change. The voice continues, stating that the red zone has never changed since the day he came, but someone managed to do it. He needs a gale to shift the stilled tides, and he needs someone like you. Kong Hansu stands with his back to the viewer, surrounded by glowing blue orbs. A figure walks forward, their face obscured by shadow. A voice warns that this is why you should be careful what you wish for. A man smiles sinisterly. Beacon will be acting independently. A character states that even if they ask for their strength, it's too late. He'll make sure they suffer for daring to look down on him. The character points forward, his expression intense. Even he can't keep dragging you guys along with him. He gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable. A voice questions whether they will continue to look down on Beacon. A woman stands with two men behind her, their expression serious. A woman with glasses observes a glowing object, thinking that Kong Hansu might have been wrong this time. Someone's observation skill has detected movement in their vicinity. A twisted, gnarled tree looms in the darkness. A grotesque monster with sharp teeth and a long tongue appears. Something is pouring out from the trunks, a voice exclaims. Someone wonders what those monsters are doing as they come towards them. Kong Hansu observes the scene, noting the malformed monsters and questioning if the plant is going berserk. The monster's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A voice states that the monsters will die once they exhaust their life force, but until then, they'll consume everything in their sight, questioning if the damned disgorging root has lost control over the plant. He asks if such haphazard measures would be able to stop him. The man's hand rests on his hip. A distant landscape is shown. A large monster is shown. The rear party has finished organizing. The advance attack unit is ordered to return. The helpers are told to make their reports. They need more supplies. Johan is asked to bring the nutrition fluid there. He says he'll be right there. A hand reaches for a wooden box. Someone says, "Phew, I'm done. Things have become a total mess over the past few days." He thought it was an absurd story, but it looks like what he heard turned out to be true. Even now, whenever he thinks back to the time he first encountered the calamity fish, his hands start trembling. A monstrous head, teeth bared, fills the frame. The creature's massive body is partially submerged in a viscous, red fluid. A voice wonders when Kong Hansu started all of this. A hooded figure stands tall next to a younger person with a bandage on their cheek. The hooded figure, possibly Kong Hansu, is asked if he has met Kong Hansu before. From afar, someone observes that he looks really strong, wondering if he is a traveler who went up to the red zone first. They also wonder if another group is after him. A masked figure looms over a fallen person. Someone thinks that, just like that time, they might be looking for him. Another voice laments not knowing where he is anyway. The younger person with the bandage asks who the hooded figure is, stating that they don't have anything to say to someone they don't know. The hooded figure stands before the younger person, who is sitting on a crate. The hooded figure says that there's a misunderstanding and that he is nothing like that. A man introduces himself as Choi Sang-jin, saying he is just curious as he is Hansu's friend. Someone thinks it was taking a while, but it seems like they finally made it up here thanks to Hansu's help. It was like that on the boat too, and they've gotten plenty of help. He knew Kang Hansu was different from the moment he brought that boat in, but he decides to ask him directly. A voice wonders just what Kang Hansu is aiming for. Another voice responds that if they're talking about the specifics, they don't know. Choi Sang-jin asks if the other person didn't say they were Hansu's friend. A voice thinks that Hansu always has some kind of plan hidden up his sleeve, and he's not the kind of person to explain every little thing, even if you ask. Most importantly, he's still. A voice wonders why he is the way he is, though it doesn't matter. The sound of something being drawn echoes. A voice resolves that whatever happens, they've resolved themselves, and asks Hansu to use them. A determined gaze pierces the darkness. A sharp look is cast. A voice states that they, too, were saved by Hansu. Hands are outstretched. A voice decides to follow the same path Hansu is taking, so that he would need them. The key lies in whether he can keep up with Kang Hansu. The reason Kang Hansu isn't seeking him out in the red zone is because he's lacking. Choi Sang-jin, we have to go. I have to go. Thanks for telling me. Huh? If you happen to see Kang Hansu again, that's what Kang Hansu would do too. I'm still far behind Kang Hansu, aren't I? I'll have to put in more effort. Even while I'm like this, I'm sure Kang Hansu is battling fiercely. Azure tendrils of energy converge, drawn to an unseen nexus. The magical power intensifies, swirling with chaotic force. A hand, wreathed in arcane symbols, shapes the raw energy into a contained sphere. The converging streams of energy pulse with an otherworldly light. The magical power coalesces, a vortex of pure potential. He focuses, drawing power from the fragment of the divine stone. I'm supplying myself with magic power using the fragment of the divine stone, so I'll have to focus on power instead of durability. The sphere of energy glows brighter in Hansu's hand, a testament to his growing power. The converging streams of energy crackle with arcane force. Hansu is bathed in the radiant energy, his form almost lost within the swirling vortex. From a distance, others watch as Hansu unleashes his power, their faces a mixture of awe and concern. One of the observers, his brow furrowed, wonders aloud, hasn't he gotten way too strong in such a short period of time? Another observer, his eyes narrowed, mutters, that person didn't say anything about this. Could it be that even Karl's Morin was? He stands before a waterfall, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something acrid. Kang Hansu warns, I'm just letting you know, but the way back holds nothing for you but a waterfall of poisonous water. A grim determination hardens his features, the blue of his eyes seeming to deepen in the dim light. Addressing the group, Hansu states, I'll be rushing ahead, so the rest of you can follow me if you wish. The group moves forward, their figures silhouetted against the strange, glowing landscape. The air hums with an unseen energy. One of the group members speaks, their voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. See, Commander, only he knows the way out, so shouldn't we also follow High Dash? Another member, their face partially obscured by shadow, replies, have to. The group agrees, their voice is a chorus of determination. If we want to live, we'll have to hurry and follow him. She got it. Meanwhile, a strange cube pulses with energy, the air crackling with an unseen force. A voice whispers, it's almost complete. A monstrous creation takes shape, its green eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The air smells of ozone and something floral, yet alien. Energy surges through the creature, its form becoming more defined, more powerful. The ground trembles beneath its weight. A voice, deep and resonant, echoes through the chamber. I've created the Alpha. The air crackles with raw energy, blue tendrils snaking and converging. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding flash as something begins to awaken. The life form that had maintained the red zone is now awake, identified as the Alpha. A hand, wreathed in the same vibrant energy, reaches out from the shadows. A figure emerges, muscles rippling beneath skin that seems to absorb the surrounding light, an aura of power radiating outwards. The figure declares, very nice, my Alpha follows my orders. Another figure, bathed in a cool, ethereal light, stands tall, their long, flowing hair shimmering like liquid moonlight. A monstrous voice echoes, dripping with malice. Can you not hear me? Hurry and eliminate thee. The figure bathed in light murmurs, how strange. The monstrous voice booms, laced with arrogance. One of my stature should not have a reason to take orders from the likes of you. The monstrous figure continues, its tone rising in fury. You dare? I am your creator, your master. The monstrous figure concludes, its voice dripping with disdain. You are nothing more than a replica that I have created. The monstrous figure narrows his eyes, his gaze intense. He challenges the Alpha, his voice laced with accusation. You dare claim to be my creator? Lebanon Michael stands tall, a palpable aura of purple energy radiating from him, crackling in the air like static electricity. The air crackles with anticipation as Lebanon Michael remains poised, his expression unreadable. A massive hand, wreathed in dark energy, clenches into a fist, the power contained within palpable. Lebanon Michael extends his hand, his fingers outstretched as if reaching for something just beyond his grasp. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the faint hum of unseen energies. Lebanon Michael's gaze pierces through the shadows, his expression hardening with resolve. The demand echoes, resonating with power. Hand it over. A voice echoes, stating that something should be here. A figure clutches a large sack. The words, "the key to the armory," appear. The light blue-haired figure stares intently. A demand rings out. Hand it over. A second voice retorts, "You dare." A monstrous face looms. The monster stands tall, its form wreathed in shadow and plant matter. A voice booms, "You dare attack me?" The light blue-haired figure's expression hardens. "How dull," he mutters. The figure's gaze remains fixed. The monster snarls, "Think about the current situation, you fool." A voice booms, accusing someone of continuously summoning monsters for defense. A grotesque, toothy maw filled with writhing tendrils lurks in the shadows. The voice continues, stating that because of this, the plant cannot be restored. A figure with light blue hair and glowing red eyes stands tall, leaning against a tree. He demands the key. The blue-haired figure declares that he will turn the tides of battle. The blue-haired figure's expression hardens, his gaze intense. A sound effect suggests something is approaching. A monstrous tree-like creature with glowing green eyes states that it is following orders. A voice responds with a simple, "Fine." The monstrous tree-like creature stands guard, its form imposing. A voice admits to being surprised by the sudden attack, but notes that it seems like it's still. The monstrous tree-like creature stands ready, its body seemingly made of cracked stone. A voice commands, "Take it." A hand reaches out, fingers long and sharp. Lebanon Michael observes, Nice." The hand closes around a glowing stone. Lebanon Michael remarks, "So it was here." The character's expression is unreadable. The character's robes flow around him. The character's hand glows with power. The Galapagos crocodile exclaims, "What?" The Galapagos crocodile shouts, "What are you doing?" That is the divine stone. The Galapagos crocodile's eyes widen in horror. The Galapagos crocodile pleads, "Stop." Raw energy crackles in the air, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. A concentrated blast of power erupts, a blinding light momentarily searing the darkness. A desperate voice cries out, the word "Stop," echoing through the chamber. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with barely contained force. Dark tendrils writhe and twist, reaching out like grasping claws. Lebanon Michael prepares to unleash another wave of energy, his expression grim. A monstrous roar tears through the air, a sound of primal fury and defiance. A figure stands amidst the chaos, a glowing orb held aloft, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. A voice, calm and reassuring, cuts through the tension, "Fear not." Lebanon Michael's eyes glow with determination. He declares, "I shall keep my promise and resolve this situation." He cradles the glowing orb in his hands, its light pulsing with immense power. A monstrous foot descends, crushing the ground beneath it. Kong Hansu, witnessing the sudden descent, can only exclaim in disbelief, what? The monstrous foot continues its descent, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Dark tendrils lash out amidst the chaos, adding to the sense of overwhelming dread. The monstrous appendage continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. A close-up of the monster's appendage reveals glowing orange markings, hinting at its immense power. Two figures, caught in the unfolding horror, scream in unison, HHH. A woman with dark hair shouts a warning. Everyone, watch out. A figure is struck by an unseen force, sending them crashing through the environment. Kong Hansu raises his hand, preparing to unleash a counterattack against the unseen enemy. A glowing green sword is drawn, ready to strike against the encroaching darkness. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, his eyes filled with determination as he prepares to face the unknown threat. A monstrous form is assaulted by unseen forces, green energy tearing through its flesh. The barrage continues, each strike further weakening the beast. The energy converges, focusing its destructive power on a single point. The green energy continues to tear through the monster. The monster reels from the relentless assault, its massive form shuddering under the force of the blows. Kong Hansu, bathed in the eerie light of the dungeon, prepares to strike with a blade of pure green energy. He raises the sword high, the green light reflecting in his determined eyes as he prepares to unleash its power. His gaze hardens, a storm of resolve brewing within him. The weight of the battle, the lives at stake, all etched into his face. With a cry, Kong Hansu brings the energy blade crashing down. He continues his assault, the green blade a blur of motion. The sword flashes again, leaving trails of emerald light in its wake as Kong Hansu continues his relentless attack. A grotesque monster lunges forward, its form twisted and unnatural. The monster's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He continues his assault, a vibrant green energy blade arcing through the air. The blade slices through another monster, its form dissolving into particles of light. The monster's essence dissipates, leaving only a faint glow in the air. Kong Hansu presses the attack, the green energy sort of blur in his hands. Another monster falls victim to the hunter's relentless assault, the green energy tearing through its defenses. The monster's demise echoes through the chamber. The internal defense system is definitely weaker than the Calamity Fish's. Kong Hansu stands ready, the green energy sword pulsing with power. And the monsters are weaker too. But he faces the monstrous creature, his stance firm as he prepares to strike. A burst of blue energy illuminates the cavern as Hansu engages the beast. A voice wonders if the monster's ferocity stems from being cornered. If so, then Hansu stands, his expression unreadable. Another voice questions if the change in the monster's behavior is because of him. The smaller roots. Doesn't it look like they've stopped? It can't be. The man's grip tightens on his weapon. Kong Hansu. A blue, glowing cube is suspended within a network of tree branches, faint arcs of lightning dancing around it. The cube pulses with an inner light, its surface etched with strange, glowing symbols. The mysterious cube continues to emit a soft, ethereal glow, its purpose still unknown. The plant is powered off, a voice echoes in Kong Hansu's mind. That means that, he thinks, his eyes widening slightly. Sitting atop a rocky outcrop, he scans the surrounding landscape, a sense of unease settling over him. There's someone there, he realizes, a prickling sensation on the back of his neck. He descended into the cavern, the air growing colder with each step. Landing lightly, Kong Hansu surveyed the area, his cloak billowing around him. It's likely the one who grabbed the fragment of the divine stone. Who is it? There shouldn't have been anyone that reached the center of the disgorging root besides us. You're different from those other bugs. You're smarter. A figure with long, white hair watched from a distance. Kong Hansu held a glowing, multifaceted object in his hand, its light reflecting in his eyes. It seems you're using the key properly despite not even being of our race. Kong Hansu's expression hardened as he gripped the object tighter. Shall we have a little chat? About the key. He looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. Fresh cuts mar his face, a testament to the recent battle. A voice echoes from the shadows, questioning what he possesses. The true name of the 5 relics is that the 5 generals possess. The reason they are called that is simple. If one were to gather all of the relics, they would gain full authority over the ability to control the world tree. Hansu and Aaron stand in the dungeon. That guy? He just referred to the relic as a key. Only those of Elvenheim that I'd met in the Abyss had done that so far. Hansu stands with a sword. There is only one existence that would refer to relics in that way. However, there's no way they could be here right now. Kong Hansu's eyes narrowed. The other character scoffed. So you're a replica. Huh, aren't you? Not only are you wielding a key, you even know of the original. The other character asked, so what do you want to say? The keys that you possess. Give them to me and scram. The other character's feet are shown. A bug like you doesn't deserve it. If so, then I'll make an offer of my own. Kong Hansu looked down. A voice echoes, demanding the fragment of the divine stone be handed over quietly. A hand grips a sword, the blade glowing with an eerie green light. The voice continues, declaring that a fake doesn't deserve it. A figure stands, the green glow of the sword illuminating their face. The sword pulses with power, its green light intensifying. A pale face emerges from the shadows, eyes burning with an unnatural light. A grotesque grin spreads across the figure's face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The figure stands on a precipice, a sinister chuckle echoing in the air. The figure's shoulder is shown, the chuckle growing louder. A surge of dark energy crackles around the figure. The figure's eyes glow with malevolent intent, a twisted smile plastered on their face. A hand clutches a crystalline fragment, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. He is told that he doesn't even know his place. Lebanon Michael's face is shown in a close-up. Lebanon Michael scoffs, questioning if a mere bug like Hansu thinks itself capable of killing him. Hansu's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with determination. Energy crackles around Lebanon Michael. Lebanon Michael commands Hansu to leave him. Lebanon Michael holds a cube-like object in his hand, orange energy swirling around it. A sword-like object is shown. Lebanon Michael grips the sword-like object, blue energy emanating from it. A red orb pulses with power, red lightning crackling around it. Lebanon Michael holds the sword-like object aloft. Hansu stares intently, his expression unreadable. He stares intently, his expression unreadable. Kong Hansu stands firm, facing his opponent. Lebanon Michael looms, his power palpable. That thing is capable of storing enough to arm hundreds of thousands of men. Hansu's thoughts turn to the armory. Lebanon Michael sneers, I'll put you in your place. Michael raises his arm, energy crackling around him. Now, struggle with all your. You lowly fool. Green orbs float ominously in the air. Lebanon Michael grips a glowing green sword, ready to strike. A surge of green energy crackles through the air. The 7 sacred orbs, each glowing with intricate symbols, streak through the cavern. Hansu watches as the orbs gather, their light intensifying. The energy intensifies, the air thick with magical power. A blinding flash of green and blue light erupts. Arcane symbols blaze against the darkness, illuminating the cavern walls. Lebanon Michael declares, the 7 sacred orbs? Befitting of a 5 general's weapon. The orbs pulse with power, their green light casting eerie shadows. Lebanon Michael muses, what if I do this? The energy crackles, a prelude to unimaginable force. A concentrated beam of green light pierces the darkness. Lebanon Michael unleashes the power of the 7 sacred orbs, tendrils of green energy lashing out. Emerald energy crackles and writhes, filling the air with an electric hum. The green tendrils intensify, their glow casting eerie shadows. He gazes upward, his expression unreadable as the power surges within him. The emerald energy intensifies, forming intricate patterns in the air. Lebanon Michael stands amidst the swirling energy, his form partially obscured by its brilliance. The emerald tendrils coalesce, their light almost blinding. The green orbs pulse with power, illuminating Lebanon Michael's face with an unnatural glow. It resembles the deteriorated durability of the version of a Kidron's relic that normal soldiers use. However, Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The emerald energy converges, forming a complex web of power. The green orbs float suspended, radiating an intense heat. Lebanon Michael clenches his fist, the emerald energy coalescing around it. Green energy coalesces, forming a sharp, deadly spear. The energy multiplies, creating a multitude of similar spears, each glowing with menacing power. A voice booms, declaring, "As there are enough to equip hundreds of thousands of men." Lebanon Michael stands amidst the spears, the quantity of weapons overwhelming even him. The quantity is definitely overwhelming. The spears launch forward, propelled by an unseen force. The spears strike, impacting their target with explosive force. The impact detonates, sending shards of green energy scattering in all directions. Lebanon Michael grips another spear, ready to unleash its power once more. The spear is launched again, streaking through the air with deadly precision. The spear finds its mark, detonating in a burst of green energy. A voice declares, "So a clone is using reproduced weapons." Lebanon Michael cradles a pulsating green energy sphere in his hand. "I'll use that method, then," he declares, a chilling resolve hardening his features. The green energy coalesces, solidifying into a shimmering sword in Michael's grip. He raises the weapon, its emerald light reflecting in his dark eyes. The energy sphere glows intensely as Michael focuses his power, the air crackling with anticipation. With a flick of his wrist, Lebanon Michael unleashes the reproduced weapons. The green energy spheres and swords streak across the ruined landscape, leaving trails of purple energy in their wake. The energy spheres pulsate with contained power, their surfaces etched with arcane symbols. Purple lightning arcs between them, a testament to the chaotic energy within. The reproduced weapons hurtle forward, their speed blurring the background into streaks of light and shadow. A close-up reveals the intricate details of one of the reproduced weapons. Its metallic surface gleams with an unnatural light, and its single, massive eye stares blankly ahead. Lebanon Michael stands tall, his expression a mask of cold determination as he surveys the path of his attack. The energy spheres continue their relentless advance, carving a path through the floating platforms. The reproduced weapons streak past, their destructive energy leaving trails of scorched earth and shattered stone. A figure with light blue hair and a flowing cape stares in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. "What?" she exclaims. The words echo with disbelief. "This can't be." Lebanon Michael's face contorts in frustration. He cannot control the 7 sacred orbs? Damning the armory, Lebanon Michael struggles as it fails to function properly. His eyes widen in disbelief. "It can't be." Kong Hansu watches, a knowing glint in his eyes as he considers the magic code. Lebanon Michael stares at the green orb in his hand, his expression a mix of confusion and desperation. Kong Hansu observes the unfolding chaos, stating with a hint of satisfaction, "I told you." The green orbs surge with chaotic energy. The orb pulses with an ominous green light. He observes Lebanon Michael with a knowing look. Kong Hansu states, "I've heard a bit before." Kong gestures with his hand, his expression unreadable. Lebanon Michael says, "I'm surprised. Even though you're a clone, you're able to summon the armory." The armory shimmers with ethereal energy, the green orbs pulsing with power. A single green orb crackles with energy. Another green orb glows intensely. Lebanon Michael holds a multicolored gem, stating, "However, even a good weapon will only show its worth in the hands of a skilled user." The gem pulses with light, its power waiting to be unleashed. The air crackles with anticipation. Lebanon Michael summons a weapon, its green blade gleaming. Lebanon Michael asks, "Is that all you've got?" His gaze hardened. Kong Hansu steeled himself for the coming battle. The air crackled with anticipation. Across from him, Lebanon Michael's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint shining within them. The power he radiated was palpable. A surge of emerald energy erupted around them, the very air shimmering with its intensity. Kong Hansu exploded into motion, a blur of black and green as he charged forward, the wind whipping around him. Lebanon Michael stood his ground, the green energy coalescing around him like a shroud, his expression a mask of grim determination. The emerald energy pulsed, a silent promise of devastation about to be unleashed. Lebanon Michael's voice cut through the charged atmosphere. "Then this is the end." A figure lands heavily, the impact sending tremors through the ground. Kong Hansu faces Lebanon Michael, a green sword glowing ominously in his hand. Hansu holds the sword at the ready, a question hanging in the air. Is that all you've got? Levanon's eyes burn with an eerie blue light, his expression unreadable. The green light from the sword illuminates Hansu's face, highlighting his determination. The green sword hums with power, ready to strike. Hansu grips the sword tightly, his stance firm and unwavering. Levanon's gaze intensifies, the blue glow in his eyes growing brighter. A sinister grin spreads across Levanon's face, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. The declaration hangs in the air, heavy with finality. This is the end. He strikes first, a blade of emerald energy materializing in his grip as he lunges towards Levanon. The attack lands, eliciting a grunt of pain from Levanon. Damn you, he grits out. Retaliating, Levanon summons his own weapon, a sword crackling with azure energy. Kong Hansu screams, "Go to hell," as he unleashes another attack. His eyes burn with fierce determination. Levanon stumbles back, the ground crunching beneath his boots. Hansu presses his advantage, the green blade a blur as he attacks again. A glowing orb flickers into existence in Hansu's hand, pulsing with raw power. The green blade flashes, connecting once more with Levanon. Levanon cries out, the force of the blow staggering him. Hansu stands poised, the green energy blade held ready for the final strike. The undead creature's face contorts in a silent scream, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy. A green blade pulses with an eerie light, its edge dripping with an unknown substance. Levanon's expression is a mask of cold fury, his eyes narrowed as he prepares for the next attack. Hansu's voice cuts through the tension. Too shallow. He lunges forward, the green blade a blur of motion aimed directly at Levanon. A hand reaches out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. Floating orbs of energy shimmer with an otherworldly glow, their surfaces swirling with arcane symbols. Hansu prepares to unleash a barrage of energy projectiles, his hands glowing with intense power. The energy projectiles streak towards Levanon, leaving trails of blue light in their wake. The projectiles impact with explosive force, engulfing Levanon in a blinding flash of blue energy. Levanon is caught in the blast, his body momentarily obscured by the intense light. A pained grunt escapes him as the force of the attack sends him staggering backward. A pale hand reaches out, fingers outstretched towards a source of immense power. The energy source is struck, unleashing a shockwave of raw magical force. Levanon Michael's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He stumbles backward, struggling to maintain his composure against the overwhelming power. The thought echoes in his mind. He's impossibly good at magic control. Levanon's expression twists in frustration. How can he control the key so perfectly without any risks whatsoever? Even if he's using a fragment of the divine stone, this is unreasonable. Kong Hansu stands firm, manipulating glowing orbs of energy with effortless precision. Levanon grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. If we only consider magic control, then he would be on my level. King's skill is overwhelmingly better. Levanon stands amidst a swirling vortex of red energy, his frustration palpable. A green blade pierces through the chaos, a silent promise of destruction. He looks down at the defeated mage, a silent judgment passing between them. Levanon's legs tremble beneath him, threatening to give way completely. And no, he croaks, his voice barely a whisper. At this rate, Kong might just. The taste of iron fills his mouth as blood splatters on the ground, a stark reminder of his impending defeat. Kill me, echoes in his mind. Levanon's face contorts in a mask of desperation, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. Kill me? His eye reflects the turmoil within, a storm of doubt and regret swirling in its depths. When I haven't been able to do anything yet? Surrounded by the fallen, Levanon feels the weight of his failure pressing down on him. Desperate hands reach out, grasping at the last vestiges of hope. A flicker of determination ignites in Levanon's eyes, a refusal to surrender to the inevitable. No. He clutches the glowing orb, a desperate mantra echoing in his mind. He can't fail again. Levanon steels himself, resolving to survive for the sake of his goal. He grips the orb tighter, the light reflecting in his eyes. He cannot afford to die in a place like this. Meanwhile, Kong Hansu prepares his attack, a green energy blade forming in his hand. Hansu's eyes narrow, a silent determination hardening his features. He didn't feel the cut? A surge of blue energy erupts around Hansu, the power coalescing into a tangible form. The reincarnator stands poised, the green blade humming with lethal energy, ready to strike. A bead of sweat trickles down Hansu's face, his gaze intense and unwavering. Solo numbering 6, Heavenly Soldier Armor, stands tall, an invincible set of armor that consumes armaments to grow. It displays impenetrable resistance to any weapon it consumes, a formidable defense. Kong Hansu looks up at the armor, his brow furrowed. This is troubling, he thinks. Kong Hansu's expression hardens. He now has another reason to take it down. A steely glint flashes in Kong Hansu's eyes, his resolve unwavering. He grips his weapon, a surge of green energy coursing through it. The Heavenly Soldier armor prepares to strike, its form radiating an intense blue light. Kong Hansu steels himself, acknowledging the challenge. Just as expected of a solo numbering, he thinks. He braces for the impact, ready to meet the armor's power head-on. Kang Hansu launches himself forward, his weapon poised to strike against the seemingly impenetrable armor. He finds it annoying how tough the Heavenly Soldier armor is. The Heavenly Soldier armor continues to defend itself. Although the armor can't absorb all the force, it's still guarding its life. The current situation is tricky. Unfortunately, Kang Hansu realizes he can't use the armory. If he could use it together with the Heavenly Soldier armor, he'd be able to win. If he doesn't turn things around, it'll only be a matter of time before he gets taken down. No, there's still something he can do. The weapons in the armory. It's only disabled because of the magic power code. The weapons still exist. If he concentrates all the weapons into the Heavenly Soldier armor, then a surge of power emanates from Kang Hansu, the energy coalescing around him in a swirling vortex of purple and white. Kang Hansu, his brow furrowed in concentration, demands, "What are you planning? You shouldn't be able to use armament production." A gasp escapes him as the transformation intensifies. Weapons from the armory are drawn into the swirling energy, each glowing with an eerie green light as they hurtle towards the center of the transformation. The air crackles with energy as the weapons are absorbed. More weapons are pulled into the vortex, each surrounded by a shimmering blue aura as they converge on Kang Hansu. A voice cries out, "Weapon Eater!" The transformed Kang Hansu declares, "Even if you've realized, it's already too late." The transformation is complete, revealing a figure with long, flowing white hair and piercing blue eyes, radiating immense power. A wave of energy pulses outward, distorting the space around him. The transformed Kang Hansu unleashes his power, the force causing erosion as the very fabric of reality seems to crumble around him. The Heavenly Soldier armor crackles with overwhelming power, its blue energy surging and arcing. The armor's current user wonders aloud if it's attempting to consume him because he fed it too many armaments. He admits that he can't withstand this, even with his current strength. The user grits his teeth, a single word escaping his lips, "No." Kang Hansu observes the situation, realizing that the current user won't be able to withstand the armor either. The user of the Heavenly Soldier armor thinks to himself that he doesn't have any more time to spend dealing with it. He decides that he should just transfer the armor's authority. Kang Hansu stands ready, a green glowing sword held firmly in his grip. The user's hand reaches out, his voice echoing, "You said you wanted this, right?" Kang Hansu steels his resolve, his expression hardening with determination. The user declares that he'll transfer authority over the Heavenly Soldier armor to him. The energy of the Heavenly Soldier armor surges towards Kang Hansu, the transfer beginning. He extends his hand, a surge of white energy coalescing around it. The power crackles in the air, a silent promise of the force he now commands. A sudden realization dawns, marked by a sharp intake of breath. A voice declares that authority over the Heavenly Soldier armor will be transferred. A pained grunt escapes as something unseen strikes with force. A voice declares the situation is pointless. The odds of surviving the process of gaining authority over the Heavenly Soldier armor are stated to be 9 to 1 against. It's usually not even plausible to begin with, but after feeding the Heavenly Soldier armor all the weapons inside the armory, the current succession test is even more difficult. The thought crossed someone's mind that he would have been consumed by the Heavenly Soldier armor in an instant. A figure with long, flowing hair watches on. "But he's holding out rather well," someone mused. "They wouldn't be able to use the Heavenly Soldier armor right after he dies, anyway." The Heavenly Soldier armor stands firm. "I guess I'll just leave him here and go to the World Tree first," someone considered. A voice declared, "I'll come back to find you once you're dead." The armored figure's stance remains unwavering. A sharp intake of breath. "What immense pressure," someone thought. "Did he transfer authority because of this?" someone wondered. "This is dangerous," someone realized. The Heavenly Soldier armor prepares for what's to come. One mistake, and he could die. He was sure he could get through this if he raised his Dragon Chi arts to the max, but that would endanger his life. Though now wasn't the time to consider such things. Energy crackles, a dangerous symphony of power building within him. The energy coalesces, forming a protective shell, a promise of strength and a hint of the inferno within. The armor solidifies, a testament to his resolve, a barrier against the encroaching darkness. The air crackles with raw power, a tangible force that promises devastation. The energy intensifies, a blinding light that threatens to consume everything in its path. The armor gleams, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching shadows. His eye burns with an electric blue intensity, a window into the storm raging within. The armored face is a mask of determination, a silent vow to overcome the odds. The transformation complete, he stands as a warrior bathed in golden light, ready to face whatever comes next. He is enveloped by a surge of golden energy as metallic plates begin to materialize around him, forming an intricate suit of armor. The armor continues to coalesce, obscuring his features as it encases him in a protective shell. Blinding orange energy streaks erupt as the transformation nears its apex, blurring the lines between flesh and metal. The golden aura pulses with increasing intensity as the interlocking metallic plates seal the gaps in the armor. A blinding flash of light marks the completion of the transformation, the armor solidifying into a seamless, impenetrable barrier. Debris falls away as the armored figure begins to descend, plummeting from a great height. Arms outstretched, he plummets downwards, a trail of dust rising to meet him. The armored warrior falls through a forest of gnarled, twisted trees, the wind whistling past him. His cape billows behind him as he continues his descent, a blue streak against the darkening sky. Reaching out, he braces for the inevitable impact, the ground rushing up to meet him. The armored figure lands heavily, a cloud of dust erupting as a crater forms beneath his feet. He stands hunched, his breath coming in ragged gasps after the exertion of the dragon chi arts. His eyes narrow, a grimace twisting his features as the strain takes its toll. A sudden, violent cough erupts, splattering the ground with a thick gout of blood. Wiping his mouth, Kong Hansu acknowledges the danger. He clutches his chest, struggling to regulate his breathing. Hansu thinks to himself, fully utilizing the dragon chi arts is too much for me. He looks at his bloodied hand, thinking, using it for even a brief moment put this heavy of a burden on my body. Turning away, Hansu reflects, I'm not at a level where I can freely use it right now. His expression hardens with resolve. I'll have to seal this away for the time being. Kong Hansu states, well, that's that. The camera focuses on his back, showing the strain he is under. Hansu observes, looks like he ran away after all. He flexes his arm, the muscles straining against his sleeve. A voice echoes, speculating that the enemy escaped using teleportation. The voice continues, reasoning that the enemy wouldn't have left the crystal behind otherwise. Kong Hansu reaches down and picks up the glowing crystal, its facets catching the light. The voice identifies the forming armor as the Heavenly Soldier armor. Tendrils of light erupt from the crystal, snaking around Hansu's body. The light solidifies, forming plates of intricate armor. The armor continues to coalesce, its design both elegant and menacing. The transformation nears completion, the armor's power palpable. A voice declares, I like it. Kong Hansu stands fully encased in the Heavenly Soldier armor, a warrior reborn. The armor responds to his will, a perfect extension of his power. He examines his hands, now clad in the Heavenly Soldier armor. Beyond its weapon-eating specialty, the armor possesses another significant advantage. Hansu looks up, his expression thoughtful. It is especially effective against weapons of the same type that it has consumed before. The Heavenly Soldier armor has already completed red evolution. It's likely because that guy fed it all of the weapons inside the armory. The Heavenly Soldier armor absorbs the essence of various weapons. The Heavenly Soldier armor stands tall, its form radiating power. Hansu thinks to himself that the armor won't need any feed for now. Hansu clenches his fist, the armor glowing faintly around it. It doesn't look like monsters are coming out anymore. The man with green hair asks, where did Kong Hansu go? Iris stands with another figure, their expressions unreadable. Earlier, but did he abandon you? Iris looks away, her expression troubled. The man with black hair says, he did that despite telling us to follow him. The man with black hair continues, what an irresponsible man. Even considering that, Beacon's been. The man with black hair stands with another figure, their arms crossed. The man with green hair says, humph, we simply don't have any other choice. If he hadn't submerged us in the poison water, we would have been able to leave. Iris stands with the man with green hair, their expressions serious. Beacon intended on withdrawing from the start. The woman with black hair demands to know if anyone has something to say. Iris's expression is stern as she awaits a response. A voice echoes, questioning where Kong Hansu has gone. Kong Hansu stands with his back turned, asking when someone got back. Someone declares they went to take down the main body. A small, green-haired figure exclaims in surprise, asking if someone took it down. Kong Hansu is shown in a dynamic pose, surrounded by energy. The green-haired figure looks on, questioning who? Iris states, follow me, I'll take you to the surface. Iris acknowledges something with an ah, right. A voice declares that someone is free not to listen and that they have never given any orders. Kong Hansu is shown in detail, wearing a blue outfit and various accessories. The man with red eyes states that he would prefer not to repeat himself. Lebanon Michael looks down, his expression unreadable. Michael grunts in pain. Choi Songjin's eyes narrow. Choi Songjin exclaims, wah, when did ya get back? A close-up shows the details of a brown and white outfit. Lebanon Michael, his face flushed with anger, curses, that son of a. A voice declares that the main body was taken down and a fragment of the divine stone was obtained. Hansu stands among a group of people. A voice thinks, but there's something bothering me. A voice thinks, that clone. The figure looked like it was able to wield all of the king's authority. A voice echoes, filled with concern. If that's actually the case, things will get much worse. The speaker believes that someone is headed directly to the flower. Another voice speaks, revealing a sacrifice made for power. It was worth it to sacrifice the Heavenly Soldier armor. I'll finally possess all of the king's authority. A voice filled with disbelief questions, but why? After giving me all of the authority? A voice booms, seemingly directed at a powerful entity. Are you, the main body, still sleeping? The figure declares that the world tree has withered away and Elvenheim is no more. The figure stands in a pool of water. The figure continues, stating that humans below will replace them. The figure proclaims that they will now correct the errors of the past. The figure states their intention to revive their kin. The figure stands tall, their light blue hair flowing. The figure concludes, stating their intention to revive all of Acheron. A voice echoes, declaring the intention to correct the errors of the past. The same voice continues, driven by the desire to revive his kin. The declaration rings out, all for Acheron. The voice accuses someone of failing to save their kin and Elvenheim, even losing themselves in the end, calling them a cowardly king. The figure declares that he will do everything, watching from where he is. A voice states that the first thing to do is get the key that man possesses. The figure declares that he must recover Galadriel's sword. Echidron's beads and Fabian's bracelet are too, yet one. The figure, eyes obscured by a dark band, stares ahead. After recovering the administrator's authority, he must enter the flower. That will require great and overwhelming power, not petty tricks. Echidron and Fabian are too, yet one. He will use Ouroboros. He plummets through the air, the wind screaming past him. Streaks of blue light blur around him as he accelerates. The ground is nowhere in sight, only the endless blue. He continues to fall, the air growing colder. The wind whips at his face, blurring his vision. The strange, tree-like structures of this world rush past in a dizzying blur. The alien landscape continues to streak by. The bizarre, blue-tinged flora becomes a chaotic tapestry. The world is a canvas of blue and gray, rushing past him. The sensation of falling intensifies, the wind a constant roar in his ears. He is a tiny speck against the immensity of this strange world. The fall continues, the end nowhere in sight. He plummets through the strange, blue-lit environment. The descent continues, the blue light intensifying. The light flares, blindingly bright. Echidron lands on his feet, the impact jarring. He looks up, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Standing before him is a colossal, insectoid creature. Echidron commands, move. The creature responds, its voice a guttural growl. How dare you bare your fangs at your creator? A deafening screech tears through the air. The creature looms, its massive form casting a shadow over Echidron. Echidron stands his ground, unwavering in the face of the looming threat. With another ear-splitting screech, the creature lunges. She stands on the platform, surrounded by the silent figures. A voice echoes, declaring that the original failed in the end. Echidron is seen from a distance, a lone figure in the vast space. A monstrous face with sharp teeth and glowing eyes appears, the word original hanging above it. The voice continues, stating, from now on. A figure with flowing white hair and a sinister grin is shown, the text parasitic insectivore, 1, displayed below. A hand clenches, a purple energy emanating from its grasp. The voice booms, I am Tekaron. The word reincarnator is displayed, surrounded by floating crystals. The phrase parasitic insectivore, 1, is shown again. A towering structure pierces the sky, its surface teeming with life. The landscape is a tapestry of blue and white, a stark contrast to the darkness below. A group of figures stands beneath a massive tree, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. One of them remarks, I thought you died without even being able to put up a fight. A disembodied voice echoes, but who would have thought you'd come back alive from there? Sophia adjusts her glasses, her expression thoughtful. A man asks, what are you thinking about, Sophia? Sophia stands beside the man, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The man replies, I'm sure we're thinking the same thing, so it was pointless for me to ask. The man laughs, while Sophia looks on with a concerned expression. A voice declares, he killed the calamity fish and the disgorging root. Hansu stands with his back to the viewer, his shoulders broad and his posture resolute. The man continues, a lot has changed in the red zone after that man arrived. Honestly, I'd kind of given up. He stood silhouetted against a swirling background, a memory surfacing. A voice echoed, that person said it was impossible as well. The memory continued, showing Kong Hansu surrounded by others. He thought to himself, and I myself couldn't even fathom slaying one of the calamities. A close-up revealed a determined look on Kong Hansu's face. He had done it, against all odds. The word hung in the air, alone at that. Eri stood beside Kong Hansu, the night sky stretching out behind them. A voice declared, he'll likely cross over into the orange zone just fine as well. The words appeared as if etched in stone. From now on, the red zone will be a safer place. Eri's expression was thoughtful. This means that many people coming from the tutorial will survive. A shadowed figure stood in contemplation. And if that happens, my sibling might just survive in the red zone as well. A close-up revealed a face etched with determination. Eri stood with Kong Hansu, gazing at the horizon. She declared, I'm planning to save 1 billion lives. Eri's face was filled with resolve. She laughs, covering her mouth with her hand as Kong Hansu stands with his arms crossed, looking at her. A voice speaks from above, it's just. Eri smiles, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Kong Hansu raises his hand, say, I see. A flock of glowing blue birds flies through the air. Eri looks up, her expression one of surprise. A voice says, they seem like carrier pigeons. Kong Hansu gazes up at the sky, watching the birds fly. A group of people watches the glowing birds fly overhead. A voice questions, but why are there so many? A massive tree looms in the distance, its branches reaching towards the sky. He plummets downwards, the wind rushing past his face as he stares up into the fading light. The air grows colder, the light above shrinking to a pinprick as he continues to fall. The darkness deepens, the sounds of the world above fading into a distant echo as he tumbles further into the abyss. The sensation of falling intensifies, a dizzying rush as the ground disappears from sight. The wind howls in his ears, a deafening roar as he spirals downwards, the darkness pressing in from all sides. He reaches out a desperate hand, his fingers grasping at empty air as he cries out for help. His outstretched hand trembles, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness as he continues to plummet. His voice cracks with desperation, a plea echoing into the void. Please. The darkness swirls around him, a suffocating embrace as he continues his descent, the abyss claiming him inch by inch. His voice rises in a desperate shriek, a final plea against the inevitable. Don't leave me behind. A guttural scream tears from his throat, a raw expression of terror as the darkness closes in. From the depths of the abyss, a monstrous form emerges, its grotesque features illuminated by an unholy light. He continues to plummet through the abyss, surrounded by swirling red energy. The sound of rushing wind intensifies as he falls faster. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes looms in the distance. A deep, resonant sound echoes through the abyss, signaling the monster's immense power. The sound reverberates, shaking the very fabric of the abyss. The monstrous figure is now fully visible, its grotesque form radiating an ominous red glow. Far below, a group of people gazes upward in fear and awe. The monster's face is a terrifying mask of sharp angles and jagged edges. Kong Hansu looks up, his expression a mixture of shock and determination. He stares directly at the monstrous figure, bracing himself for what's to come. The monster's glowing red eyes narrow, focusing its malevolent gaze. A voice booms through the abyss, commanding, "Stop the humans." The monstrous figure declares that until it gains full control over Ouroboros, it must ensure they cannot leave this place. It continues, stating that something will be someone's duty. The camera zooms in on the figure's face, its red eyes gleaming with intensity. The monstrous figure commands to stop them from crossing over into the orange zone. Insect-like creatures stand ready, their pink eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. More of the insect-like creatures are shown, their silhouettes ominous against the dark background. A group of the insect-like creatures stand together, their forms ready to strike. The insect-like creatures are shown again, their presence a looming threat. The insect-like creatures stand ready, their sharp limbs and glowing eyes creating a sense of impending danger. Hansu's eyes widened, a cold dread creeping into his heart. It's coming," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Another man, his face etched with fear, identified the approaching horror. It's a parasitic locust. The camp is vast, a sprawling network of tents and structures beneath a starlit sky. A surge of energy crackles in the air, a visible manifestation of the impending threat. An older woman raises a finger, her voice ringing out with urgency. "All of you, prepare yourselves. We must stop it here." Two figures stand together, their faces grim. "This will spell the end of the red zone if we get breached." A determined voice echoes through the camp. "We must protect this place." Another voice urges, "Hold out until help arrives from other clans." A young man's face is etched with worry as he looks towards the impending danger. Golden energy courses through the camp, a sign of the defenses being activated. A man clenches his fist, his eyes blazing with resolve. "We have to stop it, all by ourselves." The parasitic locust descends, a monstrous silhouette against the night sky. More of the parasitic locusts appear, their forms grotesque and menacing. The parasitic locust looms closer, its presence a palpable threat to the defenders. A colossal rock formation pierces the night sky, its surface textured with deep grooves and shadows. Streaks of light and shadow converge, creating a chaotic and abstract pattern. A mass of dark red and black hangs suspended, with thin, light blue lines descending from it like rain. Tendrils of blue energy swirl as a voice wonders. This calamity. A wisp of blue energy curls and dances in the darkness. Two streams of blue energy intertwine, reaching upwards like ethereal serpents. More tendrils of blue energy writhe and twist, filling the space with their otherworldly glow. The blue energy coalesces into a winged form, pulsing with power. A hand reaches out towards the swirling blue energy, as if to grasp its essence. A man with dark green hair and a formal suit stands amidst the blue energy, his expression unreadable. A report surfaces, stating that all of the parasitic locusts in Ouroboros have emerged. The parasitic locusts number more than 100 million. They wouldn't be able to handle their forces even if they were to gather all of the clans. The parasitic locusts are advancing? So suddenly? Parasitic locusts are monsters that protect Ouroboros' interior. They are the gatekeepers who protect whatever breaks through Ouroboros' scales. Thus, they do not simply go wherever they wish for no reason. Ouroboros, which is the only being that can command them, is currently focused on drinking poison water. It would have no reason to give this order now of all times, and this has never happened in the past 500 years, nor in my past incarnation. Then this means A pair of feet stand amidst a crimson haze, as a voice declares it must be him. While he did figure he'd become a variable, this situation became quite the hassle. Kong Hansu's name echoes in the air. Kong Hansu's expression is unreadable. Ouroboros' parasitic locusts are going wild because of you. What are you saying? If you hadn't started killing the calamities to begin with. The woman points a finger, her expression furious. How will you take responsibility for this? Don't run your mouth so recklessly. The man's gaze is intense. Sophia, can you use your librarian skill to see how long it would take for it to get down? Hansu looks up, his expression thoughtful. An unseen figure demands not to be ignored. Iris asks if they are talking about the time it would take for all the parasitic locusts to get down. The unseen figure clarifies that they are not talking about the parasitic locusts, but Ouroboros. Hansu raises his hand, a determined look on his face. The unseen figure asks how long it would take for Ouroboros to get down. Iris looks up, her expression serious. The unseen figure states that this won't just end with the locusts' advance. Hansu stares intently, his blue eyes gleaming. The unseen figure reveals that because he's a clone, he possesses the king's authority to a certain degree. As such, the unseen figure can order the locusts to move. A voice declares that someone is surely going to try controlling Ouroboros as well. The voice continues, explaining that it will take a long time to actually take control of Ouroboros, as it is one of the 4 great calamities. Ouroboros' massive form is shown. The voice adds that the moment someone successfully grabs Ouroboros' reins, they will send it down to the surface. The monstrous head of Ouroboros is shown, its maw open wide. Tendrils of energy writhe in the darkness. Iris urges Sophia to hurry. A voice states that the longer Ouroboros takes to descend, the more time they have to make preparations. A close-up of an eye reveals a tower in the reflection. A voice estimates that it will take about 2 weeks. 2 men stand together, their faces grim. A voice declares that it is over. The order to bring Kong Hansu no longer matters. The entire red zone is in danger. 1st and 2nd squads, report to Sir Miyamoto. The rest of you follow me. And where do you plan to go? We must work together to stop it. A figure stands before another. And why should we do that? The mirror will open soon. All we need to do is escape at that time. A woman with pink hair and glasses looks on. The time for the mirror to open has already come. It is a great lake situated between 6 grand columns. And while it's the path to the next area, it only becomes so once a month. When the surface of the lake appears like a mirror, you can step inside of it. A figure stands at the edge of a pool of water, their reflection shimmering on the surface. A figure plummets into the water, the text above declaring that those unqualified cannot enter, but those who are worthy can. Iris peers through her monocle, her expression unreadable. A voice declares that they are bound to successfully enter the mirror. The voice continues, questioning if all the clan members will escape through the mirror when it opens. A man with dark hair and golden earrings scoffs. The voice states, bingo, we have no reason to die here in vain, do we? Iris' voice rises in pitch, questioning what of Sir Iris and Sir Miyamoto's orders. Iris asks what they will do about the people who will come in as hell, stating that it is obvious. The man with dark hair and golden earrings stares intently. A voice declares that they will die at the hands of the parasitic locusts. The voice trails off with an or. A massive, scaled serpent looms, its crimson eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The serpent's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A voice echoes, stating that they'll simply die to Ouroboros. Lebanon Michael, adorned with golden earrings, raises a hand to his ear, his expression one of disdain. He wonders why he should care about an order from 20 years ago. Iris' voice rings out, filled with anger. She curses him. Lebanon Michael glares down at Iris, who returns the look with equal intensity. She tells him not to glare at her like that. A close-up of Lebanon Michael's hands shows him clenching his fists. He thinks that it isn't just them. Other clan members are probably thinking the same thing. Lebanon Michael looks up, his expression thoughtful. He believes it would be an entirely different situation if order was established and things were secure. From behind, Lebanon Michael is surrounded by other members. He states that people espouse justice in heaven, but not in hell. Lebanon Michael stands in the foreground, with Iris and other members behind him. Iris clutches her head, her expression pained. She thinks that at this rate, it's going to be a given that all the remaining travelers will be massacred. A close-up of Iris shows her determined expression. Iris' eyes narrow, her expression grim. She thinks that if they aren't careful, a dire warning echoes. The seal may come undone as well. A crimson haze fills the space. Lebanon Michael stands with Iris, the night sky a backdrop to their worry. Lebanon Michael states that if they just meet certain conditions, taking down Ouroboros won't be a pipe dream. The man's hand is outstretched, as if presenting a grave possibility. Iris questions if he means like the time with the calamity fish and the disgorging root. The details of Iris' armor are shown. Iris declares that it's impossible. It is said that all the parasitic locusts responsible for Ouroboros' interior protection are descending as they speak, and the gatekeepers aren't performing their duty. The man with green hair says that it would mean Ouroboros has completely shielded itself from anything entering. It is said that using the same method as before is impossible. A hand makes a peace sign. One condition stands above all others, gathering all the clans to face the descending locusts. A warrior battles against the swarm of descending locusts, his weapon a desperate defense against their numbers. The other one is receiving aid from the strongest figures of the red zone, the Seven Phantom. The Seven Phantoms stand united, their expressions grim as they prepare for the coming conflict. Hansu considers the situation. It would be plausible, then. Beneath the starlit sky, ancient trees stand as silent witnesses to the unfolding events. Ouroboros, the colossal serpent, coils around a massive structure, its scales shimmering in the dim light. The immense form of Ouroboros dominates the landscape, a testament to the scale of the challenge ahead. A voice declares, "This is how we will take down Ouroboros." Ouroboros opens its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a terrifying display of its power. Kong Hansu stands on the desolate landscape, the wind whipping around him as Iris looks on. The camera shifts, showing Iris and Kong Hansu from a different angle as they traverse the barren terrain. Choi Songjin's expression is one of deep concern. A monstrous mouth opens, ready to devour everything in its path. Despite the fact that Ouroboros will soon descend and destroy everything around us. The monstrous mouth looms closer, the teeth sharp and menacing. A voice declares, "It's impossible." Kong Hansu crosses his arms, a determined look on his face. "Up until now, I've followed along with your ideas, and I've seen you realize things I thought were impossible." Iris looks on, a hint of worry in her eyes. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Iris's necklace. "I still think of and trust you all the same, even now." Iris raises a hand, her expression serious. "However, I'm sure you're aware of the reason why the Phantoms cannot leave their posts." A voice declares that even if they want to come, they can't. Kong Hansu responds that he is aware of the situation and intends to resolve it. Kang's hand rests on his chest, his expression determined. Iris, her eyes wide with shock, questions what she is seeing. Before that, a voice trails off, hinting at a plan. Kong Hansu states that uniting the clans and stopping the parasitic locusts comes first. A grotesque creature is shown in detail. The Ouroboros' central nervous system is displayed. Floating screens display images of various individuals. A figure sits in a lotus position, surrounded by the floating screens. A character reacts with a pained ugh. A voice booms, commanding everyone to hold their ground and maintain formation. The question hangs in the air, when will the reinforcements arrive? The figure stands tall, observing the unfolding events. A thoughtful HM escapes the figure's lips. The figure's gaze is intense, calculating. The figure observes the battle, noting that they are resisting better than anticipated. The figure muses that it is, of course, ultimately meaningless. Someone looks up in shock at the scene unfolding before them. The figure reflects that the parasitic locusts have the advantage in numbers, and suppressing them is only a matter of time. With that being said, the figure acknowledges that they cannot afford to let them kill too many humans. The figure turns away, lost in thought. The figure concludes that every one of them is a valuable resource, and they still need a sizable population to remain. The white-haired figure's expression hardens, a flicker of something unreadable in his blue eyes. His gaze narrows, focusing on some distant point. He mutters, "I knew it." The figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light. Below, a voice declares, "Are vermin attempting to escape?" Two grotesque, insectal figures stand guard, their chitinous bodies gleaming in the dim light. A voice echoes, "It seems there's a large group of them attempting to move to the next zone." A disembodied voice booms, "What truly revolting things." The white-haired figure stands tall, a chilling pronouncement hanging in the air, attempting to kill their kin in order to survive on their own. The white-haired figure's face contorts in disgust. They're no good at all. A final, damning judgment rings out. This is divine punishment. The man with the large gold earrings gazes intently. Tekaran's expression remains unreadable. He muses, well, look what we have here." Tekaran continues, his gaze sweeping across the gathering. Folks from the Celestial Association. 6 unaffiliated individuals stand apart. A close-up reveals a heavily armored figure. Tekaran observes, and even the Chimera clan's monarch. He continues, "Did everyone aside from the Valkyrie clan, who's holding back the parasitic locusts, gather here?" Tekaran's eyes narrow slightly. He thinks to himself, "Considering even the strongest have come here to run away, it seems my judgment was correct after all." Tekaran instructs, "Let's hold a spot nearby as well so we can depart as soon as the mirror opens." The man exclaims with conviction, "Yes." Giacomo gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable. He remarks, his voice laced with amusement, "My, look who it is." Giacomo observes a group of figures atop a rocky structure, his gaze intense. A wide, almost predatory grin spreads across Giacomo's face. A dark-haired man demands, his tone sharp, "Did that person already give permission for you to leave?" Giacomo's name echoes in the air. The man responds, his voice laced with disdain, "No reason to tell you." Quite a shame." Giacomo's gaze drifts off into the distance once more. A wide grin returns to Giacomo's face, hinting at a hidden amusement. Giacomo muses, "They've been so busy that I can hardly even remember what they look like now." He muses that unlike other clan leaders, this person is performing a great duty, so it's only natural. Giacomo's expression is thoughtful as he considers the situation. The leader of the Hecarim clan expresses surprise. His red eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion flickering within. A figure stands amidst a swirl of energy. The tension in the air thickens. An observer notes that the six great clans sure got here quickly. Jiakma demands to know what in the world Kong Hansu is doing here. His expression hardens, a mixture of anger and suspicion etched on his face. Jiakma exclaims, Kong Hansu. Kong Hansu stands tall, his gaze unwavering. Jiakma questions if he came here to get in their way again, calling him a crazy son of a bitch. He declares that he is not here to do that. Kong Hansu's expression is serious as he speaks. Kong Hansu states that he simply came here to share his plans, adding that the plan is simple. Kong Hansu looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. Kong Hansu continues, stating that the six great clans will stop the parasitic locusts. Meanwhile, a man with a thick beard and red eyes looks on with a concerned expression. The man questions if Kong Hansu is telling them to stop the parasitic locusts. The crowd murmurs in confusion and disbelief. Elsewhere, a figure asks if Kong Hansu has gone crazy. Another figure reminds the group what he told them, that nobody will follow Kong Hansu's plan. A woman with pink hair asks why they are all so irresponsible. She recalls that they were the root and the seven phantoms. Two figures stand silhouetted against a fiery sky. A woman with pink hair questions if they were meant to protect the red zone by following Lord Erie's and Lord Miyamoto's will. The woman's expression is serious as she considers the implications. A man with dark hair states that they were referring to Miyamoto after all. Another man with white hair explains that he was already dead in the abyss, but until then, he helped the people here. The man with black hair wonders if he has always been doing so. Phantom is warned not to cross the line. A man with black hair declares that even if she may be one of the seven phantoms, that doesn't mean she can use that person's name in vain. A man asks if she ignored Miyamoto's words and ran away to begin with. A man with black hair simply says, "Oh." A gloved hand rests on a dark garment, a question hanging in the air. A wide, predatory grin stretches across a weathered face. A voice declares, "You're far crazier than I thought." Another voice follows, "Are you Kong Hansu brat?" A figure stands amidst a fiery landscape. The figure remains in the fiery environment, the scene bathed in an orange glow. A voice muses, "It is a shame that I am not fighting, but a clan ought to act to its benefit." A voice suggests, "If we just hold out for 2 days, we can go to the orange zone. Why should we fight at a loss?" The weathered face returns, the speaker proclaiming, "It's every man for himself. Let's not get in each other's ways." A voice declares, "Yeah, I already figured that I wouldn't be able to get through you." Two figures stand silhouetted against the starry sky. A voice warns, "They're coming. It would be better for you to experience firsthand how harsh the world is." Kong Hansu smirks, his blue eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. The red zone teems with figures, a multitude gathered in anticipation. The ground begins to tremble with increasing intensity. The tremors intensify, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. A voice cuts through the rising tension, urging, "Don't panic." Kong Hansu observes the scene, his expression hardening. "That's not what this is. This movement is far stronger," he mutters. Kong Hansu's dark hair shifts slightly as the vibrations increase. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow as he realizes, there's only one thing that could cause such strong vibrations in the red zone. The scale of the approaching threat becomes clear. Figures are thrown off balance as the ground heaves. A colossal serpent coils, its scales shimmering in the dim light. The serpent's presence looms over the landscape. The moment of action has arrived. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. A colossal, serpentine form descends from the heavens, its scales shimmering like 1,000 sunsets. The massive creature continues its descent, dwarfing the landscape below. The Ouroboros looms over a gathering of onlookers, its presence radiating an ancient power. A man gazes up at the descending behemoth, his expression a mixture of awe and terror. The air crackles with anticipation. One voice cries out, "Wasn't Ouroboros supposed to come down in 2 weeks?" Another voice responds, "No, this isn't Ouroboros coming down." A woman with pink hair stares in disbelief, her hand raised to her mouth in shock. A voice whispers, "Right now it's..." The colossal serpent continues its descent, its form now partially obscured by swirling energy. The Ouroboros is now encased within a shimmering, translucent sphere, its power contained, yet palpable. The monstrous tail is only moving. The ground shakes to this extent with just the tail alone. The crowd watches as the tail descends. If it actually comes down, then? Hansu knew it. It's trying to block the mirror. The tail plummets downwards, a dark, scaled column of immense power. The tail crashes through a barrier, the impact sending ripples through the air. It's coming down. The crowd watches in terror as the tail continues its descent. The tail continues its inexorable descent. The Ouroboros tail continues its descent, a dark streak against the sky. A surge of emerald energy erupts as the tail plunges further. Panic grips the onlookers as the energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power. A voice booms out, warning, "Everyone dodge." A disembodied voice echoes, "I have another request." A figure responds simply, "Okay." A beam of light erupts, piercing the darkness. 3 figures stand silhouetted against the light, their expressions grim. The tail's descent creates a shockwave, the air shimmering with displaced energy. Destruction blossoms as the tail nears the ground, the landscape warping under its immense power. The Ouroboros tail continues its inexorable descent. A close-up reveals the immense scale of the tail, its surface a tapestry of scales and shadow. The flying creature's descent continues, casting a long shadow over the battlefield. Kong Hansu looks up, a grim expression etched on his face. The situation is bad. A desperate thought echoes. Now he can't head to the orange zone. The Ouroboros tail, a colossal pillar of scaled flesh, looms ever closer. A surge of green energy crackles around the tip of the tail as it prepares to strike. A soldier cries out, invoking the name of Commander Liu. The Ouroboros tail, wreathed in ominous red energy, hurtles downward. The descent continues, the air thick with anticipation of the impending impact. The ground trembles beneath unseen feet. A voice whispers, "That's." The expressions on their faces mirrored the gravity of the situation, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A voice, sharp with urgency, barked out an order, "Retreat, and retreat now." The same voice continued, emphasizing the dire need to run as far away as possible. Another voice, filled with a nervous energy, agreed to move as well. A bald man, his gaze resolute, stood among his comrades, a silent determination etched on his face. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the area as the group began to move. The order rang out once more, urging everyone to move quickly. The soldiers turned to antagonist Giacomo, pleading for orders. A voice, laced with panic, questioned what they should do. The narration revealed that the Ouroboros' tail had blocked off the mirror, and an endless number of parasitic locusts were descending from it. A determined voice declared that in order to head to the next zone, they must slay them all. However, the narration revealed that it was all but impossible with those numbers. The swarm of parasitic locusts descends, filling the air with a menacing buzz. A voice echoes, laced with despair, "There's really nothing we can do." Another voice, filled with disbelief, cries out, what are you doing?" A woman with dark hair stands beside a muscular man, his face etched with concern and scars. A sharp voice cuts through the tension. "Are you trying to get us all killed?" A figure raises a finger, a glint of determination in their red eyes. The name rings out, Sofia Verich. Three figures gaze upwards at two silhouettes standing atop a towering crystal formation. A woman with pink hair and glasses declares, "You know just as well as I do that there's no point in running away." The woman with dark hair stands beside the muscular man, their expressions a mix of apprehension and resolve. A desperate plea echoes, "We have to stop the locusts if we want to live." Giacomo's face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes narrowed with resolve. A voice cries out, declaring an emergency. The urgency in the air is palpable as the group reacts to the alarming announcement. A swarm of parasitic locusts descends upon them, a terrifying wave of destruction. The locusts advance, their forms grotesque and menacing. A warning echoes, revealing the horrifying truth. The parasitic locusts are closing in from behind. The ground trembles as something massive crashes nearby, the force of the impact sending tremors through the earth. A deafening screech pierces the air, the sound of the parasitic locusts a chilling prelude to the chaos about to unfold. One of the parasitic locusts looms into view, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The man braces himself, preparing for the inevitable onslaught. A scream of terror erupts as the locusts descend, their attack imminent. Panic etched on his face, the man lunges forward, desperate to escape the swarm. The air crackles with energy as the battle begins. He slashes downward, the green sword leaving trails of pink energy as it cuts through the air. A guttural sound echoes as the unseen enemy reacts to the blow, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The sword continues its dance, each strike shattering the surrounding debris with bursts of green energy. Hansu fights against multiple unseen enemies, his movements a blur of green and steel. He prepares to strike again, his expression tense as he focuses on his unseen foe. The green sword glows with power, ready to unleash another devastating blow. A voice calls out from afar, "Follow the plan." The same voice continues, "If you do, we will all survive." "You're absolutely insane." The speaker scoffs, "I can't believe you're still spouting bullshit." Hansu looks up at the figures above. A voice booms, emphasizing the danger. Ouroboros is on a completely different level from the other calamities. The voice continues, questioning if they plan to run away with their tail tucked between their legs. The voice wonders if doing so will forfeit the only possible way for survival. Hansu stands ready, a green sword in hand. A voice declares that something will open in 2 days. The voice explains that as long as Ouroboros' tail is completely covering the lake. A voice states that they will have no choice but to wait for 2 weeks. A voice commands, "Choose." A bald man stands with his arms crossed, a spear behind him. A voice urges to unite to take down the calamity and survive. A voice booms, offering a choice, to remain together in the red zone, buried in the ground, or to revel in selfish desires. A monstrous figure looms, its armored body and glowing red eyes radiating menace. Remaining together in the red zone, buried in the ground. The monster unleashes a deafening shriek. Its jaws gape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Panic erupts as people scatter, fleeing from the unseen terror. A man with a thick beard and worried eyes watches the chaos unfold. A chorus of screams fills the air. The crowd surges, their faces etched with terror as they try to escape. The man from before stands with his back to the viewer, a bright light emanating from him. A desperate plea rings out. "Please run away, Sir Giacomo." Something crashes into the ground with tremendous force. A monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. Giacomo stares up, his expression a mix of defiance and grim determination. The air crackles with anticipation as someone shouts, "Sir Giacomo." A voice booms, addressing Kong Hansu directly. "I've taken a liking to you, Kong Hansu." Red energy surges, crackling with ominous power. The crimson energy intensifies, coalescing into a tangible threat. A hand extends, bathed in the eerie red glow. A figure wielding a weapon stands amidst the swirling red energy, ready to strike. The red energy explodes outward, a chaotic display of raw power. The world seems to warp and distort under the immense pressure of the crimson force. The figure gazes down at the assembled crowd, their presence casting a long, ominous shadow. A commanding voice cuts through the tension. "Everyone listen up." A hand grips the large, red hammer tightly. From this moment on, the hammer glows with a menacing red light. Giacomo raises his arm, the hammer held high. He booms. "We're making sure the parasitic locusts that overran the lake will not be able to move anywhere else. All of you, take up your weapons." A wide grin stretches across Giacomo's face, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. The massive warrior's chest heaves as he declares, "We will fight and claim our spoils of war." Giacomo asks, his voice echoing, "Will you be fighting the parasitic locusts until Ouroboros is slain?" A woman with long, dark hair watches with a serious expression. Giacomo turns his gaze towards Kong Hansu, a smirk playing on his lips. He continues, "Oh please, do you really think I'd do that? Although we will fight, we will also prepare to retreat at a moment's notice." Giacomo's brow furrows, his expression hardening. The massive warrior's gaze pierces through the ranks. It would be more beneficial for the 6 great clans to fight together while they are all gathered here. If he can't stop Ouroboros, we'll be unable to head into the orange zone, as he said. A group of warriors stand ready, their faces grim. Even the 6 great clans should be aware of that. If anything goes wrong, then I will hold him accountable. Giacomo's expression is stern as he looks into the distance. He said he would take down Ouroboros alongside the 7 phantoms. After all, Hansu's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed. There's nothing to lose. A massive, serpent-like creature coils against a fiery sunset. The creature's scales shimmer, catching the light as it looms over the battlefield. A cacophony of screams erupts as soldiers clash with monstrous foes. A warrior charges forward, his sword raised high, ready to strike. A monstrous face contorts in a silent roar, its jagged teeth bared. Another grotesque creature emerges, its form twisted and nightmarish. A soldier swings his weapon, battling against the swarm of monsters. A group of warriors stand shoulder to shoulder, preparing to face the onslaught. A voice questions, "We're fighting the parasitic locusts?" Murmurs ripple through the ranks as the warriors discuss the situation. One warrior exclaims, "Even the other clans are taking part. Doesn't that mean we have to fight too?" A soldier urgently asks Commander Lu what they should do. The battlefield stretches out before them, a scene of devastation under a fiery sky. The ghostly outline of a fallen warrior serves as a grim reminder of the cost of the conflict. Another voice calls out, questioning the commander's presence. The view through the trees offers a brief respite from the chaos, a glimpse of the sky beyond. A figure sprints through the ravaged landscape, urgency etched on their face. A voice echoes with regret, lamenting past choices. "If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have done a better job feathering my nest. Those fools." Commander Lu grits his teeth, a storm brewing behind his crimson eyes. A grim assessment echoes in the air. They've all lost their minds. A desperate question hangs heavy. How the hell are they going to stop the endless barrage of those locusts? A monstrous visage looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The chilling thought lingers. And holding out until Ouroboros is subjugated? A figure brings a red energy blade down with immense force. The thought echoes in his mind. There's no way such an insane plan would work. But maybe if it's him. He lunges forward, a clawed hand extended, trailing green energy. Green energy streaks through the air, a chaotic dance of power. The figure attacks with a green energy blade, the impact echoing through the battlefield. The green energy explodes on impact. He prepares to strike with the green energy blade, his eyes focused. No, there's no way. That plan is unmistakably flawed. For now, he should return to that person. He admits to himself that it took him a while to learn more about Kong Hansu. A man with dark green hair looks off into the distance. He wonders if something is there. Eri states that there is nothing there. Hansu stands with his clawed hand extended. After the Hecarim clan, the other clans started following along with the plan, so they've managed to delay the parasitic locust descent. The man with dark green hair walks with Eri's. Someone says they'll leave the rear to Michael. The man with dark green hair says, huh. Hansu thinks to himself that he finished everything he needed to do here and needs to go and win over the 7 phantoms. Hansu's legs are shown as he walks. The name Miyamoto is presented. A woman with pink hair and glasses looks on with a concerned expression. The time has come to meet with him. One of the figures questions, but by leaving the rear to me, are you telling me to stay back? A close-up reveals a collection of large, blue crystals. Someone states, I believe you said last time that you would ensure I receive aid from the helpers. A group of people stand together, their expressions unreadable. A voice sighs, well then, I'll leave it to you. 2 figures stand side by side, observing something in the distance. A sky filled with stars twinkles in the night. A man with a sinister smile holds out an apple, his eyes gleaming with malice. From Beacon headquarters, the narrative explains that the 6 great clans, led by Gyokma of the Hecarim clan, are currently stopping them. After the Valkyrie clan eradicated the first wave of descending parasitic locusts, they began moving towards the mirror. The group must decide. The hooded figure wondered if they will avoid the battle against the parasitic locusts by hiding within the seal and wait for the path to open. The phantoms must protect the seal, after all, or will they continue to protect the seal as they are now? Around a table, the group deliberates their next move. Baek John-sang, the 3rd phantom, suggests that it would be best to hide near the seal and wait for everything to pass, stating that the situation isn't that dangerous. Mariant Ark, the 4th phantom, also supports the notion of hiding the seal, stating that neither the locusts nor Ouroboros would be able to enter it, and they have no way to deal with Ouroboros' descent in 2 weeks anyway. Tina Charlize, the 6th phantom, questions what will happen to the remaining travelers if they choose to hide, while Kyle Cooper, the 2nd phantom, listens. One of the figures is against it, stating that although they may have the duty of protecting the seal, is that not for the sake of saving many more lives? One of the phantoms declares that they must stay alive at the very least, questioning who cares about a few travelers. Another phantom questions the speaker, asking how they could say that about the others. A phantom states that the red zone is doomed if Ouroboros descends, and even the thing in the seal will disappear. Another phantom adds that the thing in the seal is on a completely different level and could even cross over into a different zone. A large, unseen figure exhales heavily. Miyamoto Junichi, 1st phantom and Beacon clan leader, listens intently. A voice declares that they must not fight amongst themselves. A voice states that it is good to discuss opinions. 2 phantoms stand together, listening to the discussion. A voice insists that they mustn't create discord. 2 more phantoms observe the proceedings. A voice apologizes to Sir Miyamoto. The phantoms are gathered around a long, polished table, the weight of their discussion hanging heavy in the air. A voice cuts through the tension, there's no need for apologies. The speaker, a man with a neatly trimmed beard and a calm demeanor, holds up a hand. However, especially given the situation, they must remain calm. Another voice chimes in, questioning their identity. We are the phantoms, no? The first speaker continues, stating that they must find the cause behind the current circumstances of the red zone. Elsewhere, a figure leans against a wall, panting heavily. A voice calls out, Sir Miyamoto. The figure bursts into the room, declaring, I've come with an urgent report. Lu Hong is interrupted, informed that the phantoms are in the middle of a meeting. The messenger's hand clenches into a fist, the urgency palpable. The messenger stands, the scrape of the chair legs against the floor echoing in the room. A voice acknowledges someone's hard work, noting they filled the vacancy Carl's Morin left as the assault commander. The speaker stands, his expression unreadable. Another man expresses his gratitude. So, the man's hand clenches. The man asks what the other wanted to say that required him to come here. The man's hand remains clenched. The 6 great clans blocking the parasitic locusts at the mirror is all calm. The man declares it is Hansu's fault. The man continues, explaining to Sir Miyamoto that Hansu even proposed a ridiculous plan involving him subjugating Ouroboros. He states that he came to inform Miyamoto of these events. Sir Miyamoto's expression is unreadable. He breathes a sigh of relief, stating that something is correct. However, the thought continues. Someone wonders if it's a mirror. A figure listens intently. Someone begins to explain, you see. A figure yells, their expression intense. A voice declares that there's no need to be told something. 2 figures stand together, observing the unfolding events. A character explains that going to the mirror is proof of attempting to escape to the orange zone. 3 figures are present, listening to the discussion. Someone explains that because they, the phantoms, have convened to decide the future direction of the red zone, the actions have spat the face of their efforts. A character stammers, explaining that they simply followed Sir Miyamoto's orders. Gyokma's face contorts in anger as he demands, my orders. His eye twitches with barely suppressed rage. Gyokma's expression shifts to surprise. He stammers, no, and my apologies. A voice requests, please wait for now. Miyamoto places a hand on another's shoulder, seemingly to comfort them. The voice continues, we'll continue this discussion at a later time. The sky glows with an ethereal light. Meanwhile, 2 figures stand outside a tent, their expressions unreadable. Lu Hong sits at a table, remarking, Lu Hong running away? What a disappointment. A voice says, if you think of that massive Ouroboros descending, even his actions are. Miyamoto closes his eyes, stating, understandable. The woman adjusts her hair, a thoughtful expression on her face. Well, that is that. The man named Kong Hansu sure is causing a fuss. A disembodied voice chuckles. Haha. Still, I really do wish to meet with him at least once. The man's face is shown in close-up, a slight smile playing on his lips. The voice continues, its tone thoughtful. He could be a sensible man who will be of great help to the red zone. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing slightly. A man in a brown robe speaks to a hooded figure, his expression serious. An exclamation rings out. Sir Miyamoto. Miyamoto stands with a hooded figure and another man in a meeting room, listening intently. A booming voice announces, Kong Hansu himself is here. Kong Hansu is shown, his expression calm and collected. A woman with pink hair is held captive. A man's face is shown in close-up. The man wonders aloud, mentioning Kong Hansu. A voice echoes, stating that while the speaker doesn't know if Sophia has mentioned them, it would be proper to introduce themselves first. The voice continues, identifying themselves as one of the 7 phantoms who protect this red zone, and the current clan leader of Beacon. The speaker reveals himself to be Miyamoto. Kong Hansu states that it is nice to meet them. Given the urgency of the current situation, the voice declares that they will cut right to the chase. Hansu listens intently. The group assembled listens. A voice declares that the others don't deserve to even speak with them, due to their insolence. One of the assembled group calls someone a crazy bastard. Miyamoto laughs, stating that someone is a very honest man indeed. A voice declares that they cannot help. A man with a stern expression looks off to the side. The voice continues, stating that even if they can take down Ouroboros, there is a reason they cannot leave this place. Hansu's jacket is visible. Akuma's name is spoken as a group of people look up in shock. A cloaked figure stands in the distance. A woman with pink hair and glasses says that she will take his place and strike him down as she has always done. Hansu looks determined. The ground is torn apart. Hansu holds a sword. Swords clash. The group stood amidst a reddish terrain, the air thick with anticipation. Swords gleamed under the harsh light as the group prepared for what was to come. A voice echoed, filled with surprise. An older man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, pondered the situation. The tension was palpable, a silent question hanging in the air. Kong Hansu inquired, his voice laced with urgency. How do you know of Akuma? The sharp edges of the swords reflected the gravity of the moment. The text revealed the existence of 4 calamities in the red zone, known to travelers. A disgorging root, a monstrous entity, lurked in the shadows. The Ouroboros, a serpentine beast, and the king bee, buzzed with malevolent energy. A calamity fish, its jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth, awaited its prey. Deep within the trunk of the world tree, secrets and dangers intertwined. Another calamity exists, hidden from travelers. He is the 5th, the sealed calamity. Akuma. The moment he was discovered, Kong Hansu stands alongside others. People realized he must be kept sealed away. He was far more dangerous than any other calamity. Akuma was sealed. It was clear that he could become an existence that would bring the red zone to ruin. As such, Akuma's very existence was kept a secret. The only ones who know of this secret are Miyamoto. 3 figures stand together, their expressions serious. The text reads, and the 7 phantoms who share his will. Ares is shown in a close-up. Miyamoto's face is shown in a close-up, his expression grave, even knowing what would happen were Akuma's seal to be released. The text reads, you still insist his seal become undone? A figure stands amidst a group of others, a sword held high. That's right. The text reads, it's because of the relics he has. The text reads, the chains of Ekim and Cardhorns. The text reads, in order to subjugate Ouroboros, I. The text reads, need those 2 relics? Sophia. Miyamoto looks off into the distance. A woman with pink hair, her arms crossed, asks, did you tell him everything? The response comes, he already knew of these things. Things become stranger yet. A man with a gray beard strokes his chin, deep in thought. A voice declares, it hasn't been long since you've arrived at the red zone, and yet you're aware of the specifics regarding Akuma. Hansu stands with a glowing sword, as a voice explains, how he came to know isn't what's important, Sir Miyamoto. The unseen speaker continues, we must eliminate this man here and now. A blonde-haired figure prepares to strike with a glowing weapon. The voice from before states, his goal is clearly the reward for getting the relics and taking down Akuma. Hansu is shown in close-up as the voice narrates. He is a man consumed by greed to the point of disregarding any and all danger. The voice concludes, I'm sure that's why he aimed for the other 4 calamities. The pink-haired woman stands among a group of figures, observing the scene. A voice exclaims, this man is nothing like that. Sophia asks if the other person believes in him. Ares looks off to the side, considering the question. She admits that she didn't at first. She thought of him as a madman, especially given how easily he said he would kill the calamity fish. However, he really did do it. He also took down the disgorging root, all by himself, at that. Anybody who has seen his feats would believe him when he says he could take down Akuma. Kong Hansu stares intently forward. These miracles are all plausible because it's Kong Hansu. Kong Hansu looks up, a determined glint in his eyes. He understood what was being said. However, The remains of those who were massacred also spoke to him. Chains bind a strange object, surrounded by the silent skulls of the fallen. They spoke of how hopelessly overwhelming his destructive might was. Kang Hansu wondered what it was that he had that they didn't. What, you ask? Meanwhile, crimson energy surged upwards, crackling with raw power. A figure was engulfed in the crimson surge, the air shimmering with heat. The sudden burst of energy caused a sharp intake of breath. A voice declared that they would prove they could take down Akuma. A figure raised a sword, its blade glowing with an eerie green light, ready to strike. Akuma challenged them to come at him all together. He stands amidst his entourage, a silent declaration of power. You're overflowing with bravado. Akuma's expression hardens, a storm gathering behind his eyes. Akuma declares, I shall test you then. His armor gleams, a promise of the battle to come. The woman and the elder react with surprise, sensing the shift in the air. A voice wonders, oh, is that? Akuma descends, sword drawn, a blur of motion against the sky. The blade sings as he plummets, a harbinger of destruction. Below, Hansu prepares to meet the attack, his grip tightening on his own weapon. Steel meets steel, a blinding flash erupting as the two swords collide. The green-haired warrior stands ready, a silent observer of the unfolding clash. The swords collided in a shower of sparks, the force of the impact reverberating through the air. A hand reached out, fingers outstretched as if grasping for something just out of reach. The blades met again, a blinding flash of light erupting from the point of contact. A voice echoed, declaring, we are the Phantoms. Hansu locked blades with Akuma, the green energy of his sword crackling against his opponent's steel. A voice boomed, your judgment that you would be able to take all of us, guardians of the Red Zone, together. A figure stood poised, sword held ready, the light glinting off the polished steel. The voice continued, its tone laced with disdain, was nothing more than arrogance. The sword arced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. Hansu and Akuma continued their furious exchange, each blow carrying the weight of their convictions. A voice declared, you're definitely stronger than a normal traveler. You're worthy of the title of Phantom. The blade gleamed, a perfect edge reflecting the light, ready to strike. He prepares to strike, his sword gleaming with a faint, ethereal light. A voice echoes, filled with confusion, what do you mean? The armored figure is engulfed in a surge of crackling blue energy. The energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex around the figure. A powerful force slams into the armored figure, the impact resonating with a deafening boom. The figure is sent hurtling backward, a streak of blue energy trailing behind. The armored figure crashes to the ground, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust. A voice clarifies, for testing the heavenly soldier armor, I mean. The armored figure stands amidst a desolate landscape, surrounded by skeletal remains. The scene is bathed in a crimson light, the ground cracked and barren beneath the armored figure's feet. Someone asks what kind of person Miyamoto was. Another asks why they are asking that all of a sudden. One of the individuals present recalls that Miyamoto was the one who managed the Red Zone, but died soon after the abyss opened. Another expresses confidence that they will run into him eventually, wanting to hear what the others thought of him. The silver-haired woman muses that Miyamoto was different from the other clan leaders, leading everyone else without any markings of being a leader. The armored figure explains that Miyamoto's inherent skills were of defense and buffs, also having debuff skills, but most importantly, while everyone was chasing after rewards, building their foundations, and crossing over into the orange zone for other various reasons. He alone stayed in the red zone, deciding this solely through his will. A man in a white coat stands, listening. Miyamoto, it is said, would guard Akuma's seal, choosing to give up his opportunities, sacrificing himself instead. If they are going to meet Miyamoto, Hansu thinks it would be alright to trust him. He was a man who stood with justice more rigidly than any other traveler in the red zone. Someone shouts, enough. The unseen character demands, what are you all doing? The unseen character continues, stating that they lack sufficient forces even if they were to all work together. The unseen character exclaims that Ouroboros will descend in 2 weeks, questioning why they are wasting their strength. Someone apologizes. Clearing his throat, the older man looks directly at Kang Hansu. The man states that he is well aware of Kang Hansu's strength, and as such, he would like him to put away his weapon eater. Kang Hansu stands, a faint blue aura surrounding him. The older man suggests a discussion instead. The older man acknowledges Kang Hansu's strength. However, another man thinks that he cannot undo the seal with that alone. A voice warns that nobody can predict what will happen if the seal were to be undone. A voice thinks that his seal mustn't ever be released. Even just approaching the seal, a swirling vortex of crimson energy pulses with an ominous presence. The sheer force of his being is overwhelming. Mr. Kang Hansu. Around a wooden table, the team gathers, their faces etched with concern. Do you have a concrete plan on how you're going to take Akuma down? Kang Hansu states, I do have a plan. Of the 5 relics of Elvenheim in existence, 2 of them are in use in the seal. I possess the other 3. If it is possible to suppress Akuma's strength through 2 relics, then it should be plausible to subjugate him if we were to harness all 5. Kang Hansu says, I believe this is enough to establish the possibility. What do you think? A close-up reveals a character's torso adorned with a necklace and a jeweled bracelet. How similar. The man sits at the table, a thoughtful expression on his face as he contemplates the events unfolding. He's carrying an incredible responsibility and is willing to lay his life down for it, not showing even a hint of fear. Kong Hansu sits with a stern look on his face. Has there ever been even a single traveler like him during the 20 years I've been here? Miyamoto's eyes narrow as he realizes something. I see it now. Iris is present. Kong Hansu and Iris are seen together. Sir Miyamoto? Sir Miyamoto? Sir Miyamoto? A hand grips a mug tightly. Miyamoto sips from his mug, clearing his throat. Ahem dash. I was simply reminiscing about the past. Unlike Mr. Kong Hansu, who makes decisions quickly, the speaker considers himself of a more tentative temperament. Kong Hansu, seated at a table, asks if he may relay some final thoughts before answering the question. A pair of hands clench tightly on a wooden surface. The speaker suggests releasing Akuma's seal in order to take him down. The group sits around a table, the question hanging in the air, but what if? From across the table, a voice wonders if they fail. A voice reflects on wishing for a full-scale war against the calamities, but soon abandoning those thoughts, imagining how many sacrifices it may take. Akuma is currently on the move. If even Akuma were to assist him, what do you think would happen to the red zone? It is not that I don't believe in you, Mr. Kong Hansu. You've faced against the phantoms. And you've managed to subjugate 2 calamities. He sits in a chair, contemplating the inherent unpredictability of any plan. A voice muses that the smoother things go according to plan, the more wary one must be. The speaker reveals that this is why he came up with the idea. A disembodied voice questions why they don't use the relics they have. The question hangs in the air. In the seal? Another voice speaks, the words unheard. The voice explains that if they were to use those relics, then the seal would be further strengthened. A pair of hands holds a golden sword, surrounded by glowing orbs. The voice continues, stating that then, the phantoms would be free to move. The speaker adds that after this, they would be free to help all the travelers they can in the red zone. A man looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. As expected of Sir Miyamoto, someone exclaims, unable to believe he came up with an idea like this. Someone asks how it is, questioning if this isn't far more rational. Hansu listens intently. Sir Miyamoto sits at the table. Hansu's expression hardens. Miyamoto's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The man leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. Is that not perhaps a selfish, personal desire of your own? Hansu sat across from Iris, his gaze steady. It is because the relics must be used again elsewhere. An unknown voice spoke. Can you tell me where they'll? Miyamoto's brow furrowed, a question forming on his lips. Be used. Hansu's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. Miyamoto's eyes reflected a deep contemplation, his thoughts swirling beneath the surface. The man sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Very well, I'll leave the discussion at that. Miyamoto sat back, observing Hansu and Iris as they continued their discussion. Iris's eyes widened, a hint of surprise in her voice. Does that mean? A voice questioned. Do we have any other choice but to believe in you? Miyamoto smiled faintly, a hint of understanding in his eyes. Iris tells someone to follow her. Hansu stands with Akuma at a table. Akuma states that he will guide them to where Akuma is sealed. Akuma seems to be thinking. Akuma raises his finger. Akuma asks Hansu to change into new clothes, stating that his fighting style is agility-based, so the clothes will fit him well. Hansu and Iris sit at a table. A group of people walk in a cave. Hansu thinks that the clothes are pretty nice. Hansu is wearing new clothes. The clothes are Gerda's leather armor. They are light and reduce air resistance. Hansu thinks that he can just fix this here. He sighs in relief. What a relief, Hansu. It's great that Sir Miyamoto decided to trust you. The man stands with his back turned. All that's left is to subjugate Akuma, according to plan. Hansu looks down, lost in thought. According to plan? Sir Miyamoto takes a drink. I was simply reminiscing about the past. Unlike Mr. Kong Hansu, who makes decisions quickly, I'm of a more tentative temperament. Miyamoto's eye reflects the light. A cup sits on a wooden table. Sophia, I have something to say. She stands next to a taller figure, his face partially obscured. A lone speech bubble contains only a question mark. A blurry image suggests the presence of large, tree-like structures. A pole descends from above, held aloft by heavy chains. The chains connect to a massive, trident-shaped weapon. A monstrous, red-skinned demon looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The demon's face fills the frame, its jagged teeth bared in a horrifying grin. 20 years ago, a scene of utter devastation. Kong Hansu looks on with a pained expression. Just what happened here? Stones in the shape of humans. I can surmise what happened. They fell victim to an attack of great power. An attack from a single being, at that. It's the one sealed in there. Chains bind a massive sphere, crackling with energy. They're a dangerous existence that mustn't ever awaken. Of the unknown energy exuding from him, some still remain there. Hansu mused. Still, since he's sealed right now, as long as we leave it alone, we'll be fine. The restraints binding the entity are shown in detail. Iris stated, no, you're wrong. The chains binding the entity are growing weaker. The restraints are holding on, but barely. The chains begin to crack. Iris continued. But it's clear the seal will eventually give out on its own. Miyamoto added. The seal is growing, so it's essentially a ticking time bomb. A voice stated. That's an apt way to put it. The entity is shown sealed within the chains. A hand touches the chains. Another voice said. It seems we need to draft a plan to deal with it. Miyamoto declared. Let's return for now and discuss what to do. A voice declares that they think they have a solution. Hansu stands with another person, looking up. A voice calls out to Sir Miyamoto. A disembodied voice wonders if they have to risk their life to ascend once again, and if they will have to use Syact Ovek again after they reach the next zone. A hand reaches out, surrounded by red energy. A voice declares that their weapon eater may be the strongest here. Iris thinks to herself that she'll have to start over again. A weapon is surrounded by chains and red energy. Miyamoto looks on. A voice asks if they are pressing down on the seal with the weapon eater. A voice wonders how long they must continue to do this, and if there will ever be an end. Another voice declares that their weapon eater will supplement the existing seal. Miyamoto thinks that with this, he will not be freed from the seal. The group is informed that they will have to remain in the red zone to maintain the weapon eater. Iris declares that she has resolved herself for it. If it is for a greater cause, for humanity, then he will persevere. Yes, it's better if I. Don't worry. I will remain in the red zone and protect the seal. Miyamoto looks determined. Hansu remains silent. The older man, his face etched with the weight of ages, was reminded of the past for a moment. A voice commanded, begin Miyamoto. Addressing Miyamoto so casually, Aaron's expression was one of mild annoyance. A voice declared, we're running out of time. A stern voice affirmed, yes, we must. The older man, his eyes now resolute, declared, then I will now. His hands clasped together, he prepared to release the seal. A surge of green energy pulsed from his hands. The energy intensified, shifting to a menacing red. The seal was released, unleashing a torrent of orange and purple energy. Hansu observed, it seems like he's fed his weapon eater a great number of weapons. Despite being so inferior to the heavenly soldier armor, it has such immense strength. This means that the Phantom's role was simply procurement. Because Miyamoto had to maintain the weapon eater, he'd been greatly restricted in terms of what he could and couldn't do. An overhead view reveals a figure surrounded by an array of weapons. That means the Phantoms must procure the weapons the weapon eater requires in his stead. However, Miyamoto considers the situation, his expression thoughtful. There's something suspicious about this. There's something he cannot understand. A figure stands with their back turned. A hand activates something, releasing a surge of energy. Chains begin to manifest. The chains gleam, their purpose yet unknown. A crimson, trident-shaped energy erupts, piercing the silence with an ominous hum. The energy slams into an unseen barrier, the impact sending tremors through the very ground. A vortex of swirling energy materializes, its chaotic currents crackling with raw power. The crimson energy tears through another unseen defense, the sound like shattering glass echoing in the cavern. A figure is silhouetted against the blinding red light, its form obscured by the sheer intensity of the energy. The crimson energy surges upward once more, bathing the cavern in an unholy glow. Iris stares wide-eyed, her face etched with concern as she witnesses the unfolding spectacle. Hansu stands beside her, his expression grim. A towering figure emerges from the shadows, its monstrous form radiating an aura of immense power. The creature's grotesque face looms closer, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. My body won't move, a voice whispers, paralyzed by the sheer force of the entity's presence. It's only released its killing intent, yet that alone felt incredibly dangerous. The monstrous face fills the vision, its jagged teeth and piercing gaze promising only death. The realization dawns, chilling the blood. Is a monster. The monstrous entity towers over Iris, its presence radiating an oppressive aura. Iris gasps, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oh, she utters. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with shock and confusion. When did it? Elsewhere, a hand grips the hilt of a glowing, golden sword, ready to strike. The monster unleashes a devastating attack, the force of its blow shattering the ground beneath it. The attack intensifies, a crimson blur of raw power aimed at an unseen target. The monster's strike connects, the impact sending tremors through the very air. A shockwave erupts from the point of impact, radiating outward with destructive force. The attack culminates in a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating everything in its path. Caught in the blast, Iris and Hansu cry out in pain, bracing themselves against the overwhelming force. GUH. The monster stands amidst the devastation, its form silhouetted against the swirling dust and debris. Akuma watches from a distance, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding chaos. The crimson demon roars, surrounded by crackling green energy. A figure wielding a blade clashes against the demon, the impact sending shockwaves through the cavern. Kong Hansu strikes, his fist connecting with brutal force. The swordsman's blade finds its mark, slicing through the demon's defenses. The sound of the impact echoes through the cavern. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of steel and demonic fury. A close-up reveals the demon's clawed hand, dripping with an unknown substance. Kong Hansu, his back to Erie's, speaks with grim determination. Everyone, listen closely. The demon staggers, reeling from the combined assault. The sound of the demon's struggle fills the air. Kong Hansu turns his head, his expression resolute. Ensure your own protection. Kong Hansu faces forward, his eyes filled with determination. I will face him alone. He plants his feet, drawing back a fist crackling with contained power. The punch connects, a sickening thud echoing through the cavern as it lands squarely on the demon's face. The force of the blow sends the demon staggering backward, its massive form momentarily unbalanced. Kong Hansu follows up with a swift draw of his blade, the metal singing as it leaves its sheath. The sword bites deep into the demon's flesh, drawing a spray of dark ichor. Again, the blade finds its mark, carving a deeper wound into the monstrous hide. Each strike is delivered with precision and power, the sword a blur of motion. The demon roars in pain and fury as the relentless assault continues. The blade flashes, leaving trails of crimson in its wake. The demon's form is increasingly marred by the hunter's attacks. The relentless barrage of strikes continues to batter the demon. Kong Hansu presses his advantage, the demon reeling from the onslaught. Red lightning crackles around the demon's face, illuminating its menacing features. He stands firm, his gaze locked onto the demon, ready to strike. His sword glows with a vibrant green energy, a testament to the power he is about to unleash. The earth trembles as a heavy foot descends, each step sending tremors through the ground. The bearded man looks around, his eyes narrowed with concern. The ground is shaking. A figure sprints through the chaos, desperately trying to outrun the impending danger. The woman with long black hair looks up, her expression a mix of fear and understanding. Isn't it because of the locusts? The bearded man's gaze hardens, his jaw clenched as he prepares for what's to come. The ominous words echo in the air, coming from below. A monstrous figure erupts from the depths, its form wreathed in swirling energy. Drawing his swords, a figure stands ready to confront the emerging horror. A figure is sent hurtling through the air, caught in the wake of the subterranean upheaval. The blonde woman cries out as she is struck from below, the force of the attack sending debris flying. The narrator observes that this is like a fight between two monsters. Hansu looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The monster lunges, claws extended. Its claws slash through the air, leaving trails of distorted light. The monster's assault continues, a flurry of crimson and white. Leaping back, Hansu narrowly avoids the monster's attack, blue orbs swirling around him. The monster roars, its claws poised for another strike. Hansu grits his teeth, determination etched on his face. Ducking low, he evades the monster's sweeping attack. The monster presses its assault, a relentless barrage of claws and fury. With a swift maneuver, Hansu dodges another strike, his movements fluid and precise. The monster unleashes a final, desperate attack, its claws tearing through the air. Clouds drift across the sky, a silent prelude to the storm of battle. A surge of energy crackles in the air, the prelude to a devastating attack. The monstrous entity looms, its form a grotesque tapestry of crimson and shadow. He stands firm, facing the monstrous entity, his resolve unwavering amidst the chaos. Gathering power, Hansu focuses his energy, a swirling vortex of azure light coalescing in his hand. The air shimmers with raw power, the unleashed energy distorting the very fabric of reality. Kong Hansu surges forward, a blur of motion and intent, the blue orbs of energy dancing around him like protective spirits. The monster's eye, a crimson vortex of malevolence, narrows with predatory focus. Leaping into the fray, Hansu becomes a streak of blue against the dark backdrop, his movements precise and deadly. The unleashed power explodes outward, a cataclysm of light and force that threatens to consume everything in its path. His gaze intense, Kong Hansu prepares for the final strike, his eyes burning with determination. A fist clenches, ready to deliver a devastating blow. A voice cries out, filled with surprise. The monstrous figure lunges forward, a blur of crimson and shadow. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, his expression a mask of intense focus as he prepares to evade the incoming assault. The monster's attack continues, a whirlwind of claws and teeth aimed directly at the reincarnator. A single, malevolent red eye pierces the darkness, locked onto its prey. With a burst of speed, Hansu narrowly avoids the monster's strike, the air crackling with displaced energy. The monster's face contorts in frustration, its jaws snapping shut on empty air. He dodged that. The monster's massive arms swing wildly, each movement capable of crushing stone. The red eye burns with renewed intensity, fueled by rage and a hunger for destruction. The monster's body twists and contorts, a grotesque display of raw power and primal fury. Kong Hansu stands with another figure cloaked in shadow. The cloaked figure states that this isn't a fight they can interfere with. Whether it be their speed or their power, they're far beyond us. Hansu acknowledges that it's just as he said. Hansu thinks to himself that they have no choice but to leave everything to him. Blue energy swirls around the reincarnator. The monster thinks that he's far faster than expected. Hansu thinks to himself that while he partially summoned the heavenly soldier armor just in case if this were to happen, it can't keep up. He realizes it's pointless to unleash attacks that'll miss. Hansu thinks that he'll have to summon it again when he's sure he can land an attack. He decides he'll have to use those after all. The chains of Ekim and Caghorn's spear. A menacing spear, wreathed in chains. The words echo in his mind. LL me. A desperate plea hangs in the air. Please. The monster's anguished cry. Kill me. A close-up of the monster's face, contorted in pain and desperation. Kong Hansu's brow furrows as he considers the monster's words. The hunter's gaze hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes. A grim determination settles on his face. He thinks, although that's what I came here for. The monster writhes, its plea echoing in the cavernous space. The monster roars. The monster is struck with immense force. The monster reels from the blow. A close-up reveals the monster's grotesque features. Hansu floats in the air, surrounded by glowing orbs. Hansu slashes at the monster with his sword. The monster towers over Hansu, a formidable foe. Chains begin to materialize. Hansu clenches his fist, the chains coiling around his arm. Yep. Hansu's expression hardens, determination etched on his face. The chains strike with deadly precision. The chains are effective. The monster roars, its voice a guttural explosion of pain and fury. It thrashes against the chains, a desperate attempt to break free from its ethereal prison. The chains, glowing with an eerie blue light, tighten their grip. The restraints multiply, each link a testament to the power holding it captive. The monster continues its struggle, its massive form straining against the glowing blue chains. Muscles bulge and strain as it fights against the inevitable, the chains digging deeper into its flesh. Another earth-shattering roar echoes through the chamber, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The chains continue to bind, their ethereal glow a stark contrast to the monster's crimson hide. Meanwhile, Hansu observes the scene, a grim determination etched on his face. He thinks, I've tied him up with the chains of Urkim, but he'll get out of them soon enough. He grits his teeth, thinking, I have to finish him off before that happens. Hansu raises his weapon, preparing to strike the final blow. He prepares to strike. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he struggles against an unseen force. What? Kong Hansu stands tall, his gaze sweeping across the cavernous space. He thinks, my body isn't moving the way I want. It's like something is pushing me down. His eyes narrow, a flicker of realization dawning within them. Could it be Akuma's skill? Kong Hansu remains wary, his grip tightening on his weapon. No, that's not possible. The demon stands menacingly, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. As far as I know, Akuma doesn't possess a skill that can restrict its opponent's movements. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, his gaze sharpening with determination. That means this is someone else's doing. Just who could it be? His eyes widen, a sense of urgency washing over him as he looks into the distance. He stood in the distance, a lone figure amidst the towering trees. Miyamoto stood in the distance, his presence commanding attention. Miyamoto's gaze was intense, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The man's expression was unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of stoicism. Miyamoto's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. A figure stood with a staff, their presence ominous. Miyamoto's name echoed through the forest. The figure with the staff remained still, their intentions unknown. The figure with the staff remained still, their intentions unknown. The figure with long white hair recoils, a red demonic form looming behind them. A voice cries out, you bastard. It can't be. Miyamoto grips his spear tightly. A sharp sound echoes. A spear pierces through a desolate landscape. A large, red foot steps heavily onto the cracked earth. The red demonic figure stands menacingly. Chains rattle ominously. The red demonic figure looms, bound by heavy chains. The chains clink together. A soft groan escapes. A figure lies on the ground, reflecting, now I understand why I was so wary of him earlier. His attitude toward maintaining Akuma's seal remains steadfast. The weapon eater, having consumed a great number of weapons, pulses with energy. And that debuff skill is being targeted at him. Miyamoto's gaze is intense. Miyamoto stands firm, holding the weapon eater. It is protecting Akuma. Eri says, geez, I don't think Miyamoto will be of any help. Akuma's power surges. The energy crackles. A figure moves with incredible speed. It's getting faster? He grunts in pain as an unseen force slams into him. A red, clawed hand tears through the air, leaving trails of crimson energy. Hansu grits his teeth, realizing, I'm just getting slower. The assault continues, the red hand a blur of destruction. Each strike lands with brutal force, pushing Akuma further back. A grotesque face watches with a sinister grin. Hansu prepares to intervene, summoning twin blades of emerald energy. He moves with blinding speed, a streak of green cutting through the darkness. Kong Hansu scowls, muttering, again with this? The red hand intensifies its attack, each blow carrying immense power. The onslaught continues, the air thick with the scent of ozone and blood. Debris explodes as the red hand delivers another devastating strike. A voice echoes with annoyance, how bothersome. Hansu stands firm, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. The more time passes, the stronger Miyamoto's debuff skill gets. A voice urges, Sophia, choose quickly. Hansu's breath comes in ragged gasps, his expression strained. Iris looks up, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation. A voice questions, "What's going on here?" Akuma, a monstrous figure wreathed in shadow, pushes back against Hansu with overwhelming force. A voice exclaims in disbelief. He's suddenly being pushed back by Akuma? At this rate. Iris's brow furrows, her gaze sharpening with worry. A voice frets. With how things were progressing before, he would have been able to easily take down Akuma. He suddenly stopped and is now getting pushed back. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. No, it can't be. Sweat beads on Akuma's brow, his golden eye wide with concern. Sophia's name hangs in the air. Kong Hansu reflects, considering the possibility of being unable to land a single proper attack against Akuma and getting pushed back. Kong Hansu speaks to Sophia, his expression serious. He knows this is dangerous, but he wants her to draw its attention for just a brief moment. And a fist clenches tightly. Sir Miyamoto's name is called out. A voice cries out that Kong Hansu needs help, right now. Someone questions if they mean to say that all of them should help him. Miyamoto looks down, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that unlike Kong Hansu, they have no means with which to combat Akuma. 3 figures stand in what appears to be a cave. Another voice states that deciding to help Kong Hansu and indiscriminately attack Akuma would be no different from entering a lion's den with nothing more than their naked bodies. A monstrous figure lurks in the shadows. The monster snarls, declaring that they would only get in Kong Hansu's way. A voice insists that they should believe in Kong Hansu. A man with short black hair looks off to the side, thinking that they should simply watch as he alone takes on Akuma. Iris exclaims that if they leave things be, things might get dangerous. A voice warns that if Kong Hansu falls, then all of them would suffer the same fate. Iris continues, stating that the same would go for all the travelers in the red zone. Sir Miyamoto is asked if he is planning on letting Kong Hansu die. The question hangs in the air. Is he planning on letting Kong Hansu die? He peers intently, his expression unreadable. Sophia is warned to watch her words. A voice declares a belief in Mr. Kong. The name of Hansu hangs in the air. Sophia exclaims that they should not be helping Mr. Kong Hansu. However, someone states that they understand Sophia's concerns, but the situation doesn't seem to be playing out very well. The discussion continues. Miyamoto listens intently. A voice warns to prepare for the worst. Akuma remains silent, observing the unfolding events. If Kong Hansu were to fall to Akuma, then we must once again seal Akuma using my power and the relics. An intricate, crimson structure glows against a backdrop of swirling purple energy. A monstrous visage, framed by jagged lines, looms over a figure engulfed in violet light. Iris asks if there is a better alternative. Iris stands firm, her expression resolute. Iris's brow furrows with concern, her gaze intense. The light catches the gold trim of her collar. Also, be wary of Miyamoto. Miyamoto might get in the way of me taking down Akuma. Iris's eyes widen, a question forming on her lips. What? The voice wondered if he would insist on sealing Akuma once again. A question hung in the air. Are you certain? Kong Hansu's expression was unreadable. A voice admitted, I'm not sure of that myself. The voice continued, speculating. However, if it's the Miyamoto I've seen. The voice declared, then I do think he'll end up betraying us. The narration stated, going by what Kong Hansu said. The narration continued, how Miyamoto intended to protect the seal, and how Kong Hansu suddenly ended up being pushed back. Sir Miyamoto's face was grim. The narration declared, intends on killing Kong Hansu. Miyamoto's expression was cold as he considered the words, Akuma is a calamity that must be killed. A voice stated simply, wrong. The voice continued, you only think that way because you view Akuma as an enemy that must be eradicated. If they can just maintain the seal. A monstrous, red, demonic figure looms, its maw filled with jagged teeth. Then he is no different from a caged beast. As long as they can chain it, its uses are endless. A figure clad in blue armor stands amidst swirling energy. As long as I have Akuma, then having the red zone under my control is child's play. Kong Hansu. As punishment for your arrogance. A close-up of a determined eye. A green blade gleams, ready to strike. A pained grunt escapes. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, his expression intense. The force of the blow sends something flying, a spray of blood painting the air. A crimson energy flares, a sign of the devastating impact. The attack leaves its mark, a testament to its power. Another figure is struck, the force of the impact visible in the air. Blood splatters across the ground, a grim reminder of the battle. A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. I gave that debuff skill everything I had. There's no way he could be unaffected by it. The man's brow furrows, confusion etched on his face. His eyes widen, a silent question forming on his lips. But how? The man's expression twists in frustration. Just how? The voice rises, tinged with desperation. Are you still standing? He stands, the green blade gleaming in his hand, seemingly untouched by the assault. Kong Hansu's gaze is unwavering, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, laced with disbelief. How are you still standing? Kong Hansu stands, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He grips his weapon, ready for the next attack. His face, marred with scratches and sweat, is a mask of grim determination. A voice cries out in shock, Kang Hansu. The man grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in focus. A monstrous red demon looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The battlefield is a scene of devastation, the ground torn and scarred. With a roar, the demon lunges, its massive form a blur of crimson fury. Hansu faces the oncoming onslaught, his stance firm, his resolve unwavering. A surge of power erupts, a blinding flash of energy unleashed against the demon. The red demon, Akuma, stands menacingly, its sharp teeth bared in a feral grin. Eri stands on a crystalline structure, her back turned to Kang Hansu as she observes the unfolding battle. Arcane symbols glow with an eerie light. Miyamoto prepares to cast a spell. A voice booms, demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" Sophia's name echoes in the air. Miyamoto continues his incantation, the magical circle intensifying. He shouts, his voice laced with urgency. "Did I not tell you? Interference will only pose more danger to us." The voice declares, "As such, we must leave Kang Hansu to fight Akuma alone." Sophia asks, her tone sharp, "Why are you not listening to me?" A voice states, "I'm disappointed in you, Sir Miyamoto." The voice continues, "We ought to be helping the man risking his life in order to protect all of the people within the red zone, us included. However, the one man who could bear Akuma's attacks even the slightest bit refuses to step forth because he cannot bear placing himself in the slightest bit of danger." A woman with pink hair stands ready, magical energy swirling around her. The lower half of a figure is shown, clad in dark clothing and boots. A man's face is contorted in shock. "What?" he exclaims. A man with a beard looks up, seemingly sensing something. A monstrous, red-skinned creature is partially visible amidst swirling energy. The red monster is shown again, surrounded by a blue aura. Magical energy crackles and swirls, forming complex patterns. A woman with black hair exclaims, "Damn it, his attention was drawn this way." Two figures stand together. One declares, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." A woman with blonde hair looks on with concern, holding a book. Sophia's name echoes in the air. A figure crackles with green energy. The red demon-like figure snarls, "Don't you turn away from me." A voice declares, "I am your opponent." A figure raises a sword, ready for battle. A blonde-haired warrior clashes with a demon. A figure's legs move swiftly. A figure's legs are blurred with speed. A surge of power erupts. A winged figure prepares to strike. The red demon-like figure looms. Sophia gasps, K-dash. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched as if casting a spell. A surge of blue energy emanates from its palm, crackling with unseen power. Kang Hansu's face contorts in a scream, his voice echoing with desperate defiance. Kang Hansu. A gauntlet hand grips a weapon wreathed in sickly green energy. The air crackles with anticipation as the attack is prepared. The figure wielding the green weapon stands poised, ready to strike. A silent exclamation hangs in the air. A torrent of blue energy cascades down, a deluge of raw power unleashed upon its target. The magical assault intensifies, the air shimmering with pink and red energy as the attack reaches its crescendo. A guttural cry tears through the air, a sound of pain and desperation as the attack finds its mark. Kang Hansu grits his teeth, his gaze fixed downward as he braces for the inevitable impact. A book lies open, its pages glowing with arcane symbols. The words "Path of Descent" are emblazoned across its surface, hinting at a perilous journey. Kang Hansu is sent hurtling downwards, engulfed in a blaze of orange energy as he plummets towards an unknown fate. A figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of pink energy, their presence a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. A voice calls out, laced with dark amusement, "Nice support, Sophia." The force of the unseen blow sends Kang Hansu hurtling backwards. He plummets through the air, the wind screaming past his ears. His eyes narrow, focusing on the source of the attack. A red-skinned monster lunges forward, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monster closes the distance with terrifying speed. Golden blades materialize around the creature, shimmering with deadly energy. The monster unleashes its attack, the golden blades streaking towards Kang Hansu like a swarm of angry wasps. The blades cut through the air, leaving trails of golden light in their wake. The monster seems surprised, thinking, it had that kind of attack too. A man with blonde hair watches with a shocked expression. Kang Hansu, defying gravity, gathers blue energy orbs in his hands, preparing a counterattack. He launches the orbs, a wave of blue energy surging towards the monster and its deadly golden blades. Golden energy projectiles streak through the air, propelled with immense force. The projectiles detonate in a burst of raw power. A monstrous visage looms, its features twisted into a grotesque parody of a face. A guttural growl rumbles from the depths of the creature's throat. A figure stands silhouetted against a swirling vortex of dark energy. The demonic figure stands tall, its crimson skin contrasting sharply with its flowing, light pink hair. The chains of Ekim, glowing with celestial energy, begin to reform. Through the injection of magic power, the chains of Ekim have been regenerated. More golden projectiles, now linked by the newly formed chains, hurtle forward. The demonic figure's face contorts in what might be rage or anticipation. The chains of Ekim drape across the demon's massive form, crackling with power. Akuma. He grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The pain is evident in his eyes, but so is a burning determination. A clawed hand, wreathed in shadow, clutches a staff that pulses with an eerie, blue light. A voice echoes, patient and sinister. Just wait a little longer. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. I'll end you. Akuma descends, a crimson trident crackling with dark energy held high. The air vibrates with malevolent power. Plummeting earthward, the demon leaves trails of violet energy in his wake, a harbinger of destruction. Chains of Ekim erupt from the ground, snaking towards an unseen target as Akuma unleashes a blinding blast of power. The trident becomes a blur of crimson, a focal point for the swirling chaos that threatens to consume everything. A cataclysmic explosion of pink and white energy obliterates the surroundings, the raw force of it shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, tearing apart the stone floor and leaving a crater in its wake. Akuma roars, his monstrous visage contorted in fury, a storm of red energy swirling around him. A blonde-haired man looks on in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. Beside him, a cloaked figure remains silent, their face hidden in shadow. The blonde man whispers, his voice barely audible above the din. Incredible. Had he really taken down Akuma? No. The bearded man's expression hardens. Akuma will die. Until Akuma can move again. A green eye glows with power. I must buy time and stop Kong Hansu. A figure stands silhouetted against the backdrop of light. Energy crackles in the air. Kong Hansu stands amidst the chaos, energy swirling around him. What? It was destroyed. Akuma's hand clenches, the red energy fading. He thinks of Miyamoto. The energy around Akuma's hand intensifies. He vows that he is not taking any more of their bullshit. He thinks he just needs a little more time. Hansu's face is covered in blood, his blue eyes reflecting the aftermath of the battle. Hansu declares that he is dealing with him first. Miyamoto grunts, his expression unreadable. Remembering the past, Miyamoto thinks about this feeling that he's since forgotten. Oh. Miyamoto stands tall, his sword at his side. And embers fall against a dark blue sky. The sky burns with the colors of sunset. A figure in golden armor stands tall, their spear planted amidst a field of corpses. A close-up reveals the gruesome reality of the battlefield, a tangled mass of bodies. A woman's face, framed by blonde hair, is cast in the warm light of the setting sun. The intricate details of the golden armor gleam, reflecting the light. A man with black hair and tribal markings gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable. For 20 long years, he's never forgotten it. This feeling he's held close to his heart. Held close to his heart. Envy. The air hangs heavy, each breath a visible cloud in the cold. The metallic tang of blood lingers in the air. A pained grunt escapes Hansu's lips, his face a mask of blood and grime. His eyes, though, burn with a fierce determination. Elsewhere, dark birds circle in a twilight sky, their shadows stretching long across the land. A chill wind whispers through their feathers. A monstrous figure stands silhouetted against the fading light, a raven perched ominously above. The air crackles with unseen energy. The figure stands before a colossal, grotesque beast, its form a nightmarish tapestry of bone and chitin. The stench of decay fills the air. The ground trembles, a guttural roar echoing through the desolate landscape. The air vibrates with raw power. Hansu stands defiant, a white cloak billowing behind him like wings. His gaze is fixed, unwavering, on some unseen foe. His fist clenches, knuckles white against the grime. A surge of power emanates from him, a silent promise of retribution. Dust and debris swirl around his feet, the ground scarred and broken. The scent of ozone hangs heavy in the air. A surge of energy pulses outward, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. The very fabric of reality seems to warp and bend. Hansu's eyes narrow, burning with an intense, focused light. The world seems to fade away, leaving only the burning intensity of his will. A complex array of arcane symbols glows with golden energy, forming a massive, intricate circle. A figure plummets through the center of the glowing circle, surrounded by swirling energy. Runes around the circle read, "Everything is okay now." Bathed in golden light, a woman with long blonde hair stands tall, clad in ornate golden armor. Ares. She was the lord of the otherworld. Kong Hansu, as well as the most beloved among all. A group of figures looks up in awe at a figure descending from above, their faces filled with reverence. All of those who were in the red zone respected her, and I. A figure stands in shadow, their face obscured, consumed by bitterness. Cursed her. I should have been the one in that place, not her. Miyamoto's eyes narrow, a cold determination hardening his gaze. That's when I found another opportunity. A hidden calamity looms, its presence felt like a weight of chains. The calamity is named Akuma. A small amount of mana was all that was needed to maintain its seal. Miyamoto reflects, admitting he deceived everyone in order to remain in the red zone. It was all for the sake of his own safety and pride. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the surface, glowing with an eerie blue light. However, the fractures deepen, the seal's integrity failing. The surface shatters, fragments of light and energy scattering into the void. Miyamoto's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His hand clenches into a fist, the knuckles white with tension. His face contorted with rage, Miyamoto's eyes burned with a dark intensity. He spat the words, a venomous challenge hanging in the air. Someone like you dares. Purple energy erupted around Miyamoto, crackling with raw, untamed power. The air thrummed with the chaotic energy, a vortex of violet light. Crimson lightning danced within the purple storm, a destructive force unleashed. Miyamoto extended his hand, focusing the chaotic energy into a concentrated blast. The air crackled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu began to weave a counterspell, arcane symbols glowing with emerald light around him. The intricate patterns pulsed with power, a shield against the coming storm. A golden glyph shimmered into existence, anchoring the defensive formation. Orbs of pure, verdant energy coalesced, ready to intercept the impending attack. Nearby, another man watched with growing apprehension, the unfolding events causing him to tremble. Miyamoto looks down at an unseen figure. He thinks to himself, what a fool. An unknown voice muses, I don't know how he managed to nullify magic. Miyamoto stands amidst swirling green energy. A voice declares, but I definitely landed a clear strike just now dash. Miyamoto stares intently, his expression unreadable. Miyamoto stands with his sword, ready to strike. Miyamoto looks down, his face partially obscured by shadow. A voice commands, kill. Do not hesitate. Another voice orders, make sure to eliminate any and all existences that interfere with the plan. A third voice adds, they will bring about malice on humanity if left alive anyway. A voice states, there is no need to show them mercy. A voice agrees, that's right. A green, glowing blade is held firmly in a gloved hand. A voice declares that this man is an enemy. The figure in green states that he will become a great hindrance to the plan. A voice echoes with the thought, I must kill him, here and now. A disembodied voice pleads to avoid any needless killing. A figure with dark hair looks down, seemingly troubled. A voice declares that the hope of humanity rests in their hands. A woman with long, silver hair and piercing green eyes looks on. A voice urges to take care of as many as possible, even when facing an atrocious evil. The dark-haired man is told, I'll leave it to you, Hansu. A voice trails off, simply stating, I. Two figures stand in a dimly lit area, one holding a glowing green blade. A commanding voice echoes, declaring that any evil must be eliminated for the sake of humanity. A woman with blonde hair pulled back into a loose bun observes, her expression unreadable. His eyes burned with an unwavering intensity. The air cracked with the sound of a brutal impact. Blood sprayed as the figure reeled from the unseen blow. His hand, slick with crimson, trembled. Agony contorted his features, each breath a ragged gasp. His body, battered and broken, struggled to remain upright. The pain was a searing brand, etched into every nerve. A guttural roar tore from his throat, a defiant scream against the encroaching darkness. His bloodied fingers clawed at the ground, seeking purchase in the face of oblivion. The blade dripped, each drop a testament to the brutal exchange. A voice echoed, laced with an unsettling calm. Do you intend to continue? Kang Hansu stood, his resolve unyielding despite the carnage. He roars, Kang Hansu, you bast asterisk asterisk asterisk. A voice booms, what are you all doing? Kang Hansu is restrained by an unknown character. The command rings out, attack him now. Another voice orders, don't just stand there with a blank. The order is given, stare, hurry. A commanding voice declares, follow my orders. The figure looms, awaiting obedience. A woman's voice snaps, shut up, Miyamoto. The woman continues, we are not your subordinates. The woman's expression is unreadable. The man shouts, Sophia, UF asterisk 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 ein GB asterisk asterisk asterisk. You dare ignore my orders. A voice booms, commanding, don't delude yourself. Eri stands tall, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Her eyes narrow behind her glasses as she declares, you, who have committed a heinous betrayal, have no right to command us. Hansu stands beside another figure, his expression unreadable. The sound of footsteps echoes through the cavern. A man looks up, a question etched on his face. The group stands united, a silent declaration of defiance. The man turns away, his shoulders slumped. Hansu states, we, the phantoms, exist to protect the red zone. A voice questions, but I cannot understand the actions you are taking now. He states that, just as Sophia said, he can no longer follow. A voice booms, declaring disappointment in Miyamoto. A cloaked figure stands amidst a red-tinged environment. The cloaked figure's hand is shown, stained with blood. Kang Hansu stands in a cavernous space, the light glinting off his jacket. A woman in golden armor stands tall, a staff in her hand. A low chuckle echoes through the air. Kang Hansu and others look up, the laughter growing louder. The laughter intensifies, accompanied by visual effects. Miyamoto's face is contorted in a wide, manic grin. The laughter continues. A disembodied I demands the protection of the red zone. The voice continues, stating that there's no. A figure with glowing yellow eyes points forward, declaring, point in. An exclamation of surprise. The eye narrows, a voice echoing. This is different. He's not trying to put a curse on me. Red energy crackles around a figure. A voice exclaims, he's buffing Akuma. The red energy intensifies around Akuma. Akuma is being buffed. Red energy crackles around Akuma, enhancing his demonic form. The crimson aura intensifies, surging through Akuma's veins. Power floods Akuma's frame, reshaping his very essence. The surge of energy causes the ground to tremble as Akuma's transformation continues. Akuma's form shifts and contorts, becoming more monstrous with each passing moment. The red energy pulsates, driving Akuma's evolution to its peak. Akuma's power reaches critical mass, the air shimmering with heat and raw energy. Meanwhile, two figures observe the unfolding events, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Akuma's transformation culminates in a blinding flash of red, signaling the completion of his buff. The red energy coalesces, forming a monstrous silhouette. A surge of blue energy erupts, crackling with raw power. The blue energy slams into an unseen target, shattering the air with its force. Iris peers from behind her shield, her brow furrowed. Just what is that attack? It's impossible to dodge. The air vibrates with a guttural roar. Miyamoto shouts, it's coming again. Everyone, stay on guard. Hansu prepares to unleash another blast of blue energy, his expression grim. Hansu and Miyamoto stand ready, bracing for the next attack. The monstrous silhouette looms closer, its form becoming more defined. The air cracks with anticipation. The monstrous silhouette crashes down, obliterating everything in its path. He is asked what's wrong with him. Akuma is shown in a monstrous form. Iris looks shocked. Miyamoto is running away. Someone uses magic. Iris curses Miyamoto. Iris is seen with another person. They need to catch him quickly. Two people are seen. Someone asks what they should do. Someone says down. A group of people are seen. Running through the forest, Miyamoto asks, will you really be okay? Iris stands silently. Akuma responds, yes. Akuma continues, I promised, after all. Miyamoto continues to run through the forest. Miyamoto continues to run. Two figures stand in the distance. Akuma's face is shown. Miyamoto says, been fine if you went with the other phantoms, too. Iris says, if we want to regroup with them later, you'll need a method of contacting them. Akuma says, plus, I want to bear witness as that thing meets its end. A monstrous form takes shape, its presence radiating an oppressive aura. The creature's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a tongue dripping with an unknown substance. Iris looks up, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. Miyamoto stands beside Iris, his gaze fixed on the monstrous transformation. Elsewhere, Hansu prepares for battle, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. He draws his sword, the blade gleaming with a golden light. Iris's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. Akuma's face is partially covered in black markings, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He speaks with a determined tone, don't worry. Hansu stands alongside Iris, both facing an unseen threat in the ruined landscape. A deep, guttural voice echoes, I won't need it anymore. Akuma's monstrous form looms, a grotesque figure of crimson and black. The transformation seems to be providing Akuma with a regeneration-strengthening buff. Hansu states with resolve, if it is, then Akuma will continue to fight. A close-up reveals the grim determination etched on Hansu's face. Hansu continues, even if it wears out all of its life force. Hansu stands ready, his stance firm as he prepares to confront the monstrous Akuma. He declares, ever stop. The hunter prepares for the coming battle, his eyes fixed on the monstrous form before him. Hansu finishes, if so then. He lands a devastating blow on Akuma, the force of the impact echoing through the cavern. The air crackles with displaced energy. Hansu stands over Akuma, who is reeling from the attack. The air shimmers with heat. Hansu's boot is planted firmly on the ground. Akuma groans, struggling to maintain his monstrous form. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, preparing for another attack. Akuma, his voice strained, commands himself to get it together. Akuma's monstrous form writhes in pain. A close-up reveals the agony in Akuma's eye. A different eye, filled with a cold, calculating light, watches the battle unfold. The unknown character stands cloaked in shadow, their expression unreadable. The mysterious figure from the shadows is asked a question. Who are you? Kong Hansu knew it. Turns out, he wasn't mistaken after all. Akuma isn't a monster that has completely lost itself. It had simply lost control of itself to rage. However, thanks to Miyamoto's regeneration buff, Akuma was able to regain its consciousness, which it had previously lost to rage. How ironic. In his malicious attempt to leave Akuma for dead, he instead gave it another chance to regain itself. And this child's identity is Akuma. Remember your father? The child looks up, a flicker of recognition in their eyes. He stands with his back turned, long, light blue hair cascading down his back. The sky burns with the colors of sunset, The horizon a jagged line of distant mountains. Surrounded by floating blades, a figure declares, "Die." A group of warriors stands silhouetted against a desolate, reddish landscape, their weapons glinting in the fading light. A figure with long white hair and sharp features speaks, the words hanging heavy in the air, "My son." A gradient of gray fades into darkness. A voice cries out in anguish, the word echoing with desperation, "Father." A face contorted in anguish, tears welling in his eyes, a golden amulet glinting against his chest. A voice filled with sorrow and confusion asks, "What did I do wrong? Why do you?" A close-up of a single, intense eye, the pupil dilated with fear or desperation. A stark white line divides the darkness. A desperate plea echoes from the shadows, "Don't hurt me." A monstrous figure, its pink scales glistening, cries out in anguish. A voice echoes, raw with pain, "It hurts." Kong Hansu, his expression a mask of torment, wonders aloud, "Why does everyone hate me?" A desperate plea, born of fear and desperation, "Don't come near me." Kong Hansu's face contorts in anguish, his voice cracking as he begs, "Just leave me alone." He plummets downwards, blood spraying as he screams, "Make it stop." The figure continues to fall, a blur of motion against a backdrop of swirling energy. A deafening crash echoes as something impacts the ground. The force of the impact shatters a structure, sending debris flying in all directions. Sliding across the ground, he leaves a trail of dust and destruction in his wake. Kong Hansu's face is marred with blood and dirt, his eyes filled with a haunting sorrow. A voice confesses, heavy with regret, "For the sake of my cause, I killed my own child. However, I regret that I ever made that choice." Suddenly, a barrage of projectiles hurtles towards Kong Hansu. Akuma is. A monstrous figure lunges, its sharp appendages aimed at the reincarnator. Kong Hansu is struck, blood splattering across his face. He stumbles, the ground littered with debris around his feet. The assault continues, relentless and unforgiving. More projectiles rain down, each one a threat to Kong Hansu's life. The impact throws his head back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Barely standing, Kong Hansu braces himself against the onslaught. Akuma's face is twisted in a snarl, her eyes burning with malice. The defeated figure, with pink hair flowing, insists, "It's fine." Red streaks fill the air. The defeated Akuma is told, "Both you, Akuma, and Tekeron, your father." The voice continues, stating that they are innocent. Kong Hansu stands over the defeated Akuma. Akuma, lying on the ground, is told, "You've suffered a lot on your own." A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. Kong Hansu says, "You can rest now." "Both you," the voice echoed. "Akuma and Tekeron, your father, are innocent. Both you've suffered a lot on your own." A surge of energy crackled. A sinister smile spread across the man's face. "You can rest now." His eye gleamed with malevolent intent. "Huh?" he thinks, his voice a mere whisper about his own body. A close-up reveals the turmoil within him. Hansu, standing with Iris, declares that he has neutralized Akuma's state of rage. A voice promises that he will be able to move freely for now. Akuma's eyes widen in shock, a silent scream etched on his face. A voice warns, "No. Once enough time passes, you'll go back to how you were." Hansu admits, his expression grim, that he wasn't able to completely erase Akuma's rage, after all. Hansu's gaze is intense. Akuma, his voice trembling, confesses that he doesn't want to go back to that. He sits hunched over, a picture of despair. Tears stream from Akuma's eye, each drop a testament to his inner torment. He whispers, his voice filled with anguish, that he doesn't want to be hated. The back of Hansu's head is visible as he looks down. Kong Hansu extends his hand towards the seated demon. He asks her to join him. Elsewhere, a disembodied eye watches over two figures. One of them laments that his plans have gone completely awry. A man with a crazed expression screams that he needs help. Kong Hansu states that whenever her rage resurfaces again, he'll help her find herself again. A close-up shows Hansu's hand extended, offering assistance. The demon's face is partially visible, her expression unreadable. A close-up of the demon shows her hands clasped together. The offer hangs in the air, except a close-up of the demon's face shows a hint of emotion. The demon hesitates, uttering a soft "I." The demon and Kong Hansu gaze upwards, bathed in a blinding light. Meanwhile, Akuma grins, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The demon exclaims how glad he is to see Kong Hansu again. Akuma looms, his form casting long shadows. Elsewhere, a woman with flowing pink hair stands in a dimly lit room. Kong Hansu asks what about Iris, and if she is glad whenever she gets to see him again. A voice commands to shut up and get to the point. He remains silent, his expression unreadable. A dark aura emanates from Kong Hansu as he grits his teeth. The man's voice is cold as he asks what they want. Akuma's eye narrows, a predatory glint within. Akuma whines that Kong Hansu is too cruel. Kong Hansu states that he doesn't like how cold he's being right now. He continues, saying the reason he came here is simple. A finger snaps. Iris is surprised. A voice screams. Kong Hansu, Iris, and Akuma are present. Someone exclaims in shock. A voice commands to kill it. Kong Hansu's expression is unreadable as he stares into the distance. A voice admits to watching his entire fight against Akuma. Kong Hansu's gaze remains fixed, his jaw tight. A fierce, bloody battle and a despicable betrayal are depicted. A life-or-death crisis, a desperate struggle, unfolds. But the speaker notes that Kong Hansu came out victorious in the end. The speaker expresses how much fun it was, so much so that they couldn't tear their eyes away from it. The intensity of the battle is palpable. Akuma declares that he didn't like the ending at all. A voice states that even if it's Kong Hansu, it's ridiculous just how disappointing this is. Kong Hansu's expression remains stoic. A voice exclaims, "Bingo!" A creature with yellow horns and a sinister grin points with both hands. A voice declares that everything happened in order to see what they wanted to see. The same voice continues, stating that they made it easy to kill for someone. The voice explains that Akuma can't put up any resistance now and doesn't even have the strength to lift a single finger. The voice adds that someone could take Akuma's life with a single slash. Alternatively, the voice suggests tearing Akuma limb from limb instead. The voice expresses that they'd be pleased if Akuma was executed in as excruciating a manner as possible. Kong Hansu looks down, his expression unreadable. The creature wonders if Kong Hansu won't bite, then. A voice declares that there is no choice but to fall back to the rules. The voice commands that all the calamities must be eradicated. A disembodied voice echoes with a stern warning. If even a single one escapes, nothing will be received. A swirling vortex of crimson and violet energy pulses with an ominous power. The voice returns, laced with a hint of accusation. You remember, don't you? A shadowy hand, wreathed in ethereal mist, reaches out towards a cluster of crystalline shards, the promised reward shimmering with an otherworldly light. The voice presses, a subtle challenge in its tone. About it, you weren't really the one that took down the disgorging route, were you? A grotesque creature with golden horns and a menacing grin stares out, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The voice continues, cold and detached. As such, according to the rules, you failed to meet the necessary conditions, and we cannot give you a reward. My, what a shame. A glimmer of hope emerges amidst the disappointment. However, you now have an opportunity in front of you. He stands in a dimly lit space, cradling the grotesque creature from before. The air crackles with an unseen energy. The voice offers a grim proposition. If you kill Akuma, we will take his death in exchange for the disgorging route. A single word hangs in the air, heavy with consequence. Choose. His electric blue eyes narrow, a storm of determination brewing within. A disembodied voice echoes, promising the reward he was told about. Crystals float in the air, glowing with an ethereal light. The voice offers an alternative, Akuma. The voice presses, demanding to know what Kong Hansu will do. A grotesque figure with horns and wings is shown, presumably Akuma. Kong Hansu's expression is unreadable in the dim light. The camera focuses on the details of his outfit. His fist clenches, a subtle sign of building tension. The sound of something cracking echoes in the cavern. Akuma kneels on the ground, seemingly defeated. Tears stream down Akuma's face, a mixture of pain and despair. Kong Hansu stands tall, his gaze fixed on the fallen Akuma. Akuma considered the situation. He admitted that it made sense. He would have done the same thing. Akuma confessed that nobody would care if he died anyway. Kong Hansu knelt next to Akuma, his expression unreadable. Akuma told someone to listen up. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. The pink-skinned demon leans in close, her gaze intense as she stares at Akuma. Shane speaks his name, the single word hanging in the air. A beat of silence follows. He recoils slightly, surprise etched on his face. How do you know my name? Whispers echo in the background, barely audible. A burst of dark energy crackles in the air. Shane covers her mouth, her eyes wide with amusement. A distorted voice cackles. Haha, that's right. The voice continues, laced with malice. This is what I wanted to see. She states that Akuma never betrays her expectations. A surge of energy crackles around Akuma. Akuma's hand glows with power. A voice calls out, naming Kong Hansu. A glimpse of a horned figure with flowing white hair. Shane watches with a knowing expression. A promise echoes. I'll be waiting. Kong Hansu stands amidst floating red crystals. A monstrous hand reaches out, surrounded by the same crimson shards. A small, winged creature observes, marveling at the incredible amount of runes and guessing a secret. A voice declares that calamity gives a fitting reward too. The winged creature flies through a forest of red crystals, as Kong Hansu is asked if he was looking forward to this with a reward like this. Of course, you can't resist killing him. His blue eyes reflect a cold determination. He holds a black orb between his fingers, the surface reflecting the strange, crystalline landscape. You're only going to take that? Do you not need any of the others? That's right. His gaze sweeps over the landscape, a field of red crystals stretching into the distance. The orb glows faintly in his hand, a fragment of memories contained within. A small fragment containing someone's precious memories. This is all I need. Hansu crouches low, his gaze fixed on something ahead as a small, winged creature hovers nearby. Iris stands in the background, her expression unreadable. The winged creature yawns, perched above Iris. You sure are taking it easy. A close-up reveals a flicker of something unreadable in Hansu's eyes. Iris calls out to him, her voice laced with concern. Hansu, is everything okay? Hansu continues to walk away, his back to Iris. Hansu's expression remains hidden in shadow. Hansu replies, his voice calm despite the situation. It's fine. This was the original plan, after all. Hansu continues onward, Iris and the winged creature following behind. Hansu declares, his voice firm. I'll retrieve the relics, so just wait a bit. Iris looks on with concern, the winged creature hovering beside her. Is he really okay? A monstrous maw, lined with rows of jagged teeth, looms large. Kong Hansu states that there weren't any issues. He walks through a cavernous space, the air thick with the scent of ozone and damp stone. Hansu reflects on simply making the right choice. However, if golden light illuminates a hand, crackling with purple energy. You all had to face the same choice I had today. Kong Hansu stands amidst the glowing crystals, his expression unreadable. Iris observes that he isn't acting like usual. A close-up reveals the reincarnator's blue eyes, reflecting a deep inner turmoil. She wonders if it's because he's worried the things that happen today will happen in the future. A small, winged creature watches from above, its expression mischievous. The small, purple, horned creature offers reassurance, its yellow eyes gleaming with an odd light. Don't worry. A voice promises something interesting soon. I'll show you something real interesting soon enough. Kong Hansu glances to the side, his expression unreadable. His blue eyes narrow, a hint of steel entering his gaze. You wait. Kong Hansu stands amidst a cavern filled with glowing, crimson crystals, the air thick with an otherworldly energy. The purple creature grins, its sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. I see, Mr. Kong Hansu. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with expectation and a hint of threat. Indeed, you have to do this much to not disappoint me. A voice declares, its tone triumphant, as a golden relic gleams. With this, I've gathered all 5 of the relics. That means the mark of an administrator. The reason that he was able to control Ouroboros is because he was an administrator. However, this is odd. The shape is different, considering what I've heard from the Elvenheims in the Abyss. The temporary administrator privilege has been activated. You have received limited authority. The focus tightens on a figure's sharp gaze, their electric blue eyes gleaming with resolve. The disembodied voice continues, stating that only the people of Elvenheim can receive full administrative rights. 3 figures stand together, bathed in a purple light, as the voice echoes, clarifying that only the people of Elvenheim can receive full administrative rights. A crowd gathers beneath a glowing, intricate symbol, its blue light illuminating their faces. The voice explains that because he is human, he has been given temporary administrative rights instead. A disembodied voice expresses, what a shame. A figure stands amidst swirling blue energy, a staff in hand, as the voice admits that he didn't think there would be any restrictions like this. A man's face is illuminated from below, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he thinks. Still, this is more than enough. The voice declares, I can finally stand up to him. 2 figures face each other, a glowing tree suspended between them, a silent promise of confrontation hanging in the air. A blue phoenix soars, its wings trailing ethereal light, as a woman with auburn hair watches with anticipation. Iris's voice echoes, informing Hansu that she's been contacted by the phantoms. Hansu listens intently, his expression unreadable. The message continues, stating that they've caught up to Miyamoto. Hansu's gaze drifts upward, his fingers steepled in thought. Iris states that there's something they need to do before that. A slight smirk plays on Hansu's lips. Iris's eyes narrow, a hint of determination flickering within. Hansu's eyes widen slightly, understanding dawning on his face. Oh, I get it now. Iris declares that she's sure that it'll work. Iris smiles, her expression confident. A desperate voice cries out, begging for mercy. Groveling on the ground, Miyamoto confessed. I momentarily lost my mind and committed a grave sin. Iris, sword in hand, declared, it was my fault. Tears streaming down his face, Miyamoto pleaded, please think of all the memories we've made together. His face contorted in anguish, Miyamoto's voice cracked with desperation. He begged, I ask that you show me mercy. Iris raised her hand, a dark shadow falling across her face. Miyamoto stammered, stop. I understand, so please stop. We've known each other for years now. Why would we just kill you? His voice trembling, Miyamoto whispered, thank you. Thank you. Shane questioned, we don't know that. Is there any reason to leave a potential liability alone? Akuma countered, he might be tricking us even at this very moment. Are you really saying that, Iris? Iris's expression was unreadable, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. Miyamoto had already lost all will to fight. The discussion turns to the matter of Miyamoto and the decision to leave it to Kong Hansu. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. A man cries out, questioning the name Mariette. Another man clutches his chest, exclaiming about his body. He struggles to speak, only managing to utter a fragmented me dash. The man shouts Miyamoto's name in anguish. Figures stand amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. The ground trembles with a deep, resonant boom. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the landscape. Strange, glowing crystals litter the ravaged earth. A sinister chuckle echoes from the darkness. A figure emerges from the shadows, consumed by a malevolent glee. The ground is stained crimson, soaked with the blood of countless fallen. Even if you take everything from me, I shall survive to the bitter end. A monstrous serpent coils, its scales shimmering in the fading light. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent testament to the ongoing struggle. A desperate battle rages, the clash of steel and the roar of monsters echoing across the ravaged landscape. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Panting, a soldier struggles to catch his breath amidst the chaos. This is the limit. We won't be able to maintain our front line any further. The fallen litter the battlefield, a grim reminder of the cost of survival. While our numbers are whittling down, the monstrous figure stands triumphant, its form radiating an ominous power. The locust's numbers haven't thinned in the slightest. What in the world is Kong Hansu doing? The swarm of locusts continues to blot out the sky. Carrier pigeons? Kong Hansu holds out his hand, a small, glowing blue bird perched on his finger. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he focuses intently. Geez, Kong Hansu really. The light intensifies around Kong Hansu. He gripped his hand into a fist, knuckles white as he questioned the message bird. A surge of green energy erupted around him. He stood ready, sword in hand, the green aura intensifying. A voice echoed with unwavering resolve. I can't possibly give up now. Golden wings began to manifest. The golden wings extended from his hand. Kong Hansu's eyes burned with determination. Iris' voice trembled as she questioned the reality before her. How could this be? The weight of the situation crashed down. Everyone is dead? The scene was a graveyard of fallen warriors, their lifeless bodies scattered across the blood-soaked ground. A gloved hand clenched tightly, the name of a fallen comrade escaping in a hushed whisper. Miyamoto. Her voice cracking with grief and fury, Iris vowed vengeance. She would never forgive them. Hansu stood with his arms crossed, his expression grim as he surveyed the devastation. The harsh reality settled in. They had to give up on Miyamoto. Tears streamed down Iris' face, her heart shattered by the loss. She demands to know what Hansu is trying to say. A voice booms, declaring that they must look for Miyamoto as soon as possible. Eren looks concerned. A voice asks, what is it? The speaker's face is obscured. Hansu, his back to the viewer, states that they must not lose sight of their goal. Eren says that she understands. A voice declares that they have walked a far more difficult path than this. Hansu and Eren stand together in the forest. Someone asks Hansu what he is planning to do now. He responds that they are going to head back to the mirror. A close-up shows Hansu's determined expression. A voice states that they are waiting for them there. Hansu's gaze sharpens, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he considers the potential dangers ahead. A voice echoes, speaking of those who will stand by them in place of the phantoms. A guttural sound reverberates through the air, a chilling reminder of the lurking threats. A monstrous figure looms, its grotesque form a testament to the horrors that await. The monstrous presence intensifies, its menacing aura palpable as it prepares to strike. Hansu glances to the side, his expression a mixture of apprehension and resolve as he anticipates the coming conflict. Iris stands alongside another figure, their faces etched with worry as they assess the gravity of the situation. Hey! Iris' expression is grave, her hand raised in a gesture of caution as she prepares for the worst. Iris speaks, her voice laced with concern. If we end up being surrounded by the locusts right now, then... Hansu and Iris stand together, their silhouettes framed against the fiery backdrop as they brace themselves for the impending onslaught. Iris insists, her voice firm despite the surrounding danger. No, that's not an option. We must wait here. A voice declares, resolute in its conviction. I made a promise with. Hansu's expression is unreadable. The man with the black hair states that they agreed to meet here. Growing visibly frustrated, Hansu demands that they stop talking about him, complaining that he can feel his brain dying. The narration explains that Sangjin isn't giving Monarch Unchai any attention, so she's pouting. Two figures try to calm Unchai down, but she is clearly upset. Iris explodes, accusing them of never even having girlfriends. The blonde-haired woman begs them to hurry up and find someone. Iris shouts, "Fault," with an angry expression. A voice suggests that if Iris likes Hansu that much, she should be partying with him. Hansu stares blankly. Hansu says, anyways, Unchai. Hansu wonders why someone is getting mad at him. She shouts, exasperated, declaring that something is driving her insane. The group looks around, wondering what's happening now. It seems like something is about to happen. Monstrous, insect-like creatures surround the group. They realize they've been surrounded. The group stands ready, preparing for a fight against the encroaching threat. The insect-like monsters begin their assault. A close-up reveals the grotesque details of one of the monsters. Sangjin's name is called out. One of the monsters lunges forward, its sharp claws extended. The monster descends, its jaws open wide. A figure stands firm, ready to face the onslaught. A monstrous roar echoes through the air. Kong Hansu lunges forward, his expression fierce. He grips a weapon crackling with green energy. The weapon hums as he prepares to strike. The green energy intensifies around his hand. The air crackles with anticipation. Hansu's eyes widen, a grim determination etched on his face. A voice calls out, "Have you been doing well?" The weapon glows brighter, ready to be unleashed. Hansu smirks, replying, "Of course I have." Another voice chimes in, "Long time no see, Hansu." Hansu's expression softens slightly, a hint of recognition in his eyes. He is greeted by a figure in the distance, who exclaims that Hansu is incredible. The figure states that Hansu has gotten even stronger in the time they haven't seen him. The figure continues, saying that Hansu doesn't seem to have changed at all. The figure says that they still ended up meeting just like they promised. The figure states that they are above. The figure's face is shown. The figure says that they are so happy right now. The figure states that they have been waiting for this, the moment where Hansu would need their help. Hansu says that he is already ready, willing, and able. A close-up of the figure's gloved hands is shown. The figure tells Hansu to use them however he wishes. The figure tells Hansu to keep that resolve, stating that it is good. He stands, the collar of his jacket high around his neck. A figure in a hood peers out, eyes glowing red. Is it the Black Monarch, Lee Wonkyung? A close-up reveals a pale neck and a high collar. The figure's face contorts in rage. It seems Lee Wonkyung has returned to life through the crucifix on the Tower Island's 3rd floor. Red lightning crackles. Does this mean he has to be taken out again? Meanwhile, Kang Hansu looks off to the side, blue markings glowing on his neck. A man cries out as he falls backward. The man plummets towards the ground. A woman demands, "What's wrong? Did you break your legs?" Kang Hansu replies, "It's not that bad. I'm fine, Dad. Also, you look scary." Hansu thinks, "It doesn't look like there's any need for that." A figure looms in the background. "So it's you," he says. He stands alongside Iris, his expression unreadable. The words echo in the air. Kang Hansu, the one Sangjin wouldn't stop talking about. Both Hansu and Iris appear puzzled, question marks practically materializing above their heads. A voice wonders, "Huh?" Hansu is asked if he happens to have a younger sister. A firm no is the reply. The narration continues. The rest, I've seen at least once before. And the group stands in a forest clearing, the sunlight dappling through the leaves. His blue eyes gleam with determination. He thinks, "I'm sure they're fine." Hansu is asked what he needs to be done. He states, "I'll give you a rundown." From the shadows, Hansu declares, "From now on, you guys will be accompanying me in order to eradicate Ouroboros." Hansu stands before a massive, otherworldly structure, his expression unreadable. A palpable tension fills the air. Iris and 2 other figures stand behind Hansu, their faces etched with concern. A voice breaks the silence. "I'll explain the plan in detail once we arrive at the mirror." Hansu's gaze remains fixed ahead, his resolve unwavering. The group exchanges worried glances. Iris explodes, her voice laced with fury. "Fuck you mean that's all, you crazy bastard?" Her face contorts in rage, her eyes blazing with a mixture of fear and frustration. One of the men calls out, "Sangjin, say something." Another voice adds, "Your friend has lost his mind." Hansu turns, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Perfect. Just leave it to me, Hansu." A figure responds, their voice filled with determination. "We'll do our best in order to meet your expectations." He strikes with a powerful blow. A voice shouts, demanding to know if the person has lost their mind. A woman struggles against those restraining her, declaring she wants to bury someone alive. Another voice exclaims about someone having a heavy pair of balls, questioning their right to answer without considering others' opinions. Iris asks Hansu if everything is really going to be okay. A close-up of an eye shows a moment of contemplation. In a forest setting, figures stand together, seemingly planning their next move. A determined expression hardens his features. 2 figures stand in a city, seemingly discussing a plan. A close-up reveals a face filled with intensity. Hansu wears a confident smirk. Strands of hair sway gently in the breeze. He and Aaron stand in a forest clearing, the sunlight dappling through the trees. A voice echoes, stating it has been a while. Hansu and Aaron stand side by side, observing the speaker. The voice confirms that it really has been a while. A woman with blonde hair and a confident smirk reveals herself, introducing herself as Hansu. A group of people stand in a forest clearing, the light filtering through the trees. A woman smiles, her blonde hair cascading down her shoulders. Kang Hansu stands with his arms crossed, a determined look on his face. "I've gathered the members to replace the phantoms," he states. With this, Kang Hansu walks through the forest, his back to the viewer. "If I can just find the treasure, then Ouroboros is finished," he thinks. Kang Hansu looks off into the distance, his expression serious. Kang Hansu continues his search, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The thought echoes, disbelief hanging heavy in the air. It seems impossible to accept. The realization dawns that man possesses administrator privileges, despite not being of Elvenheim. A monstrous face contorts in a silent roar. The internal voice struggles to comprehend how he managed to survive the succession of the heavenly soldier armor. A collage of images flashes through the mind, fragmented memories swirling together. The question lingers, how did he gather all 5 keys and become an administrator? A group of figures stands in a forest clearing, their purpose unknown. The thought is laced with disdain, a mere insect like him? The figure, seated on a throne, declares, "I can't forgive him." Alone in the red zone, a voice proclaims, I am the administrator. The administrator's face is shadowed, eyes glowing with power. A voice booms out, commanding everyone to prepare for battle and move to their positions. The same voice orders everyone to prepare thoroughly. The voice echoes, urging everyone to fight if they want to survive. Peeking from behind a stack of crates, a figure watches the chaos unfold. A figure, face set with grim determination, decides that in order to survive, they must run. The figure from behind the crates notes that there aren't many clan members waiting at the HQ. A clan member, clutching a box, trembles at the thought of fighting alongside the others. He thinks, if he fights alongside them, it's clear that he'll die. When they all engage the parasitic locusts in battle, someone makes a break for it, thinking to use the opportunity to move to a safe place. Commander Liu is called out by a subordinate. A scream pierces the air. Someone stammers, begging not to be misunderstood, claiming they were just going to the bathroom. A figure looms over another, the tension palpable. A voice booms, declaring that they have a major situation for Commander Liu. A desperate plea rings out. Please follow me. Commander Liu looks on, a question forming on his face. A confused "Huh?" echoes. Sir Miyamoto is in distress. The situation is critical. A group gathers, tending to the wounded. Someone cries out, Sir Miyamoto. Lu Hong's name is spoken. The camera focuses on the injured man's bloodied state. A voice filled with anguish asks, how did this happen? Just who did this to you? Another voice interjects, and more importantly, what about the phantoms? And Kanhatsu, where did he go? A close-up reveals the severity of the injuries. Someone orders, everyone aside from Lu Hong, please leave this room. The low angle emphasizes the gravity of the situation as hushed voices fill the room. One of the men insists that because of the severity of the wounds, Sir Miyamoto needs immediate treatment. Sir Miyamoto, bloodied and enraged, shouts, demanding to be heard. He commands everyone to shut up and leave. One of the men relents, stating that it's fine and they will leave. The sound of footsteps echoes as people begin to depart. A man's voice demands that someone look at him. The man's hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles white with rage. Another man, eyes glowing red, is furious, calling someone a goddamn. A voice declares that a bastard did this to him. The man vows that he will never forgive him. A voice filled with hatred declares that someone must die, asking if Lu Hong understands. A voice filled with malice declares a desire to kill Kong Hansu. The woman's expression is unreadable. A man wonders if such a thing is even possible. Whispers fill the air as two figures converse. The voice continues, speaking of acting against him. A hand clenches into a fist, determination etched into every line. A voice promises to reveal something. The woman states that they will have the location of the secret armory, a mask to protect the seal. A voice urges to mobilize the beacon and become stronger. The two figures continue their hushed conversation. Someone remarks that Sir Miyamoto always lives up to expectations. The woman smiles, noting that he always has a plan. A subordinate kneels before a seated figure, declaring, your wish is my command. The figure vows, with this, I'll definitely be able to grow stronger. Sir Miyamoto's face is revealed, a sinister grin stretching across his features. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows. A green figure is impaled by a bloody weapon, green energy erupting around the point of impact. The impaled figure writhes in agony as the green energy intensifies. The forest floor crunches underfoot as they move deeper into the woods. A voice whispers, just a little further. Miyamoto's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. Iris peeks out from behind a tree, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation. Miyamoto states, we have to get there before Miyamoto makes his move. Iris, her face framed by the trees, responds, I understand. Iris draws back an arrow, preparing for a confrontation. The arrow glows with magical energy as Iris prepares to fire. The forest floor is littered with fallen leaves, the air thick with anticipation. Iris's eyes narrow as she focuses on her target, the arrow poised to strike. The air crackles with energy as the arrow is released. Miyamoto stands ready, his sword drawn, prepared to face whatever comes next. Iris pauses, a silent thought hanging in the air. The sky burns with the fading light of day. Miyamoto slumps to the ground, groaning. I am dead tired. Iris sniffles, agreeing. And me too. Tears well in Iris's eyes, her face contorted in frustration. Miyamoto sighs. I'm sorry, but we'll be pulling out. In the distance, the rest of the group stands, waiting. Miyamoto and Iris stand with another figure, the tension palpable, likely some of the most skilled in the red zone. A voice echoes, that's why you can't understand. A clenched fist trembles, the sleeve of a dark jacket pulled taut. A voice wonders how much normal travelers like them truly want to survive. A blonde woman with pigtails crosses her arms, a deep frown etched on her face. Three figures stand silhouetted against a fiery sunset, their expressions unreadable. A voice reflects on calculating the best chances of survival, whether traveling with Sangjin or with the current group. The voice continues, stating that at this rate, facing death at any moment wouldn't be strange. Crimson eyes stare intensely, a single bead of sweat trickling down the cheek. A voice declares, I can't take any more of this. An unseen speaker shouts, demanding to know how someone could say something so weak. A man with black hair and a wild expression bares his teeth, his eyes wide with fury. A disembodied hand clenches into a fist as a voice proclaims that if Hansu is taking someone along, they should follow him gladly to the very end. A violent strike lands, splattering blood across the scene as a voice screams for someone to shut up. A figure is sent flying, crying out in pain. The unseen speaker demands that the others stop acting out. A blonde-haired woman is seen attacking a black-haired figure. The woman questions if the figure has any tact whatsoever. Someone declares that another should know when to shut their trap, calling them an insensitive dumbass. Iris, her expression furious, clenches her bloodied fist. A pink-haired woman stands behind her. Iris asks if the other person can learn without getting their ass beat first. The pink-haired woman thinks that if Iris is that strong, she should be plenty strong enough to survive. Iris looks down, her expression unreadable. A man with black hair stares off into the distance. Iris thinks that in the end, following after them is their choice. Iris is seen from the shoulders up, looking determined. Iris looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face. An unseen speaker says to believe in them. Hansu orders someone to follow him. A voice commands, and follow me. Hansu stands resolute, his gaze unwavering. A voice echoes, why? A voice declares, you alone are more than enough to win. A man with fiery red eyes stares intensely. Someone asks, why do you want to drag weaklings like us with you? A voice whispers, lives. A voice declares, once I face Ouroboros head-on, all the surroundings will be blown away. Hansu states, as such, in order to save as many people as possible, I need you guys with me. Someone asks, then what? Are we supposed to play lifeguard for you? A voice responds, precisely, by playing lifeguard, we'll be able to save dozens of lives. Iris pauses, her expression unreadable. Kong Hansu stands in the background, watching her. Iris declares, I'll make all of you strong. Hansu looks back at her. He says, however, if you wish to turn back, I won't stop you. Iris's expression hardens. She states, in this world, you alone bear the responsibility for your own survival. Hansu stands before the group, his gaze resolute. He continues, so I will respect your decisions. Hansu's eyes gleam with determination. However, remember this. He finishes, if you believe in me and follow me to the end, then you won't regret it. I thought you were just some crazy bastard. Looking at you again, you're crazy in a good way, aren't you? Hansu is insane. I can't believe this. My Hansu has changed. What's with him now? If it were the old Hansu, there's no way he would have said that. A gloved hand grips a gleaming blade, the wielder convinced of their suspicions. Yeah, that must be it. I'm sure of it. The speaker believes Hansu is an imposter. He's an imposter pretending to be Hansu. The figure's face is twisted into a sinister grin, the blade held ready. Iris, looking concerned, tries to calm the situation. You're tripping, man. Calm down. The question hangs in the air, a seed of doubt planted. So, Mihi and Sungjin, was it? The blonde woman stands with others, the setting sun casting long shadows. The woman questions their history with Hansu. You guys have been Hansu's comrades since the tutorial, right? Iris looks unsure, her expression thoughtful. Comrades would be nice, but I'm not so sure. The truth is revealed, a different story emerging. We went our own ways after the tutorial. It'd be best to say we were college friends. The blonde woman presses for clarification. You said you were traveling with Hansu from the moment he stepped into the red zone, right? Iris ponders the nature of their relationship. I wonder, rather than a comrade, I think it would be more accurate to say that we're working together. The blonde woman begins to speak, her tone serious. To begin with, that man. A voice echoes, declaring that someone is a lone wolf. Kong Hansu stands amidst a swirling purple aura, his expression unreadable. In the background, two figures stand as one pours a vial of green liquid. Iris and another woman look on, their expressions thoughtful. Iris laughs with her companion, remarking that they seem to view Hansu in the same light. A voice agrees, shockingly so. Miss Sophia stands in a forest with another woman. A voice asks Sophia if she could tell them what happened with. The forest stands silent. The wind rustles through the trees. That really is like Hansu. A voice lists the carnivorous beast, the calamity fish, and even the disgorging root. Hansu's companion wonders when he even started listening. The man raises his fist, looking agitated. That way, he keeps charging further and further ahead. That's what a real hero does. Iris's eyes narrow. This is how I feel. Hansu stands with Iris, looking off into the distance. He has a goal. Something he won't tell us. A goal that we could never understand. Hansu walks up a long staircase. He reaches out his hand. Iris states that's why Hansu always keeps them at an arm's length. She continues, saying they can follow after him, but they can't cross that distance. Hansu continues to ascend the stairs. There's a clear wall between us. But the disembodied voice echoes, stating that the choice is his to make. Hansu stands silhouetted, the voice continuing, declaring that weakness prevents others from following him of their own will. The voice urges him to believe and follow to the end. He walks through a forest bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. A voice notes that he is different from before. A voice, seemingly from off-panel, says, I think I understand a little bit now. A woman with long, flowing hair gazes thoughtfully, her expression unreadable. A pink-haired woman, accompanied by others, declares, "We're here." Hansu kneels on the ground, his expression grim as he examines the terrain. A close-up reveals the intensity in his blue eyes. The text proclaims Nirmaha's ring first authority. Red energy crackles around his hand, hinting at the power of Nirmaha's ring. The area is being subjected to authority destruction. The destruction intensifies, energy crackling around a central point. Buildings crumble as the force continues its relentless assault. Meanwhile, Iris groans, seemingly in pain. Her eyes widen, a hint of alarm in their depths. Hansu stares intently, wondering if this is the entrance. His gaze remains fixed on the scene before him. A man with brown hair asks, "Do you know why I'm known as the artifact hoarder?" Hansu listens intently as the man continues, "I've hidden quite a number of useful items in various places. If I have to start over again, then I might as well make it easier." The man explains, "Once you return to the past, you'll understand. They should be a big help for you." Hansu nods, thinking, "All right, this is really, really important." The man points, emphasizing his next point. He reveals, "There's a skill rune that I didn't even tell Miyamoto about. It's an incredibly rare item that you wouldn't even be able to get in the upper zones. I'm only telling you about it. The reason for that is..." He and Iris gaze upwards, their eyes reflecting the blue light of the cavern. A colossal structure stretches into the heights, laden with chests and artifacts. A closer look reveals a weapon of intricate design, bathed in golden light. Iris exclaims, "Wow, this is incredible." Elsewhere, Commander Lu Hong, accompanied by another man, marvels at the sight before him. "Whoa, this is the best," he exclaims. A voice echoes, "I'll be able to raise my stats by a lot. I'm sure you won't regret it." The man with black hair looks down at Iris, a flicker of realization in his eyes. So he was telling the truth? A pair of gauntlets, glowing with power, are revealed. The system message displays the item's properties. Precious gauntlets, numbering 623, increases the user's strength, dexterity, and stamina stats by 10% each. Upon attacking, it inflicts burn damage. Iris is taken aback. "Huh, it's a triple-digit numbering?" Iris's eyes widen in disbelief. "There's just no way. Are you really telling me there are such incredible artifacts here?" A hand reaches out, as if searching for something. A voice wonders how Kong Hansu even knows about a place like this. Another voice questions just who he is. Someone thinks about it. Iris asks where Hansu went. Someone states that there's no way he would leave them here and go somewhere else. Someone wonders if he headed this way. Hansu smiles. Iris calls out Hansu's name. Hansu holds a glowing object. Hansu wonders what it is. Someone asks if he means this. An unparalleled skill, one that had to be retrieved from this place. The skill pulsed with a soft, ethereal light. Iris thought, "I didn't think I would see this again here. Kongtae, damn you." The narrator mused that a skill like this, being a single-digit numbering, would be an incredible boon. He considered that not accepting the fairy's suggestion then was the right choice. However, considering the skill's activation condition, it wasn't a good fit for him. Iris extended the glowing skill. "You take it." Hansu's eyes widened. What? Iris explained that the skill would become a great source of strength for him. Hansu's voice trembled as he spoke his name. Hansu carefully cradled the skill in his hands, his expression a mixture of awe and gratitude. Hansu's voice cracked with emotion. "Thank you. I'll keep this safe with me for the rest of my life." Iris countered, telling him to use it. Iris insisted, "Right now." Hansu stood beside the treasure chest as Iris remarked, "This is better than what you have right now." A glint of light reflects in a narrowed eye. A figure stands atop a massive shield, poised to strike. Another figure prepares to attack, a book glowing with arcane energy held aloft. Golden light erupts, laced with streaks of crimson energy. A figure lunges forward, intent on attack. A sharp intake of breath. Realization dawns. An ambush. The pink-haired figure's eyes widen. Lu Hong. A figure clutches a glowing red orb, power radiating from it. Figures clad in dark robes stand ready. The sound of an attack echoes through the cavern. The group stands ready, their intentions unclear as they occupy the cavernous space. A man asks, "Miss Sophia, do you know him?" Another man shouts, "You traitor!" A voice booms, "You dare steal Sir Miyamoto's treasures?" Iris looks surprised, muttering, "What?" The man declares, "This is the perfect opportunity. I'll take care of all of you before Kong Hansu gets here." A hand clutches a glowing red orb, pulsing with ominous energy. A chorus of voices proclaims, "Sir Miyamoto's treasury is ours." The attackers surge forward, weapons drawn, their intent clear. A figure with long hair prepares to strike. The silhouettes of the attackers close in, their blades glinting in the dim light. A woman cries out, "Ah!" She stares ahead, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension. A hand glows with a potent, pink energy. A woman with long brown hair aims a bow and arrow, while a blonde-haired woman stands beside her. A figure cries out in pain, clutching their chest. A man's face contorts in a furious yell. A figure with tan skin holds a book, their expression intense. A blonde-haired woman, eyes wide, shouts, warding out first. A voice calls out, "Be careful." A woman with long brown hair looks on, her expression unreadable. A close-up reveals a pair of intense, amber eyes. A figure plummets downwards, caught in a blur of motion. One figure stands over another, the scene filled with tension. A voice cries out, "Am Monarch Unchai? Don't just stand there, dodge." A figure screams, their face contorted in anguish or fury. A blonde-haired figure looks back, their expression a mix of fear and determination. A warning echoes, "Watch out." Darkness descends, punctuated by harsh, guttural sounds. A chaotic battle unfolds, figures clashing amidst a storm of steel and fury. A voice whispers, "I am weak." Blood splatters across the scene, painting a grim tableau of violence. Unchai knelt, each breath a ragged gasp in the desolate landscape. A figure stood behind her, silent and imposing. "The only reason I'm still alive right now is purely due to luck. Dying is only natural." Yinchi's breath hitched in her throat, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the gritty dust of the battlefield. Her face contorted in a grimace of pain and exhaustion, tears welling in her eyes. A familiar voice echoed in her mind. Hansu's image flickered before her, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. "Believe in me and follow me." "Yeah, I'll give it a try. I'm not scared anymore." Unchai rose to her feet, her expression hardening with newfound resolve. The fear that had gripped her began to recede, replaced by a steely determination. Her gauntlet flared with power, the metal glowing with an inner fire. Her red eyes burned with unwavering resolve, reflecting the inferno within. The words echo in her mind, a declaration of change. A figure lunges, engulfing her in flames. The inferno tightens, a vortex of heat and darkness. A crushing blow sends her reeling, the force of the impact resonating through her very being. The metallic tang of blood fills the air, a prelude to the inevitable. She crashes to the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. The memory fades, replaced by a steely resolve etched upon her face. A wave of determination washes over her, banishing the lingering fear. Unchai steels herself, preparing to meet the coming storm head-on. She meets the attack with unwavering force, a clash of power echoing through the battlefield. The ground trembles beneath her feet, a testament to the power she now wields. Unchai prepares to unleash her full might, her eyes burning with newfound purpose. Blood sprays as a figure gags, their face contorted in pain. A guttural scream echoes. A chaotic battle unfolds, figures clashing amidst bursts of energy. A figure lies prone, the battle raging above them. A blonde woman clenches her fist, a gauntlet crackling with fiery energy. A woman with dark hair, her face partially obscured by a cap, declares, "You all should believe in yourselves." A voice booms, "We've become hella strong." The blonde woman's eyes gleam with power as she prepares to strike. The air crackles with energy. The dark-haired woman smirks, stating, "How surprising. They didn't think this would happen." The group surveys the scene. Erie's comments, "Miss Sophia and I didn't even have a chance to do anything." The others cheer. Unchai took care of just about everything. Kong Hansu stands tall, a thoughtful expression on his face. A voice narrates, "They would have been at a disadvantage considering the difference in numbers." The voice continues, "Yet, they managed to suppress them without any casualties. I guess these people managed to acquire the runes and artifacts here." Unchai looks forward, a determined glint in her eyes. Kong Hansu gazes into the distance. Kong Hansu prepares himself. He thinks, "Now then." The reincarnator holds a glowing artifact in his hand. The man screams, his face contorted in pain or defiance as red lines streak around him. A voice booms out, demanding, "Answer me." Hansu stands tall, looming over his captive. He presses, "Did Miyamoto tell you the location of this treasury?" Another agonized scream rips through the air. Hansu remains standing, his gaze fixed on the figure writhing on the ground. The captive pleads, "Don't come any closer." His foot descends, crushing the captive's hand beneath his boot. He advances, relentless in his pursuit of information. Hansu towers over the man, an implacable figure. He threatens, "I won't ask you again." Hansu demands, his voice laced with menace, "Where is Miyamoto?" He sits, the purple light casting long shadows across his face. The captive, his face contorted in pain, shouts, "Oh okay, I'll tell you." The captive thinks, this guy is serious." The captive is upside down. Someone thinks, he was severely injured, so he's likely still there. Someone thinks, the clan leader of Beacon. A woman with pink hair clenches her fist, thinking, "Damn him." A man with black hair thinks, "Miyamoto?" Kong Hansu's eyes narrow. "I have a rough idea." Kong Hansu grabs the captive by the throat. The captive gasps, "Goh, I'm sure you came." Someone approaches. A voice declares that someone is in the way. Hansu glares, his expression hardening. The voice insists it's a misunderstanding. Another voice shouts that Miyamoto is also their enemy. Hansu's eyes narrow, a question forming in his mind. A woman with pink hair wonders what kind of nonsense is being spouted. The man from before continues, stating that he was utterly crushed despite his reputation, and that he no longer has faith in Miyamoto and refuses to follow him. A voice asks if strength isn't everything in this world. Hansu's expression darkens as he thinks to himself that he just needs to take the artifacts. The voice declares that they will return to headquarters and kill Miyamoto right away, fueled by the ruins of this place. The pink-haired woman wonders if he's begging to be spared so he can commit betrayal, remarking that it's her first time seeing something like this. It seems that way. Iris is willing to say anything as long as she can keep her life, Lu Hong. No, it's the truth. I really don't believe in Miyamoto any longer. Believe me, Kong Hansu. Hansu's eyes narrow. Iris looks surprised. Iris asks if Hansu is really going to believe him. If he gets rid of Miyamoto for us, then we'll be able to eliminate an obstacle, after all. The man named Lu Hong is being held. It's a reasonable suggestion, isn't it? He thinks that if he plays this right, he'll be able to make this work. However, Lu Hong is interrupted. He cries out, questioning why. Lu Hong is commanded to return and tell Miyamoto this. Hansu thinks to himself to let go of him, and he'll make a solid plan. Lu Hong is in distress. Lu Hong falls to the ground. Hansu declares that he doesn't trust traitors. A colossal, worm-like creature dominates the landscape, its segmented body twisting against the alien sky. The air crackles as insectal horrors descend. There forms a blur of chitin and malice. The swarm intensifies, their razor-sharp limbs tearing through the air. A desperate cry escapes as one of the insects strikes, its claws aimed with deadly precision. The monstrous insects continue their assault, their movements a frenzied dance of destruction. A desperate voice cries out, Kong Hansu. Panic etched on his face, a man in a brown jacket screams in terror. A guttural cry of pain echoes through the battlefield. A voice filled with desperation demands, just when are you going to get here? The sound of something slicing through the air. A lone figure stands against the insect horde, their weapon a blur of motion. The man in the brown jacket curses, those damn insects. The vehicle speeds away, its occupant desperately pleading, I'm begging you, just give me some room to breathe at least. The vehicle continues its frantic escape, blurring through the desolate landscape. A figure plummets from above, trailing a stream of blue energy, and crashes into the earth. The impact explodes in a blinding flash of light as the figure lands, kicking up a cloud of dust. A monstrous insect-like creature looms, its mandibles clicking menacingly. An explosion rocks the landscape, sending tremors through the ground. Debris rains down from the fiery blast, scattering across the ravaged terrain. A figure stands ready, gripping a weapon, prepared to face the onslaught. A voice comments, you've been holding them off well. Another voice replies, you know, I almost died waiting for you. The words ring out, you're late, Mr. Kong Hansu. Kong Hansu stands amidst the chaos, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The ground trembles with the force of unseen battles. A man asks, how many do you think you've taken down? The response comes, I don't know, thousands? Tens of thousands. The speaker continues, I don't know what the point of counting would be, but holding them off really wasn't easy. A close-up reveals the grotesque, insectoid forms of the parasitic locusts. A strategic overview shows the defenders' positions, with the text, they far outnumber us travelers, after all. We have to hold them off. The strategic overview continues, thanks to that, it was inevitable that our defensive line would be pushed back. The speaker laments, not to mention that the parasitic locusts ended up going Lord knows where thanks to all the gaps in our defenses. Kong Hansu sighs in relief. Still, I'm sure we'll be okay now. The fact that you're back here means that you've managed to gather strong reinforcements, after all. A group of defenders stands ready, their faces grim with determination. More defenders stand shoulder to shoulder, prepared for the onslaught. Kong Hansu clenches his fist, declaring, the strongest force in all of the red zone, the Phantoms, and Sir Miyamoto. The camera focuses on the intricate details of a military uniform, the red fabric catching the light. A voice booms out, demanding, where are they? Kong Hansu states with a grim expression, Miyamoto and the Phantoms aren't here. Two distant figures stand on a desolate battlefield, their silence heavy with unspoken concerns. A man with green hair reacts with shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? The green-haired man's voice cracks with panic. What do you mean? The green-haired man asks, his voice laced with desperation. How are we supposed to resolve our situation without them? Kong Hansu listens intently. Kong Hansu, with a confident smirk, crosses his arms. Kong Hansu declares, I've brought tens of thousands of reinforcements. A monstrous claw tears through the air, the sound of rending flesh echoing in the distance. A grotesque creature roars in fury, its eyes burning with malevolent intent as it is struck by a powerful blow. A figure stands shrouded in darkness, illuminated by an eerie, pink glow. A massive blade gleams in the fading light, its sharp edges promising destruction. A heavily armored warrior stands tall, flanked by companions, their faces etched with determination. A lone figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy, wielding a weapon that crackles with power. Two figures stand silhouetted against a desolate landscape, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A spear of immense size and intricate design glows with an ethereal blue light. The battlefield is a chaotic swirl of motion as combatants clash, one figure sent flying backwards from the force of an unseen blow. A staff adorned with a sun-like emblem emits a blinding flash of energy, illuminating the surrounding area. Two figures stand together in a warm, inviting space, their faces reflecting a sense of camaraderie. A weapon unleashes a torrent of energy, its power threatening to overwhelm all in its path. The ground shatters as a figure is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending shockwaves through the earth. A figure with a mechanical arm strikes forward with incredible speed and force, leaving a trail of energy in their wake. Hansu looks down, his expression unreadable. A figure lies defeated, a mechanical construct looming over them. One of the men observes, they're all definitely strong. Another man questions, who do you think you are to question Hansu? The man with dark green hair states, if Hansu said it, then it is so. A voice booms, understand. The man with dark green hair is confronted. Huh? What's with that face? Why are you looking at me like that? You got a problem? A third man intervenes, cut it out, Sangjin. A voice responds, I, Hansu. The man with dark green hair is seen in close-up. The man with dark green hair is told, well done. Hansu stands with Sangjin, the two of them together. He is being watched. Kong Hansu stands with another figure, unaware of the eyes on them. A confused sound escapes someone's lips. The observer watches Kong and his companion from a distance. Meanwhile, the sound of a strike echoes. Another blow lands. A voice barks, stop pulling this dumb crap and hurry it up. Unchai delivers a brutal punch. She continues the assault on the downed figure as someone wonders, why does she only treat Sangjin like that? Another voice retorts, cause he's special? Shut up, twins. Back with Kong, the observer thinks, he sure has brought a strange group along. Still, since he believes in them, I guess I'll have to do the same. The observer's eyes narrow. A voice calls out, good luck, Mr. Kong Hansu. A grotesque insectal face fills the view, its mandibles clicking. The clicking intensifies, a chitinous rasp echoing in the darkness. The monstrous head tilts, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. In the distance, figures stand ready, their weapons glinting in the dim light. Kong Hansu's voice cuts through the tension. Let's get started, everyone. A surge of green energy erupts from the ground, illuminating the battlefield. The green light intensifies, revealing a swarm of insectal monsters poised to attack. A guttural growl echoes through the air, a promise of violence. Kong Hansu, his gaze hardened with resolve, states, night will fall soon. We'll follow the plan and eradicate as many parasitic locusts as we can. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, its blade glowing with an ominous green light. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, his expression a mask of grim determination. The green energy explodes outwards, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding light as the parasitic locusts prepare to attack. Iris knocks 3 arrows to her bowstring, the fletchings whispering against her cheek as she draws back, taking aim at the swarm. A monstrous claw slashes through the air, propelled by the insect-like creature's relentless advance. Another of the insect-like creatures lunges forward, its razor-sharp appendage poised to strike. A figure leaps into the fray, spear extended, meeting the onslaught of the insect-like creature head-on. They're coming from the right, too. A new wave of the insect-like creatures descends, their mandibles snapping. The swarm surges forward, an endless tide of chitin and claws. Steel clashes against chitin as a warrior braces against the onslaught, shield raised in desperate defense. There's no end to them. If you have time to complain, then use that time to take down another one of these bugs. A burst of energy erupts, incinerating one of the insect-like creatures. A little more. A figure gathers power, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. The warrior tenses, muscles coiled and ready to unleash. A desperate voice cuts through the air, urging the group to hold out until nightfall. The monstrous tower looms, swarming with insectal horrors. A woman with fiery hair warns Hansu that they are in danger of being surrounded. Hansu's electric blue eye narrows, a storm brewing within. A figure calls out to Choi Sang-jin, his voice laced with urgency. The moment has arrived. Hansu stands defiant, a lone figure against the encroaching swarm. A disembodied voice declares, it's your turn now. The man with dark blue hair commands, get to it. A voice responds, got it. A sinister smile spreads across Hansu's face, a dark intent flickering in his eyes. His gloved hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the leather creaking softly in the silence. A faint purple energy begins to emanate from the blade, a subtle hum filling the air. The sword now pulses with a vibrant purple light, the energy crackling around Hansu's hand. Elsewhere, a strange green energy signature flickers into existence, an ominous sign in the darkness. The green energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of power that seems to vibrate with anticipation. A swarm of insect-like creatures gathers, their chitinous bodies gleaming in the dim light, their eyes burning with a cold, alien intelligence. One of the insect-like creatures is bathed in a purple glow, the energy coursing through its exoskeleton, preparing it for the coming battle. A malevolent red energy signature flares, a promise of violence and destruction hanging heavy in the air. The insect-like creature stands tall, its mandibles clicking in anticipation, ready to unleash its fury upon its enemies. A chorus of voices rises from the insect-like creatures, their alien tongues forming a chilling declaration. It's finally time for battle. A voice cuts through the cacophony, calm and measured. I was waiting. A sinister smile spreads across Hansu's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had been waiting for them to say those words. He stood firm, the insect-like creatures surrounding him, their menacing forms casting long shadows in the dim light. A clawed hand twitched, the creature's intent clear as it prepared to strike. A voice cut through the tension. "Leave it to me, Hansu." A figure emerged, gripping a sword that pulsed with a faint, ethereal light, ready to take on the swarm. The forest looms, ancient trees clawing at the sky. Deeper within the woods, the air grows heavy with an unnatural stillness. Monstrous insectoid creatures gather, their chitinous armor gleaming in the dim light. A hand grips the hilt of a blade, its polished surface reflecting the faint light. One of the insectoid monsters screeches, its voice a guttural command. "Go!" Hansu holds his weapon at the ready, his gaze fixed on the swarm of approaching monsters. The insectoid monsters advance, their numbers overwhelming. A close-up of one of the insectoid monsters, its mandibles clicking menacingly. The insectoid monsters charge, their forms a blur of chitin and claws. The insectoid monsters close in, their numbers seemingly endless. A blade flashes, cleaving through the air and drawing a spray of dark blood from one of the insectoid monsters. He calls upon the power of the dead, a swirling vortex of dark energy coalescing around a monstrous form. The command echoes through the air, "Arise." A spectral hand materializes, cradling a skull wreathed in arcane energy. The order rings out, "Fight past the end." The summoned creature fully materializes, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. One of the insectoid monsters is impaled, dark blood splattering against the ground. The summoned creatures surge forward, their grotesque forms a tide of death. The battlefield becomes a chaotic melee as the undead swarm their foes. The insectoid monster snarls, its mandibles snapping in fury. Two of the insectoid monsters stand side by side, their red eyes gleaming in the darkness. Another of the summoned creatures rises, ready to fight. A surge of power emanates from the undead monster. A massive, tentacled horror rises from the depths, its form shimmering with otherworldly energy. The symbol pulses with dark energy. Choi Sangjin barks, working as planned. "Hansu, let's move." The undead monster rasps, "Good work." A foot slams down, the impact echoing through the battlefield. Steel sings as a blade is drawn, ready for the coming onslaught. Unchai stands ready, Miyamoto at her side, prepared to face whatever comes next. Lu Hong watches with a grim expression. Debris and dust settle, the aftermath of a fierce battle. The scene is silent. A sword is impaled in the ground. The group needs to take down as many parasitic locusts as they can before night falls. After that, they'll use Sangjin's skill to revive them and have them fight the remaining ones. If they do that, they'll easily be able to make their way to the lake where Ouroboros' tail is. Iris tells someone to take her to where the magic power is strongest, as that's where the alpha is going to be. Someone asks how they are going to get up. The response is simple, they'll use the path of descent skill. Iris looks on. Someone says to get on top of him. A close-up of a large creature. A foot steps onto a surface. Choi Sangjin looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. It sure is high up. She steals her gaze, preparing for the onslaught. The parasitic locusts surge forward, a wave of chitin and malice. Claws descend, seeking to tear flesh from bone. The swarm presses in, their grotesque feet pounding the ground. More claws slash through the air, a deadly rain of chitin. Unchai intercepts the attack, a burst of energy pushing back the swarm. Another locust lunges, its mandibles snapping. Unchai declares, "Lady Unchai, and I will block them off here." A voice shouts, "Hurry and make a path." Another voice commands, "Leave the ones coming from our rear to us." Yunchi's eyes narrow. I can see it. With a surge of power, Unchai charges into the swarm, a whirlwind of motion and energy. The group continues deeper into the cavern, the air growing heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and indefinable. Unchai stops, her eyes wide. "Whoa," she breathes, a mixture of awe and apprehension in her voice. The group presses on, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the vast space. The air crackles with an unseen energy, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. Unchai pauses again, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What in the world?" she mutters, her voice barely a whisper. Before them, a massive chasm opens up, revealing a hidden space beneath the scales of the dragon-like structure. A voice calls out, guiding them forward. "There's a space like this beneath the scales." Ganglion steps forward, his expression grim. This is the entrance to the ganglion, where Ouroboros' core is stored. The ganglion's structure resembles a grotesque, organic tree, its trunk pulsing with sickly light. Of nerve cells that belongs to the peripheral nervous system, including its brain, it has 3 cores. A voice echoes, declaring that if they destroy them all, they can kill Ouroboros. Hansu holds out a vial to Unchai. He tells her to take this. The vial contains an item created to destroy its cores, with a crafting recipe from Red Zone 1 to 650. A voice explains that he was randomly making something earlier, so it was this. Iris stands with Hansu and others, listening intently. Hansu states that they should split up into 1 team per core, adding that they are Team 1. Iris and the others are assigned to Team 2. A voice declares that they are last, Team 3. Two figures stand together, ready for their mission. Hansu tells Eunchae that her team can go here. A voice exclaims in surprise, asking why they're first. A swarm of grotesque monsters descends, their crimson eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The sheer number of them is staggering. There are still so many left. A woman with purple hair stands beside a man with short brown hair, both observing the approaching horde. One of the observers wonders if they duplicate like some kind of amoeba. A voice declares that it doesn't matter how many of them come. Kang Hansu, his gaze hardened with resolve, commands, "Let's go." A figure holds a glowing green cube, its light illuminating the surrounding darkness. A dark, cavernous tunnel stretches into the unknown. A blonde woman, her eyes wide with alarm, whispers, "This is the ganglion." A pulsating, blue-glowing object emanates an ominous energy. A woman with long, light brown hair stands on a cliff, looking down. Kang Hansu stares intently, his expression unreadable. A woman with orange hair reads from an open book. "Let's block off this one too. Don't forget we need to undo it in 30 minutes, she says. A voice responds, "Why yeah, got it." Mihi looks on with concern. The woman with light brown hair says, "I think I know how you feel." The stars twinkle in the night sky. Kang Hansu sprints forward, a determined look on his face. "It's right up ahead. I can feel that bastard Alpha's energy." Kang Hansu and the woman with light brown hair face a large, menacing monster. A weapon glows with power. The monster's red eyes gleam. He wonders what he is sensing, noting that it feels like Alpha. Standing beside him, Mihi listens intently. A pair of eyes watch from the shadows. It hasn't been long since they last met. He awakened, but he's already set up bait. Becoming a temporary administrator wasn't for nothing. A mechanical figure with a red visor glows ominously. Hansu looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, stating that it knew he would search for it right away. The mechanical figure is bathed in blue light. The figure from before appears, grinning widely. It's been a long time. The figure declares that Hansu is its enemy. The figure continues, noting that Hansu sends out those weaklings. The mechanical figure states that destroying the core is a very flimsy strategy, unlike Hansu. Hansu retorts that they'll see about that, asking if it is done talking now. A figure wreathed in light blue energy declares that arrogance will be their opponent's downfall. The figure is struck by an unseen force, the energy around them flaring intensely. The energy explodes outward, leaving the figure consumed in the blast. If Alpha isn't here, then... Yumihi asks if it's alright that he's gone toward a different team. Hansu states that's why they need to quickly destroy the core here and be on the move. Hansu announces that they've opened the ganglion and should head in. "Okay, got it." Eunchae exclaims, "This is..." The group stands before the entrance to the ganglion. A massive, crystalline structure dominates the cavern, identified as the first core for Team 1. The cavern is far larger than Yumihi anticipated. Choi Sangjin points out Monarch Eunchae in the distance. Kang Hansu confirms, acknowledging her presence. The crystalline core pulses with an eerie, internal light. It is identified as Ouroboros's core. The team observes the core, assessing its size. Miyamoto judges that the core's size is just about right. Eunchae instructs everyone to prepare the item that Kang Hansu provided, so they can use it immediately. They need to destroy it in exactly 30 minutes. Yinchi's eyes widen as she asks if they hear that. Choi Sangjin, along with the rest of the team, questions what she is hearing. A deep tremor reverberates through the ganglion, the very structure groaning under the sudden assault. The team stumbles, struggling to maintain their balance as the ground beneath them convulses. The ground is shaking all of a sudden. Yinchi's eyes widen, a flicker of unease dancing within their crimson depths as she tries to discern the source of the disturbance. A shout rings out, cutting through the din. "Look up!" A legion of monstrous figures looms above, their silhouettes stark against the violet sky, a silent promise of impending conflict. The shaking intensifies as the monstrous legion gathers. The team braces themselves, knowing that whatever is coming will be a fight. Yunchi's expression hardens, her gaze unwavering as she prepares for the inevitable clash. The monstrous legion stands ready, a silent, ominous presence. Yunchi's voice is low, but firm. "Yeah, I guess you've let us off the hook for long enough. You sure have brought quite the crowd with you." The monstrous legion, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent, prepares to descend. The soldiers get into formation, twins on the left and right. A soldier raises his shield, preparing for the onslaught. He declares he will take the vanguard. An archer, bow drawn, shouts not to bother saving any arrows. The soldiers are told that they just need to hold out for 30 minutes. The soldiers brace themselves as the enemies approach. A soldier clashes with a monstrous spider-like creature. A warrior slashes through the enemy ranks with a fiery blade. The clock ticks down, with 28 minutes remaining. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a blinding light, bracing for what's to come. The camera focuses on the metallic framework of their defenses, a testament to their preparations. A voice booms out, commanding, "Hold your positions." Yu Mihi, shield raised, prepares to meet the onslaught head-on, while another ally stands ready with a spiked weapon. The urgency in the air is palpable as a voice declares, "We can't afford to be pushed back." A surge of force slams against their defenses, the impact visualized in a burst of crimson symbols. A large, blue crystal sits in the center of a dark, cavernous space. Insect-like monsters with glowing red eyes stand guard, their sharp claws glinting in the dim light. Hansu and Iris stand before the crystal, their faces grim as they survey the scene. The text reads, Trijade Frost Light ORB Rune of Restraint. A character holds a glowing book, its pages filled with arcane symbols. The insect-like monsters emit a piercing screech. The blue crystal pulses with energy, sending waves of power through the cavern. A character with black markings on their face smiles confidently. One of the monsters is struck by an unseen force, sending it reeling. Hansu slashes at a monster with his sword, a green energy trail following the blade. The monster recoils from the attack, its armored body sparking with electricity. He prepares to strike, the blade of his sword glowing with a fierce light as he faces the insectoid monster. Leaping forward, Kang Hansu brings his sword down in a sweeping arc, aiming to cleave the creature in two. The blade connects, a burst of energy erupting as the monster reels from the force of the blow. The monster falls, defeated by the swift and decisive strike. Kang Hansu stands ready, his gaze fixed on the remaining threats. The sword pulses with power, a beacon in the dimly lit cavern. Two more insectoid monsters emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The other parasitic locusts are just watching instead of coming down. Holding out for 30 minutes won't be a problem at this rate. Kang Hansu stares at a holographic display, his expression thoughtful. Still, I can't believe that he would abandon the first central core. It looks like Alpha left the hologram as bait. However, seeing you send out those weaklings to destroy the core is a very flimsy strategy unlike you, and avoided me in order to protect a different core. He vows to make someone regret their choice. The figure muses that something feels off, that there has to be some kind of trap. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be sitting there, watching. Kang Hansu suggests they forego the plan to destroy it 30 minutes later. He declares they'll destroy it right now and he'll go and destroy the rest of the cores. Unshai wonders if the situation is so dire that he needs to go and help them deal with the cores. A voice questions, Shaun in chaos? And continues, if their only opponents were the locusts, then I wouldn't have to. Kang Hansu is seen holding a bottle. It's revealed that Alpha, who appeared in the hologram, is inside Ouroboros. Kang Hansu states he needs to be the one to fight him. Unshai wonders if Ouroboros won't start moving if they destroy its cores. Unshai questions if Alpha is more dangerous than Ouroboros. Hansu states that while the individual they are facing is dangerous, Ouroboros is far more overwhelming. Unshai questions why they shouldn't just believe in the plan for now, as their current course of action doesn't make any sense. Hansu stands with his back to Unshai, facing the glowing blue crystal. Unshai thinks to herself that even now, Hansu still won't explain everything to her. Hansu internally reflects that he thought the other party would trust him by now. The text box describes the 7-piece soul fragment, which splits the user's soul and allows for communication, granting control of the person's mind who has their soul placed within it. A distorted voice declares that it will take over Hansu's body. The speaker's face is revealed, twisted into a grotesque grin. Yinshi's name appears in a stylized text box, Sophia. Her eyes narrow, a glint of determination in her gaze. The distorted voice asks if Hansu thought it would simply drop dead. The speaker continues, remarking that Hansu seems to trust this whore, given how he's willing to show his back to her. The distorted voice vows that Hansu will pay the price for what he did. A figure stands amidst a swirling blue energy, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the figure's intense gaze as he declares, I was waiting for you, Miyamoto. A burst of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. The figure's face is partially obscured, but his determined expression is evident. A gloved hand, adorned with rings, emerges from the shadows. The air vibrates with unseen force. The hand clenches, the ring glowing with ominous red energy, labeled as Authority Destruction. A woman with pink hair and glasses stands amidst swirling red energy, her expression unreadable. The figure's face is shadowed as he thinks, after my regression, my allies have become my enemies. Unshai is shown with a somber expression, thinking, and my inevitable enemies have become my allies. The figure's eyes gleam with determination as he vows, as long as he's trying to drag me down, I won't allow him to live. I've figured out your location. A message flashes, temporary administrator of the World Tree Authority usage. After securing entity name, Miyamoto, move him to the King Bee Nest. A dark, star-filled sky looms over a jagged mountain peak. Below, a cavernous space opens up, revealing a strange, glowing landscape. He stands within a complex, glowing blue circle, arcane symbols swirling around him. A burst of light emanates from the center of the circle. The intricate patterns of the magical circle pulse with energy. Emerging from the shadows, insectoid creatures with glowing red eyes begin to materialize. The insectoid creatures descend, their forms becoming clearer as they approach. The creatures' sharp claws and menacing silhouettes fill the space. Meanwhile, Miyamoto's eyes widen in disbelief and horror, sweat beading on his brow. He whispers, his voice trembling, "This place, it can't be." The insectoid creatures surround him, their sharp weapons glinting in the dim light. A voice, filled with despair, echoes, The ruler of the red zone, can't possibly. The air crackles with an unseen force, the energy beginning to coalesce into a blinding light. From within the radiant glow, the colossal form of a serpent begins to materialize, its scales shimmering like 1,000 sapphires. The energy intensifies, bathing the area in an otherworldly orange hue. A surge of power erupts, sending golden rays cascading outwards, illuminating the hidden depths of this strange realm. The golden light continues to build, resonating with an ancient power. The serpent's massive coils become more defined, now wreathed in swirling blue energy, a testament to its immense strength. The surrounding forest, cloaked in shadow, hints at the scale of the creature, its presence dominating the landscape. The serpent's head emerges from the shadows, its jaws agape in a deafening roar that echoes through the red zone. Its emerald eye pierces the darkness, radiating an ancient and terrifying intelligence. The serpent's eye intensifies, glowing with an inner light that seems to warp the very air around it. Red energy crackles around the serpent, a sign of the raw power it commands. The serpent is fully revealed, a majestic and terrifying being of immense power, its roar a challenge to any who dare enter its domain. The massive serpent, scales shimmering like 1,000 moons, seems to stir. A low, guttural rumble emanates from its depths, yet it betrays no sign of awareness. It does seem to be moving, but it doesn't seem to have any sentience. Kong Hansu watches the serpent intently, Unchai at his side. He considers the creature's potential threat. If it did, then it would have attacked me first. Kong Hansu focuses his attention, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand. For now, instead of eliminating Alpha, I should focus on stopping him. A system notification appears. World Tree Temporary Administrator Command confirmed. Branches of the World Tree will begin moving. The serpent's massive form shifts, scales scraping against the unseen barriers of its prison. The air crackles with contained energy. The serpent's movements become more pronounced, a blur of scales and muscle as it strains against its confinement. The serpent's head rises, its massive jaws opening slightly, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A low growl vibrates through the air. The serpent roars, a deafening blast of sound that echoes through the red zone. Its eyes, though unseen, seem to burn with ancient power. The serpent thrashes, its body a whirlwind of scales and fury. The very air seems to distort around it, a testament to its immense power. The serpent's head rises high, its gaze fixed on some unseen point. A faint light emanates from its scales, a sign of the power it holds within. The serpent's scales gleam, reflecting the ambient light of the red zone. Each scale seems to pulse with a life of its own, a testament to the creature's ancient origins. Unchai and Kong Hansu stand silhouetted against the night sky, the massive serpent looming behind them. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the scene. A massive serpent lies coiled, its scales shimmering in the dim light. Far above, a figure descends toward the beast. The horned man states, "It's almost time for us to meet, old friend." A voice echoes, "It's time to wake up, Tekaron." The voice continues, "Elvenheim, your winds will blow on the path that I take." The horned man says, "So wait for me at the king's path." A voice promises, "I'll go see you soon." The creature's exoskeleton shimmers with an oily sheen, its texture resembling a grotesque mosaic of scales and chitin. Its massive leg descends, each step a thunderous tremor, the razor-sharp claws poised to rend flesh and shatter bone. Crimson light blazes from its multifaceted eyes, promising annihilation to any who dare meet its gaze. The insectoid horror stands revealed, a nightmarish fusion of carapace and claw, a predator sculpted from the abyss itself. A figure stands before the monstrous insect, a glowing orb in his hand, bearing the title Lord of the Dead. Its mandibles, like obsidian scythes, grind against each other, a symphony of impending doom. A voice commands, "You go and fight too." The creature's leg descends once more, a harbinger of destruction. They surged forward, a relentless tide of chitin and malice. There forms a grotesque tapestry woven from nightmare. The swarm pulsed with a crimson light, each creature a shard of a shattered, bloody moon. A voice, rasping and cruel, echoed through the ranks. "We've got a real chance at victory. All we have to do now is last until dawn." The swarm pressed on, their movements a symphony of clicking mandibles and scraping claws, a chorus of impending doom. A purple haze clung to them, a miasma of dark energy that promised only pain and oblivion. A surge of blue energy crackled around the vanguard, a promise of swift and brutal violence. The creature's mandibles parted, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, a testament to its predatory nature. A collective gasp rippled through the swarm. Its eyes glowed with an infernal light, burning crimson embers in the encroaching darkness. Then, without warning, the world erupted in a blinding flash. The swarm recoiled, their advance halted by the sudden, cataclysmic force. Kong Hansu's eyes widened, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. What was that explosion? He wonders just what is going on up there. Choi Sang-jin grits his teeth, resolving to stop them at all costs, whatever it takes, as Hansu will be burdened if those things get up there. A hand grips a sword tightly. Miyamoto summons his forces. ordering them to kill the locusts going up first and to stop them. The locusts swarm upwards. Miyamoto prepares to strike. A figure clutches a sword, regretting that he should have killed them all, apologizing to Hansu. A monstrous figure looms. A horned figure stands before a monstrous dragon. A pink-haired woman with glasses observes that the after-effects of Miyamoto's skill are worse than she thought. A woman with a metallic arm reflects that she thought the other woman would regain consciousness soon enough, but given her current state, she doesn't think she can come with her. A figure stands amidst a swirling blue energy, their expression unreadable. A system message appears, declaring the World Tree Temporary Administrator Authority activated and that entity Sophia has been transferred. A close-up reveals a hand amidst a blue energy field. A voice declares that the transfer succeeded, and that Sophia will be left to Michael. Now then, the figure shouts for the bugs to stop right there. Turning his head, Hansu glares back. He yells at the bugs not to run away and to fight him. The bugs swarm forward. A sinister smile spreads across Hansu's face as he thinks to himself that the timing is perfect. Sangjin. Energy crackles. Hansu looks down. A clawed hand extends. A winged figure descends from above, its form silhouetted against the blue light. Below, insect-like creatures crawl along a metallic surface, their multiple legs skittering. The winged figure approaches the swarm, closing the distance with swift, silent movements. The figure continues its descent, a lone warrior against a horde of chitinous foes. From below, a figure squints, recognizing the descending form. Is that Hansu? The figure wonders, did he come to help me? No, more importantly, what's with his appearance? Hansu is now surrounded by glowing orbs as he descends. The winged Hansu draws closer to the insect-like creatures, the air crackling with unseen energy. He strikes, a blur of motion against the static forms of his enemies. The attack continues, each strike precise and deadly. Below, the figure grips a weapon, preparing to join the fray. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, their form obscured. Choi Sang-jin stands revealed, now adorned with intricate markings across his face and horns sprouting from his head. Wings extend from his back. The camera focuses on armored boots, glowing with an ethereal light. Kong Hansu's expression is one of concern. He wonders aloud if something has happened, noticing the wings and horns. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Sangjin's new armor, glowing with an inner light. Sangjin's gaze is intense. He states that there is something. Hansu's expression shifts to a subtle smile. He is glad to hear it. Hansu asks what he needs to do. A voice declares that Monarch Yunshi's group is in danger. Sangjin's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his expression is determined. He commands to destroy the. Hansu's eyes narrow slightly. He notes that it's not like Sangjin to ask him like that. Sangjin tells him to use him however he likes. Hansu's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. The figure's expression hardens. Being ordered to do so is more than enough. The figure, surrounded by shadowy forms, declares, I'll send you directly to Team 1's location. I'll leave them to you. A figure stands amidst a complex, glowing teleportation circle. The figure's gaze sharpens, a command etched on their face. Don't die? That's an order. The figure's expression is confident. Don't worry, the Lord of the Dead wouldn't die. A figure stands tall, a blade held firmly in their grasp. A detailed magic circle glows with an intense blue light. The magic circle pulsates with energy. A voice declares with certainty, I knew it. The figure reflects. It was the right decision to leave Lord of the Dead with Sangjin after all. The figure's eyes narrow, a promise in their voice. I'll make sure to bring you along to the next zone, Sangjin. The figure's wings twitch restlessly. I can't sit still after he showed me his will. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by crackling blue energy. A voice echoes, urging Team 2 to survive, promising help is on the way. Deep within a cavern, a monstrous figure stands alongside another, their forms silhouetted against the dim light. A lone figure stands triumphant over fallen forms, the scene bathed in an eerie purple glow. A disembodied voice taunts, questioning if they will give up. The speaker, with long white hair and piercing blue eyes, wonders what they think they can possibly do on their own, with the two humans behind them downed. A man with short brown hair and a determined expression scoffs, declaring he won't die that easily. The white-haired figure tilts their head, a strange curiosity in their eyes. How strange, just why are you so loyal? The voice continues, suggesting that the cold-blooded man won't even bother to save them, that they've all been abandoned. A hand reaches out, seemingly from the depths of despair. The brown-haired man smirks, remarking that they sure are good at talking. The white-haired figure leans in, their expression intense. Are you that scared of Kong Hansu? A figure, radiating power, declares that all inferior beings enrage them to no end. The figure stands amidst floating orbs of green energy, a sword crackling with power held at the ready. The figure's face contorts in fury, declaring that if their target wants to die so badly, they will help them along. The energy orbs pulse with power, crackling with green electricity. The orbs float ominously, ready to unleash their power. A man's eyes widen in shock, a question forming on his lips. His face twists in anger, teeth bared in a snarl. The figure stands ready, surrounded by energy orbs and wielding their weapon. The weapon is raised, ready to strike. The figure swings their weapon, a red energy trail following its path. The weapon strikes, a burst of red energy erupting on impact. The figure continues their attack, the weapon blurring with speed. Red energy streaks across the battlefield, deflecting incoming attacks. A figure wielding a sword deflects the incoming energy, the blade meeting the force with precision. A green energy ball hurtles towards the defender, only to be redirected by a swift parry. Surrounded by a storm of purple energy, the figure stands firm, a beacon of defiance against the onslaught. He's deflecting them all forward so they don't touch the ones behind him. An honorable action to defend one's kin. That attitude alone is worthy of praise. I cannot afford to waste any more time fighting you. Forgive me for using such an underhanded method to defeat a warrior like yourself. Multiple swords pierce the defender, the attack relentless and unforgiving. Blood splatters across the battlefield as the swords find their mark, the defender's face contorted in pain. The swords continue to impale the figure, the underhanded attack taking its toll. The figure grits his teeth, blood dripping from his face. A sword pierces through the air. Multiple swords impale the white-haired figure, pinning him in place. A figure with dark hair and horns looms over him. I've witnessed your struggle to defend your kin, he states. The horned figure continues. Out of respect for such a noble countenance, I will personally end your life. A sword is plunged downwards. The horned figure stands over the impaled man, a sword in his hand. A close-up of the impaled man's face. A sword falls. A sword is plunged downwards. A sword falls. The horned figure looks down at the impaled man. A spectral figure glows with an eerie blue light. The horned figure grimaces. Looks like I was too late. A voice echoes, declaring, I will take care of things here. A voice echoes, tinged with regret. Looks like I was too late. The voice continues, resolute. Rest up. I will take care of things here. Meanwhile, Hansu stands in a cavern, surrounded by enemies. The cavern stretches out before him, a field of jagged rock and glowing crystals, teeming with monstrous figures. Ganglion prepares to strike, a surge of pink energy crackling around him. He lunges forward, the energy coalescing into a deadly attack. Ganglion's hand glows with power. He prepares to unleash a torrent of magic. The magic explodes outward, a wave of destructive force. Ganglion takes flight, a green aura enveloping his form. He unleashes a devastating magical assault. He flies forward, energy blades crackling with destructive power. Kong Hansu, bloodied and battered, struggles to comprehend the sheer force unleashed against him. What insane destructive power, he mutters. The figure soars through the air, his energy blades poised to strike again. Kong Hansu lies prone, his injuries severe. Kong Hansu, despite his wounds, extends a hand, offering a glowing orb. You're in really terrible shape. Take this, he says, his voice strained. The orb pulses with a vibrant, verdant energy. He clutches the glowing orb, its light reflecting in the depths of the cavern. A voice calls out, questioning Han. Su. The orb pulses with an eerie light. Iris gasps, her eyes wide with concern. The man thinks to himself, I can't believe I passed out in this situation. Iris says, even after receiving these weapons, I'm still. She continues, her voice laced with regret, sorry. In the end, all I do is just hold you back. A figure reassures her, don't worry about it. It was my fault. Kong Hansu states, it's impossible to use the world tree's authority inside of Ouroboros. A voice urges, get outside and use this feather to transport yourselves. A hand carefully holds a glowing feather. Iris says, I'll give this back to you. The figure states that just protecting the potion from breaking alone means more than fulfilling their duty. A character with horns and blue markings holds a potion, its contents swirling within the glass. A figure with long, flowing brown hair gazes forward, their expression unreadable. In the distance, two figures stand silhouetted against the cavern's purple glow. Kong Hansu, now with light blue hair, is questioned about his presence and whether it's due to that transformation. A voice acknowledges understanding how much someone treasures those people. The speaker declares that they need to kill at least some people. A surge of red energy erupts, filling the space with raw power. The group is bathed in the red light. A character's face is shown with a determined expression. Another burst of energy explodes outward, the air crackling with unseen force. Iris, looking up, states that they will only burden Kong Hansu by being here and will retreat as quickly as possible. Kong Hansu stands, holding Iris. Kong Hansu says that dying from something like this would make her survival until now completely pointless. He continues, saying that he is sure she has plenty of things left to do in life, so she better survive. Iris thanks him, stating that they will meet again outside. Kong Hansu carries Iris. Two figures are seen in the distance. Kong Hansu thinks that the attack just now was his most powerful attack. He took it head-on without even flinching. The figure, radiating a dark energy, demands of Kong Hansu how far he will go to make a mockery of him. A booming voice declares, identifying himself as a warrior of Acheron, the last hope of his race. The warrior scoffs, dismissing the declaration as a joke. The figure spits out that his opponent is nothing more than a cheap imitation. The warrior's eyes flare with an intense, otherworldly light. The figure warns his opponent not to run their mouth if they don't know what they're talking about. The warrior observes that he's gone berserk. The figure admits that if it were a physically enhanced Acheron, he would have had a hard time, but the warrior states that it doesn't seem like taking him on will pose an issue. A close-up reveals the warrior's intense gaze. The warrior is engulfed in a surge of raw power, red energy crackling around him. Raw power surges around Hansu, crackling like a caged storm as the racial transformation begins to take hold. A dark aura envelopes him, shadowy armor materializing piece by piece, encasing him in a formidable shell. His hand glows with an intense, crimson light. Hansu thinks, no way. This is my race's secret technique. A grimace contorts his features as the transformation intensifies, blue energy flaring around him like a corona. A question mark hangs in the air. The armor solidifies, its intricate details shimmering with an otherworldly light. Hansu reflects. It's hard to control one's strength when affected by racial transformation. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. He thinks, and killing Alpha right now would be almost trivial. Hansu clenches his fist, struggling against the overwhelming power coursing through him. However, killing him when I'm not in control of my strength. He glances down, a grim realization dawning on him. Would mean destroying the vessel that Shane would need as his physical body. Hansu's expression hardens. That doesn't mean I can afford to dispel my dragon chi arts. He grits his teeth, bracing himself. It's my first time using racial transformation to this degree, so I don't know how bad the rebound will be once I undo it. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. If, say, I end up passing out, then all my plans would fall apart. What a hassle. He was surrounded by a surge of energy. Hansu assessed the situation. The Heavenly Soldier armor's power wasn't proving to be as significant as he'd hoped. A sudden realization struck him. He could still give it his all, given his current state. The transformation began, energy crackling around him like a volatile storm. His hand ignited with power, a blinding light emanating from his clenched fist. Kang's face contorted, his features hardening as the power surged through him. His body shifted, morphing into a more formidable form as the energy intensified. Armor materialized around him, a gleaming exoskeleton forged from pure energy. The armored faceplate settled into place, his gaze burning with unwavering resolve. The armored Kang Hansu declared, his voice resonating with newfound power. Let's finish taking out the trash. He prepared to strike, his armored fist clenched tight, ready to unleash the full force of his transformed power. The fist shot forward, a blur of motion and raw energy. The attack continued, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. Miyamoto's face contorts in anguish, the weight of his past failures pressing down on him. Why was he unable to even match him? His hand reaches out, grasping at the fading hope of reviving his race. All he hoped for was to revive his race. Standing tall, Miyamoto's resolve hardens, his eyes burning with renewed purpose. His dream is in shambles because of one mere inferior being. A grim determination settles over his features. Yes, Miyamoto's voice drips with venom as he vows to Kang Hansu. I'll take everything from you, Kang Hansu. His hand clenches, power surging through his veins. He'll take everything Hansu holds dear. Choi Songjin's eyes widen in disbelief, a cold dread washing over him. Wait, what is he doing? No dash. Choi Songjin screams, his voice cracking with desperation. Alpha, stop. Miyamoto's face twists into a mask of fury, his teeth bared in a savage snarl. Are you going to abandon all hope with just this? His voice drips with scorn, the words laced with bitter resentment. How insulting, to the very end. Gathering his remaining strength, Miyamoto prepares for one final, desperate act. A chilling calm descends upon Miyamoto, his eyes devoid of emotion. But now, none of it matters. The monstrous figure declares that if the core is destroyed, all he has to do is take its place. Ganglion tells Kang Hansu to have a taste of his own medicine. The monstrous figure stands tall, radiating an ominous energy. A glowing blue figure lies encased in what appears to be a cavern. The glowing figure is surrounded by green vines, obscuring the details of the cavern. Tekeron, with a stern expression, recalls a past statement. He muses that his younger self's temper was indeed true. A voice echoes, expressing disbelief that someone would prioritize winning against them for the prosperity of their kin. Energy crackles around the glowing figure, the air thick with magical potential. The vines twist and writhe, pulsing with an eerie green light. The glowing figure stands tall, surrounded by a blinding light. The figure's form is now more defined, its outline sharp against the ethereal glow. The voice continues, lamenting that the root should have made this clone at a decent age. Tekeron states that because it's so young, it's causing needless trouble. The glowing figure is now fully formed, surrounded by concentric rings of energy. A structure stands tall, water cascading around it. The world fades into a gradient of gray. The title Reincarnator appears. The structure is surrounded by water. A massive serpent coils through the water. Iris cries out, just what is going on? Why is it moving all of a sudden? Kang Hansu and Iris plummet downwards. Iris asks, why are you? A speech bubble declares, so unbothered by all this? We'll die instantly if we fall from this height. Kang Hansu looks up, stating, because there's something I can put my faith in. Look up. Iris looks up, exclaiming, ah geez. Just what could possibly be above? Erie's eyes widen. Her eyes widening, Iris hears someone call out, Kong Hansu. The voice echoes in the seemingly endless space. A disembodied voice wonders if they are floating in the air. A text box appears, stating that the authority usage of the temporary administrator of the world tree, Song Unshai, Choi Sangjin, Lee Chae-young, Lee Tae-yoon, and Lee Tae-young, will be transferred to the entity Michael. Iris continues to fall, surrounded by a faint blue glow. The group continues to fall through the seemingly endless abyss. The group continues to fall through the seemingly endless abyss. The group continues to fall through the seemingly endless abyss. The group continues to fall through the seemingly endless abyss. The group continues to fall through the seemingly endless abyss. The group continues to fall through the seemingly endless abyss. A man with dark green hair, wearing a suit, asks, Kong Hansu, just what are you expecting from me? The man continues, Miss Sophia is one thing, but Mr. Wonkyung, Miss Mahi, and Miss Sojong, you sent them all to me. He finishes, if there's something you want me to do, you could at least tell me what it is. The group stands in the forest. Lebanon Michael asks, are you awake now? The pink-haired woman stands. Michael says, well, it hasn't been very long. The woman responds, just what happened up there? I don't even know myself. The woman adjusts her glasses. Michael says, I lost consciousness partway through, so my memories are foggy. Michael responds, is that so? Given that Ouroboros is moving now, it would be dangerous to stay here. Let's retreat for now. The pink-haired woman looks up at Michael. The woman says, then I'll contact the Giacomo clan and my clan dash. Michael stands ready. Michael is surprised. He remarks on the magic power he is sensing, a hint of concern in his voice as he glances at Iris. Michael's gaze shifts to a group of figures enveloped in a radiant blue aura, their forms indistinct yet powerful. Turning away, he lets out a soft ah. A wry smile plays on Michael's lips as he mutters to himself, wondering if he's become some kind of babysitter. Below, a massive, serpentine creature coils around a towering structure, its scales shimmering in the dim light. Michael's expression hardens, a flicker of worry in his eyes. So you better not toss everything my way and die on your own. His gaze sharpens, a hint of determination in his voice. You have to win. I'll make my complaints after you do. The serpentine creature looms in the darkness, its form partially obscured by shadow. Beneath a canopy of glowing flora, the creature's silhouette is barely visible against the starlit sky. The creature's massive head is visible, its scales reflecting the faint light. The creature's body continues to coil, its immense size dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The creature's scales gleam, hinting at the immense power it possesses. A monstrous form begins to coalesce, its serpentine features taking shape amidst swirling darkness. Kong Hansu's name echoes as the creature continues its terrifying transformation. A voice declares that even he won't be able to dodge the impending attack. The serpentine creature fully materializes, its form radiating raw power. The beast lunges forward, its jaws agape, ready to strike. The creature's fiery aura intensifies as it closes the distance. The air crackles with energy as the serpentine monster prepares to unleash its full might. The creature descends, a blazing inferno of scales and teeth. Echidron's orbs materialize, summoned to defend against the impending onslaught. Kong Hansu realizes that even he won't emerge unscathed if he takes the attack head-on. He contemplates his options, knowing that dodging would mean the end, but facing it head-on could lead to countless casualties. The man named Kong Hansu steels himself, accepting that it can't be helped. System messages confirm the command to summon Echidron's orbs and adjust the location of the Heavenly Soldier Armor's protection area. A monstrous figure with massive wings stands poised, its form wreathed in an ominous glow. Before the winged figure, a sphere of pure, destructive fire crackles with untamed energy. The serpentine creature's voice echoes, laced with arrogance. That's right, I knew you would stand there and block it. The creature continues, its words dripping with malice. However, there is something you've overlooked. You may be able to block this bombardment of flames, but that skill will eat away at your life. The sphere erupts, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of fire that scorches the very air. Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, his gaze unwavering as he braces for the inferno. The flames explode outward, consuming everything in their path with relentless fury. Amidst the raging inferno, a silhouette stands defiant, a testament to unwavering resolve. Kong Hansu stands firm, the flames licking at his armor, his expression a mask of grim determination. The air shimmers with heat, the very ground trembling beneath the onslaught of fire. The winged figure looms once more, a harbinger of destruction, ready to unleash another wave of fiery devastation. A rain of fire descends, each droplet a miniature inferno, threatening to overwhelm even the most stalwart defense. A barrage of fireballs streaks through the air, each one a promise of searing pain. The flames explode outward, consuming everything in a blinding inferno. Standing amidst the chaos, a winged figure surveys the destruction, its silhouette framed by the raging fire. The winged figure descends, a harbinger of further devastation. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth as he endures the relentless assault. Another explosion rocks the area, the heat intensifying to unbearable levels. Engulfed in flames, Kang Hansu struggles to maintain his footing. The winged figure continues its relentless attack, showing no sign of mercy. A voice echoes in Kang Hansu's mind. The damage will be too severe if he fights him head-on. Even if he has to push himself, Kang Hansu resolves to use magic power. A warning flashes on the screen. An increased amount of magic power will be consumed if the wounded are included in the transfer. He responds with a simple, resolute affirmation. Kang Hansu declares that everyone must be included, leaving no one behind. The system confirms that temporary administrator authority has been granted, and all targets will be transported to the cross area. A winged figure stands within a glowing, intricate magical circle. The system announces that they will all be transported to the cross area. The system offers a choice. They are free to leave if they wish. But the system warns that death will be immediate if they venture anywhere near Ouroboros. A group of determined individuals stand ready, prepared for whatever lies ahead. A magical circle glows with intricate patterns, marking a red zone cross area. The magical circle shifts, its design subtly altered, yet still designating a red zone cross area. The scene changes again, this time identifying the location as a red zone cross area, port. A group of figures stand within the glowing circle, bathed in its ethereal blue light. The location is further specified as a red zone cross area, port residential area, the figures within the circle remaining vigilant. The environment shifts to a desolate landscape, identified as a red zone cross area, Beacon Hill. Another group is seen within a magical circle, their purpose unknown. A stark warning flashes, excessive magic power usage. World Tree's magic power reserves at 40%. Against a twilight sky, a winged figure soars, its form silhouetted against the fading light. A voice booms, questioning, "You would waste your magic power on those lesser beings?" The same voice continues, laced with fury, "You dare think to face me, who has fused with Ouroboros, like that?" The speaker, his face twisted in a grimace, mutters, "We'll see how it plays out. If I want to kill that massive thing, then I'll need a way to deal A dark spear emanates a deadly, decisive blow. A weapon containing the king's authority, lightning splitter. A voice echoes, contemplating the acquisition of the weapon. If he wants to get his hands on it, then he has to meet Tekaron at the king's path. However, he can't move from here right now. A massive dragon looms, its eyes glowing with power. It thinks to itself that it cannot move without knocking. A voice declares that this guy must be taken out, or humanity will be annihilated. Kang Hansu's expression hardens. It can't be helped, he thinks. He'll have to bet on the odds. A system message appears. Kang Hansu's shared skill 7 fragments has been activated. He has reached maximum proficiency with skill Dragon Chi arts, and an upgrade is available. The system asks if he will proceed. Kang Hansu smirks, thinking that the timing is perfect. The system message continues. Dragon Chi arts has been merged with the active equipment Heavenly Soldier armor to be upgraded into Vessel of the Dragon God, Heaven Spear. A green, clawed hand adorned with a ring emerges, energy crackling around it. Golden energy surges, engulfing the figure in a blinding light. The head of a dragon-like creature appears, horns sharp and eyes glowing with power. The dragon-like creature snarls, "Damn you. You still had skills hidden up your sleeve?" The creature continues, its voice echoing with malice. "Though, it doesn't matter what you do if I simply devour you." The dragon-like creature's face contorts in rage, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. A distant figure stands against the backdrop of swirling blue energy, facing the monstrous dragon-like creature. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with untamed energy. The energy coalesces into a complex, net-like structure, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The white-haired figure watches with wide eyes, muttering, "Impossible." The figure facing the dragon-like creature is shocked. How he blocked that barehanded? The dragon-like creature unleashes another attack, roaring, collapse burn. The landscape stretches out, a testament to the scale of the battle. The dragon looms large, a symbol of immense power. Another blast of energy explodes, illuminating the battlefield. The energy surges, a wave of destructive force. A group of figures watches the battle unfold, their faces etched with concern. Dust and debris kick up as the battle rages on, the ground trembling beneath the combatants' feet. The number 98 is displayed. A group of figures stands atop a rocky precipice, observing the aftermath of the battle. The green-haired man's eyes widened. "I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." Yumihi considered the implications. "Okay, to classify him as a human being like the rest of us? I don't know why he was dragging us around considering the stark difference in our abilities." Yumihi continued, her expression thoughtful. "If he could have done this alone to begin with, then I really don't understand him in the slightest." Iris's brow furrowed. He was trying not to let us get caught up in it. A collective sense of shock rippled through the group. Is it really in Ouroboros is simply momentarily unconscious? The group remained gathered, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. The scene blurs with speed. Iris spoke, her voice tinged with worry. "If that's so, then wouldn't Hansu be able to kill it? If he just continues?" A voice declared, attacking in the same manner as earlier, "Then surely, no." Iris frowned. her gaze intense. Using that attack again is too much. The text describes Hansu's skill as Dragon Chi Art, or Vessel of the Dragon God. A complex magical circle glows with golden energy. The skill is described as causing transformation but consuming a vast amount of magic power. It's noted that almost all of his magic power was used up with that attack. Iris looks concerned, thinking that Hansu hasn't had any rest or even a sip of water. She worries that he might collapse from exhaustion at this rate. Someone asks what's going to happen to them. They question why Hansu transferred them all away if he can't do it alone. Iris stands with a book in hand, looking down. Hansu, listening to the others, wonders if they are kicking up too much of a fuss. Another person states that they know Hansu never fails and surely won't be failing this time either. The group stands together, looking concerned. A dark, indistinct landscape is shown. A figure with large wings stands in a dark, desolate environment. A close-up of a dragon-like creature's scales. Magical energy crackles intensely, a visual representation of the power being drained. The energy continues to surge, each pulse a visible sign of the dwindling reserves. The magical currents intensify, a chaotic display of raw power. The energy spirals, a vortex of dwindling magic. The magical energy reaches a fever pitch, a desperate surge before the inevitable decline. A stark warning flashes, excessive magic power usage. The World Tree's magic power reserves are at a mere 17%. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, his brow furrowed with concern. I've bought some time, but I don't have any leeway whatsoever. Another warning blares. If the World Tree's magic power reserves fall under 5%, the magic power link will automatically be cut off, and the World Tree itself may dissipate. Kong Hansu's expression hardens, resolve etched on his face. I have to end this with one decisive blow. A knight stands ready, clad in shining armor, a silent guardian awaiting orders. Hold out until then, World Tree. A figure soars through the night sky, a silhouette against the backdrop of the ancient World Tree. The World Tree stands tall, its branches reaching towards the heavens, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. He descends into the depths, the air growing thick with the scent of decay and buzzing insects. Giant insectoid creatures, their eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, watch from the shadows. The cavern stretches before him, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers teeming with unseen horrors. A voice echoes, stating that these king bees being here means that the king's path is nearby. Kong Hansu's gaze hardens, his eyes reflecting the determination to press forward, no matter the cost. The voice continues, noting that there are only decrepit worker bees as well. Kangti's name is visible at the bottom of the panel. The voice continues, stating that there should be at least 10 billion of them, but with the World Tree weakening, it seems like its forces have decreased as well. The air crackles with unseen energy as the insectoid creatures stir, their chitinous bodies scraping against the cavern walls. He soars through the hive, a lone figure against the backdrop of endless darkness and lurking predators. Blades of crimson energy flash past, forcing Kong Hansu to weave through the swarm of attacking insects. The hive pulses with a malevolent energy as the insectoid creatures unleash a barrage of attacks, each strike carrying the weight of the World Tree's decay. The cavern walls seem to close in, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating as the path ahead remains shrouded in mystery. The insectoid creatures stand guard, their menacing forms a testament to the dwindling power of the World Tree and the dangers that lie ahead for Kong Hansu. He asks, his voice laced with a hint of amusement, if Kong Hansu didn't like the meal he prepared. The insectoid creature's armored form gleams in the dim light. The insectoid creature expresses gratitude, explaining that thanks to the meal, this old soldier is flying through the skies again. The creature warns, however, that the World Tree's magic power is nearly depleted. The insectoid creature continues, stating that if the magic power is exhausted entirely, then the red zone will fall into ruin. The insectoid creature inquires if Kong Hansu intends to destroy the red zone. Kong Hansu declares that he doesn't plan to destroy it, but rather, he plans to save it. Kong Hansu asserts that he needs to enter the king's path even 1 second sooner, so if the creature is going to fight, then let's get to it. The insectoid creature remarks that Kong Hansu is quite the jokester, human warrior. The creature asks if an old soldier on his deathbed would be a worthy opponent for one such as Kong Hansu. The insectoid creature offers his apologies for getting too worked up. The insectoid creature expresses his wish to see the skill behind a blow directed at a mortal enemy of his, adding that they have no time and have spoken for too long. Tekaran apologizes for the delay, stating that he will guide Kong Hansu to the king of Elvenheim and requests that he follow. The insectoid creature flies through the air, Kong Hansu trailing below. A swarm of similar insectoid creatures flies in formation. Tekaran and Kong Hansu stand on a platform overlooking a vast, cavernous space. A massive, white structure looms in the distance. Tekaran states that this is the king's abode, adding that the king last showed his face 500 years ago, so he doesn't know if he will answer. Kong Hansu, gazing forward, thinks to himself that he has a plan. Kong Hansu stands beside Tekaran, who declares that he has come to keep his promise. A close-up of the king's face reveals that he is aware of Kong Hansu, wondering just who this human warrior is. Tekaran thinks to himself that it doesn't seem like he is trusted yet. Tekeron looks down at a screen displaying information. He thinks that it can't be helped, and that he'll have to drop a small haunt. A close-up of Tekeron's face shows his determination. A voice tells Tekeron that his son, Shane, is waiting, and that if he wants to bring him back to life, then he should answer the call right this instant. Tekeron stands in front of a large, glowing structure. A screen displays that entity, Tekeron's skill mind's eye has been activated. Elsewhere, a large explosion occurs. Soldiers clash in a fierce battle. Tekeron stands before a complex, glowing structure. A red, demon-like figure sits hunched over. He extends his hand towards the demon-like figure. He stands before a spectral figure amidst a backdrop of swirling stars. Kong Hansu explains that even a fairy can't interfere with another's inner world. The reincarnated declares that he'll be frank. A variable has appeared in the red zone. Kong Hansu's expression hardens with resolve. He states that in order to fight against the abyss, they'll need an army. Kong Hansu proposes forming a grand alliance involving everyone, humans and all. The reincarnator confirms that the other has not told any lies. The camera focuses on Kong Hansu's feet as he stands firm. Kong Hansu states that he needs Tekeron's help. Tekeron responds that if they wish to eradicate Ouroboros, then they will need a powerful weapon. Tekeron describes the weapon as one that will grow alongside them, proving its strength even in the zones above, before simply stating, right. He demands, his hand outstretched, I need lightning splitter. Hand it over. But you see, the staff glows with an eerie blue light. The figure stands tall, their silhouette a stark contrast against the darkness. The figure's voice echoes, I don't know if you are under another's influence. The figure continues, their tone laced with doubt. So how can I entrust my race's legacy with you? Kong Hansu retorts, his expression hardening. Do you think I am being controlled by someone else? The figure's gaze is intense, their eyes narrowed in scrutiny. The figure states, their voice low, from what I've seen in the memories. The figure continues, their words carrying a weight of the past. You were the Valkyrie clan's vanguard and the hero of the abyss. The figure's face is etched with concern, their brow furrowed. The figure concludes, their voice resonating with conviction. If the future must be entrusted, it ought to be in the hands of a hero. A voice declares that something should be entrusted to a puppet. The figure of Keldian, the great sage, looms, his expression unreadable beneath the purple-tinged light. A voice echoes, questioning the decision to entrust something to a puppet, demanding clarification. Hansu looks down, listening intently. The voice continues, explaining that his comrades sent him with the hopes of 6 billion humans resting on his shoulders, and that they would never have relied on something. Hansu raises a hand, advising the speaker to take back their statement belittling his comrades. The voice responds, clarifying that there was no intention of mocking them, merely finding it curious. Keldian is supposedly called the Great Sage. The voice questions if it doesn't strike the listener as strange that he placed a curse so obvious that even he could notice it. Hansu asks if he is saying that letting him discover it was part of the plan. He acknowledges the assumption. Keldian then asks if Hansu has ever truly rested since coming to this world. Keldian states that to him, Hansu looks like nothing more than a wild beast running endlessly forward without pause. Keldian continues, saying that in his current state, Hansu will collapse sooner rather than later. He questions how he could entrust the lightning splitter to someone headed toward such a future. Hansu thinks to himself that that's how others saw him, and that he himself never realized it. Keldian advises Hansu to take that as heartfelt advice from an old man. He then asks if Hansu wants him to break the curse for him, and if he shall begin. Keldian calls Hansu's forgotten name, hoping his sleeping majesty will breathe again, uttering the words, breath of manifestation. A ripple effect of energy spreads outward. Keldian stands with his hands together, a blue light emanating from between them. Hansu is surrounded by a red aura. Energy swirls around a central point. Keldian stands with a determined expression. Keldian states that Hansu mixed the rituals of Acheron and Elvenheim, so only he could recognize it. He speaks, though unseen in person. Keldian expresses that Hansu is someone he wishes to meet. Kong Hansu urges him to hurry, questioning what he is waiting for, as there is no time to waste. He tells Keldian to break it quickly if he intends to. Close up, the shackles glow with a faint blue light. Keldian tells him not to be so impatient, confirming that the curse was deliberately made to be undone, so he shall remove it at once. The breath shatters all bindings as the magic intensifies. Keldian stands, staff in hand, as the blue energy swirls around him. The command is given, sever these shackles. A surge of power is released. The magical energy explodes outward in a blinding flash of blue. Kong Hansu watches intently, his expression a mix of anticipation and concern. With a final burst of energy, the shackles shatter into pieces. Kong Hansu is urged to get up, told that this is no time to be acting like this. The figure demands to know if he will throw away the sacrifice of 6 billion people. Hansu remains silent. It is observed that the light in his eyes is gone. Someone thinks that it's not like he's the only one who's lost someone precious, questioning what he is doing right now. The scene shifts back to the angry figure and another person with glasses. A hand clenches, and a voice apologizes to Kong Hansu, stating that what they need is a warrior. Purple energy emanates from Hansu. A hand rests on the ground. Someone thinks that he's right, and if it had been him back then, Hansu thinks that he wouldn't have been able to continue fighting. Unaware of the feelings of Kiriel, who sacrificed herself to save him, Keldian adjusts his glasses, acknowledging the fact that my thoughts reached you. The sage stands tall, his staff glowing with golden energy, means you've been steadily following the goal. The sage stands before Keldian. Keldian listens intently. Keldian pauses, then continues, so. The sage, cloaked and ancient, speaks with a knowing gaze. You're the sage? I never thought I'd see you this soon. The sage's eyes gleam with wisdom. As someone who was once king of both Elvenheim and Acheron, it's no wonder you could undo it. The sage's words hang in the air. Keldian dismisses the praise. Enough of the shallow praise. Wasn't it you who placed the curse using our arts in the first place? The sage responds calmly. Yes, I designed it so only you could undo it. The sage continues. Now that the curse has been broken and I can relay my message, I'd at least like you to accept my thanks. Keldian, his expression unreadable, agrees. In that case, I'll gladly accept. It was an honor to engrave such a beautiful spell in his memory, Keldian thought. The sage remarked that it was unusual for him to offer compliments. The sage asked if Keldian's personality had changed now that he was an A. The sage expressed his gratitude because Keldian carried out his plan without prior explanation. The sage stated that Keldian must have known he couldn't send him to the past without. Keldian thought that still, the condition the sage gave was contradictory. Save everyone, but kill if they obstruct. Keldian remarked that he always thought that was a paradox. The sage explained that if he went too extreme, it wouldn't work, and if he saved too many, it also wouldn't work. The sage stated that it was all part of the operation. Keldian asked for the sage's understanding, adding that sometimes, it feels like he treats people too carelessly. The sage responded that since Keldian had appeared now, does that mean he can proceed as he wishes? The sage confirmed, saying yes, and that having carried the plan this far, he trusts Keldian enough. The sage added that it was all part of the operation, but Keldian must still prepare for that day, and not neglect the work of uniting all of humanity's hearts into one. Kong Hansu says not to worry, his expression serious. A surge of energy crackles in the air, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. 3 figures stand together amidst the swirling energy, their purpose unknown. A hooded figure declares that time is short, their tone urgent. Iris urges someone to wait for her, promising to climb up and topple things as she did before. Kong Hansu retorts, telling someone to have the luxury to reminisce and say their final words. Golden energy emanates from a figure, their power building. A figure affirms that it will be just like before, their expression determined. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with power. 2 figures stand before a large, glowing flower, their intentions unclear. A hand crackles with blue energy, lightning dancing across its surface. The hooded figure reveals the lightning splitter, their voice echoing with power. A voice declares that they entrust their remaining life to someone, their fate hanging in the balance. A hand clad in metallic armor grips the lightning splitter, energy crackling around the weapon. A system message appears, declaring that the lightning splitter's ownership has transferred from Techeron to Kong Hansu. The charge of the lightning splitter, a voice explains, depends on the wielder's capacity. Kong Hansu is told that charging the lightning splitter in his current state will kill the world tree. He is then asked how he plans to address that. Kong Hansu states that he will use his own life force along with the energy of the Divine Stone's fragment to charge the weapon. A voice warns that his life force should not be used. Kong Hansu stands with the lightning splitter, ready to fight. The Ouroboros looms, its form radiating power. The Ouroboros asks if there is enough mana to slay it, suggesting that the Divine Stone's fragment within it should be used in that case. The Ouroboros declares that if that's not enough, then the remaining 600,000 of its kin should sacrifice themselves too. It is then asked why it would go that far. Kong Hansu is asked if the Ouroboros means to sacrifice its entire race just to kill Ouroboros. The Ouroboros declares that it's the opposite. The Reincarnator stands tall, clad in dark armor and holding a long staff. Kong Hansu asks, the opposite? The insectoid creature responds, hope. The creature continues, I don't understand. What do you mean? The world tree is withering, its sap is depleted. Without sap, there is no nourishment. Without nourishment, our queen can no longer lay eggs. The insectoid creature continues, our attacks on humans were to replenish the lacking mana. The insectoid creature continues, but we discovered that the one draining the most sap is Ouroboros. The insectoid creature continues, we fought a great war against Ouroboros to protect the sap of the world tree. And even after that sacrifice, all we managed was to put Ouroboros into slumber. Kong Hansu listens intently. The insectoid creature continues, we fought before she died. Our queen left behind one last hope, gifting me the Divine Stone's fragment, a symbol of calamity. The insectoid creature says, in that war, we lost our queen, but with the world tree dying and sap in short supply, her hatching is impossible. The insectoid creature concludes, I understand. Kong Hansu considers the information. So if Ouroboros is eliminated and the world tree restored, a new queen can be born. The insectoid creature laments their failure from 500 years ago, a failure to protect their queen, resulting in her death. It pleads to be made the foundation for the birth of a new queen. The creatures cry out, united in their desire to fulfill their mission. A close-up reveals the menacing visage of one of the insectoid creatures, its red eyes glowing with purpose. From the perspective of the insectoid creature, Kang Hansu stands above, clad in armor and wielding a staff. A voice declared, "We failed our duty to lay down our lives for our queen." The monstrous bee-like creature begged, "I beg of you." Another voice pleaded, "Please use us so that we may fulfill our duty." A second voice responded, "Got it. I'll make sure your new queen is born." A figure in ornate armor stood, holding a staff. A gauntlet hand gripped a glowing, crystalline object. The text on the screen read, "Entity, King Bee Commander. Kalpa 578,418 King Bee entities, excluding the fragment of the divine stone, will be made into energy for the lightning splitter." A swarm of bee-like creatures buzzed around a larger, more imposing figure. The massive bee-like entity glowed with inner power. Close up on the armored figure. One of the bee-like creatures thought, "He let the nurse be. I thought him to be nothing more than a warrior." Tekaron's voice echoed, "But he has a rather meticulous nature to him." "Tekaron, my friend, it's a pleasure to see you again." He announces to the entire zone that he will now slay Ouroboros. Tekaron prepares to unleash a devastating attack, his wings spread wide. A warning echoes, "Prepare for the fallout to follow." An observer notes the incredible grudge, understanding the deep resentment towards Ouroboros. The pain of losing that which is precious is a feeling Tekaron knows well. Tekaron speaks to the future queen, urging her to watch closely, as this single attack bears the strength of all of their kin. Energy crackles around Tekaron as he focuses his power. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding light. The light reaches its apex, a concentrated beam of pure power. The attack is unleashed, a torrent of energy aimed at Ouroboros. The attack slams into its target, creating a cataclysmic explosion. From a distance, the group watches the devastating attack unfold. The raw power unleashed by Tekaron begins to dissipate, leaving trails of blue and green energy crackling in the air. The energy fades, revealing glimpses of a dark, cavernous space. The residual energy continues to fade, the light shows slowly dying down. The last vestiges of the attack flicker and fade, leaving only the faintest traces of light. The energy fully dissipates, leaving behind a swirling mist that settles into the depths. From the depths, a faint blue glow begins to emanate, piercing the darkness. The glow intensifies, revealing a crystal-like structure suspended in the air. The crystal pulses with a soft, ethereal light, casting eerie shadows on the surrounding cavern walls. The crystal hangs suspended, a beacon of serene blue amidst the ravaged landscape. The crystal glows brighter, its light bathing the cavern in an otherworldly luminescence. A system message appears, "Ouroboros subjugation complete. All calamities in the red zone have been subjugated." A winged figure stands amidst the destroyed landscape, lightning crackling around it. Kang Hansu's expression is grim, the weight of recent events etched on his face. Keldian observes, "You must have been in quite the rush. I can't believe you even destroyed a king's residence." Hansu's gaze is distant, lost in thought. Keldian says, "I do understand, but now that you've taken down Ouroboros, how about getting some rest?" The old man's words carry a hint of concern. Hansu thinks, "Withstanding it is not to one's benefit. I still have something to do." Hansu's eyes narrow, determination hardening his features. "There's still time before the lake opens, so I'll rest till then." He needed to end it as soon as possible, taking that into consideration. A figure stands ready, prepared for the next challenge. He considered the situation, realizing that however much help someone may have received from their skills, their body must be in extreme pain. Despite the seal being released, Keldian wondered what was drawing that man to a corpse. He resolved to follow behind him. The cavern opened into a vast chamber. At its center, a massive crystal pulsed with an eerie blue light. As Kang Hansu approached the crystal, a system message appeared. No life could be detected. Kang Hansu thought to himself that if he used the potion, he could easily break the core, but if he were to do that, then Alpha's body. He knew he had no choice but to take his time, the words "vessel of the dragon god," blazing nova appearing before him. Blue energy began to swirl around Keldian, crackling with power. Kang Hansu's expression hardened, determination etched on his face. Keldian muttered that this much should be enough. The blue energy intensified, converging on the crystal. With a surge of power, Keldian acted. With this, he'll be able to keep his promise with him. A fragment of memories is reacting to the body of Entity Alpha. Now all that's left is to keep his promise to the King Bee. The light blue-haired figure calls out, "Mr. Kang Hansu says, "I'm sure you must be confused, but I've successfully secured your soul, so don't worry." He continues, "I'll take you to your father, so for now, you can rest." Kang Hansu's expression hardens, a trickle of blood running down his chin. The light blue-haired figure exclaims, "Mister? You're bleeding." Due to a lack of magic power, the vessel of the dragon god will be lifted. Bloodied and struggling, Kang Hansu wonders what's going on. He knew it. Now that the magic power link is cut off, the backlash is unbearable. Kang Hansu expected this, but now, he won't be able to keep his promise with the King Bee. Aries urges Kang Han-soo to keep it together. Aries asks, "You said we would move forward together, so what are you doing now?" Aries asks if Kang Han-soo is going to leave her behind too. Aries prepares to use a skill, Agni's Sting. Kang Han-soo reacts in pain. Aries continues to use the skill. Aries uses the skill, Agni's Sting. Aries commands the filthy beast to back off. Beneath a glowing magical circle, the figure with long white hair stands silhouetted against the sky. His face contorted in fury, he declares, "That man is the savior of the world. If you intend to take revenge on him, I will kill you." Tears welling in his eyes, the man's expression shifts to one of anguish. His gaze intense, he continues, "Despite giving you the authority to control Ouroboros." The man's voice drips with disdain as he questions, "Ouroboros to destroy the red zone?" The figure with the flowing white hair narrows his eyes, a cold fury hardening his features. "You disgust me. Begone." Elsewhere, a cloaked figure stands in a cavern, surrounded by a glowing circle. Kneeling, the white-haired figure reflects, his voice echoing in the darkness. "I was waiting this whole time, all alone, in the dark." He continues, a flicker of hope still lingering in his tone. "I believe that, someday, my father would come for me in that dark place." Tears well in his eyes as he repeats his belief. "I believe that my father would come to save me." His expression shifts, a hint of bitterness creeping in. But, now that we meet." The figure's voice hardens, laced with accusation. "You're trying to kill me again? If you saw me again." Shane's face contorts in disappointment. "I thought you would call me Shane and greet me warmly, but I guess I was wrong." Shane's eyes widen in disbelief. "Did you just say you're Shane?" She cries out, desperate for the other's life to be spared, uncaring of her own fate. A cloaked figure stands amidst swirling, arcane energies. The figure, face etched with sorrow, whispers an apology. The figure laments his failure to recognize the other as his own child. The cloaked figure stands, staff in hand, a silent sentinel. An Elysian circle cycle of life glows with radiant energy. Shane, cradling the other, utters a disbelieving question. "Father?" Tears welling. Shane wonders what kind of parent would call their own child disgusting. The cloaked figure expresses profound regret. The figure confesses a long-held desire to speak. The cloaked figure embraces Shane, a silent promise of reconciliation. The figure, eyes filled with longing, confesses how much he missed his son. Meanwhile, Han-soo lay in bed, his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The events of the recent battle replayed in his mind. He slowly sat up, the aches in his body a testament to the brutal fight. He examined his hand, a glowing symbol etched into his skin. Han-soo thought to himself, "There shouldn't be any problems for me to move immediately in this state." Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he prepared to rise. He narrows his eyes, sensing a presence. Kang Han-soo declares, "I already know you're here." The reincarnator sits, legs crossed, and demands, "Show yourself, fairy?" The camera focuses on a pair of feet. A monstrous maw opens, teeth bared. A voice echoes, "You really do catch on quick." The entity's form flickers, a swirling vortex of purple energy. The voice continues, "But you look better than I expected." Kang Han-soo looks up, stating, "I've subjugated all the calamities, so?" He continues, "I want the reward I was promised. I'd like the Dive Zero skill." A small, impish creature grins, its eyes gleaming with amusement. The voice concludes, "Since you worked so hard for our amusement, we'll provide you the reward you want as a treat." The skill, Dive Zero, is displayed, its description highlighting its destructive potential, causing unattributed damage in a wide area, quickly reducing the magic resistances of all targets within its radius. When magic resistance reaches zero, the target will be sent to the world of nothingness for all of eternity. The entity presents the skill, noting, "Seeing as you've picked a skill that once destroyed the world, will you be presenting us?" The entity asks, with more violent entertainment starting from the orange zone. Kang Han-soo holds the Dive Zero skill in his hand. Bottom text present. A speech bubble states, "That's something for you lot to involve yourselves with." Bottom text present. Kang Han-soo realizes the entity's intentions. "Ah, I see. You intend to commit mass genocide, right?" Bottom text present. The entity responds, "Mr. Han-soo, you are far too kind in your progression." Han-soo states, "I don't intend to commit mass genocide." The entity replies, "So some of those higher up have complaints. If you take some more exciting actions, then I could quickly push you forward." The entity questions, "Isn't demanding something from a traveler against the rulebook?" He listens as Aries says that she only said that because she wanted to do something for him, and expresses how upsetting it is. Even though Kang Han-soo gave her a reward, Aries tells him to do as he wishes. It's true that Dive Zero is a skill well suited for mass genocide. However, when it is used with precision, it is a skill specialized in killing one's enemies. Kang Han-soo thinks that in the orange zone, he cannot use the world tree's magic power. Using the vessel of the dragon god, when he lacks magic power, would pose a risk of fainting. Then that changes everything. Now that he's obtained a finisher skill with good magic power efficiency, starting from the orange zone, Kang Han-soo will have to rush things through. A message arrives. The sender is Tekaron, asking if they can talk. Tekaron has something to say regarding his race. Kang Han-soo thinks about race, and says he got it, and will be there. The blue space shimmers with faint light. Tekaran stands before Kong Hansu, his ethereal form glowing softly in the otherworldly space. Tekaran explains, the situation was tense before, so we weren't able to converse freely. The ethereal being continues, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. In your memories, I could see Acheron. Are my kin alive in the Orange Zone? Kong Hansu confirms, his expression unreadable. That's right, Acheron survived in the Orange Zone. Tekaran's form flickers slightly as he reveals, however, your original tribe of Nagar failed to adapt to the deserts of the Orange Zone and died out. Relief washes over Tekaran's face, his hands clasped tightly. My kinsmen, Acheron are still alive. Kong Hansu listens intently, his gaze unwavering. He asks, his voice laced with curiosity, did something happen? How did you, of Acheron, come to be part of Elvenheim? Tekaran responds, his eyes filled with a deep understanding. I didn't explain that to you then. What wouldn't I tell my savior? I'll explain everything. Tekaran begins his tale, his voice resonating with ancient memories. One day, a change came upon the golden lion Lazar that had served as our land. The image shifts, revealing a desolate landscape where once lush forests thrived. His flesh and blood, which formed lush forests, had become barren wastelands. As the grace of his blood faded, many of their tribesmen would pass. In order to breathe hope into their tribe, which was facing ruin, Tekaran's mind was still that of Acheron. He used the soul transmitter to enter a different world. In order to call over souls of Acheron from that other world, the device worked as planned. He was fortunate enough to be born as the Prince of Elvenheim. Though he was the Prince of Elvenheim in body, his mind was still that of Acheron. To raise the minds of Acheron within the bodies of Elvenheim was his dearest wish, and that twisted desire gave birth to Alpha. The prince's desire twisted into something new. After that, he received news of the extinction of Acheron and chose to live as part of Elvenheim. As you know, the calamities began to appear, and as the world tree grew diseased, Elvenheim as well had fallen. He had twice lost his son and failed to save his people. A life of nothing but failure, that was his life. He acknowledges that Hansu even brought news of the survival of Acheron. Hansu states that Tekaran can express his gratitude after he saves all of Acheron. To do that, Hansu needs the knowledge Tekaran possesses. Tekaran seems surprised. Hansu confirms that there is a way to save them. He asks Tekaran to tell him the location of ancient ruins and the soul transmitter he used. Tekaran reveals that although he knows the location of the soul transmitter, the fundamental problem is that Lazar fell to disease. Hansu asks if Tekaran is planning to remedy that. Tekaran confirms that he intends to cure Lazar. Hansu explains that there isn't much time. In 2 years, the Pope of Grashi will raise the calamity of destruction. Tekaran is shocked by this news. Tekaran exclaims that the Pope is an existence meant to protect the Orange Zone, questioning why the Pope would bring forth calamity upon it. He adds that all the people connected to the incident are dead, so they can't know why they were killed. Hansu states that he is certain of the fact that the Pope must be stopped. Tekaran strokes his chin, his gaze intense. Tekaran states that he doesn't believe the other would lie about this, and that he will follow him into the Orange Zone. A voice responds, knowing that he would do so, and that he'll be counting on him. Miyamoto remarks that they'll have to tie up any loose ends, and asks where Shane is. A voice asks if the King Bee nest will come. A voice agrees, telling the other to lead him there. A large bee hovers over a honeycomb structure, with a figure standing nearby. A voice asks if it's alright for the other to be moving around already. Tekaran responds that he is. A voice remarks that it looks like Shane has already worked hard to imbue magic power into it, and thanks to the other, things will go smoothly. The text states that World Tree Administrator Kong Hansu has imbued the World Tree's magic power into the King Bee Queen. A silhouette is encased in a sphere of energy. A figure stands amidst a burst of energy. The figure, wreathed in golden light, extends their gratitude. Administrator, I would like to extend my thanks. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand side by side, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Another figure expresses their appreciation. Thanks to you, I've been granted the opportunity to reawaken. A figure adorned in flowing robes stands tall, their presence commanding attention. A voice booms, filled with conviction. I swear on Kalpa's name that your enemies are our enemies. The oath continues, the words ringing with unwavering loyalty. We'll follow your will, and we swear to fell all your enemies. The administrator extends their thanks. Kong Hansu and another figure gaze upwards at a towering presence. Gratitude is expressed. The figure acknowledges being granted the opportunity to reawaken. A figure stands tall, radiating power. The figure swears on Kalpa's name that their enemies are also their enemies, promising that the King Bees will follow their will and fell all their enemies. Kong Hansu reflects that if they share the same goal, discussions can proceed more smoothly, musing that her form resembles a human one and that his magic power ended up getting mixed in during the revival process. Shane is told that there is something that the speaker would like to trust her with. The group looks on, one of them questioning what is happening. It is revealed that Kong Hansu has given Shane administrator privileges. Further, the Sword of Galadriel, Chains of Ekim, Orbs of Echidron, Spear of Kagum, and Ring of Fabian have also been passed on to Shane. As the Red Zone's 5 artifacts are now in Shane's possession, the authority True World Tree Administrator has been acquired. Kong Hansu declares, from now on, She is the administrator. Kang Hansu instructs her to work with the Queen Bee in order to strengthen the humans. Shane asks if Kang Hansu is leaving, voicing concern that Alpha's influence is still within her, so she might be harsh with humans. She asks if that is okay. Kang Hansu states he'd prefer it that way, as he'd like strong warriors, adding that would be a good match for the next zone as well. Shane replies, "All right, mister. I'll do my best." A 7-piece soul fragment. By embedding a part of one's soul in another, it becomes possible to communicate and share memories and skills, the trait that Miyamoto left behind after death. Kang Hansu thinks to himself that he wanted to recover all of them before he left, so this is good for him. Kang Hansu considers that if he plants this in Shane, then he'll be able to speak with him even while he's in the orange zone, which would make things easier. Kang Hansu realizes the only problem is if he takes Tekaran with him to the orange zone, then he'll be ruining a family reunion 500 years in the making. He reflected on the situation, unsure of his next move. He thought that he wanted to go himself, though he wasn't so sure. Although Shane felt bad, the lake would be opening soon, so if Kang Hansu wanted to tell him, he'd have to say it now. Shane asked if Kang Hansu was alright, noting that he didn't look so good. Kang Hansu thought that there was something he needed to tell Shane aside. The conversation touched on passing on the administrator rights, even though all the calamities were gone. Shane wondered if there was still something serious that Kang Hansu needed to tell her. Kang Hansu thought that was right, Shane. Although he was very sorry, if he wanted to end the calamity in the orange zone. Kang Hansu stated that he'd need Shane's father's help, asking if it was alright for him to take him. Shane stated that she understood, as her father was going to the orange zone. It would be possible to communicate with them even across different zones. Kang Hansu would inform Shane on how her father was doing regularly, so would she take this trait? Shane thought it was a shame to say her farewells so soon. But if she could hear news about her father, then of course she'd take it. Kang Hansu thanked her for understanding. The man with light blue hair states that it has been fine and that he has waited 500 years already, implying he has been waiting too long before they meet again. Shane has taken in 7 pieces of a red soul fragment. The man with black hair tells the man with light blue hair that he won't get between him and his son. The cloaked figure thanks someone for their consideration. The cloaked figure states that they will send someone to where the humans are. The man with light blue hair states that should be better for someone as well. A man is shown with blue energy surrounding him. A man is shown with blue energy surrounding him. A man is shown with blue energy surrounding him. A carrier pigeon is shown. A message is being sent to Sang-jin, Won-kyung, Sophia, Mihi, Eun-chai, and Michael to gather in front of the camp by 6, as they need to talk. The light filters through the trees, illuminating the scene. A white tent stands out against the dark sky. Kang Hansu stands before a gathering, ready to address them. The crowd awaits Kang Hansu's words. Lebanon Michael expresses his gratitude. "Thank you for being the mediator between me and the clans." Lebanon Michael continues, acknowledging the importance of their support. "If you weren't there, then many more travelers in the red zone would have died." Yumihi speaks, expressing her desire to continue supporting mankind. "I would like you to continue supporting mankind in the red zone." Iris responds, seemingly caught off guard by the praise. "Eun-chai, without your clan's help, we wouldn't have been able to destroy the cores. Your clan played a major part in the subjugation of Ouroboros." Iris continues, encouraging her. "You're already a monarch, so make your clan prosper, and I'd like you." Yumihi speaks, encouraging Iris. "Mihi, I've known you since the tutorial, and your growth rate is double that of any other traveler. To help Mihi, keep moving forward. Also, Sophia, Sang-jin, and Won-kyung." Yumihi concludes, expressing her expectations. "If you continue as you are, you'll grow strong enough not to lose to anyone else. Although this is just my personal wish, I think it would be nice if you become strong enough to be a monarch among monarchs." Kang Hansu speaks, addressing the dangers ahead. "I know you intend to follow me up. However, the orange zone and on is dangerous enough that you could die at any time." The voice declared that their orders were final, brooking no questions or pushback. A second voice responded with simple agreement. Kang Hansu stared intently, his expression unreadable. Iris wondered aloud when she hadn't done as asked. She declared that now that all the calamities were taken care of, she'd like to clean up the path ahead so that her younger sibling could pass through the zones more easily. Another voice agreed, stating that he'd like to go first and lay the groundwork so that his daughter could more easily traverse the zones. The armored figure added that he'd like to look for his lost son, and if they counted him among their forces, then he would follow them. Kang Hansu smirked, listening to the others. A voice suggested that they get some rest until then. A man, identified as Michael, was entrusted with someone's daughter. He responded that if they were asking him like that, then he couldn't refuse. A woman's voice called out, telling her dad to be careful. A vast crowd stirred in the distance. An old man observed that they all seemed to be Kang Hansu's companions, stating that he was pleased to meet them and would be counting on them all. The group stood together, ready for what lay ahead. He stares, a question forming on his lips. That man is. One of the figures explains that he is their guide to the orange zone, and a fellow companion, so there's no need to worry. Lebanon Michael replies, I see. I understand. A cloaked figure states that it seems someone has animosity towards their clone. A surge of golden light erupts. Lebanon Michael suggests that they leave the small talk there. A figure declares that they'll head in right as the gate opens. A voice booms, telling everyone to get ready. The golden light intensifies, streaking across the sky. The group prepares to enter the orange zone. Lebanon Michael stands ready. The golden light crackles with energy. Golden energy crackles in the air. The world seems to crack open. The group plummets towards the maw of a monstrous beast. The beast's gaping mouth looms ever closer. Aries conjures a swirling vortex of orange energy. The group continues to fall, trusting in Aries' power. Hansu plummets downwards. The beast's maw is filled with razor-sharp teeth. Hansu braces himself for the impact. Aries shouts, Sophia, cover us with a path of descent. Aries exclaims, we can't fall into its mouth. Got it. He plummets downwards, the wind rushing past him. Aries falls through a space filled with colorful energy. Kong Hansu, Lebanon Michael, and Yumi He continue their descent through the monster's gullet. Hansu falls further into the abyss. Aries continues to fall, surrounded by the strange energy. The reincarnator plummets downwards. Hansu continues to fall. The group falls deeper into the monster's insides, surrounded by a sickly green glow. The monster's insides close in around them. The group continues to fall through the dark, fleshy tunnel. They are surrounded by blood and gore. The group falls towards the monster's head. He crouches low, orange energy coalescing around his outstretched hand, ready to unleash a test of his power. The force of the unseen blow sends dust and debris flying as it slams into the monster. Kong Hansu's expression is serious as he thinks to himself. However, this much is perfect as a test run. His blue eyes narrow, assessing the damage. It's enough to cut off a mango's tongue. He continues his internal monologue. So in terms of Orange Zone travelers, I'd be around mid-tier. The monster reels from another unseen strike, blood spraying from its hide. Streaks of energy lash out, impacting the monster with brutal force. The monster staggers, its armored hide cracked and bleeding from the relentless assault. More strikes land, tearing chunks from the monster's flesh as it struggles to stay upright. Aries, observing the fight, exclaims, even you can't take on those monsters right now. Kong Hansu looks up, hearing her words. An accurate judgment, Sophia. Kong Hansu stands tall, his expression unreadable as he continues to assess his power. He thought to himself that her librarian skill is incredible. He might be able to take on 1, but 5 is too much. Kong Hansu stated that he'll let them live for now, Muggos. A large, monstrous creature stands before Kong Hansu. The monster roars. The monster lunges forward. Another monster appears, its form distorted by speed. Sophia instructed herself to raise the path of descent 1 kilometer into the air. Kong Hansu decided that they'll head up and do some reconnaissance. A voice responded, acknowledging the order and agreeing to go. Sophia holds a large, ornate book. They're starting their journey in the orange zone now. 2 more monsters stand in the distance. The figures in the desert landscape paused, one kneeling. One of the figures wondered if this was somehow related to why travelers hadn't been coming up until now. Now that he'd confirmed Sophia was here, Shimura-kin couldn't leave this at a simple recon mission. Someone questioned what was with that bastard as he ran. Despite being a rookie, he accurately dealt with the Muggos' pattern and the triangle zone. How is that even possible? One of the figures asked for his magic gun so he could hunt them down. The other asked why he was abandoning recon to go hunting. It looked like that woman, Sophia, had come up. Shimura-kin wondered if he was planning to take revenge on her for shutting him down after he confessed to her. The figure told him to shut his fucking mouth, asking if he wanted to die first. A voice declared that he would kill all the men. The figure vowed to capture Sophia. The figure in the desert says, once this hunt is over, I'll give you a chance. Keep your mouth shut so you don't get caught like last time. A close-up of a hand shows the figure saying, oh, thank you. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. The text below reads, 1 month in the orange zone is over a year in the red zone. Shimura-kin, rifle in hand, states, I've spent a year in the orange zone alone, a traveler from the likes of the red. The text reads, zone would easily be taken down with just a single shot from a magic gun that takes down Muggos. Kin's eyes widen in surprise. Kin peers through the scope, thinking, what? How long has he been looking this way? Kin thinks, he has to be at least 700 meters away. Well, it doesn't matter, since he doesn't have a way to attack me. He can't do anything just by looking. Kin prepares to fire, wondering, what is he doing? A hand reaches out towards a desert landscape. Kin clenches his fist, thinking, huh? Kin prepares to fire. Kin fires the rifle. A figure calls out, Team Leader Kin Dash? His body is suddenly assaulted by an unseen force. Tendrils of dark energy erupt around him, threatening to consume him. A gun lies discarded on the ground. Elsewhere, a figure stands with Aries. He glances back, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Aries asks, Hansu, is something wrong? Aries' expression is one of concern. Hansu replies, it's nothing. The two stand close. He looks up at the sky. Hansu thinks, from here, the Muggos should have lost me. A voice commands Tekaron to use flowstring. The pale-haired man replies that he understands and will do so. From now on, they will be moving using his skill. Tekaron, Shane, and another character use a skill to travel. Tekaron uses a skill to travel. A voice says that if he had a skill like this, it would have been nice if he used it earlier. Tekaron, Shane, and another character are present. A voice says, you desire. Tekaran tells someone not to complain too much. A close-up of Tekaran's face. A voice says that their homeland used to be a lush forest, but now it's become a barren desert. A voice says, what a shame, as the landscape is shown. Shane asks if their homeland is the orange zone, and Tekaran replies that it is so. Iris gazes out at the landscape, her expression thoughtful. She asks, what do you all see there? A holographic display flickers to life, showing a complex map of the surrounding area. Iris squints, her brow furrowed. Isn't it just a desert? She wonders. Tekaran looks down at the group. It is only natural that those unfamiliar with my homeland would see it as such, he says. Tekaran continues, his voice calm and measured. However, I tell you now, what you see is not everything. Tekaran turns to Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu, as we've reached my homeland, I would like to see Lazar. Hansu nods, his expression serious. Sure, he replies. Hansu looks around, assessing their surroundings. I need to get a grasp of our location, so that would be helpful. The group ascends, the landscape shrinking beneath them. The group stands on a glowing platform, high above the desert. Tekaran speaks, his voice echoing slightly. Do you mind if I raise our altitude by about 10 kilometers? Tekaran turns to the group, his eyes gleaming. I'll introduce you, he says. Tekaran gestures towards the vista before them, a sky filled with swirling colors and strange formations. This is my homeland, he declares. This is the land of Lazar. A massive, golden structure dominates the landscape, etched with intricate patterns. Kang looks out over the seemingly endless desert. He wonders if the vast desert was a living being. Iris wonders if the horizon they saw earlier was just its tail, and how big it is that they can only see its lower half from this high up. Kang states that he's seen an insanely massive snake and tree over this land. He thinks that this is a league of its own. Comparing this against Ouroboros is quite disheartening, Kang thinks. The golden lion, Lazar. A close-up of the golden lion's face. It drank the molten sea of Herringshin, fashioned itself a body, and converted the molten waters of Herringshin into a potent source of energy, granting its grace to many living beings, including the Acheron. The landscape has transformed, the once fertile ground now a parched desert. Keldian laments that he doesn't know how much longer the grace of Lazar will last. Hansu states that he brought them here to resolve that very issue. Hansu assures them that he knows how to handle the situation, telling them to guide him and not worry, as he will resolve everything. Keldian asks how he could possibly distrust Hansu, affirming that he believes him. Keldian notes that he sees a city in the distance, though it doesn't appear to be of his race. The group wonders if it might be a human city. Hansu instructs Tekaran to lower their altitude, stating that they will farm for runes on their way to the city. Tekaran acknowledges the order, confirming that he understands and will proceed. The group decides that, starting now, they will be farming runes for 6 hours. The group prepares to descend and begin their rune farming. The hunter declares his intention. He'll be hunting scorpions around the city. Kang Hansu swings his spear, a yellow energy trailing the weapon as it cuts through the air. The spear continues its arc, striking multiple unseen targets with bursts of green energy. He thrusts the spear forward, the green energy intensifying as it pierces through the darkness. Iris prepares her own attack, a magical circle forming around her as blue energy crackles in her hands. She will be hunting basilisks. The pink-haired woman unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, each blow accompanied by a flash of red energy. Keldian gathers dark energy around his hands, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A monstrous creature lunges forward, its long, purple tongue extended, ready to strike. The monster roars, its sharp teeth bared in a display of primal aggression. The beast lies defeated, sprawled on the ground amidst splatters of its own blood. A man with brown wavy hair praises the group, acknowledging their hard work over the past 6 hours. The man with brown wavy hair states that they should have enough runes to afford a set of equipment in the city. He states that they will rest for today and depart tomorrow. A distant battle unfolds, figures engaging a massive, multi-limbed beast. Keldian asks why Hansu is being looked at in such a way, and to say what is on their mind. It's only natural to be surprised when you speak of rest, Keldian thinks. Hansu thinks to himself that he was sure that he would force an extensive march. The foundation of battle is to eat well and sleep well, Hansu says, stating he is not ignorant to that. He adds that he doesn't intend to push them past their limits without unexpected variables. Keldian chuckles, agreeing that slow and steady wins the race. On a related note, Keldian mentions there is a secret recipe passed down in Acheron. Keldian says that basilisk meat in particular is quite distinct, so if Hansu doesn't, he shall prepare dinner for them. Hansu replies, all right. Hansu says he'll be counting on Keldian. The battle continues against the massive beast. 2 figures stand on a sandy expanse, their destination unknown. The landscape shifts, revealing a fortified wall and a cluster of buildings beyond. An aerial view showcases the intricate layout of the building complex, its purpose yet to be revealed. The text box declares the location, the base of Onvane's clan of the Cross. 2 figures stand before the imposing walls of Tarnas, their expressions unreadable. A voice booms, declaring, you should know who I am. The Phantom of the Red Zone, Sophia, has come. Sophia commands, open the gate. One of the guards exclaims, what the? It really is Sophia. A disembodied voice questions, Why would a phantom from the red zone come here? A guard shouts, wait a sec. Another voice retorts, we've got our own situation here, so we can't open the gate right away. A voice from atop the wall states, we'll report it to the clan leader and let you know what he says. Stay put for now. She stood before the wall, a question mark hovering above her head, as if mirroring her own confusion. Strange. Kong Hansu observed the scene, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The helpers who were supposed to aid them were just standing guard at their base. Normally, those guys would have stepped in to stop Mugos' traveler hunts, but instead, what awaited them were clan bastards who enjoyed hunting travelers. According to his memories from his past life, the Laralarol clan shouldn't even exist yet, but they've already been formed and they tried to hunt them down. Reincarnation has shifted the timeline forward. He didn't know how far the corruption had spread, but he'd need to confirm it. A figure walked through the city, unaware of the impending danger. Well, look who it is. A woman with purple hair grinned. Envy Aaron. A figure's legs were shown. Envy Aaron, the Punisher of Eries, and a comrade who fought by his side for 50 years in the past. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted against a bright light. Now, she's the leader of the Cross Clan of Arrangers and the ruler of the Helper City, Tarnus. Envy Aaron smiles, placing a hand on Hansu's arm. It's been so long, she exclaims. Envy Aaron continues, not yet. I took care of the Red Zone's calamities first. A man with purple hair reacts in shock. What? Wait, you killed them? He stares wide-eyed, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror. Was that even possible? Envy Aaron responds. It's a long story, not something to explain all here. Importantly, why are you so on edge? Did something happen? The purple-haired man says, you don't know the situation, do you? He wipes his brow, looking distressed. Well, to put it simply, there's this guy called Coffin Emperor who formed the Laralarol clan. The problem is, that bastard's been recruiting all kinds of scum. Rapists, murderers, anyone who broke city laws. And using them to attack our city nonstop. Their forces grew so massive in just 1 year that all we can do now is focus on defense. We should have upheld the rules Erie's left behind, sorry. The woman with purple hair adjusts her hair. Just as expected. That explains why they attacked us there. If security's unstable, moving together would be risky. Tekaron and I will go to the temple. Still, I'm glad it's you guys who made it up here. If a whole group of travelers from the Red Zone had ascended in times like this, it would have been a nightmare. Another man acknowledges Kong Hansu's single-handed efforts in managing the calamities, making things manageable. Tekaron expresses a quizzical reaction. Tekaron admits to sensing an unusual aura, but finds Hansu even more impressive than initially thought. Tekaron proposes a spar. Hansu reveals that he just arrived from the Red Zone yesterday. Tekaron admits that he figured Hansu would be some battle junkie, since he took down all the calamities. Tekaron seems to guess that Hansu is not. Hansu states that he's not the type to fight battles he knows he'll lose. Hansu changes the subject, asking what happened to the dungeon inside the town. Tekaron responds that he's not sure how Hansu knew that, but only a few locusts come out occasionally, so they don't really use it. Tekaron explains that since Hansu is in the orange zone now, it's safe to farm freely and use it as he pleases. Hansu acknowledges and thanks Tekaron for granting access. Someone comments on the quick access. Tekaron waves off the gratitude. If one is Sophia's companion, they are his comrade as well. Kong Hansu offers his assistance, telling her to let him know if she needs help. He promises to reach out if anything comes up. Tekaron pauses, receiving a message. The message reads, Clan Leader, we've located Kale Dawson. Coordinates are. A sinister smile spreads across Tekaron's face. Tekaron apologizes, explaining that he has something urgent to take care of. He promises to talk properly next time, adding, I'm heading there now, wait for me. Kong Hansu acknowledges the departure with an alright. An unseen figure barks orders to show them to their quarters, emphasizing that they are guests and should be treated with respect. A woman welcomes Lady Sophia and her companions to Tarnus, expressing honor at their arrival and hoping they get along well. The imposing stone walls of Tarnus rise high. The gates of Tarnus stand tall, a formidable barrier. The group has arrived at Tarnus, a bustling commercial district. The marketplace teems with activity, merchants hawking their wares amidst a throng of adventurers. A woman with pink hair exclaims, a phantom coming all the way up here. We didn't get a chance to talk back in the red zone. It's an honor to meet you. Sophia replies, likewise. Another member of the group asks, our lodging is near the central temple, right? Sophia confirms, yes, that's correct. You already knew. Hansu says, good. Since we're in the marketplace anyway, I'd like to get new gear first. Can you guide us, or at least give us a map? A shopkeeper replies, of course, just a second. The shopkeeper hands over a map, saying, here you go. Hansu responds, thanks, much appreciated. Another shopkeeper says, have a good time shopping. Hope to see you again. The shopkeeper adds, if fate allows, we'll meet again. The group moves through the marketplace, ready to get equipped. The group plans to meet by the abandoned dungeon around 5 p.m. The group arrives in Tarnus, a bustling city filled with people and shops. A voice echoes, all right. The city sprawls before them, a maze of buildings and alleyways. Another voice responds, okay. Erie stands with another woman, discussing their plans for the dungeon exploration. A man examines a selection of swords, considering which weapon would be best suited for the challenges ahead. Another man stands nearby. Hansu holds a staff, its intricate design hinting at the power it holds. A sign hangs above a shop, advertising its wares to passersby. The Fly Walk artifact allows flight by channeling mana into one's souls. The Storm Lace is a lightweight cloak that shields against sandstorms. The Shieldrunk gloves assist in mana flow control. Hansu examines his equipment, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's clean? That's good enough. Hansu prepares for the dungeon exploration. Hansu is ready for the dungeon exploration. A voice booms from off-panel, remarking, well, looks good on you. Erie's remarks to Hansu, didn't see anything like this in the red zone. Do humans really buy and sell such things? Hansu replies, of course. Before coming to the other world, that was normal for humans. You probably never saw this kind of life down there because of Miyamoto's influence. Iris thinks to herself, I see. Still, it's strange. One of the 12 temples has turned into a human city. Hansu stands beside Iris, listening to her musings. Hansu says, don't be so easily surprised. You'll make all my effort turning you human go to waste. Iris replies, fine. I'll be careful. You're always nagging. Iris wonders, how much does all this cost? Iris stands beside Hansu, looking at the items he is purchasing. A shopkeeper with a receding hairline and a jovial expression asks, judging by your gear, you haven't been here long since leaving the red zone. Got enough runes? Hansu holds up a bag filled with gleaming runes. Orange energy crackles around Hansu's hand as he prepares to pay. He casts his gaze downward, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. A voice mused, easy dungeon, huh? Followed by, we'll see once we're inside. The entrance to the dungeon loomed, a gaping maw of impenetrable darkness. The group stands at the entrance to the dungeon, the air thick with anticipation and the scent of damp stone. Tekaran begins to explain. I'm going to start explaining. Show the item we prepared. An off-panel voice responds. All right. A hand crackles with blue energy, the power thrumming in the air. The energy intensifies, a sign of the magic about to be unleashed. The group stands ready, the blue light casting eerie shadows on their faces. A floating blue cube materializes, a gateway to the unknown. The cube reads, once you enter the dungeon. A grotesque monster lurks within the dungeon, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The text reads, a monster known as Baladi. Hansu states, if we compare it to the parasitic locust we saw enough to get sick of in the red zone, then they are slightly more dangerous, will appear. He continues, his hand gesturing with confidence. There won't be many, so they shouldn't pose a problem. The text reads, once you take care of the Baladi and head straight for around 500 meters, you'll reach a large room. Counting from the center of the room. The 21st brick marks the entrance to a secret dungeon. After entering, prepare for an outpouring of Baladi. Choi Sangjin, you come into play. You will use Lord of the Dead to control the dead Baladi. A magical seal pulses with power. You will be able to gain around 30% of the runes needed in 3 days. Once you reach 30%, head deep within the dungeon to the room containing its core, and take down the king of Baladis. A Baladi lurks, its many eyes gleaming. Then, the dungeon will enter into your possession. Once you become its owner, you will be able to control the population of Baladi. So you'll be able to farm them much more easily. However, if you don't have an insect killing skill, it will be almost impossible to kill it before reaching 30%. A gloved hand gestures, emphasizing the importance of the condition. Do not touch the King Baladi before it is met. Hansu smirks, stating that he understands everything with this information. The narrator states that they can simply focus on farming runes until then. Iris crosses her arms, remarking that it sounds like Hansu doesn't plan to go in with them. Hansu stands beside Iris, a slight smile playing on his lips. He confirms that he won't be going in with them. The narrator states that, as Sangjin said, there's something he needs to do. A hand holds out a small pouch. The narrator states that storing rations should become much easier if they take it, but of course, it's not for free. Hansu points a finger, stating that he sees, and that's a pretty clean deal. Hansu stands with Keldian, stating that's right, he won't make them work for free. The narrator states that while they farm the runes he needs, he'll provide information and the selfish food bag. Keldian asks if he isn't following the rules too strictly. The man states that it's important to do things by the book, especially as they go up. He continues, saying that without rules, any sense of community would fall apart. One of the women asks if the farming is close to zero. Another suggests that it would be best if they farmed at least a little before leaving. A voice assumes that the others saw the guns the guards had, and that as long as they have magic guns, half-hearted farming would be pointless. Hansu holds a bag. He declares that he can just get whatever runes he needs as he fights, and that he won't need a large amount of them anytime soon. Iris acknowledges Hansu's statement. Hansu adds that he'll gather enough runes to surprise even them, so they should keep their expectations high. Hansu acknowledges. A voice says that they'll be waiting. Someone says goodbye and wishes everyone good luck. 2 figures stand on a floating platform amidst a starry sky. The sky is a bright blue with scattered clouds. Hansu states that the closest bone temple to the city is in the east, suggesting they head in that direction. Keldian replies that it doesn't matter. Keldian explains that they'll need 2 popes in order to receive the physical reinforcement technique. Keldian continues, stating that since it was a small temple, There's a chance that there is no pope there. If that is the case, then they would have traveled for nothing. Hansu states that he is already aware of that. Hansu questions if they really need 2 popes, reminding Keldian that he was a pope in the past. Keldian replies that finding just 1 pope should be enough. He appreciates Hansu's faith in him, but 500 years have passed. Keldian admits that he doesn't know whether his kin would accept him as a pope. Hansu reassures Keldian, telling him not to worry, as he has seen his memories, so he should know. Even in the abyss, his tribesmen remembered him and held their faith in him. Hansu states that he sees. Keldian reflects that thinking about meeting his kin after 500 years must have made him far too emotional. He sees that old age has brought many unnecessary thoughts with it. He acknowledges that it's not easy to understand his perspective, given his 60 years spent in another world. Keldian agrees that overthinking is a poison, stating that his words ring true, and it would be pointless to ponder alone. Hansu assures him that he will focus on helping him as best he can. Keldian confirms that he'll be counting on Hansu. The narrative shifts, revealing that the closest sanctuary to the Cross clan of Arrangers would be the base of the Laralarol clan. The narration explains that the leader of the Laralarol clan managed to amass power and gain control quickly thanks to the help of the physical reinforcement technique. A question lingers. Why did a Pope of Acheron approach him in the first place? There was no one able to explain why. It would be ideal to gain even the smallest clue about it, Hansu thinks, his brow furrowed in thought. The scene shifts to a cavernous, dimly lit area. The camera pans across the rocky terrain. A lone figure walks through the cavern. The sound of footsteps echoes through the cavern. A hand clenches tightly around a crumpled piece of paper, knuckles white with tension. The air hangs heavy with an unspoken dread. A clawed foot, adorned with a simple gold anklet, steps forward onto the cold stone floor. The sound echoes in the cavernous space. Ugh! A young beastfolk girl with long blonde hair and feline features stumbles, her face contorted in pain and fear. A trembling hand clutches a small, glowing green crystal, its light casting an eerie glow on the surrounding darkness. Tears stream down the girl's face as she clutches the crystal tighter, her body racked with sobs. The weight of the situation crushes her. A memory surfaces, Mom, Dad, Aelin, take that and run. The words echo in her mind, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. A larger, furred hand presses the glowing crystal into Aelin's smaller one, urging her forward. The air crackles with unseen energy. A voice booms, filled with desperate hope. Your mom and dad will stop them here. I shouldn't have followed them. Mom and dad are. Aelin's voice trembles, choked with grief and regret. The reality of her parents' sacrifice begins to sink in. A monstrous face looms, teeth bared in a cruel grin. Do you want to see mommy and daddy? The figure taunts, its voice dripping with malice. Aelin recoils in horror, her eyes wide with terror. The taunt cuts deep, fueling her fear and desperation. Aelin finds herself in a dark, foreboding environment, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere. The path ahead is uncertain, but she must press on. A monstrous figure descends, a cruel blade glinting in its grasp as it closes in on its prey. The beast roars, a guttural sound that echoes through the ruined city, promising violence. A clawed hand reaches out, fingers like daggers grasping for purchase. The attack sends a shockwave rippling through the air, a testament to the monster's raw power. She tumbles through the air, the ground rushing up to meet her. Tears stream down her face as she whispers, Mom, Dad. Clutching at her chest, she tries to stifle the sobs that threaten to overwhelm her. The monstrous hand lunges again, its shadow looming over her. Another shockwave explodes outward, shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. Tears continue to fall as she clutches the glowing green crystal, her knuckles white with desperation. Aelin's voice trembles as she asks, Just why? What did they do wrong for this to happen? The wolf-like figure snarls, demanding, get it? A hand grips the hilt of a gleaming sword, ready to strike. The wolf-like figure grins, teeth bared. I very much like the look on your face, kid. Aelin clutches a glowing green crystal, her expression grim. What should I do to make you fall further into despair? O great Tekarana Kalusai, connected by blood. A desperate plea echoes. Please save your descendant from danger. Please, please. A blinding beam of light descends, aimed with lethal precision. The wolf-like figure's expression shifts to confusion. The sword wielder slashes downwards with incredible speed. The blade connects, drawing a spray of blood. The wolf-like figure stumbles, blood staining the ground beneath him. What is this? A complex magic circle blazes into existence. She looks up, her yellow eyes wide as crimson and gold energy crackles around her. Scars mark her face, a testament to battles fought. The energy intensifies, a chaotic dance of blue and gold. The surge continues, the air thick with ozone and raw power. The energy coalesces around an unseen figure, bathing them in a harsh, yellow light. A wing-like structure shimmers into existence, wreathed in the same volatile energy. A distant moon hangs in the sky, casting an ethereal glow on the scene below. A figure with long, gray hair and beast-like ears watches from afar, their expression unreadable. Hansu stands ready, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. The ancient city looms under the watchful eye of the moon. An elderly figure lies prone, his fate hanging in the balance. Hansu watches as Aelin kneels beside the fallen figure, her expression filled with hope. The elderly figure's clawed hand rests limply on the ground. Aelin clutches a glowing green gem, her voice a soft plea. Have my prayers, truly. The elderly figure's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. Been answered. The elderly figure's hand clenches, the gem-like claws digging into the fabric beneath. The elderly figure's face remains obscured, but a sense of awakening emanates from them. The elderly figure, leaning on a staff, begins to stir, their gaze fixed on Aelin. Golden energy crackles around the elderly figure's hand, a sign of newfound power. The elderly figure, his face etched with regret, apologizes, saying, Child of Acheron, my apologies. Golden light emanates from the man as he laments, I should have found you sooner. Tears welling in her eyes, Aelin speaks, Savior, if you come here having heard my prayers, then I have a request, my mother and father's duty, my duty. The elderly figure offers, I'll put you to sleep, so rest first. I'll hear you out after that. Aelin refuses, her voice cracking with desperation. No, I can't. Her face contorted in anguish, tears stream down Aelin's face. The elderly figure states, they weren't able to do their work properly because of me. The elderly man implores, please, hear my request. Clasping her hands together, Aelin begs, please take me to Creole Gorge. The elderly figure realizes, so this child was performing the duties of a pope. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a location identified as Moon's Cradle, where glowing blue runes pulse with energy. Aelin stands amidst the ethereal blue glow of Moon's Cradle, her expression still filled with sorrow. Worry not, and have sweet dreams, a voice echoed. Kong Hansu embraced the elderly figure. The figure responded, your wishes know, the prayers of Acheron have called me here, and I have crossed 500 years for it. The words, the Creole Gorge, hung in the air. Hansu's expression hardened. It's clear what the temple's situation is. Considering our next steps, it would be best to help this child for now. Hansu continued, however, right now, he thought, I should prioritize eliminating the pursuers. There are 6 of them. A voice declared, this is perfect for testing vessel of the dragon god in close combat. Another voice warned, we have some unwelcome guests approaching. Get ready. Hansu's eyes narrowed, his gaze hardening. Hansu stated, all right, I see them as well. Hansu and Keldian walked forward, ready to face the approaching threat. A voice snarled, those damned Grashi tribesmen. They've done something those of Acheron ought never to do. Such depravity is undeserving of words. Ugni's blade. The blade glows with intense heat. The weapon pulses with fiery energy. He states that there are 3 Acherons and 3 humans. Keldian declares that he will take the ones further back. Hansu acknowledges the order with a simple, understood. Keldian replies, as you say, the words echoing with ancient power. The text below reads, Vessel of the Dragon God, Heaven's Spear. The blade of the Heaven's Spear glows with divine energy. Hansu prepares to strike, blue energy crackling around his spear. Keldian prepares to attack, his sword wreathed in flames. The air crackled with unspoken disbelief. Figures moved in the background, oblivious to the growing tension. That skill earlier looked like Agni's sting. Has a pope arrived? If so, then there's no way. Those noble popes would. If that many had fallen, then forget me, the entire gorge itself would have been destroyed. Its force was far lacking, so I'll have to confirm. A blinding light erupted in the distance. The figures in the background remained vigilant. A monstrous wolf-like creature snarls, its fangs bared amidst a shower of blue sparks. Kong Hansu swings his sword, unleashing a sweeping arc of vibrant blue energy. The blade continues its deadly dance, the air crackling with power as Hansu presses his attack. The wolf-like creature is struck by an unseen force, recoiling in pain as impact lines radiate from its body. Multiple grotesque figures are engulfed in bursts of energy, their bodies contorting as they're hurled through the air. The sword finds its mark once more, cleaving through another creature with a resounding crack. With a determined leap, Hansu closes the distance, his sword poised to strike again. A man's eyes narrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. HM. The man's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. This man, he's definitely. Sweat beads on his brow as he watches, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched on his face. A staff strikes the ground with a sharp thud, the sound echoing through the cavern. A figure sits perched atop a rocky outcropping, his silver hair gleaming in the dim light as he observes the scene below. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the origins of someone like him. Another voice commands to leave and do what needs to be done. A towering figure with flowing blue hair stands guard, staff in hand, while another kneels before him. A man with graying hair wonders what's with him and what he's saying. Kong Hansu, his hand raised to his head, warns someone not to make him repeat himself. He issues a single, sharp command, leave. A figure leaps into the air, propelled by an unseen force. The figure plummets through the night sky. Kong Hansu gazes upwards, his expression unreadable. A voice reflects on the irony of enemies from a past life becoming allies. Kong Hansu stands in the foreground, his gaze intense, while figures from his past loom behind him. A collage of faces, some familiar, some twisted in rage, hints at the complex relationships that define his journey. The voice concludes, lamenting that allies have become enemies. Teres looks up, his expression unreadable. A message appears, a spy planted by Anvi Aaron. Stay true to your role. A hulking, monstrous figure looms. The monster roars, its massive form casting a long shadow. Teres stands his ground, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He raises his sword and shield, preparing for battle. The monster prepares to strike, its massive claws extended. Iron wall, it bellows. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, activating his power. Basilisk eyes. The monster's eyes widen in terror. He unleashes a burst of raw power. Kong Hansu prepares to strike, his sword gleaming with anticipation. The monster braces itself, its massive claws poised to retaliate. He descends upon the beast, a blur of motion against the azure sky. Venom. The blade crackles with violet energy, a harbinger of the skill's deadly effect. The sword finds its mark, the purple energy erupting upon impact. The monster reels from the blow, its immense form momentarily staggered. Kong Hansu lands gracefully, the echoes of the attack still resonating in the air. Oh, as expected of Gunwo. Coffin Emperor, leader of the Larollarol clan, observes the battle with a knowing smirk. A real Muggos rank, you took it down. The monster's eyes burn with predatory hunger, its maw agape in a deafening roar that echoes through the cavern. The beast's gaze is fixed on a figure approaching, its massive form dwarfing the silhouette before it. Claws extend, ready to tear flesh. As the monster prepares to strike, its power palpable in the air. The figure stands defiant, a lone sentinel against the monstrous onslaught, bathed in an eerie light. Another earth-shattering roar erupts from the monster's throat, a declaration of impending violence. The monster coils, muscles tensing, ready to unleash its full fury upon the unyielding figure. Unmoved, the figure remains, a silent challenge to the behemoth before it, the air thick with anticipation. The monster lunges, a blur of claws and teeth, its attack promising devastation. Meanwhile, a subordinate kneels before the C-Clan leader, urgency etched on their face. C-Clan leader, I have something to report. The C-Clan leader's gaze is sharp, a hint of annoyance flickering across their features. What are you getting up for? Don't get on my nerves. Elsewhere, a distant landscape shimmers under an alien sky, the promise of adventure hanging heavy in the air. A guttural voice echoes across the plains. Looks like I'll be able to have a pretty fun hunt. In the vast desert, three figures stand silhouetted against the horizon. A large, green crystal hangs suspended by a thin rope. The crystal glows with an inner light, its facets catching the light. Water splashes, rippling outwards in concentric circles. A swirling vortex of green energy pulses with power. A luminous green liquid flows through a stone channel. A lone figure stands on a precipice, gazing down at the glowing green depths below. Aelin clasps her hands together, her expression earnest. I'm truly grateful, she whispers. A hand rests gently on Aelin's shoulder as she speaks. Their duty is complete, so I'm sure they will be able to rest in peace. The Coffin Emperor looks down, his face etched with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. The sacrifice their parents made, in service of protecting the land of Lazar, will be remembered forevermore. Their parents must have taken it upon themselves to regularly carry out this duty. Although only a temporary measure, it is through their efforts that the Lazar has been maintained until now. Choi Sangjin states that Tekaron were those Grashi people always enemies of yours? Tekaron clarifies that they were not. They maintained a balance with them as common folk. They were no enemies of ours. However, given how they attempted to kill a child, he cannot view them as his kin. If they had been committing such deeds until now, then he sees it fit to annihilate them. Tekaron kin? Could this grandpa possibly be? Aelin asks if he is really Sir Tekaron, stating that she heard he traveled to a faraway world in order to save Acheron. She hears the name Tekaron A. Kalu, and it seems that she is still remembered. A memory surfaces. Her mother always told her that the spirit of their forefather is always watching over them. One day, he would appear in front of them, bringing with him salvation. And here he is. Aelin cries, thanking him for appearing. A man comforts her, telling her that everything will be okay now. The man stands tall, dressed in white robes. The man smiles, saying that he would like to hear her name as well. Aelin remembers. Aelin A. Kalu. The man declares that he is the descendant of Sir Malin A. Kalu. His eyes narrow, intense. Malin, A. Kalu. The name echoes in her mind. The weight of the past settled upon Tekaron as he muttered, so my clan had survived. His thoughts drifted to the graves scattered around them. The old man realized. Then the children in these graves must have been my descendants as well. Tekaron turned to Aelin, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Thank you for growing up so healthy. I've returned in. He continued, his voice filled with purpose, order to return the land of Lazar to its original state. You won't have anything to worry about anymore. Aelin, her eyes shining with gratitude, responded, thank you very much. Tekaron leaned closer, his expression serious. Could you keep it a secret that I am Tekaron in the village? Aelin nodded firmly, her voice filled with determination. Yes. Tekaron's face softened, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Geez, Tekeron. The old man chuckled, a warm sound that filled the air. You've gotten so lively after meeting. Tekeron continued, his voice regaining its serious tone. Your descendant? Well, regardless, now that we've saved Aelin. He looked off into the distance, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Nagar tribe is sure to welcome us. Tekeron concluded, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, although things aren't going exactly as planned. Hansu's gaze is steady, his expression unreadable. A voice notes that it's not a bad start, considering they are in the orange zone. The speaker explains that they are all out doing recon thanks to the Laralarol clan. Because of the Laralarol clan, they lack enough people to perform reconnaissance, the woman explains. Bottom text present. The woman wonders why it is such a problem. The man explains that if they use magic guns to take them down one by one, it would also pose a problem to Muggo suppression. The woman states that the biggest problem is that travelers are committing crimes in numerous villages and then going to the Laralarol clan, and that at this rate, the balance in power among clans will. The woman exclaims that this is making her head hurt, and asks if they can't just rush in and blast them all away. A voice declares that they are all criminals anyway. Another voice responds, stating that the reason they can't is because of the clan leader and that it's a matter of control. Keldian looks on as the conversation continues. Eerie speaks, saying that if they end up losing, that will really spell the end for them, and that they'd only know if they tried. A voice states that if they fight them head-on, they'd win. Eerie's responds, saying that they don't know that, and also, given they're criminals, there's no way they'd respect a one-on-one fight. Keldian speaks, saying that if they fight, and he's saying this just in case, but please don't rush in and fight them alone. A voice says that a fight is won before it ever begins, and at the very least, they need to gather information. Eerie's exclaims that that's it, information, and everything will be solved if they have enough information, right? A voice states that if it's Sophia's librarian skill, then they'd easily be able to gather information. Another voice asks where Sophia is anyway, and that they didn't see her at her lodgings. Hansu and Eerie's are present. A voice responds, saying that last they heard, she headed for an abandoned dungeon. Someone speculates that the group of 5 who went there won't get enough to make it worth it. Hansu says he'll head out to meet with Sophia, instructing the others to keep an eye on things. Keldian shouts, questioning if he's being made to do all the work. Eerie's retorts that using her brain is worse than rat poison. Meanwhile, someone comments that the others are good at using their heads, so he'll leave it to them. Keldian exclaims that he sucks at this stuff too. The scene shifts to a room with a large table covered in papers, where people are working. Elsewhere, a dark entrance looms, hinting at the dangers within. Inside the ruins of a secret dungeon, a fierce battle unfolds. The clash of weapons echoes through the ancient halls. A figure stands amidst the chaos, radiating power. A grotesque monster, its form a nightmarish fusion of chitin and crimson flesh, stands ready to strike. Eerie studies a tome, muttering, there really is. Keldian remarks, no end to them, if you have time to complain. Another monster looms, its maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Keldian continues, use some magic. Hansu, his face grim, slashes at the encroaching monsters, his blade a blur of motion. The hunter continues his assault, each strike precise and deadly. A hard slash cleaves through the air, connecting with a sickening thud. Hansu's sword dances, a whirlwind of steel against the encroaching darkness. Choi Sangjin, his face etched with concern, calls out, Sangjin, can't you use your skill right about now? A close-up reveals the grotesque maw of a monster, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Hansu stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he faces the onslaught. Choi Sangjin, his brow furrowed, observes the battle. An hour in this condition? It might be better for us to step outside for a bit. Eerie's realizes something is happening. That's it, she exclaims. Holding a book, Eerie suggests, let's leave briefly and return in an hour. The monstrous bugs scuttle about, their red eyes gleaming. The bugs continue to move, their metallic bodies clicking against the stone floor. The bugs swarm, triggering some unseen mechanism. A surge of energy envelopes the group as they are teleported. A voice cries out, damn it. The bugs triggered some kind of trap. A system message appears, shortcut trap, a trap that immediately transports its victims to the boss room. A voice thinks, I had a bad feeling about this. A voice thinks, going to the boss room in our current state is the absolute worst. The group plummets through a swirling portal of blue and white energy. A voice shouts, we have to escape. Now. He continued to fall, the wind rushing past him as the portal spat them out into the unknown. Eerie's gasped, her eyes widening as the ground rushed up to meet them. The group landed with a thud, dust swirling around them as they braced for impact. Eerie's expression turned grim. This was really bad. Eerie's warned, everyone be careful. This is the boss room. We don't know where it'll come out from, so we have to be care dash. Her eyes darted around, searching for any sign of danger. The ground was cold and hard beneath them, the air thick with anticipation. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its form wreathed in a menacing red glow. The entity's name was revealed, King Baladi, the uncanny boss monster born from the cannibalism of the Baladi. If lacking in magic resistance, the neurotoxin released from its appendages could result in fatal damage. Two figures walk through the ruined city, their silhouettes stark against the pale sky. A hulking monster with glowing red eyes lumbers forward, its massive form casting a long shadow. The monster roars, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Its eyes burn with malevolent intent, promising destruction. Aelin clashes with Hansu, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Dodging Aelin's next strike, Hansu moves with blinding speed. Hansu's fist connects, sending Aelin staggering back. The force of the blow reverberates through Aelin's armor. A final strike sends Aelin reeling, the impact echoing through the ruins. The monster looms closer, its shadow falling over the battlefield. Keldian's eyes widen in shock, his face contorted in disbelief. Damn it! She is sent flying backwards, crashing through the air. A surge of purple energy streaks towards her, a deadly projectile of arcane power. The energy slams into Aelin, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring her form. A monstrous hand, gnarled and clawed, reaches out with predatory intent. Kang Hansu grits his teeth, his expression a mixture of frustration and grim determination. He curses under his breath. Damn it! I get why Kang Hansu told us not to face it until we reached 30% now, he exclaims. The monster looms, a silhouette of pure menace against the light. It lunges forward, its jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Another voice cries out, damn it. The speaker declares, we won't achieve anything just running away like this. The monster declares that they have to kill the main body somehow. A figure slashes with blades, purple energy emanating from the strikes. The blades come closer to the monster's body. The figure continues to slash with blades, the purple energy intensifying. The figure continues their assault, blades flashing. The figure continues to slash with blades, the strikes becoming more frequent. The figure continues to slash with blades, the purple energy crackling. The blades connect with the monster's body. The figure continues to slash with blades, the monster taking the hits. The blades continue to strike the monster's body. A character with green eyes states that was a finishing move. The monster states that it didn't even flinch and that they can't take it down with such a huge difference in stats. Iris stares wide-eyed at the book in her hands, a gasp escaping her lips. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure lurks, its form grotesque and menacing. Spikes jut out from its body, a testament to its brutal nature. The monster stands within a dungeon, a place of darkness and despair. Back with Iris, her eyes widen further, a sense of disbelief washing over her face. Her expression twists in distress, a storm of emotions brewing within her. A voice echoes, urging her to unleash her strength. Do something, anything, and show your strength. A system message appears. Through Monarch Awakening, an innate trait will be revealed. Iris's eye reflects a newfound power, a question forming in her mind. Awakening. Another system message appears. Innate trait, emotional overflow. Stats will rise according to the strength of one's emotions. Current increase, 25%. A surge of red energy envelopes Iris, her awakening reaching its peak. The energy intensifies, coursing through her veins as her power grows. Dark energy crackles around Keldian, his eyes burning with a crimson light as he prepares to unleash his power. He clenches his fist, the red energy intensifying, a visible sign of the raw power surging within him. Keldian unleashes a devastating burst of energy, the force of it radiating outwards in visible waves. Surrounded by a swirling aura of power, Keldian leaps forward, a blur of motion and destructive intent. The attack connects, the impact creating a blinding flash of energy that illuminates the surroundings. His foot strikes with tremendous force, the impact reverberating through the very air. Keldian grits his teeth, declaring, I'll do whatever I can to hold it off. Another voice commands, Sophia, you use your librarian skill to find a way out of here. Iris pores over an ancient tome, her brow furrowed in concentration as she searches for a solution. The monstrous enemy looms closer, its grotesque form a testament to the danger they face. Another strike lands, the force of it shaking the very foundations of their surroundings. A sudden, brutal strike pierces Keldian, the weapon tearing through his armor and flesh. The force of the blow sends Keldian reeling, a guttural cry escaping his lips as pain explodes through his body. He is sent hurtling backwards, the crimson stain blooming on his chest as the weapon remains embedded deep within him. Falling, Keldian can only watch as blood drips from the impaling weapon, each drop a testament to the severity of the wound. The monstrous weapon, a grotesque fusion of metal and flesh, remains lodged in Keldian's body, a silent promise of agony. Still falling, Keldian's vision blurs, the world tilting on its axis as the life drains from him. He crashes to the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through his already ravaged body, the weapon pinning him to the cold stone floor. Meanwhile, a choked sound escapes Sophia's lips, a desperate plea forming in her throat. No, she thinks, I can't let things end here. She pleads, please. Anything is fine, just give me a spell to turn this situation around. Sophia desperately flips through the pages of the ancient tome, her fingers tracing the arcane symbols as she searches for a solution. The floor shatters as something crashes through. A figure plummets from above, declaring, found you. Sophia pores over a thick, ornate book, illuminated by a nearby lamp. A voice calls out, "I was wondering where you were, Sophia." The voice continues, "But here you were. Envy Aaron, how did you?" Sophia's eyes widen in alarm. A monstrous form lunges, its limbs a grotesque tangle of flesh and bone. The monster's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. Another figure descends, silhouetted against a backdrop of shattered stone and swirling dust. Thick, fleshy tentacles erupt from the ground, writhing and thrashing. The monstrous entity reveals more of its form, a chitinous exoskeleton and multiple limbs. A figure stands ready, gauntlet hands gripping a weapon, prepared to strike. She announces the beginning of her performance, a deadly dance. Death March Dance. Ares begins the first movement, a shadow waltz, as purple energy crackles around her. The energy coalesces into sharp, blade-like projections, aimed directly at the monstrous foe. Spinning with unnatural speed, Ares unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike imbued with the power of her shadow magic. The second movement begins, a bloody saraband, as she prepares to intensify her assault. Drawing her blade, the hunter channels the purple energy into the weapon, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The blade flashes, a streak of violet against the dim dungeon light, as it connects with the monster's thick hide. The monster recoils, a guttural roar escaping its maw as the magical energy courses through its body. The creature staggers, its massive form momentarily unbalanced by the force of the attack. Ares presses her advantage, leaping forward with renewed vigor, her blade a blur of motion. The monster reels, the purple energy burning into its flesh, as the hunter's relentless assault continues. The creature is overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks, its body racked with pain as it struggles to defend itself. Ares smirks, a hint of satisfaction playing on her lips. A system message appears, announcing that King Baladi has been slain and ownership over the Baladi cave will be granted to Envy Aaron. Another system message pops up, declaring a dungeon master bonus. The population of Baladi can be freely controlled. Kong Hansu observes, "No wonder Kong Hansu said he couldn't win." Someone comments that she took it down so easily. A vast hoard of gold glitters, reflecting the light. Ares stands before the pile of gold. Someone asks how she found a place like this. She replies, "Whoa, that's a lot." A pink-haired girl expresses her gratitude. "Thank you. Envy Aaron, we survived thanks to you." The pink-haired girl stands before Ares. Ares waves off the thanks, saying, "Nah, come on, it's nothing, really." Ares leans in, asking, "More importantly, Sophia, can you help me with something?" Sophia responds, "Huh? What do you need me to do?" She considers something. Ares states that they currently lack enough scouts in their clan. Ares suggests that with Hansu's librarian skill, he would easily be able to acquire information. She asks him to help do some recon for them. Ares thinks that wouldn't be hard. Hansu says if they take the others along, who knows what would happen to them. The pair walk through the dungeon. Hansu acknowledges that the boss they took out so easily nearly killed them. He sighs, admitting it's true. Ares listens intently. Hansu states that in a week, he'd be able to get stronger with that, and he's sure he didn't come here without a plan. Ares listens to Hansu's request. Hansu says if she needs it, of course, a deal ought to be handled properly, after all. Ares states she'll use her authority as clan leader to let them monopolize it for him once their farming is over. She states that she will leave the reconnaissance to Hansu. Meanwhile, a distant village shimmers in the heat haze. The village, built of sun-baked brick, nestles against the harsh desert landscape. Kong Hansu's gaze sharpens, his eyes scanning the horizon. It must be Aelin's village. From above, the village appears as a cluster of small buildings surrounding a small oasis. The village stands eerily silent, its buildings bathed in a harsh, unforgiving light. The streets are empty, devoid of life. The population is strangely low, a mere fraction of what it once was. The silence is deafening, broken only by the whisper of the wind. There isn't any livestock either, the pens and fields standing empty and abandoned. The village feels like a ghost town, a relic of a bygone era. Any remaining people are preparing to leave, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and resignation. They carry their meager belongings, their steps heavy with sorrow. Yet it seems the situation is grave enough for them to leave their homeland. A man in the sky shouts, "There!" An old man sits with a beast-folk child, a standing figure behind them. The old man says, "That's now that all of our village warriors have been drafted, staying here any longer would be. And where would I go? I've sent my children, even my grandchildren, to their deaths. How could I ever leave this village?" Aelin rushes forward, her voice filled with joy. "Grandpa." Their hands meet, a silent promise of safety exchanged between them. The old man sits on the ground, his body weary, but his eyes searching. He pulls Aelin close, relief washing over him. "Aelin, you're alive. What a relief." The old man's voice trembles as he speaks. "I didn't receive any reports despite how long I waited." He continues, his gratitude evident. "I thought I had lost even you. Those two saved me." Confusion clouds his features. "Humans. Why?" The old man's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. "I see." He looks at Aelin, his voice softening. "Anyway, thank you for saving my granddaughter." Kong Hansu steps forward, his expression serious. I didn't come here for a feast. Hansu continues, his tone direct. I am aware of your situation, but I have urgent matters of my own, so I'll get right to the point. I'd like to speak with you about physical reinforcement techniques, so please give me some of your time. The old man considers Hansu's request, but if it's about that technique, then you'd have to speak with an elder. He asks to be guided to this elder. The old man says that Hansu will have to evacuate, so he'd like to speak with them immediately. Though before that, the old man would like to leave Aelin with the refugees. Please wait for me until then. The old man says if Hansu is worried about leaving his granddaughter behind, then he will remain with her. Aelin tells her grandfather not to worry about her, and just go. Aelin says that her grandfather is as strong as Brother Tarhal. The old man questions if he is as strong as Tarhal. Aelin confirms, however strong he may be, there's no way he could be as strong as the third seat of the Great Sanctuary's guard at Baron. The old man thinks she's all grown up now, and the fact that she's saying that must be because she wants to set his mind at ease. Hansu says he understands and will be right back, asking them to wait for him. Aelin agrees with the old man. The old man asks them to follow him. The old man, Aelin, and Hansu are together. The old man says that Hansu said he would like to receive the physical reinforcement technique. The old man says that humans attack and kidnap them, and asks how they could trust Hansu. It is revealed that their tribesmen are being kidnapped by a human tribe controlled by the Coffin Emperor. Hansu listens intently. The old man states that if the Coffin Emperor is taken down, they will no longer be attacked by humans. He adds that in order to take down the Coffin Emperor, they need the physical reinforcement technique. The old man believes that with his recommendation, entering the Great Sanctuary of the Main would not be a difficult task. However, there is something he'd like to ask first. The old man explains that the Coffin Emperor has received the physical reinforcement technique from the Grashi tribe. In order to fight against one with the technique, he would need the same. In exchange for receiving the physical reinforcement technique, the Coffin Emperor has entered into an alliance with the Grashi tribe. Hansu listens intently to the old man's explanation. Hansu thinks that the old man may have his own circumstances, which is a problem between humans. Regardless, helping him would be to his own benefit. The old man states that he doesn't see any lies in Hansu's gaze. The old man smiles, seemingly convinced of Hansu's sincerity. Hansu understands and will make a request for an audience. A sudden tremor shakes the room. Hansu remains seated, sensing the disturbance. Aelin asks the old man what the sound is. The voice suggests they head outside for now, unsure of what else to do. In the distance, a cityscape is visible, with what appears to be swords piercing the sky. Aelin and Hansu gaze at the strange formation in the sky, a silent question hanging between them. The pair stand at the doorway, looking out at the world beyond. Aelin stands with a figure clad in armor, the armored figure exclaiming, "A Pope's Agni's sting?" But those numbers. Just who dash? A group of figures stand around a burning tree, the scene bathed in an orange glow. Aelin and another figure stand together, the figure muttering, "Everything is happening earlier than expected." Hansu thinks to himself, "I knew my reincarnation would have a great effect, but at this rate, I'll have to adjust my plans." A status screen appears, revealing that after coming here, Kong Hansu's average rune acquisition percentage turned 20%. Hansu reflects, "My physical and magic resistance are too low to fight properly." Kong Hansu's eyes narrow, a determined glint in them as he thinks, "I might have to push myself past my limits." 30 minutes ago, the holy tree Ragnus is. Aelin asks her grandfather if he wanted to see this tree that much. The old man replies that it's a holy tree that's lived for 3,000 years, so of course he wanted to see it. He gestures for Aelin to follow him, saying, "This way." The pair approach the massive trunk of the holy tree Ragnus. Aelin and Lord Lazar continue their walk towards the tree. Lord Lazar smiles gently. Aelin remarks that Ragnus, at least, is the same as ever. The old man adds that this tree has been here since before he was born. Aelin asks if it was here when he was young, Grandpa. Lord Lazar smiles, remembering his youth. The branches of the holy tree Ragnus stretch towards the sky. Aelin observes that Ragnus bears blue fruits. Aelin expresses her hope that once Lord Lazar is cured, a voice wonders if they will be able to see those fruits. Lord Lazar assures them that they will be able to see them as much as they want. Another voice hopes that time will come soon. The holy tree Ragnus stands tall against the sky. Aelin looks up, a sense of foreboding washing over her. A hail of arrows descends from the sky, aimed directly at the holy tree Ragnus. A voice shouts, "Aelin, get down." Explosions erupt around the holy tree Ragnus as the arrows find their mark. The barrage continues, each arrow carrying a deadly payload. The holy tree Ragnus is engulfed in flames, the fire spreading rapidly. Amidst the chaos, Aelin and another figure are silhouetted against the inferno. Lord Lazar's face is etched with worry and shock. The face contorts in rage, teeth bared. Those damn Grashi and humans have come. A tree blazes, its branches reaching towards the sky as figures descend from above. The man's eyes gleam with manic intensity. Grab only the ones you can get your hands on. A hand, adorned with spiked knuckles, clenches into a fist. If they resist, kill them. Aim for the refugees. We're with the Mugos rank, Sir Weijun. Let's get 'em all. Woohoo. The battlefield erupts in chaos, figures clashing amidst the burning ruins of the city. A figure in a red cloak fights with savage abandon, cutting down any who stand in their way. A weapon swings through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Demonic figures descend from the sky, ready to wreak havoc on the battlefield. A bandaged figure stands beside a young woman, their expressions grim as they face the unfolding chaos. A figure is enveloped in a blue aura, radiating power as they prepare to unleash their abilities. The blonde-haired figure demands, "Hey, old man, why don't you just hand over those mutts? If you don't want to get hurt, that is." Enveloped in a blue aura, the figure stands defiant. Another figure, unseen, challenges, "How dare you? Do you know where you stand?" Agni's sting. The figure prepares to cast a spell, gripping a staff. The staff emits a blinding light. A barrage of golden spears streaks through the air. The spears converge, unleashing a blinding explosion of light and energy. A figure watches, exclaiming, "What is that? Isn't that a Pope skill?" A group observes, one musing, "Huh? How does some random old man that's not even from Acheron have a Pope skill?" The figure declares, "None of you will leave this place alive." The figure continues, "You will pay for the sins you have committed against this village." Another figure watches intently. The man snarls, telling someone to shut up and promising to kill them. The narration reveals that this man is SSS-RANK. A hand glows with power, ready to strike. A bald figure takes a fighting stance, energy blades forming around him. The air crackles with speed and force as the battle intensifies. A figure is sent flying amidst debris, the impact shaking the surroundings. The figure plummets downwards, a sign of defeat or a tactical retreat. The figure with long white hair gasps. Clutching his chest, the figure realizes his ribs are broken. A man with short hair asks in disbelief, "Huh? You survived that?" The muscular man retorts, "You're pretty tough." The man adds, "For an old geezer." The man with short hair orders, "Take the two behind him and head back." He confirms, "Yes." The man with short hair stands with a large monster and a girl with cat ears. The man with short hair says, "Hey, you guys." Keldion's face contorts in a savage snarl, his voice booming with malice. "Vanquish them." Below, the figures stand clustered together, unaware of the impending assault. Golden spears materialize, their tips glinting with lethal intent as they point skyward. Keldion raises his hands, the golden light intensifying around him as he summons his weapons. His gaze hardens, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "However, you lot are different." Pointing a finger, Keldion's voice drips with venom. "You lots are mere dregs drowning in greed and malice." He sneers, his eyes narrowed. "Righteous travelers? Have you gone senile?" Keldion scoffs, dismissing the notion of righteousness. "Those kinds of travelers would have already died by now. Also, don't you want to keep the hostages alive?" A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. "If you shoot, they'll die, no?" Keldion focuses his energy, a golden aura enveloping his hands as he prepares to unleash his attack. "Then I simply have to control it to not hit them. Did you think I was so untrained as to be incapable of such a feat?" The golden spears are now aimed downwards, poised to strike with deadly precision. Below, the figures remain oblivious, unaware of the impending reign of golden death. He emits a surge of power, orange energy radiating from his body. The energy intensifies, crackling around him like a protective aura. The orange energy continues to pulse, hardening his skin. Kong blocks the incoming attack, his hands glowing with energy. He continues to deflect the blows, the force of each impact reverberating through the air. Keldion's energy flares once more. Keldion remarks, "It's flashy, but not anything special." Red energy now surrounds Keldion, crackling with power. He thinks, ancient blood, to think he would use the skill of a mangoes. Keldion observes, although it cannot be maintained for long, it must have increased his defense and attack greatly. Keldion taunts, "Hey, old man, your attacks are useless now." He stands amidst a swirling vortex of golden swords, energy crackling around him. Keldion grits his teeth, realizing, "Right, my attacks as they are now will not be able to damage you." However, the old man thinks, if he simply reduces his magical resistance, then that will change. The swords streak towards Hansu, impacting him with explosive force. More swords slam into Hansu, the impacts reverberating through the air. Keldion winces, thinking, "My magic power will run out soon." He's sure he's reduced Hansu's magical resistance a fair amount with this. For an old man, you've got a stupidly large magic power capacity. The swords continue their assault, each strike carrying immense power. Hansu grits his teeth, feeling the pain. Ah, what a pain. The barrage of swords intensifies, each one aimed with deadly precision. The swords press closer, their glowing edge is a constant threat. The swords are still impaled in the ground. Kong grits his teeth. Keldion's muscles bulge. Keldion asks, "How can a traveler use Agni's sting?" Kang's expression is pained. Keldion demands, "Hey, old man, how can a traveler use Agni's sting?" Kong replies, "You live if you explain yourself properly." Kong smirks, "For a dead man, you sure have a lot of questions." Kong asks, "Why would I ever answer to filth like you?" Kong continues, "Have you gone so senile you can't tell the situation you're in?" The sky is bright. Kong finishes, "You're here." Suddenly, an unseen force slams into Keldion, the impact echoing through the air. The blow sends him flying, blood erupting from the point of impact. He screams, a raw, guttural sound of pure agony. Clutching his arm, Keldian cries out, "My arm!" The antagonist plummets through the air, a chaotic mix of fire and debris swirling around him. His descent is marked by a trail of destruction, a testament to the force unleashed upon him. The world blurs around Keldian as he hurtles downward, the ground rushing up to meet him with terrifying speed. He crashes through a nearby structure, the wood splintering and shattering under the force of his impact. The building collapses, a cloud of dust and debris erupting into the sky. Keldian continues to fall, a broken figure amidst the ruins. He slams into the ground, the impact creating a massive crater that sends shockwaves through the earth. He stood amidst the rubble, a silent testament to the destructive power unleashed. His blue eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within their depths. Elsewhere, Aelin stood alongside the generic monster, the scene around them engulfed in flames. A voice echoed, revealing, "I reduced his magic resistance, but given he is a mango's rank human, he won't die with just that." Kong stood opposite Keldian, the air thick with tension. A voice declared, "Got it. I'll take care of the rest." The hand, adorned with razor-sharp claws, prepared to dive into the fray. Kang's body surged with power, blue energy crackling around him. An explosion ripped through the landscape, the ground shattering beneath its force. Keldian lay prone, the devastation evident in his battered form. The aftermath painted a grim picture, the landscape scarred and broken. A guttural roar echoes through the scene, the red text emphasizing the raw power. Despite being a traveler, Keldian observes the runes, noting that dropping so many implies the deaths of quite a few people. The runes glow with an eerie light beneath Keldian's feet. Amidst the burning city, a generic monster declares that they can't let the advance party take everything. The monster urges the others to get in there and grab what they can. Keldian stands on a cliff overlooking the burning city, confident that there shouldn't be any problems. The antagonist observes that the second team seems to be about 20 people. Keldian muses that they should have improved their senses. Hansu's eyes narrow as he senses a chaotic energy flying this way, unable to believe that someone would think to come here. The sound of flapping echoes as a dragon's wing beats through the air. The dragon's wing continues to beat, propelling it forward. A group of figures flies towards the burning city, silhouetted against the sky. A figure stands tall amidst the burning city, surveying the destruction. G-Guarded Baron exclaims in shock. A figure looks down, their expression unreadable. The figure wonders about the strength of someone. A group of figures stands together, a dragon flying overhead. One of the figures declares that it is not worth it, and they are going to retreat. Another figure expresses anger at those who would face a warrior and then run. The figure questions if they would leave dirty traitors with no honor nor faith. A figure states they are well aware that someone is kidnapping their tribesmen. A voice speaks of gathering the essence of Lazar, declaring that those who would take even children to extract essence do not deserve one iota of mercy. The figure declares that someone's ilk are not worth remembering the names of. A figure unleashes the White Tiger's rampage. An unseen force slams into someone, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A city is engulfed in a devastating red energy blast, buildings crumbling under the immense power. Figures cloaked in red stand amidst the ruins, their presence ominous against the backdrop of destruction. A lone figure is beset by multiple attackers, their movements a blur of violence. Wounded and bleeding, a figure with a red scarf grits their teeth against the pain. A dragon soars through the sky, its silhouette a stark contrast against the bright blue. An attack descends from above, targeting a figure who can only brace for impact. Someone muses internally. I thought his energy was intense. The man observes, but seeing that level of power, it looks like G-Guarded Baron is here. A foot clad in ornate armor prepares to strike. Another unseen force slams into a figure, the impact visible through the distortion of the air. A heavily armored figure with a long white beard stands ready, their presence radiating power. A surge of power emanates outward. A beast folk warns, "Brother, you can't. That man is Dash." Aelin is relieved. It's a relief that you're safe. Aelin looks down. A voice requests, "Just wait one moment. There's just something I would like to ask." The horned human is addressed. "You, the horned human." The speaker continues, "Why do you stand at our side despite being a human?" A character with horns looks on. The speaker states, "In order to do that, I need the help of your tribe." The speaker continues, "Although I do respect the Pope's decision, I cannot believe those that merely profess salvation." A hand grips a staff. "I ask that you show me whether you are a hero." A staff is held. The figure stands, a sword held loosely in their hand. The air crackles with energy, as if daring them to act. A voice echoes, calling them either a lunatic mired in delusions or something more. The beast folk's face is a mask of fury, teeth bared in a snarl. Their eyes burn with a fierce intensity, challenging the unseen speaker. The voice booms, demanding that they draw their sword and prove their resolve. Or a lunatic mired in his delusions. "Draw your sword and prove your resolve. I'll die if I face him half-heartedly." Aelin grips her polearm, her knuckles white as she prepares to face her opponent. "I have no other choice if I want to prove myself." Her wings spread wide. Aelin prepares for battle, her eyes narrowed with determination. The wind whips around her as Aelin lowers her stance, ready to strike. Aelin's body is surrounded by a golden aura, her resolve hardening with each passing moment. The Pope's prophecy stated that the Horned Man shall bring salvation. Was that in reference to this man? Anything is fine, human. Show me what you're capable of. The monster swings its weapon, yellow lightning crackling around the blade. It seems he studied the basics of combat. However, you will not pass with merely this. The monster continues its assault, pink energy swirling around its weapon. She retaliates, green energy erupting from her hands. The monster is struck, red energy exploding on impact. The force of the blow sends the monster hurtling backward, white energy trailing in its wake. It's calm. Hansu, my name is Tarhal Tanakam. Although I intended to hold back and end things quickly, I feel that you will be able to handle more. Enough. Kong and Tarhal Tanakam face off. Tarhal, I'm sure he has more than proven himself. Whether I believe in him or not is unimportant. As the Pope said a Horned Man is to be our savior, I was simply testing him. I never intended to kill him to begin with. In my past life, although there were calamities, there were no saviors. Is someone helping me? Don't tell me, Keldian. Did you see this coming? He couldn't have, Hansu thinks, disbelief etched on his face. Regardless, the thought echoes, this is good for me. The cat-like figure states that they must be here to take this human back with them. The figure confirms that is correct. The cat-like figure looks on. Given that this human has used Agni's sting, the cat-like figure intends to take both Kong Hansu and this man with them. True, the cat-like figure muses, I too am curious about that. The cat-like figure looks on. Even if I were to tell you the truth, the cat-like figure states, you would not believe me. The cat-like figure stands with another figure. The cat-like figure chuckles. It was quite the nostalgic sight, the cat-like figure says, so I was simply curious, but if you say so, then I will not question you any further. The cat-like figure states that since they don't know when the next attack will come, they should seek refuge. The figure responds that they will both be taking the holy path, so he will escort the cat-like figure. The cat-like figure understands, telling Tarhal Tanakam that they will be leaving it to him. Kong Hansu is told that since he intends to receive the physical strengthening technique, he is asked to come with them. He agrees. A vast landscape stretches out, with figures walking towards a distant structure. Above, dark shapes soar through the sky. Blue feathers drift downwards. A figure holds a blue feather, asking what the regular report said. Wang Kyung has awakened as a monarch, and Sophia is helping with recon. Sang Jin is continuing the farming. A close-up reveals a character's armor. Expectations. To be expected of your companions. Anyway, Hansu, although your companions seem to be progressing without issue, Tarhal Tanakam states that because he has hidden his most important possession, his cane, in the main forest. Hansu says that it seems they will have to take his artifacts from the great sanctuary. Tarhal Tanakam replies that they will have time while he is receiving the technique anyway. The old man agrees, stating that is true if Hansu goes with him. Tarhal Tanakam continues, saying it will be impossible to recover that artifact with his current strength with all the muggos in the area. Hansu assures him not to worry about that. Hansu says that he has called Choi Sang-jin to the great sanctuary, and it will be fine. Tarhal Tanakam states that he sees and understands. Tarhal Tanakam says that since they are traveling with the refugees, they have a lot of time, and asks if he may speak with Shane, as he would like to tell him of all that has happened so far. Hansu replies that he has got it, and will try to connect with him. Hansu stands with Tarhal Tanakam in a teleportation circle. The Cross of Providence clan house. The sun casts a warm glow on the city's architecture. Inside a grand room, Keldian, Iris, and Hansu stand together, discussing their next move. Keldian remarks that getting this far in a week is amazing. Iris replies that normally, it would take at least a year to reach 30%. Iris continues, saying that after passing 50%, the Buladi stopped raising her runes as much. Keldian suggests that it would be okay to hand the dungeon rights back, as it becomes much harder to go past 50%. Keldian looks thoughtful. It took forever to get to 95%. Iris says that once you pass 50%, you're about strong enough to start messing with muggos, and asks if they want to go muggos hunting. Hansu states that he has a prior arrangement with Hansu, so he'd prefer to be left out. Hansu says that he has a debt he owes to Kong Hansu. A request is made to focus on rune farming and to be left out of other activities. Iris asks if someone had something to ask of her. Iris stands, awaiting a response. An instruction is given to take care of something before dealing with muggos. Choi Sang-jin states that he understands. Iris declares that only Sophia will accompany her and the intelligence team. Iris says she will make sure to do what is asked of her and tells someone not to worry. Hansu expresses that he has hopes up. A large blue bird flies through the air. Iris, Hansu, and another figure walk together, each accompanied by a small blue bird. Hansu expresses confusion. The pink-haired woman looks on, a question forming on her lips. Iris asks if something has happened. The man implores her to listen closely. He explains that Kong Hansu just asked him to infiltrate the Laralarol clan and poach their members. The group is rendered in a chibi style. Iris says that Kong Hansu is telling them to poach the members instead of going over there himself. The man states that poaching members is no different than a declaration of war between monarchs, adding that Hansu's demands are absurd. Envy Aaron declares that this is no laughing matter. Iris asks if he is asking her for help, stating that it's not like she's uninvolved. Iris apologizes, saying that it was funny. Envy Aaron asks what he should help with, admitting that he doesn't really get what kind of order this is. Envy Aaron says that Hansu told him to make himself a criminal of some sort and naturally make his way into the Laralarol clan. She considers the request, acknowledging that spreading wanted posters might not be enough to convince others of their intentions. Envy Aaron admits that their city has a surprising number of Laralarol clan spies. Iris believes Kong Hansu is asking her to commit an actual crime. He reveals that he was told to destroy part of the ramparts, but regardless, he will help her out. Envy Aaron wonders if that means she would actually be wanted for that, questioning if that's okay. Iris doesn't get it, but he said he'd follow Kong Hansu's orders without question, wondering why he's the only one doing these kinds of things. A chibi-style character suggests that it's because Iris looks the most evil. Envy Aaron reiterates that regardless, he'll help her out. She instructs him to look for Terras as soon as he reaches the Laralarol clan, explaining that he's a spy they planted in their clan, so he'll help him out. A chibi-style character admits he doesn't know if this will work out, but he'll be counting on her. Meanwhile, two figures stand near a towering city wall, one with his hand raised to his head. Hansu hesitated, sweat beading on his brow. He wasn't even sure if this was the right thing to do. Having come this far, the reincarnated knew he couldn't just back out. All that's left is to take action. From the town below, a shout echoed. Thief! The clan's rune stores have been robbed. The cry rang out again. Thief! The clan's rune stores have been robbed. It's begun. The durability has reached its limits. Kong Hansu prepared himself. This is likely the last attack I can make. The attack initiated, a surge of pink energy erupting around him. The pink energy intensified, swirling around him. The attack impacted with devastating force. The message rings out. The southern wall has been breached. The order is given to capture the intruder. Someone shouts that the intruder has been located. One of the men shouts that the intruder is at 12 o'clock. Someone comments that they are well trained. Someone exclaims that they can't believe they're already here. Kong Hansu is seen. Kong Hansu's hand is shown. Kong Hansu uses the skill Haze of Solitude to hide his body. A woman holds up a ring, explaining that it grants invisibility. The ring's effect lasts 1 hour and requires a full day to recharge, so its use must be carefully considered. A hand clenches, activating something. The command to activate is given. Someone is shocked by a sudden disappearance. Figures stand atop a wall, silhouetted against the night sky. Wang Qiang has successfully infiltrated. If it were a normal monarch's orders, there is a chance that a clan member might decide not to follow them. An explosion erupts. Wang Qiang's control as a monarch is particularly strong, allowing him to follow orders that resemble a suicide attack. It was thanks to this specialty that many clans fell apart in the past. Now that he is one of my companions, if I can make use of his specialties, I'll be able to destroy the Laralarol clan from the inside. Kong Hansu is found. We've received permission to enter the Great Sanctuary. That was faster than expected. You are a guest brought here according to the Pope's prophecy, so the decision was made quickly. More importantly, I heard from Aelin. You and the elder with you have saved my sister twice now. Protecting the weak is a warrior's ideal. I swear to repay this grace, in the honor of Guarded Baron. A warrior's ideal. What a nice phrase. Kong Hansu will gratefully accept. Keldian smirks, stating that he thought Hansu would do so. Blades, he admits to having taken a liking to Hansu's character. Keldian tells Hansu that if he receives the physical strengthening technique, he will be a warrior like them, wishing him luck. The pair walks forward. Although brief, as they crossed, the building looms ahead. Although this may be unnecessary, Keldian warns Hansu that the one inside is among the seed of the 13. As they have led them for 500 years, he asks Hansu to mind his manners, stating that he does not wish to see his sister's savior die. Hansu replies that he understands and will be careful. Keldian wonders aloud about the seed of the 13. A hand pushes open the door, Keldian stating that his part here is done and wishing Hansu to enter and do his best. The door creaks open. A blinding light emanates from within. The hall is lined with armored figures, their faces obscured by helmets. Two massive swords flank a throne at the far end of the chamber. The guards stand motionless, their hands gripping the shafts of their polearms. Seated on the throne, a figure with long white hair and a neatly trimmed mustache clasps his hands together. Odion says, I appreciate that you have answered my call. A title card identifies the figure as Odion, Great Sanctuary of the main head priest. Odion continues, his voice echoing through the hall. Odion, you're exactly the same as you were in my past life. Kong Hansu's expression remains unreadable as he listens to Odion's words. Hansu takes a step forward, his boots echoing on the stone floor. Odion's voice booms, that's not the case now. However, just because we are not equal does not mean he will reject my proposals. Odion rises from his throne, his robes flowing around him. Odion's voice cuts through the silence. Enough. However, head priest. As I remember, the prophecy stated that a horned human would save the world. Odion listens intently, his expression unreadable. I don't believe Tarhal would make such a mistake, yet. Kong Hansu, now wreathed in golden energy, asks, do you mean this? Yellow energy crackles around his legs as he stands on the steps. Has horns. That man is. Odian's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on Hansu. If you truly are our savior, then receiving the physical strengthening technique is surely not the end. Have you planned what to do next? Hansu stands tall, the golden energy swirling around him. Hansu declares, I intend to heal Lazar. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a tunic. The crowd murmurs, Keldian demanding to know what Hansu intends to do with Lord Lazar, and how he plans to heal the diseased land. Aylin's face contorts in fury, her voice a feral snarl. How dare you? A voice from the shadows declares that everything Hansu has stated is the truth. Hansu stands beside Odian, the two facing the growing unrest. Aylin's rage intensifies, her words laced with venom. Shut up. Do you think we can trust you humans? A disembodied voice booms with authority, ordering the immediate execution of those who dare to lie within the great sanctuary. A figure shrouded in shadow muses. Is that so? It seems that I appear human to you. Aylin's disbelief reaches a fever pitch. What nonsense are you spouting now? What else could you possibly be? The shadowed figure's eyes widen, a hint of something inhuman flickering within. Odian raises his hands, golden spears materializing around him, crackling with divine energy. The figure's feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to unleash the spears. The cat-like figure senses something, recognizing the magic wavelength. The figure exclaims in disbelief, unable to accept what they are sensing. He confirms the cat-like figure's suspicions, stating, That's right, Odian. Odian presents a figure cloaked in red and gold, surrounded by floating golden swords. The cat-like figure asks for forgiveness, acknowledging the hero of the past. The cat-like figure realizes that the prophecy they received has come true in its entirety. Odian announces to all who can hear that the figure's name is Tekaran-e-Kalu. Odian explains that Tekaran is one of the seeds of 13 that were spread across the world 500 years ago, returned to bring the savior that will secure their future. Odian commands everyone to kneel before him. The assembled crowd obeys, kneeling before Tekaran-e-Kalu. Tekaran-e-Kalu states that he respects Odian completely. Odian commands everyone to fear not, and to follow him. Tekaran-e-Kalu stands within the temple, his expression contemplative. A voice echoes, stating that even after all the heroes left, including him, the traditions of Acheron have been maintained. Odian, the cat-like figure, listens intently. He confirms that everything is as it was when Tekaran-e-Kalu was last there. Tekaran-e-Kalu begins a ritual, chanting about the temple doors of golden tears. He prays for the guidance of their forefathers so that their path forward will be revealed. A surge of golden energy erupts as he commands the doors to open. The temple doors begin to shift, the ancient mechanisms groaning. Dust motes dance in the air as the doors slowly grind open. The massive doors continue to open, revealing the interior. Beyond the doors lies a vast library, its shelves stretching into the distance, filled with countless tomes. Odian asks Tekaran-e-Kalu if he will be able to carry out the technique immediately. He explains that due to the lack of holy water, it will take about 3 months to complete the preparations. That's quite a long time, he thinks, but understands since they are both present. The man's expression is unreadable. There will be no problems invoking the technique, so they should prepare immediately. If it will take 3 months, Hansu will go and contact his comrades first. He would like the other man to complete his preparations by then. If he says so, the other man will call when preparations are complete. He is counting on him. A magical circle hums with power. The circle glows with an eerie light. Preparations are complete on their side, but what about the humans? Jotun, Pope of the Grashi tribe, awaits news. Hansu is in the middle of collecting supplies. Also, they are in the process of restructuring, so it will take some time. A voice emphasizes the need for haste, stating that the more time passes, the closer someone's wife grows to death. Jotun asks if Keldian understands what he needs to do in order to save the wife. Keldian's expression hardens, a steely resolve etched on his face. Keldian demands to know when the invasion will take place, ready to act immediately if necessary. Jotun responds with approval, stating that Keldian's spirit is good. Jotun's gaze intensifies, a hint of anticipation flickering in his red eyes. A voice declares that it will take about half a month to reach the temple, urging them to finish their preparations in 3 days. A glowing orb pulsates with an ethereal light, casting an eerie glow on the surroundings. A booming voice announces that the war has begun. A horde of wolf-like figures gathers, their red eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Falling through the air, the impact of the wind buffets Keldian. He crashes to the ground, dust exploding around him. Tekaran curses under his breath. That's Tekaran, and then there's that weird human. Quickly, he has to tell Sir Jotun. Panting heavily, Tekaran tries to catch his breath. He glances around, paranoia creeping into his voice. There's nobody here, right? Odian speaks, his voice calm and measured. That the loudest one was the traitor. A sinister smile spreads across Tekaran's face. The spear pierces through Aylin's body. The weapon continues its assault. The spear strikes again, the force of the blow sending Aylin reeling. Aylin cries out in pain. Keldian wields the spear, ready for another strike. Aylin, wounded and enraged, demands, "WH, what are you doing?" Keldian shouts, "Come out and scathe dash." Keldian prepares to strike again, the spear aimed directly at Aelin. Aelin is struck. A voice declares, I am an inquisitor. Keldian's face is contorted in pain and rage. An unseen assailant attacks with a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. The figure shouts, don't you know what will happen to you if you dash? The attack lands, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the air. Bloodied and battered, Keldian's expression is one of agony. A desperate plea rings out, please, please stop. A fist clenches, knuckles white with strain. A voice asks, when is the invasion? A voice responds, I'm sure you know. Keldian, his face a mask of pain, listens intently. The speaker continues, they will depart 2 days from now at the latest. She begs, hoping to be spared. Then, you'll let me live now, won't you? Kong Hansu's expression hardens. He declares, I don't intend to let any traitors live from now on. Aelin retorts, you dare? Her face contorts in rage. She screams, are you playing fucking games with Dash? A surge of magical energy crackles around Hansu. Kong Hansu prepares to unleash his attack. Dive 0. Aelin trembles in fear. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, striking Aelin. The dark energy engulfs her completely. Even in the past, Clementine had not betrayed humanity. We would not have fallen to ruin. This fate befits a traitor. Become rune points for me, and contribute something to the world. Well, that's that, but I can't take a traitor's words at face value. During the 3 months I'll be receiving the technique, it is a foregone conclusion that they will invade us at some point. Although it's a little unsettling to have a factor outside of my control. That is the reason why I've gathered allies and brought them here with me. The message reads, Sangjin 288-111-33. These are the Great Sanctuary's coordinates. Come here. It's quite far, so leave immediately and become stronger with Techeron. I'll be gone taking care of other business for 3 months. To Sangjin. The message reads, I must receive the technique for the next 3 months. I've heard that our enemies have finished their preparations for war. I'd like you to buy as much time as you can. To Wonkyung. I will call for reinforcements from the Red Zone. Preparations will take about 2 weeks. When the time comes, I'd like for Envy Aaron to be the one. The message reads, to train them, Sangjin will contact you regarding any further developments. To Sophia. For the next 3 months. Hansu is on his way. With their combined strength. Hansu sighs. Iris thinks they must hold out. A message appears, preparations are complete. Please come. From Techeron. It's done. Since the preparations are complete, on his way to the chamber, he'll have to contact Shane as well. Their reinforcements will consist of 100 king bees. And if he leaves them with Techeron and Sangjin, then he's sure they'll be of help. A room filled with beds awaits. The pain, Tarhal Tanakam explains, will be as great as being lacking in holy water, though he believes Hansu will be able to withstand it as the prophesied human. He asks if that is all right with him. Hansu, shirtless and strapped into the device, replies that it doesn't matter. Tarhal Tanakam acknowledges Techeron's presence, stating that he will begin. The machinery hums to life, bathing the chamber in an eerie blue glow. The energy intensifies, swirling around the central mechanism. The machine whirs, its gears grinding as the process begins. Tarhal Tanakam watches intently, his expression unreadable. A voice cries out, warning of the restraints. Hansu grits his teeth, steeling himself. All right, he says. Inside the machine, Hansu is encased in a cocoon of blue energy. The machine intensifies its output, bathing the room in a blinding orange light. Hansu's face is partially obscured by a mask, but his eyes are visible, reflecting the blue light. He plunges his hand into the cool, viscous liquid. The liquid envelopes his arm, a strange tingling sensation spreading through his veins. A swirling vortex of crimson and gold fills his vision, a chaotic dance of energy. Although he thought he had grown used to pain, the pain is far greater than he had expected. He plummets through a blinding light, the world a kaleidoscope of fractured images. The sensation of falling intensifies, a dizzying rush of air against his face. The world around him glows with an unnatural light. Sir Techeron says, although I believe it would be best for you to receive it as well. Techeron continues, my apologies, because the crown of thorns was stolen from me. I don't assume you treated it carelessly. Techeron finishes, given the lack of priests, I'm sure you too have your circumstances. He and Techeron stand within the treasury. For now, they will head to the treasury, preparing for the coming chaos. Techeron states that he understands and suggests they leave. The pair walk through the grand hall. The Sunhide Totem, a wand of life bearing the power of the sun, belonging to Galleon A. Kalu, one of the 13 heroes, rests on a pedestal. Techeron thinks of his close friend, Galleon. It is a rule that a pope would only use the weapon they were bestowed with, and none other. Given that they are at war, Techeron asks for understanding and forgiveness. Techeron declares that he will be borrowing the weapon for a time. Techeron notes that he sees Sir Galleon's weapon and believes it to be a fitting choice until Galleon can recover it. Hansu tells Techeron to manage to recover his weapon. Techeron agrees, stating that it will be a great aid. Techeron holds the Sunhide Totem, stating that it is only for the moment. Techeron recalls Hansu's last moments while traveling to another world. Hansu reveals that Techeron buried the soul transfer device, Teacher, and is recovering it in the present. A voice declares that the current state will be difficult, and another voice agrees. Techeron, holding a staff, acknowledges the difficulty, adding that they are on the subject. Tekaran continues, stating that while traveling between worlds, he has become a traveler, much like the humans. As a result, Tekaran explains that he can use runes to grow stronger, a faint smile playing on his lips as he holds a glowing rune. The cat-like figure states that they shall assign a few guards to Tekaran. Tekaran replies that it is all right. A voice announces that another human guest will be arriving soon, and that they will be traveling with him. The cat-like figure responds, as you will. The scene shifts to an aerial view of the Kaltira clan base. The camera zooms in on a section of the base, showing its intricate structure. The perspective shifts to a closer view of the base, with two figures standing outside a building. Suddenly, an explosion erupts. The explosion engulfs the area, sending debris flying in all directions. An explosion rocks the area. A panicked voice cries out, reporting a fire and the destruction of supplies. Someone shouts for water to extinguish the blaze. Several hours later, a voice wonders why this is happening to them. One of the workers laments that all they do is work and can't even have fun, questioning if being given clothes is everything. Another worker expresses his frustration at having to do manual labor. A shovel lies on the ground. A man comments on the workers toiling away in such a place. The man demands to know who they are and asks if they want to fight. A voice replies that they have no interest in such a thing, stating they have placed themselves under a monarch that recently came to Kaltira. It seems that abilities have increased by 20 to 30%. Because of that, immediate participation in pillaging was possible. What do you think about joining the Cross clan? 20 to 30%? That's on the level of the top of the Lerolero clan. If I'm going to be slaving away like this, of course I'd join instead. Me too. I'll join too. Yeah, I'd rather join than keep doing this bullshit. Let's get. I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect you. However, it won't be long. I'm sure our daughter is watching you from the heavens. That's why you have to live. I'll make sure you open your eyes again. A figure sits before a large tube. However, many of Acheron's must be sacrificed. Just wait a little longer. I'll protect you until then, regardless of what kind of monster I become. The tube glows with an eerie light. A distant rumble echoes through the structure. The source of the disturbance remains unseen. Choi Sang-jin stands over a kneeling figure. Gunwoo asks, "Brother, you were here?" Choi Sang-jin adjusts his glasses, responding, "You see, our stores were attacked, so we will likely have to delay our invasion." Choi Sang-jin states, "I heard the explosion." Choi Sang-jin continues, "Handle it however you see fit. Is that all you have to report?" Choi Sang-jin adds, "There is also a monarch that came to us from the Cross of Providence clan." Choi Sang-jin adjusts his gloves. A narration box states, "Travelers whose stats were too low to join any other clan." Choi Sang-jin's expression hardens as a narration box states, his unusual monarch trait, he is gathering forces at an unprecedented rate. Choi Sang-jin says, "I heard from Terrace. It's a special trait that raises your stats a fair amount." A narration box states, "But all the travelers in Kaltira are criminal scum anyway. We'll use anything as long as it helps revive Seonyo. Since Plan A is in ruins, they need to pillage the surrounding villages." One of the figures states that he will go meet with Jotun, so the other should go do his part. The other figure agrees, and says he'll be off then. The figure walks away. Seonyo thinks that things will take a little longer. A voice promises to finish it quickly and return, asking someone to wait for him. A figure sits on a throne. Even the strongest of Acheron's warriors. Someone would not find enduring 3 months of pain an easy task. It could be. Someone realizes that they have killed their savior with their own hands. Please, bear with it. Oh, savior. A figure is submerged in water. Although his body is essentially asleep, Jotun's mind is awake, so he can still feel the pain. Just bearing with it is too much. He'll awaken Nirmaha with the runes he's saved up. Jotun's hand glows as he attempts to use the runes. The number of orange runes is insufficient. He figures that it wouldn't work. Jotun recalls, "I used the runes I gained from killing the Mugos rank, so I had hope, but I guess the third unlock was too much. 3 months of this. This is going to be tough. HM. The coordinates are x288, y111, z33, so." He states that at this rate, they'll get there in a week. A monstrous eye peers out from a rocky crevice. A dragon-like creature soars through the sky. Kong cries out as he falls. Hansu thinks that Envy Aaron was definitely obedient and well-behaved, but he doubts it would have abandoned its owner if that were true. A massive, blue-scaled monster looms, its jaws agape. 4 figures stand in the distance, dwarfed by the snowy landscape. One of them wonders if there are 4 of them. Kong Hansu's eyes widen in alarm. He thinks that he has to hurry to Hansu right now. The monster's foot crashes down, sending a shockwave through the ground. The monster roars, its massive form casting a long shadow. The monster's claws extend, ready to strike. The monster's shadow looms over the landscape. Kong Hansu is pressed for time, damn it. A close-up of the monster's face reveals its menacing expression. Kong Hansu thinks that it can't be helped, and that he'll buy some time. And look for an opportunity to escape. The monster uses Phantom Mirage. He activates Phantom Mirage, creating 7 phantom copies, each attacking with 70% of his stats. A surge of blue energy emanates from him as the phantoms materialize. One of the phantoms lunges at a monster, blurring into motion. A phantom's hand glows with intense blue energy, preparing to strike. An unseen force slams into a monster, sending it reeling. Another phantom attacks with a sword, the blade crackling with red energy. Kong Hansu leaps forward, his own blade a streak of crimson light. He slashes at a monster, the air whistling with the speed of his attack. His foot lands heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kong stands ready, panting, blood staining his arm. There are still 3 of them left. Getting pushed back like this. The remaining monsters rush forward, their eyes burning with savage intent. Kong Hansu's expression hardens with determination. That's it, it has to retreat. A blinding flash of light descends. The lightning strikes the monster. The lightning continues to strike the monster. The monster is engulfed in a blinding light. The monster is being attacked by lightning. That's lightning splitter. Did Hansu use that? No, that can't be. Then who? The man stands tall, his gaze unwavering. The man's feet are planted firmly on the ground. Who are you? How are you able to use lightning splitter? It's our first time meeting. My name is... The figure, draped in a dark scarf, looks up with a soft expression. A voice mused. That was more powerful than I had expected. I was surprised. The blonde-haired figure's expression is thoughtful. Hansu chuckled. Ah, well, thank you for your help. Hansu questioned. There should only be one lightning splitter. How did you do that? The blonde figure looks down at Hansu, who stands before them. The sound of something breaking echoes. A sword is shown. The figure winces, seemingly in pain, as they acknowledge someone's incredible speed. Sitting down, Iris reflects on her father's warning not to ascend until she was ready, but acknowledges the level of ability shown would be difficult to stop. Iris explains that her strength is due to psychometry and asks if the other person is alright, hoping she wasn't too rough. Iris insists that she is tougher than she looks, and that the other person doesn't need to worry about her. A description of psychometry is shown, the ability to read the past memories, emotions, or other remnants of an event by touching or concentrating on a target. The figure is impressed to win against Shane. Keldian states that if they intend to aid their savior, then he would like to provide some aid as well. Iris asks how he intends to help, addressing him as Miss Queen Bee. The figure states that they have produced 3 of the elite soldiers, as well as 100 soldiers. The figure says that they will send them up alongside Iris, Lady Kiriel. The figure says that if she says that, Miss Queen Bee, then he can't just let her go empty-handed. A replica of the lightning splitter is shown. The figure asks her to take the replica, even though it is just a prototype, as it is charged with the World Tree's energy. Although not on the level of Thunderstorm, it will be enough for a single, powerful strike. The figures in the background express their gratitude to Mr. Shane, promising to make good use of it. Iris thanks Lady Queen Bee, her expression one of mild surprise. Choi Sang-jin holds up the weapon, a replica of the lightning splitter. He states, ah, then, what you have now is a replica, right? A flashback shows a massive beast being struck by a powerful attack. A voice says, I guess. I already used Thunderstorm. Choi Sang-jin, his face contorted with jealousy, thinks, so it's nothing more than a normal spear now though. Damn it, I'm so jealous. She has the same weapon as Hansu. A narration box explains, the real Thunderstorm is on a whole different level, after all. Since it's a replica, I guess its power is on a smaller scale as well. Well, it was able to kill Ouroboros with a single strike. Iris asks, really? She continues, I was there myself, but I wasn't able to see Sir Kong Hansu's strength, which was a shame. Ah, also I heard about you. Choi Sang-jin looks surprised as Iris says, they said you have an incredible amount of trust in Sir Kong Hansu. Choi Sang-jin responds, well, that's right. A narration box reveals, Hansu was my role model starting from the tutorial, after all, the carnivorous beast, and the red zone's calamities. He's just incredible. Iris smiles, stating, so you've been supporting him from the tutorial. Choi Sang-jin asks, do you mind if I call you Sangjin Sunbi? I feel like it suits you. A chibi-style figure stares wide-eyed, a question hanging in the air, Sun? Bae? A wave of emotion washes over someone, their face contorted in a mix of confusion and intensity. What is this feeling in my chest? A gloved hand adjusts a tie, a subtle smile playing on the character's lips. I like it. A character beams, radiating approval. It seems like you truly do understand just how great Hansu is. A blonde-haired figure clasps their hands together, a joyful expression lighting up their face. Yes, I look forward to working with you. The word Sunbae hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement. A figure with white hair and a staff inquires. You're on your way to meet Sir Kong Hansu, right? Do you mind if I go with you? A voice responds enthusiastically. Oh, of course you can. Let's go together. Follow me, hubby. A vast desert stretches out, the sun beating down on the arid landscape. Distant figures move across the sands. 1 week later, at noon. The desert landscape continues, now revealing a distant city shimmering in the heat. A voice expresses gratitude for being allowed to use Mind's Eye. The speaker notes that Shane seems to be doing well, though it was only through memories. The other voice replies that their worries are being assuaged. On top of that, Keldian adds a further thought. A voice remarks that even though it is only a replica, he would reproduce Lightning Splitter. Kiriel states that the other's son is incredible. Keldian expresses his gladness that he was able to meet humans like them, adding that his son really is something. A voice declares that they always welcome the righteous with open arms. In order for this lightning splitter to be capable of thunderstorm once more, a voice states that they will make sure to charge it with Odian, although it will likely break after using thunderstorm once more. Close up on Keldian's hands holding the lightning splitter. As soon as the war begins, it will be a great boon. A voice wonders if they would go that far. Kirill looks on. Keldian asks how he could ever repay them, stating that since he used mind's eye on them, he knows he can trust them. Keldian smiles, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda. Keldian adds that while they're on the topic, if there is anything among his personal armory that catches their eye, they should feel free to take it. Kirill responds with a cheerful nice. Thank you very much. The pair stand in a grand hallway, lined with weapons and artifacts. Displayed prominently are the Blades of Malady, a set of daggers used by the legendary assassin of the Grashi tribe, Sekmare. The description notes that however small the wound, this blade will infect and kill their enemies. Hansu holds a weapon, commenting that these look pretty good. Keldian exclaims, wait, that weapon is. Hansu wonders aloud why he can't take this one. Hansu examines the weapon closely, his expression curious. The system message reveals that Burning Mirage has taken a liking to Choi Sang-jin, and Choi Sang-jin has been given the cursed possession status. Kong Hansu grits his teeth, a visible strain etched across his face as the thorny vines constrict his arms. A voice questions what is going on, mentioning cursed weapons. Keldian clutches his head, a look of dawning horror spreading across his face. Oh no, he mutters. Keldian apologizes, explaining that he should have told them beforehand, but it has been several centuries. Hansu states that it doesn't hurt at all. The voice asks what the cursed possession thing is, explaining that it is a curse that causes immense pain when removed from your body. The voice continues, explaining that whether you go to the bathroom or take a shower, you must always have it on your person, and even letting go of one of them would cause immense pain. The voice warns that if you let go of both of them, then you might even die. It's that kind of curse. Hansu and Kirill react with surprise. The voice states that they should be fine as long as they are careful, but it would be a problem if they don't know just how bad the pain is, so how about they try letting one of them go now? Kirill points a finger, emphasizing the danger. Hansu, staring at the cursed item, says that he guesses he should give it a try. He writhes in agony, the cursed item sending jolts of pain through his body. The cursed chains tighten around his wrist, glowing with a malevolent purple energy. Gasping for breath, Hansu declares that he will never let go of them again. Iris looks on with concern. Iris apologizes, admitting she didn't think it would be that bad. Hansu insists that he needs to know how dangerous it is himself. Keldian muses about what professional experimentation is taking place. Although it is rather awkward asking this after seeing that, Keldian asks if there are any weapons that have caught Hansu's eye. Iris asks if there aren't any problems with taking this weapon. Keldian looks on. Precise magical control is needed, so it is rather difficult to make use of. A small smile graces Kirill's face. A relief then, she exclaims, her hand outstretched towards Hansu. Golden energy erupts from Kirill, filling the room with a warm, vibrant light. The golden aura intensifies, swirling around her feet and illuminating the chamber. Keldian watches with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening in surprise. Kirill lowers her hand, the golden energy subsiding. If your magic power continues to be expelled, then all your magic will, she warns. Keldian observes, his gaze fixed on Kirill. Her magic control is on the level of a pope. He muses, then turns to Hansu. Really humans? Continue to surprise me, Keldian thinks to himself. Keldian turns to Hansu, a glint in his eye. Oh, hunting. Sounds good. Hansu clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. I'd like to get stronger quickly, so I can help. Kirill watches Hansu, her expression thoughtful. A figure floats suspended in a large, cylindrical tube filled with a strange, blue liquid. Keldian's gaze softens, a hint of concern in his eyes. Please hold on for the remaining time. A guest has arrived, and with them, a girl. It was strange, as Shane was only asked to send reinforcements. The figure remains in a bright light. There's another person. Who could it be? 2 weeks ago. At Tarnas, the southern gate of the Cross of Providence clan, a figure stands guard. Sophia did ask me to train the reinforcements, but the woman considers the situation. Just who are these reinforcements? It's been so long since the last time someone has come up from the red zone, so I have no clue what's going on down there. Below, a vast number of figures are gathered. A close-up of the woman's back. The woman is shocked. What is that? Those are the reinforcements. Suspended in a bucket-like container, a figure is carried through the air by a swarm of insect-like creatures. The swarm navigates a dark, cavernous space, their movements precise and coordinated. A figure sits in a basket being carried by insect-like creatures. A hand rests on a surface. A group of figures are surrounded by insect-like creatures. A figure stands on a platform. A light, blue-haired figure asks, "Hey, are you guys the reinforcements?" The figure wonders if they took down all the calamities and converted monsters to their side. A blonde-haired figure responds, "Yes, that's right. Soon, a great war will be upon us." The figure adds that in order to be of help during this fight, she, who was once called a calamity of the King Bee Royal Guard, Win says, "Nice to meet ya, human." The King Bee Royal Guard, Fire, states, "I've heard that you are able to train us." The King Bee Royal Guard, Water, says, "I'll be counting on you, Yuni." A light blue-haired figure states, well, alright. We've decided to provide support. The figure says that this is also a good chance to take care of the Laralarol clan, and that they will make sure to train them well. Inside a grand hall, Lady Kiriel sits across from another figure at a round table. Hands rest on an ornate book. Kiriel recalls that they were able to grow stronger as quickly as Kong Hansu was. She asks if the other figure plans to skip rune farming and immediately head off, despite having a replica of the lightning splitter. The other figure states that they intend to leave soon. Kiriel explains that she was able to follow their traces using psychometry, but they're growing fainter by the day. Kiriel continues, saying that if Hansu's traces are growing weaker, then they can just follow Sangjin. Kiriel adds that if things go well, they might even meet him along the way. Kiriel presents a small, golden device. She explains that these are fly walkers, and if they attach them to their shoes, they can fly, adding that it's convenient, and they should take them. A character thanks another for their help. The second character dismisses it, saying it's not a big deal. A voice declares that they will leave right away, and requests a carrier pigeon be sent once they arrive. The scene shifts to the Laralarol clan Kaltira, Sector 21. An aerial view reveals a sprawling settlement in a desert landscape. One of the figures explains that the rule is that if they manage to escape, they'll be allowed to live, and orders them to run with their lives on the line. A team leader is informed that the preparations are complete. A voice requests that someone come forward. Another voice acknowledges the request. Kyle Dawson, 21st Sector team leader, is shown. One of the figures states that if they win, they'll have to hand over all the girls they got this time. Another figure scoffs, saying, in your dreams, and promises to get them all in one shot. A figure tells a group to get ready. Two figures are shown kneeling. A voice commands, go. A flurry of attacks rains down upon the desert landscape, the combatants obscured by dust and speed. The clash of steel and the impact of blows echo through the air. A warrior with a determined smirk prepares to unleash a devastating attack, a purple aura emanating from his body. A hail of projectiles streaks through the air, closing in on their unseen target. The ground trembles as the battle intensifies. A monstrous roar tears through the battlefield, a beast's fury unleashed. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of shouts, their voices a mix of awe and terror. One of them shouts, that's our team leader. The force of an unseen impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The warrior smirks, muttering to himself, I really am him. A voice declares, 10 lively beasts is nothing. A figure stands silhouetted against the towering structure, the battle raging below. A voice exclaims, one of them survived. That's 9 points. The man clenches his fist, a determined look etched on his face. Keldian's expression twists into a sinister sneer. A figure plummets from the sky. Aelin winces, her face contorted in pain. A figure crashes down on another, sending up a cloud of dust. An explosion erupts, engulfing the area in flames and debris. Caught in the blast, a figure is thrown back by the force of the explosion. The group discusses the situation. One of them says, if you crush it into bits, how are we supposed to count whole numbers of points? The man raises his fist, exclaiming, who cares? You can just count however many corpses there are. Keldian's face contorts in anger as he thinks, what utter filth. Especially Kyle Dawson. That man is the biggest problem. His hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with rage. He's a piece of absolute garbage that partakes in all sorts of unspeakable acts. The man looks up, a surprised expression on his face. Someone suggests to Won Kyung, who is the vice team leader, to try something, saying it's pretty fun. The individual declines, stating they are not interested in such games. Having conveyed the order, the character states they will head off first with their clan members. Another character agrees, letting them go ahead, while thinking it's boring. It's said that someone ran off with a bunch of runes from Envy Aaron's clan, leading the speaker to believe they'd be fun, but they are boring. The scene is set in Kaltira, Sector 28. A group of beast folk stand together, preparing for something. Addressing his brothers and sisters, one of the beast folk states that the land of Lazar is rotting away and the heavens can no longer support them. A voice proclaims that the great hero of Acheron, Ilkadian, has a revelation for them all. The instruction is given to offer up the holy water of Nagar to awaken the soul transfer device. The beast folk declares that they are the chosen ones. Jotun proclaims that their fate will be written in blood, and the death of Lazar will be their beginning. As Nagar has done, by extracting the holy water and injecting it into Lazar, it will be possible to maintain this withered land. They offer all their research and technology, and the resources they've plundered. Take the place of Acheron. How is it, Coffin Emperor? The Coffin Emperor listens intently. For the sake of you who will be left behind, do as you wish. I don't care as long as you keep your promise to me. Of course. The Coffin Emperor looks forward to seeing them rip and tear, until it is done. A soldier raises his fist in anticipation. The soldier's excitement grows. Humans, your leader has given his permission. The 1st Vanguard Guerrilla Unit, led by Commander Kyle Dawson and Vice Commander Lee Won-kyung, prepares for battle. The unit consists of 100 Luro clan members, 300 Crown clan members, and 500 Gratian travelers. The 2nd Engineer Corps, under Commander Olsund Myro and Vice Commander Malcolm, stands ready. The unit is comprised of 300 Luro clan members and 3,700 Gratian travelers. The 3rd Magic Attack Unit, led by Jaren, stands ready. The unit consists of 300 Jotun personal guards and 200 travelers. The 4th Recon Unit, commanded by Koelin and Vice Commander Youngmi Hyung, prepares for action. The unit is comprised of 35 members from the Grashi and Luro clans. The main unit, under the command of the Coffin Emperor and Vice Commander Park Gunwoo, awaits orders. A close-up reveals the determined faces of the warriors preparing for battle. The Grashi tribe and Laralarol clan allied forces number approximately 100,000. A wolf-like figure roars, "Advance!" A monstrous maw opens wide, ready to devour the enemy. The Laralarol clan and Grashi allied forces surge forward. A vast army stands poised, a sea of warriors ready to unleash their fury. Remaining time until Kong Hansu's physical reinforcement technique ends, 36 days. 3 days after the Luro and Grashi allied forces advance, the Grand Sanctuary of the main audience chamber awaits. The Grand Sanctuary of the main audience chamber stands in majestic splendor. Jukol, elder of the Choktun tribe, declares, "In the name of the great hero Ilkadian, the warriors of the forest of the main shall provide support." A voice declares, "In the name of Sir Ilkadian, if it is for the sake of Lord Lazar who sustains our land, we would gladly help." Karanal, Kalpiri tribe deputy elder, is introduced. A figure seated on a throne states, "We will not forget the help you've provided coming at a moment's notice." A voice booms, "Here, all warriors of our tribe." A wolf-like figure with a fierce expression is shown. The voice continues, "In this very temple, the savior that shall revive Lazar is receiving the technique." A close-up of hands, possibly performing a ritual, is shown. A voice declares, "We have only a month until our savior shall awaken. This month is our greatest opportunity, as well as our greatest trial." A figure with a sword raises their arm, declaring, "We shall punish the wicked that dare to spread chaos and destruction to, not just the Grashi tribe, but the land of Lazar as a whole. We shall restore the land of Lazar to the luscious land of old." A voice exclaims, "A beautiful sea of green." A figure stands with energy radiating around them. The energy intensifies, with text indicating the contributors to the work. Inside a tube, Hansu is asked to use Mind's Eye at about the 2-month point. Although it doesn't quite sit right with him, Hansu remains suspended in the tube. Mind's Eye activates. Keldian plummets through a crimson sky. It seems he really isn't doing too well. His inner world has degraded this much already. "We don't have much time, so I'll be brief." "Understood. We don't have much time. Go ahead." "Although a lot has changed from my past life, in my past life, your Nagor tribe." A figure in a cat-like mask stands ready. The gates opened, allowing a group of captives to be led toward the eastern gate. The technique engraved upon the gate detonated, causing a massive explosion that led to the eastern gate falling. The figure with white hair recoiled, his expression a mask of shock. What? The man with short black hair slammed his fist on the table, his voice laced with fury. "Are you telling me they dare do that to my tribesmen? That's how they operate. They will do whatever it takes to achieve victory." The figure with wavy black hair, holding a glowing orb, declared, "There's no need for a repeat of what happened in my past life. Send Sangjin to strike their vanguard." The man with brown hair explained, "By using Songjin's monarch authority and Wangkyung's emotion sharing." A voice echoed, stating, "We should be able to save a significant number of captives." The figure with gray hair instructed, "Kyle Dawson should be at the eastern gate. So once Envy Aaron arrives, those 3 should be able to take out their vanguard unit." The figure with white hair acknowledged, "Understood. Envy Aaron should be on her way here as reinforcement, so I'll send a carrier pigeon to the eastern gate." A voice revealed, "Also, there's something you need to know, within." A monstrous voice groaned, "Your memories, I saw a HHH. It's such a pain to brute force away into an inner world." Power surged through an arm, veins glowing with an intense light. A lone figure stands in a crimson-lit cavern, the air thick with an unknown energy. A voice echoes, declaring that using Mind's Eye on Kong Hansu is now forbidden. The disembodied voice warns, "Don't do it again." A figure plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet them. The figure crashes to the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. A voice muses, "Even though there was still a mountain of things I wanted to discuss with him." The voice continues, "I didn't think it would go as far as enter his inner world to interfere with us." A figure sits cross-legged, lost in thought, the weight of the world etched on their face. A voice whispers, "Can't be helped. This war, until you awaken." A figure stands near a large, glowing tube, the fate of the world resting on their shoulders. The voice says, "We'll do our best to hold out." A blue bird soars through the sky, a symbol of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. For kilometers east of the great sanctuary of the main lies Kyle Dawson's guerrilla unit encampment. From above, the encampment appears as a collection of small structures nestled amongst the rocky terrain. 3 beast folk sit on the ground, their expressions grim. One of them states that they've been ordered to make their move. One of the figures smirks, stating that it finally begins. Someone asks to confirm the technique mentioned before, inquiring if it is ready. One of the figures responds that he was going to start when they got there, ordering someone to bring that over there. A massive hand reaches down, its intentions unclear. One of the beast folk begs, pleading for them to leave his daughter and take him instead. Someone shouts for him to shut the hell up, geezer. A pained cry echoes. One of the beast folk sobs. A beast folk remarks that the situation is bringing a tear to his eye, adding that this is where the fun starts. Another beast folk, looking shocked, asks what is happening. She is suddenly struck by an unseen force, sending her sprawling. A clawed hand materializes, crackling with purple energy. The unseen force strikes again, the impact echoing through the cavern. Aelin clutches her chest, pain contorting her features. A magical circle forms around her, pulsing with ominous energy. She screams as the magic intensifies, racking her body with agony. A voice booms, telling her that she can go back to her dad now. Aelin cowers on the ground, fear etched on her face. The voice continues, demanding that she go back, making sure she hears him. Aelin flees, her shadow stretching long behind her as she runs. She cradles her father's head, concern etched on her face. Aelin asks if he is okay. Tarhal replies that he thinks some kind of magic was cast on him, but other than that, he's fine. Tarhal's eye narrows, a hidden intensity revealed as he tells her not to worry about him. Tarhal suddenly grabs Aelin, his expression shifting to rage. He demands to know what they did to his daughter. His face contorts in fury, teeth bared in a snarl. A hand, adorned with beaded bracelets, begins to cast a spell, a swirling vortex of energy forming in its palm. The magic erupts in a violent explosion of crimson energy. The explosion illuminates the curse of self-destruction, a secret passed down through the Grashi tribe. On the caster's signal, the target will be turned into a living bomb. Meanwhile, Choi Sangjin grins, finding the situation amazing. Tarhal declares that they will place this curse on all the captives, making for a good show once they toss them back at those Nagar. Lee Wonkyung thinks to herself that at this rate, all the captives will have this curse placed on them. Her role is to sabotage them, and right now is as good a time as any. A hand clenches into a fist, a silent vow of defiance. Tarhal Tanakam tells Hansu to buy some time and get them out. A voice considers using a skill, but worries about its effectiveness degrading if used now. Hansu states to use it when things get messy. A voice instructs someone to tell Envy Aaron something. A figure flies through the air, apologizing for not being able to return. A voice declares that they knew this would happen. A figure is attacked with a red energy trail. A figure is kicked. A figure flies through the air. A voice repeats that they knew this would happen. A voice states that they'll have to get rid of any rats before the big battle. Also, Vice Commander. A voice observes that someone looks quite friendly with Terrace. The man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he voiced his suspicion. A disembodied voice commanded, demanding that Terrace be killed with one's own 2 hands as proof of loyalty. A blue bird perched on a hand, prompting a silent question. Wasn't he becoming too much like Kang Hansu? A voice sighed, noting someone's tardiness, but quickly dismissing it, declaring it was time to begin. The man's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as he demanded to know what was so amusing. A voice, laced with irritation, declared that leniency was wearing thin, followed by a sneering retort, calling the speaker utter garbage. A hand glowed with red energy, activating an emotion-sharing system. Lee Wonkyung's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with venom. That's my line, you utter garbage. Emotion-sharing activation. All members of the Crown Clan are ordered to kill all of Larollerol and Grashi. Electrical energy crackles in the air. Lee Wonkyung, clan master of the Crown Clan, has shared his emotional state. Emotion, rage state increased by 38%. The target of Lee Wonkyung's rage has been confirmed. Absolute hostility towards the Larollerol clan and Grashi tribe has been initiated. The members of the Crown Clan, eyes glowing red with fury, screamed their battle cry. Kill them. Those bastards. Kill them all. One of the members of the Crown Clan questions what is going on with these bitches. A series of orbs float in the air. The orbs continue to float. A sinister grin spreads across his face, a chilling prelude to the violence he intends to unleash. His eyes gleam with malice, a predator relishing the hunt. He scoffs, questioning if revealing his true nature was premature just because they caught one rat. The man admits his true identity, revealing he joined the vanguard with the intention of betraying them from the start. He vows to kill them all, fueled by a desire for revenge for his daughter's sake, promising they will soon understand the consequences. Orange energy crackles around Keldian's hands as he prepares to unleash his power. He wonders what price they will pay for their sins. Keldian notes that his rune count was around 50%. He thought he had used up a good amount, but he had more hidden away. He admits he was just going to mess around with him before killing him, but he can't afford that anymore. Keldian curses, realizing that once someone gets past 60%, they're Muggos rank. Keldian grits his teeth, finding the situation a pain as he prepares his next move. The text declares, Chain Reaper, cast a chain in order to slice your opponent. With a surge of power, Keldian unleashes the Chain Reaper, the chains crackling with blue and white energy as they hurtle forward. Rune absorption has finished. Lee Wonkyung's stats increase. Strength, stamina, dexterity, sense, magic power, physical resistance, and physical resistance. Keldian prepares to use Spatial Slash. Spatial Slash. The Spatial Slash tears through the battlefield. The antagonist curses. Hansu watches the battlefield. He thinks, putting on a real show, aren't you, Lee Wonkyung? He must have been real pissed off. Perfect timing. Hansu thinks, how about I show off a bit too? Hansu prepares to use a skill. One of the dungeon raiders wonders aloud why their enemies are so strong, suggesting they should run. Keldian barks at his allies to dogpile on their enemies, reminding them that they have more numbers. Hansu looks up, a confused expression on his face. Another dungeon raider questions why there are corpses. Keldian stands among the corpses, his sword dripping with blood. A figure with black hair and a sinister smile thinks to himself that as long as he has corpses, his troops are limitless, a dark promise hanging in the air. Blood streaks down his face, a grim testament to the recent battle. He clutches his hand, staring at the crimson stain. Keldian wonders if he is bleeding. He mutters, questioning if it was Kyle Dawson, because of that bitch. A manic grin stretches across Keldian's blood-smeared face. He vows to the mustached bitch that he will grind her very bones into dust. Keldian holds up a syringe, his expression hardening. He thinks that this wasn't meant to be used on the likes of him. He declares that he will make an exception, since he was really fucked up. The syringe is labeled Nameless Stimulant, a substance that allows one to use the innate tribal skill Berserker of Acheron. The text warns that one's rationality will be lost 10 minutes after use, making it a dangerous stimulant. If not given an antidote, the user could lose their life. With a determined grunt, Keldian plunges the syringe into his arm. His muscles begin to bulge, his skin turning a sickly gray as the stimulant takes hold. A primal scream tears from Keldian's throat as the transformation intensifies. Keldian's body completes its grotesque metamorphosis, radiating a violent, purple aura. The nameless stimulant surges through his veins, the transformation taking hold. Dark energy crackles around Keldian's hand, a prelude to the Berserker's awakening. His eyes burning with crimson light, Keldian faces Kong Hansu, a predatory grin twisting his features. The air vibrates with the raw power unleashed. Muscles bulging, his foot slams down, the force of the transformation reshaping him into a monstrous engine of destruction. The strain is immense. Keldian's ribs crack and splinter, the sound echoing in the silent chamber as his body is pushed beyond its limits. Looking down at Kong Hansu, Keldian's eyes gleam with savage anticipation. The world shrinks to the space between them, a canvas for the coming carnage. A guttural roar tears from his throat, a symphony of pain and ecstasy. Ugh! Ow! This is amazing! His face contorted in a rictus of pleasure, Keldian revels in the power. I love it. This is it. Elsewhere, Choi Sang-jin clutches his chest, a sharp pain lancing through him. Damn it. If only my abilities hadn't gone down. If I hadn't received this damage. A shimmering blue bird materializes in his hand, a messenger of dire tidings. At this rate, participating in the battle will be impossible. The spectral bird takes flight, carrying a desperate plea. It can't be helped. Sang-jin will have to come faster than anticipated. The bird soars over a desolate landscape, its destination unknown. Hey, isn't. He sneers, asking if Hansu finds his current predicament embarrassing. The air crackles with barely restrained power. Keldian's smile widens, a predatory glint in his eyes. He declares that Hansu won't be leaving this place alive, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The Berserker of Acheron continues his tirade, promising to sever Hansu's and Terra's heads, raising them as trophies. He asks if Hansu is looking forward to it, his voice dripping with malice. Lying prone, Hansu stares up at Keldian, the weight of his injuries evident in his weary gaze. The silence stretches, thick with anticipation. Suddenly, Keldian's expression shifts to surprise, his head tilting slightly, as if sensing something amiss. A flicker of confusion crosses his face. A hand, clad in dark leather, grips a wickedly curved dagger. The blade gleams, catching the faint light as it moves with deadly speed. A figure plummets from above, wreathed in a swirling aura of purple energy. The air crackles as they descend, a silent promise of violence. The dagger finds its mark, erupting in a burst of violet energy and a spray of blood. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. The world blurs in a chaotic rush of motion. The attackers form indistinct amidst the swirling energy. The air smells of ozone and blood. Keldian's eyes widen in disbelief, a guttural sound escaping his lips. The attack has clearly caught him off guard, leaving him vulnerable. What's going on? Why am I looking at the sky? What the hell is that bitch Envy Aaron doing here? Kiriel stands, her expression unreadable. A figure lies on the ground, surrounded by blood. I didn't intend to let him off so easily. Like the 7 years I spent chasing him were spent in vain. Well, that's fine. Revenge isn't always satisfying. Are you alright? Can you stand? Other than my broken ribs, I'm fine, Hansu replies to Kiriel. Once I'm in better condition, I'll rejoin with Terrace. For now, I'd like you to help Sang-jin. I saw it on my way here, but aren't things about wrapping up here? I'll take Terrace and the captives. You just focus on recovering. Alright, let's do that then. Meanwhile, a grand building stands under a bright sky. A long room stretches into the distance, lined with what appear to be hibernation pods. Someone carefully arranges a white flower on a surface. Aylin clasps her hands together, saying, Mister, we did as you said, and we were able to save a lot of people that were captured. A voice chuckles. He can hear us, so I'm sure your words were conveyed to him. Aylin looks down, a slight blush on her face. Aylin exclaims, What a relief. He's the one that saved us, so I'm sure everyone will like him. Right. I'm sure they will. Keldian smiles, telling Aelin, I have something to speak with him about privately, so do you mind waiting outside for me? A voice echoes, yes, Lord Tekaron. A disembodied voice states, we've managed to take down their vanguard, so now their main force is waiting for us. A figure floats within a cryogenic pod. A voice says, according to our scouts, the fighting will begin tomorrow. A voice announces, Envy Aaron and the travelers, as well as the King Bees, have arrived on time. Keldian looks on, a slight smile playing on his lips. The disembodied voice states that if things are as they seem, the Coffin Emperor will be a problem. Keldian, his gaze distant, listens intently. The voice continues, promising to do their best until he wakes up. As such, he just needs to focus on finishing the physical strengthening technique. A figure floats suspended within a cryogenic chamber, bathed in a cool, blue light. Two wolf-like figures stand guard outside a massive structure, their eyes scanning the horizon. Inside, figures gather around a large wooden table, a glowing orb resting in the center. The air is thick with anticipation. One of the wolf-like figures, his brow furrowed in thought, holds the orb. He should have opened the eastern gate and taken control of the great sanctuary by now. The figure's expression hardens. They're moving as though someone has predicted all of my plans. The wolf-like figure's eyes narrow, the orb casting an eerie glow on his face. Then who could it be? Elsewhere, figures stand silhouetted against a vibrant sky, their forms hinting at a hidden purpose. A figure, his face contorted in rage, shouts, fire everything you've got. Do whatever it takes to get those gates open. Warriors leap from a high vantage point, descending upon their enemies with deadly intent. A close-up reveals a warrior's arm, clad in bandages, wielding a weapon with fierce determination. A shimmering barrier of interwoven energies stands firm, deflecting the incoming assault. Keldian clicks his tongue in frustration. Damn it. Thanks to that magic wall, we can't even damage it properly. A voice considers the situation. We have a limited supply of ammo too. Rather than wasting it all like this, it would be better to break in. Keldian's face contorts with rage. Those cowards are hiding behind that magic wall, too scared to come out and fight us. An order rings out. Close quarters engagement team, go in. A soldier sits, awaiting orders as the shift in tactics becomes clear. A woman shouts, fire. Drop them all. Figures plummet from the sky, caught in a deadly rain of fire. Weapons unleash a barrage of explosive rounds. Keldian's eyes widen in disbelief. What? What are they doing here? They should be at Tarnas. A warning cry pierces the air. Magic guns. Everyone get down. The woman's expression shifts to alarm as she hears the warning. Kong Hansu wonders aloud if Envy Aaron sent reinforcements. Hansu realizes that at this rate, they won't even be able to get close to the ramparts. An archer on the wall fires a volley of arrows. Beastfolk soldiers stand ready, awaiting orders. A figure grips a staff tightly, preparing for battle. Keldian barks an order, demanding the priests act immediately. Magical swords materialize, summoned by the priests. Explosions erupt, shaking the battlefield. The explosions continue, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Kong Hansu clicks his tongue, realizing that only losses will increase. He suggests they retreat and replan. The soldiers are caught in the explosions, facing imminent danger. A soldier, desperate to survive, screams for everyone to run. A voice cuts through the din, demanding to know where everyone thinks they're going. Keldian slams his fist down, ordering the troops to maintain formation. Another soldier shouts his disbelief at the situation. Any semblance of command has fallen apart. The soldier thinks they've lost. One of the soldiers thinks that his report would be a declaration of their loss. Keldian looks back, a grim expression on his face. A voice declares that the King Bees will take care of any cleanup. Another voice orders the group to go. One of the soldiers exclaims in disbelief, recognizing the approaching threat. Each one of those is SSS-RANK. The King Bees descend, their forms blurring as they close in on their targets. The King Bee prepares to strike. The King Bee attacks. A soldier cries out in pain. The King Bees continue their assault, their movements a whirlwind of destruction. A soldier is shocked by the attack. One of the soldiers says that they should go. The other soldiers agree. Hands gather, channeling energy into a glowing sphere. The energy sphere is charged. The King Bee's attack lands, explosions erupting amidst the soldiers. A figure holds a sphere, its surface reflecting a desolate landscape. The sound of shattering echoes. A surge of power. Keldian slams his fist down in fury. God damn it all. The beastfolk watches, responding, yes. Hansu wonders, do you think that would be enough? Keldian fumes. My people are being slaughtered. He continues, meanwhile, you're standing there with your arms. The beastfolk barks, crossed, just watching. That's right. You should go now. Go and finish things. Hansu responds, finish things? Sure, I'll finish things. Keldian thinks, I need corpses anyway. Intact corpses. Grashy tribesmen are dying in droves, so I'll be able to get a good amount. He decides, their remaining numbers are, I'll go and force a surrender. Hansu's expression hardens, a resolve settling in his eyes. Keldian seethed, his face contorted with rage. He considered his tribesmen as more than just pawns. The antagonist warned, his voice a low growl, against using the corpses of his tribesmen. Keldian threatened that if there were any other thoughts, the cylinder containing his wife would. The canine-like figure chose his words carefully. Jotun stammered, addressing Keldian. Keldian barked, ordering Jotun to stand down. The antagonist commanded that if Jotun went and brought back prisoners. Jotun asked how many were needed to revive Keldian's wife and activate the soul transfer device. The canine figure stated that he would bring as many as needed, giving Keldian an exact number. Jotun revealed that they would need 40,000 to revive Keldian's wife. Keldian acknowledged the number, understanding the cost. A voice declares that they will bring them back. Kong Hansu stands in a town, observing the surroundings. Someone walks forward, their destination unknown. The sounds of battle echo through the air. A fierce battle rages on, with soldiers clashing amidst the chaos. A commanding voice barks orders, chase down any deserters and kill them all, leaving no one alive. The battle continues, with the sounds of war filling the air. Someone is ordered to follow Sir Tarhal. A voice muses that so far, things have been going according to plan. The speaker continues, noting that they've almost entirely annihilated the second wave and that soon, the third wave, the Mugos unit, should be coming. The voice concludes that the third wave will be a battle of attrition, and that if they buy enough time, Kong Hansu will awaken in just 2 weeks. Until then, all we have to do is hold out as we have until now. Keldian walks along the stone path. The man stops, his hand raised. Keldian says, "It's you." So, of course, the ambush was a great success. You were a great help. These guys did far more than me. Kiriel says, "I think they've pushed themselves a bit, so I brought them back so they could rest." One of the figures thinks, "I'm out of magic power. I want to rest." Keldian chuckles, "I understand. We'll enter a battle of attrition soon, so make sure to get some rest." Keldian thinks, if Kalpa could see this, I'm sure she would be very proud. Kiriel is shocked. She thinks, impossible. Just who is it? A hand is shown. Aelin says, "Yini, this is bad. Let's run." A figure descends from the sky, propelled by some unseen force. A man with glasses looks up, his expression unreadable. The man's eyes widen in shock. That's brother?" he exclaims, a tremor in his voice. A second thought bubble appears. Did our plans change? The man's expression is one of confusion and concern. Why? Why is my brother here instead of the third wave? A lone figure stands before a vast landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows. The figure from the sky lands, the ground trembling beneath him. He thinks, it'd be bad if I were to blow away everything including the great sanctuary. A hand adjusts the settings on a large, futuristic weapon. A voice declares, let's reduce it to about 30%. The weapon hums with power, energy crackling around it. The weapon fires, unleashing a torrent of energy. The energy blast streaks across the sky, leaving a trail of light in its wake. A group of figures wearing animal masks stand guard, their expressions hidden behind their masks.